I do live fortune telling. And a netizen asked me to calculate the birth chart of their soon-to-be-born child, but I said that they don't have a child to be born. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room said, they are waiting outside the delivery room. How is it possible that there is no child being born? The boss of the seafood restaurant looked a bit unhappy. Can you speak properly, host? My wife is already in the delivery room. She will be coming out soon. Are you cursing my wife's child to have an accident? I looked at him lightly. The child in your wife's belly is not yours. Wow. Is the anchor just talking nonsense? This live broadcast suddenly became interesting. Mr. Wang frowned and became very angry. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the child not be mine? I calmly took a sip of instant noodles and said, your varicose veins are affecting your sperm quality, so you won't be able to have children for now. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful. I'll report you. Mr. Wang's face turned pale and then red with anger. Since you think I'm talking nonsense, why not go check it out? I looked at him calmly. Yeah, Lao Wang. Go check it out. Maybe it's fake when you check it. That means the fortune telling by the anchor is totally inaccurate. Just right to expose him. Yeah, it's better to believe it exists than to doubt it. If it turns out to be fake, slap the anchor's face to prove that he is just talking nonsense. But if it's true, brother, you've cut your losses just in time even if you're standing on the vast grassland. Originally, the boss of the seafood restaurant was furious, but after seeing these barrage comments, he felt that they were not unreasonable. Alright, since it's at the hospital, I'll go for a checkup now. When the results come out later, if it turns out you're spreading rumors and damaging my reputation, I will hold you accountable and make you pay 5 million. I smiled and said slowly, okay, I'll wait. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room is increasing, and it has soared to 30,000. Netizens watched as Boss Seafood King went to the reproductive health department for a checkup. The host looked so calm. Could it be true that he's really skilled? I just casually ate a mouthful of instant noodles. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, so I put down the noodles and walked towards the door. As soon as I opened the door, landlady Mrs. Lu was holding a soft and cute little one, and she walked straight into the room. Xiao Ji, I really appreciate you so much. Thanks to you for telling me to go to the garden to find my grandson. When I arrived, I happened to see an old woman giving my grandson a lollipop. But my grandson has been taught by me since he was young not to talk to strangers and not to accept things from strangers, so he didn't take it. I was originally quite relieved, but I didn't expect that the woman would pick up my grandson and run towards a small car. I was so scared at that time. I quickly went over to stop her and tried to take the child back, but that woman held onto my grandson and refused to let go. Many people around were pointing and talking. The woman even claimed that the child was her son and accused me of trying to take her son. I was so angry that smoke was coming out of my head. A man came out of the car and tried to push me away. Then the woman rushed towards the car with my grandson, scaring my grandson into crying loudly, reaching out to me and calling me grandma. I was so angry that I stomped my feet. Luckily, I reacted quickly and immediately shouted that there was a child trafficker. Neighbors who were walking in the neighborhood came to help me. Together, we managed to snatch my grandson back. When we heard our conversation, the barrage was all saying, "What's going on?" The anchor found someone to sing a duet with him. This is a script. It's too fake. Where did he find the actor? This acting is superb. How come we didn't notice this face in the entertainment industry before? This solid and lifelike acting should have won many awards. Saying that, Mrs. Lu put the child on the ground, took out a red envelope from her slanted bag. Thank you for helping me find my grandson. You are the savior of our old Lu family. From now on, you don't need to pay rent for this house. You can stay as long as you want in the future, even for free for a lifetime. And this red envelope is a little token of my appreciation. I didn't hesitate either. Immediately took the red envelope. I am in need of money now, so I'll accept the red envelope. As for the rent, I will pay it tomorrow. No need. Mrs. Lu picked up the child. My son and daughter-in-law have been married for 8 years. They tried all kinds of remedies just to have a grandson through IVF. This is the treasure of our whole family. We owe you such a great favor, so you don't need to pay me rent. Ji Yunyan smiled lightly and touched the child's head. Your family's child has a wise root and will have great deeds in the future. According to this child's destiny, he would have been trafficked to the syndicate and had his hands and feet cut off and his eyes gouged out to beg on the streets. She had helped this child change his luck. And this red packet should be accepted. If she didn't accept it, it would be detrimental to her own chi. At this moment, Ji Yani felt a bit of faint aura flooding his body. She had already increased her spiritual power a little by completing a piece of merit. It was a pity that this amount of spiritual energy was far from enough for his original cultivation. Ji Yunyan, you just said that you called the police? Right, Sister Lu nodded. The license plate number on the trafficker's car is fake, and the real owner can't be traced just by virtue of the license plate number, Ji Yunyan said indifferently. They are a professional large-scale human trafficking organization, well-trained, with superior modus operandi. What should we do then? Mrs. Liu frowned. She gritted her teeth in hatred. This human trafficker is too heartless. How many families have been destroyed by the traffickers? How many parents have been tortured and depressed because of the loss of their children? It's hard for me to feel any hatred until they are caught and brought to justice. And there will be many more families caught by the traffickers. I really have to thank you, Xiao Ji. Thank you for telling me about this. Otherwise I would never have seen my eldest grandson again. Big grandson. I would have hated myself for the rest of my life. Which officer did you contact when you called the police? Ji Yunyan asked. Call Officer Chen Jr. You dial him. Oh, good. Sister Liu obediently did as she was told and hurriedly dialed Officer Xiao Chen's number. At this point in time, Officer Chen Jr. was separated from his partner in a police car to catch up. Their capital city has recently had a large and small add up to 50 cases of missing children. The Bureau are suspected that behind these 50 are a gang organization. The Bureau has been following up on this matter, but unfortunately, they seem to have a sense of counter-surveillance. The crime is too clever, so that there has been no progress. As if now, he and his partner were in pursuit, only to realize that the car had disappeared as if out of thin air since it had entered the surveillance corner, never to be found again. How can you fly in broad daylight? At that moment, the phone rang. An ethereal and clear female voice slowly sounded. Hello, Officer Chen. Hello, may I ask who you are? Officer Chen frowned. Ji Yunyan. Enthusiastic citizens. I heard that you're looking to hunt down a gang of human traffickers, right? Yes. Are you on to something? Chapter 4, Direct Broadcast Linked to the Police. I'm going. Ji Yunyan live linking up with the police? This is a script, isn't it? If this isn't a script, I'll eat a handstand live. I also think it's scripted. No less. And a little bit of acting. Aha. The reason why you guys can't track this car is because it quickly disguised itself as an emergency vehicle in the blind spot of the surveillance and is now setting off in the direction of the east of the city. Ji Yunyan said. You guys can track and intercept it at the third intersection east of the city. Officer Chen solemnly said. Yes, thank you. Leaving aside the question of whether or not the clue is useful. Something is better than nothing. God knows how much he wanted to catch that criminal gang. After hanging up the phone, the people on Officer Chen's side quickly went out to the police. Sister Liu blinked, slowing down from her excitement. She was a bit puzzled. Xiao Ji how did you know that my grandson would be taken by the traffickers Also, how did you know where that trafficker's car was driving to? This is all so outrageous. Ji Yun curled her lips and smiled lightly. Because I can tell fortunes. Sister-in-law Liu was a bit confused for a moment. Since when does she know how to tell fortunes? But she couldn't think of any other reason than that. At this point the live broadcast was already blowing up. Ji Yun should not be so shameless. Surprisingly, he found someone to act out the script. The traces of this script dogs have to shake their heads when they read it. Is this rubbing the intelligence of our live streamers on the ground? Off the original spectrum. The truth is, Sister Liu is a found actor. Presumably a group actor with solid acting skills. And as for the so-called connection to the police, the person who answered the phone is also an actor. Everyone back off. It's no fun. Back off. At this time, many netizens in the live broadcasting room think that they can see Ji Yun's tricks and feel that it's not very interesting and intend to back out. But at this time, the boss of the Seafood King has already come out with the inspection report. Ji Yun, I've already gotten the report. I'm going to show it to the doctor. Boss Wang stared tightly at Ji Yun as he gritted his teeth. At that moment, Sister Liu also heard the voice coming from the female lead's cell phone. Ji, are you on the phone right now? I'm live, Ji Yunyan said. Live Sister-in-law Liu was about to say that will not bother Ji Yunyan, pulling his eldest grandson's hand to get up to go. But at this time, heard Ji Yunyan's cell phone from there came the unkind male voice. Later if it proves that there is nothing wrong with me, you have to give me a good apology in front of the people in the live room. You have to admit you can't tell fortunes at all. You're a big liar. Sister-in-law Liu felt the need to defend Ji Yun. This big brother, although I don't know who you are, I need to say a few words. Xiao Ji is my tenant. Just today she saved my eldest grandson by telling fortunes. If it wasn't for Xiao Ji, my eldest grandson would have been abducted by human traffickers. She can tell fortunes. Please believe in Cat. She's not a liar. It's a great benefactor. Sister Liu hugged her eldest grandson in her arms and said sincerely, I have to say, this actor that Ji Yunyan found is really good at acting. I can see the sincerity in her eyes. Acting too naturally. Ji Yunyan might as well pay people more. Laughing dead. As far as I know, Ji Yunyan now are difficult to protect themselves. It is said that the company Snow buried her. She has endorsed some products because of her bad reputation or looking for her to claim for breach of contract. Now poor are only noodles, where the money to pay people more wages are. Let's not worry about the stars. The average daily wage is more than $1 million. The thin camel is bigger than a horse. Ji Yunyan looked at Sister Lu who was at the side. Thank you. There's nothing more to do now. You take the child home for a lunch break. Well, then I'll go first. Lele, goodbye to Auntie. Sister-in-law Lu held Lele's little chubby hand and waved at Ji Yunyan. After seeing Mrs. Lu leave, Ji Yunyan resumed her seat on the sofa to continue eating her own instant noodles. Luckily, it's not cold. At this time, the live broadcast netizens are concerned about the Seafood King boss inspection report. At this time, Boss Wang had already arrived inside the director's office within the hospital, and he was holding the checklist. Doctor, show me the list. The doctor glanced at the data sheet and pushed the metal eyeglass frames on the bridge of his nose, his expression becoming a bit stony. The doctor's brow furrows. This is not simple. No, 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 no. This big brother doesn't really have a problem with that, does he? Originally confident Wang boss in the moment he saw the hospital director of male department frowned. A moment of heart a little weak. Doctor, I have this. You have weak spermatozoa, caused by varicocele with chromosomal abnormality. The doctor frowned. This is a very serious situation for you. You need to be diagnosed and treated as early as possible. Why did you just come? Instantly, Boss Wang's brain buzzed as if there was an atomic bomb exploding in his brain. His brain was blown to pieces. Half of his ability to think was gone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Reversed. Ji Yunyan has done the math right? Brother, you have a Siberian steppe above your head. Boss Wang's brain buzzed. He pulled the corner of his lips. Doctor, are you looking at the eyes? Take a good look again. You're teaching me things? The doctor wrinkled his eyebrows in displeasure. I'm the chief doctor of the capital city. It's impossible for me to even misread this data after 30 years of practice. Please don't question my professionalism. Boss Wang's people were dumbfounded, and his entire body stood in place in a daze. Accept the reality. This is the most authoritative hospital in the capital city. Receiving so many patients a day, it is impossible to make a mistake. So, Ji Yunyan really knows how to tell fortunes. No way, no way? This can't be a script too, can it? Boss Wang must be an actor hired by Ji Yunyan. I can understand your feelings. The doctor paused. In this case, I'll prescribe some medicine for you first. You go back and take good care of your body. Go to bed early. Get up early. Avoid smoking and drinking. And eat for a while together with the medicine, to see if you can have the hope of having a child. But as to what the hope is, I can't give you a guarantee. With that, the doctor prescribed the medicine for Boss Wang and looked at him sympathetically. Go to the Western Pharmacy on the first floor and get the medicine. Boss Wang left in a trance. And at this time, Ji Yunyan in the live broadcast room had already finished eating a bucket of instant noodles in a breezy manner. And she threw the instant noodles in the trash can and picked up the drawer to wipe the corner of her lips in a slow and methodical manner. Anchor, Boss Wang's face was complex. He looked a bit depressed after suffering a mental blow. Completely lost his complacent and confident look just now. You originally had an ex-wife who was a childhood friend of yours. The two were elementary school classmates and went from school uniform to wedding dress with you. Ji Yunyan looked at Boss Wang's face and faintly said. Chapter 5, The Big Dog Show. Later you both got into the capital university, but you did not have the money to go to school at that time. The woman's family does not agree with you together, many times forcing her to break up with you, but she fought with her family for you, to save up the living expenses to leave only a small part of the enough to eat and drink the rest of all left for you to work hard and thrift during the university to play 10 jobs a day to provide for you to study, and you are also grateful for it. In the university period grades were excellent, and the two of you were very much in love. Then there was a guaranteed spot for graduate school, and only one of the two of you could go. The girl volunteered to give the spot to you. You were also very competitive. You made it through graduate school. You started a business after graduation. The days winded up and you married this girl, but it was a long time coming. And after your marriage, the girl never got pregnant. She was too overworked during the university to accumulate disease, plus help you take care of your business all day. Busy and tired soon boiled into a yellow face. Gradually, to see her peers are holding 2 or 3 children. You and anxious and annoyed. No matter how many medicines she took and how many doctors did not help, the stomach did not move at all. Your relationship as a couple began to become rigid, and the two of you often argued. Boss Wang looked at Ji Yunyan in dismay. How does she know so much? These parental matters have never been told to anyone on their own. God, this is too much. The broadcasting room is getting interesting. At this time, The number of people watching the live broadcast was increasing, and it had already exceeded 30,000 people. Thinking of his ex-wife, Boss Won's eyes reddened slightly, but I didn't expect that later on. She went behind my back and rolled in bed with another man. I didn't even dislike her for not being able to have a baby. She even cheated on me. One day I came back from work and saw her naked with a man lying on our marriage bed. Angry, I was furious, reached out and gave this pair of dogs a dozen slaps. And from there, I divorced her. Maybe she felt ashamed of me and chose to go clean. Boss Wang smiled to himself. Good lord. I thought Boss Wang thought she couldn't have children so he divorced her. But I didn't realize she was cheating on him. I was sympathizing with this woman just now. But I didn't expect a sudden reversal. A woman who cheats on her husband does not deserve forgiveness. Ji Yanyi faintly said. Your ex-wife's mother-in-law relationship isn't very good, is it? Wang Boss nodded. Yes, I am the only seedling in our family. My mother looked forward to 3 years holding two. The results of 4 years of marriage. The stomach did not move. My mother was anxious to fire cannot be. Often scolded her is not under the order of the chicken. And then later saw nothing. Hope has been a handful of my divorce. Although we have been arguing for the past few years, and the relationship between husband and wife is not good, but after all we have feelings. I do not want to divorce. I was even thinking, the big deal is to adopt a child. After all, my ex-wife has paid a lot for me, but I didn't realize that she wasn't worthy at all. Boss Wan laughed mockingly. I didn't even think of divorcing her and going to find a woman outside. But she was so good. But she got involved with another man behind my back. She put such a big green hat on my head. Speaking of which, Boss Wan was furious. Sympathized with Boss Wan for 3 seconds. His ex-wife green-lighted him, and his current wife green-lighted him. Boss Wang, what have I done to deserve this? Ji Yunyan sighed lightly. It's not her fault. Negro question mark face. Is it not her fault that she cheated on her husband? The man cheated on you women with the same enemy hate to greet him 18 generations of ancestors. How the woman cheated on her is not her fault it. The anchor is also too double standard. No wonder Ji Yan was blacked out all over the net. This triple view doesn't blacken who she blacked out? She deserves to be blocked. And inferior artists are black from the inside out. What do you mean by that? If it's not her fault, is it my fault? Boss Wang wrinkles his eyebrows. Did I force her to cheat? Ji Yanyi faintly said. Don't be so excited. Calm down. Tell me about you and your current wife. Boss Wang's heart was full of mixed feelings. He suppressed the fire in his heart. My current wife is the recognized school flower of our university. A goddess-level figure. Many men in the school liked her at that time. And she is also the goddess in my heart. Later in the college graduation party, the goddess drank too much. It happens to live in a neighborhood near me is quite close. I sent her home, but did not expect that night. The next day I woke up my goddess cried and said last night I drink broken pieces. What can not remember? Vaguely remember we entangled together. I seem to have guessed. It's not possible that the current wife is using Boss Wang as a receiver, right? I also think that it's all too coincidental. Did the two of them sleep together so Boss Wang divorced his ex-wife? This goddess is the equivalent of a mistress on top? She's pregnant with another man's child after marriage. And then later, she got pregnant. From that night, Boss Wang said, Ji Yunyan, can you show me her picture? Boss Wang opened his cell phone album and handed it to the screen. This beauty is turned up. Make it real. Oh, good. Boss Wang gave Ji Yunyan another face photo of his current wife on his phone. Ji Yunyan looked away and withdrew his gaze. Your current wife wants you to divorce your ex-wife and wants to have this child to marry you, right? It is. I was hesitant at first. Until my ex-wife cheated on me, and I couldn't stand it anymore. So I divorced my ex-wife. And it didn't take long for the divorce to get married to her, Wang Boss said. And now, just until my current wife is pregnant and gave birth to a child into the maternity ward. Your ex-wife was framed, Ji Yunyan faintly said. What? Who framed? Boss Wan's eyes widened in dismay. Your current wife had plastic surgery many times after graduating from high school. Then during college she found a number of high rollers and was a longtime customer at nightclubs. Then later, she was adopted by a rich old man and got pregnant. But she doesn't know who the child's real father is. And the man she had sex with was just playing around and had no intention of taking over. And she had 4 abortions at the age of 18. And her health is in poor condition. So if she has another abortion, she will lose the ability to bear children. And for that reason, she desperately needed to find a receiver. Ji Yunyan said. At that time, you and your ex-wife were running that seafood restaurant business was getting more and more prosperous. And in the circle of college classmates you were the wave of people who mixed better. And she hit on you at the reunion. Days away from the original spectrum. Things are getting dog-eared. Is this for real? Why is this like a TV show? But you didn't decide to divorce your ex-wife. She saw that she would not be able to hide her belly as time went by. So she approached your mother. brushing up on her favor and stating that she was already pregnant with your child. Your mother was bent on having grandchildren, so she planned that derailment play. Added powder to the nourishing porridge your ex-wife drank to cause her to fall unconscious. And your current wife found a man to come and strip each other naked. And after all that, it was the derailment and catching of adultery play that you saw. What? Boss Wan's eyes widened incredulously. Zoon do fake do ah. This is too doggy. Originally I just wanted to see how Ji Yunyan was fooling people. I didn't expect things to go in an unbelievable direction. This broadcast is getting interesting. Ji Yun shouldn't really be able to tell fortunes, right? Chapter 6 Reversal. Your mother is on her way here now. It should be here by now. So you can ask her. Ji Yunyan looked to the Seafood King boss on that side of the screen, his voice crisp and clean. At the same time, not far away, a woman in her 50s carried a basket of earth eggs covered with a red cloth over this way, humming a little song, red-faced and in good spirits. Son, has your daughter-in-law given birth yet? Li Yun walked over quickly with the basket of eggs, her face full of joy. Boss Wang stared at Li Yun in a daze, his voice a little dry. No, yet. I'll go. Ji Yunyan really calculated correctly. She said Boss Wang's mother would come, and it turns out she really did. Yeah, minute by minute. Why hasn't she given birth after such a long time? Li Yun anxiously looked toward the side of the maternity ward. I went everywhere to buy stupid eggs, and finally plucked 100 stupid eggs. This city's eggs are all farms breeding hormone chicken eggs. Not much nutritional value. All technology and hard work. I bet the stupid eggs are not the same. That is, the village people raise their own chickens, raised for several years in order to fatten up the eggs. High nutritional value it. To be your daughter-in-law gave birth to. I'll give her you to do a steamed cake of eggs so that she properly supplemented with additional nutrients. Li Yun cared for his basket of eggs. Smiling, she mumbled as she said, what's taking so long to come out? This normal labor is just slower than a C-section. A normal birth is good for the child, although the adults suffer. A child born normal is going to have more lung capacity and be healthier than a child born by cesarean section. Seafood King's boss tugged at the corner of his lips. Mom, I haven't seen you make steamed egg cakes for Jiro before. At the mention of Bai Jiro, Li Yun's face went cross as she glared at Boss Wang in dissatisfaction. What are you doing mentioning that woman in a good time? It's bad luck. At first advised you not to marry her, you do not listen. The result is good. Married so many years even a child cannot be born. How can you compare to Xiaoxia, who got pregnant just that one time? If you ask me, you and Bai Jiro are in a bad relationship. She is the nemesis of our family. I have not been able to hold a grandchild for so many years. You two should have left long ago. Li Yun snorted coldly, looking towards the maternity ward from time to time as she spoke, her eyes full of anticipation and anxiety. Mom, Boss Wang's voice was hard and pursed his lips. Let me ask you something. What is it? In the beginning, Jiro didn't cheat at all, right? Boss Wang Chang swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty out loud. Li Yun's face has a moment of dazed. Her eyes subconsciously do not open some. Suppress the bottom of the eyes of the heart. What do you mean by this? She did not cheat. Who cheated? When you did not see it with your own eyes? She was naked with a wild man lying in your marriage bed. Li Yun's flash of weakness in the bottom of her eyes just now did not escape Wang Chang's eyes. He had been in business for so many years, and he still had the ability to read people's words and colors. A bitterness spread in Wang Chang's heart. Mom, it was you and Xia Qingqing who set this up. You guys drugged Jiro, and that man was also found by you. He spoke in declarative sentences with an affirmative tone. Li Yun looked at him in dismay. When did he know? Her reaction had said it all a long time ago. Wan Chang had just held a trace of humble expectation that it wasn't what Ji Yunyan had counted on. But now, all of his self-congratulation had been shattered by reality. Mom, how could you treat Jiro like this? Wang Chang held his head in pain. Do you know what Jiro paid for me in the first place? Haven't you said it many times? Isn't she the one who went to school and worked to pay for your education? Do you still want to talk about that for the rest of your life? After a brief moment of weakness, Li Yun straightened up. There are 3 unfilial things, and no one is more important than the next. Even if she has done more for you before, it's still unfilial for her not to be able to give birth to a child. She doesn't deserve to be in our old Wang's family at all. I'm going. The knife pulls the ass out of the eye. I never thought that it would be such a reversal. Before I also scolded Ji Yunyan in the pop-up screen for his incorrect view of the 3. I was wrong, and stood upright to apologize. It really shattered my 3 views. Lao Wang's ex-wife is innocent. Cannot give birth to a child is not her. Have you ever thought that the problem is with your son? The old king's ex-wife real tragic. Hard work for the boyfriend to go to school was not easy to get through the difficult time from school uniforms to the wedding dress, but was bullied by the evil mother-in-law, but also be drugged on a top derailment hat was kicked out of the net out of the household. Gas my teeth itchy to know that the old king can have the current scale of the business, that is with his ex-wife together. Hard work to fight down the rivers and mountains. This family property also has a share of the ex-wife. Surprisingly do so cruel. Let a person net household out of the house. If it weren't for Wang's ex-wife, would Wang's family be able to live such a good life? This is no way to kill a donkey. This old woman is purely heartless. What does marriage give a woman? What are the benefits of marriage? No wonder there are so many unmarried and infertile people nowadays. I'm really drunk. It's really bad luck to have such an evil mother-in-law. Wang Chang scratched his head in pain. His hands were dead close to his scalp. Clasping it with great force, he laughed miserably, his eyes a little scarlet. Son, what's wrong with you? Seeing Wang Chang's reaction, Li Yun froze in place and worried. What's wrong with her today? It's not Jiro's problem. Wang Chang laughed miserably, his eyes oozing tears and his eyes scarlet. What? It's not that she can't have children. It's me. It's me. Wang Chang yanked out the report card from his handbag and shoved it in front of Li Yun with an emotional breakdown. What is this? Li Yun unfolded it and looked at it. What does it mean? Isn't it written in the last line of small print on the report? I have weak sperm. Wang Chang smiled bitterly, his eyes almost oozing blood as he smiled. I can't have a baby. It's all my problem. What? Li Yun staggered. Her face was nearly white. She did not dare to believe that she pinched the report card. How could this turn out to be so? Isn't it a mistake? Is it taking someone else's test results as yours? With such a large hospital, do you think it's possible for such a mistake to occur? Wang Chang laughed miserably. Li Yun's brain buzzed, and the whole person staggered, somewhat unsteady on his feet. But at that moment, the door to the labor room was pushed open. Xia Qingqing, who had just finished giving birth, was covered with a futon lying on a cot, and was pushed out of the delivery room by a nurse, while another nurse on her side was holding a small baby in swaddling clothes. Congratulations, the child has been born. It's a boy. 7 catties and 4 tails. The nurse had a smile on her face. Li Yun quickly rushed up, staring carefully at the boy's appearance, and the more he looked at his face, the more horrified he became. Chapter 7, Off the Beaten Track. It's nothing like when her son was a kid. It's a bit of genetic inheritance. Mom. See Li Yun difficult to see the frightening face. The sight of Xia Qingqing some hairy. It will not see what point to it. No way. Mom, have you found a moonlight center yet? Xia Qingqing paused and opened her mouth. Find you paralyzed. Li Yun turned around and cursed, raising her hand to fiercely give Xia Qingqing a slap in the face. The sound of a crisp slap resounded clearly within the hospital's corridors. A slap that made Xia Qingqing's head spin and ears buzz, and blood oozed from her mouth. This slap not only dazed Xia Qingqing, it stunned the nurse holding the child. The medical staff in the hallway and the patient's family had gathered around to watch the dramatic scene. Mom, what did I do wrong for you to hit me? Xia Qingqing aggrievedly stared at Li Yun. Obviously before she was obedient to herself, she hired a sister-in-law when she learned that she was pregnant, and she also booked a 100,000 yuan a month moonlight center in the local area. And she was also very competitive and gave birth to the boy she dreamed of. But why did she suddenly change her face? Yes, she just gave birth to a weak baby. Why are you hitting her for a good reason? The nurse holding the baby on the side was a bit dissatisfied. I hit her? I beat her. Li Yun stared viciously at Xia Qingqing. You honestly explain. You gave birth to this wild seed in the end, whose is it? Xia Qingqing was a bit confused by Li Yun's pressing questions. What was going on? Does she know something? Mom, what are you talking about? Of course the child is old Wang's. Xia Qingqing bit her lip in aggravation. Her tearful eyes looked at Wang Chang, who was not far away. Old Wang, you say something? I've only just given birth to a child. Mom is targeting me like this. My body hasn't recovered yet. Originally thought that Wang Chang would be as careful as the original to take care of her and treat her gently, but at this time Wang Chang was like an outsider standing not far away. Indifferently looking at this scene, those eyes were full of ice cold. The scene made her panic more and more inside. What the hell is going on here? Obviously, she could have enjoyed glory and wealth by giving birth to this child. But how come everything seems to be out of control now? Put TND bull asterisk. Li Yun stared at her viciously. You still don't admit it. You said you gave birth to this in the end, whose wild seed? This child is really Lao Wang S.A. How can you not believe it? How can you just slander me like this for no reason? Xia Qingqing shed tears of aggression. Seeing her dead duck mouth hard, Li Yun became more and more furious, fiercely reaching out and strangling Xia Qingqing's neck, her eyes red with anger. You little whore. Shameless stinking. You're pregnant with someone else's wild seed and you're pretending to be our family's Chang. You cheated us both of our feelings. You even urged me to use such an insidious trick to drive my previous daughter-in-law away. Why are you so shameless? All this time I've fed you well and booked you a 100,000 yuan monthly center. And this is how you repay our old Wang family. Do you still wanna have some pussy face? You're bullying our old Wang family for being honest and making my son rush up to be the receiver, right? Li Yun cursed, the spittle flying. The force of the hand does not slacken at all. More and more hard up. I have long seen out you are not what good goods. You're so enchanting. And you're such a. If I didn't see that you're pregnant, I'd let such a like you into our house. Let go. You let go. Xia Qingqing was strangled and had difficulty breathing. She rolled her eyes and her face gradually turned blue and purple. Having just given birth to a child, she was weak and had no strength to struggle. The newly born baby seemed to have sensed what was being frightened and wailed, its mournful and shrill cries echoing in the corridor. A few nurses also came back to their senses from this farce and rushed forward to pull Li Yun. What are you doing? Speak properly. Yeah. How can you choke someone for a good reason? You're doing it on purpose. What heavenly conflict can't wait until after he's had the baby and rested? This nurse pulled away Li Yuner in the process of pulling. Li Yun hand the basket of eggs all broke on the ground. A mess. Since ancient times, it has been said that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships are difficult to get along with. I didn't expect you to change your face after giving birth. Xia Qingqing wailed and cried pitifully. It's not even if you slandered me and denigrated me. You're so ruthless that you want to strangle me. You're intentionally hurting, you're trying to kill someone. And you, old Wang, are you just going to stand by and watch her bully me? I'm your wife. Xia Qingqing cried, crying in an aggrieved and pitiful manner. The status quo of the surrounding onlookers also began to condemn it. This is too much. Just after giving birth, she choked her daughter-in-law. If it wasn't for a few nurses stopping her, her daughter-in-law would be dead by now. Who says it isn't? This is too outrageous. What else can we do when we meet this kind of evil mother-in-law? This woman is also pitiful. Even if the mother-in-law is vicious, the husband also does not act. Not even a fart. Married to such a family really is the downfall of 18 lifetimes of blood luck. Sympathize with this woman in labor for a few seconds. She just gave birth to a child so weak by the evil mother-in-law, so cut and tortured. The husband is also familiar with the blind. Do not care. Let his mother so bully her. No wonder now women give birth to a child postpartum depression more than it. Meet this kind of evil mother-in-law, such a husband who cannot be depressed? Seeing that the people around her were all speaking for Xia Qingqing's little, Li Yun was furious. What do you guys know? You guys don't even know the truth of the matter. It's this little born and other men's wild seed. Let us Chang do the receiver. Li Yun spat fiercely. She spittle flying. Just this kind of goods. Just this kind of played rotten broken shoes. Even have the nerve to lick a face to ask for 300,000 dowry? Why don't the heavens strike 5 thunderbolts to blast you to death? You damned little. You return the 300,000 dowry to me. You pay back the 100,000 yuan moon center money to me as well. You return the maternity fee, the birth of the child, all kinds of money to me. You like this is not worthy at all. The more she said Li Yun, the more on the head. The thought that she gave this spent so much wrongful money, the result of giving birth to someone else's wild seed. She was angry with her brain buzzing pain. Who are you to slander me? On what grounds do you say that this child is not old Wang's? Xia Qingqing whitened miserably. You're damaging my honor. You're intentionally hurting me. I'm going to sue you, said. She touched her cell phone, dialed the police. Comrade police. I just gave birth to my mother-in-law is going to strangle me. A serious threat to my personal safety. You quickly come to my rescue. Chapter 8, Attention from the Police Department. Xia Qingqing and her mother-in-law are kind of dog-eat-dog. An evil mother-in-law and an evil daughter-in-law. It's kind of fun to tear it up. The scene became chaotic for a moment. There were also more and more melon eaters in the live broadcast room, and the number of online viewers had soared to 50,000 people. The seafood king owner Wang Chang, along with his mother Li Yun, dropped off the air as the police arrived to take him away. At this point, the angry netizens of the live broadcast rushed to Xia Qingqing's Jitterbug account. Xia Qingqing had 10,000 followers on the Jitterbug platform by virtue of her outstanding appearance, and the netizens clicked into each of her videos to break into song at the bottom of the comment section. White Lotus, shame on you. I've never seen such a shameless person. When you've had enough of playing outside, you'll find an honest person to be your successor? Do honest people owe you? Bus. People are all over the. Xia Qingqing, you should owe old Wan's ex-wife an apology. Lao Wang's ex-wife is really miserable, and she's the only one who was hurt in the marriage. At this moment, within Ji Yun's live broadcast room, some netizens kindly reminded him, Anchor, since you've done your math correctly, the old seafood boss still owes you a $3,000 reward. Ji Yun Yen, he'll give it to me when he leaves the police station. She looked at the number of people online in the live broadcast room. Today's first trigram has been counted. There are still 3 paid spots, 3,000 per trigram. It's not possible that Boss Wang is also a trustee hired by Ji Yunyan, is it? I seriously doubt that this is also a script. Just now holding a child to thank Ji Yunyan's big mom as her invited trust. The old boss of this bloodshed drama is also a trust. All are scripted actors. I was skeptical, but I have to admit, the script is really doggone brilliant. Just then, Ji Yun's cell phone rang. Ji Yun answered the phone. Hello, are you the concerned citizen who gave us the tip on the human trafficker? The officer's voice was agitated. Ji Yunyan, yes, I am. Thank you so much indeed. We have already caught them according to the information you provided, and apprehended the entire human trafficker's den, rescued hundreds of victimized children, and are now already looking for their real families according to their domicile, Officer Chin said excitedly. That's good. Ji Yunyan sensed that her merit value had risen a little more, and the spiritual energy in her body was a little more abundant than before. You have made significant contributions to our bureau and saved hundreds of victimized families. Our director has decided to personally present you with the honorary brocade flag medal of a dedicated citizen. May I ask when you are free? Officer Chen smiled. This officer must be scripted too. No way. No way. Impersonating a police officer is against the law. Ji Yunying knows the law and breaks it for the sake of popularity? It's not a lie. My cousin's child was abducted by human traffickers, and the family was desperate to find the child. But this morning I got a call from the police saying that the child had been found. It's true. I go. Zun do fake do ah. Ji Yunyan still has this skill? Ji Yunyan, it doesn't matter about honorary medals or anything. Is there mainly a bonus? Officer Chan, huh? He froze for a few seconds before. Yes there is. The bureau has a $30,000 bonus. Our director is quite eager to meet with you. Don't want the medals. Keep the prize money. As for the meeting, there's no time. Ji Yunyan looked at the rising number of people in the live broadcast room. She's got to make money. Ji Yun is really tugging ahahaha. How many people don't even have a chance to meet the director? And Ji Yunyi directly refused? Sister is so tuggy. I love it. What are you talking about? This is clearly a script. If she agreed to meet the director, this is not to reveal it? For the sake of the script, that's why she refused. How can there really be any director wanting to see her? Laugh it up. I have to admit that Ji Yunyan's acting skills are top-notch and the script is pretty impressive. If it wasn't for the fact that this is fake, I would have thought it was real. If this is true, I'll eat upside down on the air. Our director wants to know how you got this tip. It's simple. The math. Count. Well, fortune-telling, Ji Yunyi said indifferently. And at this moment, she saw a netizen launching a video link within the live broadcast room. Officer, I'm going to get busy with work, so I'll stop talking for now. Oh, well, please provide your contact information. You are not convenient if our bureau will come over personally. Good. Ji Yun hung up the phone. Bye now. An ID called Lily had already rewarded a $3,000 carnival and initiated a video link. This is the first bucket of money made since the start of the day. Ji Yun tapped on the video link. The video footage showed a woman in her 30s, with a dark face, a low ponytail, and wearing a simple green tank top and jeans, standing in a dilapidated and dark house surrounded by what looked like yellow soil. This is a bad environment. It's in a village, right? Is there such a humble environment now? I'm so used to seeing mansions and cars on the internet that I can't believe it when I see this village. Hello. Ji Yunyan opened his mouth. Hello anchor. Lily opened her mouth, some urgency on her face. I am asking the anchor to help my son tell his fortune. Where's your son? Ji Yunyan said. Here it is. With that, Lily switched the camera. The image centered on a large bed built of wood in the dilapidated house. At this time the bed messy pile of some old people and children's dirty clothes. 2 meters of the bed are not a little bit of space. And a boy wearing a dirty colorless t-shirt and pants is huddled in the clothes piled up on the bed. He curled up, his back to the camera. The surrounding flies and mosquitoes around the little boy buzzing around. Why is this boy so dirty? It's full of flies, and the environment is too dirty and messy. How do you live here? The boy looks like he's in his teens. What's going on here? Rio. Lily reached out in pain to pat the boy's shoulder, but at that moment, the boy began to struggle violently as if he had been electrocuted. Writhing and a sharp, strange sound escaped from his mouth, like a cat with its tail stepped on. This series of reactions startled the live streamers. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So scary. What is this? Hit an evil spell? There is a sense of being in a horror movie by mistake. Bright. It's mommy. Son Lily's eyes reddened as she came to the little boy. Doesn't Liang recognize mommy? But at that moment the little boy was curled up, his dirty hands frantically tearing his hair, tearing his face, scratching and clawing, stomping and kicking, screaming and hissing frantically. Even some of the dirty clothes on the bed were all stomped and kicked and raised down. Fine. Fine. Mommy won't touch you. Mommy stays far away from you. Lily was afraid of irritating Liang again. She hastily took a few steps back. She looked at Ji Yunyan with blurred tears. Anchor, help me see. Is my son possessed by an evil spirit? Chapter 9, on the hot seat. It's really kind of like that. This kid is pretty scary at night. The thing is, I've been working in the city, and when I came home from vacation yesterday, I noticed that my son had become like this. My son used to be a particularly cheerful little boy, naive, although a bit dull, but very polite. In the village to see people will greet. The village people are quite like him. He also liked to go out to play, but these days do not know why. He became like this. Stay in the room all day, does not come out. All day collapsed in this bed. The clothes on the body are stinking, smoked to death. I want to change it for him, but as long as whoever touches him, he looks like he has been struck by an evil spirit, twisting, screaming, and becoming crazy, just like this. My arms, my legs, they're all scarred from him, Lily said helplessly, but clearly our Rio wasn't like this before. People in the village say that Liang Liang is possessed by an evil spirit. Anchor, can you help my son see if this is an evil spirit in him? Lily said anxiously. There really wasn't much else she could do. They couple often work outside. So a son, out of this kind of thing. What can they do in the future? She couldn't afford to spend the $3,000 of gossip money. But compared to her son's life, the $3,000 was nothing. With no other choice, she could only click on Ji Yun's live room with the hope of trying. This is 80% of being possessed. Does Ji Yun know how to exorcise evil spirits? Jayuni, that's hard for me to say. Ji Yun looked at the little boy on the other side of the video. His face changed, a flash of anger crossing the bottom of his clear, brimming eyes. He's not possessed. Then how did my son get like this when he was fine? Lily said in dismay. Ji Yunyan. Yesterday afternoon at 2 o'clock. He went out to play, right? Lily reminisced. Yeah. I heard my dad say he went out for the afternoon and came back in the evening, but as soon as he got home in the evening he was a different person. Ji Yun sighed. You now go to the village chief's house in the next village. Go there for what? Lily was unsure. Just listen to me and go, Ji Yunyan said. When you go, call the police and bring them there. Anchor, do you mean that Rio has something to do with the village chief for becoming like this? Lily responded. Ji Yunyan. It has something to do with the village chief's grandson. Lily was confused, but listened to Ji Yunyan and called the police. Rio, you stay by yourself for a while, Your grandpa is out in the yard. If you're thirsty or hungry, talk to your grandpa. I'll go out first. Before leaving, Lily uneasily instructed the little boy who was curled up on the bed with his head buried in his dirty clothes. The boy was unmoved, as if he hadn't heard, lost in his own world. There were also a number of flies swirling around the boy, who twitched and made a strangled noise every now and then. God, this is too scary. It's quite oozy at night. Lily sighed helplessly at the sight and got up to ride her motorized bike to the next village. Throughout this process, Lily had her phone hanging around her neck on a cell phone chain and was live the entire time. At this time, Ji Yun's live broadcasting room surged out more and more pop-ups, and gradually there are more and more rewards. Small love, lollipop, hot air balloon brush non-stop. What's going on? Why are there so many rewards all of a sudden? The anchor is really good at math. Everyone go to the hot search. The police have made an official announcement. As soon as this pop-up was sent out, many netizens ran to click on the news hotspot. At this time, the first item on the top of the hot searches, Ji Yun helped the police to detect and apprehend a large human trafficker abduction criminal organization. The content is a content posted by the official number of the local public security bureau of the imperial capital. Our bureau today detected and apprehended a large human trafficker abduction organization gang to help the abducted children regain their freedom and a new life. Thanks to the enthusiastic citizen Xiao Ji who assisted us. At Ji Yunyan, the city will attach great importance to this matter and will give the enthusiastic citizen at Ji Yunyan honorary certificate as well as an honorary bonus tomorrow. The tweet instantly blew up in the comments. What's going on? Ji Yunyi helped the police capture a human trafficking organization? Is this the Ji Yunying I thought was the one? I carefully rubbed my eyes and realized that the police hates Ji Yunyan. This is not the Ji Yunyan who was blocked by the entire network Black Snow Burial? I'm really convinced. You're not strict enough. Police, how did you do it? How could there be such a serious mistake? I also find it outrageous that such a serious platform for such a serious occasion, which is the public security system of the entire imperial capital, would make such an outrageous mistake. Have to fire this employee to do so. Many netizens are questioning that this is fake, and they all think that the police have ate the wrong person, and it's not likely that they've renamed themselves with Ji Yunyi. In their impression, Ji Yunyan was a black and red entertainer, inferior and shameless. Her existence was all tainted. How could she possibly be associated with such a lofty matter? There must have been a renaming, a mistake. However, He didn't expect that the director of the Public Security Bureau of the Imperial Capital would personally comment on these comments. Please don't doubt our professionalism. It's impossible for us to make such an outrageous work error. The netizens were collectively dumbfounded. What's going on here? The netizens are stunned. The police have personally come down to dispel the rumors. In other words, the enthusiastic citizen is really Ji Yunyan? Wasn't Ji Yunin blocked? How did she get involved with the human traffickers group? The whole world is starting to get weird. Some of the netizens who had come out of Ji Yun's live broadcast room had also seen this hot search along with the comments. I'm silly. I always thought that Ji Yunyan's assisting the police in catching human traffickers in the live broadcast was scripted and acting, but I didn't realize it was real. I didn't expect her to actually connect to the police. I've got a 666 cowhide. What the hell is going on? Someone tell me more. Rushing me, squatting quietly. The general content is that Ji Yun was blocked in the entertainment industry after the live broadcast of fortune telling. At first I thought that she was a magician. It is a scam, but never thought that it was playing for real. She helped her landlady save her grandson. Bah! Ji Yun helped her landlady save her landlady's grandson. And by the way, she helped the police provide information about the traffickers' escape, and helped the police assist in the capture. Since when does Ji Yun know how to tell fortunes? She still has this skill? My people are stupid. This is something that Ji Yunyan would do? Is this still the Ji Yunyan I remember? If she really knows how to tell fortunes, how come she didn't calculate that she would be blocked away from the original spectrum? The heat of this matter has been in the hot search evening high. Along with the heat is getting higher and higher. To season Cloud Die live room to see the people watching more and more. Gradually there are many netizens began to reward up. During Ji Young's free time waiting for Lily to arrive at the next village, Seafood King's boss once again sent out a live link with Ji Young. Angkor, just now was taken away by the police for questioning was too hasty to give you trigram gold. Now this $3,000 to offer. Originally, Ji Yunyan's first gossip is free, but AA Seafood King boss voluntarily bet with her. Lost the bet. So the $3,000 are willing to gamble to give. Soon, the live broadcast room brush up at AA Seafood King boss sent the carnival. Compared to his previous spiritedness, at this time, Boss Wan looked much more haggard, with reddened circles under his eyes, and the whole person had no fighting spirit. Chapter 10, The Wheel of Karma. 1. What's the situation now? It's quite worrying to see the state of the old king. The old king is pining. It's all women's fault. Are you okay? Ji Yunyan looked at the somewhat vicissitudes of the old Wang on the other side of the screen and faintly spoke out. I just had my mom and Xia Qingqing brought to the police station. Wang Chang smiled vicariously. My mom is suspected of the crime of intentional injury is now detained by the police. As for Xia Qingqing, she's now living with that child of hers in a moonlight center. As for the child, I went to a friend's private hospital to check the DNA test. That is indeed not my biological flesh and blood. Wang Chang smiled tiredly, and for a moment it was as if he had aged more than a dozen years. This is too miserable. Old Wang fell into the receiver. Not his children still have to pay for this fishing woman to live 100,000 yuan a month in the monthly child care center. I've already decided to sue to divorce Xia Qingqing. Wang Chang closed his eyes tiredly. It's just that it's not good to leave during the breastfeeding period, and I won't be able to leave for a while. The actual miserable One day without a divorce means one day raising a child for another wild man. What marriage gives a man? Sympathize with Big Brother for a few seconds. If I were to say that Lao Wang's mama is also evil, in the beginning if you do not join forces with Xia Qingqing to set up Lao Wang's ex-wife, and drive Lao Wang's ex-wife out of the house, how would you be in the bureau now? Filial obedience to her daughter-in-law she does not know how to cherish. Unsympathetic daughter-in-law to harm her into the detention center. Confused I can only say that evil has its own evil, and Wang Chang's mom is probably going to regret it to death. My mom already regrets it. Wang Chang smiled tiredly. She hates that she didn't know Xia Qingqing in the beginning, and hates that she didn't treat Jiro well in the beginning. My mom is looking forward to letting me get divorced earlier, and then reunite with Jiro properly. There is no medicine for regret in the world. Ji Yunyan said. It's not like you can pretend nothing happened just because you regret it. Wang Chang squeezed out a smile. I am now very regretful. I want to finish solving these messes and try to recover Jiro and remarry Jiro. Anchor, do you think I still have hope? Yes, but not much, Ji Yunyan said. The specifics depend on how you behave. Originally Wang Chang not what hope. He also knows that he is delusional. But I did not think that there is even a glimmer of hope. His dead eyes burst out a bit of light. There is hope is good. That Anchor, you see me after. Can I still have a child of my own? If you behave well, after 3 years, you'll remarry your ex-wife and hold two for 3 years, Ji Yunyan said. Thank you, Anchor. Thank you, Anchor. Wang Chang thanked him 1,000 times, and from now on, He was no longer Ji Yoonyeon's black fan. He used to be so blind that he would hack such a good star as Ji Yoon. He was simply blinded by lard in the past. From now on, he was Ji Yoonyeon's #1 fan. Wang Chang excitedly rewarded another carnival and a yacht in the live broadcast. No need to thank you, Ji Yoonyeon's faint voice. At this moment, Ji Yoonyeon saw the subtle change in Wang Chang's facial features. In the days to come, Wang Changwil and Xia Qingqing will pull together for a period of time based on the matter of divorce. And although it is difficult to get a divorce, the divorce will eventually be successful. Wang Chang's mother will be released in a month. After this experience, she repented, to please Wang Chang's ex-wife, Bai Jiro. Looking forward to Bai Jiro can soon forgive her son, and he got back together. Of course, prompted her to change the most important reason is still Wang Chang's mother looking forward to Bai Jiro to Wang Chang to give birth to a child. 3 years to hold too. At first, Bai Jiro is not willing to forgive her, and is not willing to remarry with Wang Chang, but Wang Chang has been attentive to please send juice in the summer and winter to send milk tea, a variety of holidays hush-hush, to her better than the original millions of times, a variety of thoughtful, gradually moved to the white Jiro. She is willing to give Wang Chang a chance to go through the slow pursuit of his wife. 3 years later, Wang Chang was finally able to break the mirror with his ex-wife. The two tied the knot, family and friends to witness their hard-won happiness. Wang Chang's mother even treats Bai Jiro as the life-saving straw for the whole family, carefully taking care of her, carefully preparing 3 meals a day for her, washing her hair and feet during pregnancy, helping her to go for a walk, and learning how to make fat-reducing and nutritious meals during pregnancy for her. 3 years after the marriage, Bai Jiro 3 years old too, respectively for Wang Chang gave birth to a man and a woman. The family rejoiced. Wang Chang's mother seriously at home with these 2 children. The hard-won 2 precious children do not dare to have the slightest negligence. Wang Chang's career development is getting better and better. Seafood and aquatic stores in the country to open branches. The family life is getting happier and happier. Many people say that Bai Jiro has a prosperous husband. White Jiro in the month after the home to enjoy the blessings. Living a broad wife's life. The 2 children smart and lovely. Her husband Love, mother-in-law Love, became the family's favorite. And Xia Qingqing was jealous of Bai Jiro living such a good life. During which she also tried to come to Wang Chang, and was viciously scolded by Wang Chang's mother and blasted out by the family bodyguards. These years Xia Qingqing days are very bad. Her things are well known, infamous, so that the parents of the old family lost all the face, announced, and Xia Qingqing cut off the relationship. She did not dare to go back to her hometown. Do not dare to face those who point to the sound of the discussion with the different eyes and contemptuous mockery. A person pulling the child. No one to help with the child. There is no income. Forced to live. Can only go to do a little meat business to earn some. The only way to make a living is to go into the flesh business to earn some money. But along with her old age, this skin business is also gradually not good to do. Looking for her consumption of less and less customers. But the child is growing bigger and bigger, need more and more money. She also got a gynecological convenience of the disease. Was tortured by the haggard and withered. Bitter, she will vent all of this to her son. That her child is the culprit of the ruination of her life. In one of the son, and he argued with the son. But even missed killing her own son. By the time she realized that it was too late to wake up, her son had already broken. And Xia Qingqing was arrested by the police for intentional homicide, and spent the rest of her life in prison. Correspondingly, Bai Jiro's 2 children a province's first prize in arts, a province's first prize in science, the gold list, the whole family is full of joy. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Seafood King's boss's live link ended, and by this time, Sun Lily had also ridden her electric bike to the village head's house next door. Who are you? The one who spoke was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, and at the moment she was accompanied by a teenage-looking boy. Unlike Rio, the boy was dressed in a clean white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, holding a basketball in his right hand, his wheat-colored forehead glistening with a fine layer of sweat. This is the mayor's child, isn't it? Is this the mayor's wife? In contrast to you, Liang, this kid is dressed in a clean, sunny and cheerful big boy look. What is Ji Yun asking Lily to go to the village headman's house for? Chapter 11, The Teenage Devil. Hello, I'm from the next village. Sun Lily looked at the live broadcast. Anchor, I'm here. What should I say now? Ji Yun. Your family Rio stayed with this boy. Then something happened to Rio. The village chief's wife heard Ji Yun's words and she stared at Sun Lily warily. What are you doing here? Hearing the word Rio, the boy holding the basketball, handsome, raised his eyebrows indifferently and playfully. Our child played with your child, and then something happened to my child. Ever since we went out to play and came back yesterday, our child's mental state has been out of order. I want to find out if something happened. Sun Lily opened her mouth and said. She opened her cell phone album and showed the village head's wife a video of Liang. Seeing this, The village chief's wife changed her face. What do you mean by this? Something is wrong with your family's children. So this is your way of blaming me? Her face went cold as she shielded Xiao Shuai behind her and sneered. So you came here this time to touch the porcelain? Sun Lily opened her mouth and hurriedly explained. No. I just want to understand. Rios did become like this because of your family's children. Ji Yunyan spoke quietly. This is the truth. What? Sun Lily looked at the boy who was shielded by the woman in dismay and stared at Xiao Shuai intently. What have you done to our family, Liang Liang? The anchor has already been on the hot seat. Her fortune-telling skills are recognized by the police department, and she believes the anchor is accurate. Since the anchor said that Rio was victimized by this child, this incident must follow the child. What are you arguing about? I think you're just determined to touch the porcelain. What does your child's illness have to do with my child? The woman shielded her son like a mother hen protecting her cubs. One hand crossed over her waist as she angrily rebuked. What are you yelling about here? With that, the woman yelled at the top of her voice. Husband, come out quickly. Someone is bullying your son. Soon, a middle-aged man in a blue striped shirt and suit pants with a pot-bellied look came out of the house. He was in his 40s and was the mayor of this village. Seeing the man come out, Xiao Shuai pursed his lips in aggravation and howled with a wow. Dad, this woman bullied me and Mom. Why are you crying? I haven't done anything yet. I'm just asking you. Sun Lily frowned at the situation. She looked towards the village chief who held Xiao Shuai in his arms and comforted him in a continuous voice. My son went out to play with your children yesterday, and as a result, the whole person came back with a huge stimulus and became delirious. Saying that, Sun Lily choked up a little. I originally thought it was a hit of evil. I did not expect this matter to be related to your son. I just want to properly understand what is the case. At the same time, a beam of car headlights lit up on the village road not far away. A police car drove over this way and stopped steadily on the side of the village road. The door opened and several police officers came out of the car. Not far away, the village crowded around the side of the road, and there was a lot of chatter. Who called the police just now? The police officer in charge spoke. It's me. Sun Lily recounted her son's story as it was. Comrade police officer, I just want to investigate what's going on. You're just falsely accusing people for no reason. It's not even if your family's child has a mental problem and doesn't go to the hospital for a checkup, but instead you're here to touch the porcelain. The woman tightly protects her child and sneers. Don't you just want to blackmail a few dollars? I tell you, no way. Yes, what can happen to children playing together? It's a bit outrageous for your children to come to blame us when something goes wrong. The village chief also concurred. He paused and looked to the police officer on the side. Comrade officers, you know the truth. This family is a notoriously poor and low-income household in the next village. She just wants to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of this opportunity to touch the porcelain to blackmail us. Our family is poor, but it's not as bad as you say. I just want to know why my son has become like this, and I want to investigate clearly to return justice to my son. Sun Lily hurriedly explained. It looks like the village headman and his wife are no good either. It's not like something is really happening, is it? Ji Yunyan looked at the boy hiding in his parents' arms in the live broadcast. Your name is Little Shuai, right? Xiao Shuai hurriedly looked around until he identified where the sound was coming from. Sun Lily's cell phone. Who are you? Do you recognize me? Handsome uttered. Your name is Xiao Shuai. You are the son of the village chief. Your family condition is not bad, and you are spoiled by your family into a little bully. You look sunny and cheerful on the surface, but you are actually a bit dark inside. To be precise, you are a two-faced person. What are you babbling about? Who are you to say that about my son? Xiao Shuai's mom angrily rebuked. Who in the 10 miles and 8 villages doesn't know that my son is the most obedient and understanding? The mother cat in the old lady's house next door gave birth to cat cubs, but 2 of them went missing. They actually didn't go missing. They were killed by you, Little Shuai. Ji Yun's voice was slightly cold, a cold light seeping within his dark pupils. You fed one of the cat cubs rat poison and watched it being poisoned to death, while the other one you cruelly drove the kitten's limbs through with nails and nailed it to the table. Immediately after that, you used an electric drill to electrocute and smash the eyes of the cat cubs all together and threw the kitten onto your family's gas stove, abusing it alive to roast it to death. I'm going. Seriously? This is too cruel. This handsome little man who looks so sunny is actually a pervert? This is too cruel. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. How could a kid as young as this little handsome do such a thing? How could he do it? Handsome stared intently over at the video. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. What are you babbling about? How could my son possibly do such a thing? The village chief angrily rebuked. Something without proof. Beware, I'll sue you for slander. Am I talking nonsense? Ji Yun pulled her lips, her eyes clear and cold. Whether it's nonsense or not, just go and check. The bodies of the 2 kittens are buried under the sycamore tree in your yard. When these words came out, The people watching around them changed their faces in unison. Why don't we go and take a look? True or false? We'll see. How could my son do such a thing? Don't you try to slander. The woman spoke righteously. Whether it's a slur or not, we won't know if everyone goes to see it. Ji Yunyi voiced out. The people around them began to chime in. Yeah, go ahead. If it's not, it'll also prove Xiao Shuai's innocence and that it's that woman who's talking nonsense. Mom! Xiao Shuai clutched the woman's sleeve, tilting his face up to look at her in some shock. The woman thought that Xiao Shuai was frightened and quickly said, "Don't be afraid. There's Mom here. Mom will back you up. Mom's going to clear your name." The big guys headed towards the yard and someone got a wooden branch and started digging in the ground. Soon, the mound on the ground was dug up, and the contents were clearly presented to the crowd. Chapter 12, The Little Boy Who Was Made to Eat. It was the bodies of 2 bloodied kittens that lay in that mound. Oh my god. It's true. I didn't realize that Handsome, who usually looks so polite, could do something so cruel. This is a pervert. Who would have thought that this child is so small but so vicious? How much pain these 2 kittens are enduring. To be abused alive like this. It would be better to give them a pain. At this time, next door, Grandma Song is also in the crowd of onlookers watching the fun. She violently backed up a few steps. Her face changed greatly. My cat pups, my kittens. Handsome sheepishly hid behind his mom and dad. Little Shuai's mom couldn't believe it. This can't be. It's not possible that someone abused this kitten and buried it in our yard to frame our little Shuai. This must be out of mischief. There's no way my son could have done this. I also believe it would never be my son's doing. The village chief hastened to state his position. I saw Xiao Shuai carrying a snakeskin bag the day before yesterday, and there was something moving. Inside, one of the neighbors spoke up. I heard a very mournful cat call the other day at Handsome's house. At the time I thought I was watching a cartoon and didn't think too much of it, but I didn't realize it was. The eyes of the surrounding people looking at the family gradually changed a bit, and they even consciously kept a bit of distance from Xiao Shuai. This is also too cruel. So young to abuse cats. Abuse or just born kitten cubs. This later grow up absolutely to be a crime. Refreshing my 3 views. I didn't think a kid could be this bad. Luckily, my first impression of him was quite good. It's true that you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. Xiao Shuai cat abuse. This matter is a real hammer. Then in that case, Liang is not also by Xiao Shuai to harm. Seeing that the surrounding neighbors were beginning to identify Xiao Shuai's mother became sullen, covered Xiao Shuai's ears and straightened her back. So what if our Xiao Shuai did it? It's not against the law. Not to mention he's just a little kid. What kind of strange talk is this? Disrespect is life, abusing the weak. Abusing cats when you're a kid. Don't you have to kill people when you grow up? Raising children like this is purely a diary of a murderer's upbringing. Let's just spoil them like this. Sooner or later something will happen to them. I'm really impressed with the dead kid and the asshole parents. This kid is a psychopath. Currently the country does not have an animal protection law. Abusing small animals is not a crime for the time being, but what about abusing people? Ji Yun's voice is clear and cold. The reason why Liang became like this is because he was victimized by your family Xiao Shuai. What the hell is going on here? Expand on that. Sun Lily also stared at Xiao Shuai dead in the face. What did you do to our family Liang? I'm not. Your bull ******* ting me. Xiao Shuai yelled at the top of his voice, his face reddening. Ji Yun faintly looked at Xiao Shuai in the screen. Since you won't say anything, then I'll use some special means to make you talk. Xiao Shuai's mom and dad looked at each other. The woman on the other end of this screen was indeed very evil. It was as if she knew everything. But she's far away on the other side of the screen. Across an internet connection. Not face to face. So what's the point? They weren't at all afraid of what Ji Yunyan would do to their family Xiao Shuai. At this time, the netizens in the live broadcast room were also curious about what Ji Yunyi was going to do. After all, it wasn't like they were face to face. But at this time, Ji Yunyi bit through the lower slender onion-white fingers, and stroked down in the space. Ji Yunyi and Xiao Shuai's family are thousands of miles away. What is she going to do? Is this a talisman? I have to admit, her brushwork is really pretty. Ji Yunyi's live broadcast was getting hotter and hotter, and the number of viewers followed suit and soared to 60,000 people, accompanied by her slender fingers gesticulating in mid-air. A rune seal with a golden glow soon formed in mid-air. The talismanic seal that glowed with a glittering golden light actually floated in mid-air. Go, Ji Yunyan faintly said. In an instant, the golden glittering talisman actually moved swiftly directly through the cell phone screen, following Sun Lily's cell phone screen and penetrating through. What is this? Is this a painted charm? It was the first time the villagers had seen this, and they were collectively dumbfounded. Xiao Shuai also didn't expect what he saw in the TV series to happen in the real world. Without waiting for him to react, the talisman actually broke through the air and directly covered his forehead. The golden talisman flashed with light and then disappeared into obscurity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. G Union awesome plus ah. Hang on. This is too hang on. It's an eye-opener. I originally thought that her ability to tell fortunes was already quite unbelievable, but I didn't realize that she could also draw talismans. Is this the legendary master of metaphysics? I was wrong, I shouldn't have hacked Sister G before. I apologize to Sister G. Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai, what's wrong with you? Xiao Shuai's mom came back to her senses from this turn of events and hurriedly hugged Xiao Shuai's head tightly, nervously inspecting it. Little Handsome's dad broke down and shouted, "What have you done to my son?" "Didn't do anything." Ji Yanni's faint voice came from the other end of the cell phone. "It's just drawing a talisman that can make your child speak from the heart." The moment the words fell, Handsome spoke. "That's right. It's me. What did you do to our family, Liang Lian?" Sun Lily stared at Xiao Shuai dead in the face. At this time, Xiao Shuai was tilting his chin and sneered out, "Didn't do anything, just made him eat some." "What? Eating? I didn't hear right." Xiao Shuai asked Liang Liang to eat. Rio is not stupid. How can he eat it easily? "What did you say?" "You forced our family Liang Liang to eat." Sun Lily's eyes abruptly reddened. She gritted her teeth in death, holding back the tears in the bottom of her eyes. Xiao Shuai's mom realized something was wrong. She quickly covered Xiao Shuai's mouth. "Son, stop talking." But Xiao Shuai has moved away from Xiao Shuai mother's hand. "Self-conscious. Is to eat ah." We a few little friends to that fat pig rounded up in the corner of the village. From the pit dug out a pile of in the dog bowl in front of him. I forced him to eat. I did not expect that the fat pig did not know how to recognize and try to escape. By a few of our little friends with an electric bat and electric shock a few times. Electric paralyzed him on the ground, cannot move. I didn't expect that fat pig to be so dirty. Just after being electrocuted a few times, he shat and pissed and pooped all over his pants. Saying that, Xiao Shuai laughed freely. The people around him changed their faces in unison. Sun Lily's legs went weak, her eyes giddy, and she almost fainted to the ground. She couldn't imagine the inhuman treatment her son had suffered. How can this do such a thing? This is really unconscionable. I really had an eye-opening experience. Who would have thought that little Handsome, he looks so polite, is actually a devil? Xiao Shuai, stop talking. Quickly go home. Xiao Shuai's father was about to drag Xiao Shuai away when he saw that things were not going well. You can't believe what Xiao Shuai said. He's possessed. I'm not. Let me continue. Xiao Shuai stomped and kicked and continued, with an arrogant smile on his face. A few of us teased him and told him to eat the in the dog bowl. He wouldn't eat it, and we thought that was too smelly to be good enough to force him to eat it. So I came up with a way to make him eat the willingly by himself. Chapter 13, The Little Devil. My God, this little boy's smile is comparable to a horror movie. That smile is unnerving really. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. Sun Lily's eyes had long been red, and she choked, staring at Xiao Shuai with a deadly stare, forcibly resisting the urge not to rush up and strangle Xiao Shuai's neck. The police officers on the sidelines were busy making statements, and everyone looked grave. I told him that his grandfather is deaf and dumb. If he doesn't eat, we'll go bully his grandfather and push him into the river to drown him. Xiao Shuai smiled triumphantly. We were just scaring the out of him. It's not like we'd actually kill anyone. But to his surprise, he surrendered the moment he heard that. Originally wanted to resist, but ended up obediently carrying a dog bowl, grabbed the stinky head and ate it, saying, Xiao Shuai smiled freely. You guys have not seen that scene? It's disgusting. How could you do such an evil thing? Sun Lily stared at Xiao Shuai dead in the face and quickly rushed up. Demon! You are a demon! Sun Lily raised her hand to give Xiao Shuai a hard slap, but was stopped by Xiao Shuai's mom's tight guard. Our Xiao Shuai is possessed. It must be that woman in your cell phone who has cast some kind of subjugation on our Xiao Shuai. He would never do such a thing. Xiao Shuai's mom tightly protected Xiao Shuai, just like a mother hen protecting her cubs. That's right. Our Xiao Shuai is a good student. From the school to the village, there is not a single person who does not praise our Xiao Shuai. And now he has suddenly changed his temperament, must be because of that yellow talisman. It's all evil. Comrade police officer, please be careful. Xiao Shuai's father also hurriedly spoke up. I'm not bull asterisk 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 ting. Xiao Shuai was self-conscious, his face full of pride. I took a small video and posted it in QQ space in the class group. Rio is just a good obedient dog. Xiao Shuai smiled smugly. He eats when we tell him to, and when he eats and vomits it out he picks it up and continues to eat it. I also told him to yell that he was a dog and told him to lie down on the ground and learn how to bark. And he did all of that. After eating the in the dog bowl, we made him eat all that he pooped in his pants. Sun Lily's eyes burst into blackness. She could not bear it at all. Her hands covered her ears dead. Her eyes became red. Stimulated. She collapsed and shouted. Shocked my mind. Is this still a person? This little Handsome is a devil, a pig and a dog. I didn't think there could be such a bad kid in the world. This is a pervert, isn't it? I'm sick to my stomach. Why should this kind of person live in the world? They deserve to die, don't they? Tearful. Rio could have resisted, but they took Rio's grandfather to threaten him, and he sacrificed his own aggression to protect his grandfather. What a good kid. It's no wonder that Liang became like this. After being humiliated like this, an adult may not be able to get through it, let alone a teenage child. It's hard to believe how devastated Liang was by this kind of bullying. I can especially understand Lily's feelings as a mother. Yes, if my son was subjected to this kind of inhuman abuse, I'd like to peel his skin and eat his flesh. Whose child is not a child? How heartbreaking it must be for a mother to learn that her child has been victimized like this. The surrounding villagers who had gathered around looked at each other in disbelief. Oh my god, that's just unheard of. How could a little kid be this bad? Who dares to think? No, this isn't real. This is all sorcery. Our child is the most sensible and sweetest child in the whole village. How could he possibly do this? The village chief angrily rebuked. Don't you guys make up rumors. Whether it's a rumor or not. Just see his space dynamics. See the messages in the class group, won't you know? Sun Lily resisted the urge to tear Xiao Shuai apart. She clenched her teeth in death and told herself to be calm. One of them opened his mouth. My child and Xiao Shuai are classmates. He used my cell phone to log in QQ. I opened it to see. Many of the surrounding onlookers also came over. At this point, a video was presented. The video clearly records Rio being forced to eat, as well as learn to bark. Across the screen, the village was dry heaving at the sight. There really is one. This is too cruel. How can you force a child to do such a thing? This level of humiliation hurts more than killing him. Isn't that a little? Seeing that video, Xiao Shuai's mom and dad looked at each other with a bit of a bad look on their faces. Sun Lily heard the sound of their family Liang's hard vomiting and swallowing coming from the video. She had a heart that ached and almost broke. Her eyes were scarlet red, and she rushed up regardless. Little, I'm going to kill you. I want to kill you. You calm down some. The policeman saw this and hurriedly stopped Sun Lily. Don't be impulsive. You have to believe that we police will return your innocence. The police comforted and said, looking coldly at the small handsome who was being guarded not far away. You come with us. At this point the effects of the charm dissipated a bit and Handsome came back to his senses. Dad. Mom. Xiao Shuai's mom held Xiao Shuai in a death grip to stop the police. Are you sure you want to obstruct the police case? The policeman's face was cold. My son is still young. He is only 11 years old. The little handsome mom begged in a hurry. Whose kids aren't little? The one who was hurt, Rio, was also only 11 years old. A villager couldn't help but say, as the guardians of Xiao Shuai, you guys will also follow us, the police officer voiced out. All three of Handsome's family members were invited to the police car by the police. At this moment, all Sun Lily could think of was the unbearable image of Liang being forced to do something. She sat down on the floor with a limp butt, as if her body had been drained of all its strength. Their family is a bit poor, but whose child is not a child? Did they deserve to be bullied like this because their family was poor and because Liang was honest? When she thought of all the humiliation her child had suffered and all this aggression, Sun Lily's heart felt as if it had been pierced hard by millions of sharp swords. It hurt so much she couldn't breathe. Don't be anxious and sad now. Ji Yunyan's gentle voice came from the cell phone. You hurry home now. Otherwise, it's too late. Sun Lily lifted her head in a muddle. Realizing what was going on, she hastily wiped the tears on her face in a haphazard manner, rode her electric bike, and headed back towards her home. It's not possible that Rio had another accident, is it? Now that it's dark, be safe. Rio is really too pitiful as a left-behind child. Chapter 14, Get Rich or Go to Jail. Left-behind children are really miserable. Mom and dad are working abroad, leaving the children alone at home without their parents, and they will be bullied and bullied. Curse the bullies to hell. I always believe that good will be rewarded for evil. We should let the police detain Xiao Shuai and put him in a juvenile detention center for a good social rehabilitation. The son does not teach the father's fault. Xiao Shuai has become like this certainly has nothing to do with his parents. His parents also have the responsibility. If you don't educate your children properly, they will suffer the consequences sooner or later. While Sun Lily rushed back to the village, Ji Yun got up and went to wash her face within the bathroom. I'm a fan of Ji Yun's face, and I have to admit that this face is really a Nuwa bishop. Ji Yun's face is too good to be true. Her skin has no blemishes and is clear and clean. What kind of divine skin is this? When Ji Yun finished washing his face, he found that the original owner's poor facial cleanser didn't have much left, and the water cream was even more to see the bottom of the bottle. Ji Yun's slender fingers explored the bottom of the bottle and dipped a little bit to pat it on the face. I can see that Ji Yun is really quite poor now. The skincare product used is naturally Tang, the kind that costs more than $100. I was shocked that a big star was using the same skincare products as a student like me. Poverty is only temporary, right? She earned a lot of bounties from the live broadcast of fortune telling today, and she will be able to withdraw the money tomorrow. After the skin care was over, Ji Yunyi sat cross-legged on the sofa to meditate. Ji Yunyi's face is really uninteresting to look at. Obviously you can eat by your face value, but now you have to rely on your skills. I'm a male, I really have no resistance to Ji Yunyi's face. It's simply the maker's favoritism. Although Ji Yunyan's face is pretty, I'm more concerned about what's happening on Rio's side. I, too, have a vague bad feeling. Soon, Sun Lily arrived home on her electric bicycle. However, the moment Sun Lily pushed open the door of her home, dumbfounded. At this time, Liang Liang even foaming at the mouth, lying on the big bed. There is a broken pesticide bottle beside the bed. Liang Liang. Sun Lily's pupils suddenly shrunk, and she rushed over to hold the person in her arms. At this moment, Rio was foaming at the mouth, rolling his eyes, and twitching all over. The kid committed suicide by drinking pesticide? This is too bad. It's better to live well than anything else. If you die, you'll have nothing left to lose. It's more painful for Rio to be alive than dead, isn't it? Something an adult can't bear, let alone a small child. My heart goes out to Rio. Little Shuai deserves to be punished severely. He's a pest. If anything happens to Rio, then Xiao Shuai is the murderer. Sun Lily hurriedly picked up Liang Liang on her hands and knees and carried him towards the open-top tricycle in the yard. She cried as she ran. Liang Liang, hold on. You must hold on. Mommy will take you to the hospital right now. Sun Lily cried a snotty, tearful blur as she carried the convulsing child onto the motorized three-wheeled convertible. She understood at this point what Ji Yunyi meant by what he said. If she had come one step later, she would have only seen Rio's cold corpse. She must protect Rio. She must bring Rio back from the ghost. It's too bad. Doom picks on the bitter. The murderer's family must be severely punished. Ji Yunyi looks into the live broadcast screen. Later, Xiao Shuai's parents will come over with the police to agree to sign a letter of understanding with you. They will bully you into not knowing the law and drill the legal loopholes. As long as you sign it, this matter will be put to rest. In the follow-up they will keep dragging their feet and won't give you the money. It's the equivalent of Rio White suffering so much. This is too shameless. Looks like Rio's parents aren't any good either. Where there's a son, there's a father. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Liang Liang's mother and son are already in such a bad situation, but Xiao Shuai's parents are still counting on them. Are they still human beings? Are they still human beings? I won't sign it. Sun Lily rode the electric bike, driving the speed to the maximum, all the whistling wind in her ears. Her eyes were full of tears, and she said with hatred, "They'll find the mayor of your village and use Xiao Liang's grandfather's low-income household quota as a reason to put pressure on you. And they'll also find the entire village to persuade you to sign a letter of understanding." Ji Yunyan said, "This is too vicious. If you don't sign the letter of understanding, you'll cancel Liang's grandfather's place in the low-income household? Isn't this pushing the living to their deaths? I underestimated the evil of human nature. Thank you, Anchor, for reminding me." Sun Lily clenched her teeth. "I will never compromise on this matter. I'll send my son to the hospital first." "Good. Be careful on the road." Ji Yunyan looked at her sympathetically. Sun Lily's arrival at the hospital was still some distance away, and during this time period, Ji Yunyi received another video link from a netizen with the ID name, Flying Yellow. After Ji Yunyi answered the video link, she received a carnival of Flying Yellow rewards. 3,000 trigrams gold paid. Anchor, I see the hot search said that your fortune telling is accurate. Then you calculate. I cannot get rich this year to live in a mansion. Ji Yunyi faintly looked at his face, and his complexion became a few points heavier. It's impossible to say how rich you'll get. Aren't you a fortune teller? You can't even tell this? Fei Huang Tengda sneered. I think you're just a liar. The matter of being able to get rich depends on you. Ji Yunyi calmly said. If you are contented and happy, you won't get rich. But if you are obsessed with getting rich, what will be waiting for you will be sitting at the bottom of a jail cell. So, I advise you to stop. Turn back. What's going on here? Why does it feel like there's something in the anchor's words? What's going on? Flying Yellow is not going to rob a bank, is it? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Fei Huang Tongde coldly said, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. The fortune teller said that Laozi grew up with a rich life. I was designated to be rich. How dare you curse me? So, you're still obsessed now, right? Ji Yunyi sighed, meeting Ji Yun's clear and lucid eyes. Fei Huang Tengda was a little weak for a moment. She couldn't have seen something coming. Your math isn't even accurate. You gave me my money back and I regret it. Fei Huang Tingtan yelled with a sullen face. Originally, he had only held the mentality of counting and trying to play, but he didn't expect Ji Yunyan to know more than he thought. Since you're so persistent, I'll do something good. Saying that, Ji Yun dialed 110. Police? I can give you some clues about the internet fraud case you're investigating. What does that mean? Flying Yellow is a wire fraud? My great-aunt was defrauded of more than $500,000 by a telecom fraud. Her life savings are gone, and she has been struck into a trance. Chapter 15, How did she know? Flying Yellow Tangdo's face suddenly changed. He didn't realize that he was just telling his fortune, but something had happened. Is it too late to hang up? So, Flying Yellow woefully and quickly hung up the video link. And at this point, Ji Yun had already provided the police with Fei Huan Tingda's ID. And the next thing I believe is that the police will follow the net to find him. Ji Yun looked at today's reward and it was already $10,000. Withdrawal tomorrow will take care of life's needs. At this point there were still netizens who wanted to continue to connect with Ji Yun's live video feed, which she refused. Today's 3 trigrams have been counted, Ji Yunyan said. Come tomorrow for the rest. 3 trigrams per day. Well, it's getting late. I should get off the air. See you all tomorrow. Hey, you're hanging up now? I haven't finished reading. Me too. I still want to know what's the follow-up on Rio. I haven't admired Ji's beauty enough. Without waiting for the netizens to finish sending their pop-ups, Ji Yun hung up the live broadcast page and went offline. She needs to recuperate. At this point, Sun Lily sent Liang Liang to the town hospital for resuscitation. Outside the emergency room, she was in a rush, big tears smashing down her face. She and her husband are not capable of much. They can only stay outside like cattle and horses working to earn money for their children. Originally they went out to work to let Liang Liang live a good life, but did not expect to push him into the abyss instead. Why is her Rio life so bitter? Every second of the resuscitation process became extraordinarily long and difficult, until the door to the operating room was pushed open and the doctor stepped out of it. Doctor, how is my son? Sun Lily quickly greeted him and clutched the doctor's wrist tightly. Luckily it was brought here in time. If it was a little later, it wouldn't have saved his life. The doctor sighed. Luckily there was a scare. After gastric lavage the vital signs stabilized. That's good. Sun Lily let out a long sigh of relief, and in an instant she was weak as if all her strength had been drained out of her body, and she helplessly held onto the wall to prevent herself from sitting down on the floor. Go pay for the surgery with the hospitalization, the doctor said. Oh, good, good. Sun Lily was lost in thought as she walked towards the hospitalization payment office. It's going to be $8,000 for the surgery plus the hospital bill. Looking at the small balance left in the card, Sun Lily sighed. She collected the slip and was about to turn back when she was called from behind. Sun Lily, right. At this moment, Xiao Shuai's dad, the mayor of the next village, stood in front of Sun Lily with his wife. I heard you were in the hospital and rushed over to find you. Little Handsome's dad spoke up. Did you come to me to see if our family Liang Liang is dead or not? Sun Lily pulled the corner of her lips and sneered. What do you mean by that? What does it have to do with us if your kids are psychologically weak and kill themselves? Little Handsome's mom frowned, her voice a little shrill. You say less. Little Handsome dad lowered his voice and tugged on Little Handsome mom's sleeve, and when he turned to look at Sun Lily, he brought a bit of a smile on his face. We came here this time to discuss something with you. Saying that, Little Handsome dad took a few steps forward and took out a list of understanding presented by the police station and handed it to Sun Lily. Take a look at this list. This matter was originally a playfulness between 2 children. To blame our children too naughty, but also blame us for not educating our children. Who could have thought that Xiao Shuai would do such excessive things to? Said Xiao Shuai, father old tears, his eyes glistening with tears. Our family child to Liang Liang caused harm. We really deeply sorry. We are willing to provide you with compensation. We know that your family is not very well off, and we are willing to take out $40,000 in compensation, which can be given as long as you sign this letter of understanding. Xiao Shuai father sighed. Although it is a child suffered, such injuries cannot be measured by money, but these money it represents our apologies and intentions. You accept it will also improve your family conditions, is not it? At the very least, it will make your family's life a little better. Sun Lily clutched this letter of understanding with both hands, her eyes red. Xiao Shuai's father looked at Sun Lily's reaction and continued. In the end, our family Xiao Shuai is also a child. Adults have made mistakes, not to mention a child. You see, this matter cannot just let it go. Put the understanding bookmarked. Our family Xiao Shuai released from the detention center. The 2 families back together. This $40,000 is enough to buy off the humiliation our family's child has suffered? Sun Lily laughed sarcastically. You're treating our family as if they're callow? What's wrong with $40,000? You and your husband can't even earn $40,000 in half a year without eating or drinking, even if you work hard in the city. We are already very sincere. Okay? Xiao Shuai's mom pulled her voice a little sharp. You're not trying to ask for a lot of money, are you? I hope you can understand that even if our Xiao Shuai did something wrong, he is a minor and the law does not punish minors. At most, It's just a bit of education in the detention center. What can you get by messing with us like this? In the end, you won't even get this $40,000, Xiao Shuai's father spoke up. Look, if you sign the letter of understanding now, you can get the money and our family Liang can be released. Both are happy. It's a win-win situation. Sun Lily sneered. What a win-win situation. You guys bullied me for not being educated and bullied me for being illiterate, and deliberately tampered with this letter of understanding. Do you think I don't know? If it is not, the anchor reminds, they really will be persuaded by them to sign this agreement. In the end, their son will suffer in vain. Sign the letter of understanding, even if the police or appeal again. There is no way. This shows how black the hearts of Xiao Shuai's parents are. This shows how evil human nature is nowadays. Instantly, the couple looked at each other. How did she know? Sun Lily became more and more sure of herself when she saw both of their reactions. Thanks to the anchor. If it is not the anchor, she simply do not know who is the murderer of their son, the village and no surveillance. Even if there is a knower, but also in the way of their family, village head of the power will not talk to their own. If it weren't for the anchor, she would have missed the best time to resuscitate her own son, and by the time she found out she would have only seen Rio's body. If it weren't for the anchor, he or she would have been confused by the couple and foolishly signed the understanding. At this moment, Sun Lily was incomparably grateful to Ji Yunyi, and if she had the opportunity in the future, she would definitely repay her properly. Sun Lily's chest was filled with rage. She sneered a few times and raised her hand to ruthlessly tear up the humiliating list of understandings. I don't want money. I just want justice. Whose child is not a child? My son is the flesh and blood that I gave birth to only after I carried a child for 10 months and disemboweled him for 8 layers. Why should he be trampled and bullied like this? Sun Lily's eyes were bloodshot, and she gritted her teeth in hatred, just like a harsh ghost coming out of hell. My son is my life. Your family has trampled on my son like this, harming my son like this. I must demand justice. I will make the thing that harmed my son pay the price he deserves. Chapter 16, She's crazy. Xiao Shuai's father didn't expect this woman to be oily and salty, and he changed his face along with him. Why is your heart so vicious? You have to ruin my son's life? Sun Lily didn't expect him to be so shameless. She hated her teeth. He harmed my son. I just want justice, want him to pay the price. And it became ruining his life? Your son ruined my son's life, why don't you say so? Malagasy. My son is still in the emergency room. If I hadn't gone back in time, my son would have killed himself. Your son is a son, but my son is not a son? Sun Lily was so furious and anxious that she spat. Fanfong. That's him trying to get out of his own way, said Little Handsome's mom, opening her mouth. Didn't give Little Handsome mom a chance to bleep. Sun Lily was already furious. Under the anger, she was no longer rational. She raised her hand and fiercely gave Little Handsome mom a slap on the face, pulling her hair and forcing her to tilt her head back. You give me another bleeping sentence, you try. My only son is going to be killed by your family. How dare you lick your face and come to me to give a bull letter of understanding? Understanding? My ass. Lao Miong will never understand in this life. Sun Lily's fishy red eyes, viciously tugging at Little Handsome mom's scalp. Under the burning rage, she had already spit fenugreek and was unable to be polite. Being polite depends on who you're dealing with, and when dealing with this kind of evil, you should be brutal. Crazy. You're crazy. Little Handsome mom stared at her in fear. She struggled, but how could not argue with Sun Lily's strength? Clear slap marks surfaced on her face. Her scalp was hot and spicy painfully. Hubby, what are you waiting for? Don't come over to help. Little Handsome father did not expect that the soft-looking Sun Lily would have such a shrewish side. For a moment a little confused, a few seconds before reacting, rushed forward to help. Sun Lily long worked in the city, has long been practiced out of a body of strength, did not wait for the mayor to come up. She raised her leg and kicked the mayor 3 inches below the umbilicus position. Goo! The village chief was kicked and sucked in a mouthful of cool air in pain. His face was pale as he covered his crotch, and the scene became chaotic all of a sudden. Sun Lily, you! Before Xiao Shuai mom pulled her voice and started to curse, she was given a hard slap by Sun Lily, who raised her hand. Crisp slaps rang out, and now Little Handsome mom was knocked out of her head and her whole body was confused. You're crazy. Little Handsome mom stared at her in fear as one of her faces was high and puffy from the beating. Yes, I am crazy. I was driven mad by your whole family. Sun Lily cursed. Her face was fierce. I'll tell you, if my son has a shortcoming, I will carry a knife and kill your family of 3 alive. Do you believe me? I'll kill myself after I've killed your family. Crazy. Really crazy. Little Handsome mom stared at her in horror. I used to think that Sun Lily's family were honest people, but I didn't realize that they were simply crazy. Their family is penniless. Nothing, but their own family is different. They are prospering. There is no need to entangle with such poor people. in case Sun Lily really goes out of her way to kill their whole family. You guys better pray that my son is alright. After coldly dropping these words, Sun Lily let go of Little Handsome Mom. Little Handsome's mom cried out and jumped into Little Handsome's dad's arms. Husband, this woman is just crazy. What can we do? This Sun Lily is totally putting her life on the line. This is not a good thing to do, sighed Little Handsome's father, his brow furrowed. Originally thought that Sun Lily did not go to school for a few years as an illiterate can be fooled. So set a trap. Then as long as the signing of the letter of understanding they do not pay money, Sun Lily will not do anything. But did not expect the Sun Lily is not on the set. It seems that it is not simple to get Xiao Shuai out of the detention center. The thought that his son is still locked up in the detention center. Xiao Shuai's father is anxious. Ji Yunyan assisted the police in detecting the organization of human traffickers gangs. Ji Yunyan helped the police to catch a large network fraud case and smash the offshore wire fraud dens. Ji Yunyan live fortune-telling god. Ji Yunyan can draw talismans. Several phrases quickly rushed to the microblogging hot search. At this time, the office of the president of Phoenix Media Company, Xiachen looked at the Weibo word information about Ji Yanyi, his narrow and deep eyes narrowing slightly. Originally blocked Ji Yanyi, thought she wouldn't set off any more splashes, but didn't expect her to find another way to find ways to attract his attention on the hot search. She took great pains to engage in these tactics to rush up the hot search and suppress the hot search belonging to Yunyan. Originally today was the day Yunyan's new drama was publicized and aired. She is still the same as before. She likes to fight with Yunyan in every way. And she likes to grab from Yunyan in every way. It was a pity that she was already a grasshopper in the fall, destined to make no waves. Xiachen's eyeline was slightly cold as he closed off the hot search phrases related to Ji Yunyan and instructed his men, go and publicize Yunyan's new drama more. Market the beauty and acting skills, and bring Yunyan's hotness to the #1 spot on Weibo. There's also the recent luxury endorsement. Find a way to get it for Yunyan. All the good things in this world should belong to the clouds of smoke, and Ji Yanyi is nothing but a cloudy substitute. A ridiculous jumped-up clown. Also, Xia Chen's cold eyes narrowed slightly. Doesn't Ji Yunyan like to compete with Yunyan? You go tell Douyin to limit the flow for her. He wanted to see how Ji Yunyan would still jump around in the future. Meanwhile, the Ji family villa. So hateful. Ji mother laughed coldly. Ji Yanyi is intentionally seeing that your drama is going to be aired, and trying to do everything she can to get on a hot search to press you. It also got on so many hot searches at once. It's simply abominable. Yeah. Why does she have to compare herself to Smokey at every turn? It's really hateful. Ji Yunyan's brother, Ji Feng, mentioned that Ji Yundai's eyes were also full of loathing, but his eyes were full of tenderness when he looked at Ji Yunyan. Smoke, don't worry. No one can snatch what belongs to you, and she still owes so much for breach of contract. She can't bounce around for long. It doesn't matter to me. Ji Yunyan softly smiled down. If doing this boomerang can make my sister happy, I'm more than willing. It doesn't have any substantial effect on me either. I'm just worried that if she plays God like this, she'll poke a basket in the future. You are just too kind. Ji mother helplessly touched Ji Yunyan's hand. If Ji Yunyan had a little bit of your kindness and generosity, we would be relieved. Xia is just too vicious. Yes, she simply does not deserve to be a member of our Ji family. Ji Feng sneered. Well, not to say these irrelevant people. Sister, brother prepared a string of Emperor Green Eye Seed Emerald bracelet for you. See if you like it. Chapter 17, you can't go. You'll die if you do. Thank you, brother. I knew brother was the best for me. Ji Yunyan smiled warmly. Ji Yanyi woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. She went to sleep at 9 o'clock last night. 8 hours of sleep is just right. Very nourishing. After waking up early, Ji Yanyi sat in the small courtyard of the rental house, meditating carefully next to the flowers and plants, breathing in and out. Before the original master long stay up late chi and blood is not very good. After a good night's sleep, the body's turbid chi along with the operation of the body's aura metabolized out. The state of the skin is more and more light and translucent. The pores are fine a lot. In this world where aura was almost non-existent, she had to do good deeds if she wanted to cultivate to her original state. After Ji Yanyi finished meditating, she noticed that there was a little bit more aura in her body. It looks like the police caught the telecom fraud Mr. Fei Huangtian on the air, which is good, so that no one will lose their family and home because of telecom fraud in the future. Ji Yunyan stood up and picked up his cell phone. She had $11,000 in rewards from yesterday's live broadcast all day long, but she had to split the rewards with the platform 50-50, and the income in her hand was only $5,000 Seeing that half of her labor earnings had been taken by the platform, Ji Yunyan became a little heartbroken, but heartache aside, it's only right that they get half the pay for providing such a platform. Live streaming and the platform should also be a mutual achievement. Ji Yanyi withdrew this more than $5,000, The good thing is that the Douyin platform withdrawals are very fast, almost a second to the account. She's also now the one with a $5,000 balance. After making money, she first had to solve the problem of survival. The refrigerator at home was empty. Even the instant noodles were gone. She had to go to the supermarket to buy some vegetable necessities. Ji Yunyan went to the large living supermarket near the neighborhood. Ji Yunyan put on a mask, pushed a cart, will be rice, flour, grain and oil and other things into the shopping cart, as well as pork, beef and shrimp, mango, strawberry and grape. Soon the shopping cart was stuffed to the brim. Hey, this girl is so pretty with a great body. Some girls around them lowered their voices and whispered, yeah, that temperament is too good. It's like she came out of an idol drama. Even though she's wearing a mask, but it's enough to see that this is a great beauty. This skin is so white. It's glowing. I don't know how she takes care of it. Have you ever thought that she looks like that star Ji Yunyan? I think there's some resemblance as well. But I don't think so. After all, there are too many lookalikes in real life. A few girls quietly sized up Ji Yunyan, lowering their voices and whispering. Ji Yunyan ignored those girls. She remembered that she was poor and out of face wash and shampoo. She had to pick up some daily necessities. So Ji Yunyan pushed the cart to the daily necessities section. But at that moment, the shelves on which various glass crystals and ceramic dishes and pots and pans were placed began to shake violently. Ji Yunyan's eyes were slightly cold. Look out! Came a sharp female voice from behind her. Immediately after that, the girl pushed Ji Yunyan forward with the cart with force. The next second, with a crash, the entire shelf collapsed with a bang, and the plates and bowls, pots and pans, and all kinds of china on it smashed down hard, clattering and shattering all over the place, and the ground was littered with debris. At this time, the girl who pushed Ji Yunyan was ruthlessly smashed on the ground by the collapsing shelf. Her body and head were covered with glass and porcelain fragments. Her pale, soft skin had been punctured by a number of spattered shards of porcelain and glass, splattering her with spots of blood. Oh my god, so scary. It's a good thing I'm not standing under this row of shelves or I'd be the one getting hit. Yes, all of them are some fragile products. This smashed on the body, even if not smashed to death, will be smashed out all over the wound. The girl who was smashed on the ground shouldn't be disfigured, right? Inside the supermarket, several shoppers whispered and gathered in a huddle. Ji Yunyan put down the cart and walked over to the mess. Her fingertips condensed a little bit of spiritual energy, but once she thought about how thin her spiritual energy was originally, that little bit of white spiritual energy was fleeting. Ji Yunyan raised his hand and lifted the shelf off the girl. Are you okay? Ji Yunyan spoke out, his voice gentle with some reassuring power. In fact, just now that shelf couldn't hurt herself at all. And although this girl had helped herself, it was kind of redundant. The woman's arm is stabbed with large and small glass ballasts across her arm. Mottled blood dripping on the ground. She struggled to use her arm to support from the ground. A showy face was also scraped some, leaving deep and shallow wounds to come. Still make do. Still have a life. Ji Yunyan looked at this woman in front of her. Just like her, she was 20 years old. This woman originally had a rich and noble look, but unfortunately, the Hall of Seals was black, and her face was shrouded in a layer of gloomy blackness. At this time, the supermarket manager saw the situation and rushed over, anxious to follow the woman's side of the busy looking around. Anxious, Meng total, I do not know what is going on. This shelf before the good end. No half a point of error. Our supermarket management will do every day to confirm that the safety check is absolutely safe, but did not think that today will even be. It is said that this little Mang always comes with bad luck body, and it is true. Originally this shelf good end of this, several years have no problem, but this little Mang always come. She took office shelves down. They were all worried that they would also have bad luck if they came into contact with Chief Little Meng. It's not your fault. Meng Fei waved her hand. She was stabbed into the glass ballast, blood dripping from the palm of her hand. At this time she was a little dizzy. It's okay for me to have a little accident. Don't hurt the customers of the supermarket on the line. She'd been unlucky anyway for so many years, with bad luck and bad luck wherever she went. Instead, it harms those who are close to her, and whoever is close to her follows the bad luck. Saying that, Meng Fei looked at Ji Yunyan across the room. Beauty, are you alright? There's nothing wrong with me. Ji Yun's dark, watery eyes looked at her. On the contrary, it's you who have something big going on. Memphis nodded. I should indeed go to the hospital and bandage my wounds. I'm glad you're okay. Luckily, the customers were fine. Otherwise she would not have been able to explain to Dad if the customers were hit by the supermarket shelves, which was a serious safety hazard. As soon as she took office, Meng Fei got up and was about to leave, but at that moment, the woman's cool but unmistakably firm voice sounded from behind her. You can't go to the hospital. Memphis paused in her tracks. What did she mean by that? Can't she see she's hurt? Meng Fei thought that this beautiful customer was trying to complain about the safety problems in the supermarket. She turned around and greeted her with a smile. I'm sorry. The supermarket has such a safety problem is indeed our. You can't go to the hospital. If you do, you'll die. Ji Yun's dark, brimming eyes looked at her calmly, but the words he uttered were incomparably appalling. Chapter 18, will come to her door and beg her personally. For a moment, Memphis suspected that she had misheard, until the manager on his side frowned and spoke out. This customer, what are you babbling about? Are you cursing our little Mr. Meng? Memphis looked at the manager and then at the incredibly beautiful young girl in front of her, and only then was she sure that she wasn't hallucinating. It's not a curse, it's the truth, Ji Yunyan calmly said. If you don't want to die, treat your wounds at home and stay home honestly. Meng Fei stared at Ji Yunyi for a while. She blinked and reacted. Guess this customer might be a little off in the head. After all, nowadays, with so much pressure from work and society, many people have more or less mental problems, such as anxiety, depression, and to be more serious, psychosis. She was understandable. After all, in his current condition, any more bad luck was not far from insanity. Okay, I'll take your advice. Meng Fei looked at Ji Yunyi sympathetically and didn't intend to have any verbal arguments with her as she got up and was about to leave. But at this point, this talisman is for you. Ji Yunyi fished out a small piece of yellow paper folded into a 4-square square from his pocket, with a few strokes drawn on it with a red pen that couldn't be seen in the shape of any character. In times of life and death, it can save your life. Meng Fei turned to look at Ji Yunyi, and she smiled to herself. She had originally thought that this person was mentally ill, but it turned out to be a godly man. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Memphis looked away and refused with a smile. It's not like I haven't had some fortune tellers myself over the years. It's not like I haven't had a Taoist priest. But so what? In the end, it's still bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In the end the time is gone. The energy is gone. And the money is gone. She's still out of luck. Eating will be hidden in the rice of small stones knocked out of the teeth. Walking step on the manhole cover will come off by itself. She fell in the sewer nearly by the poisonous gas to death. Walking on the curb will be from the upper floors of the high-rise fall from a dog smashed fracture. All kinds of bad luck, a thousand things. She was numb to it. As long as there's breath left. Seemingly seeing her thoughts, Ji Yunyan faintly said, no money, it's free. Saying that, Ji Yunyan didn't wait for her to refuse and stuffed the small yellow talisman into the bag slung over Meng Fei's body. Trust me, you'll need it when it comes to use. Memphis looked at her in dismay and blinked. No money. That's okay. She thought the girl was here to scam her. Then, thanks Memphis took it, and she got up to leave. Now that she was so badly injured and covered with wounds, how could she not go to the hospital to have them treated? And her face, now she'll have to apply some scar remover to get it right. Seeing Meng Fei leave, Ji Yunyan withdrew his gaze. That was all she said. The rest was up to Memphis herself. Ji Yunyi pushed the trolley and purchased a bit of the water cream eye cream mask set that was placed in the supermarket. When it came time to check out, Ji Yunyan realized that she only had $1,000 left of her $5,000+. The pile of skincare products alone cost over $1,000. Money is something that if you spend it you really don't have enough. I didn't realize that my hallowed metaphysical master would be reduced to the point where he was so shy that he didn't have any money to spend. Having money makes it easier to live in this world. To buy whatever you want and go wherever you want. Screw the money. The screwing of money must be carried out to the end. Ji Yunyi also did not idle. Returned to the rental house, prepared a breakfast to eat and then began to continue to prepare for the live broadcast. Originally, she had to pay the rent, but the landlady had already waived the rent in order to thank herself. But she still had to pay the property fee and utility fee, and then she had to pay the internet fee. The balance was still $500. Ji Yunyi opened the cell phone live broadcast with an expressionless face. Originally, after yesterday's live broadcast, she already had 30,000 followers on her Douyin account, and today she opened it with more than 30,000 followers still there. Yet only 3 people watched online when she opened it. Until half an hour after the start of the broadcast, there were only a starry 20 people in the live room. Ji Yunyi wrinkled her eyebrows, realizing that something was wrong. It's on live again. So happy. It's so strange. How come only 20 people are watching it? Wasn't it several people watching it online yesterday? The anchor shouldn't have been restricted by Douyin, right? I think so. After all, the heat of the anchor as well as fame can not only this people to see. This traffic is completely wrong. Anchor is not limited by the flow was blocked. Ji Yunyi counted with her fingers, and the corner of her lips curved up into a point arc. Indeed. Why is Douyin doing this? You also earn a lot of reward yesterday day down 50-50 split. Douyin can also earn some. We make money with each other is not fragrant? That's right. often in the past is which anchor popularity is high. Douyin will tilt the traffic to which anchor. That anchor will be more and more traffic, more and more fire, also earn more and more. Douyin shouldn't be following that showbiz style of blocking too, right? I told you, Ji Yunyai can't be pleased for long, because she is a bad artist. She can't get along in the entertainment industry. She still can't get along in Douyin. It's inevitable. Ji Yunyai still don't think about making a quick buck. Just stay honest if you're blocked. Individuals can't fight capital. Blame it on the fact that she had too many tawdry maneuvers in the past to end up in such a state. Everyone disperse. Ji Yunyai, however, curved the corners of her lips in a point arc and faintly said, "Is that so? Boss Douyin will personally come to my door to beg me." What? I didn't just hallucinate, did I? How can that be? Ji Yunyai's mental state is worrisome. Shouldn't he be hallucinating? Probably irritated. Well, everyone disperse. I actually want to know if there's any more to come on the Rio thing. At this moment, Ji Yunyai received a live link from Lu Lily. The video screen is in the hospital. Lu Lily guarded lying in the hospital bed. Face stagnant. Eyes numb, liang, crying, eyes red and swollen. See the video end of the Ji Yunyai. Eyes lit up a little hope. Anchor. Thank you, Anchor. Saying that, Lu Lily actually plopped down on her knees to Ji Yunyai at the end of the video. Thank you, Anchor. If you hadn't warned me, my son's life would have been lost. I'm going. You're really kneeling. I can see that Lu Lily is treating Ji Yunyai as a benefactor. Could what happened to Lily Lu be scripted as well? What script? Ji Yunyai has been thanked by the police. You're not going to say that the police's official microblogging number is also fake, right? This is what I should do. Get up, Ji Yunyai said in a warm voice. Chapter 19, Blocked. Lu Lily wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, stood up and looked at Ji Yunyai on the other side of the video with tearful eyes. In her eyes, Ji Yunyai has just become a savior-like existence. Master, you really anticipate things like God. Those two actually really got a letter of understanding to find me, want to force me to sign. Angry that I tore that piece of broken paper. The two of them a fat beating. This also cannot relieve the anger. My son is still demented. I just such a son. What can be done in the future? Don't worry. He'll get better. Ji Yunyai's voice is gentle, permeated with reassuring strength. I'll give you a talisman. You hang it around his neck and let him wear it day and night. He'll nourish his heart and soul, and he'll gradually pull himself together and return to his normal self. Said Ji Yunyai, took out the yellow paper talisman, took out the vermilion pen. Long and careful fingers like ice sculpture, gently held the vermilion pen, wrote a string of talisman on the yellow paper talisman. Thank you, master. How much does this talisman cost per piece? As soon as Lu Lily heard that his son was still showing signs of improvement, he was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. No money. It's for you. Ji Yunyai naturally knew Lu Lily's family situation, and by giving it away for free, this talisman was also considered to be a good deed. When the words on the yellow paper talisman dried, Ji Yunyai's slender white hand gently cupped it and placed it on her lips. Her full and colorful red lips gently blew instantly. That yellow paper talisman actually fell through the air into the hands of Lu Lily on the other side of the screen. My God, is this a magic trick? Is Ji Yunyai performing a magic trick? How did this happen? This brother you last time did not watch the complete season. Yunyai and Lu Lily live chatted. Yesterday Ji Yunyai wrote a charm. Immediately after that picture was transmitted across the sky, pasted to the body of the small handsome. The original novel is still dead, not to admit, dead duckmouth, but did not expect to paste up the moment of the heart of the truth to say out. Yesterday's live broadcast I also saw. Ji Yunyai is a bit of real skill in the body. There are too many half-assed charlatans nowadays. I didn't expect to meet one who really knows his stuff. When Liang regains his sanity, he will rise to the occasion and study hard. Ji Yunyai looked at Lu Lily on the other end of the screen. He will get into Qingbei University, and after he graduates, he will become a chief surgeon and live in excellent conditions. And your family of 3 will be happy, and your days will be much better. Your blessings are in the future. Thank you, master. I really appreciate it. Lu Lily's eyes were filled with tears as she kept on thanking. So you mustn't do anything stupid, Ji Yunyai said as he looked at her. Lu Lily froze for a moment, and she nodded with tears in her eyes. A master was indeed a master, and naturally saw what was in her mind. She was originally thinking that if Liang couldn't get better, she would carry a knife and kill the 3 Shaoshuai's family before committing suicide. But since the master said that Liang would get better in the future and would have a good future, there was no need for him to do such a thing. She'll raise Rio well, we'll wait for that day. It's always a little bit of a day to look forward to. Lu Lily refused to sign the letter of understanding, but also because of the sensation of this matter, so much so that there are a lot of well-known lawyers on the internet took the initiative to contact Lu Lily's Jitterbug account, willing to do free legal aid to them. Lu Lily overjoyed. After all, such a famous lawyer. Often consulting fees are sky high. Is their own dare not think? Of course, all this is attributed to the master. If not in the master live link, she would not know who is the real murderer who harmed his son. And even after his son was harmed in such a way, will still be stupid to be tricked into the trap? His son's life will not be able to save. If not with the master for live linking, their own this matter on the internet will not have any heat. Not to mention a lawyer will be free to provide legal aid to their own. With the help of a reputed lawyer, the matter of prosecution becomes much easier. On the same day, Lu Lily sued Xiao Shuai's family of 3 on their local people's court. The court ruled that the small handsome family compensation Bright family 200,000 mental damages and medical expenses, and public apology, and the small handsome will also be held in the detention center for 1 year for ideological education and reform. As for the several and small handsome to stay together to play with the playmates, but also accordingly have been sued one after another, were to compensate for the 100,000 or so of the mental damages. Undeterred, Xiao Shuai's parents still filed an appeal. However, the appeal was soon dismissed and they were resigned to their fate. A year later, Xiao Shuai was finally released from the detention center. At this time, his face was withered and yellow, and he no longer had the arrogant and domineering look he had in the past, and had even become a bit fearful, because he has done things known to all. A true 10 miles in 8 villages or avoiding their family of 3 in the village can be said to be a life of woe. In the school a lot of students are behind the back of the small handsome as a perverted sadist. Everyone isolate the small handsome away from the small handsome far away. The original and the small handsome to play with a few friends have to stay away from them. Gradually Xiao Shuai cannot stay in the school, can only apply for transfer procedures. However, this matter is too much heat. Even if it is transferred to another school, it is still the same situation. And small handsome father because of personal style problems village head position cannot be retained was dismissed into an ordinary villagers. Xiao Shuai's parents could not stay in the village any longer, so they had to take Xiao Shuai to a slightly more remote private school. But in this private school Xiao Shuai, a transfer student from the countryside, did not fit in with the city children, and was soon ostracized by them, and even the school bullies were bullying him in the school. Xiao Shuai every day will be forced to scrape the living expenses as protection money, daily to the school bully to run errands, to the school bully small group of homework. A little bad behavior, will be punched and kicked by more than a dozen people a beating. Every day is bruised and swollen body hung color to the home. However, Xiao Shuai parents really dare not say anything. After all, the father of the school bully is the principal of the private school. They do not dare to do. If it is up, Xiao Shuai do not even have to go to school. So, Xiao Shuai in the spirit of extreme repression has become more and more distorted, until one day could not help but break out. This day the school bully again bully Xiao Shuai, forced Xiao Shuai to lick his feet clean shoes. Xiao Shuai forced to obediently comply with the school bully satirized him as humble as a dog. The school bully even asked him to eat. Xiao Shuai no longer tolerate the situation. He picked up the ready fruit knife, ruthlessly stabbed the school bully's stomach 18 knives, splattered blood stained Xiao Shuai's hideous face, and everyone was screaming and frantically running away. And Xiao Shuai was also arrested by the police for intentional homicide. At this time, Xiao Shuai has reached the age of 18 years old, was mandatory detention by the police. The dead school bully happened to be the only son of the principal, who was so enraged that he went through the motions to get Junior sentenced to life imprisonment. During Xiao Shuai's incarceration he made some connections inside and got his cellmates inside to bully Xiao Shuai in different ways. Xiao Shuai had his arms and legs broken, his ribs broken, and was stabbed blind in one eye, so he could only live and die inside. Xiao Shuai's parents have not had a good time. Since the family out of this kind of thing, Xiao Shuai's father has been smoking all day alcohol, and even addicted to gambling, and soon the family's family business squandered all the money. In the end, Xiao Shuai's mom couldn't bear to divorce him, stole the last bit of money from the family, and left the city. Of course all of this is an afterthought. The live broadcast was still continuing at this time, and after thanking Ji Yan, Lu Lily saw that Bright opened his eyes, and in order to take care of Bright, he also closed the live broadcast connection. I should let everyone see Ji Yan's true ability. Damn it, how come the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room is still so few now? It's obviously being restricted. It's simply too outrageous. Tarot fortune-telling fooling people with half-assed live broadcasts earn a living. The anchor will earn half a day before it is limited to the flow, which is also too outrageous. At this time, the only few people in the live broadcast room were constantly swiping pop-up screens to fight for Ji Yan. But at that moment the screen of the live broadcast suddenly went black. Chapter 20. What the hell is going on here? The netizens who were originally only so few watching that live broadcast suddenly realized that they couldn't watch Ji Yunyan live. When he clicked on Ji Young's Douyin account again he realized that there was no longer a live broadcast function. That is to say, Ji Yunyan was surprisingly banned. Douyin actually went down to block Ji Yanyi personally. At the same time, Ji Yanyi live broadcast cannot watch. Ji Yanyi was Douyin blocked. Two phrases quickly rushed to the microblogging hot search. Two voices appeared in the comments section at once. For Ji Yanyi's black fans are naturally cheering and running around. Great! Ji Yunyan has finally been blocked by the whole channel. It's impossible for Ji Yunyan to make money even if he wants to broadcast live now. I can only say that more action than good will lead to death. Ji Yunyan used to engage in so many tawdry maneuvers. This is Ji Yunyan's own fault. Great! Out of sight, out of mind. From now on I can finally not have to see Ji Yanyi. She finally does not have to appear in my world to annoy me. I have to say, looking at Ji Yanyi annoys me. However, there were more voices that were fighting for Ji Yanyi. What's going on? I was watching the live broadcast and suddenly I couldn't watch it. The company blocked Ji Yunyan all over the net, so that Ji Yunyan cannot act in the entertainment industry even if. How to shake the platform also blocked Ji Yunyan even alive. Live not give Ji Yunyan left off. Ji Yun's previous reputation is a little worse but also is not a legal curiosity. Did not do things that violate the law and morality, so the whole network all platform blocked. As far as it, I also feel that this matter has gone too far. Ji Yunyan didn't do anything. I just helped Ji Yunyan point a complaint. I didn't expect the reply from Sheikh Sai to be Ji Yunyan, who was blocked because of the promotion of feudal superstition. I'm laughing my ass off. How come those other godly anchors didn't get blocked? Is it because they can't do the math right? Ji Yanyi has touched the cake of who? It's too ugly, isn't it? Treating a girl like this is too much to ask? I had an emergency. I was going to tell fortunes. I didn't realize that I couldn't watch the live broadcast. So what should the people who really need it do? Where can I go to find a charlatan who really knows what he's doing and isn't a charlatan to help solve the problem? Meanwhile, the Beantone platform corporate headquarters. She has already been blocked according to your instructions. At this time, boss Douyin Lee was making a phone call. However, before he finished hanging up the phone, outside the window, I don't know when it started, but the sky, which was originally a bright sunny day, became cloudy, and gradually became dark and gloomy. The entire sky was covered with eerie, black, dark clouds. At this moment, a purple golden lightning bolt crossed the sky outside the window. What's going on here? Lee Boss Hart muttered. He obviously read the weather forecast. Today is a sunny day. Good reason how to become cloudy? The sky is becoming too fast now. Didn't wait for him to react instantly. The lightning bolt was like the hand of a ghost or god tearing open the gloomy, dark sky, followed by a boom. The sound devastating. The ground shaking. The entire company building actually began to shake. Boss Lee was shaken and his entire body with his chair hit the ground hard, and his cell phone screen was instantly broken into pieces and shattered into crumbs. Boss Lee was old, and when he was dropped like this, his bones felt like they were falling apart, and his face crumpled into a ball of pain as he struggled to get up from the ground. It's no good. The secretary rushed over in a hurry at this moment, so anxious that he didn't even knock on the door of the room. What happened? Boss Lee frowned in pain as he patted the dirt on his body. Our company was struck by lightning. The assistant shouted anxiously. Just now a purple gold-colored thunderstorm split open a large office building of our company. What? Boss Lee thought of the thunderbolt that had just struck him. What about the next-door fighting company? The two companies were right across the street from each other. And since their own company's office building was kicked, their company would not be spared. That's what's weird about this. The dojo is safe and sound. What? How could God be so biased? It only struck our company but not them? Boss Lee wanted to curse his mother. However, at that moment, the entire company building unexpectedly began to shake violently, and the ground underneath his feet began to tremble. At this time the screams and hisses of terror resounded at the company building. Many employees fled, scrambling out of the company. Boss Lee hastily tried to hold on to the desk to stabilize himself. However, the ground shook powerfully again, and he didn't stand still for a moment, and once again fell hard to the ground, and this time the desk tilted over, and slammed down hard on him. Desk above the hot tea splashed on the body of the old manly. The proposed computer hard smashed in the legs of the old manly, smashed his face pale wailing, the roof of the building and even cracked a huge crack. A lot of sand mixed with the wall ash rustling down, poured the old manly all over. The corresponding secretary fared far better, freezing in place for a few seconds before reacting and helping his boss to his feet. What the hell is going on here? Boss Lee's face turned blue with anger. Boss, I just checked. Just now the company's small range of earthquake. The secretary looked at the earthquake warning on her cell phone. But it's really strange. This earthquake even took our company as the origin and didn't spread around. Mr. Lee couldn't believe it. Are earthquakes so biased? They only let our company quake but not the others? What kind of bad things have happened here? The assistant suddenly thought of something. His face changed. These are clearly not in the realm of science. Instead they are related to this aspect of metaphysics. Boss, Do you think this matter could be related to Ji Yunyan? Chapter 21, can she do this? It can't be, can it? Ji Yunyan can have this ability? Boss Lee wrinkled his eyebrows fiercely. Let's not talk about this first. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. You first help me leave the company building. If it collapses again, you'll lose your life. Good. The secretary hurriedly helped Boss Lee to quickly leave the president's office. It was more dangerous to take the elevator during an earthquake, and for that reason, he helped Boss Lee all the way down from the 30th floor of the elevator floor step by step. Boss Lee was already old and pot-bellied, and only after climbing a few floors he was all out of energy, his fat churning and panting. He pondered that he hadn't offended anyone recently, and things had been going smoothly in the company. The only thing that had happened was the order to block Ji Yun. Boss, I know you're tired right now, but you have to go even if you can't walk, the secretary reminded with embarrassment. Look at the state of the company, in case the building collapses. Instantly, the company building began to shake violently again and the ground shook. All at once the dust rolled down rapidly overhead. The stones fell, and the gap in the ceiling overhead grew wider and wider. Where has Boss Lee seen this kind of situation? Hastily holding his head and frantically fleeing, panting and scrambling for time, when he ran to the first floor of the company, Boss Lee's legs were constantly cramping. The whole person was tired and sweaty. The sweat soaked the fabric of his suit, dripping down beads of sweat as if he had come out of the water. Today's events are also too evil. Boss Lee sat on a stone pier not far from the company's entrance, and he wiped the large sweat from his head. Since I founded the company, I have been able to get the wind and the rain. Where have I encountered this situation? This is really too evil. Boss, have you ever heard a saying before? The secretary hesitantly opened her mouth. What words? Boss Lee puffed and panted. You can't offend anyone but a metaphysician. These types of people really aren't to be messed with, the secretary said. You mean I shouldn't offend Ji Yun? Boss Lee took a hard breath, his somewhat plump face turning red from the strenuous exercise. Didn't she used to be a star? How could she suddenly be a metaphysician? Isn't she just a godly man who comes out in the garb of a fortune teller to mix up some money? If she's really a goddess, then what is all this outrageousness you experienced just now? The secretary couldn't help but speak up. But it's just an accident. Before the words were finished, the secretary's pupils suddenly narrowed, and he violently pushed Boss Lee away. Lee Boss was so suddenly pushed, a butt back lying in the middle of the road. His body was heavily bumped into the paint pavement, was knocked nose and face. There is no place on his body is not painful. He frowned about to swear, but at this time saw a large potted plant from the sky. At that moment, the potted plant clattered to the ground with a vicious fall, breaking into pieces. It just so happened that the ground where it broke was where he had just been sitting. It was evident that if the secretary hadn't pushed himself away just now, then his head would have been smashed to pieces by now. Boss, are you okay? I'm really sorry about the emergency situation just now. The secretary hurriedly assisted Boss Lee to help him up from the ground. It didn't hurt anywhere, right? Boss Lee stiffly turned his face to look at him. Do you think it's too late for us to go to Ji Yun to make amends and apologize? Should be okay, the secretary said. Alright then prepare a generous gift. I'll personally come to the door to make amends and apologize. Boss Lee voiced out. Oh yes, go prepare another contract for the company to sign, and open the conditions to the best, highlighting our sincerity. Okay, on the way. Mr. Lee received a phone call from the side of the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Boss Lee cleared his throat, straightened his suit, and answered the phone with a smile on his face. Hey, Bureau Lin, is there something you're calling about? I heard that your company blocked Ji Yun. The other party's voice was stern. Boss Lee and his secretary exchanged a glance, but it was just a matter of sealing off a mere inferior artist. How come the authority was still alarmed? Here's the thing about, we didn't block it for nothing. Actually, because, I don't care what you're doing it for, but as far as I understand it, there's nothing in Ji Yun's live room that doesn't conform to the norms of live broadcasting, and for you to just make a hasty blocking like this doesn't conform to the rules specified by your platform, which in itself is unfair to the anchors. The other party spoke out. Yes. This point of practice is indeed lacking in consideration. Boss Lee was sweating profusely and compensated with a smile. There is another point. This anchor has helped the police to detect a large child abduction and trafficking cases, as well as a cross-border e-commerce fraud cases. This anchor has made a significant contribution to the Bureau to solve the case. It is not likely that in the future in the solving of this aspect of the case will also need the help of such a talented person. This anchor for the community to make a positive contribution to the police to save so much manpower and material resources and financial resources. You are just like that. Blocked, do you think it is appropriate? The cold sweat on Boss Lee's head flowed more ragingly. Yes, this matter is indeed the company's fault. We have personally gone to the door to apologize, and are ready to focus on cultivating and supporting this anchor. There's no need for support or anything. I received a message from the police side asking me to do some ideological work with your side. The police need such talent. The country also needs such talent to help. The other party's voice was majestic. Such a talent can't be buried so easily. The next thing to do, I think you should understand. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Boss Lee's bowels were green with remorse. How could he have been blinded by lard and blocked Ji Yun? Only to sell Mr. Xie recognition. But he has not gained anything. The loss can be too much. At this time, inside Ji Yun's rental house, the door was knocked. Ji Yun got up and went to open the door. Standing at the outer door were several uniformed police officers and a reporter carrying a camera. Ji Yun swept a glance at the people. And the one standing in the center C seat should be the Director of Public Security Bureau. Bureau Song. Song Bureau a uniform. Face majestic. Looking at Ji Yun is the corner of the eye with a smile. Appearing approachable without the slightest official stand. Comrade Ji, hello. Hello Chief, please come in. Ji Yun made a gesture of invitation. The big guys went inside the rental house in turn. After arranging for everyone to be seated in turn, Ji Yun got up and prepared a disposable paper cup for each of them, pouring tea into the cups. Although she is located in this humble rental house, but the movement is elegant and reserved, very much like an ancient lady's manners and charm. Song Bureau found that Ji Yun died with a surprisingly ancient point of tea surprised. This whole set of actions to do down the line of clouds and water, pleasing to the eye. Please drink tea. Ji Yun carried the teacup and handed it to everyone. Thank you. Hard work. Bureau Song laughed. Comrade Ji due to the fact that you have made significant contributions to our bureau in a short period of time, our bureau was thinking of inviting you to come to our bureau and give you the means to honor the medal to hold a commendation meeting for you. But since you don't like to have a good time, then we can only come to the door to intrude. The cameraman videotaped the entire time Song was speaking, and these were to be posted on their local news station. Chapter 22, Protected by the State. Ji Yun nodded. This is what I should do. As for this one, it's an honor banner that our bureau made for you. After Bureau Song's words fell, a police officer handed the banner of honor to Ji Yun. Ji Yun's face was as usual, not the slightest ripple on his stunningly beautiful and cold-biased face. This is an honorary bonus from our bureau. Soon, the policeman handed over a craft envelope bulging inside. Ji Yun's eyes slightly curved point light arc. Thin lips hooked up shallow smile to. Thank you. It doesn't matter about the little banners, and being on TV or whatever. The money is the actual thing. Eyeballing it at about 50 grand. We will post your honorable deed on the news platform so that everyone will know about your outstanding contribution to the city. Bureau Song said. Okay, thanks. Ji Yun faintly said. It doesn't matter if you send it or not. You get the money. Bureau Song paused. Comrade Ji, I'm quite curious to know how you did it. How did you get a lead on this case? Is it really all about fortune telling? It's simple. Ji Yun's lips curved point a light arc. Calculated. Fortune telling. Is it really that amazing? Bureau Song came to be interested. Now this society is exposed to the education of most of the belief in science, so that he never believed in the ghosts and gods of the metaphysical say. He has always been initially on this aspect of some stereotypes. Think that this is a scam of money, until the discovery of this metaphysics can actually help the police to solve the case. Fortune-telling can know the past, understand the past and present, see the future, and judge feng shui. Ji Yun said. There are many things that metaphysics can do, so that's how it is. Bureau Song nodded. I hope Comrade Ji will follow his heart in the future and be able to contribute to the people and the country. This metaphysics used in a good place that is beneficial to the country and the people, but if it is used in a crooked way, it is something that harms people. This is all up to the owner of the metaphysics to use. Ji Yun naturally heard out the director of the words. Anything in this world are talking about a karma reincarnation. Planting melons get melons, planting beans get beans. Planting a good cause and good results. The corresponding in the evil cause. Back to eat their own evil. If I do anything harmful will also have the heavenly way to look at it. It will damage my blessings. So don't worry Chief. I'll only help people, not harm them. That's good. It's a blessing for our country to have a talent like you. I hope that in the future you can keep it up and continue to contribute to the country for a long time. I will. The two men exchanged pleasantries, some words. The reporter next to them also wrote down one by one will be the two men's conversation into the video material. We look at the time is not early. It should also pack up and leave. Before leaving, at the door, but with just rushed to the Lee boss, two people met unexpectedly. After seeing Director Song, Boss Lee blinked incredulously. Song, Bureau Song? To know that before their own in order to see the assistant side of the Bureau of Song, but many aspects of the relationship to send gifts. Exhausting all the efforts are difficult to reach the sky, but I did not expect this time to directly see the Bureau of Song. For a moment, Bosley was smashed by a huge surprise. Why are you here? Comrade G is a good talent, Bureau Chief Song quipped, with an easygoing smile on his face. He glanced meaningfully at Bosley. Such a person should contribute to the police and the country for a long time. For the benefit of the country and the people, don't you think so? Yes, you're right, Bosley hurriedly responded. Who would have thought that the police department or even the national side would mean to protect Ji Yun? Ji Yunyen is also considered to be protected by the state. This backstage is hard. Who would dare to mess with it in the future? How did you get so blinded by lard that you couldn't understand and blocked such a great nobleman? Ji Yun had the country behind her, so if she went live on her own platform, rounding it up would be the same as having the country behind her company as well. Isn't this what one has long dreamed of? How many people wanted to get on this line of relationship with the country but didn't have a chance? It's a pity that he had the eyes not to recognize that he had offended this master, so that today he suffered so many cross-currents. Either way, he had to do a good job of making the master demoralized and willing to continue broadcasting on his platform. Aha! Bureau Song didn't have the heart to continue wasting time with him here, got up and left. Lee Boss hastily have to go to send Song Bureau, and so see Song Bureau ride on the car to leave. This return. He originally wanted to knock on the door of the hand lifted up, in the suit jacket carefully wiped before starting to knock on the door. Master, are you in? Master, please open the door. Master, I know you're in there. Could you please open the door? After a while, the door of the room was pushed open. Ji Young stood at the doorway. There was no extra emotion on his cool face. Something wrong? Yes. Introduce yourself. I'm Lee Song, the owner of Douyin Company. Lee Song hurriedly handed over a business card. The master has broadcasted live on our platform before. Oh, hasn't it already been blocked by you guys? Ji Yunyan smiled. This can't be. Is that our company's internal management had some problems? And accidentally defined your live broadcast content as promoting feudal superstition, so that's why. Lee Song hurriedly explained. I deeply apologize for that, and I've already decided to fire that management. Ji Yunyan. What he should really fire is himself. Garlic too. See through it and don't talk about it. What I came here today is to apologize deeply for this matter. We came with sincerity, Lee Song said. As long as you are still willing to live on our Douyin platform in the future, all of the live streaming income will not be involved in the split. That is, 100% of it will fall into your account, and we have provided you with signing benefits. Every month we will give 200,000 platform signing fees, as well as 10% commission of the income from the bounty, as long as you continue to live on our platform in the future. Master, what do you think? Lee Song smiled curtly. Ji Yunyan, okay, deal. $200,000 a month. It's a little cute to have money to spare. That way, she wouldn't continue to work for someone, and every bit of the reward would be her own money. In that case, I trouble master to read the contract. Lee Song handed over the contract with a smile. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, a cloudy atmosphere surrounds the hospital. Memphis was about to leave the hospital after treating the wounds on her body when she sensed something was wrong. Chapter 23, She is My Life. It was really cold around here, freezing her body with goosebumps. Also, the surroundings were eerie. Why did the picture look like that horror movie? Meng Fei wrapped the body of the outer now the hospital corridor at a dark. Even the hospital ceiling lights are beginning to flood the weak light. A flicker. Sometimes bright, sometimes dim. Blinding flicker. The most bizarre thing is, this hospital was overcrowded when he originally came here. But now how come there's not a single person in sight? Had he come too late? No. Even if it's late, the hospital is on duty 24 hours a day. And there will be some hospitalized patients' families. It's impossible to not even see a shadow of awe. Meng Fei's mind recalled the girl she met during the day said that going to the hospital will kill you. Originally she took it as a joke, but at this moment, that sentence is constantly in her heart, in her ears circling echo. Her heart more and more panicked. No way. Surely it can't be that evil. Meng Fei wrapped the jacket tightly around her body, lowered her head and walked quickly towards the front. In front of her was the elevator. When she rode on the elevator to reach the first floor, she would be able to leave the hospital. Just wait until you leave the hospital. She mentally chanted and quickened her pace. However, Meng Fei found that no matter how she walked, she could never get to the elevator. Her high heels were rubbing her feet from walking, and it was clear that her smartwatch showed that she had already walked more than 1,000 steps. But why was she still spinning around in the same place? If she hadn't been awake right now, she would have suspected that what was happening in front of her was a dream. What's going on? Memphis began to panic, her forehead glistening with a fine cold sweat as she began to pick up the pace and start running. Close your eyes and run for your life. Run for your life, run for your life. Keep running. She ran, panting and sweating, and finally, Memphis ran to the elevator door. Her fingers pressed the elevator heavily. The doors opened, and Memphis took a deep breath and got inside. It's finally time to get out of this Thai hospital. There is indeed something sinister about today. Yet before Memphis could take a moment's reprieve, yet at that moment, she sensed something pitch black draped over her shoulder. Memphis fixed her eyes on this black long thing. What is it if it's not black hair? But where does get black hair? Your own hair is clearly a netted flaxen cool brown color. Mengfei's heart thumped as she subconsciously raised her eyes to slowly look upwards. Yet the scene in front of her stunned her eyes to death as she screamed and hissed out, only to see that the top of the elevator is attached to a cloaked red female ghost. The female ghost pale, lips at the hideous tear, from the corner of the mouth to the jaw, revealing the inside of the bloody mess. The pair of dark eyes without a little light is staring at their own dead. Hanging down the black hair at this time is dead entangled in their own necks. Help, help! Mengfei struggled and screamed, but the ring of black hair was getting tighter and tighter, strangling her completely out of breath. Even the strength to struggle became much weaker. Mengfei whimpered in despair, her eyes dead wide open, desperately struggling, but the black hair that was wrapped around her neck was just like that steel wire, wrapped tighter and tighter. She couldn't struggle away at all. The choking sensation gradually came. Memphis whimpered in desperation. Strangled a face was suffocated red, gradually lack of oxygen. And at that moment, the thing stretched out its blood-red, sharp claws, laughed hideously, and lunged closer from the ceiling toward Memphis. Help! 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 It's the first time that Memphis has seen this in real-life contraption. For a moment, she was scared out of her wits, her legs were weak, and she lost the ability to think. It's over! It's over! It's over! Just as the thing was about to close in on Memphis, right in her bag but a bright yellow blinding light emitted. The light struck through the dawn like a sunbeam. It pierced the darkness, and the female ghost was about to touch Memphis when she was shot with that bright yellow light. Instantly, her long black hair as well as her sharp claws began to gurgle white smoke as she wailed in agony. The wire-like black hair that was tightly wrapped around Memphis' neck was suddenly loosened. Memphis was able to catch her breath and went limp as she looked at her bag in dismay. In this very bag, there was the yellow talisman that the girl had given herself. This female ghost is afraid of yellow talismans? When it was too late, just as the female ghost pounced towards herself again with a fierce face, Mengfei quickly reached into her bag and pulled out the yellow talisman. And when the female ghost touched the yellow talisman again, she was once again ejected. Even the red clothes on his body began to gurgle white smoke from the heat. And at that moment, the elevator began to run normally. Having descended to the first floor at the lobby, that female ghost was being flicked out of the elevator by that yellow talisman. Mengfei held the yellow talisman like a treasure. Until this moment, she didn't realize what the girl meant when she said she would die if she went to the hospital. The one he met seems to be a true master. Mengfei held this life-saving talisman and staggered backward as she held it up. Don't come over, come over again and I'll kill you. The female ghost, however, rose from the ground once more, and, like a four-legged beast, crawled gloomily over the ground, rapidly approaching toward Memphis, looking for an opportunity to intend a blow. And as she flew backward, Mengfei used that life-saving yellow talisman to defend herself, until the moment she stuck up again. Mengfei seized the opportunity and swung the yellow talisman out. You seek death. Mengfei stared at her tightly and angrily rebuked. I have a high-ranking person behind me. You little Karami are also my opponent? The female ghost was burned again by the bright yellow aura of the yellow talisman. Her body was tattered and torn. This time she had learned her lesson, staring at Mengfei with scorn, not daring to approach easily. I'll be back. The female ghost laughed strangely, staring gloomily at Mengfei, then gradually dissipated in mid-air. After she dissipated, the hospital was once again full of people, and even the lights in the corridors became brighter and clearer. It was as if what had just happened was nothing more than a hallucination on her part. Mengfei stared blankly at the bright yellow talisman in her hand, but then the yellow talisman began to burn up on its own, gradually turning into a little bit of ash. It eventually disappeared completely. What happened to the talisman? How can you defend yourself without it? Memphis was anxious. The most important thing now is to find the girl. The only way to defend yourself is to find her. Mengfei drove all the way quickly and furiously, and did not dare to delay for a second to quickly rush toward the supermarket. You guys pull up the daytime supermarket surveillance. She has to remember what that girl looks like. She has to find that girl. Oh, no, that master. Mr. Meng, we found the surveillance you asked for. The staff in the security room spoke out. Yes, that's her. You find out who she is and where she lives now, as well as contact information. I want all her information within 10 minutes. Mengfei said eagerly. Mr. Meng, what is her relationship with you? Xiao Zhang of the security room couldn't help but speak out. What relationship? She is my life. Meng Fei pulled aside a stool and sat next to Xiao Zhang. I'll sit here and watch you check. Hurry up. She is your life? Xiao Zhang's eyes widened in dismay. Memphis, yeah, I really can't live without her. So you hold on tight. Chang. So is this the reason why Mr. Meng doesn't get married or fall in love? So Man is always a lesbian? Does Mr. Big Meng know about this? For a moment, Xiao Zhang felt as if he knew some great and unimaginable secret. Chapter 24, She's got a tough backstage. General Meng. I've found it. Her name is Ji Yun. She used to be a black and red female star in the entertainment industry. Now she's doing live fortune telling. Ji Yun? Live streaming fortune telling? Meng Fei excitedly tapped the table. Quickly check for me where her live broadcast room is. She had to have her fortune told by a master. But she was blocked by Douyin. Chang said with embarrassment. What? Why was it blocked? Meng Fei was anxious. It was so hard to find a lifesaver. It was so hard to find a contact. Having been blocked, how else could she contact Ji Yunyan? This, I don't know. Xiao Zhang embarrassed. She thought of something. Mr. Xiao Meng, I remember that your father and Douyin company had business dealings. Perhaps you can ask. You saying this reminds me. I remember that my dad invested in Douyin not too long ago. Meng Fei came back to her senses. I'm going to contact them to ask them nicely why they blocked Ji Yunyan for good reason. At the same time, inside the rental house where Ji Yunyan was, Ji Yunyi was looking at the terms of the contract. There was no pit on it, and it was obvious that the owner of Douyin had come with sincerity. Sign the contract if there's nothing wrong with it, Li Song said with a smile piled on his face. Good. Ji Yunyi picked up the signing pen and was about to sign at the terms of the contract, but at that moment Li Song's cell phone rang. Sorry about that, I'm going to take a call. Li Song glanced at the caller ID and stood up to answer the call at the balcony location. Ms. Meng, may I ask what your instructions are? Meng Fei is the daughter of Mr. Meng, and Mr. Meng is a financial predator in the financial circle, and is involved in investment in a number of industry sectors, and the Meng family is also 100 years of luxury family, with a deep heritage. For such a big family, Li Song did not dare to offend. Soon a somewhat shrill, angry female voice came over the phone. Li Song, what's wrong with you? How did you block Ji Yunyan for good reason? The moment the words fell, Li Song was dumbfounded. I didn't hear myself just now, did I? Miss Meng was actually talking about Ji Yunyan? Could it be that Ji Yunyan and Ms. Meng are also related? For a while Li Song's brain was a bit dead, not knowing what to say. You? I can remember that my father is the biggest shareholder within your company. It's also the biggest investor in your company. If you piss me off, you won't get any benefits. Meng Fei laughed coldly, her voice angry and anxious. I don't care what methods you have. You have to stop blocking Ji Yunyan. And you have to make Ji Yunyan willingly continue to live broadcast on this platform of yours, so that she could go to Ji Yunyan to have her fortune told, so that she could get Ji Yunyan to help her resolve the current crisis. Isn't Ji Yunyan's own life? Listening to Meng Fei's tone, this matter was very urgent. At this time Li Song looked over towards Ji Yun, who said that Ji Yunyan has no background. Ji Yunyan's background is hard. A financial circle big brother's daughter to protect. One is the country to protect. This background, who dares to mess with? For a time, Li Song incomparably regretted that he agreed to Xia General this matter. What benefits can not get even if the result also offended so many people? The company has been hit by earthquakes and struck by lightning. Is it easy all day long? He could see that Ji Yunyan could only be held up and could not be messed with. Whoever messes with him will have bad luck. Li Tsang's bowels were green with remorse. He quickly nodded his head and agreed. Well, Miss Meng, even if you don't say, I've already been deeply aware of my mistakes and actively corrected them. And now I'm already at Miss Ji's home in the middle of talking to her about cooperation. How is that possible? Are you fooling me? Meng Fei coldly said. I don't believe it. Unless you let Ji Yunyan go on air. The only way to see what's going on is to turn on the live stream and see what Ji Yunyan looks like. Only then could she hope to beg Ji Yunyan to save her once. After all, that horrible thing said before she left that she would still come back. This time, he was able to save his life by chance by relying on what Ji Yunyan gave him. But that would not be the case next time. Good. Li Song laughed bitterly. Worthy of being a great lady, this temper was too impulsive. Since the eldest miss had given the word, what else could one do? Of course, he had to hold up the flattery and follow her heart. Li Song took his cell phone and walked a little closer towards Ji Yun. His face was full of smiles. His smile was all creases. Miss Ji, can I trouble you to turn on the live broadcast now? If he didn't start the live broadcast, that big lady from the Meng family would definitely think that he was lying to him. In case he blew her dad some wind, then he'd have a lot to lose. Even if he didn't say it, Ji Yunyan was still prepared to go live. Good. Ji Yun signed her name at the end page of the contract, then opened her cell phone to start the live broadcast. Ms. Ji, please take a look. The platform has now lifted the restrictions on your traffic, and is preparing to give you traffic support. Li Tsong smiled with a pleasing face. Forget about traffic support. Ji Yunyan spoke faintly. I don't want to engage in any privileges. Ji Yun knows that in China is a believer in science. Since the creation of China, does not allow animals to become a spirit, much less propagate feudal superstitions. Ji Yun wanted to get traffic and fans with her own skills. As for giving her traffic support and whatnot, forget about it. After all, the original owner herself comes with her own traffic. Hiya, you are really high. This realm of thought of yours is really admirable. Li Tsong unexpectedly looked at Ji Yun, his eyes full of appreciation. This Ji Yun looks like a worldly person, away from fame and fortune, away from strife, and carries a fairy atmosphere, as if it is the fairy that does not eat the fire of the earth. Just then Li Tsong realized that there was a beeping busy tone coming from the other end of the phone. The big lady finally hung up. Li Tsong breathed a sigh of relief. Right at the moment Ji Yun opened the live broadcast, fans as well as passers-by flooded into the live broadcast room in a brainwave. Finally opened the live room again. Can see the beautiful sister again. Happy. I thought Ji Yun was blocked by the whole network and couldn't open the live broadcast anymore. I can finally see Ji Yunyan again. There are too many charlatans and crooks out there. Fortune-telling Ji Yunyan is a professional. At least looking for Ji Yunyan fortune-telling won't be easily cheated. I'm curious how Ji Yunyan was unblocked. Didn't Ji Yun say that the boss of Douyin would personally come to her door to beg her? Where's the boss? Where is he? Why don't I see him? Laughing. I can't believe you believe this kind of bragging. Nowadays, the brainless fans are really worrying about their IQ. They believe whatever the stars say. They don't have any brains at all. I did say this, said Ji Yunyan as he gripped his cell phone and aimed the camera at Li Tsong on the opposite side of the room. Chapter 25. She explodes all over the internet. Chapter 2. I'm going. What am I seeing? The owner of Douyin has crossed over? This whole thing is a grand transformation trick. Ji Yunyan, you've got some talent in you. Oh my god. Ji Yunying really got the owner of Douyin here? My god. This is a slap in the face. Li Tsong didn't expect Ji Yun to suddenly turn the camera on him, but quickly reacted as he smilingly greeted the netizens following him in the live room. Hello everyone. I'm Li Tsong, the boss of Jitterbug, and I'm very happy to be able to meet you all in Miss Ji's live room. Before that, it was the platform management that had a little problem mistakenly banning Miss Ji's account, but now the company corrected it in time and seriously criticized the employee who was involved in this incident, and seriously dismissed. From now on, Ms. Ji will be the contracted anchor that our company will strive to promote. The company is also very honored to be able to invite such a talent as Miss Ji to come to our company for a live broadcast, so it was decided that all the legitimate income gained within Miss Ji's live broadcasting room will be used entirely for Miss Ji's personal ownership, with the company not participating in the split, and a signing bonus of 200,000 will be paid to Miss Ji every month. Of course, the 5,000 or so share fees deducted from Ms. Ji's withdrawal yesterday will be fully refunded by our company. Saying that, Li Tsong curtly said to Ji Yunyan, Miss Ji, please look at your cell phone to confirm the bill. The share of yesterday's withdrawal has been issued to your cell phone together with this month's signing bonus. It was sent from his private account. It's not likely that Miss Meng is watching the live broadcast right now. Although he's not sure what kind of relationship Miss Meng has with Ji Yunyan, but he can see that Miss Meng is toward Ji Yunyan. Just for that, he has to make the gesture enough. To please Ji Yunyan, maybe she will put down the beam with her heart. Maybe she will not be unlucky one after another. After all, if you continue to be unlucky, it's uncertain whether you'll live or not. The live broadcast completely exploded at those words. What's going on here? Why is the company boss so enthusiastic about Ji Yun? It's as if he's a subordinate reporting to Ji Yunyan. In the end, who is the boss and who is the employee? I first saw the boss will be so humble and so polite in front of the employees under him. Boss, you wink if you're kidnapped. Ji Yun couldn't have put some kind of subjugation on Bossly, right? Has the boss been possessed? I'm the first time I've seen a boss rush up to give money to his employees. This is too sour. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have suspected that it was a dream, and that a laborer could really be woken up with a laugh. In the video, the raven-haired, snow-skinned teenager opens her cell phone bill, at which point she receives a transfer message for $200, 000 and $5,000. This is the last time I have to worry about money, but it's still a drop in the bucket compared to the liquidated damages owed. Okay, copy that, Ji Yunyan faintly said. Li Tsong sighed in relief. Then in that case, the company's little misunderstanding with you, can't it be turned into something else? Of course, Ji Yunyan curled his lips and smiled. Ji Yunyan naturally calculated that it was Xia Chen behind Li Tsung's back. Xia Chen and his company are already near the end of their chi and can't bounce around for long. If she didn't make a move, Xia Chen's company would be finished sooner or later. This smile caused Li Tsung to freeze a little, and his heart raced for several seconds. Thumping. If he didn't have a wife and kids, he'd be heartbroken. Good. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Li Tsung came back to his senses and extended his hand to Ji Yunyan. Ji Yunyan symbolically touched his hand. Well, happy cooperation. Die laughing. Who's the boss and who's the employee? Anyway, Ji Yunyan really does have some skills on him. Meanwhile, Douyin experienced a lightning strike plus an earthquake. Ji Yunyan made a comeback on the Douyin platform. The owner of Douyin personally apologized to Ji Yunyan. The Douyin platform won't take a cut, and will give Ji Yunyan a bonus of $200,000 a month. Several phrases quickly rushed onto the hot search. Bean Tone Company, this is bad wrath of God? How not to split the shark company next door specifically split their company off, and a few hundred miles around only the Bean Sound Company suffered an earthquake. The other places steady a group. This is very strange. This is also too evil. The front foot blocked the Ji Yunyan back foot company was struck by lightning and earthquake. It seems that Ji Yunyan is some ability in the body. No wonder they say that the fortune teller engaged in metaphysics cannot be messed with. Asterisk. This is also too much bull. The first time I saw which company boss personally go to the door to ask employees to beg for forgiveness. The 996 hitman really got a kick out of seeing this. For a time, the topic of Ji Yunyan was high, quickly rushed to the first hot search, and Ji Yunyan's microblogging fans also attracted millions of fans in a short period of time. It has even attracted millions of fans on its account on the Douyin platform. At this time, Xia Chen was inside the Phoenix Media Company. Didn't I tell you to take down her hot search and smash Yunyan's hot search up? Xia Chen's cold face was in a rage. How did you do your job? I've already withdrawn. But I didn't realize that the heat is getting higher and higher. The assistant said with trepidation. Not good. Ji Yunyan has been on a hot search again. Xia Chen wrinkled his eyebrows and opened the Weibo hot search to look at it. A new phrase quickly topped the Hot 100. The chief of the Kyoto City Police Department came to the door to give out honorary banners, honorary prizes to enthusiastic citizens. The content is a retweeted official microblogging content of the capital city police. The police chief went to the home of Ji Yunyan to interview her video images. Text, thanks to the enthusiastic citizens Ji Yunyan for the police to detect large human trafficking organization gangs. To help the police to detect large-scale overseas network fraud case. Hereby thank you. The bottom comments section exploded. Isn't Ji Yunyan all network black star? How dare you have this ability? This isn't supposed to be hype. Is it? Is there a brain in the hype? This is the official blog account of the police. Who would use the police side of the hype? Maybe Ji Yunyan paid off the police to work with her to create a script to whitewash her character? The black powder is really brainless black. I was watching that live broadcast. I saw with my own eyes the whole process of Ji Yunyan fortune-telling to help the police solve the case. At that time I also recorded the video. There is video evidence. When this was said, the black fans had nowhere to go, so they had to close their mics. And underneath the comments section were more voices that were grateful to Ji Yunyan. I am the victim's family. My son was trafficked and sold. Our hometown village also a child was trafficked and sold. And when the parents found it has been gouged out the eyes and cut off the fingers and toes in the city begging. Thanks to the master, thanks to the police, my son was able to be found back, and now his limbs are sound and healthy. Thanks to the master's great benevolence, my daughter was also abducted and sold. My husband and I have been married for 15 years, have not been able to get a child. After 4 IVF failed to finally conceive a child. But I did not expect to be killed by the traffickers actually abducted my son who was only 6 months old. At that time, I felt that the sky had collapsed. I cried with my father's eyes are almost blind. We do not want to live. But I did not expect. But to our surprise, the master helped the police to get our son back. From now on, we're the master's true fans. When will master start broadcasting again? I'll definitely give you a reward. This year I work outside to earn money. My wife at home with children. She does not have income as a full-time mom would like to earn a little pocket money but unexpectedly encountered a telecom fraud. The child's milk powder money are cheated out. Not only that, but also owed more than 100,000. If not, there is a child waiting to be fed. We both want to jump off a building to commit suicide. Thanks to the master. Caught the fraudsters, our hard-earned money back. My mom was hospitalized with cancer. But I didn't realize that the fraudsters had swindled my mom out of her life-saving money. This money is our family put together everywhere to borrow money borrowed. Without this money, my mother's life is gone off. I grew up with my mother dependent on each other. I also have 2 younger sisters. Without my mother, the 3 of us will become orphans. Thanks to the masters to help the police to catch the fraudsters, but also thanks to the police to retrieve the money to save my mother's life. Now my mother's surgery is successful. Thanks to the master's life. And now my mom's surgery was successful. Thanks to the master. Kowtow. Countless families of the victims expressed their gratitude underneath Ji Yunyan's microblogging fans. And Ji Yunyan's microblogging fans even soared all the way to 30 million. And her Douyin account fans even soared from a few thousand all the way to 3 million fans. It's still soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sucking in multiple fans in a short period of time is already considered top streaming for the inner entertainment. The line of Xie Chen's eyes deepened slightly. Originally thought that Ji Yun had been blocked by him and it was over. But I didn't expect that it would be like an undefeatable little strong man. Just, when did she learn to tell fortunes live? Xie Chen opened the recorded screen of Ji Yunyan's live feed shared by netizens. And the more he watched, the more the man's brow furrowed. She actually knows how to tell fortunes. It's like a different person. Where there is still the previous arrogant and domineering vicious appearance. Between the eyebrows is a light cold. Around the body is also flooded with a cold immortal atmosphere. It's a little more appealing than it was. For a moment, Xie Chen realized that he had gotten a little carried away. Mr. Xie has another big thing. What? The man snapped back. The two great TV dramas and movies that the company invested in have all flopped. The losses are at least as high as $300 million. The assistant spoke out. Sam Tsai. These two dramas are Yunyan's drama. She is so dedicated to shooting so hard. But all the street. Is that the masses did not check the light? A group of people under the bar cannot appreciate the Yangchun white snow. We have to comfort Yunyan. There's no time to worry about Ji Yun's affairs for a while. So let her toss and turn on her own. At this time, inside the rental house where Ji Yunyan was, it just so happens that I still have some things to do in my company. So if Ms. Ji doesn't have anything to do, I'll leave first. Li Tsong voiced out. Okay, slow down. Okay. Li Tsong breathed a sigh of relief. His arm clasped his briefcase and left quickly. On his way out, he thoughtfully closed the door to Ji Yunyan's room, worrying about disturbing her. His movements were careful. At this time, the number of viewers in Ji Yun's live broadcast has reached as high as 60,000 people, and many of the victims' families are in the live broadcast room to give Ji Yun a reward to express their gratitude. For a while, Ji Yun's live broadcast had rushed to the top one of the reward list. Sister Ji really got a kick out of me today. I thought Ji sister cannot turn over, thought never see Ji sister. I did not expect Ji sister against the wind turned the tide. Right at this moment, Ji Yun's live broadcast room began to constantly brush up the carnivals, and one after another carnivals kept smashing down. I'm going to go. I've seen the world. I've smashed 20 carnivals of 3,000 each at once. What a tycoon this guy is. I've memorized this ID. Fei Rain and Snow. Sister Fei. I'm your half-sister. Look at me. Okay? Kong beckons. Fei, do you need a boyfriend? Can you see if I'm good? Fei, don't be so stuck on gender. Do you need a girlfriend? I can do it too. Rich woman posting. At this time, falling snow continues to smash the carnival. One after another carnival continues to brush the screen, smashing people dazzled. Poor me seeing this world for the first time. Does Fei's sister's family have a mine? This is too rich. Does Fei's sister have a favor to ask of Ji Yunyan and needs her fortune told? Soon after, Fei Rain initiated a live video link. Ji Yunyi tapped the answer button. She already knew who this person was. Finally, we're going to see the real face of a rich woman. The rich woman is so young. I thought she'd be in her 30s or 40s, but I didn't realize she's only in her early 20s. Rich woman's sister posting. As soon as the video call was answered, Meng Fei looked across at Ji Yunyan and said eagerly, Master, do you remember me? It's the supermarket owner that I met in the supermarket last time. Remember. Ji Yunyi's lips curved point a light arc. Her voice soft. Grandmaster. Last time it was because I was blind to the fact that I wasn't clear about Grandmaster's strength. Now I know. Meng Fei said eagerly, and as she spoke, her eyes contained teardrops. Master, help. What's going on? What has happened to these two before? I recognize it. This girl's name is Meng Fei. She's the daughter of Meng's group. Is that the Meng family? A century-old family that's always in the top 3 of the Forbes list? Yes. No wonder it's so generous. It's too much of a hoe. Does a young lady born in Rome have troubles too? What has happened to Missy? And why would she ask the anchor to save her? You've been to the hospital. Ji Yunyan looked at Meng Fei on the other side of the video and said, I was not clear about Master's strength at that time. Plus I was injured. Meng Fei repented. Intestines are green. Master, I went to the hospital today to deal with my wounds, and I didn't expect to encounter a ghost hitting the wall. I couldn't walk out. It was hard to walk out, but I met a female ghost in the elevator. Thinking of what had just happened, Meng Fei still had palpitations, a heart puffing wildly. Fortunately, it was the Master's magical powers. gave me a talisman in advance, so that I escaped, but that female ghost said before she left that she would still come to me. I'm afraid that the next time, I will not have a life. Master, you must save me. Usually I didn't offend anyone. I don't even know that female ghost. Why would she come to scourge me for a good reason? Chapter 26, Why is the 1,000 money girl so unlucky? You've been unlucky since you turned 18. Ji Yunyan looked at her face and frowned. That's right. Meng Fei nodded her head with tears in her eyes. Originally I was also considered a heavenly maiden. Right. The first 18 years of my life was peaceful and smooth. Everyone envied me, but since the day of my 18th birthday my life has changed drastically. I do everything is not good. Eat hot pot by the waiter burned. Walking on the road accidentally stepped on the manhole cover. The whole person fell into the sewer. Walking down the stairs suddenly leg and stomach cramps and trembling. The whole person rolled down from the stairs. Fell nose broken. Incisors were knocked out. Saying that, Memphis revealed one of her incisors. These are all simulated porcelain teeth that I have filled. Also, I still get into little car accidents every now and then, hitting my arms or legs. God, this is so unlucky and tragic. This is a bit of a departure from the norm. Being down on your luck for so long, you must be physically and mentally traumatized. Wouldn't it be fatal if we continue to have such bad luck? Memphis laughed bitterly. It seems like all the good luck was used up in those first 18 years of my life. These physical traumas I can still bear, but the mental trauma cannot be healed. When I was 19 years old, I was originally admitted to the Graduate School of Finance at Stanford University with the first grade in the written exam, and everyone was celebrating and wishing me well. But on the day of the interview, I suddenly had diarrhea. But I obviously hadn't eaten any food that irritated my stomach, and my intestines had always been fine, and I took care of my health. Meng Fei smiled bitterly. Master, can you understand the kind of pain a girl feels when she suddenly farts and has diarrhea in front of all the interviewers? This incident made me very humiliated and devastated. Originally I had prepared for this for a long time, just because of this incident caused all my efforts to be wasted. Then my father gave me a company. The results I took over. The company encountered a variety of problems. Give me dry closure. My dad had doubts about my ability. Simply gave me an inconspicuous small supermarket. I did not expect to just take over the first day of office. The supermarket shelves collapsed and pressed me down below. I didn't realize that something even more outrageous was yet to come. I didn't realize that I've been so unlucky that female ghosts are coming to haunt me to kill me. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Memphis agonized. You have a sister, right? Ji Yunyan asked without answering. That's right, her name is Meng Yao. She has the same father as me, and we sisters have always been very close, Meng Fei said, not understanding how the anchor mentioned her sister. Half-sister? Is Miss Richie Rich a reorganized family? Yeah, my mom died when I was very young and then my dad married my stepmom and had my current sister, Memphis said. How good can a half-sister's relationship be? My sister and I were born together, and we fought every day, looking at each other in the wrong way. I'm also related to my sister. And the two of us fight every day and have a bad relationship. No, my sister and I are very close, Meng Fei said. My sister will cheer me up when I'm unhappy. She will also knit me scarves by hand and prepare all sorts of funny little gifts for me, which will cure me of my unhappiness. We sisters are inseparable. We share each other's heart. We have no secrets from each other and we are each other's dependents. I'm so envious. I'd die laughing if I had a sister like that in my dreams. The only child is also too envious. Lemon fruit on the lemon tree. Only me under the lemon tree. Ji Yunyan wrinkled her eyebrows. You have another fiancé, surnamed Gao. Right. Meng Fei didn't realize that the anchor was so powerful that she knew the kinship in her family just by looking at her face. I also have a good relationship with my fiancé. He is very gentle and considerate to me. We often show love and spread dog food in our circle of friends. Before long we will get married. Miss Sister is really a winner in life. Rich, with a harmonious family and a fiancé who treats her so well. Ms. Everything such a life there and who is not envious of it? Ji Yun sighed. You can go to the Mill Hotel for a bit now. Your fiancé is there. There are some things that she may not believe when told outright, but if she sees them with her own eyes, she will believe them. Meng Fei frowned. Didn't he go abroad on business? How could he be at the Mill Hotel? I suddenly realized something. The anchor is telling you some information. Suddenly started to feel sorry for Miss Richie Rich. No. It can't be what I think it is. A lot of things are only clear when you see them with your eyes. You go now, Ji Yunyan said. Good. But, I met a female ghost at night. In case I am on my way there, she comes to haunt me again. Meng Fei thought of that scene, and still had palpitations. Don't worry, I'm here. She wouldn't dare come, Ji Yanyi faintly said. You just go. I guarantee you won't have any accidents on the way. Oh, Good, Meng Fei nodded. Now that Ji Yunyan was her living bodhisattva, naturally, she would do whatever the bodhisattva said. Even if Ji Yunyan said that there was a fire pit in front of her for her to jump into, as long as Ji Yunyan said that it was for her own good, she would jump into it without hesitation. During this time, Memphis had the camera on, and she drove the car, quickly heading inside the Mill Hotel. It's not possible that his fiancée has prepared a surprise for Missy in the hotel, is it? Like a proposal? Like a big diamond ring? Why do I feel that the anchor is the kind of words to see through and not say anything? It's not a large-scale scene of catching adultery, is it? Soon, Memphis arrived at the entrance of the hotel. In room 1203, Ji Yunyan said, "Good." Memphis wondered if his fiancée had set up some romance waiting for him in his hotel room. Like roses spread all over the floor. Like a big all-American square diamond ring? Like a romantic proposal? With anticipation and delight, she walked to the door of room 1203. But the scene in front of her irritated her eyes red. "Baby, I missed you so much." At that moment, her fiancé Gao Ming's voice came from inside the hotel. "Brother-in-law, slow down. What's the hurry?" The female voice coming from that room was most familiar to her. Isn't that her sister Meng Yao? She, them, how did? It's been so long since I've seen you. Is it still a man if you're not anxious? Brother-in-law, you are also a little too monkey. Is my sister usually cannot satisfy you? Don't mention that obscure woman, so unlucky all day long, with a face like a bereaved star. I am disturbed when I look at her. Where can she compare to your soft and gentle little Will? The sounds coming from the room immediately afterward were unpleasant. Meng Fei's face was pale, and her body was stiff as a statue as she stood in place. How could she not expect her most trusted sister to betray her? Live streaming. This is too hot. I'm going. This is also too disgusting. Memphis mouthed off about her sister being good, but she didn't expect to. This sister is a white lotus flower. Heartbroken Miss Richie Rich. At this time, the sound in the room continued, and just when that sound was about to climb to its peak, Meng Fei was sneering and kicked the door hard. Gao Ming. Meng Yao. You pair of dogs, get your asses out here. Don't hide in there and not say anything. Come out if you can. Lift up both of your pants and come out to me. These two doggy things. How dare they put a cuckold on her head? She, Memphis, wasn't a bully either. Ha 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 ha. I originally thought the rich lady would be heartbroken. But I didn't think Suddenly a little funny what is going on. Soon there was a rustling sound from inside the room and the door to the hotel room finally opened. At this moment, Gao Ming was wrapped in a bathrobe, while Meng Yao was hiding behind Gao Ming with an aggrieved and panicked look, looking pitifully at Meng Fei. The strawberries exposed at the open collar but undoubtedly hinting at what had just happened. Originally, Ji Yunyan still had guesses, and when she saw Meng Yao's face, her eyes went cold. This woman, she's ruthless. Chapter 27, The Taken Away Luck. Sister, don't blame Brother Ming. We just can't help ourselves. Meng Yao shrank behind Gao Ming and said pitifully, Meng Yao is so White Lotus. It makes me sick to my stomach to see it. Scum with White Lotus is a perfect match. Yao Yao. Don't worry. With me here, no one can bully you. Gao Ming protected Meng Yao behind him, using his tall body to block in front of Meng Fei. Meng Fei raised her hand and slapped Gao Ming. Dog thing. It's good to screw with her behind my back, isn't it? Gao Ming was hit. A handsome face clearly surfaced slap marks. He was hit. The corner of his lips broke the skin. Meng Fei, you. Since the two of you staying together is so cool, let's just lock up and die together. Meng Fei sneered. Now I'm announcing that I'm withdrawing from you. Remember, it was me, Meng Fei, who couldn't see you as a fine dog who dumped you. Miss Richie Rich is bossy. This kind of scum should be properly locked up with women. Don't come out to harm others again. Meng Fei, are you sure you want to withdraw from my marriage? Gao Ming covered his face that was numb from the beating and said incredulously. What? Do you want to keep a scumbag like you for New Year's Eve if you don't withdraw? Meng Fei sneered. You like her so much, just stay with her. Don't show up in front of me in the future. Disgusting. How could she not have expected the two people she trusted the most to betray her? Meng Fei was used to being unlucky and didn't expect this kind of dog blood to happen to her. The words fell out of her mouth, and unwilling to stay in this place that was suffocating her, Memphis moved to leave. At this time, Ji Yunyan on the other side of the screen faintly voiced, You've been particularly unlucky over the years, but accordingly, Meng Yao is getting smoother and smoother, isn't she? Aha! Meng Fei was still getting a head start as she entered the elevator and let out a long breath. Not long after I lost my Stanford Graduate School acceptance, Meng Yao got into Stanford Graduate School. My dad gave me that company which was run into bankruptcy by me, but also gave Meng Yao a company. On the contrary, Meng Yao's company was flourishing, and ranked in the top 3 in terms of turnover amongst all of my dad's branch offices. My dad was very happy. and gave Manhwa another company to manage, and also gave her a bonus of $50 million. And she became more and more valued by my dad. In contrast, I look like a total loser. She does everything smoothly, while I screw up everything I do. Gradually, the people around her love her and are somewhat far away from me. In contrast, I look like a loser. Meng Fei smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm like her control group. I'm her companion. Originally I was very sad, but in my most painful and most lost time is that she has been comforting me, encouraging me too. I'm not so hard in my heart, and for a while I also felt that there is a younger sister to help out. The two sisters can together talking is very good, but I did not expect her to get together with Gao Ming. Can you show me a picture of your stepmother? Ji Yunyan suddenly spoke out. Although Meng Fei wasn't sure what she wanted her stepmother's photos for, she still flipped through the photos from her cell phone's album and sent them to Ji Yunyan a private message. I'm now pondering how I'm going to face my stepmother after something like this happens. After all, Meng Yao is my stepmother's daughter, and my stepmother really treats me quite well. Meng Fei sighed. If you have a daughter, you have a mother, and to teach a mistress daughter. I have a feeling that this stepmother is not a good person either. Chapter 28, Life-Changing Technique. My stepmother is really good. By no means is what people think of as a vicious stepmother. She will clearly remember my preferences. Remember what I love to eat and don't love to eat. The dishes I don't love to eat won't appear on the dining table. My stepmother also personally cook and eat for me. My physiological period of stomachache, she will also prepare warm palace stickers for me. Give me a rub of my little tummy. She will remind me not to eat cold food and not to touch cold water for 3 days before the period. She will gently encourage me to give me motivation when I'm unhappy. Cold water will gently encourage me to give me motivation when I'm unhappy. And she's the first one to turn toward me when I have conflicts with Meng Yao. Buy me new clothes every season. Buy me new jewelry. And be the first to give me anything nice in the house first. Everyone says she treats me all better than her own daughter. Oh my god. Where can I get a stepmother like this? It's more loving than a real mom. My own mom never loved me like this. My mom only thinks I spend money frivolously. Every time I spend money my mom will talk to me as if I am cutting her meat. My mom only thinks I'm spending money frivolously. Every time I spend money my mom talks about me. And it's like I'm cutting her meat when I spend my own money. I have been working to earn money since my mom has been wanting my salary. Every month let me give her at least 2,000 living expenses. But I only earn 3,000 a month. In contrast to Miss Richie Rich, this stepmother is really good and nice. Ji Yanni saw the photo, but she let out a cold laugh. Do you know why you're getting more and more unlucky while Meng Yao is getting more and more lucky? Ji Yunyan said. Why? Because she has taken your good fortune. What? Memphis' eyes widened incredulously. This, and the person behind the scenes is this good stepmother you say loves you so much. Ji Yanni faintly said. No, I don't believe it. Master, I know that you have a high level of power, but I've been living with her for a full 15 years. She's been good to me for more than 10 years as one day, and everyone boasts that she's better than my own mother. I don't believe that she can do something like this. Meng Fei's eyes reddened as she shook her head. Fine then. I'll let you see it with your own eyes to make you believe it. Ji Yunyan sighed lightly and said. You go back to Meng's house now and go to your stepmother's bedroom. Right now. She's out playing mahjong. Not at home. Memphis was a bit stunned that the master had even counted on her stepmother playing mahjong. She was jittery. Shouldn't. But that's too much to take in. They have been living together for so many years. The two are not biological mother and daughter. But Meng Fei has already considered her as her own mother. Meng Fei was lost in thought as she drove her car towards the inside of the Meng family villa. The car quickly pulled up inside the Meng family's garage. I just checked the price of housing in this neighborhood. 300,000 yen per square foot. I'm going. Poverty limits my imagination. Is this the life of the rich? I'm amazed. There are so many luxury cars in this garage. Any one of them is worth tens of millions of dollars. I want to experience this luxurious life. I really envy Memphis. Being born in such a family environment. All roads lead to Rome. And Memphis was born in Rome. Jiani looked at the pop-up screen and lightly mockingly hooked her lips. Envy? If he hadn't met himself. At this point, Meng Fei would have been dead. Luxury means more hookups. And this luxury life is deep. Soon, Meng Fei entered the Meng family mansion and made her way inside her stepmother Xinlian's bedroom. See the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the bedroom wall? Ji Yunyan said. Memphis said. Well, see, she is very fond of classical literature and likes to collect classical paintings and calligraphy. And we still have a lot of these kinds of paintings and calligraphy at home. If you open the back of this word painting, you will find a white lotus flower. Ji Yunyan said. Memphis stepped forward and pulled back the word painting. And, sure enough, saw an ornament made of ivory with a lotus pattern. This master was so accurate in his calculations that he could even figure out what was in the room. Ji Yunyan. You rotate this white lotus flower. Memphis obediently did as she was told. Yet along with a spin, she actually realized that this bedroom hid a secret room. I'm going. This white lotus isn't a decoration. It's a switch for a secret room. I always thought that secret rooms appeared in TV series and movies, but I didn't realize that there are really secret rooms these days. And the knife pulls the butt and opens the eyes. Ji Yunyan. You'll see it when you walk in. Meng Fei took a deep breath and headed inside the chamber. Inside the darkness, surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere, the moment she walked in seemed to have a burst of cold air blowing. She was chilled to the bone. Memphis turned on the flashlight function with her smartwatch and continued to walk inside. It's so creepy. It's too late at night to look. Me too. It looks pretty wicked. Wealth and strength, democracy, civilization and harmony, freedom, equality, justice and the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, honesty and friendliness. 1. However, when the flashlight hit a supply table, Memphis' hand shook hard with shock, only to see in front of them was an offering table, which was plastered with blood-colored yellow talismans. In the very center of the offering table was an urn. On the left side was an incense burner with 3 pillars of incense. On the right side was a mannequin doll. The doll's face was gruesomely white. Its eyes were pitch black, and there were 2 groups of weird redness in its cheeks. The mannequin doll was pierced with silver needles from head to toe, and on its stomach was a string of words. You pick up the mannequin doll and see what's written on it, Ji Yunyan said. Memphis boldly picked up the doll, but it read, Memphis, January 2nd, 1999, 1:35 p.m. This is my birth date. Meng Fei held the doll in her death grip. Her eyes abruptly narrowed. What is this? This? Oh my god. Isn't this the curse of the falling head? Something that was in all the previous palace fighting drama novels. This thing looks so evil. In that case, this stepmother is too scary. On the surface, she's very nice to the rich lady's sister, gaining a good reputation and her trust, but behind her back, she's doing this kind of thing. This kind of person is too insidious, isn't he? I'll never envy the life of a posh family again. I don't even know how people like me get killed in a posh family. Within a short time Miss experienced her fiancé cheating on her stepsister, experienced her stepmother getting into this. This rests on whoever, who can all break down. Ji Yunyan, this is a curse and a life-changing technique. You originally came from a rich family with an excellent destiny, but your stepmother found someone over in Thailand to put this insidious curse on you when you were 18 years old. Also from this point on, your destiny became worse and worse. You became more and more unlucky, while Mangyao became more and more lucky. Your chi and blood, and your destiny have changed as a result. Do you know why that female ghost came to you? Because that female ghost was invited by her, and the ashes of the female ghost are this urn in front of you. I'll go. It's too vicious to kill someone. The human heart is unpredictable. The one thing in this world you can't look at is the human heart. What? Meng Fei was like touching some hot potato. She dropped the doll in a hurry. She violently took a few steps back and far away. How could this be? She's already married to my dad. Why would she do this to me? Chapter 29, To kill her. It's simple, Ji Yunyan said. People die of wealth. Your father only had you 2 daughters. You got the property accordingly, her daughter got less. She just wanted to get you killed and get the whole property. For a little money, there is no bottom line? Meng Fei's eyes contained tears, but I shouted her 15 years of mama, even if it's a dog. Living with each other for 15 years. It should have feelings. She even did this to me. Does not have any feelings at all? Miss, you're confused. Money really hurts your feelings. What are feelings? Feelings are the most useless thing in this world. Nothing compares to money. Missy comes from a wealthy background, so of course she can't understand why someone would do such a thing for money. Just then, a sorrowful female voice came from behind Meng Fei. Memphis, what are you doing here? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's scary to be discovered. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Miss, look behind you. What kind stepmother is this? One can't hide the look in one's eyes when one wants to knife someone. This look is so scary. Meng Fei stiffly turned around, but saw Xin Lian with a sinister gaze standing right behind her, where on her face was the usual daytime gentleness. The Xin Lian in front of her was unfamiliar. It's frightening, wickedly cold. Perhaps this is the true face of Xin Lian. Shouldn't I be the one to ask you that? Memphis sneered. What are you doing with all this stuff? Xin Lian approached towards Meng Fei step by step, and in the dim light, her pitch-black eyes were especially appalling. These eyes are scaring me to death. Anchor's body. Anchor. Anchor. Protect our young lady. At that moment, the snap. Xin Lian turned on the light in the chamber and stared at Meng Fei. Didn't you already guess it all? Originally I thought you wouldn't survive the night, but I didn't realize you had a really big life. Xin Lian, why are you doing this to me? Meng Fei stared at her dead in the face. Since I was a child, I regarded you as my own mother. And I even thought of being filial to you in the future to give you a good old age. But you took away my destiny and took away my good fortune to give to your daughter. You even tried to kill me. Do you even have a conscience? What is conscience? Shen Lian, however, laughed mockingly. Can conscience be exchanged for money? Can conscience be used as food? You, Memphis deadpanned, staring at her. Meng Fei, be careful. At this moment, Ji Yunyan's voice came from Meng Fei's headset. She wants to kill you. Meng Fei did not dare to retreat. Behind her was that terrifying altar, while in front of her was Xin Lian, who was pressing step by step. She stared at Xin Lian vigilantly, and had to keep her body tightly pressed against the wall on the left side, with a heart in her throat. Want to know why I'm doing this? Xin Lian hooked her lips and smiled. Why don't I tell you a story? Back in the day, your mom and I were BFFs, and the two of us were college roommates. Your mom came from a wealthy family and I came from the countryside. Is this a dog and pony show about stealing your best friend's husband? The story is going more and more off the rails. Your mom wears tens of thousands of dollars for a random necklace, and I live on a few hundred a month. 20 years ago a necklace for tens of thousands of dollars would have been posh. I can't even afford to wear a necklace that costs tens of thousands of dollars. Not to mention 20 years ago, laugh it up. But your mom made good girlfriends with me. She gave me everything she ate and wore and bought me gifts every month. Everyone praises her for her gentleness and kindness and her good character. She is also a hypocrite enjoying all this halo, enjoying the praise of others. But to me, all this she gives is a handout. I don't need a handout from anyone at all. She grew up being pampered by her parents, the family's regimental favorite, the pampered little princess of the family. While I was still in college yet my family forced me to take money to them, forced me to support my younger brother, and all my parents knew was to demand and squeeze the value out of me, sucking my blood like a vampire. A lot of people chased after her while she was in college. She was the goddess of many people's hearts. A lot of men gave her gifts, and all those expensive gifts were thrown into the trash. And me? I just followed her ass, picking up her discarded and unwanted gifts as if they were treasures, keeping them for myself or selling them to others at low prices. A lot of people at the time were making fun of me for being her little follower, for only being able to pick up trash she didn't want. But this money is not enough. My father idol is a gambling alcoholic. My mother that always bedridden and constantly in need of medical expenses. I had to work to earn money. I can only go to find fast money jobs, only to go to the bar to do the work of selling alcohol. She is the goddess in the heart of the whole schoolboys. Those shallow men kneel to lick her to pursue her, and said she is what the white moonlight, and I can only be in the bar by those old and ugly old men touching breasts pinch ass. Once I was old men take advantage of the old man. By the time she saw it, she went so far as to accuse me of self-degradation, accusing me of having no dignity. Laughed to death. Dignity can be worth a few bucks. She thinks everyone is like her, have favorable living conditions, have loving parents. She even took it upon herself to quit my job, and would even give me a few $1,000s a month for living expenses. What's the difference between this behavior of hers and insulting me? And then later on after graduation, she got married and found your dad, and lived a real life of a luxury noblewoman, the Mrs. Meng that everyone envied. While I was wheeled out in a bar by a couple of old man clients. The most ironic thing is that that day happened to be the day she went to the Maldives for her honeymoon with your dad. I also want to marry into a rich family like her, and live a privileged life, but I don't have such good luck as her. I met someone who was not a good person, and the man I found is a liar, who just packages himself as rich, and after getting married, he found out that it's just a shell company, and owes a lot of debts, and she even wanted me to accompany his clients to bed to pay off the debts, which is equivalent to him marrying me, and it's just marrying a free peripheral girl, selling her body for free to help him earn money. When I didn't agree, I was greeted with a brutal beating, and I was subjected to continuous domestic abuse and finally had to compromise. I don't understand why fates are so different when they are all equally human. I'm resentful, I'm jealous, I hate. It finally gave me my chance. That bastard died in a car accident and I was put out of my misery. But how could I stand by and watch myself struggle in the mire while your mom lived the life of a rich and powerful woman that everyone envied? I vowed to take it all away from her. Apparently God was still willing to help me. I reconnected with her again and told her about the hardships I had suffered over the years. She sympathized with me, and gradually the two of us grew closer and closer. And I came to this house from time to time to hang out and brush up on my presence in front of your dad. Your mother likes to eat dessert. I dug in and threw myself into it, creating all kinds of desserts that he loves to eat to please her. Only that stupid person doesn't know that I added ingredients that are mutually exclusive in the seasoning of this dessert instead, each of which isn't poisonous, but mixed together and eaten together it's a highly poisonous substance. Sure enough, 6 months later your mom had stomach cancer. What? Surprisingly, it was you who killed my mom? Meng Fei stared at her dead on, her eyes scarlet. Are you still a human being? My mom is innocent. Chapter 30, Mass Murder Scene. This is too horrible. People are kind enough to take you as their bosom friend. You killed them, and took away their husbands and their children's chi. How big is the grudge and how big is the hate? Shen Lian did this kind of thing is because of jealousy. Right. Meng Fei's mother is too good and dazzling so that Shen Lian envy and jealousy. Human nature is like this. No one wants you to live well. People can accept the strangers of the soaring success, but cannot accept the glory of the people around them. Shen Lian is also too vicious. Right. Even killed his own good girlfriend. Every month to pay the living expenses of the good girlfriend. How I cannot touch fire prevention and burglary protection against girlfriends. That's right. I killed her. Shen Lian smiled smugly. God still treats me well. After I killed her, your father was depressed every day, drinking to ease his sorrows, so I was always by his side to comfort him. Even wore the same skirt and styled it the same way as your mom. And one time when your father was drunk, he saw me as your mom and had sex with me. And that night, I got pregnant. At this moment, Ji Yanyi faintly said, but Meng Yao is not your father's flesh and blood. As Meng Fei listened to the voice coming from the headphones, she stared at Shen Lian dead in the face, her eyes scarlet. Meng Yao isn't my father's child at all. It's your wild seed with another man, right? How do you know? Shen Lian gave her an unexpected look. It's really like this. I thought I had the same father as Meng Yao, but I didn't realize that I didn't even have the same father. Meng Fei stared at her deadpan, her eyes scarlet, and laughed self-deprecatingly. And you mother and daughter have caused me and my father so much misery. Well, the nonsense has been finished. Shen Lian shrugged her shoulders, her eyes suddenly becoming sinister. Since you know so much, it's also certain that you can't be kept. As the words fell, Shen Lian fiercely reached out and was about to strangle Meng Fei's neck as she laughed hideously. It's time for you to be on your way. God, it's scary. Large crime scene. At this point, Shen Lian doesn't know that it's being broadcast live right now, right? Although we can't see the exact picture but we can hear the sound. Better call the police. Call the police as soon as possible. At this moment, Meng Fei had already been on guard, and the moment she lunged at her, she dodged in time and ran towards the door in the first instance. Knowing so many of my secrets, you still want to run? Shen Lian pounced, sneered, and once again chased after her, and at the same time, Meng Fei quickly dialed her dad. Meng Dihai, Dad, come and save me, help! Meng Fei stumbled out of the living room, but she didn't expect to run into Meng Yao, who was rushing home. At this moment, Shen Lian was behind Meng Fei while Meng Yao was in front of her. The mother-daughter duo attacked back and forth, trapping Meng Fei in the center. Good daughter, quickly help me. Shen Lian caught up and hurriedly looked at Meng Yao. This little knows too many of my secrets. You quickly join me and kill her. Almost instantly, Meng Yao agreed, her eyes glowing viciously. Both mother and daughter quickly lunged toward Memphi. Help! Help! Memphi screamed as she desperately tried to escape. Grab her! Don't get caught! Shen Lian said in a cold voice. Don't worry. Meng Yao copied a vase and smashed it hard at the head of the fleeing Meng Fei. A little to the east, Ji Yunyan's voice came from within the receiver. Meng Fei hastily dodged eastward, and soon the vase smashed to the ground. A cold sweat spread across her back. If he hadn't listened to the guru, it would have been his own head that would have been smashed in. Master, save me, save me. Meng Fei ran desperately, but the villa was just too big, and she was running herself out of breath. This is as far as one can go. And in the process of running, Memphis accidentally tripped over something hard, and then fell heavily to the ground. It was also during this gap that Meng Fei was quickly caught up by Shen Lian's mother and daughter. Shen Lian pounced on Meng Fei, her whole body riding on Meng Fei's waist, her face grimacing as she fiercely choked Meng Fei's neck. Help! Help! Memphis struggled in death, flailing constantly with both hands. Seeing this, Meng Yao seized the opportunity to cover Meng Fei's mouth with one hand in death, and her feet quickly stepped on Meng Fei's hands so that she couldn't move a muscle. Ka-chow! The sound of bones cracking as his hands were stepped on rang out. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Meng Fei's pain went to the bone marrow. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She opened her eyes wide in death. Her eyes were dyed red with blood, and she stared at the mother and daughter in death. She hated herself for not being able to distinguish between good and evil, for not being able to see their true colors. She hated that she had misplaced her true heart, and in the end this mother and daughter were the ones who had killed her own mother and herself, and she was foolish enough to treat them as family out of her heart. She hated her weakness. What's going on? The screen is so shaky that I can't see what's happening. Listening to the movement in here, it can't be that Miss Rainy Snowy Fei has been captured, right? I heard a whimpering sound. It can't be that Miss Fei has met an untimely end, right? Anchor trying to find a way to save Missy. It's not like someone's going to die, is it? This mother and daughter are really heartless. The host doesn't know how to draw a talisman. Hurry up and draw a talisman to teleport over to keep the young lady safe. Ji Yun, however, just looked over at the screen faintly without the slightest movement. What are you doing? Seeing death and saving lives? Originally I kinda liked the anchor, but I didn't expect it to be so cold-blooded, so I decided to unfollow it. Not seeing death, but waiting for an opportunity. Ji Yunyan looked into the live broadcast. If we wait any longer, we'll lose them. People's lives are at stake. But Ji Yunyan was still just looking at the phone screen. And just when Meng Fei was about to blur in consciousness, she heard Ji Yunyan's voice, which fell into her ears like heavenly music. Here's your chance. The moment the words fell, an angry voice exploded from not far away. Shen Lian, Meng Yao, what are you two doing? At this moment, the two people's bodies stiffened, looking towards the doorway in dismay. Meng Fei's eyes were physiologically streaming with tears, her tearful eyes blurring as she looked towards a short distance away, only to see her father, Meng Dihai, standing not far behind them, with an iron-colored face full of anger, those eyes staring at them tightly with anger rising. Her dad's here. She's saved. Almost subconsciously, Shunlian let go of her hand. Old Meng, we were just fooling around with Fifi. Yeah, Dad, isn't my sister interested in acting? We're accompanying her to simulate the next script. Meng Yao reacted and spoke up as well. Do you two take me for a fool? Meng Dihai quickly stepped forward and hurriedly helped Meng Fei up, looking at her with worried eyes. Fei, how are you, Dad? Cough. Meng Fei held Meng Dihai with both hands in death as she cried out in pain. My mom was killed by Shenlian's poisoning. She and Meng Yao joined forces to kill me. Chapter 31. It's all a conspiracy. No, how can it be? You, this child will say nonsense. I usually do not love you the most, Shenlian hurriedly explained. But at this moment, Meng Dihai stood up and quickly walked towards Shenlian. Old Meng, I did not wait for Shenlian to speak, but Meng Dihai raised his hand and fiercely gave her a slap. Crisp slaps rang out, and Shenlian was hit on the head. Old Meng, you even. Before the words were finished, another hard slap was smacked over. This time Shenlian was slapped hard and was knocked to the ground. Her eardrums were raw and painful. It seemed that her eardrums had been perforated by the slap, and her ears were buzzing in bursts. Dad, how can you do this to my mom? Meng Yao couldn't stand it anymore and fought for Shenlian. What are you? Also worthy of calling me Dad? Meng Dihai directly raised his leg and kicked Meng Yao half a meter away. How dare you call me Dad? Where's your face? I don't want it at all. This face is thicker than pig skin. People don't want to be shameless. The world is invincible. Just now Shenlian this said those words, I heard all of them. You, this wild seed, even have the face to call my father? Meng Dihai laughed coldly. Half an hour ago, he received a call from Fei, but he didn't expect to hear Shenlian say such amazing words. He didn't realize that Shenlian, who seemed gentle on a regular basis, was the murderer of his ex-wife. His ex-wife is the only woman he has ever loved in his life. They are in love. Is everyone's envy of the model couple? But unfortunately the good times don't last long. Not long after his ex-wife died of stomach cancer. At that time he was sad for a long time. Until a drunken Shenlian recognized his ex-wife, he thought that all this was in a dream. Thought that he was too missed his wife too much and finally saw her in his dream. And as a result, he sank for a night. But I did not expect to wake up the next day but found that the person is not his wife but Shenlian. Shenlian was crying and saying that she understood him and didn't need him to be responsible for it. Hearing these words, he blamed himself and felt guilty, and originally wanted to give her a sum of money to get rid of her. But I didn't expect that not long after that, she cried and found herself saying that she was pregnant. He is not an irresponsible man. What's more, his own ex-wife also explained to him on her deathbed, saying that Shenlian is very poor, and asked him to take care of her more if he had the spare capacity to do so, and therefore, for the sake of this child, he married Shenlian. But I didn't realize that it was all just a conspiracy in the end. Shenlian, this is the murderer who killed his beloved wife. As for Meng Yao, also pressed not his daughter is a wild seed, and now in the wild seed even joined forces to also kill his own daughter. At this moment, Meng Yao was kicked and fell to the ground. She was shocked. Dad, even if I'm not your daughter, but our father-daughter bond is there for so many years, you can't erase our father-daughter bond because of this blood. Listen to this. Is this speaking human language? That's a pretty admirable psychological quality. You're trying to kill someone's own daughter, and you're still licking your chops about father-daughter love? You're making me laugh. Where do you get the face to say such things? If you still think about this bit of father-daughter love, you shouldn't have tried to kill my precious daughter. Meng Dihai laughed coldly as he stared angrily at Shenlian's mother and daughter. I have not been mean to the two of you. I have provided you with the most favorable living conditions over the years, and I have treated this little bastard even better than I did my Fei. But this is how you repay me. Old Meng. I was wrong. It was a momentary lapse of my mind. Shenlian cried and knelt on the drop up to pleaded. It's been more than 20 years of wind and rain. You look at the past love. There's a F***king love affair. I can't believe I've been living with a venomous scorpion-like woman like you for more than 20 years. I feel sick to my stomach just thinking about it. Meng Dihai sneered. I want to divorce you. What? Shenlian's eyes widened. I will hire the most professional lawyer, the best team to divorce you. Not only let you net out of the house, but also you have to compensate me for all these years of mental damage. Also, you mother and daughter have done such an unconscionable thing. You'll be waiting to be sanctioned by the law next. As the words fell, the sound of police car sirens grew closer and more urgent. Shenlian and Meng Yao looked at each other, and the two of them subconsciously tried to run. But at this time the police have quickly arrived. Did not wait for the two people to escape. They quickly put the two people handcuffed, dragged them both to the car. Fei, it's all Dad's fault. It's Dad who lured the wolf into the house and put you in danger. Meng Dihai's eyes reddened as he cupped Meng Fei's face and apologized to her. Dad is sorry for your mother. And I'm also sorry for you. Dad, I don't blame you. Memphis dropped a tear as she choked. It's a good thing you got there in time, or I'd be down there reunited with my mom. Don't worry. I won't spare any of the people who hurt you. Meng Dihai had already lost the love of his life and must not lose their only daughter again. I will make them pay the price they deserve. Dad, the reason I was able to turn my luck around and was able to discover their true colors thanks to the master. Saying that, Meng Fei took out her cell phone from her pocket. At this time there was a live broadcast screen going on. She showed Meng Dihai. Dad, look, this is the master who helped me. We met in the supermarket. At that time the master told me not to go to the hospital. I didn't listen. The master left me a talisman. As a result, in the hospital I was haunted by a female ghost. If it wasn't for the master's talisman, I would have already died. Meng Fei remembered what happened that night, still had palpitations. Master, I'm really grateful to you. Meng Dihai looked at Ji Yunyan with tears in his eyes. I would like to ask if there is still a way to solve my daughter's being haunted by a female ghost as well as having her fortune taken away by having her fate replaced? There is a solution. Ji Yunyan spoke. It's just that we need to meet offline to do it. Then when will you have time? Meng Dihai pursued. Ji Yunyan. Tomorrow morning. But if it's tomorrow morning, will that female ghost appear again? I'm so afraid. Meng Fei, as soon as she shivered at the thought of that horrible scene. Don't worry. She's already been injured by the talisman and won't appear tonight. Ji Yunyan spoke. That's good. Memphis sighed in relief. If the master says it won't happen, then it will never happen again. She believes in the master. The first trigram of my live broadcast every day is not charged, and the remaining 3 trigrams are only charged. And these carnival rewards you gave me, Ji Yunyi paused, will be the cost of exorcism and reformation for you tomorrow. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. The father and daughter were grateful. Ji Yun hung up the live link, and at that moment received a live link from a second netizen. Chapter 32, The Ghost Presses on the Bed. The second user's name is the ID of If You Give Me 3 Days of Light. Soon, the live link started. If you give me 3 days of light? Suddenly literary. I think of the books my teachers made me read when I was a student. The video screen is a girl, wearing a pink polka dot dress, combed with a simple double ponytail, looks about 19 years old, temperament quiet and gentle, just a small face is a little pale, under the eyelids flooded with deep dark circles as well as bags under the eyes, eye sockets sunken, looks haggard, accompanied by her side of a 40-something-year-old woman, looks like her mother. Ji Yun's eyes fell on the girl in the pink polka dot dress, and her eyes sunk a few points. Did master see something? There's something wrong with his expression. I also think that originally, when I saw Memphis's evil stepsister and evil stepmother being taken away, the corners of my lips were hooked in an easy light smile, but the moment I saw the live link girl, my face changed a bit. Is it connected now? The pink polka dot girl, Mo, cocked her head and asked her mother at her side, her dark, watery eyes pretty but a little hollow, numb, and dull-eyed. It worked. Meng Meng's mom, Li Wan, spoke from the sidelines. Immediately afterward, Li Wan tapped a $3,000 carnival in the screen. Master, it's been rewarded. Oh, good. Mo spoke up, her eyes still lifeless and empty as she stared into the screen. How is it that this girl's eyes are a little strange? Hello, master. This is my daughter Meng Meng. She is blind in both eyes. Don't be offended, master. Hello, Meng Meng. Ji Yunyan's glazed, clear eyes fell on Meng Meng, and there was a bit of intolerance and pity within them. Master, hello. Meng Meng sat in front of the screen, her hands obediently resting on the hem of her skirt, looking a little nervous, as well as rushed. She licked her lips. I've heard people say that you're very accurate at fortune telling, And you're very good at this aspect of metaphysics, so I want to trouble you to help me take a look. What do you want to see? Ji Yunyan said. I've always been ghosted in bed every night recently. Speaking, Meng Meng face a little panic and pain. Her white slender hand dead tight skirt. Every night, I lie in bed. To about 10 o'clock. Will be ghosts press the bed. I cannot move. That kind of asphyxiation. Despairing pain I will go through every night again. I am very agonizing, and I'd love to get rid of it. When I told my family what happened to me, my family hired a master to exorcise the ghosts for me, but the master said there were no ghosts in the house at all. Then my family hired a few more masters for me, and they all said there were no ghosts. How can there be none? Meng Meng laughed bitterly, tears falling from within her numb and empty eyes, crying miserably and helplessly. But I repeat this torment over and over again every night. Every night it scares me and pains me. I have insomnia all night long, and this incident has seriously affected my life. Master, our mother and daughter found you just want to calculate. In the end is really a ghost pressure on the bed. Or my daughter has hallucinations, mental problems, persecution paranoia or something? Li Wan looked worried. Meng Meng is my only daughter. Day and night because of this matter is disturbed. Looking at her difficult, I also followed the heart. Meng Meng dropped tears as she cried helplessly, her shoulders shaking as she cried. Master, I really have no choice but to ask for your help. Li Wan sighed and picked up a tissue to wipe the tear tracks under Mo's eyelids. How long has this situation lasted for you? Ji Yunyan's face chilled as he spoke. Looking at the anchor's face, I have a feeling that things are not simple. Yes, the anchor from seeing Meng Meng's face became a little ugly. It could not be Meng Meng was haunted by a severe ghost, and those who say it is not a ghost of the Taoist priests or half-assed cannot see it at all. Anchor quickly help Mo. This girl looks so pitiful. Meng Meng should not really have persecution paranoia. I see her mental state is very bad. The dark blue under the eyelids looks like it is staying up all night for a long time. It's been going on since I was 16. Mo recalled painfully. It's been going on for 3 whole years. Sometimes I wondered if I really had some kind of mental illness, really had depression and persecutory delusions, and I dutifully cooperated with my family to get therapy, but no matter how many psychiatrists I dabbled with, there was no way to cure me. I haven't had a full night's sleep for 3 whole years now, and my long-term late-night insomnia has made me in a poor state of mind, and I even have tinnitus, arrhythmia, and some other illnesses. I'm afraid that if I go on with this insomnia, I will really die suddenly. Meng Meng's pair of eyes were empty and numb looking at this side of the cell phone screen. She helplessly dropped tears and cried in a way that made people feel pity. Long-term stay up late is indeed easy to sudden death. I have a relative is only 20 years old. Went to college every day to stay up late. Sleep during the day and night to stay up. Only to stay up for 2 years in the process of playing the game of sudden death. Every time you stay up all night, your body will be overdrawn. Meng Meng is still so young. I can see that her eye sockets are sunken from staying up all night. If she continues like this, won't it be easy to have an accident? Anchor quickly help Mo. Hearing Meng Meng's words, Ji Yunyan's face sank a few points deeper. Then is there anything else that you're not feeling well about lately? In addition to the tinnitus arrhythmia and my mental and physical state, I had an endocrine imbalance, several pimples on my forehead, and worst of all I hadn't had my period in 4 whole months. Staying up all night is what it will be like. People cherish their lives. Don't stay up all night. So have you been to the hospital to get checked out? Like going to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Ji Yanyi opened her mouth and said, her face obscure. Master, my daughter doesn't even have a boyfriend. What kind of obstetrics and gynecology department is she going to? Li Wan frowned and spoke. They were looking for a master to calculate the matter of ghost pressure on the bed, and how the master pulled something unrelated. It made her wonder a bit if this anchor was really a professional. But everyone is saying that the anchor fortune-telling is accurate. This made her hesitate in her heart for a moment. Anchor, in the end, what is going on? You just need to help Meng Meng to see. Is not a ghost pressure bed is good, but has been asking irrelevant questions. Get very gossip-like. This point is very down. I believe the master would never ask these questions for no reason. There must be her reasoning, so be patient and wait and see. It's true that you don't have a boyfriend, but you should also go to the hospital for a checkup now. Ji Yunyi sighed. It just so happens that your mom is also there. Let her accompany you. Chapter 33, The Truth About Ghosts in the Bed. Alright then, go to the hospital. Li Wan sighed and said, it's cost you $3,000. You're here, so you might as well do what the anchor wants. After all, it's the anchor that's so hard to connect to. At this point, Mo desperately needed someone to help her out of her misery. Before connecting to Ji Yunyan, she had tried all her methods to no avail, and she had already taken Ji Yunyan as her last straw. Soon the two of them packed up and headed toward the hospital. On the way to the hospital 2 people, Ji Yun in the live broadcast to launch a video link with her is too many people, but she only counts 3 trigrams a day. Ji Yun thought about it and opened his mouth to say, so I launched the lucky bag in the live broadcast. Grab the lucky bag of people who can live broadcast to connect to the fortune telling. Those who didn't grab the lucky bag can continue to wait in the live broadcast room tomorrow or the day after. After all, I will open the live broadcast every day, Ji Yun said. There are 3 hangs per day for paid and 1 for free, and today there are still 2 hangs left for paid, so I sent out 2 lucky bags in the live broadcast. I guess. The moment the words fell, Ji Yun initiated the lucky bag in the live broadcast. Soon this lucky bag was grabbed by 2 netizens. These 2 IDs that grabbed the lucky bags can be connected live later. Ji Yun said, I'm quite curious how Mo is doing now. Me too. Mo and her mom are now at the People's Hospital near the neighborhood, so I guess we'll get the results later. Ji Yun looked at the live broadcast screen. At this time, Meng Meng mother and daughter arrived at the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department and hung up the number. The doctor sent Mo for an ultrasound and soon it was Mo's turn. Mo lay in the ultrasound room, letting the doctor apply the cold liquid to the small of her back, holding the ultrasound probe back and forth across her belly. Ever since she had experienced ghostly bed presses on her bed every night, Mo disliked lying down, especially lying flat on her back like this. It would remind her painfully of her own experiences of being ghosted on her bed every night. She bit her lip in death, her eyes red and shivering. Little girl, how old are you? The doctor looked at the image presented by the ultrasound with a grave expression as she spoke in a deep voice and asked, just turned 19 this year. Mo's voice was soft and light. Is something wrong, doctor? It couldn't be because her body grew a tumor due to her prolonged late nights and insomnia. Could it? You're still studying now, aren't you? The doctor asked immediately afterward. I'm in college for the blind, Mo said, biting her lip. It was your mom who accompanied you earlier, wasn't it? Let her in, the doctor said in a hushed voice. Soon, Li Wan walked in. She was anxious. Doctor, is my daughter suffering from some incurable disease? Otherwise, why is this doctor's face so odd? It's not like I'm getting sick. These words loosened the taut heartstrings of Meng Meng's mother and daughter for a moment, and she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the doctor's words in the next second instantly made her feel like a blow to the head, and her entire body froze like a statue as she lay in place. But she's pregnant, the doctor said with a sigh. What? Pregnant? How is this possible? Li Wan was shocked. My God, what's going on? Mo is actually pregnant. Didn't she say she didn't have a boyfriend? No boyfriend, but that doesn't mean there's no ex-life. So she has an ex-partner. Or a P-friend? Only 19 years old and pregnant, but also too little self-love. Although it is an adult, but the body is their own. In doing those things should also consider their own body. At least wear a small umbrella. Could it be that the other party was irresponsible and unwilling to carry a small umbrella? So he got Mo pregnant? Meng Meng is really not responsible for their own bodies to their own children. She is a blind person. In the future work life cannot be guaranteed. In the future they need to be taken care of, but also pregnant with a child. If you beat this child, not only to her body damage, the child is also considered to be a murderer. But if you do not fight this child, the child was born. The situation of this mother and child is also quite worrying. I had a good feeling about Meng Meng, but I didn't realize that she played with such flowers and got pregnant when she was only 19 years old. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Meng Meng didn't lie. Ji Yun, who had been silent all this time, but suddenly spoke up. It's true that she doesn't have a boyfriend. It wasn't even a boyfriend that got her pregnant. Yes, doctor, are you mistaken? I don't even have a boyfriend. How can I be pregnant? Meng Meng spoke eagerly. Originally, she just wanted to find a master to calculate whether she had a ghost pressure on her bed or there was something wrong with her psychology. But she didn't expect things to naturally develop in an uncontrollable direction. Little girl, are you questioning my professionalism? I've been doing obstetrics and gynecology for 30 years and the machines in our hospital are state of the art. There's no way I can even get it wrong if you're pregnant or not. The doctor's face sank. I'm not a teacher at your school. You don't have to lie to me. Since you're already pregnant, there's no point in telling these lies. Mo wiped the medical liquid on her stomach. She covered her belly area. Her 1.65 meter figure only weighs 100 pounds. She used to be very flat at the belly area, but recently it has bulged a bit, and it has been 3 months since she had her period. If you suspect that I've gotten even this most basic of tests wrong, then you'll take this director's position. The doctor's face sank as he spoke. At this moment, Ji Yun's voice came from within the earpiece. The doctor was indeed not wrong. You are indeed pregnant. Li Wan snapped out of her brief shock and replaced it with anger. She yanked up Mo's hand and dragged her out of the room, raising her hand outside the corridor and slapping her hard. You lowly thing. Mo's pale little face puffed up high from the beating. Mom, I don't have a lowly daughter like you. You're only 19 years old and you let a wild man knock you up. How can you let me lose face? Calm yourself. Ji Yunyan wrinkled her eyebrows, her eyes clear and cold. You're hitting your own daughter before you figured out the truth? She's the victim. Calm down? How can I be calm? Li Wan was furious. The more she said, the more angry she became, raising her hand and fiercely slapping Meng Meng again. I've been peaceful all my life. How did I give birth to such a lowly thing like you? I didn't mess with anyone else. Meng Meng covered her face and cried out in aggravated pain. Where did you get the baby in your belly without screwing a man? Why are you so cheap? Li Wan was furious and cursed. You're so young. You're a womanizer. And you're a liar. You're blind and you don't have any self-respect. Who'd dare to have a woman like you in the future? Mom! Mo broke down as she didn't expect such hurtful words to come out of her own mother's mouth. I'm not your mom. Don't call me mom. Li Wan's anger had peaked. Tell me, whose sinful seed is this? Which man slept with you? You say it. I'll spell this old life to get him killed. The thing that is 1,000 knives. I can't sleep with anyone but you. The blind one. I don't have a man. I really don't know why I'm like this. Mo broke down and cried. You calm down. What you really need to do is to solve the problem. Not beat and abuse your own daughter. Not to mention, Meng Meng is the victim in this matter, Ji Yunyan said in a cold voice. But at this time, Li Wan was in a state of anger, so she wouldn't listen to Ji Yunyan's words. A slap in the face won't get you pregnant, and a fly won't bite a seamless egg. How could you get pregnant if you didn't want to? I think you're just a... Li Wan cursed angrily, spittle flying, completely ignoring the fact that quite a few people around her were looking this way. Ignoring the crowd's pointing eyes, she pushed Meng Meng hard. Now you're still covering up for that wild man and not telling the truth. Are you going to say it or not? If you don't say it, I'll beat you to death today. Li Wan gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. It's really important to have an emotionally stable mother. Learning that her daughter is pregnant. Meng Meng's mother's first reaction shouldn't be heartbroken. Should communicate well with her own daughter. But I didn't expect to use such vicious words to curse Meng Meng. These words of abuse are too much. Completely disregarding Mo's feelings. I feel suffocated through the screen. Before you can figure out what's going on, you're cursing at Mo like this. Cursing so unpleasantly that it hurts Mo. I suddenly have a bold guess. Meng Meng said it was a ghost pressurizing the bed. It is not possible that the child she is carrying is the ghost baby left by that ghost, right? My God is really fine. Maestro, it's time for you to show off your skills. Don't fight. Meng Meng really doesn't have a man. Ji Yunyan's face cooled a few points, and his voice intensified with it. So what's going on here? Li Wan was tired of fighting, puffing and panting. The one you should really beat is not your daughter, but your current husband. Ji Yani spoke out. Chapter 34, A Woman Haunted by a Ghost. What the hell is going on here? How come it's related to my husband for a good reason? Li Wan was incredulous. Does my husband know who that wild man of Meng Meng's is? Ji Yani said. There's no ghost pressure on the bed, and Meng Meng doesn't have any mental problems. The reason why Meng Meng feels this way every night is, rather, because, the person who's pressing on Meng Meng's body, is her stepfather. As for the baby in Mo's belly, it's his as well. What? Mo's little face turned pale. How is this possible? Big Melon, is this stepfather still a human being? He's been doing this to Mo since she was 16? What a difference between this and an animal. This is too disgusting. We recommend physical castration. This is rape. Impossible. Meng Lijuan shook her head violently. It's impossible for my husband to do such a thing. He's always been honest and treated us mother and daughter well. Never. Since you don't believe me, let's install a monitor in your house. I think the surveillance will tell you the answer. Ji Yani sighed. As for the child in Meng Meng's belly, you guys make your own decision. How did this happen? Mo just felt like her sky was falling. He had always treated himself gently, and she had looked upon him as her own father. So how could this have happened? Next, Li Wan took Meng Meng to buy surveillance equipment and installed it in the house. Cutting off the video with Ji Yani. There's one last fortune left today. Ji Yunyan looked at the live broadcast. The one who grabs the lucky bag is rolling in wealth. Ji Yani answered the live link from Fortune. The live broadcast is in a luxurious mansion villa. The villa has a built-in 5-story elevator. The floor is covered with thick Persian cashmere carpet. The walls are hung with Kabeshi's prawns, and the luxurious crystal lamps at the top of the head indicate the owner's strong financial strength. This is my dream room. I can't even dream of living in this mansion. This is too much envy. Thanks to the internet, I get to see the lavish lives of the rich up close and personal. At this time, there was a man in a bathrobe sitting in the live broadcast screen, and he was holding a beautiful woman with a plump figure and a proud bust on his left-hand side. Good anchor. Who wouldn't love a life like this? I'm tired of saying the word envy. The same are all human beings. The difference is a bit too big. I dream of such a life. But unfortunately I am a 996 working social animal cow and horse. I can only see other people's luxurious life through the internet and masturbate a little bit. It's nice to be the woman next to this man. If I can find a husband like this, then I'll stay at home and be a full-time housewife. As long as I get paid every month. I'm responsible for being as beautiful as a flower. And he's responsible for making money to support his family. Who wouldn't want to live such a luxurious life? It's just a pity that I don't have that destiny. I'm really annoyed to death to be around my husband and children all day long. Want to live like this? Ji Yun's eyes changed slightly and he didn't say anything. Master. At this moment, the man whose ID was called Wealthy rolling in the live broadcast room was like seeing a savior when he saw Ji Yun's face. And he eagerly opened his mouth. Please master. Save my life. Tell me what's wrong with you. Ji Yun's face changed slightly. His voice line clear and cold. I've recently been haunted by a female ghost. Wealthy rolling spoke eagerly. The thing is, in the last week, strange things have been happening around me a lot. Like when my girlfriend and I look in the mirror in the middle of the night we always see a female ghost in a red dress covered in blood. Also, I unscrewed the bathroom faucet, and all that came out was blood, including the toilet in the bathroom. Press the switch. There is also a pungent fishy smell of blood inside. Inside the bathroom sink, black hair comes out of it on its own, and the clumps are oozing. God, isn't this all just a big horror movie scene? Just hearing it like that makes my head spin. There's something wrong with this mansion, isn't there? It's not supposed to be a haunted mansion, is it? It's too scary. Let's run away. That's not even the scariest. Wealthy Roller's face showed horror. The scariest thing is that at night, when I go to bed with my girlfriend, I can see a female ghost emerging from the top of my head. She has very black hair, her whole body is bloody, and she stretches out her sharp claws to pounce on us. Scared my girlfriend into fainting and I was nearly scared half to death. We rushed to call the servants in the villa, but the maid steward came in and said there was nothing. They're making it sound like we're both hallucinating, but it's possible for one person to hallucinate, and it's a bit odd for two people to hallucinate at the same time. No way. I discussed with my girlfriend to invite the master. The results of the master invited into the door. The female ghost appeared, directly to the master to scare the out of being scared away. Wealthy Roller looked distressed. The master who helped me exorcise the evil spirits told me that the female ghost has deep power and he is no match for the female ghost. All the exorcism masters I know have cleared it, but all of them have lost. No one is a match for that female ghost. The man was distressed, and the woman on his side also showed a look of horror, shrinking in the man's arms and shivering. This matter has seriously affected our lives. Master, please help us get rid of the female ghost. As long as you're willing to help us catch ghosts, the price is negotiable. Recently, he had watched the hot search on the internet and knew that Ji Yunyan could draw talismans and had some skills in this area. So he placed this hope on Ji Yunyan. I can't help with this matter. Ji Yunyan's lips were frozen with frost. His voice cold. In the early hours of tonight, the female ghost will appear. Early tomorrow morning, your bodies will be discovered by the police and make the front page of the news. I'm going? What's going on here? Aren't anchors great? Why can't you help? Save a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. Anchor, you soften your heart a little bit, can't you? They're already poor enough. Please master, save our lives. Wealthy Fanwei was alarmed. As long as you're willing to save both of our lives, you can have as much money as you want. The price is negotiable. I have plenty of money. Yes, master. You can't see death. All of this is your own fault. Ji Yunyan's eyes were indifferent and cold. For a moment Fanwei's heart thumped. Does the master see something here? What's going on here? Can you stop selling out? Is there any connection between these two and the female ghost? The female ghost in your mouth is your ex-wife. Ji Yunyan looked at him with indifferent eyes. Fanwei froze as he nodded. That's right, but my ex-wife was kidnapped by a rival company and has disappeared. Her life and death unknown. Knowing that Ji Yunyan is calculated, Fanwei quickly said, out of this matter, I am very sad and sad. Master, but people always have to look forward. There is no point in indulging in the past, and those who are alive have to continue to live. And I beg the master to save my life. Shame on you for saying that. Ji Yunyan sneered. Chapter 35, The Ex-Wife Who Fell Off a Cliff. What's going on here? Anchor elaborates. Your wife isn't missing. She's dead. Ji Yunyan tugged at the corner of her lips and looked at him sarcastically. Did you all notice that I noticed? It's already 11:30. Then isn't it half an hour before the female ghost shows up? Wouldn't that make it possible to see the entire process of the female ghost's murder live? My God, the scalp is numb. That is, by the early hours of the morning, we'll see the death of these two? It doesn't need to be early morning. Ji Yunyan looked at the clock on the wall as she spoke faintly. Now, she's here. The moment the words fell, only a strong wind suddenly blew within the Fortune's live room. For a time the gusty wind gusting tightly closed door of the villa entrance was suddenly wind-blown banging heavily open. The ceiling at the crystal glass chandelier also shook madly, emitting a violent crisp crash sound. Ah! What to do? Help! Help! Ah! Xiao Mei, the woman cowering in Fan Wei's arms at this moment, screamed, and Fan Wei's face changed so much that his legs under the bathrobe, his legs and stomach were trembling like crazy. Meanwhile at the doorway stepped forward a woman in a red dress with dark hair covering her face. Oh my god! Is this a female ghost? The first time I've seen a ghost in a live studio. Isn't this more exciting than a horror movie? Not for the faint of heart. It's too scary. I'm so scared I can't open my eyes to see it. Pop-up guard. Wealth and democracy. Civilization and harmony. Freedom and equality. Justice and the rule of law. Patriotism and dedication. Integrity and friendship. At this point I was frantically memorizing Marx and Mao. Seeing that female ghost range, the two men were even more frightened and shrunk into a ball with their faces pale white. Fan Wei grabbed a bunch of talisman paper from one side, his eyes scarlet, constantly hissing, "Don't come over. I told you not to come over." Afraid? The female ghost laughed miserably, laughing until tears of blood flowed down from where her dark, empty eyes were. "If you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door." Fan Wei, I want to ask if your conscience doesn't hurt? What the hell is going on here? This female ghost is Fan Wei's ex-wife, right? At this time, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was frantically swiping the screen. It's being broadcast live right now, isn't it? The female ghost looked at the cell phone screen that was set up on the desktop. She looked up at Ji Yunyi across the room. With just one glance she could tell that Ji Yunyi's power was deep and completely different from those godly men who had done away with it before. Pressing isn't even in the same league. Afraid that Ji Yunyan would help this pair of dogs, the female ghost Nana spoke up. "Master, I have something to say." "Fine, go ahead." Unlike Ji Yunyan's cold and indifferent gaze when he looked at the range, when it fell on the female ghost Nana, that gaze became a little softer. "I'm Fan Wei, this dog's wife Nana." Nana smiled bitterly and opened her mouth. "I'm the only daughter of the chairman of Lin's group. My mother died of a hemorrhage in childbirth when I was born. My father and I have been dependent on each other all these years, and my father hasn't been able to marry and have a child. And there's only one daughter for me. Perhaps it's because I didn't have a mother's love since I was a child. So my father has always done everything he can to give me the best material living conditions. My father always tried his best to give me the best material living conditions, and gave me the most love and care. I was originally living a life of fine clothes and food, and since I was a child I have always lived a very comfortable life. Until I met this scum, Fan Wei. Fan Wei is the bodyguard that my dad arranged to protect me from the police academy, with very good hands. Originally I just treated him as a bodyguard, until one time my dad's business competitor kidnapped me. It was Fan Wei who fought to the death to save me. In order to save me, he was shot in the abdomen and his body was stabbed 21 times. There was a lot of blood and I was moved to tears. I didn't realize that he was actually protecting me with his life. Then later my father died of a heart attack in his old age, and for a while I was fatherless and motherless, losing my relatives and a bite, while my 7 aunts and 8 uncles were only thinking of the rich property I had inherited, and they were like wolves staring at a fat sheep, and they were eager to ruthlessly tear off a few pieces of meat from my body. It was also because of this that I saw the coolness of affection and the ugliness of human nature. All the people around me approached me for money, and at that time I felt that Fan Wei was an exception. Because Fan Wei, he didn't want my money. He just worked diligently by my side to protect my safety. Until one time I had a car accident and the car exploded. At that time I thought I was going to bend, yet I didn't realize that Fan Wei pulled me out of the scourge and saved my life once again. Maybe it was because of the 2 times I gave up my life to help. Or maybe it was because I was used to seeing the greed and ugliness of human nature. Or maybe it was because I myself was a girl who lacked love in her bones, and all this care and warmth from Fan Wei became salvation, and a ray of light from me became my life-saving straw. Gradually Fan Wei and I established a couple relationship. During that time Fan Wei would shush me every day, wish me good morning, good afternoon and good night, carefully prepare gifts for me, prepare surprises and romance for me. During that time I was deep in hot love and couldn't extricate myself. I fell in love. And then later on, Van Wyck proposed to me and I married him. At that time everyone was advising me that the two of us were not in the right place, not at all in the same class. Such a marriage is not destined to be happy. But I was bent on having my own way, and I felt that Fan Wei was the light in my life, and that Fan Wei was able to bring me happiness at the most disillusioned and saddest time. And that's why I didn't care about any of the gossip, and I chose him without a second thought. But I didn't expect that after we got married, Fan Wei was like a different person. He was always constantly asking for it, asking for money from me. He said to take this money to do business, and I chose to support Tucker. And time again, he has lost more than $60 million in business losses and failures. I realized that Fan Wei didn't have the brains for business, so when Fan Wei followed up on asking me for money, I didn't give it to him anymore, but as a way to make up for it, I put Fan Wei to work for Lin's group and made him an assistant manager. But I never thought that Fan Wei would embezzle public funds and even take the money within the company to support the woman outside, which is her, said Nana, pointing at me not far away, her voice harsh. That day I had some company account problems that I needed to understand, so I went to Fan Wei's office, but I didn't expect to see Fan Wei's secretary, that is, this, squatting under the desk to give Fan Wei a mouth. That picture, I feel sick to my stomach when I think about it now. Fan Wei told me that it was this seduced him, said that he was a momentary ghost. Let me give him a chance. I originally did not want to give him this chance, but I was pregnant. For the sake of the baby in the stomach, I hesitated for a long time, and finally agreed. This marriage of ours was hard won. I have feelings for Fan Wei, but I never thought that this man cheated on me like a cat that stole fish. Once there will be a second and third time. When my private investigator brought the evidence of their many trips to hotel rooms and Fan Wei's embezzlement of public funds to me, I was like the sky was falling. I stayed alone in my bedroom and cried for a long time and finally decided to divorce Fan Wei. Chapter 36, Retribution. Nana said, I and Fan Wei, after all, is a husband and wife. For the sake of all these years of love, I did not choose to let him net, or in the divorce agreement to give him $10 million. That's a lot of conscience. If you ask me, Nana is still too kind. To deal with the scum should be tougher. Ah, heartache man, bad luck for life. Spending money on a man is the beginning of bad luck. But I didn't expect that Fan Wei would take a knife and stab me in the abdomen. Saying this, the female ghost shed tears of blood. Don't say it. You don't say it, hissed Fan Wei, whose spirit was on the verge of collapse. Why don't you say it? Nana laughed miserably. Now that the live stream has 60,000 online viewers, I want everyone to see your ugly face. Let everyone know what you scum did to me. Know the true colors of you pair of dogs. I was struggling to run, but I didn't realize that this person would suddenly attack me from behind and hit me in the head with a vase, leaving me paralyzed on the ground. This grabbed my hands and feet, and Fan Wei, this pig dog scum, approached me step by step with a knife. Nana continued, her eyes shed blood tears, crying. I told him that I was still carrying a child in my stomach, but he didn't care about my child at all, and brutally stabbed my stomach a full 16 times. At that time, I cried and struggled in despair and begged for mercy, but he did not care about the feelings of these years. At that time, that picture I will never forget. My intestines flowed out from my stomach and dripped all over the place. This is when Fan Wei told me the truth. The original relatives arranged the kidnapping, as well as that car accident, were all arranged by him, in order to save me, so that I trust him, as a way to cheat my feelings. Ridiculous is that I was stupidly in love with him. The marriage I thought was happy was just a scam in the end. I cried and said I would give him half of my fortune just to ask him to leave me alone. But he got greedy and said he wanted all of me. The dogs didn't leave me alone. They joined together and cut off my head, chopped off my arms and legs and split me up. The dogs then picked my flesh and blood off my bones. Nana cried her liver, put all the meat in a meat grinder, let the grinder churn it all day and night, and finally, took the meat outside the villa and fed it to the wild dogs. And when I died, my soul floated out and watched as I was split up and my flesh and blood fed to the dogs. This hateful didn't even spare my bones, took my bones and broke them in a machine at the company's construction site, mixing them with cement and pouring it on the building site. This is appalling. This is too harsh. What a grudge. This pair of dogs are too ruthless. How could they do such a terrible thing? This is simply not as good as. She is still pregnant with your child, you even do this to her. Are you still a human being? Do you have a conscience? I finally understand why the anchor has such an icy attitude. So it's like this. Scum like this should be shot. Oh, no. They should be killed by 1,000 cuts and lynched. After I died, this piggish scumbag got involved with Junior, and was in our matrimonial bed night after night. While I couldn't reincarnate because my grievances were too heavy, and my soul could only watch the two of them do that disgusting thing in my villa day and night, watching them squander my property. And then later on my grievances became deeper and deeper, and I gradually gained Taoist skills, and that's why I was able to appear at night. I swore that I would make this pair of dogs get their comeuppance. I was wrong. I won't dare anymore. Please let me go. The woman beside Fan Wei, Xiao Mei, was crying with tears and snot mixed into one as she woefully begged for mercy. I spared you? Did you ever spare me and my child? My child was already formed and was killed by you guys so cruelly. Nana cried out miserably. She raised her hand, strangling Xiao Mei's neck to death. You and Fan Wei, this pair of dogs, don't even think of running away. It was Fan Wei who forced me. He's the one who forced me to do such a thing. It wasn't of my own free will. Xiao Mei screamed and struggled frantically. If you want revenge, go get revenge on Fan Wei. Please spare my life. Damn you! Who seduced me in the first place? Now that the big trouble is upon you, you've picked yourself clean? Fanwei gritted his teeth, his eyes scarlet. The two of you killed me and my child. And now, it's your time to die. Nana raised a hand, and in an instant, Fanwei's entire body suddenly lifted up in the air towards the ceiling and kept rising. Ah, help! Master, help! Ah, as long as you are willing to save me. Give how much money I am willing. Fanwei shouted at the top of his voice, crying out in a ghostly manner. I said I wouldn't save you. Ji Yunyan's eyes were pale. The cycle of karma. This is your retribution. Ji Yunyan looked at the live broadcast. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. It's not that the time has not yet come. This is too exciting. It's the first time I've seen a ghost on the air, and the first time I've seen a ghost kill a man. Fanwei, this pair of dogs deserved it, even if they die 10,000 times for doing such a heartless act. It's not worth it. I always thought ghosts were bad, but I didn't realize there were good ones too. I'm so sorry for Nana. If she had met someone else, she wouldn't have suffered such a fate. Maybe now is still living very happy. Girls must not fall in love with the brain cannot be a man's rhetoric and a moment of warmth to the blindfold. The girl to get married is to find the right family. The poor boy Phoenix male just figure your money, seeking only glory and wealth, not a shred of truth. This kind of guy deserves to die. Nana, kill this couple. The next live screen was too bloody. Ji Yanyi didn't want to show the netizens in the live room lest they scare others. Today's live broadcast is here. It's time to go off the air. Don't. I haven't seen enough. I want to see this pair of dogs get their comeuppance. Early tomorrow morning, everyone will see their deaths. Ji Yanyi said. It's getting late. Everyone rest early. Go to bed early and get up early, don't stay up late. Oh. As the words fell, Ji Yunyan shut down the live broadcast. It was time for her to rest and relax after a busy day. The next morning, Lin's group president Fanwei and his secretary died horribly in the mansion. Fanwei's ex-wife death of the truth. Fanwei abused his ex-wife. Several news phrases rushed to the hot search. By the time the police, as well as journalists, arrived at the house, they were met with this wretched and horrible scene. Chapter 37, A Tragic Death. Only to see Fanwei and secretary Xiao Mei lying naked on the ground. They are blue and purple. The body has been in pieces. The living room is full of fuzzy bloodstains, mutilated limbs. The police cannot tell whether these limbs belong to Fanwei's or Xiao Mei. The two people's eyeballs are dead wide open. Inside constantly crawling out of white wriggling maggots too. Nostrils, mouth is a large white maggots inside. Not only that, when the police arrive to find that the bodies of these two people by the villa near the stray cats and dogs constantly gnawing, the two people are already face to face, and the two people's life, genitals, organs are the cats and dogs to bite down, viciously chewed, eat into the stomach. The bodies of the two men were all disemboweled. Their stomachs were white with maggots, and stray dogs and cats were tearing at the organs in their stomachs. Seeing this scene, even experienced police officers couldn't help but gag and vomit all over the place. Reporters fought back the nausea to take pictures. At this time this matter has quickly rushed to the hot search by the whole network. I'm an employee of Lin's group. Our former boss's wife was really a very nice and gentle woman. It's just a pity that she met such a scum and ended up losing her life. Yes, I didn't think that Fanwei this would do such a thing. Heaven's way is good. Heaven spares no one. Seeing the news is really such a relief. This kind of person deserves it. Ji Yanyi is truly divine. She calculated that the two were early morning deaths, and it turned out to be really early morning. This is a true master. Ji Yanyi's character is really good. That scum Fanwei said to give her money, but she didn't help get rid of the female ghost, didn't aid and abet her. So it's obvious that she has a very bottom line. After this matter was on the hot search, Ji Yanyi realized that her microblogging fans and Douyin fans had risen quite a bit respectively. In just 2 days of opening the live broadcast, Douyin already had more than 5 million followers. She got up and washed and made herself a breakfast. I need to take care of the things I promised Memphis yesterday, too. By the time she finished breakfast, there were constant private messages from Memphis' side. Master, are you there? Master, where are you? We'll drive to pick you up. Ji Yanyi sent a locator. Within 20 minutes, a red Ferrari stopped at the entrance of Ji Yunyan's neighborhood. Master, I've arrived. At this moment, Meng Fei was sending a message to Ji Yanyi. Good. Ji Yunyan got up and went downstairs, and saw Meng Fei standing in front of the Ferrari, looking inside from time to time. Seeing Ji Yanyi descend the stairs, Meng Fei excitedly rushed forward. Master, be careful of the steps. Ji Yunyan, there's no need to be so enthusiastic. Meng Fei accompanied Ji Yunyan to the front of the car. She pulled open the door of the Ferrari and bent over at a good 90 degrees. Master, please come in. Ji Yunyan got up and entered the Ferrari. Master, how could a worldly master like you live in such a neighborhood? Meng Fei hurriedly got into the car and sat on Ji Yunyan's side. Of course, I don't mean that this neighborhood is shabby. I just, poor. Ji Yunyan faintly uttered a single word. Memphis, Grandmaster. After you help me with mine, I'll be sure to thank you heavily. Meng Fei folded her hands and solemnly said. Ji Yunyan spoke out. How did you feel last night? I was up all night last night. Memphis sighed. I lost sleep after everything that happened. She was also afraid that the female ghost would come for her again. Ji Yunyan, you take me to your house and I'll help you overpower the female ghost. Good. Tough luck. Soon, the car arrived inside the villa where Memphis was. Meng Fei brought Ji Yunyan all the way inside the villa and walked to that secret room in Xinlian's bedroom. Ji Yunyan took out a piece of yellow talisman paper, bit through his own index finger, and wrote a string of characters on it. Instantly, the blood glowed with a golden light on the yellow amulet paper, and for a moment, the golden light. Ji Yunyan pasted that yellow talisman on the urn, and in an instant, the urn began to emit green smoke, and in that smoky form, the female ghost in red appeared. Originally, her face was a bit grim, but the moment she saw Ji Yunyan, she was like a cat that had seen a tiger, wilting at once. Gray, Master. This person in front of her was immortal and profound in Taoism, and she was by no means her opponent. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. You have no grudge against Meng Fei. The reason why you plotted against her is just to be constrained to do someone else's job for them. Ji Yunyan said. Master, I don't want to, but I can't help it. I'll bury your urn, so that you can rest in peace in the ground, reincarnate well in the days to come, and be a good person in your next life. Ji Yun's voice was faint, making it impossible to defend emotions. Thank you, Master. Immediately after, Ji Yunyi pulled out all the silver needles on the would-be doll, pinched a yellow paper talisman, and the light scarlet-colored full lips recited a string of incantations, and in an instant, the yellow paper talisman burned, and burned the doll to the ground. Ji Yunyi took Meng Fei and went to the outskirts of the city. She counted with her fingers and figured out a feng shui site. Right here. You dig a hole, Ji Yunyan said. Oh, good. Memphis bought a shovel from a nearby supermarket and began digging the hole hard, one at a time. When he had dug close to half a meter, Ji Yunyan called out to stop and place the urn inside. Memphis then pushes all this dirt into the pit and fills it up. Ji Yunyi recited a string of terms, and a golden rune glowed at the azure sky, hovering densely at the head above. Go and be a good man in the next life. Thank you, Master. With tears in her eyes, the female ghost floated her body, following those runes as they slowly hovered away. Master, that's the end of it, isn't it? Meng Fei mentally sighed in relief. This talisman, you take it back. Ji Yun handed her a yellow talisman. Putting it in the bowl will spontaneously combust. When it burns to ashes, you drink it and the life-changing curse can be lifted. The chi that was taken away from you will also slowly come back. As for that female ghost, she has now entered reincarnation and will not come back to haunt you in the future. Thank you, Master. Meng Fei held the talisman with incomparable cherishing, her eyes glistening with tears. Master, thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I would have died long ago. Please accept my obeisance. Saying that, Meng Fei knelt down to kowtow to Ji Yun, and she heavily kowtowed twice. Alright, Ji Yunyan helped her up. Accumulate good deeds in the future. Your blessings lie ahead. Along with the moment she gave Meng Fei the talisman, she felt her merit value go up a little bit more, and the aura around her body was a little bit more than it was. Master, I have nothing to show for it except a little bit of money. Meng Fei was moved to look at Ji Yunyan. I'll give you a house. There's a luxury villa in the project my father recently opened. The villa is even. Ji Yanyi frowned. That money you rewarded in the live broadcast room was used to buy these talismans. We don't owe each other anything. We don't need to give me anything extra. Master, I've heard that you have a breach of contract from the brand. Why don't I help you pay it off? A few tens of millions isn't a big deal to her. If you don't want the house, you can pay for it, right? No need to. This is my own karma. I'll earn money to pay off my debt myself. Ji Yunyan refused. Meng Fei didn't expect Ji Yanyi to be such a worldly person. Even the house and money don't want. She was in a difficult situation for a while, but you helped me such a great favor. I must thank you properly. After a pause, Meng Fei thought of something. My house has a supermarket. Why don't I give you a supermarket shopping card? Unlimited credit. Spend whatever you want, and in the future, Master can come to my supermarket if he wants to buy any daily necessities. Ji Yunyan originally opened her mouth to refuse, but Meng Fei was unable to stop herself from shoving the card into Ji Yunyan's hand. Master, you accept it, or else I'll be uneasy in my heart. Ji Yunyan was helpless. Alright then, I'll take it. Next, Meng Fei took Ji Yun's hand and thanked him profusely, wanting to treat Ji Yanyi to a big meal. Dining isn't necessary. I have to start a live broadcast later. Ji Yunyan refused. It's about time for Mo to be done with it. Chapter 38, Follow-up to the Pregnancy of the Blind Woman. After dealing with Meng Fei's matter, it was time for Ji Yunyan to go back and continue broadcasting. Back inside the rental house, Ji Yanyi opened the live broadcast page. It's another day when you can meet the anchor. Have you noticed that the anchor's face value and temperament are getting better and better? And the state of the skin is like opening a soft light filter. I'm a senior face fan of the anchors, and I'm happy to see beautiful women every day. Ji Yanyi looked at the comments on the live pop-up screen. She curved her lips and smiled. Thank you all for your favorites. Good morning to everyone. It wasn't long after she opened her live stream that the live stream was rapidly flooded with fans, and her popularity value was climbing. Soon after, Ji Yanyi received a live link from If You Give Me 3 Days of Life Mo. In the scene, Mo is in a pink bedroom, and there's a sharp, angry, arguing, hysterical noise coming from outside the door. It could be heard that the voice originated from Mo's mother, Li Wan. At this point Mo was tearing up at the in-screen. Meng, are you okay? Ji Yunyan looked at her, his voice softening a bit. The anchor is really a very gentle person. With a soft but secure voice. Yes, the anchor treats the girls so gently, and this voice makes my ears crunch. Mo cried so hard. Is it really what the anchor said? I'm not very good. Mo sobbed, her eyes reddening as she cowered helplessly on the bed. Last night we went and bought surveillance equipment to install in the house. My mom works a lot and has to work night shifts and can't be home with me, and I'm scared and terrified to be alone. In the middle of the night, I have been restless, did not dare to sleep. Until the middle of the night, I clearly heard my bedroom door was pushed open, and then the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. Speaking here, Meng was full of pain. She was in tears, and her arms were around her knees. Immediately after that, the other party jumped on me. One hand covered my mouth in death, and immediately after that, it pressed on my body. Just like every other night as usual. I couldn't make a sound with my mouth gagged and had to let the other person treat me, until my mom rushed home. Turns out she was uneasy about me and snuck back home while it wasn't really busy within the factory. So the master's math wasn't wrong. So it wasn't a ghost that presses on my bed every day. It was the person I trusted the most as well as the most unexpected. Meng choked. She was sobbing and choking. Her shoulders were trembling minutely. I usually respect him so much and treat him as my own, but I never thought that he would do such a thing to me. My life has been ruined by him. This is too pathetic. My heart goes out to Mo. This is too impersonal. He's bullying a blind girl. He's not afraid of being struck down by lightning for doing such a thing. Chemical castration is recommended for such people. Such people deserve to die. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. If I were Momo's mom and met such a scum, I would cut off his tools so that he would never be able to be a man again. And then I would expose his scandals so that he would be infamous for the rest of his life and see which woman would still be looking for him in the future. And then I would call the police and get the best lawyers to sentence him to life imprisonment. Finding a man must polish your eyes. Meet this kind of man. Not only harm themselves, but also will ruin their children's life. The unfortunate marriage of Meng's mother has dragged Meng down, causing Meng, a good little girl, to be trampled on in this way. In the end, Meng's mom is also responsible for Meng becoming like this. The family reorganization is difficult to make people feel happy. Meng mom must find a man. No man is not unable to live. A person pulling Meng grew up, although it is a bit hard, but also better than Meng was trampled on straw. The live room is separated by a door, but you can still hear the sound of Li Wan arguing with the hysterical. It seems to be tired of cursing. The sound line outside is also smaller. The two seem to be discussing something. I'm really convinced. If I had just chopped that scum up with a kitchen knife, I'd let him splatter his blood on the spot, and Momo's mom would have ended it with just a few arguments. And now she's actually calmly talking to this scum. I guess I'm negotiating a divorce from this man. Does Momo's mom not have any other children with this scum? Divorce is better if you don't have kids, but if you have kids you're bound. And divorce and all that is troublesome. They don't have any other children. Ji Yanyi looked at the pop-up and said, Mo's mother conceived a child once after marrying this scum. But that baby was an ectopic pregnancy that hemorrhaged and required the removal of a fallopian tube to save her life. And because of that, that child wasn't saved. Ji Yunyan said, that's right. Mo nodded with blurred tears. Later they also planned to have a child. In this case it is possible to do IVF. My mom also tried, but my mom is old. Her body is not as good as a young person in all aspects, and she often works night shifts, and the IVF procedure failed twice. They didn't bother to toss it around anymore, and that's why they haven't had any children in all the years they've been married. It's good to have no kids. Divorce is easier without kids. Divide up the property, and Momo's mom will take Momo to escape from this scum. Yes, such a scum should be divorced and put in jail. In which Zai's sewing machine? Ji Yanyi fell on Mo's gaze. Your mom won't get a divorce. and she's not willing to let him go to jail. What? Mo's numb, empty eyes held beads of tears. How did this happen? They are discussing the matter now. In a little while, the scum will apologize to you with a remorseful face, telling you that they will never do such a thing again, that they will not continue to violate you, and that they hope to get your forgiveness. This can never be forgiven. How can I forgive you for ruining a good life? If you forgive, you're out of your mind. Mo, we can't forgive. Your mom will be there to talk you through it, telling you that he's just spooked, morally kidnapping you with all those years of parenting, saying how good he's been to you all these years, how hard and difficult it was to make money for this family. I hope you can forgive him, and that scumbag will be in front of you, slapping himself and begging for your forgiveness. You chose to forgive in a soft-hearted way for your mom's sake. What? Can you even forgive me for that? How can you forgive? I'll give this a good smack in the mouth. Mo must not be soft. Don't ever forgive. And then your mom wanted you to have this baby. What? This is alarmist. No way, no way. Mo's mom is toxic? What's wrong with you? Anchor, you listen to what you're saying. Does Momo's mom have some kind of serious illness? This is outrageous. She'll tell you that you don't have to worry about anything as long as you have this baby, and that she and your stepdad will help you bring this baby up, telling you that abortion will hurt you. Chapter 39, A Life of Misery. You hesitated for a while and didn't know what to do, and she would keep PUAing you and brainwashing you, telling you that you were blind, and that there was no way to get married after you got pregnant, and that no one would want to marry you, and persuading you to compromise. What was Momo's mom thinking? Turning to a halfway decent man instead of her own daughter? I can't wait to shake her head. Well, is there something mentally wrong with Momo's mom? And when you really compromised later, scum stepfather will wait for you to give birth to a child, did not wait for you to get out of the month to continue to violate you, and these, your mother all know, the reason why she did not stop, but also because she cannot leave that scum. On the one hand, the reason is that she really liked this scum. She is a love brain. On the other hand, the reason is that she is in the factory to do assembly line female workers a month's salary of more than 4,000, but the scum of a month to earn 10,000. She did not want to lose the scum meal ticket, but also, therefore, on this matter has been playing deaf and dumb. Turn a blind eye until you can no longer withstand the postnatal depression, and ultimately cannot withstand it. Jumped off a building and committed suicide. Ji Yun finished Mo's tragic life in a few words. This is too miserable. Mo, you must not forgive nor compromise. This kind of scum can never be forgiven. If you forgive him once, he'll forgive you a second time and a third time. If you suffer once from now on, you will have endless suffering. Meng Meng, you must be sober. At that moment, there was a knock at the door of the room. Meng Meng, your father and I have something we want to talk to you about. Li Wan's voice came through the door. Coming. Mo must be sober. I'm already feeling angry. Without waiting for Meng Meng to agree, Li Wan continued. Meng Meng, I'm coming in with your father. Is Li Wan out of her mind? After all this, she still admits that the scum is Mo's dad? Looking at Li Wan's attitude, I probably know that Meng Meng's mom is trying to persuade Meng Meng to forgive the scum. Too bad Mo's eyes can't see the pop-ups. I'd really cry. Soon, Li Wan and Zhou Chengfan pushed open the door to Meng Meng's room and walked in. Mo, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done something like that. In a moment of confusion, Dad apologizes to you. Zhou Chengfan walked up to Meng Meng, his voice full of guilt, yet that Chinese character face was half apologetic. I'm going. I really let the anchor do the math. The anchor is really a god. Isn't this a prophet? He can tell the past and the future. I'll take no one but the anchor. This scumbag says he's sorry, but where's the apology on his face? He's not even sincere. Disgusting. Why don't you go to hell? Meng Meng, it's all because my father is an asshole. Saying that, Zhou Chengfang reached out and slapped his hand towards his face. Please forgive Dad. Yes, Meng Meng, from the year you were 10 years old, our mother and father with your father. I'm a woman to earn a few $1,000s a month. Where can I support you? You these years to study, go to school, is not all spent on your father's money? He is not easy to make money outside, in the wind and rain. This is the only way to bring you up, to support our family. Meng Meng, people are not sages who cannot fault it. Your father is just a moment of ghost. I hope you can forgive him. Hearing this, Meng Meng could no longer hold back. She broke down and cried bitterly. Forgive? Why should I forgive? He ruined my life, took away my innocence, made me suffer from pain day and night. I had a mental breakdown. He did this kind of thing. A few light apologies, let me forgive? Meng Meng, we are family. Li Wan frowned. Your father also has the grace of raising you, he pulled you up. It's not easy to support us mother and mother. Then do I deserve to be ed by him? Deserve to be made pregnant by him? Meng Meng sneered. You're my own mother. How dare you stand by the scum's side to defend him at this time? and advise me to forgive? How dare you try to persuade me to forgive? Not only will I not forgive, I'm going to call the police. I'm going to prosecute him for the crime of rape. I'm going to make him sit in jail and make him pay the punishment he deserves. Li Wan did not expect her usually well-behaved and obedient daughter to suddenly be so tough. What are you talking about? This is your father, you let him go to jail, how can your heart be so cruel? Mo ignored her and said to Ji Yunyan on the other end of the live broadcast, Anchor, can you help me call the police? Without waiting for Ji Yanyi to open his mouth, many of the fans in the live broadcast room said that they had already called the police. Seeing this, Li Wan became angry and yelled at the top of her voice, What police report? I think you've gone rogue. Saying that, Li Wan quickly stepped forward and snatched away Meng Meng's cell phone. Realizing that Meng Meng was live streaming, she hastily cut off the live button. She pointed at Meng Meng's nose and angrily scolded, Your father raised you so well. You can't remember a single thing that's good to you, and you let him go to jail for being a little bad to you? How can you be so selfish? Have you ever thought about what you want me to do when your father goes to jail? What do you want me to do in the future? Have you considered your mom's feelings? I'm selfish? I was raped by him. I'm pregnant. I'm 19 years old. And I'm selfish for wanting to make the perpetrator pay for what he did. I think you're the one who's really selfish. You're afraid that he'll divorce you. You're afraid that he won't want you. You want to continue to live with him and let me suffer. Meng Meng broke down and hissed, Are you planning to let me have this child next? Saying that I don't have to care about anything and that you two will raise it? This, Li Wan sheepishly locked eyes with Zhou Fangcheng. How did their intentions but know? They had clearly lowered their voices outside just now. Li Wan, you're hurting your own daughter by harboring this man. Meng Meng sneered and spoke. If you have to harbor him, then we'll sever our relationship. You are no longer my mom from now on. Break off relations? Good. You've hardened your wings. You can even say such words. Let's see what I'll do to you. Li Wan did not expect her daughter, who had always been obedient, to be so disobedient, and was so angry that she picked up a broom and fiercely lashed it at Meng Meng. Fight! You beat me to death. Mo's hair was disheveled over her face as she hissed, tears streaming down her face. Beat me to death, I won't have to suffer in this filthy world. Don't fight, don't fight. There is still our child in this belly. Zhou Changfeng hurriedly stopped it. Meng Meng drew over the broom, gritted her teeth in death, and viciously swiped at Zhou Changfeng. Scum! Damn scum! Why don't you go die? You deserve to die. Little, you still dare to hit your father. I have to clean you up today. Li Wan, seeing that her husband was being beaten anxiously, grabbed Meng Meng's hair and raised her hand to give her a hard slap. At this moment, the little bit of mother-daughter love that Meng Meng had for Li Wan was also completely broken up because of this slap. She closed her eyes in despair. Why it was Li Juan who gave birth to her. Why she wasn't reincarnated in someone else's womb. Li Wan pressed down on Meng Meng and slapped her hard on her face. I'll let you be unfilial to your parents. I'll let you be ungrateful. Just then, the police quickly rushed into the room and brought Li Wan and Zhou Fangcheng under control. You guys come with me. Chapter 40, Baby girl stabbed with more than 20 embroidery needles all over her body. We're her parents. Why are you arresting us? Li Wan struggled and shouted in a hurry. Meng Meng, beg the police for mercy. I'm not going to plead for the police. I'm going to cut ties with you guys. Mo wiped the tears from her face. Although she was blind, her heart was not. Her voice was firm. Not everyone is qualified to be a mom, and you don't deserve to be mine. Meng Meng, you're going against the grain. Do you have any humanity left? You can be so cruel to your own mother. Are you still a human being? Exactly. What's in it for you if we're taken? How much better could a blind girl like you be without us? Then I don't need you guys to worry about it. Meng Meng put away the tears in the bottom of her eyes and smiled coldly. Even if I were to be starved to death and freeze to death, I would never be a family member with you guys again. They simply don't deserve to be human. She could go and join her grandma in the country, who had always been good to her since she was a little girl. She was sure her grandma wouldn't not want her. At this time, Ji Yan's live broadcast room. Anchor, the connection's been disconnected. I didn't realize there were moms like that in this world. It's an eye-opener. Not everyone deserves to be a mom, and the unfortunate ones spend their lives healing their childhood. This kind of family of origin is also horrible. Anchor, what's going to happen to Mo? Now the police have arrived at Momo's home and arrested Momo's mom and dad, and the scum will be sentenced to 10 years on suspicion of rape. Meng Meng's mom was an accomplice and was sentenced to half a month. And Meng Meng, after severing relations with them, go to the countryside to find her grandma to depend on each other. Grandma will accompany Meng Meng to have an abortion, for Meng Meng to continue to study. 5 years later, the development of medical technology in the country. Grandma borrowed money for Meng Meng to cure both eyes. Meng Meng restored to the light. Later will become a kindergarten teacher. Meet the right destiny. Get married and have a child. and live off this life in a calm and happy way. Ji Yunyan said. That's okay, I'm relieved to hear that. Mo is so pitiful. I hope to get happiness in the future. Next, it's time for the next live link. The name of the ID who grabbed the lucky bag is Baby Nanny Peace for Life. Ji Yanyi picked up the live link. In the picture was a haggard woman with white hair, deep set eye sockets, and a dark blue face that glowed under her eyelids. This lady looks familiar. I remember. Isn't this the same mom who was on news TV a while back? The headline was 6-month-old baby girl in critical condition after being stabbed with 20 embroidery needles. I have read the news. This woman is called Huang Chui. Her daughter is only 6 months old this year, but cried day and night, for which the next-door neighbors often look for property complaints. A lot of conflict. Huang Chui see the child crying too much. No way to bring the child to the hospital for a checkup, and the results found that the child's whole body was pierced with more than 20 embroidery needles. There are a lot of needles stopped at the heart. There are a lot of needles in the child's skull. I also saw that news. At that time scared me. An adult by the tip of a needle will be very painful, let alone a 6-month-old baby. This must not hurt. Stabbing at the heart and skull is tantamount to murder. The news said the child is still not out of life-threatening condition and is in ICU for resuscitation. Hello, Ji Yunyan spoke. Master good. Huang Chui wiped the tear stains under her eyelids. Her face was haggard and vicissitudes. Master, can you help me calculate? Song Xiaoing this little where exactly is it? Who is Song Xiaoing? When Huang Chui saw the pop-up ask, she choked up and spoke. Song Xiaoing is my Nyo-Nyo's sister. It's my husband's ex-wife's child. Mentioning Song Xiaoing, her eyes were resentful and red. My husband Song Chang and I are in a reorganized marriage, and I didn't resent my husband for bringing his ex-wife's child with him. I know it's hard to be a stepmother these days, and that's why after I got married, I've always loved Song Xiaoing as if she were my own daughter. I wanted to live a good life with my husband, thinking that if I treated this child better, the family would be more harmonious. The family has any fresh fruit I let Song Xiaoying eat first. I pick up her leftover mango kernels to eat, including living expenses. I don't treat her harshly, and I give her more every month. And when it's time for a new season I buy her new clothes. And I, as a stepmother, but every time I buy anti-season clearance discount clothes to save some money. Not only that, when I get off work, I tutor Song Xiaoing in her homework. I save money to give her the best school we have here. I treated this child with all my heart, but I didn't realize that I raised a white-eyed wolf. It's pretty hard for a stepmother to do this. It's not possible that Song Xiaoying is the one who killed her sister. Is it? Since I gave birth to Nyonya, I worked while bringing up a baby. I didn't have the energy to focus on Song Xiaoying, and I wasn't as concerned about her as I originally came to be, and her personality became more and more silent, and I didn't take it to heart. Then the child is older. I work under great pressure, but also to do housework. Simply cannot be busy. I'm too busy at home frying and cooking and cleaning, and my mother-in-law has something to do when she can't get out of the house. She will let her help me look after the child. But I didn't think that she was a teenager who was mentally twisted to such an extent that she would treat a little baby who can't speak like this. I didn't expect Song Xiaoying, this little person, to be ruthless and do such a heartless thing. My poor Nyo-Nyo's whole body was stabbed with a full 26 needles. At that time when I saw the ultrasound sheet, I fainted with a black eye. I can't imagine how a little 6-month-old baby could withstand all those needles. The doctor said that if he comes back one step later, my Nyonya will not be saved, said Huang Chui out of voice, crying, shoulders constantly trembling. I should not have let that little child for me to see. Who can think that I pour out my heart and lungs to this her? But she treats my child like this. Huang Chui cried, his voice hoarse, as if the next second will pass out. The man accompanying Huang Chui at this moment handed her tissues. Wife, don't cry. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for the good daughter you gave birth to, could my Nyo-Nyo have been victimized so miserably? The woman clenched her fists and viciously pounded the man's chest as she cried her heart out. Right now Nyonya is still lying in the intensive care unit. Wife, it's all my fault. It's me who didn't control the child. Song Chang's face is full of shame. I also did not expect that little would do such a thing. After we find her, don't worry, I'll never show any mercy. I'll give her a good whipping and make her pay the price she deserves by putting her in juvie. What's the use of just entering a juvenile detention center? Huang Chui smiled miserably. My Nyo-Nyo has suffered so much. I have to let her have a taste of this as well before she can do the same. Ji Yanyi frowned. Chapter 41, The Real Murderer. Master, I heard that your fortune-telling is very spiritual. Can you help me calculate where that little escaped to? Huang Chui took a deep breath, wiped the tears from her eyes, and opened her mouth. I want to bring her to justice. I want her to get what she deserves. People are born evil. And some children are really born pregnant with seed. Isn't that little handsome guy in Lily's live studio a born bad guy? I can only say that Song Xiaoying and Xiaoshui are a match. If these two form a CP, I've thought of a name for the CP, no one survives. Hurry up and catch this little one. Let the evildoer pay the price he deserves. I can't tell you now. Ji Yunyan sighed lightly. Master, we've already rewarded $3,000. Huang Chui's husband, Song Chang, frowned, received money to do the job. Why can't you tell us? $3,000 is half a month's or even a month's salary for the average person. Because, the one who stuck embroidery needles into Nyo Nyo's body is someone else. Ji Yunyan sighed lightly. Little Shadow is innocent. What? How is this possible? Huang Chui raised her voice. My mother-in-law told me herself. She was the one who saw Song Xiaoying stick needles into Nyo Nyo with her own eyes. Who else could it be if not her? Song Chang followed and spoke. She's the only one who's jealous of Nyo Nyo and sees Nyo Nyo in a bad light. The real culprit is your mother-in-law. Ji Yunyan spoke. What? How is this possible? My mom definitely couldn't do such a thing. Song Chang quickly retorted. My mom loves little kids. For the sake of Nyo Nyo's arrival, during the monthly period, she personally took care of my wife. She also personally made a lot of little kids' pee pads, made a lot of little kids' clothes with her own hands, prepared a lot of kids' stuffs, the family's diapers, powdered milk bottles were all purchased by my mom. And how could she possibly do this kind of thing? Yeah, I'm more inclined to believe Song Xiaoying did this than my mother-in-law. She's complained before about how everyone's been focusing on Nyonya and not her since she was born. And, before Song Xiaoying helped me look after the child, the result is that the child fell to the ground. Fell while cry. Fortunately the floor tiles on the thick carpet, our Nyonya did not fall to the brain. Otherwise unthinkable. Another time, the milk powder fed to Nyo Nyo to drink is particularly hot. My Nyo Nyo hot mouth blisters. Hot while cry. Look. Even with 100 degrees of boiling water to brew milk powder. I found out. Song Xiaoying intentionally used finger cutter Nyo Nyo fingertips cut off a small piece of flesh, bleeding a lot of blood. This is a pile of a piece of things. Is not to prove that she is the murderer. She is the murderer of the people. When I was on the news before, Huang Chui's mother-in-law cried sadly and miserably, and she seemed to be a good mother-in-law with a heart for her granddaughter. Yes, Granny Huang Chui looks kind. How could she do something to hurt the child? I definitely don't believe it. Did Ji Yunyi miscalculate? Ji Yunyi glanced at the pop-up screen and continued. The real murderer is, indeed, your mother-in-law. Are those baby clothes your mother-in-law prepared for you all in blue color? Ji Yunyan said. Huang Tue. It seems like, did your mother-in-law take you to a small clinic during your pregnancy to find out the sex of the baby and the doctor told you it was a boy? Huang Chui and Song Chang looked at each other. That's right. Ji Yun's brows were clear and cold. Your mother-in-law is looking forward to the child's arrival. That's because she thought you were carrying a boy. So she took care of your monthly period to the best of her ability and prepared so many boys' baby items for you. Yet when you gave birth, your mother-in-law was disappointed to find out it was a girl. Then you went to work after you got out of the month. And both you and your husband went out to work. And Song Xiaoying had to go to school and study. And your mother-in-law stayed home alone with the baby. Small children need to be fed every 2 hours. Monthly babies will urinate and defecate 6, 7 or even 10 times a day, needing constant diaper changes and constant breastfeeding. And your mother-in-law is getting impatient and irritable. She urged you to hurry up to have a second child, but you were busy at work. Your body had not recovered well after giving birth. Plus the economic situation. You refused the offer of a second child, and your postpartum emotional sensitivity after giving birth was not very good. And you also had a mother-in-law-daughter-in-law conflict. Your mother-in-law doesn't say anything on the surface but takes it all to heart. In the long run, she has built up her resentment for a long time. And in the process of babysitting for you she took out all her resentment against you and against Nyonya for not being a boy. When Nyonya cries, she gets impatient and stabs Nyonya with a needle, knocking her out. In the long run, the nymphet had more than 24 needles stuck in her body. Not only that, but she added sleeping pills to Nuno's formula so she could get more rest. Thoughtfulness. This is too scary. This mother-in-law is a patriarchal woman. On the surface, he looks kind, but I didn't realize he was hiding a knife in his smile. How can you be so cruel to a little kid? So it was Huang Chui's mother-in-law who slandered Xiaoying and set her up? No, this is impossible. Song Chang said with eyes full of shock and incredulity. Although you don't want to believe it, it is indeed the truth. Ji Yunyan sighed and said. Huang Chui was also filled with shock. Then the thing Song Xiaoying did before. It's normal for Song Xiaoying's personality to become a little quiet because of Nyonya's birth. It's easy for a two-child family to be like this. She doesn't feel like she's part of your family, and she feels that you've reorganized your family and that she's an outsider in your family. Ji Yunyi said. The second child family should favor the oldest a little more, and treat the oldest with a little more love and warmth, so that the oldest won't have psychological problems, and will also take loving the second child as their responsibility. Ji Yunyi makes a good point. Our children are. I didn't neglect the oldest after I gave birth to the second one. I treated the oldest a little better. The oldest is very responsible and responsible. When we are busy, he will consciously help to take care of the oldest, and he loves his younger brother very much. In fact, my child and Song Xiaoying situation is similar. Since the birth of the second lack of concern for the oldest personality has become a bit withdrawn. My oldest two are still the same father and mother. Xiaoying different father and mother. The emergence of this situation is also understandable. Song Xiaoying fell down while holding a small child. That's because she herself is a child and has no experience in taking care of children. As for making milk powder, it's the same thing. While clipping fingernails, it wasn't done by Xiaoying. Xiaoying is innocent, Ji Yunyi said. At this moment, Huang Chui's mother-in-law Wang Hong came into the bedroom. Ah Chang, Xiao Chui, lunch is ready, come and eat. Seeing Wang Hong at the doorway, Huang Chui stared at Wang Hong with red eyes. Chapter 42, Struck by Lightning. Wang Hong thought that Huang Chui was still crying because of the child's sadness. She sighed and said, "How many times have I told you to hurry up and get pregnant again? You don't want to listen to me. Nyo doesn't know whether she can get out of danger or not. If she can't really get through it, she still has to get pregnant again before it's too late," said. She was excited. Her eyes flooded with light. "I've asked around for you. There is an old Chinese doctor who can adjust the gender of the child. Let's go there and let someone take your pulse and adjust a boy out." What? Nyonya hasn't even died yet, and she's already planning to have another one. If she really cared about her child, she'd be eating like a baby by now. It looks like what the anchor said is true, and it's not likely that this old woman is really the culprit. "You did it, didn't you?" Huang Chui sneered. "What?" Wang Hong realized that there was something wrong with Huang Chui's eyes. "What do you mean by this? My Nyonya was victimized by you, wasn't it?" Huang Chui sneered. "What are you babbling about? How could it be me? It was clearly Song Xiaoying that little did it. That little maid this kind of thing has already fled from the crime." Wang Hong sheepishly averted his eyes and shouted at the top of his voice. "It's precisely because she escaped that you're even more unscrupulous in placing the blame on a small child." Ji Yun's clear and cold voice came from the receiver. "You abused a baby girl and lied to frame a teenage child. Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath?" Who's talking? Wang Hong looked around, and his eyes finally landed on the cell phone held by Huang Chui. "It's the fortune-telling master I hired. She counts very accurately. She helped the police count the traffickers' den before, and helped the police crack 2 cases with her fortune-telling technique, and also made the news to get the director's commendation for the real master." Huang Chui mockingly smiled. Those blood-soaked eyes looked at Wang Hong without a moment's notice. "The master has already figured out that the murderer is you. Do you still want to argue?" I. Wang Hong froze in place for a moment, not knowing what to react. "So it's really you?" Huang Chui wasn't too sure at first, but seeing this vain look in Wang Hong's eyes just now he dared to conclude that the murderer was her. She lunged up, those red and swollen eyes staring deathly at Wang Hong, fiercely choking Wang Hong's neck. "Nyo is only 6 months old. She's still so small. Why did you do this? Why are you hurting my nymphets?" Strangling, Wang Hong shouted at the top of her voice, staring intently at Song Chang, who was not far away. "Chang, what are you still waiting for? You're watching this evil daughter-in-law strangle your mother." Song Chang came back to his senses from this change and quickly walked to Huang Chui's side. Chui, calm down my ass. My daughter is still lying in the ICU after being victimized. She's been stabbed with more than 20 needles all over her body. Those embroidery needles are traveling in the bloodstream, just a little bit short of piercing the heart. How do you let me calm down? Huang Chui shouted angrily. Chang, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and drag this crazy away from me? Wang Hong glared angrily at Song Chang as she yelled angrily at the top of her lungs. You've forgotten your mother after marrying your daughter-in-law, haven't you? For a while, Song Chang was in a dilemma, but as he watched Huang Chui strangling Wang Hong's neck and continuously exerting her strength, and Wang Hong's face was bruised by her strangulation, and when she was strangled and a little out of breath, Song Chang took a step forward and hurriedly pulled away from Huang Chui. Chui, calm down. If you keep pinching, someone will die. Song Chang hurriedly stopped Huang Chui. Huang Chui hated to strangle this old thing in one breath. Being stopped by Song Chang, she vented all her anger on Song Chang, hitting and kicking him. What are you stopping me for? Didn't you say you wanted to find the murderer who hurt Nyo and return justice to Nyo? Now that the murderer is right in front of you, why don't you return justice? I'm asking you, is it us, the two of us mothers, or this old thing that's important? Huang Chui glared angrily at Song Chang and shouted shrilly. Song Chang was caught in the middle, and it was difficult for a while. You've turned against the heavens. Wang Hong covered her choked and bruised neck as she stared intently at Huang Chui and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Ah Chang. Look at what kind of daughter-in-law you found. Equals you want to strangle your own mother in broad daylight. It's only been a few years of marriage and you're treating me like this. So when I'm old, will I still be as good as I am? Tell me what's the point of marrying a wife like this? You can't give birth to a son. And you still dare to be so arrogant in front of me. I advised you when we got married that this woman's ass is not big enough to give birth to a boy. But you didn't listen. You've got 2 wives. But they're all losers. If you had listened to me, you would have had a son by now. Wang Hong continued to complain. This old woman is too patriarchal. Is a daughter not a child? Yeah, really speechless. Looks like the anchor was right. Mom, tell me honestly, did you cause Nyonya's death? Song Chang said helplessly. So what if it's me? She can't give me any grandchildren. And I still have to work my butt off to serve her and that money loser. I clean all day and night, feed the money loser formula and change diapers. And I have to do it once every 2 hours. I'm almost 60 years old, and I stay up all day and all night. So it's not easy for me. The more Wang Hong said the more angry. The more said the more aggrieved. Even if you hire a nanny to do these jobs 24 hours a day and night, but also $5,000 or $6,000 a month, and I, not a penny, still have to subsidize the money to you. Other people with me so old have gone to the square dance on the dance. I day and night around a loss of money to beat around. This a handful of years of figure what it's really you. Huang Chui stared at her dead in the face. At first it was you who urged me to hurry up and have a child. Saying something like I'll continue to work after giving birth and you'll watch the child for me. Saying that you won't let the child delay my career. But in the end, you're here complaining again. I'm the one who brought up the matter of urging for a child. But I want a boy child, not a girl child. If you give birth to a big fat boy, I'm willing to work me to death if you let me. Wang Hong gasped and raised her voice. Son, you divorce her. Wang Hong yelled. Find a good woman to give you a son. Our old Song family must not be without a male child. Is there a throne to be inherited in their family? What kind of age is this? Are you sure this thinking isn't from a feudal society? It's also drunk to meet such a mother-in-law. You are not comfortable in your heart. You have what fire rushing at me. You deal with a child who can't speak and use such insidious tricks. You're not afraid that the heavens will strike you to death with thunder. Huang Chui cursed with spittle flying all over the place. You old undead thing. Why doesn't the heavens open their eyes and strike you to death? The moment the words fell, at that moment, a loud bang came from the sky, accompanied by a roar. The purple golden lightning split the sky and came straight towards Wang Hong. Chapter 43, Torture in the Iron Tree Hell. It's really heavenly. Huang Chui's mouth seems to be open. Where is Huang Chui's mouth opened? I just saw the anchor writing and drawing on the yellow amulet, and then the sky struck the thunder. Anchor God. I can't believe he can draw a talisman to strike lightning. This is the first time I've seen such an awesome anchor. At this moment, there was a loud bang in the sky, and purple golden thunderbolts cut through the canopy, instantly splitting straight through the glass and toward Wang Hong. In an instant, Wang Hong was chopped and trembled violently. His eyes were crooked and his mouth was slanted, and his hair was instantly stood up and smoked. Seeing this, Song Chang hastily took a few steps back, fearing that the lightning would strike him. After a few seconds passed, Wang Hong fell to the ground with a trembling plop, and a pale face was roasted like black charcoal. Ha ha, God has eyes. The heavens can't even stand to watch. Huang Chui cried and laughed as she gritted her teeth. I'll never let you off the hook for abusing our Nyonyo like this, said Huang Chui. Dialed the police. Are the police there? I found the real culprit who heard Nyonyo. Wife, Song Chang, who was at the side, came back to his senses, and he said with embarrassment, you really want to call the police? This is my own mom. Then Nyonyo is not your own daughter? Huang Chui stared at him intently. He is the murderer of my daughter. You defend her, you are an accomplice. Song Chang, if you're going to take her side, I'm not only going to divorce you, but even you, I'm going to sue together. So think about it. Song Chang is difficult to stand in place. On the one hand is his own mother, on the other hand is his wife and children. This is really a dilemma. In the middle of the day, Song Chang sighed dismally, before dialing 110, dial a 120. After all, it was his own mom, and he didn't want to see anything happen to her. Without giving Song Chang a chance to think, Huang Chui decisively reported to the police. Soon, 110 rushed to take away the fainting Wang Hong, while Huang Chui couple followed the police to make a statement. After making a statement, Huang Chui gathered her emotions and looked at Ji Yunyan on the other end of the video with a haggard face. Her eyes were filled with tears. I didn't expect Wang Hong to be the murderer who harmed my family's Nyonyo. If it wasn't for the sake of my Nyonya, I would really want to cut her up by 1,000 cuts and chop her up to feed the dogs. Huang Chui's teeth clenched and creaked, her eyes full of hatred. To lay such a poisonous hand on a little baby who can't speak. This kind of person deserves to go to hell when they die. It will. Ji Yanyi opened her mouth and said, her voice clear and lingering. People will enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, and those who are evil will enter the 18 layers of hell. As for Wang Hong, he will spend the rest of his life in prison, and when he gets older, he will be sick all day long, and after he dies, he will enter the underworld to experience the punishment of the Iron Tree Hell. What do you mean by Iron Tree Hell? Huang Chui asked out loud with tears in her red and swollen eyes from crying. The Iron Tree Hell is on the 3rd level of the 18 levels of hell. The branches and twigs on the iron tree are all sharp edges of steel that will pierce and penetrate a person's epidermis and hang suspended from the iron tree. My scalp is numb from hearing it. I can imagine the pain through the screen. Evil people will be collected by heaven. Never do good deeds and accumulate good virtues while you are alive. Don't do evil for the sake of evil. Luckily, I haven't done anything bad in my life by doing good deeds. I'm relieved to hear that old thing end up like this. Huang Chui long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Anchor, can you help calculate when my daughter can wake up? I dissected 8 layers before giving birth to my daughter. Only so small. Has suffered so much. Don't be in a hurry. Ji Yanyi looked at the time display on her cell phone. Her red lips slightly opened. 3, 2, 1. Your daughter is awake. The moment the words fell, Huang Chui received a call from the hospital. Is this the family of Song Nyonya in Ward 37? Yes, I am. Huang Chui clutched her cell phone deathly tight. Doctor, what's wrong with our Nyonya? Nyonya is better now. She's been moved from the ICU to the regular ward. Come over and take a look, the doctor said. Okay, I'll come right away. Huang Chui's excited eyes were filled with tears as she hung up the phone looking at Ji Yunyan at the other end of the video. Tears streaming down her face. Master, thank you. Thank you. No need to thank you. Go to the hospital and accompany the child. Ji Yunyan curled her lips and smiled softly. Okay, I'm on my way. Huang Chui wiped the tear tracks under her eyelids and hurriedly cut off the video link. We are saying that marriage to find objects not only to look at the man's character but also to look at the character of the man's parents. If you meet such a mother-in-law, it is really pouring 18 lifetimes of blood bad luck. There is no longer any thought of marriage. Infertility keeps the peace. Let's hope that Nyonya grows up peacefully and happily in the future. Not long after hanging up, Ji Yunyan received a video link. The live link was quickly answered. In the picture, the woman was wearing deep black sunglasses, beret with mask, covered tightly. She lifted her chin and looked at Ji Yanyi across the video. Ji Yanyi. Originally, the fans of the live broadcast were still wondering why this person was heavily armed. And when they heard this voice, the broadcast room boiled over. Isn't that Autumn Moon's voice? Even though it was covered tightly, I was able to tell right off the bat that it was Autumn Mingyue by the sound of her voice. Ji Yunyan's opposite family. Before the autumn bright moon can not less with Ji Yun Dai tear. All kinds of tearing the timeshare. The two families of fans to scold each other tear. Yeah, why would Xiao Mingyue connect with Ji Yunyan live? It couldn't be that she wanted to mock Ji Yanyi, right? After all, since Ji Yunyan was blocked, Autumn Mingyue's resources have gotten a little better. My favorite bean is actually connected to Ji Yunyan's live broadcast. I also secretly powdered the love beans of the opposite house. Coincidentally, love beans also in this live room. So embarrassing. Originally thought that after being blocked Ji Yun Dai will be gray. Did not expect temperament and color than the original too good. Ji Yanyi, how much of a filter are you turning on? Xiao Mingyue couldn't help but despise. Your beauty function is also too strong. His own professional makeup artist spent 4 hours on his makeup. And Ji Yanyi looks like he's a vegan. How could a vegan be in better shape than he is? It must have been the beauty filter turned up to the max. In fact, she secretly had her own openings, but she didn't have the good sense to open them so wide like Ji Yunyan did. Beauty filter? Ji Yunyan fumbled with the function of the live broadcast and clicked on the beauty filter. Is that so? Accompanied by the action of pulling her beauty filter. In an instant, one of her faces became dark and large eyes, thin and pointed chin, and for a while it was actually no different from a snake face. Help! This is the real beauty filter on. Sure enough, beauty filters are just for ordinary people. They're half-assed for real beauties. Autumn Moon laughs. Is it so hard to admit that someone else is more beautiful than you? Seasonal cloud dyeing redefines beauty filters. Autumn Mingyue's face was ugly for a moment. You'd better change back. Ji Yanyi nodded and changed back to her original appearance. Your video linking today. You wouldn't just want to see what I look like, would you? Chapter 40 for the Lost Global Limited Edition Ruby Ring. Autumn Bright Moon parachuted into Ji Yanyi's live broadcast, sucking in a lot of fans for a while. The popularity value of the live broadcast room soared to 100,000, and the number of followers of Ji Yanyi's live broadcast account also soared wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Mingyue brought popularity value to herself, and for that reason, Ji Yanyi did not resent her. Of course, Xiao Mingyue uncomfortably averted her eyes as she lifted her chin. I heard that you're pretty good at fortune telling. It just so happens that I have a matter that I need your help with. If you calculate accurate, in addition to the trigram gold this 3,000 reward, I will also send you an extra red envelope. If you do not calculate accurate, this 3,000 you have to give me back. She didn't want her opposite number to make her money for nothing, but there wasn't much she could do at the moment. Good, you say. Ji Yunyi picked up the glass. A few roses red goji berries floated inside the transparent glass. The tea took on a light pink color. Along with her action of drinking the tea, her rich red lips were stained with a bit of rose pink. Her lips were full and the color was enticing. Xiao Mingyue uncomfortably averted her eyes. Ji Yunyan, when did this guy become so good looking even when drinking water? Rather different from the original. I wore a valuable ring to the event. Autumn Mingyue continued. But I don't know what happened. But I lost it. I've asked my staff to go looking for it in a hurry. And I've checked the surveillance several times. But I still can't find it. Help me figure out where I lost my ruby ring. The ring wasn't actually provided to her by the brand, but her team borrowed it for her after all. Her own curiosity wasn't up to the level of wearing a global limited edition. The ring is over $50 million. If it's gone, you'll be liable for damages. And the other guy wants it in a hurry. And he has to return the ring first thing in the morning. She searched again and again, checking surveillance and questioning staff, and a carpet search failed to find the ring. After tossing and turning for such a long time she really couldn't do anything else. Otherwise she wouldn't have come to Ji Yun's live broadcasting room. Hopefully, Ji Yunyan can figure something out. It couldn't have been picked up by some money-hungry fan and kept for himself, could it? Venture to guess whether it will be taken by any staff member. If you really steal valuables, you can go to jail for the seriousness of the case. Ji Yunyan, however, put down her teacup indifferently. You didn't lose your ring. Are you saying I'm lying? Xiao Mingyue wrinkled her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Ji Yun, do you think I have time to joke with you here? I'm busy. She shouldn't have thought twice about coming to Ji Yunyan. I didn't find the ring, and I'm still mad at myself. I mean, Ji Yunyan's eyes fell on the husky that was obediently squatting on the side of Xiao Mingyue spitting out its red tongue on the other side of the video. Your ring, it's right next to you. What does this mean? If I'm not mistaken, what Ji Yunyan is looking at is the dog on Xiao Mingyue's side. The ring was hidden by the dog? What do you mean by that? Xiao Mingyue was confused. You take your dog to the pet hospital now, Ji Yunyan said. Wait until you find the ring. You better not fool me. Xiao Mingyue stared at Ji Yunyan on the other side of the video and said with a cold snort, if she didn't really have no choice, she wouldn't have gone to find Ji Yunyan. You go, Ji Yunyan faintly said. Soon after, Xiao Mingyue hung up the video connection. The next to connect was Tue Wang. Ji Yunyi answered the connecting call. Anchor, your math is accurate. My daughter has now turned the corner. Huang Chui at this time is lying in a hospital bed. In her arms lying flat is a sleeping sweet little baby, the little baby thin feet inserted infusion tube. Well, that's good, Ji Yunyan said. That old woman was arrested by the police. I found a lawyer and said that she will be sentenced to life imprisonment. She will have a good time in the future. Huang Chui mentioned Wang Hong. The bottom of her eyes were filled with hatred. She was close to gnashing her teeth. Aha. Last time I asked you about Song Xiaoying's whereabouts. Can you tell me this time? Huang Chui thought for a moment and spoke out. Misunderstood that kid after all. After finding her, can you accept her from the bottom of your heart? Ji Yunyan asked out loud. I can. Huang Chui mentioned that child and also felt a bit guilty. In fact, at the beginning I really treated her as my own daughter. Just that some things that happened later made me cold-hearted. Now since I figured out that it wasn't Xiaoying who did it, I plan to bring her back to live a good life. In the future, I'll love littling well and communicate with her when I encounter problems. Good. Ji Yunyan looked at her face. You're a virtuous person. I've looked at the family photos you've put up in your home. Xiaoying, this child is honest and simple. She's a filial one. In the future, when she grows up, she will work as a doctor in the local third-rate hospital. And when you people reach the end of your lives, she will do her best to take care of you to give you old age. Huang Chui was actually a little worried that other people's children were not raised well. Worried that Song Xiaoying would hold a grudge because of this. Hearing this she sighed in relief. That's good. Her address is in the bridge hole over in the Tianxiao district, Ji Yunyan said. A bridge? Huang Chui's heart sank. Has the kid been hiding under a bridge for the past few days? Okay, I'm on my way. After hanging up the live link, Huang Chui let Song Chen keep an eye on Nyo, while she herself rode her electric bike towards the side of Tianxiao district. After all, Shadow had fled out of fear, and the knot in her heart needed to be untied by her herself. Huang Chui was worried that if she went late Nyo would be gone, and rode the electric bike with the speed increased to the maximum, all the way towards the Tianxiao district. By the time she arrived, the scene in front of her looked like her heart was breaking. At this time, Xiao Ying's head is disheveled. A small face is dark. The clothes on her body are even more dirty and can't see the color at all. She is cowering in the hole of the bridge underneath the overpass, squatting on the ground, holding a dirty half of a hard steamed bun in her hand, biting it one by one at the side of her mouth. Placed at her feet was a dirty, torn sack containing a bit of broken plastic bottle cans. Little Shadow. Huang Chui stopped her electric car and opened her mouth to shout. The moment she saw Huang Chui, the bottom of Xiao Ying's eyes were full of panic. She hurriedly stuffed the steamed buns into the sack, grabbed the sack and got up to run. Don't run, Little Shadow. Mom is here to take you home. Seeing that the child was about to run out of sight, Huang Chui hurriedly rode the electric bike and continued to chase. Soon, Huang Chui caught Song Xiaoying up, and she dropped the electric bike and took the person in her arms. Song Xiaoying resisted and struggled, her big dark eyes filled with panic. Shadow, don't be afraid. Mommy knows that it wasn't you who harmed your sister. Huang Chui hurriedly spoke. Song Xiaoying, who was originally struggling, suddenly stiffened her body, and she stood frozen in place. Chapter 45, The Lost Ring. Mom has found out who the real murderer is. It's not you. It's Wang Hong. Huang Chui hugged Song Xiaoying tightly. Gradually, she slowly loosened up, holding Song Xiaoying's dark little face. It wasn't you who did it. It's Mommy who was wrong. Mommy wronged you. Song Xiaoying stared at her in a daze, and after 3 seconds, she blinked, her eyes pooled with tears, and large tears fell down. You child, why don't you follow your own mother? Why are you foolishly living alone in this bridge hole? Huang Chui took out a tissue and wiped the tears on Song Xiaoying's cheeks and said, when something like this happened in the family and Song Xiaoying ran away, her first thought was that Song Xiaoying had gone to her own mother. They went to Song Xiaoying's own mother's place in a rage, but they didn't expect her to say that Xiaoying wasn't here at all. They didn't believe me and went to search the house and found nothing. My own mom. She doesn't want me. Song Xiaoying pursed her lips and huffed. She's an abandoned child. When she was very young, her own mother disliked her for being a drag on her and left her to run away with another man. She cried and opened her arms and shouted, Mom, don't want me to cry. She cried and chased after the car and kept on running, ran not a few steps and fell to the ground, knocked her head in blood. She was in pain all over the body in pain, but her mother did not even look at her. After divorcing Dad, Mom never messaged or called her again. At first, she would still call her mom and send messages to her mom, and her mom would reply to her. But along with the birth of her younger brother, her mom gradually didn't love to take her calls or return her messages, and her mom said, I have a new family now, it's not convenient for me to be in constant contact with you. Otherwise my husband will be unhappy. Don't call me if you have nothing to do. If you have anything to say to your father, didn't your father find you a stepmother? From now on she'll be your mother. Forget about me. Since then, one has not been able to make a phone call. She thought it was because her mom's cell phone was in arrears, and she had saved her allowance for a long time before she could scrape together enough $100 to charge her mom's phone bill. But I still can't get through to the phone. Later, her classmate said that this situation is pulling the plug on you. She didn't want to believe it. How could she be blackballed when she was the flesh and blood of her mother's birth? She used a classmate's cell phone to call her mom's number, but the call was answered quickly. Listening to her mom's voice on the phone, she bit her mouth and sobbed uncontrollably. It wasn't until this moment that she realized her mother really didn't want her. Dad married a new mom, and the new mom will have her own kids, and she's a redundancy in this family. She was careful to stay at home for fear of upsetting her new mom and being kicked out, but her new mom was very nice to her, giving her delicious snacks, cooking her favorite meals, and buying her new clothes. The new mom was even nicer than her real mom. She thought she could have a good life, but when her sister was born, she was snapped back to reality. Her new mother liked her sister more and gradually didn't care about her and stopped being nice to her. She accidentally dropped her sister. Her new mother pushed her into the coffee table and she cracked her head. Her new mother asked her to make powdered milk for her sister and she got blisters on her burnt fingers. But the powdered milk came out hot, and her mother pointed to her nose and scolded her for her wickedness. Actually, she didn't mean it. She really doesn't know how to take care of kids. Until later when her sister got needles all over her body and her grandmother said she did it. Her new mom was so angry she slapped her hard and wanted her to pay her back 1,000 times over. She was so scared she ran away. The tip of Huang Chui's nose soured, and she became more and more distressed. Little Shadow, it's Mom who misunderstood you. Mom already knows that she wronged you. Mom apologizes to you. Mommy will love you well from now on. Go home with Mommy. Song Xiaoying flung herself into Huang Chui's arms, large tears falling out. Mother and daughter cling to each other. At this moment, Ji Yanyi received a live link from Qiu Mingyue once again. Ji Yanyi, it's already at the pet hospital. Qiu Mingyue handed the dog's halter to the vet's hand. She wore a duck-tongued hat with a mask, her arm around her chest, and stood within the broadcast room. You'll understand everything if you ask the vet to do an ultrasound. Ji Yunyan sipped his tea unhurriedly. Fine. Do an ultrasound. Xiao Mingyue wanted to see what kind of medicine Ji Yunyi was selling in her gourd. Soon, 2 physician assistants were carrying the husky to the pet triage table. The doctor took a shaving tool and placed it on the hatchling's abdomen. The husky started to come to life, woofing and barking, and just wouldn't cooperate. It was a busy time for the trio of doctors and 2 assistants. Lucky, be quiet. Autumn Mingyue wrinkled her eyebrows and barked out a command. But for a moment, Lucky woofed and barked even more. Small dogs are a bit easier. Getting this large dog is really a test of stamina. I have a Samoyed at home, and every time I bring it in for a bath I tire out the pet groomer. Don't mention it. I have a big 100-pound golden at home, and every time I walk the dog it's more like the dog is walking me. The paramedics had a good toss and turn, but they finally held Lucky down and pressed him to the operating table. Relieved, the doctor rushed to shave him, revealing his light pink flesh-colored belly. The husky was forced to lie on the medical table with a lifeless look on his face, letting out a long, wailing cry. The doctor took the probe and swept Lucky's abdomen. Soon the ultrasound monitor came up with Lucky's abdomen. At this point, the monitor was showing a fluorescent pink light in one spot at the abdominal bowel. This is my ruby ring, Xiao Mingyue said in dismay. It does look a lot like a ring, the doctor said. It should have been accidentally ingested by the dog. Laughing to death. No wonder the anchor said the ring wasn't lost. Of course it wasn't lost in the dog's stomach. If Autumn Bright Moon had looked for the anchor earlier, it wouldn't have been necessary to spend so much time checking surveillance and doing other things. It saved a lot of manpower. Xiao Mingyue wrinkled her eyebrows. This ring was borrowed by herself. It didn't fit the thickness of her finger. It was a bit big for her to wear. I think I accidentally dropped the ring when I was wearing it to feed Lucky a can of dog food and Lucky mischievously bit down on it. Doctor, how do I take this ring out? Xiao Mingyue said helplessly. 2 ways at the moment. Have surgery and cut open the abdomen to cut through the intestines to remove it. The doctor said. Another way, give the dog a laxative to get it to poop out. For a while, Xiao Mingyue was caught in a dilemma. It is easier and quicker to do the surgery, but the one who suffers is Lucky. But if you pull out this ring from the dog's asshole, even if it is cleaned, people can have it? Lend yourself a ring is a rich woman, Sister Sue. He lost her ring is already very sorry. This is if you then pull it out of the dog's daisy. Chapter 46, you figure out when I'm going to die. This ring is so valuable. The owner of the ring must have a good status. If Xiao Mingyue chooses to pull it out of the dog's stomach, this will offend the ring owner. Right? Yeah, after all, how can a rich woman wear a ring that she pulled out of her dog's asshole? Xiao Mingyue was in a difficult position. Which option do you see yourself in? The doctor asked out loud. Autumn Mingyue couldn't bear to look at the dog's ghostly blue mournful panicked eyes. She let out a long breath, walked over to the dog and reached out to touch his fur. Lucky, don't be afraid. Mommy won't hurt you. She looked up at the doctor. Let the dog pull out. As for the ring, she paid for it. Autumn Bright Moon is quite responsible for the dogs, and I can see that she is a caring person. Caring is classified as caring, but this is a very irresponsible behavior for the person who lent her the ring. Such a valuable thing easily lost, and got into the dog's stomach. I guess it will be a bust-up in the future. Substituting a bit. I'm already pissed off. Soon, the vet prescribed laxative medication. And after the medical staff fed the medication to Lucky, it wasn't long before the dog squatted in the dog toilet at the vet hospital and started whimpering and defecating. Xiao Mingyue took a deep breath and helplessly looked at Ji Yunyan over the live broadcast. Your calculations are accurate. Thanks anyway. She had previously promised to give Ji Yunyan a reward if her calculations were accurate, and now she couldn't go back on her word. Therefore, Autumn Mingyue rewarded Ji Yunyi with 2 carnival. I'm going to get busy. Bye. As soon as the words left her mouth, she cut the live link. At this time, Xiao Mingyue parachuted into Ji Yunyan's live broadcast room. Xiao Mingyue lost the ruby ring. The ruby ring was in the dog's stomach. Xiao Mingyue let the dog defecate to pull out the ring. Several phrases quickly rushed to the hot search. Also because of this incident, Ji Yunyi's popularity value in the live broadcast room soared, rising to 100,000 plus, and the number of fans also skyrocketed. When the dog pulled out, Autumn Mingyue picked up that ring and cleaned it again and again with the help of the staff. There were no dog bite marks as well as scratches on the ring, and the gemstones were kept intact. And after repeatedly cleaning it a few times, Xiao Mingyue sighed and packaged the ring, intending to go to the door to make amends to Sister Sue. Inside the luxury villa, Autumn Mingyue, I kindly lent you this ring to support you, but you lost it, and even got it into the dog's stomach. Sister Sue sat on the sofa, her white and slender legs naturally folded as she stared coldly at Autumn Mingyue. She had already seen the news buzz and naturally knew the ins and outs. Yes, I'm sorry, Autumn Akatsuki slumped her shoulders. I think you're well aware that this ring of mine is a global limited edition, right? A $50 million ring. You said you lost it and pulled it out of a dog's stomach. Xiao Mingyue, you're too disrespectful. Sister Sue's face was covered in anger. Yes. It's all my fault. Xiao Mingyue lowered her head. I'm not here to return the ring this time. I'm here to make reparations this time. I'll compensate you for this $50 million. It's all my fault. I didn't keep your ring safe. Xiao Mingyue lowered her eyes and said with a face full of apologies. I blame myself for being a bit vain, and I have lost a lot of money by puffing up my face in order to show more at the event. She doesn't have enough savings to pay that back and would have to take out a loan to cover it. Before coming here, she had already mortgaged her own set of house loans to scrape together the $50 million. At this moment, Xiao Mingyue handed a card to Sister Sue with an apologetic face. Sister Sue, there's $50 million in here, and the password is your birthday. Sue looked at her unexpectedly as she stood up and stared at her meaningfully. Actually, if it was an operation to remove this ring from the dog's stomach, I wouldn't be so angry. I know, Autumn Brightmoon said. You knew I would be angry, but you still chose to use this method. Sue stared at her. Well, I'm sorry. So you'd rather lose money than have your dog take a stabbing? I'm really sorry. I'll admit it if you want to beat or scold me. Xiao Mingyue knew the price of offending Sister Sue. She closed her eyes tightly and said, Ha ha, you are quite funny. Sister Sue turned her anger back into a smile as she took the bank card in Xiao Mingyue's hands. I can see that you are a person who values love and justice. Our cosmetic brand still lacks a spokesperson. Are you free? Sister Sue looked at her with a smile. Me? Xiao Mingyue looked at her in dismay, unable to believe what she was hearing. That's right, it's you. Sister Sue looked at her with a smile. For a moment, Xiao Mingyue was hit by a huge surprise. She didn't expect Sister Sue to be willing to give her the chance to be the spokesperson. She was a bit confused for a moment. Can I ask why? Because you have a good character, treating your pet with affection and justice. It's obvious that you're a decent and kind person. Will you take this endorsement? Sister Sue asked. I'll take it. Xiao Mingyue's eyes were glistening with tears as she nodded excitedly. I didn't realize that I had been blessed by a disaster. In the end, it was also thanks to Ji Yanyi helping herself to calculate the exact location of the diamond ring. If it wasn't for her, not only would she have compensated for losing that diamond ring, she would have offended Sister Sue, not to mention getting any endorsements. She really had to be grateful to Ji Yunyan. Ji Yanyi was still in the live broadcast, and at this time, he received 3 carnival rewards from Autumn Bright Moon. Xiao Mingyue, the diamond ring thing is solved. Thank you. Ji Yanyi looked at the Autumn Bright Moon reward. Thank you Autumn Bright Moons for sending 3 carnivals. Xiao Mingyue, I can treat you to a meal later when I'm free. Ji Yanyi curled her lips and smiled. Good. So Ji Yunyan and Xiao Mingyue, this is the pair of families to make up? Friendships between girls are so subtle. Next, the one who grabbed the lucky bag is Papa Lingu. Ji Yanyi glanced at the ID, and she answered the live link with the ID Papa Lingu. The image that comes to mind is of a darkened basement with cobwebs all over the roof, eerie surroundings, and a single fiber optic weak incandescent bulb at the top of the head. Where is this? It's scary. Why do you have the feeling of having mistakenly entered the scene of a ghost movie? Family members, I saw a row of knives hanging on the counter. So scary. Do you hear that? I just heard a whimpering sound, like it was coming from someone gagged. At that moment, not far away lay rows and rows of knives of varying lengths, glowing with an oozing, blinding light in the faint incandescent light. Soon, a man in his 50s walked to the center to go to the screen. A dark face full of folds, eyelids drooping. His voice was deep, a rich smoky voice. Anchor, I've heard that you're very good at fortune telling. Then do the math and figure out when I'm going to die. Chapter 47, The Psycho Murderer in the Basement. Ha! What kind of person counts his own death? This man is so oozing. What he says is oozing. Where he stays is oozing. And the blood on his face is even more oozing. Is this man a vicious outlaw? He doesn't look like a good guy. Ji Yunyan gazed at him. There was a little bit of intolerance in her eyes. Her voice was very soft. If you stop, there's no problem living to 100. What does this mean? What is the anchor playing dumb? Wind down? I'm not going to call it quits. And I'm not going to call it quits. The man sneered as he turned around. Along with the movement of him turning around, the netizens in the live broadcast room realized that 5 18 or 19-year-old teenagers were actually tied up with their hands behind their backs inside this dark basement. These people were uniformly bound in a steel made of iron frame, respectively handcuffs on the dainty grill. Hands and feet are deadlocked by a large chain. Cannot move. Each person's mouth is stained with a thick yellow tape. Each face horrified. Whimpering. I was wondering how that sound could be made and how there was blood on this man's face. But it turns out he's a psychopathic murderer. This guy's too sick. Is there any humanity left in him? Those people tied up look like college students. They're just kids. What's the point of kidnapping a child for good reason? This guy is too perverted. Let's call the police. Ha! Jong Jianpain glanced at the pop-ups on his phone. Then you'll have to see whether the police come faster or I kill these scum faster. As he spoke, Jong Jianpain took a knife and walked over to one of the men. He reached out and viciously ripped the tape off the tall boy's mouth. Instantly, the other's mouth was torn in such a way that the skin on his lips was broken, and beads of blood came out, dripping with blood. Before you die, what are your last words? Jong Jianpain looked down at him, his hand gripping the knife and tapping the cold blade against the boy's face. Lu Lei broke down and cried out, hissing, "Ah, help, there's a murderer here. Help! Saving your life? No one can save you now." Jong Jianpain laughed coldly. His grip on the knife tightened as he reached out and violently ripped off Lu Lei's pants. Immediately after that, his dark hand held the knife and aimed it at the position 3 inches below Lu Lei's navel. What's this for? This is too sick. This is a direct castration of this boy. This boy is only 18 or 19 years old. He has to get married later. How can he live in the future if he cuts off his penis? God! It's horrible. Call the police. Ji Yunyi looked at Jong Jianpain on the other side of the video with pity. He made one wrong step. Anchor, don't you know how to draw a talisman? Hurry up and draw a charm like the one where a perverted murderer stops. The netizens in the live stream were anxious, but Jong Jianpain's speed was a bit faster, and his hand rose and fell. Instantly, scarlet blood spurted out and splattered all over his face, accompanied by Lu Lei's wailing. The bloody mess instantly splashed out. A large crime scene. Is there any law left? This vicious gangster ignores the law of the land and kills people live online. What an abomination. How hateful to do this to an 18 or 19-year-old child. Oh no. Not one kid. 5 kids in all. This guy isn't going to gargle all 5 kids' dicks, is he? And at that moment, Jong Jianpain shouted, Lai Fu, come here. Not far away, a Chinese field dog with pitch black fur biting its tail came this way. The dog is so dark that if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to see him at all. Soon, the black dog called Lai Fu opened his mouth and at once ate the bloody mass, and after chewing 3 or 2 times, the mass went into his belly. This is too disgusting. I feel pain through the screen. The boy just now has passed out. Is it the second one's turn now? After crunching one, Jong Jianpain didn't stay idle, but walked over to the second boy and repeated what he had just done, tearing off the tape and taking off his pants. Spare me! Please spare me! The boy broke down and cried out, struggling violently as the handcuffs clashed with the ankle cuffs on the steel frame with a crisp sound. Spare you? Don't even think about it. Jong Jianpain sneered, the knife aimed at the boy's jaw. The boy had been scared out of his wits and was in a six-pack, and yellow, pungent liquid dripped down his pants. Wrap it up. Ji Yunyi looked at the scene inside. It's not too late for you to call it quits. You want me to let them go? Jong Jianpain sneered. Don't you dare. Instead of sparing them, you should spare yourself, Ji Yunyan said with a sigh. What does this mean? Is the anchor's viewpoint twisted? Is this helping the murderer? Is there any justice? The more innocent ones are these boys. They're at a young age, and they've met such a perverted murderer. How big a grudge is it to castrate them like this? This is too much. Doesn't this pervert have any children? There's no way for me to turn back, Jong Jianpain said as he sneered, the movements of his hands speeding up a bit more and more. In an instant, a clump of the second boy's mass was also cut out and rolled to the floor in a mixture of blood splatters. The boy's face was white with pain, and a large cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he screamed. His head lolled, and he fainted, and the black dog named Lai Fu quickly opened his mouth and articulated, crunching on one bite, and in 3 or 2 the mass was in his stomach. Immediately afterward, Jong Jianpain walked to the third boy with his hands and feet. Seeing the tragic deaths of his 2 partners, the third boy cried at the top of his voice the moment the tape was ripped off. Uncle Cop, come save me. I don't want to die. The voice was mournful. Jong Jianpain loved to see the days when they struggled to be woefully like dogs before they died, and he thought of his own baby girl, before being spoiled by a few people. Was she also very afraid, also kept crying for mercy? But these didn't spare his daughter. His baby girl is so beautiful and young, and her academic performance is so good. She has been admitted to graduate school, but this group of perverts have harmed her and ruined everything. Jong Jianpain thought of this and wiped his neck with a knife. In an instant, the other party's eyes were dead wide open. A large hot blood splattered out of his neck, and his body gradually cooled down and lost its breath. Asterisk. Mistakenly entering a large murder scene. The modus operandi of this crime is too skillful. This is too skillful. How come the police are so ineffective? How come they haven't come yet? Ji Yunyi sighed as she looked at Jong Jianpain. I guess you miss your daughter. What's the use of missing? She was killed by this group of scum. Zhong Jianping laughed coldly, a face that had long been stained with blood, especially appalling. Chapter 48 Encounter with an innocent female ghost. His entire body was drenched in blood, like a rakshasa coming out of hell. The face was fierce, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. What's going on? Did these boys hurt his daughter? That's why this person is abusing them like this? If it weren't for a deep hatred, it wouldn't have come down this hard. What if I tell you that I can let you see your daughter? Ji Yunyan looked at the bloodstained Zhong Jianping across the screen and spoke out. She truly feels that Zhong Jianping is not worth it to hitch his life for a group of small hitchhikers. Can I? I can still see my daughter? Zhong Jianping couldn't believe it, his bloodstained lips trembling slightly. Yes, Ji Yunyan said. That's good. Then let me meet her. I miss her too much. For a while, Zhong Jianping's eyes were red and tears fell like rain. Good. Ji Yanyi wrote a string of charms on the yellow talisman. Her red lips recited something, and soon, in the live broadcast screen, a transparent shadow appeared. The transparent shadow became clearer and clearer little by little, and it was vaguely discernible as a 19-year-old girl. The young girl with a well-behaved soft double ponytail fishbone braid, wearing a college-style white knit shirt as well as a JK short skirt, black stockings, and simple small leather shoes, appeared on the live broadcast screen, and she floated a little bit in front of Zhong Jianping. Yuqing. Zhong Jianping looked incredulously at the young girl in front of him. His hand holding the knife trembled slightly as he took a few steps forward. My Yuqing, you're back? Dad, it's me. Zhong Yuqing floated in front of Zhong Jianping, a little bit of tears glistening within her dark, watery eyes. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful female ghost on the air. This is too innocent looking. It's prettier than our schoolgirl. What a beautiful girl. It's a pity that she turned into a ghost at such a young age. That's too bad. Did something happen to this girl? Did those boys kill this girl? Meanwhile, the two remaining unconscious boys lying on the casework saw Zhong Yuqing and unbelievably widened their eyes, their eyeballs covered in red blood, their eyes full of horror and shock. Looking at the reaction of these boys, this girl's death must have nothing to do with them. Yuqing, Daddy's Yuqing, it's all Daddy's fault. It's Daddy who didn't protect you. The man gripped the knife in tears. He reached out to hug his daughter, but he realized that he had penetrated her soul and flopped. Dad doesn't blame you. It's already not easy for you to feed me to support this family. Zhong Yuqing squeezed out a little smile as she looked at her father in front of her with tears in her eyes. Daddy has avenged you. Daddy has arrested all of these people. Dad cut down all their tools of crime and fed them to the dogs. Zhong Jianping's eyes contained tears. He said eagerly. Crying, he laughed again. Oh, there are still the last two people. Yuqing, you wait for Dad. Dad, this will cut all of them too, said Zhong Jianping. Quickly stepped forward and walked over to the two boys remaining in front of him. As the boys looked on in horrified despair, he raised his hand and slashed one by one. Along with his hand, Laifu's open mouth swallowed the mass of blood and flesh all the way down to his stomach. The two boys also struggled in desperation. The intense pain made their faces pale as paper, their foreheads rippled with veins, and cold sweat beaded on their faces. Sweating like rain, the three of them have fainted. Then let you two little guys explain the crime you committed to the live broadcast. Zhong Jianping reached out and violently ripped off the tape on the two boys' mouths. Hiss. The two boys wailed in pain, the skin torn at the corners of their mouths ripping and bleeding. One of the boys stared indignantly at Zhong Jianping and screamed at the top of his voice. You dare to do this to me? Do you know who my father is? I'll make sure you're left in the lurch. Before the words were finished, Zhong Jianping gripped the knife in his hand that was stained with the blood of the offering and ruthlessly sliced towards the boy's right thumb. A knife went down, accompanied by the boy's pig-killing wails and screams. His thumb was cut off alive and rolled to the ground. Laifu didn't let go of this opportunity to eat raw meat, and similarly took a bite and ate it into his stomach. The boy watched as his organs were cut off and his fingers chopped off as he wailed in despair. You're crazy. You dare to do this to me. I think you don't want to live. It's true that I don't want to live anymore. There hasn't been a single day since my daughter's death that I've wanted to live. I've been like the walking dead every day. Zhong Jianping's eyes stared at him sinisterly, smiling mockingly, but the conviction to avenge my daughter's death has supported me until now. And now I'm finally getting what I want. Another freckle-faced boy was scared out of his wits when he saw his companions end up like this one by one. Uncle, I'm wrong. I'm innocent. They were the ones who forced me to violate Zhong Yuqing. I didn't want to do it, but they would beat me up if I didn't. I'm just their little follower. I'm a victim too. I've been cut now. I've paid for my behavior. Uncle, can you spare my life? The boy ghostly wailed and wailed continuously. The extreme pain hurt so much that he almost fainted. But he still gritted his teeth to maintain this sliver of sanity. He was afraid that when he passed out, he would never wake up again in his life. Today's picture is really bloody. Isn't this more exciting than a horror movie? Were these boys the ones who just violated the girl and caused her to commit suicide? At this moment, Zhong Yuqing saw those pop-ups floating on Zhong Jianping's cell phone screen. Dad, you're doing a live broadcast right now, aren't you? Yes. Zhong Jianping turned to look. Like Zhong Yuqing's gaze was full of softness. His voice was not as harsh as it was just now. It was a lot gentler, his eyes glistening with tears. It's thanks to the anchor that I was able to meet you. I thought I wouldn't be able to see my baby girl again in this life. I have no regrets if I can see you again. Zhong Jianping choked. The netizens of the live broadcast must think that my dad is a sinful murderer. Zhong Yuqing smiled ruefully. In reality, my dad is the kindest and most honest person. Kind and honest murderer with a knife in his hand. The reason why I became like this is probably because I was forced to. I've seen a lot of honest people in real life blacken after being bullied into desperation. People are good. Honest people are bullied badly. And when they explode it's terrible. Since it's on the air then I'll tell everyone what happened to me. Zhong Yuqing bitterly hooked her lips. IV. Chapter 49 Encounter with an innocent female Ghost 2. My name is Zhong Yuqing. When I was very young, my mother passed away due to a hemorrhage from giving birth to me. At that time, many people were urging my father to find another woman to reorganize his family in. But my father didn't give up on me. He didn't want to let any other woman be my stepmother. He was afraid that I would be wronged and worried that I would have an unhappy life. So he pulled me up from a young age. And the two of us, father and daughter, depended on each other. Even though I grew up without a mom, I got all the love from my dad. Dad gave me everything he could. Our family's family conditions are not good. My father works at the construction site. Every day eating steamed buns and nibbling on salted vegetables, but he does not want to let me suffer. Give me food and drink to wear all the best, so that I am in the best private kindergarten, private elementary school, and even middle school high school. In order to pay the expensive tuition fees, he works 4 jobs a day, and sleeps only 4 hours a day. It hurts me to see my dad running around working so hard to make money for me. I've told my dad so many times that I don't want to go to such a good school, but my dad insists on giving me the best, said Zhong Yuqing as tears built up within her dark, watery eyes and she fell into tears. I'm really hard into it. Zhong Yuqing's experience is similar to mine. I grew up without a father. Mom has never married another man for me, and has worked hard to support this family with her thin shoulders. It's really not easy for a woman to support a family. It's too hard, too hard, too hard. But my mom has survived all these years, and now my mom and I are both living a very happy life. You are the only daughter in Dad's life. Dad only hates himself for being incapable of not having the money to give you a better material life. Zhong Jianping looked at his daughter with tears in his eyes. He choked and his eyes were full of shame. What happened after that? I know that my father earns money very hard. Don't want to let my father spend all this money in the water. And also because of this have always studied hard. I think that in the future when I earn money I want to give my father good living conditions. I want to let my father live a good life. Zhong Yuqing smiled and continued. I was also quite competitive during that time. I took the first place in the province's liberal arts, and at that time, I had to face filling in the college entrance examination volunteers. I originally wanted to enroll in the free teacher training students program, which would save a lot of money, but my father did not want me to suffer. He gave me to fill in the best volunteer the best school, but the school in the inch of gold in the imperial capital need to pay high tuition and living expenses. But my dad still chose this high spending school for me, Zhong Yuqing said with a smile. I thought I was doing everything I could to get you into the best school for your own good. I thought the better schools would have better teachers and classmates with higher morals, but I didn't realize that my stupidity and ignorance had harmed you. Zhong Jianping was already in tears. Tears and blood on his face mixed into a ball. He choked, his voice full of guilt. If he could do it all over again, he would never have let his daughter go to this college, would never have pushed her into the abyss of sin. Dad doesn't blame you. If you want to blame, you can only blame these few. Zhong Yuqing coldly glanced at those 5 boys, hatred and anger raging in the bottom of her eyes. Immediately after, Zhong Yuqing continued. I also worked hard during college, taking the school's full scholarship and poverty money. I worked hard and finally got the qualification for guaranteed admission to graduate school, but I never thought I'd mess with this group of demons. It's him. Zhong Yuqing pointed at the fat boy who had just screamed, his eyes full of hatred. On the day I got my guaranteed qualification, he blocked me at the door of the girls' dormitory, and he smiled and said that he had a crush on me and wanted to go out with me. But I don't want to fall in love at all. I just want to study well, study hard, and later graduate and get a good job to ease the financial burden on my family, to make things better for me and my dad. Baby girl, don't say it. Don't say it. Zhong Jianping was in tears. He said with tears in his eyes. At this time, Zhong Yuqing shook her head. I rejected him, but I didn't expect him to pester me for 3 days. I was annoyed by him pestering me, and my attitude towards him has gotten a little worse. But then on the 15th, He said it was his birthday and invited me to his house. I didn't really want to go, but he told me that he'd like me for a long time, and that if I would just make one trip to his house to spend his birthday with him, he'd have no regrets, he'd be complete, and he wouldn't pester me in the future. He also told me the whole class would be there, not just me, and because of that I was relieved. I went to his birthday party. Ji Yunyan looked at Zhong Yuqing regretfully. Something happened at the birthday party. That's right, Zhong Yuqing painfully recalled those unpleasant past events, large tears of blood dripping down. When I went to his birthday party, I even used the pocket money I saved to buy him a small bookmark ready to give him as a gift. There were indeed a lot of classmates at the birthday party, and I put my heart down to give him the gift, when the house was also hosting an open-air party with wine, cake and balloons, a bustling hustle and bustle that I had never seen before. He gave me a drink. Don't say it. You don't say it. Zhong Yuqing's words, the words were like needles, ruthlessly stabbing at the tip of Zhong Jianpei's heart. Dad, hear me out. I'm already dead anyway, so I don't care about any reputation. Zhong Yuqing squeezed out a bit of a smile to continue. I didn't think much about it at the time. I saw that many of my classmates drank the same amount of red wine, and that's why I drank it as well. Oh my god. This is where the tragedy begins, isn't it? A girl should never trust anyone so easily. I'll really cry my eyes out. She's just a 19-year-old girl. After drinking, I see so feel dizzy. Body half strength is not. And then I do not know from when the students went one after another only left 5 boys. They are all Lu Chao's good friends, said Zhong Yuqing pointing to the boy who just begged for mercy. This is Lu Chao's little follower. At that time, they were staring at me unsuspectingly. I had a bad feeling in my heart. I wanted to struggle to get up and escape, but it was too late. I had half the strength in my body. I could only let them do whatever they wanted to me. Zhong Yuqing choked out in pain. They got me on the couch and one by one they gave me. I can't imagine that image. How desperate and painful it would be. Why do you treat a girl like this? She's obviously worked so hard and so well. She's worked so hard for so long. She's looking forward to finding a job later on and living a good life with her dad. She's about to have the brightest future ever. So why ruin her like this? I put away the words I used to scold Uncle in the live broadcast. These men are the scum of society. The scum of society. They deserve it. Afterwards I wanted to call the police, but I didn't realize that they had taken that kind of photo. They threatened me that as long as I dared to call the police, they would send the photo to the classmates group to let everyone see the content of that wonderful video, said Zhong Yuqing crying out in pain. She was in tears and her voice was trembling. Chapter 50 A group of. Seeing this, Zhong Jianpei was also distressed and shed tears. Silly child, why don't you tell Dad? If you had told Dad, even if you gave up your life, you would have killed them all. It's already not easy for you to raise me this big. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. Zhong Yuqing cried bitterly. They are not only going to post the photos in the classmates group but also on the internet. I'm scared. I'm afraid to voice it out. I thought that as long as I was hiding far away, I thought that as long as I left the school to go to graduate school, I could pretend that nothing had happened. But I didn't realize that they people were still stalking me. They would come to me from time to time. Sometimes in the boys' dormitory at the university asking me to make a trip to the dormitory. Sometimes on the balcony on the top floor of the school. And sometimes in the boys' bathroom. Every time I go I come back bruised and I don't dare not go because they threaten me with those videos. And so gradually I became their free toy. They won't even spare me during my physiological period. Even I got a shameful gynecological disease. Zhong Yuqing choked with tears. I'm too tired. Too tired. I'm very fearful. So I always hide. But whenever I hide, will be found by them. Once I had a little long time I intentionally asked for a leave of absence. Do not go back to school. Did not expect that so angered them. They even take that video reported to the school. I not only the qualification of the graduate school was cancelled, my college registration were expelled. I was dismissed from the school. A group of this is too unconscionable. I'm already angry even through the screen. Cursing and swearing. I have been studying hard for more than 10 years. Thousands of horses across the log bridge to get into the university. My father has paid everything. Hard work a day to play 4 jobs, tired and full of wounds all over the body, is sick only to support me to read on the university by these people are all ruined. Zhong Yuqing voice is full of resentment. Pain. My story was spreading. The whole school forum knew that I was with them. Everyone called me a prodigal, called me a bus, called me shameless. Everyone on the forum abused me with the most vicious and unpleasant words. For a while, I felt like the sky was falling. It's all Dad's fault. It's Dad who can't protect you. Zhong Jianpei, a heart-tearing pain. That time his own daughter is suffering so much pain. And what is he doing? Surprisingly, he is oblivious to the fact that he is still working at the construction site every day. If I had realized that my daughter was in a bad mood earlier, and had talked to her openly, I would not have ended up in this situation. I'm devastated, I'm desperate. Yet even more devastated is yet to come. My dad was working on a construction site and fell off an elevated structure, breaking one of his ribs. I thought it was just an accidental one. But I didn't expect Lu Chao to find me and tell me that he did this whole thing because my dad works at his dad's construction site and the whole site is owned by their family. He said that this time I hid and he made my father break a rib, and that the next time I dared to hide, disobey him, or be his slave, he would make my father break a leg or even lose his life. This damn little Zhong Jianpain gritted his teeth in death. His eyes contained tears of blood as he gripped the knife in his hand and ruthlessly stabbed it towards Lu Chao's chest. Lu Chao wailed in pain with both eyes blackened. His head lolled and he fainted. This is also too much. It is possible to do this kind of thing. He has already ruined the innocence of other girls, ruined the future of others, and even used the father of others' life to threaten. I'm really open to the idea that this is something people do. This kind of should be sentenced to death. I don't feel at all that what Uncle did was cruel anymore. Uncle did the right thing. This group of people should not only be castrated, but also have their hands and feet chopped off, so that they will live a life that is worse than death. Strongly recommend that these men be sentenced to death. I can finally understand why Uncle went to such extreme lengths. Who wouldn't go crazy if his own precious daughter is spoiled like this? If it were me, I'd kill their whole family. I'm a little bit confused. If that's the case, why doesn't Zhong Yuqing take her father to live in another city? If you can't afford to mess with them, you can still hide from them. Besides, they can't just cover up the sky. The whole country is so big. There's always a place for you. Yes, Zhong Yuqing smiled bitterly. I also wanted to leave. I told my father, could I leave the city, could I get a different job? But my dad has a mom and dad to support too. He has to take care of my grandparents. And with all his family and friends in the city, he doesn't want to leave. As for the job, Dad told me he got a $2,000 a month raise in pay, and that he couldn't find a job that paid that much anywhere else, and he didn't want to change. I had no way out. I could only endure in silence. And then at the back I got severe depression. Zhong Yuqing's face was filled with sorrow. It's my fault, my child. It's all Dad's fault. Dad did not know that you have suffered so much wrongdoing. If I had known that you suffered all this, even if I drank the northwest wind, I would have to take you to escape from the city. Ah, Zhong Jianpain hissed as he pounded his chest. He didn't want to lose the job in the first place, and that was because he could make more money to give his daughter a better life. He was planning to buy his daughter a car when she learned how to drive and got her license, but he's about to save up enough money to buy a car. But he doesn't have his daughter anymore. You stupid child. Why don't you tell Dad? Tears mixed with blood flowed into a ball on Zhong Jianpain's face. Take a wild guess. The $2 paycheck every month is actually your daughter's selling money. These people are so hateful. These 5 animals that think with their lower bodies don't deserve to be human beings. It's already so hard for you to work every day to earn money. I don't want to trouble you anymore because of my business. I already owe you too much. Zhong Yuqing cried. We are biological father and daughter. What is there to owe or not to owe? It's all my fault. If I listened to you in the beginning to change a job, we'll leave the city. You will not become now like this. It's Dad harmed you. Dad is not human. The man lost his voice and cried, broken and desperate, and he raised his hand and slapped himself hard. The clear, loud slap echoing hard through the basement. Daddy doesn't blame you. Don't hurt yourself like this. Zhong Yuqing hurriedly comforted. She wanted to go over and hug Zhong Jianpain but realized that she couldn't touch him at all, so she also had no choice but to let go. And then later on, the group used my father's life to blackmail me. I had to go along with them. I was like a soulless doll. I took their hurt after hurt. I had to be at their beck and call, ready to satisfy them. Chapter 51, Two-Way Crush. It started with the 5 of them and then it turned into the rest of the other guys. Sometimes I get a dozen different guys a day. None of these guys I recognize. I was highly educated, but the last of me was reduced to a disgusting plaything that I despised myself. I feel so tired and worn out from days like this. I don't know when it will end. I lived in fear and despair every day until one day I was in a box by these men, and the scene was seen by the boy I had a crush on. He's the schoolboy of our school. Many girls in the school like him. I'm no exception, but I know I don't deserve it. Whether it's my birth or something else, I don't deserve him. He deserves better girls. Zhong Yuqing's tears fell in big chunks. He saw me tangled up with them and accused me of not being self-indulgent. At the time I thought, that's it. Forget it. My life has no meaning. I've been completely and utterly ruined. My life is in shambles. I live every day in endless self-loathing, in pain and despair. I couldn't take it anymore and jumped to end my life. This is too bad. I cried as I listened. All these disgusting men are executioners. These people are only 18 or 19 years old. Why are they so vicious? Doesn't their conscience hurt? Do they still have a conscience? Uncle should really cut out all their hearts to see if they're black inside. At the same time, an ID named Qingfeng appeared in the live broadcast room. Yu Qing. I'm sorry, Qingfeng, anchor. I'm the schoolmaster that Yu Qing is talking about. Can you pick up the live link? I want to talk to Yu Qing. Ji Yunyan, good. Soon. Qingfeng's live link was connected. Bo 1? Zhong Yuqing looked at the boy across the video in dismay. The boy was wearing a blue striped t-shirt, jacket, a dark blue vest, wearing partial college style, his face elegant and handsome, the bridge of his nose wearing gold frame glasses, lining his temperament elegant and scholarly. At this time, Shin Bowen's eyes were reddened as he looked at Zhong Yuqing on the other side of the screen. His clear, light brown eyes were filled with blood within them, and he was full of heartache. Yuqing, I'm sorry, I didn't know that you had gone through so much. Shin Bowen looked at Zhong Yuqing's eyes filled with sorrow. I didn't know that you were the victim, and even stood on the moral high ground to say those words to you. I simply deserve to die. He lifted his hand and raised it to give himself a hard slap, and the frame of the glasses on the bridge of his nose was distorted a bit due to the slap being too hard. It's none of your business. Zhong Yuqing curled her lips and smiled lightly. She thought that this crush that she buried in her heart would never glimpse the light of day in her life, but she didn't expect that Shin Bowen was in this live room. She let him know all about her heart, too. I didn't dare to talk about it before, but now that I've become a lonely soul, there's nothing I dare not do. Yuqing, don't worry. I will find the best lawyer to help your father's defense. Shin Bowen choked as he gazed deeply at Zhong Yuqing. Meanwhile, a disorganized footstep came from outside the basement. What's that noise? It can't be the police. I'll be damned. I shouldn't have called the police. Why do I owe so much? It's over. The police are here. Uncle, you'd better turn yourself in. You can get off lightly if you turn yourself in. Dad, I'm already dead. There's no need for you to get your hands full of blood and sins because of me. It's better for you to turn yourself in with the police later. Zhong Yuqing looked at Xiao Hei in panic and spoke out. Uncle, our family has the best law firm that can definitely help you reduce your sentence. Shen Bowen continued. As for these 5 people, the bottom of his eyes were a sea of coldness and hatred. I will also never let them go. I will let our family's best lawyers prosecute all of them to the Supreme People's Court, so that the people who harmed Yu Qing will pay the price. Thank you. Zhong Yuqing looked at him with blurred tears, crying in a poignant and broken way. But my father doesn't have that much money. It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful female ghost. Don't cry. It breaks my heart to cry. I said it's to help you. And how can I charge for it? Don't worry about the money, Shen Bowen softly said. Thank you for being willing to help me like this. To help my dad like this. I can't repay what I owe you. I can only have the chance to pay it back in my next life. What do you mean by owing or not owing? Shen Bowen's eyes gazed at her tenderly. In fact, I also have a secret buried in my heart for a long time. What? Across the screen, meeting Shen Bowen's gentle eyes. For a moment, Zhong Yuqing's heart beat frantically. Actually, I like you too. The boy spoke slowly, word by word, his voice gentle. Large-scale confession scene. The two of them are really good together. I really cried to death. If not Zhong Yuqing experienced these things, now Zhong Yuqing may have been with Shen Bowen in a relationship. These two's two-way crush turned into a crush come true. It's all because of these 5 scumbags. All because these ruined their happiness. What? Zhong Yuqing's dark watery eyes abruptly widened, looking at him incredulously. Do you still remember the day the new students enrolled? Shen Bowen's lips curved up into a point arc and smiled gently. I remember. It was you who helped me carry my luggage at that time. Zhong Yuqing's small face was flushed, her dark eyes watery and misty as she looked at him. That's right. When we seniors were responsible for carrying the luggage for the entering freshmen and leading them through the enrollment procedures, there were many girls at that time, and I saw you at the first sight. Shen Bowen's elegant face was covered with a gentle smile. Before I met you, I was not clear about what is called love at first sight, thinking that two people who don't know each other, how can they meet one side and fall in love with each other? But after I met you, I realized that the love at first sight written in the book is true. You are tall, white skin, in the pile of students is very conspicuous. You at that time scattered black soft long hair with the wind fluttering. At that time you seemed to be aware that I was peeping at you, raised his eyes and my eyes with the eyes flustered, uneasy, just like a confused deer. That one glance, it was branded in the bottom of my heart. Until now, Shin Bowen said. Zhong Yuqing dropped teardrops. She did not know that Shin Bowen had already liked her when the two of them initially met. I offered to carry your bags, help you settle into your freshman orientation arrangements, and introduce you to the college campus, Shin Bowen said. And then later, did you realize that you met me every time you ate in the school cafeteria? He smiled gently. Chapter 52, Surrounded by Police. Aha! Zhong Yuqing nodded, curving her lips and smiling, her smiling eyes curved, her smile sweet and soft and cute. I thought that was the fate of the two of us, and I was secretly happy for a long time. It wasn't fate. It was a chance encounter that I had been planning for a long time. The corner of Shinboen's lips hooked up in a point arc. He liked the look of Yuqing's smiling eyes. Zhong Yuqing's eyes were big and round, curved like a crescent moon when she smiled, and her smile was soft and sweet, sweet to his heart. Her smile can cure all unhappiness. Zhong Yuqing's dark and watery almond eyes widened slightly, and her small face flushed a little. Then later I learned that your family conditions are not good, but you work hard, study hard, and your academic performance is particularly good. I am more and more impressed with you. Shinboen gazed at her tenderly and said, "Help! My eyes are peeing. Sweet school two-way crush, but it's going to be and I'm really going to cry. What good is it to you guys to cry me to death, oh?" At the same time, a strong knock came from outside the basement. "Police? Help me. Police uncle, help!" The two boys who hadn't fainted to death yanked their throats out and opened their mouths for help. "We police!" At this moment, the cold voice of the police came from outside the basement. "Those inside, hurry up and release the hostages. You've been surrounded by us." Originally, Shinboen still wanted to say to Zhong Yuqing about his crush on her to her like, there are many, many words he has not yet spoken, but at this time it is obviously too late. "Uncle, you'd better turn yourself in." Shinboen's face was grave as he shouted out, "I won't turn myself in." Zhong Jianpain shook his head. His dark and haggard face was full of fatigue. Vicissitudes. A pair of cloudy eyes calm like a pool of stagnant water. There was no vitality in it at all. "The police are coming. Later on, they will forcefully break down this door. I will definitely make you pay for abusing us like this." Lu Chao smiled coldly and opened his mouth. The fat on his face trembled because of his emotions. "Be sensible. Hurry up and release us. Don't you dare bark here." Zhong Jianpain took the knife and ruthlessly stabbed towards Lu Chao's small abdomen. Lu Chao grimaced in pain, and could only watch as the knife plunged into his abdomen. Bubbling blood poured out of the wound in a steady stream like a dike. The blood raged madly, the thick gore stinging with nausea. "Crazy, crazy." Lu Chao's two eyes black, desperate and helpless murmured, "Dad, turn yourself in quickly. Don't be obsessive." Zhong Yuqing eagerly said, "It's only a matter of time before the police break down this door. You can still reduce your sentence if you take the initiative to go out now." She didn't want to watch her father go off the deep end. "There's no need." Zhong Jianpain laughed, his eyes glistening with tears. "I was already a loner, and without you, I have no point in living." "Dad, what are you doing?" Zhong Yuqing looked at him with a panicked face. "Dad, I want to go down to accompany you." Zhong Jianpain smiled, and as he said that, he picked up the gasoline bucket on the ground and splashed it on the ground. Of course, in the process of splashing, he didn't spare the five beasts, throwing quite a bit of gasoline on their faces and bodies. "No, you can't do this to me. You're breaking the law." Lu Chao pulled his voice to break down and shouted. He couldn't help curling up and struggling, but his hands and feet were deadlocked by the bracelet and ankle chain. He couldn't move. He could only squirm his obese body with difficulty. "Breaking the law? I broke the law a long time ago?" Zhong Jianpain sneered as he lifted the oil drum and poured it on Lu Chao's feet and body. Whoa! The thick, pungent odor smoked so much that Lu Chao almost vomited. He had been cursing and hardening his mouth, but when he reached this point, he could only be miserable and hastily soften his face and beg for forgiveness. "Please, please let me go. I'm only 19 years old. I can't die yet." But Zhong Jianpain's hand movements did not stop at all. He was splashed with more and more gasoline, and his body became sticky. "My father is my only son. Please spare me. I already know I'm wrong. I've already paid a terrible price. Please let me live." Lu Chao cried out in a ghostly manner. His eyes were dead wide open. His eyeballs were almost bulging out of their sockets from too much force. However, he didn't expect that this statement was like a stab in Zhong Jianpain's scales, and he tilted his hand and aimed the remaining half can of gasoline at Lu Chao's head. "No, don't. Please don't." Lu Chao struggled in terror, his eyes dead wide open, his bloodshot eyes crawling with panic. "That's the only son in your family. What about me? My only daughter was brutally killed by you." Zhong Jianpain sneered and poured half a bucket of gasoline fiercely on top of Lu Chao's head. "You inferior thing. Didn't you think about the fact that other people only have this one daughter when you did these things?" Whoa! The viscous and pungent gasoline poured down hard. Lu Chao's nose and mouth were quickly filled with gasoline. The strong and pungent smell quickly hit him, and he had difficulty breathing, almost suffocating. Despair. He had never been more desperate than one day. Ha 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 ha, this scene is too good to watch too. They should be burned alive. This fat guy is the culprit. He needs to be doused with more. Desperate? Have you ever thought about her feelings after you hurt her daughter? Yu Qing was just as desperate as you are now. I can only say that it is a payback for a payback, and that heaven's justice is clear and retributive. Is Zhong Jianpain trying to die with these scum? He wants to burn these few but also burn himself. This is too pathetic. If it wasn't for this group of people, this father and daughter wouldn't have ended up like this. It's too tragic that the main event is a no-life. Jong Jae-pain has a death wish. And this scene made me teary-eyed. Meanwhile, the knocking on the door of the basement room was a little stronger as the person outside banged away. You are surrounded by the police. Come out now. Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. The door to the basement room was slammed one by one. And from inside some of them could be heard the sound of metal clashing from outside. It was the police already breaking in by method. Chapter 53, Burning with Fire. Hell on Earth. Dad. You don't want to do such a stupid thing. Jong Yuching's tearful eyes blurred as she looked at Jong Jae-pain, her large tears slipping down as she cried, choked and heartbroken. Good daughter. Daddy will soon come down to accompany you. Jong Jae-pain threw away the empty gasoline barrel, picked up a lighter, and smiled miserably at Jong Yuching. After you left, Daddy no longer has the courage to live on. No courage to face this ugly and unpleasant society anymore. In your next life, you mustn't be reincarnated with someone like me by your side. You go find a rich and noble family. A family that can protect you and let you live a life of peace and joy, with fine clothes and food. Jong Jae-pain cried. Dad, I don't want anyone, I only want you, and in my next life I'll be your daughter again. Jong Yuching's tears fell like rain, crying in a broken and desperate manner. I cried through the screen. I got sand in my eyes. God, this father and daughter are really miserable. In this society, should the poor be abused like this, either to the point of death, bullied to death, or blackened and then taken to extremes? It's time for the school and the community to pay attention. At this time Jong Jae-pain lit the lighter in his hand. The warm orange firelight reflected his dark face. He had tears in his eyes and deeply forgot Jong Yuching. No, don't. Have a conversation. Please spare us. Please spare our lives. The two boys screamed in terror as they yelled at the top of their lungs. If their hands and feet weren't bound, they would have wanted to kneel on the ground and deliberately kowtow to Jong Jae-pain in front of him, begging for forgiveness. We were wrong. We were really wrong. We shouldn't have hurt Jong Yuching. We shouldn't have done such a thing. Please give us a chance. We don't want to die yet. Please spare us. None of us will survive if you do this. The two boys screamed and hissed frantically, struggling desperately. They hated to break through the shackles on their wrists and ankles to escape, and they twisted frantically, but they could only make a constant ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The wrists and ankles were skinned by the metal, strangled with deep red marks that were stained with mottled blood. But the handcuffs and ankles were so hard that they didn't show any sign of loosening. Jong Jae-pain looked at them indifferently, then threw the lighter to the ground. Instantly, a little bit of warm orange fire collided with the gasoline, followed by a quick explosion into a fireball of flames. The fire gradually spread, like a bloody orange mouth engulfing the small, dark, blood-scented basement. More and more smoke rolled up, mixed with a roaring fire that set this basement ablaze, washing away and consuming the sin and pain of the place. At this time the remaining three unconscious boys were stabbed awake by the strong choking smoke and fire, and when they woke up they found that their bodies had been splashed with gasoline being burned by the fire. Help! Help! They hissed and wailed frantically at the top of their voices. Someone please come to our rescue. Ah! Ah! They cried miserably, and a murderous howl rang out. At this time they were covered in flames. They struggled frantically, but their hands and feet were all chained by the bracelet and ankle chains could not move at all, and they could only watch as the flames burned their blood-soaked clothes. And the flames burned and gnawed at their skin, which was a kind of fear and pain that penetrated into the bone marrow. The basement resounded with a wail, as if they were in purgatory. At this time, Jong Jae-pain is calmly looking at this scene, watching the group of people who hurt their own daughters all being burned by the fire. His heart is flooded with indescribable pleasure. After solving this group of people, he has no regrets. He has already helped his daughter to take revenge. His face was calm as he walked step by step towards the flames, letting the raging flames burn his clothes and sweep over his entire body, but with a straight face as he calmly went to his death. Towards the end of his life, Jong Yuching watched as her father was gradually engulfed in flames, and she broke down and hissed, Dad, why are you so stupid? No, don't ah! Jong Yuching wanted to pounce on her father and extinguish the blazing fire on Jong Jae-pain's body, but her own body had become so transparent that she couldn't do anything about it, and she could only watch as Jong Jae-pain was engulfed by the blazing fire. Jong Yuching, go reincarnate, and in the underground, you will be reunited with your father. Ji Yun sighed, her eyes filled with pity. Thank you, Master. Jong Yuching's tearful eyes blurred as she looked at Ji Yun. Thank you, Master, for allowing me to see my father one last time. She also thanked the Master for allowing her to video link with Shin Bowen, and if it wasn't for the Master, she herself would have to float away with regrets in this empty human world. If it wasn't for the Master, he himself wouldn't have known Shin Bowen's feelings for himself. She has no more regrets. Master. Shin Bowen looked at Ji Yun on the other side of the screen with tears in his eyes. Will Yuching and I see each other again in the future? What should he do if Zhong Yuching reincarnated himself? For the first time in his life, he had liked a girl like this. You guys have no results in this life. Ji Yunyan sighed softly. Shin Bowen's amber eyes looked like burning ashes within them, and only a dead silence remained within them, and his eyes dimmed as if they had been drained of all their strength. But you shouldn't be too lost, Ji Young said with a pinch of her fingers. Zhong Yuching will enter reincarnation, and she will undergo reincarnation. In this life she will be reincarnated as a beautiful ragdoll cat, and all you have to do is go to the Love Pets pet store next door to your neighborhood next month and find her and bring her home. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Shin Bowen did not expect that he and Zhong Yuching would still have a chance to reunite in. For a moment, tears were glistening within his excited eyes, and the bottom of his eyes burst out with renewed points of hope as he hurriedly thanked him. You have a predestined marriage. You'll be together in your next life. You'll have a beautiful and sweet relationship. You'll have a happy and fulfilling marriage. And you'll have a good ending. Ji Young smiled softly at Shin Bowen on that side of the screen. As for Chung Kinping, Zhong Jianping has long since lost the mind to live. He himself does not want to live. No one can save him. It's easier to die than to live. To die and be done with it. But to live and face endless pain, suffering and despair. For Zhong Jianping, death would be a relief. When the police finally opened the basement door and broke in, they saw this tragic scene. Several people were being painfully scorched in the roaring fire, and the most severely injured had been burned to a human pulp. The police rushed to contact the fire department and sent them to rush over to administer first aid. However, they came too late. When the firefighters arrived, 4 of the 6 people were burned to black charcoal, and the one with the lightest injuries had been burned all over his body and was unconscious, so he could only be sent to the nearest hospital for emergency treatment. After 4 hours of first aid, the person finally survived, but all the skin on the whole body was burned, needing to be replaced with skin grafting surgery. The other party has long been burned beyond recognition. The nose and mouth were burned away, as the evil spirits out of hell. What's more, without that aspect of his life, his future days would be on earth as if he were in hell. What awaited him was endless agonizing despair and torture. Chapter 54, The day you get your license is the day you die. There's one last netizens live link today. Ji Yunyan looked to the live broadcast. The one who grabbed the lucky bag is Little Sweetheart. At this point, Sweetie had initiated a live link. Soon, the live broadcast answered. The screen opened a long straight black hair, wearing a long lotus root pink halter dress girl. She has fair skin, clear face, delicate features, sitting on the opposite side of the video, smiling gently and sweetly, a piece of the years. The young lady's smile is so sweet. It's so pleasant to look at. Who wouldn't like a sweet girl? Hello, anchor. The little sweetheart greeted the anchor in a good and soft manner, smiling sweetly and adorably. But the moment Ji Yun saw the little sweetheart, there was a moment of gravity on her cool and absolutely beautiful face. Well, hello there, what do you want to count? Ji Yun's cool yet extremely pleasant voice rang out. It's like this. My boyfriend proposed to me. I agreed. We plan to get a license. The little sweetheart happily said. Anchor, I heard that you are very good at fortune telling. Can you help me calculate which day we will get a better license? I want to count a good day to get a license and be happy and loving with my husband for a long time for the rest of our lives. Saying that, the little sweetheart sent a carnival reward worth $3,000 and looked at Ji Yunyan with eyes full of anticipation. Ji Yunyan looked at little sweetheart's blackened seal. His face became a bit more grave. I advise you not to get a license. Why? Sweetie said in dismay, the smile on her face fading a bit. Screw tearing down a temple does not destroy a marriage. Ji Yun died to break up people's sweet little couple. This is also too under the head of the. Who says not? Look at the happy smile on the face of the young lady. Obviously a girl nourished by love. Ji Yun die but persuade people not to get a license. This is not a lack of virtue? The black fans fork out and close the mic. Okay? Let's listen to the master first. Okay? I'm sure the master would never say those words without a reason. You Ji Yunyan's brainless fans can really get down on your heads. Ji Yun's face was a bit grave. Because, once you get a license with him, not only will you not be happy, you will also have a bloodbath. She counted on her fingers. The day you get your license is the day you die. What? How is that possible? Little sweetheart said incredulously. My boyfriend is very good to me. You can't talk nonsense. The little sweetheart blushed a little too. How good is it? Tell me in detail. Ji Yunyan faintly said. Sweetie bit her lip as she moved the camera to show the live streamers her body. People, I'm paralyzed in the lower half of my body and I'm disabled. At this point in the camera feed, Sweetie was actually sitting in a wheelchair. Originally, Sweetie didn't want to show her embarrassing body mutilation to the crowd, but since the anchor had said so, she had to do it to prove that her boyfriend would never do anything to hurt her. She wanted the 100 000 netizens in the live broadcast to witness her happiness. God. I didn't think. Sweetie looks like she's only 20 years old. How did she end up in a wheelchair at such a young age? When I was 18, I was out traveling with my parents when there was a car accident in which my parents fought to protect me and I survived. But at the cost, the little sweetheart smiled bitterly. I lost my loving mom and dad and a pair of legs. With that, the little sweetheart's white hands lifted the hem of her skirt a little, and right underneath her skirt were the stumps of 2 individual bare legs. Did you all see? My legs were amputated in that car accident. I can no longer walk normally like other girls. I can no longer run happily in the sun. Before that, I was a national ballet dancer. Saying that, the little sweetheart will move the camera to the room shelves placed on the display of the rows of golden trophies awards. The camera is fixed in a white ballet dance. Holding the heavy trophies to face the camera smiled brightly. Smiling radiant, glittering on that group photo. Oh, my God. Sweetie used to be so beautiful. She looked like a noble little white swan in her ballet group. It is only a pity that the little white swan has broken her wings and will never again be able to fly in the realm of her dreams. So many trophies of honor. It's almost a grand slam, right? But it's a disaster. This is too bad. Originally she is so talented. I would have to jump off a building if I were her. Then I was fitted with prosthetics, but they were very uncomfortable to wear and I hated the cold. Mechanically made prosthetics. So I just gave up on myself. And when I was at home I wore white skirts in my wheelchair. I became more and more self-conscious and didn't go out for years. The family hired a nanny aunt to take care of me. Of course, the reason I could afford to hire a nanny still stems from the inheritance my parents left me. Little sweetheart laughed self-deprecatingly. A pair of moist and clear almond eyes clouded with a layer of tearful mist. If I didn't have that sum of money, if my parents didn't leave me multiple sets of real estate that I could take and rent out, I'm a fatherless and motherless orphan. Or a crippled person with both legs amputated. So how could I have ended up in a better place? At first I sympathized with the poor little sweetheart. Now I sympathize more with myself. Little sweetheart's mom and dad really love her now, using their lives to save her, and leaving her with enough money to spend for the rest of her life. With this money little sweetie can live a good life. The corners of his mouth indisputably drooled with envy. If I had such a mom and dad I wouldn't be 996 working part-time tired like a dead dog. Who said not? Only on the class to know that this is more than money is how difficult to earn. Money is difficult to earn is difficult to eat really. A month of hard work without dignity to earn these thousands of dollars. Was the capitalist as a cow and horse like to make the capitalist? In addition to the monthly rent, utilities, food and drink, human contacts with the share of what is not much money to save, not to mention in the empire, even in the small counties, and would like to buy a set of houses is difficult to get to the sky. So I really envy the people who will cast a good tire. Parents have money, want what do not need their own efforts. Parents have arranged everything. I really can't envy such a life. Envious? You're envious when your mom and dad are gone and your legs are disabled? I'm not sure what the people in the pop-up screen think. If it were me, if I have so much money, can make me comfortable in the home lying flat to collect rent nothing to do, and nanny to take care of me, then I am also willing to amputate both legs. Besides, the amputation can wear a prosthesis, where a wide-legged pants can be covered, can also be like a normal person but money is something that didn't Joe when I was a kid, and it's hard to have it when I grow up. Little sweetheart ignored everyone's words of envy for her as she continued. I had nothing to do every day after I became crippled, and all the friends I knew before stopped coming around. I became more and more withdrawn, and when I had nothing to do I played games at home. At first I played the Steam game in 2-player adult line, but I couldn't play it until I connected to my current boyfriend. Chapter 55, Top Love Brain. He taught me to play the game. We play the game open mic. He is particularly good and gentle to teach me, but I am stupid. Many levels how to operate cannot pass, until he said offline to teach me. We play together offline, so we face space. He's very tall, about 1 meter 8.5, also very handsome, wearing a pair of silver metal-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He looks like a whole person who is elegant and gentlemanly, and has a light and refreshing scent on his body. Mentioning her boyfriend, the little sweetheart curved her lips. Her wet almond eyes looked well-behaved and soft, and the bottom of her eyes was full of tenderness. We play games on the TV in my cottage, and I use the pink handle and he uses the blue one, and it really does look like we both have couples handles. Little sweetheart said, her cheeks slightly reddening. The levels I don't know. He takes me through them hand in hand. The two of us are like real couples in the game, traveling through mountains, seas and lakes together, experiencing hardships and obstacles together, and finally clearing the game. Later he took me to play King's Honor. We both use the same CP heroes. He's an assassin. I'm an auxiliary. He plays the game exceptionally handsomely, always taking 5 kills. He's very gentle and good at taking care of people. He protects me in the game world. As long as I stay by his side, no enemy can hurt me in the slightest. Saying that, little sweetheart's eyes shone brightly. Once I was just playing a game. I accidentally drilled into the enemy's tower. I was beaten half to death. And just when I still had one drop of blood left, an enemy appeared. And with a flash, he darted behind me and helped me block that fatal blow. The way he darted and swooped down to shield me from him hit me in that moment. I'm really envious. My boyfriend would only curse in the game, resenting me for not operating well and for dragging him down. My boyfriend presses me to play games with him, and I say I'm too good. Not to mention Sweetie, who wouldn't be confused with a boyfriend like that. Since then, we've been playing games a lot, and I seem to be healed by him, and my mood is getting better and better, until he confessed to me. Also at that moment, my inferiority complex once again surged to the heart. I rejected him, but he did not give up, has been pestering me, has been coming to my home downstairs, and even a heavy rainstorm, but also in the villa outside waiting for me, over and over again in the pouring rain, said loudly like me. I was pestered, really have no choice. Told him I amputated. I showed him my bare legs. I thought he would dislike me, would avoid me, would think I was ugly, but I did not expect. He even kneeled on the ground and kissed my mutilated legs, over and over again, passionately kissed, told me that he loved me, he loved everything about me, he loved my mutilated limbs. The little sweetheart's eyelashes fluttered lightly and she almost dropped a tear as she curled her lips into a smile. I said yes to him, and he was always so kind and thoughtful to me during that time, until he proposed to me. With that, her camera moved to an antique vase on the table. Look everyone, this is a huge bouquet of roses that he gave me when he proposed. Am I the only one who noticed this antique vase? This vase is from the Qing dynasty. It's worth tens of millions of dollars at least. Is this the love of the rich? I'm envious. Apart from the loss of her parents and her legs, she's really happy and has been blessed by God. But Ji Yunyi was frowning. Is a bouquet of flowers worth the $10 million you gave him? Little sweetheart froze. I didn't expect the anchor to even see this. She nodded her head in embarrassment. We've already decided to get a license to get married. He's having some difficulties with his business, so it's not a problem for me to give him $10 million to turn around. Besides, my husband said that I'm the majority shareholder when I put up this money, and he'll give me more later when it's profitable. In the future, you two will be husband and wife, so it's okay to help each other out a bit. Behind every successful man is a woman who quietly supports him. Yeah, a lot of successful entrepreneurs need to put money in at the beginning. How do you start a business without money? But then did he tell you that the money was a loss? Saying that now that e-commerce is developed, physical business is not doing well? Ji Yunyi faintly looked at the little sweetheart. Little sweetie, originally business is like this. There is profit and loss. Failure is the mother of results. Accumulate experience is good. For example, my parents at the beginning of the business will also lose money. Slowly will be good. Ji Yunyan. Good. This little sweetheart is a proper love brain. Then is he asking for more money from you later? Ji Yunyan said helplessly. Yes, that's how it is to be an entity. You simply can't make it without money. Since I chose him, I have to support him. The little sweetheart curled her lips and smiled. I accompanied him from failure to the peak step by step. It's also considered raising a successful man law. Am I the only one who noticed? Sweetie is a love brain. I also think, could it be that the man approached her for money in the first place? Sweetie, you're sober. It's bad luck to spend money on a man for the rest of your life. Ji Yunyan took a deep breath and said, in reality, only half of this money he took to do business, and the remaining half was all matched up in Macau casinos. No way. Little sweetheart's eyes widened in dismay. He's responsible and accountable. He's never the kind of person you're talking about. Go look up the microblogging number of Anna, a sexy Lotus officer from a Macau casino, and come back to refute me after you've read it. Ji Yunyan said helplessly. For a full-on relationship brain like Sweetie, it's better to let her see for herself. The young sweetheart hesitantly opened her Twitter account and soon saw a familiar figure in the pictures posted by Anna's Twitter account. Even though only a side face was shown, the little sweetheart recognized that this was her boyfriend. Li Yiming. Didn't he say he took money for business? Why would he be in a Macau casino? God. Don't ever fall in love, brain. Wang Baochuan's position is no longer secure. You're better than Wang Baochuan. Maybe he'll change. He just made a mistake for a moment and got lost. Right. There's so much pressure on adults nowadays. He just wants to go relieve the pressure and release it. The little sweetheart mumbled. Ji Yunyi sighed. You can never wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep. At this time, Ji Yunyi discovered that the little sweetheart's seal was even darker. The blackness was somewhat thick, and a wisp of black gas lingered. Oops. Ji Yunyi's face changed. Little sweetheart, your boyfriend will be arriving at the entrance of your villa in 3 seconds. and he will tell you that he wants to get a license today. Ji Yunyi quickly said. Once you get a license with him, he will kill you and take all your assets into his hands. I hope you're sober. 3, 2, 1. Just then, a knock came from outside the villa. Sweet baby, are you there? A warm male voice came from the door. Coming. I'm going to go. What's with the sudden bit of scaring? Chapter 56, It's not too late to run away. At this time, the little sweetheart also did not expect Ji Yunyan to calculate so accurately, saying that 3 seconds was really not even a second off. All of what the anchor said has come true. So is it also true that she, Li Yiming, is going to kill herself after getting her license? Even if she doesn't want to admit it or believe it. The anchor's previous ones counted. What can be done about this? Should she open the door? Sweetie's hands gripping the wheelchair were a bit overwhelmed for a moment. She didn't know what to do. Don't open the door. Sweetie, love brain will not end well. Just pretend you're not home. At this moment, Li Yiming's phone dialed. A caller ringing tone began to come from the little sweetheart's cell phone. It was Lang who gave the temptation. I sang a love song. In the sky of longing. 1. This cell phone is ringing so loud. The people outside the door must have heard it. This can't be hidden in the house anymore. Sure enough. Sweet baby, are you home? The man's warm voice came through the door. But at this moment, it was sounding a little weird. The little sweetheart was even more flustered and didn't know what to do. But then there was a click outside the door of the room. The door to the room was actually pushed open like that. What? Sweetie, did you give him the key? Why did you come straight in? It's scary. Back off. Retreat quickly. Sweetie got more and more flustered. I was recording my boyfriend's fingerprint unlock button. This is too much love brain. This means her boyfriend can come in and out of her house as he pleases. Defense is not an option. Now married husbands can't be trusted, let alone boyfriends. Actually, the only thing you can trust in this world is yourself. Ji Yunyi looked at the pop-up screen as she wrinkled her eyebrows and said, Little sweetie, hurry up and escape. The little sweetie turned the wheelchair in a daze. Her heart panicked. Her emotions told her that she should trust her boyfriend. After all, they are so happy and so in love together. But reason told her that she had to be on guard. Meanwhile, Li Yiming had already opened the door to little sweetheart's home and pushed it in. Sweetheart baby, you are at home. Li Yiming had an elegant smile on his face. He was wearing a camel-colored Korean long trench coat. His whole body was flooded with a kind of gentle and elegant feeling. He took a step closer. If you're at home, why don't you answer the phone? I just went to the bathroom and didn't hear it. The little sweetheart lied. Li Yiming's deep eyes gazed at her. Eyes flooded with a sense of oppression. In this kind of gaze, the little sweetheart more and more weak. She guiltily lowered her head. For a time did not dare to meet his eyes. What are you looking down for? Sweetie, you're looking guilty. You're not answering the phone on purpose. So you're lying. Your boyfriend must have sensed something. Sweetie, that's too honest. I can see she's so well protected by her parents that she can't even lie. Li Yiming quietly gazed at the little sweetheart for half a second, but he revealed a little smile. Let's get a license today. Today? Isn't it a little too early? The little sweetheart looked up, the uneasiness at the bottom of her heart gradually hovering and magnifying. What? Didn't you want to marry me before? Why is it too early now? Li Yiming was smiling, but that smile was a bit oozing. Baby, you wouldn't be backtracking and don't want to marry me, right? No. I mean, can we slow down a bit and pick a good day to think about it? Stumbled the sweetie. I've already found a fortune teller to count. Today is the auspicious day. Li Yiming smiled as he opened the yellow calendar on his cell phone. See, today is a good day for marriage. Sweetie opened her lips to say something, but she didn't know what to say. The next second, without waiting for Sweetie to react, the man was the one who had already walked behind Sweetie and pushed her wheelchair. Come on, baby, let's go now. But the little sweetheart hastily held the wheelchair armrest. At this time, the more Li Yiming urged, the more uneasy she was. I haven't taken the ID card account book. Have you forgotten? I have all your papers here. The man laughed, but he pushed Sweetie's wheelchair and got up to walk towards the outside of the villa. How can a little sweetie hand over such an important thing? It's really a love brain rail hammer. You must keep your eyes peeled when looking for a date. Little sweetheart, run away. Ji Yunyan's words came through the cell phone inside. Little sweetheart couldn't care less at this moment. She hurriedly gripped the armrests of the electric wheelchair to quickly propel the wheelchair to speed up. I'm sorry, I don't want to get married today. The moment the words fell, the wheelchair had quickly rushed out. At this time, Li Yiming's hand was empty. The elegant smile on his face instantly dissipated cleanly. Instantly became gloomy. His face was gloomy. His voice line also became gloomy. Appeared to be gloomy. Baby, where are you going to run to? At this point, the man quickly chased after them. Seeing Li Yiming chasing furiously behind her, the little sweetheart looked back at Li Yiming's eyes. The expression on his face was so scary. Why would the boyfriend she loved so much, the one who had always spoiled her so much, show such horrible eyes? Looks like the anchor was right. She had to grab and run. The little sweetheart rushed all the way out of the villa and arrived outside the villa. She pressed the electric remote control on the wheelchair with deadly force, while at that moment, Li Yiming took a stride with his long legs, straddled the motorcycle, and quickly chased after him from behind. Although little sweetheart's electric wheelchair was improved to be very fast, Li Yiming's motorcycle wasn't slow either. He drove the motorcycle, drifted around a curve, and instantly blocked little sweetheart's front. And Sweetie's wheelchair crashed into his motorcycle and was instantly immobilized. Li Yiming, what are you doing? Little sweetheart tried to maneuver the wheelchair to turn around, but at that moment, Li Yiming pressed the off button. Originally promised to get a license to get married. Why did you back out? Li Yiming got up from the motorcycle and blocked in front of little sweetheart, his hands controlling the wheelchair. The man bent down to meet little sweetheart eye to eye. I just don't feel like it's a good day. Sweetie explained in a panic. Do you realize that you're not fit to lie at all? The man's grim gaze met hers, and it seemed like she should know something, since she doesn't want to get a license with her anymore. It looks like she's going to have to get ahead of herself. The little sweetheart stammered and tried to say something, but the man ran out of patience. He quickly turned the wheelchair and pushed the little sweetheart back towards the villa again. Chapter 57, Help! Li Yiming, what are you doing? You let go of me. Little sweetheart completely realized that something was wrong until this moment, and she screamed in terror, shouting in a hurry, Am I not your favorite boyfriend? Am I not your dear husband? The man laughed sorrowfully, some regret in his voice, but the force of pushing the wheelchair gradually accelerated. How do I hear your fear and panic? Don't you trust me the most? Why are you panicking? The man grinned and laughed. You, little sweetheart watched herself being pushed in the wheelchair until she was pushed all the way into the villa. She cried out in horror. Li Yiming, your intention to marry me is not pure, is it? Since you know everything, what are you asking me for? The man pushed her all the way inside the villa, and then, unlocked the door of the villa. Help auntie, help me, cried the little sweetheart at the top of her voice. I haven't even done anything to you yet, and you're starting to yell. And you're yelling too soon. The man scat inside softly as he pushed her all the way to the living room on the first floor within the villa. At this time, the little sweetie hated that she was in too much of a hurry to leave without her cell phone, and wondered if there were any good people on the air who would call the police for her. With teardrops within her watery, dark eyes, she looked around in despair until she saw her nanny aunt walking not far away. In an instant, the little sweetheart saw her savior. Her eyes lit up. Auntie, save me, save me. But at this moment, Auntie Lin was looking faintly at Li Yiming dragging herself in, impassive, but with a smile on her face. She said to Li Yiming, Yiming don't we have to gag her? Until this moment, the little sweetheart then realized that her nanny aunt was actually in league with Li Yiming. In fact, before this, they have always had a nanny aunt to take care of her. From her birth has been to take care of her, but since they changed their boyfriends, the nanny aunt on the body is not good hospitalized. It is said to be allergic to peach fuzz. The disease is very serious. Hospitalized for a long time. During this period, Li Yiming recommended to the nanny aunt of their own now, the nanny aunt, and this Auntie Lin hands and feet are quite fast and nimble, do things also quite good. Also therefore, she let Auntie Lin served as the previous nanny's work, but she didn't realize that they were in cahoots. How can blocking it work? We have to pry the bank card password out of her mouth. Li Yiming looked at the little sweetheart who kept flailing and struggling, frowned and said, Mom, you come and help me. Let's both tie her up. Tie her up sturdily. Good. Soon, Auntie Lin found a thick hemp rope, quickly stepped forward, and wrapped the thick hemp rope around little sweetie's body in a deadly fashion. You called her mom? The little sweetheart looked at Li Yiming with a tear-stained face. You guys are actually mother and son? Perhaps she was so sad and disappointed that the moment Auntie Lin bound her, her brain died and she actually forgot to even struggle. Of course, in the end, it's thanks to my son's intelligence and courage. Auntie Lin smiled smugly. If it wasn't for my son knowing that the original nanny was allergic to peach fuzz, he wouldn't have found the opportunity to get her hospitalized, and I wouldn't have had the chance to work here. She was originally a woman in the countryside, by going to the city to brush dishes for people to earn some money. A month of hard work to earn 3,005. But one day the son found a rich girlfriend developed. Not only that, the son did not forget their own, but also introduced themselves to this woman, so that she did the nannies. She just need to do some easy work a month can earn $10,000. She received so much salary, living in this villa, eating the villa's delicacies. Such a day before I dare not even think. And now she has something bigger to fight for. As long as we get this woman's money out of her, She and her son will be completely rich and famous in the future. My original nanny aunt was actually victimized by you guys? The little sweetheart looked at him incredulously. At this time her hands were bound, and her whole person had been tied to the wheelchair. Don't look at me with such purely clueless eyes. The man cupped the little sweetheart's chin as he looked down at her condescendingly. If you want to blame me, you have only yourself to blame for being stupid. I'm stupid. The little sweetheart looked at him blankly, obviously still so familiar a face. Obviously his pair of deep eyes when looking at himself used to be so imploring, but now there is only cold, calculating, sinister. Such a Li Yiming was completely unrecognizable to himself. To be precise, she never seemed to know him. I'll tell you the truth. I lost a lot of money gambling, borrowed from loan sharks. The debtors forced the door. Don't you love me? Love me? Give me your bank card password. Give me all your money to let me get through this difficult time. Li Yiming said, as long as you give me the money, I will not do anything to you. Li Yiming, you claim to love me. Is that how you love me? The little sweetheart had long since burst into tears. She couldn't accept that the man she loved so deeply with all her heart and soul was all for her money. She thought she had a fictional love, thought she had a piece of his heart, but she didn't realize it was all a joke. Love? Li Yiming snorted. You're not naive. How old are you to still love or not love? You think you're the heroine in a romance novel? Saying that, Li Yiming raised his hand and patted the little sweetheart's face, slapping her little face with a crisp sound. Such an insulting gesture was more than enough to make the little sweetheart shed tears in humiliation. Do you know that I sleep with you every day? Seeing your bare legs makes me sick of grass. Li Yiming snickered. You also love to love all day long. A normal person with sound limbs who would love a waist with no legs of grass? In an instant, the little sweetheart's tears came to her eyes and raged down her face. Once he had kissed her bruises over and over again, kissed her stumps, said he loved all of her, said her legs weren't ugly at all but cute. She believed it. But now, he was attacking the wounds in her heart with the most vicious words, viciously piercing and lifting her long scabbed scars, tearing through her flesh and revealing the bloody wounds that had once been there. Did you approach me for money from the beginning? The little sweetheart was in tears, her wet eyes filled with tears within them. Isn't it obvious? The man laughed mockingly. And are you even a little bit attracted to me? Even a little? The little sweetheart asked undeterred. Grass. Don't you say the word love to me. The man raised his hand and slapped her hard. As soon as he saw this woman, he remembered the humble way he had kissed her in order to get money out of her to please an invalid. It's disgusting. Or not. Chapter 58 Killing the True-Hearted. This slap ruthlessly slapped the little sweetheart's heart, remnants of those love for Li Yiming as well as her own unrealistic fantasies, to smithereens. His face was on fire with pain, but it couldn't hurt any more than his heart. Say, what's the bank card password? Li Yiming obviously ran out of patience. His dark eyes forced his eyes on the little sweetheart, his voice line cold and dangerous. I won't tell you. Tears fell from within the little sweetheart's dark watery eyes as she smiled ruefully. Toast the wine and refuse to eat the punishment. Li Yiming raised his hand and yanked the little sweetheart's hair fiercely, pulling at her scalp. If you obediently gave me the money like you did originally, I wouldn't have to do this to you. Little sweetie's scalp was torn hot and painful. Pain. She fell physiological tears too. She looked at Li Yiming angrily, until this moment to recognize his face. I will not tell you. These money is my parents left me. Why give you? Very good. Hard mouth. Li Yiming sneered. Mom, go get the pliers. I want to see if her mouth will still be so hard later. The moment the words fell, Auntie Lin Xiaowei quickly got up and went to the storehouse within the villa. You're going to kill me? Sweetheart uttered as she raised her eyes to stare at him intently. Before I get any useful information, how would I be willing to kill you? The man reached out and touched the little sweetheart's soft skin. The corner of his lips raised in a bit of an arc. Although your legs are ugly, your face, your body is still quite good. If you can obediently tell me, I'll leave you with a bit of decency at the end of the day. Won't you kill me if I say so? The little sweetheart smiled ruefully. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll leave you alive? The man's fingers gently rubbed the puffy half of her battered face with an impish smile. Soon Lin Xiaowei brought a pair of pliers. Soon, Li Yiming clutched one of the little sweetheart's hands and held the pliers to her fingernails. What's the bank card password? Tell me quickly. The little sweetheart stared at him dead in the face. Her heart was in a state of panic and despair, but she was gritting her teeth. I won't tell you. You'll never get another penny from me. He who fails to be true deserves to swallow 10,000 silver needles. Even if she died, she wouldn't give Li Yiming another penny. The moment the words fell, Li Yiming's hand gripping the pliers gradually exerted force, accompanied by a sharp and severe pain sensation. The fingernail of the little sweetheart's thumb finger was unexpectedly pried off from the finger by Li Yiming's viciously pinched with pliers. The broken nails were still clinging to the bloody flesh of her skin, and the blood-stained cap of her thumb. which had long since been torn and bloodied, snapped to the ground. Sweetheart's face was white with pain. Her little legs and stomach trembled continuously, her teeth biting her blood-lost lips with death, only hating herself for not listening to the anchor in the beginning. If she is not so in love with the brain, obediently listen to the words of the anchor will stop in time. Not to fall into this tragic situation now. She has already seen what awaits their end. She will be abused by Li Yiming to the death. No chance to die without a body. But now regret is already too late. Is their own to lead the wolf into the house? So easy to believe in Li Yiming, this human face of the beast of a guy. Their own so stupid, so love brain. Fall to this end is also her own self-inflicted. Anyway, the mom and dad who loved her the most in this world are no longer here. And there's no point in continuing to live. So she might as well just die. I didn't expect your mouth to be quite stubborn, Li Yiming sneered. The pliers landed on her index finger. Since you won't say anything, I'll pull out all 10 of your fingernails one by one. If you still don't say anything, I will use a knife and cut off your fingers one by one. Li Yiming laughed coldly. He knew that the little sweetheart, this idiot, was most afraid of pain. I have plenty of ways to force you to talk. You kill me. Sweetie closed her eyes in pain, tears rolling and sliding down her face. She couldn't tell if she was shedding these tears out of sadness or fear. Just give me a pain in the ass. Saying you're stupid. You're really stupid. Wouldn't it be a pity to let you die so easily before getting the password again? The moment Li Yiming's words fell with a cold smile, he quickly pulled out the fingernail on his little sweetheart's index finger. There was a burst of drilling pain that hit her. The pain was so intense that the little sweetheart almost fainted. Her eyes were blackened. Her body was sweating coldly, and the thin material of her back had long since been drenched in sweat. In a moment of blurred consciousness, she heard Lin Xiaowei goading from the side. I'll go get a bucket of ice water over here. Don't let her pass out. Okay, hurry up, the man urged. Immediately afterward, a tub of icy water poured down hard over her head, crackling down on her body, penetrating into the bloody skin on her nails, mixing with the blood. A sharp stinging sensation of pain that caused her to break down and hiss in pain. Ouch! This really hurts. When had she ever suffered this kind of pain since she was a child? And if she hadn't been foolish enough to trust this man, how would she have ended up in such a situation? Still not saying anything? Li Yiming sneered. I have all the patience in the world to play with you. Mom, I remember you and my dad used to raise pigs, right? Li Yiming smiled meaningfully. Yeah, I'm first-rate at killing pigs, Lin Xiaowei said as she realized something. She had a heart-to-heart with her own son. Then go to the kitchen and get a knife. Li Yiming spoke. Since this stupid refuses to let go, then we'll peel off her skin little by little, and see if she can hold out until the moment when this human skin is completely peeled off. Okay. Lin Xiaowei's eyes lit up with excitement and quickly went to the kitchen. It was at this moment that the little sweetheart completely saw that the two people she trusted the most were such devils who ate people without spitting bones. It was then that she realized what kind of horrible pervert she had invited. Li Yiming is a gambler. He'll do anything for money. It was she who underestimated human nature. At this moment, Lin Xiaowei held a knife and rubbed it on her little sweetheart's skin. The sound of the knife rubbing against the delicate skin was creepy. Quickly the knife stabbed hard into the sweetie's skin. Sweetheart screamed in pain. She closed her eyes tightly. Panic and despair, pain, chagrin, remorse and all kinds of emotions came like a mountain. Just when she thought she was going to be tortured to death by the mother and son this time, a group of police officers broke through the door, holding pistols aimed at Lin Xiaowei's mother and son. Don't move, police. Chapter 59, Your nemesis has had a crush on you for a long time. Li Yiming mother and son did not expect the police to suddenly break in, but they are holding a pistol, and for a moment did not dare to act rashly, so they had to obediently cooperate and raise their hands to surrender. In this way, Li Yiming mother and son were taken away, and little sweetheart was taken by the police to the hospital to treat her wounds, and in the process cooperated with the police to make a statement, and she realized that it was Ji Yunyi who called the police when Li Yiming came to her house. When she finished bandaging from the hospital, the little sweetheart's bandaged hands opened Ji Yunyan's live broadcast, her eyes filled with hot tears. Thank you, master. If it wasn't for the guru, you can imagine where you would have ended up. Verbal thanks didn't mean much, and Sweetie followed up with a 30 carnival bounty on the air. Shocked me. Is this the rich? It's 30 carnivals in one shot. The anchors are making a fortune this time. The little sweetheart is actually quite pitiful. Virtue is not worthy of the position. There will be a disaster, little sweetheart. She is too simple and too kind, completely without the ability to manage so much wealth. That's why it will be missed by this kind of people. In the future, better be careful. Thank you for the gift. Ji Yunyi sighed as she looked at the little sweetheart on the other side of the screen and said, I called the police the moment Li Yiming was about to enter the door of your villa room, but the police came a little late. Don't you know how to draw charms? Why didn't you draw a talisman to save Sweetie? Some netizens in the live broadcast room expressed their dissatisfaction with Ji Yun. It's not that I don't want to draw talismans, Ji Yun sighed softly. Each talisman requires the energy of the person who drew it as well as the aura cultivation of the surrounding body to be channeled into it in order for it to have a good effect. Each talisman condenses the cultivation of the person who drew it and requires a lot of strength. And those talismans I drew earlier have already consumed quite a bit of aura. I need to rest for a while before I can regather my spiritual energy to draw good talismans. In the end, it was still this body's aura that was too thin and weak. There was still a long way to go if you wanted to start cultivating from scratch and have a cultivation level like the original. It's okay, I'm already very thankful to the Grandmaster. Little sweetheart's small face was pale. Her eyes contained beads of tears. It's the Master who let me retrieve a life. Master, I'm really thankful. At the same time, I want to use my case as a negative example to tell everyone, especially girls, to never fall in love with their brains and to always look for a boyfriend. It's bad luck to spend money on a man for the rest of your life. Never give in an ego-touched way. Too much heartache for Missy. Miss Sister, you have to cheer. Although you met a very failed relationship, but you must not spirit of internal consumption. Troubles are to pour out. It's all the dogman's fault, not your fault. You don't want to be completely disappointed in men after this failed relationship. I don't dare to trust strangers easily anymore. Especially men. Little sweetheart let out a bitter smile. After this previous lesson, in the future, I sealed my heart. I won't fall in love. It's still possible to fall in love. Ji Yunyan spoke. The little sweetheart, however, shook her head with a face of resistance. In case I meet another, like Li Yiming, my life really can't withstand the toss. You've been ignoring the people who really care about you, who really love you. Ji Yunyan reminded. Your rightful destiny is right beside you. My rightful destiny? Sweetie said in dismay. Ji Yunyan counted on her fingers. Don't you have a bamboo horse? You say Han Sua. The little sweetheart shook her head in a hurry. He and I have been arch rivals since childhood. The two of us have known each other since the time we wore crotch pants. And at that time the two of us were like water and fire. That guy is always moving and disliking me. A tugging and pulling. He and I are simply enemies. He's my nemesis. How can he be my right karma? He's had a crush on you for a long time, Ji Yunyan said. Boys always bully the girls they like to try to get his attention. So maybe he's purposely disliking Sweetie like this just to brush his presence in front of her? Yes, my husband and I are childhood friends too. When we both went to school together, my husband teased me every day by tugging on my ponytail, which is annoying behavior. But then he told me that boys love to tease and bully the girls they like. Oh my god. The little sweetheart and her own bamboo horse boyfriend are obviously better knocked up. Obviously more reliable people are around. Why does she want a cybersex? Internet dating is risky. Everyone needs to be careful. The little sweetheart was even more unbelievable. That guy has a crush on her? He's been gone a long time. Since she had a boyfriend. He had gone abroad to pursue his career and had not returned. And the two of them had not been in touch for a long time. A lot of times, don't just use your eyes to see and ears to hear, but feel it more with your heart. The corner of Ji Young's lips hooked up in a little arc. She smiled gently. He will appear at your doorstep in an hour. And your positive karma officially begins at this moment. The little sweetheart stared blankly at Ji Young on that side of the screen, not knowing what to react to for a moment. Ji Young nodded as she cut off the video call. I hope the little sweetheart gets the happiness that belongs to her. Yes, sweetie, this girl is too bitter. I hope the rest of her life she lives a better life. Bless the young lady. Ji Young nodded. Little sweetheart will be happy, and will have 2 children in the future. Both children. As for those who do evil, they will also pay the price. The netizens within the live broadcast room chatted for a while longer, mentioning the matter of Ji Yunyai's talisman drawing. Everyone's words just now reminded me that in the future, when my aura is abundant, I can draw a few more talismans in the live broadcast room and hang up a small yellow car for sale. Ji Yunyi pondered and said, what kind of talisman would you probably draw? Anchor? Do you have a peace sign? Peace talismans are available, $5,000 a piece, quality guaranteed. Ji Yunyan said, God, $5,000 is really expensive. It's worth a month's salary for me, but it can keep you safe. Before Little Mang always saved his life because he got Ji Yunyan's peace talisman. I still believe in the strength of the anchor. Right, isn't life more important than money? What's the point of using more money if your life is gone? $5,000 is worth it to stay safe. A new netizen soon followed with the question, does the anchor have a health charm? Ji Yanyi pondered. This is a good question to ask. It can be had. The treasure body is healthy and evil spirits do not invade. Does the host have a fortune charm? The kind that can make you rich overnight if you buy it? I recently invested in the stock market and lost all my money. If you can let me earn back all the money I lost, and also let me get rich overnight, It would be great. As long as the price is not too expensive, I can accept it. Ji Yun Dai. This kind of overnight wealth is against the way of heaven. If everyone buys a fortune charm, then everyone is rich. Will affect the country's economy. When the time comes will be inflation. A lot of money circulating in the market. Disrupting the market order. So I advise you to get down to earth to make money, to be honest. Don't think about this one step to heaven thing. I'm really starting to get a crush on the anchor. The anchor's outlook is so positive. The anchor is right. If everyone buys the fortune charm, then everyone will become the richest man. Then what about the economy of this country? Then the world will be in chaos. Anchor pattern is good. In making money at the same time, we'll also think of the country's economy and people's livelihood. I saw for the first time such a positive view of the anchor. Not like other anchors' tax evasion. The pop-ups were constant in the live room. There's one last live link today, said Ji Yun Yen as he answered the live link of the last netizen who had grabbed the lucky bag. The opponent's ID is called Blossom Fortune. Once the video was answered, it was a woman in her 40s on the other side with an eager face. Master, I've heard that you're very accurate at fortune telling. So help my son do it. Do the math on when my son will get married. Chapter 60. When is my son getting married? Tell me about your son's situation. Ji Yun Yen saw the anxious woman in the live broadcast. Blossom Fortune frowned, and there was a deep Chuan zigzag line in the center of his brow, which looked to be the result of frequent frowning. It's like this. My son is 28 this year, and as a result, he hasn't talked to a single girlfriend. Blossom Fortune continued. From the time he went to school, a lot of boys fall in love early. Some of his classmates have a crush on a girl in the 6th grade, and a lot of kids fall in love early in junior high school. But my son only knows how to study. At first I was quite happy. I didn't have to worry about my son's early love, until I provided for my son to go to college, and then a master's degree, and then a doctorate degree, and all the time now, I am not happy at all. This is 28 years old. My girlfriend's son of 28 has already had 3 children. Their eldest grandson is 5 years old. I still have nothing. This is not dry eyes? Said the blossoming rich brow of the Sichuan character lines deeper and deeper. She sighed deeply and said, I've been urging him to find an object, introduced him to a number of objects as a result of a successful or not. Either he disliked the female party's education is not good, is disliked the female party's looks, is not his favorite style, is disliked the female party's family of origin is not good. In short, none of the girls I carefully selected met his eye, but I really can't help it. I only have this one only son. I can't just watch him go through his whole life without finding a date, getting married or having kids, right? To be honest, there are really quite a lot of people who are not married or sterile these days. Now the birth rate has fallen below a new low. Many young people would rather have pets than get married and have children. How many kindergartens closed down? Mother and baby stores and moonlight centers closed down. How many sister-in-laws were laid off? This is a normal phenomenon. It's safe not to get married. You don't know whether the other person is a human being or a ghost until you're married. Marriage is the grave of love. If you ask me, you young people are just afraid of taking responsibility. I say this kind of behavior is selfish, not to marry and not to have children. Blossom Rich, looking at the comments section, she righteously said, you have children. You are a moment to take care of children, to bear the hard, to bear the pressure on the economy. You are young when the dashing and happy, but when you are old, with your old parents, this generation has long since passed away. You look forward to who will give you old age? When we young people get old, we'll take our own sleeping pills and solve the problem ourselves, so we don't have to make trouble for others. How many people have been harmed by the phrase raising children to prevent old age? I'm also a son. I still don't know whether raising children can prevent old age or not. Yes, young and happy, do not look for a partner not married and sterile, dashing decades to the old, big deal to eat their own solution to their own it. Young and happy decades, to the old suffer so many years there is nothing to hang said. The actual fact is, if you're married and have a child, you'll definitely be able to give your mom and dad the old age. Now how many children are squeezing mom and dad vampires? How many children gnawing on the old young time hard work to pay the mortgage, car loans, but also to raise children. Every month milk powder money, vaccine money for children to go to school and read. A variety of interest classes, counseling classes, a variety of chicken child. Spend so much money to the old child is not filial piety, but also empty the wallet, drained of flesh and blood on the body, to take to him to buy a house, to marry a daughter-in-law. It is not easy to marry a daughter-in-law, but also to give him care of grandchildren, to take care of his grandchildren. Shallow math. If 2 children, then later is 2 daughters-in-law. In the event that the birth of 4 grandchildren, which who can withstand in case the son and grandson are not good enough to spend the money they earn, won't they have to chew away their own retirement money? It's better to live comfortably on your own, he said. Let's not talk about getting married and having children. Let's just talk about falling in love. I'm 00. I make 5,000 a month. I don't have to buy a house or a car. Removing the 1,000 a month for rent, 800 for commuting, 1,000 for food, buying a little bit of daily necessities every month, and then give some money to my parents to show filial piety and obedience. And then with a little bit of my peers and my classmates' share of the money, all kinds of human contacts, socializing with other people. The $5,000 are simply there's nothing left. Not to mention relationships. You should know that nowadays you can't fall in love just because you want to. It all depends on money. You don't have money who talk to you in love other not to mention. On the relationship dating two people to go outside, in the restaurant to eat a meal, at least 200 or 300. All kinds of Valentine's Day 520 birthday, all kinds of relationship anniversary, are required to buy gifts for women. These are all money Yes, I really found the resonance. A while ago I broke up with my girlfriend. Because of Valentine's Day, I gave her a more than 100 yuan beauty box. She told me that she is in my eyes only worthy of more than 100 yuan of things. God, I really will cry. To know that I month more than 6,000 deducted mortgage car loan is not left anything. We go out every time to play as my bill. I this chanting borrowing owed a whole lot. Before which time the holiday not give her gift are hundreds of thousands of, but where I can every time to come up with so much money. I really do not have the money. Gave a 100. Did not expect to make a mess with me for 3 days. Preliminary estimates. Since the relationship, I have to spend at least $3,000 or more every month. Love is rich people talk about. I'm this kind of poor where worthy of love I directly break up. Now it is to fall in love to spend money. To get married to spend money. To give birth to a child to spend more money. When the child regenerated children to get grandchildren. Granddaughters have to continue to spend money. Have to earn how much money to pay for these expenses These money if you spend it on their own should be how cool I'm a mom of 2. And after having a baby, my spending downgraded straight away. Aquamarine turned into Debeo. I really regret having these 2 children. Every day especially hard, especially tired. I am like a gyroscope as a continuous axis turn. There is no time to stop. Serious lack of sleep. The body has become worse. Every month the money did not save, but is owed a buttocks of debt. To support the 2 children and spend energy and spend money. But my husband and cannot help me share the pressure. If not for the 2 children, I would have divorced. If I had a choice, I would have chosen not to get married and not to have children. I can't imagine how great it would be to spend the money on myself. Coward. I dare to think. At this time, the number of viewers in Ji Young's live broadcast room was increasing and had already exceeded 120,000 people. The pop-up area of a number of pop-up comments for some of the netizens who fall in love and have children and get married. Many netizens have felt that they have found a resonance in the live broadcast room to reward up. Blossom Fortune originally said these words to find some resonance in the live broadcast, but I did not expect to be surprised that the comments section is a piece of all the sound of the push for not marrying and not having children. Young people nowadays advocate not getting married or having children, but people in their 40s and 50s are looking forward to having grandchildren. These young people nowadays are really daring. Chapter 61. You young people are just selfish. I'd say you young people are selfish. Even if you don't think about yourselves, you have to think about your parents, who have worked so hard to raise you in your 20s because they want to see you start a family, see you get married and have children, so that they can rest assured. Do you want them to be in love and get married just to make them feel at ease? Do you want to marry someone you don't love? It is most important for people to live and be happy, and a happy mind is worth millions. If getting married is to fulfill a mission and to make them happy, then doesn't it become living for others? Life is only once. I only want to live for myself. This kind of talk is actually tantamount to moral abduction by parents who feel that they have accomplished their mission by allowing their children to get married and have children, without considering whether their children are happy and fortunate to be living after marriage. Now there is very little sweet love. That kind of good love only exists in novels and movies. Real life is not at all like that. Under the head of the male greasy men a lot of, earn your own money and spend it yourself. No mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. No marital problems with your husband, no quarrels. No need to bring up children to raise children, do not have to consume their own energy. Their own happy. This is really God's day. But flowers blooming rich or some unwillingness. She frowned tightly. Passing on the generation of marriage and children is originally a tradition. If everyone does not have how to add bricks and mortar to the motherland, how to build a strong country, everyone does not give birth to, that the aging population will gradually aggravate the lack of youth labor force, construction and development of the country will be hindered in the long run, that is not the country are going to perish. In the long run, won't the country perish? Blossom of Wealth said incredibly. Originally thought to find the anchor fortune telling wanted to calculate the son's marriage, but I did not expect it to be a collision of the old and new ideas of the 80s and 90s and aughts. Auntie, you're going a bit far. Although the world's prosperity and demise is the responsibility of all. But I'm just an ordinary person. I just want to live my own life. Real life or ordinary people more. In this society now cannot steal not rob to comply with the law to earn money to support themselves is already in the country to make a contribution to the bitter smile. Instead of thinking about why your son is not in love and not married, think about our words. Maybe we shouldn't try to persuade others either. After all, everyone has everyone's mind. The three views thing is deeply rooted. Don't try to change others. The only thing we can change is ourselves. Blossom Bloom sighed. I can't talk about you youngsters anymore. She also does not want to take the identity of the past person to enlighten these young people to let them go to get married and have children. They have a child or not is their own business. It has nothing to do with her. Everyone has everyone's way to go. And the most important thing is her son's marriage affairs. She just mind her own son. And she couldn't care less about anyone else. Master, can you help me see when my son will meet his right destiny and when he can get married? Blossoming Fortune no longer paid attention to the densely packed pop-ups that made her dizzy from watching them. And her pleading gaze fell on Ji Yunyan. Show me a picture of your son. Ji Yunyan spoke. Soon Blossom Fortune pulled up a blue background ID photo from his phone and placed it under the camera in the live broadcast room. Everyone, this is the 1-inch ID photo from my son's doctoral diploma. Speaking of her son, Blossom raised her chin in a little pride. As for what you guys said about the financial pressure of falling in love and getting married and having kids, my son doesn't have to think about that at all. Our family has a snack processing food factory, a steel processing factory, and his father and I have accumulated some family business in our lifetime, and we don't have any other children. So these are all going to be inherited to him, as long as my son is willing to find a partner, and he falls in love and gets married, including giving birth to a child. All the expenses will be borne by us, and we'll arrange for a sister-in-law, a childcare worker, and a nanny for him. There is no need to worry about financial problems. This is too much envy, isn't it? If I had parents like this, I wouldn't have to work like a dog. It's hard to make money. It's hard to eat. And this monthly salary of a few $1,000s is making me depressed. If I had a mom and dad like that I'd give birth. I give birth to a soccer team. Unfortunately, I don't have the means. So reincarnation is really a skillful job. Mom, I'm your long-lost son. Look at me. Mom, do you still need a daughter? Do you think I can do it? Mom, do you still need a daughter-in-law? Do you think my qualifications meet your criteria for a good daughter-in-law? At this time, many netizens are looking at the document photo of the son of Blossom Fortune. Handsome, deep three-dimensional features. Eyebrows and eyes have a sense of inchi. A look is a high knowledge of the molecules. The temperament is not bad. Auntie's son is really quite handsome. Wouldn't this condition be a messy kill in the dating market? It's a pity that he didn't enter the entertainment industry. This face is suitable for playing the roles of police, lawyers, civil servants, officials and so on. Such a good appearance condition, such a good economy. This is not the human high-quality male? Surprisingly not looking for a girlfriend? Geez, I guess what's circulating in the marriage market now are some puerile males. Down and dirty males, greasy males. Auntie, can you leave your contact information and see if I can? The pop-up comments section was a sea of comments leaving contact information. But Ji Yunyi was quietly looking at the photo, and after 3 seconds, Ji Yunyi pursed her lips and opened her mouth to say, "Your son already has an object." Oh, my God, my boyfriend who I've never met. I've fallen out of love. My first love was strangled in the cradle. How cruel. My illusions have been crushed hard by reality. Sisters, what? Blossoming Fortune's first moment was shock, followed by a kind of ecstasy that welled up in his heart. Why didn't this brat talk to me when he fell in love? It's not like I'm not letting him talk. As for hiding it so much and not even telling me. In fact, his father and I also look away. To fall in love and get married, this matter we will never interfere. As long as he looks for the object on the line. As long as he chooses the other half in accordance with his preferences is good. They have long looked away. Can find the object is fragrant. Regardless of his ugly, handsome, tall, short, fat, thin it. Are you sure you won't interfere if you choose according to his preferences? Ji Yunyan, however, spoke in an uncertain manner. Master, what do you mean by that? Why did Blossom Fortune feel that there was something unusual about the master's attitude? What I mean is that your son did fall in love, Ji Yunyan said. But the other party was not a woman. Chapter 62, Love Between Two Men. If it's not a woman, then could it still be a man? Blossom was shocked. Ji Yunyi nodded. That's right. What your son likes is indeed a man. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Geez, it's true that good-looking guys who are excellent in every way mostly like boys. And there aren't many well-qualified guys left for us in the dating market. There are quite a lot of homosexuals now. Too, there were homosexuals when I was in high school. I made up my own delayed novel. The cool school bully fell in love with the weak and beautiful little poor girl who was the little attacker and who was the little sufferer, right? I also think that a CP between two men is pretty good to knock out, haha. Auntie might as well look on the bright side and be happy. Blossom Fortune can hardly believe what she heard. My husband and I are sexually normal. And our entire family is sexually normal. How did it come to my son? If someone else had told her that her son liked men, then she would have found it absurd. But this is Master Ji Yunyan Ji. The master has been very accurate in fortune-telling since his live broadcasts, and has even helped the police solve cases several times. So how could she not believe it? Blossoming Fortune closed her eyes fiercely. She spoke helplessly. Master, can you tell me who my son likes? Who is your son's best friend? Ji Yunyan spoke. It's Little Morning. Blossom Fortune carefully recalled. Xiao Chen is my son's playmate since he was a child. The two grew up together and have a particularly good relationship. Xiao Chen, this child, looks thin and weak, but the features are very delicate and beautiful, just like a doll. And we live in a neighborhood. A lot of neighborhood aunts and grandmothers say that this child looks more beautiful than a little girl. There are still a lot of children in the neighborhood back to call Xiao Chen is a sissy. I remember it is in Xiao Chen 4 years old. The neighborhood children bullied him, holding a pet puppy to scare him. He was scared of Wow Cry. It is my son stood up to protect him. Those who scare Xiao Chen, all the children brutally beat up. From then on, these two people are inseparable, often together. The child's parents were divorced from a young age, followed his mother to grow up. His mother and work too busy to care for him, and then found an object. Is a rotten drunkard. All day long to the child is not to beat the child, scolded. The child all day long, even a mouthful of hot rice no one for him to do also cannot eat. Look at the relationship between these two children is quite good. I see the child Xiao Chen is quite pitiful. When cooking, shouted him to come to my home to eat together. My home to eat together. These two people are much closer. Recalled here, Blossom Fortune realized something. Master, you mean it wouldn't be that my son likes Xiao Chen? That's right. Ji Yanni nodded. These two grew up together and like each other. Blossom and Fortune had a moment of vertigo. Jesus Christ, how can I take this? How can two men be together? Auntie, you're still old-fashioned in your thinking. There are quite a few women who are still nowadays, and everyone is still alive and well. No wonder all of Auntie's previous introductions were unsuitable. It turns out that Auntie's son simply doesn't like women. Actually, what Auntie was thinking was, how can two men have a baby? Ji Yunyan looked at Blossom Fortune's face as she said in a deep voice, are you trying to stop them? Forbidding them to be together? Beating the lovebirds with a stick? Are you? Blossom Fortune froze, did not expect that what he thought in his heart would be known by Ji Yunyan. Master, you cannot be a mind reader, right? Ji Yunyan, there's no such thing as mind reading. It's just calculated. Next you'll be beating up the lovebirds, forbidding the two from seeing each other again, and forcibly arranging for your son to chat with other girls, forcing a marriage contract to come. Blossom's heart thumped. She was about to plan to do just that. The anchor is the one who expects things to happen. But once you do, Ji Yunyan sighed. Xiao Chen will lose his heart and break down because he can't see your son. To him, your son is his light, his salvation. He grew up missing his mother's love, and his adoptive father used to beat him violently when he got drunk. He was an inferiority-pleasing personality who lacked love inside. But after meeting your son, he got love and felt what it was like to be loved and cared for and cared about. He was a person who lived by love. I'm a person who lacks love personality, who is a little bit better to me. I will be out of my heart, especially passionate. Other people with me to say a sentence I hate to return to the 10 sentence this kind of. I'm sensitive and have low self-esteem, lack of love and love to please others. The pain brought by my family of origin has tormented me my whole life. Me too. I have never been able to reconcile with my bad family of origin in my life. It's because I grew up without parental love that I can't stay away from any man who treats me better. And people say I'm love-brained, but I'm not. I'm just asking for spiritual love to nourish me through love. It is also because of this that I am particularly vulnerable to being cheated by scum. I can understand Xiao Chen. The whole world does not love Xiao Chen. Only that boy loves him and cares for him. But suddenly one day this point of love is going to be deprived of. He naturally cannot accept the reality of the blow. The collapse is not. Blossom Fortune was silent. But then this can't make my son just stay with him. I can't let sympathizing with him cause me to watch my son walk towards the fire pit. After all, whoever you sympathize with will have to carry the fate of whoever you sympathize with. There are so many poor people in this world. Should we sympathize with every one of them? Although her heart ached for that child Xiao Chen, she wasn't a saintly mother. Living your life and minding your son is the most important thing. After your son's engagement, Xiao Chen had a nervous breakdown and depression. He took his hard-earned savings as well as the money from his loan and went to T to have a sex change operation. He felt that the reason they couldn't be together was because he was a man, and he wanted to become a woman as a way of begging you to try and accept him, and begging you to be willing to say yes to him being with your son together. You are enraged and feel more and more that he is a pervert, and in the face of his pestering you intend to call the police, and you intend to use your contacts to put pressure on Mourn's family. And your son saw through your intentions and knew that he had no chance with Xiao Chun. On the one hand to protect Xiao Chen, on the other hand it is also true that he was angry at Xiao Chun for not caring for his own body, rashly went to do a sex change operation after your son said some hurtful words in the face of Xiao Chen's bitter plea, saying that Xiao Chen is disgusting and loathes Xiao Chen. These words made Xiao Chen's heart ashen. Xiao Chen was driven away. Originally, Xiao Chen had some after effects after the operation, and the physical pain constantly tormented him, but everyone around him felt that Xiao Chen was a pervert for having a sex change operation, and they all loathed and abused him. And his parents even intensified their beatings and scoldings, breaking the silicone prosthesis installed in his chest pains. Chapter 63, Your Son Will Die. Eventually, little Morning became depressed and left a parting letter before jumping to her death, saying goodbye to the world. And when your son read this parting letter and saw the agonizing bitterness and the deep love and longing for him that Xiao Chen wrote before he died, he was so pained that after cleaning Xiao Chen's body, he killed himself by swallowing 2 vials of sleeping pills while holding his body in the morgue. What? Blossom raised his voice. My son would even die for a guy? Doesn't he want his own parents? He was infatuated with Xiao Chen to such an extent. Judging from your face, your children's palace is weak, showing that you'll lose your son in your later years. Ji Yunyi sighed. I didn't think these two would be so in love with each other. Pure love for the god of war. If that's not love, then what is? Male silent tears. I had been disappointed in love, but now I have renewed hope for it. I didn't realize there was such a love that lasts until death do us part in real life. I was shocked. When will sweet love fall to me? I want to try being loved deeply too. Blossom Rich face a miserable white. Then do I have to watch my son with a man together? If you don't want to lose your son, then don't hinder him. Ji Yunyi sighed and said, okay, I'll think about it. Blossom Fortune sighed heavily, but at that moment, the door to the room was opened. Blossom's son, Song Cheng, was walking towards this side with a boy. Song Cheng around the body, temperament cold and noble, 3-dimensional features, flooded with a kind of refusal outside the sense of detachment, but in favor of the side of the boy is the soft light of the eyes, as cold as frost and snow on the face is also some warmth. The boy on his side was a head shorter than Song Cheng, his light brown crushed hair was soft, a little fine bangs between his forehead, his body was thin, his skin was white and shaky, wearing a simple white t-shirt and loose back pants. His features were more delicate than a doll, his eyes were dark, soft and bright. He looked at Song Cheng uneasily, and received a little bit of encouragement from his reassuring gaze, took a deep breath, and clenched his small fists to give himself some encouragement. It looks exquisitely cute and well-behaved and soft. Is this Auntie Fortune's son? He's so handsome. Isn't he the cold man from the novels? The face of the teenager next to Auntie's son is really great. He looks like he came out of a comic book world. I'm a girl and I'm impressed. Who says it isn't? I like it even when I look at it as a big man. That's a really good-looking guy. Women aren't even as beautiful as he is. It's not possible that this boy is 0. Is it? Definitely. Aunt Fortune's son is 1 and this boy is 0. Mom, I want to tell you something. Song Cheng took a deep breath as he pretended to be calm and said. At this time, the teenager on his side was nervous and his breathing was a little short. He pursed his lips and stood honestly in place. Blossoming Fortune's fingers kept pinching her protruding eyebrows. And for a moment, she had a splitting headache. Stop it. You don't say anything I understand. Mom, what do you understand? Song Cheng wrinkled her eyebrows, and her gaze fell on the cell phone that Blossom Fortune had placed on the table, which was displaying a live streaming page. His gaze videoed the overly pretty and bright woman across the room. Mom, is this the blind date you want to arrange for me? I've told you many times, don't go through the trouble of arranging it for me. I won't accept it. I only like free love. You're overthinking it. Ji Yunyan on the opposite side of the video curled his lips in a faint smile. I'm not. Song Cheng sighed in relief. That's good. Of course this lady, you're in good condition. It's me who doesn't deserve you. He turned his eyes to Blossom. Mom, I have to tell you something. The person I like is actually. I know. Blossom blossomed with a sad face. How much do you love him? Song Cheng was stunned. He held Xiao Chen's hand tightly. Mom, I've never liked someone so much in these 28 years, and he's the only one I like in this life. Me too. Xiao Chen's heart warmed as he held Song Cheng's hand back, and in a small but firm voice, he said, I only love Ching alone too. I don't love anyone but him. Then have you guys ever thought about the fact that it's impossible for the same sex to have children together in the future? Blossoming Fortune sighed. You two are happy for a while, but later when you are old and don't have a child, what are you going to do? Who will support you in your old age? Xiao Chen pursed her lips and looked at Song Cheng uneasily. A child is not a necessity of life. Song Cheng pursed her lips, her voice line clear and cold. Let's not talk about whether or not having a child in the future will give us old age. Let's just talk about the issue of a child. If a child is a stumbling block that prevents us from moving towards happiness, then there is no child. And we can adopt a child. Xiao Chen sighed in relief and held Song Cheng's hand tighter. After all, will an adopted child be good to you if he or she is not your own flesh and blood? Besides, how are you going to cope when your biological parents come to your door when you're pulling up in your 20s later on? Blossom Fortune had never been so exhausted in her life. A child is a blank sheet of paper and it all depends on how the adults educate them. I believe I have more than enough finances as well as spirit to educate my child. Song Cheng said word for word. As for your comment about biological parents coming to the door, that's something I'll do a rigorous data screening for before adopting a child. And I'll choose only orphans who have lost their loved ones to raise. With a few words, Blossom was speechless. Are you guys determined to stay together? Blossom said in a tired voice. Mom, I know it's hard for you to accept, but I won't be happy if I lose Xiao Chen. Would you rather see an unhappy son depressed all day? Auntie, I really love Brother Cheng. Xiao Chen's moist almond eyes contained hot tears within them as he bent his knees and knelt in front of Blossom Fortune. Auntie, please fulfill us. Saying that, he heavily kowtowed to Blossom Fortune, lifting his white, bumped reddened little face to look at her pitifully. I beg you to fulfill us. Mom, please make it happen. Song Cheng's knees bent and she also knelt in front of Blossom Fortune. You guys. Blossom sighed heavily. I can't control it. You guys can do whatever you want. In the future, I will no longer ask about your affairs. Just live your lives comfortably. Blossom Fortune said helplessly. She had only one son, and if something did happen, that would be the end of the game. It's more important that my son is alive than anything else. Let him be. Blessings, you must be fiercely happy. Oh, look at the tears. At this moment, before little sweetheart could leave the hospital after bandaging her wounds, a tall and long figure rushed over at a fast pace, its tall figure enveloping her and wrapping her firmly. The smell of cedar wood on the man infiltrated the light strawberry scent on her. The man's dark eyes stared at her. Putting yourself through this for a guy? Do you have bubbles in your head? Chapter 64, Crush on her for years. The little sweetheart's nose turned sour and she nearly dropped a tear. The man wrinkled his eyebrows and watched her closely. What are you crying about? Did I say something wrong? The little sweetheart pursed her lips. The tip of her nose flushed. Her dark, watery eyes blinked and snapped back tears. Little crybaby. The man seems to be helpless. Seems to be annoyed from his pocket to take out a few paper towels to the little girl to wipe the crying reddish little face. His tone of voice is bad, vicious, but the action of wiping her tears is extremely gentle. In the future still dare not dare to believe that the man outside? I have told you. That dog bastard is to figure your money you do not listen. You are not bumping into the south wall you do not turn back. The little girl cried louder. She couldn't stop sobbing, her shoulder blades shaking. The man couldn't bear to say any more. He gritted his teeth and his bite muscles bulged. Don't worry, I will make that mother and son pay. I'll let them have a good reform and rehabilitation in prison. Let someone take good care of the two of them inside. Don't worry, I guarantee that I'll make them beg for their lives and make them regret what they've done today. A morose cold hostility permeated the man's body. Saying that, he picked up his cell phone and flipped out the picture to show his little sweetheart. Here, that little white boy who cheats women out of their money has already been wasted by my people inside, and will only be a eunuch for the rest of his life. And don't feel bad about all that money he cheated you out of before. I have a lot of money at home. I'll make up for that money. The man said. Why are you being so nice to me? Sweetie blinked and looked at him with blurred tears, her voice soft and pitiful. Don't you hate me? The man almost laughed in exasperation. Who told you I hated you? I like you. A childhood crush. It's been a full decade of crushing on her. Love her like crazy. God knows how devastated and desperate she was when she announced that she was in a relationship with a scumbag and getting married. It was because of this that he chose to leave the country to heal. He is intended to forget her, but it is like a crime to open her circle of friends every day to see. Whenever he sees her in the scum and the show of love, his heart is like a knife. But it is like self-mutilation. Continue to see, continue to be abused, can only rely on alcohol to paralyze themselves? If that dog thing positively loves her is also okay, but I didn't expect it to be a human face and beast heart. God knows how devastated and desperate he was when he watched the news. The little girl he watched grow up as a child. He didn't even want to touch her with his fingers, but that asshole abused her like this. He hated to go through all this suffering in place of his little sweetheart. I can't wait to throw that mother and son into a meat grinder, churn them up, and throw their flesh to the dogs. So do you like me? Sweetie blinked her wet, watery eyes, hiccuped a cry, and asked out loud. The anchor said he liked hers. She was still a little disbelieving. What if I say I like it? The man stared at her intently, the knots of his throat rolling up and down as he spoke out. He stared intently at his little sweetheart's reaction, subconsciously holding his breath as time became extraordinarily long in a moment, as if a century had passed. I don't dare to trust others easily anymore. Saying that, Sweetie raised her tightly wrapped palm and handed it to him. I've already endured a painful price once. You don't need to do anything. Just wait for me to come to you. The man pursed his lips. I'll take good care of you, and I certainly don't want your money. Little Sweetie of course know that he will not figure his own money. After all, their family is 100 years of luxury family, so much money. How can they be worse than their 3 walnut 2 dates? Anyway, take your time. I'll wait until the moment you want to. The man looked at her with a deep gaze and said, but until then, I won't allow another wild man to live in your heart. Sweetie shook her head. She didn't even know if she was capable of falling in love anymore. She was instinctively terrified of it. That's good. The man pushed her wheelchair. The corners of his lips curved up in a little arc. Come home with me. Warm golden afternoon sunlight fell on him. For the man's deep handsome face on the layer of warm color, lining his handsome face soft, deep eyes gentle and quiet like a vast river of stars. The little sweetheart looked at him in a daze. Daylight. 2 people were ferrying layer of light golden color, like being in the world of oil paintings. 2 people's silhouettes intertwined in the ground to cast shadows. The picture is warm and beautiful. Blossoming Fortune rewarded Ji Yunyi with $100,000 before the live broadcast ended. Learning that Ji Yunyan is an anchor and is not at all the person that Blossom Fortune wants to introduce to him, Song Cheng apologized and gave Ji Yunyan another reward of 100,000 yuan. Xiao Chen learned that it was Ji Yunyan's fault that he was able to be with Qing, and he also took out the $10,000 that he had worked so hard to save for a long time to reward Ji Yunyan's live broadcast. Thank you, Master's sister. I wish Master's sister more and more fire. Business is prosperous. I accept your blessings. Thank you. Ji Yunyi curled her lips and smiled. At this moment, she could feel a trace of a light golden light was lingering around her. This is the value of merit. She had changed Xiao Chen, Song Cheng's destiny, the merit value earned from changing her little sweetheart's destiny. And now, the aura up and down her circumference was a little more abundant and plentiful than it had been. Blossoms of Fortune is the last trigram of the day. Shouldn't the anchor get off the air? What a shame I haven't seen enough. The days when I can watch the anchor live are always short. Woo-woo. I didn't grab the lucky bag today. I don't know if I'll be able to grab it tomorrow. Ji Yunyi looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. She curved up the corner of her lips. Her brimming red lips were beautiful and enticing, temporarily not going off the air. It just so happened that she was now full of spiritual energy, and she planned to draw some charms. Ji Yunyi took out the yellow paper she had bought earlier, picked up the brush and ordered the vermilion. Her long, white, art-like fingers fell on the brush and sketched on the yellow paper in one stroke. This is a peace talisman. It can keep you safe when your life is at stake, Ji Yunyi said, and as she said that, she carried her brush and sketched on it one by one. Should I say no? The face of the anchor is too eye-pleasing. It's really like a rich flower on earth. Very ancient style scroll, like an ancient bright beauty from the ancient costume drama came out like. I'm really impressed with her face. It's really a pity not to shoot a movie. Damn capital, why did you block Ji Yunyi? Crying. It's a shame. It's a shame. I should have relied on my face to make a living, but now I have to rely on fortune telling. Am I the only one who noticed that the anchor's font is thin gold? It's too good looking, isn't it? It really is. This calligraphy is simply superb. In the midst of a crowd of blowing winds, Ji Yunyi gathered her aura and finished drawing 3-piece talismans and 2 more transit talismans, her jade-carved fingers gently resting down the brush. It's good now. I'll hang the link in the little yellow car and pick it up if you need it. She set up a little yellow car, 5kh charm. Soon, one of Ji Yunyi's talismans was photographed and ordered. No way. You can just draw something and sell it for $5,000? That's too much. This is clearly a scam. By this thing, this is not pure IQ tax big injustice species? Chapter 65, You've had a death in this house. It's all just a bunch of brainless fans. It's just a bunch of crap. I think the people who buy this stuff are just big idiots. I suspect that this is Ji Yunyan looking for trust. In order to deceive people to buy this thing, Ji Yunyi deliberately first find a few people to rush to buy, create the phenomenon of starvation marketing too. We will follow the crowd also follow to rush to buy. This is purely cutting leaks. Ji Yunyi is also too disgusting. How can I see this disgusting woman everywhere? When you can't make it in the entertainment industry, you come to the live broadcasting room to cheat as a god to cheat money. It wasn't the black fans who started the vicious attack tirade. What do you mean? What do you mean by being a godly man? This is too brainless, black, and underhanded. The traces of this water army are a bit obvious. But anyone who has watched the Master's live broadcasts before wouldn't be able to say such a thing. I am the mother of a trafficked child. If it were not for Master G, my son would not be able to come back now. Our whole family cannot survive. The Master is a real master, will never be what the magician. I hope that you get the facts before you speak. Bad words hurt people in June cold. Do you remember me? I am the Seafood King boss. I am the first black to powder. Season Masters really counted very accurate. I now have with my ex-wife relationship eases a lot. If not Season Masters, I am now still receiver happy as a father to someone else to raise a child. Season Masters expect things like God. Who black Season Masters who I scolded? That's right. Black should also be in accordance with the facts black. This brainless black is also to let a person speechless. Those who say we are brainless and black can look at Ji Yun's past black history. This kind of woman changes a circle and starts to whitewash and continue to make money. But also so many people are brainlessly helping her. This kind of person can be really damned Seasonal Swoon noticed these black fanites that were bouncing around more cheerfully in the comments section. First of all, I didn't hurt you guys, but you guys hurt me and turned to abuse and attack me. Ji Yun frowned and curved her lips to faintly say, little black babies, you guys are damaging Inda. In this world there was cause and effect. They maliciously hurt her. This was the cause. Naturally they also had to taste the evil consequences of being reversed. After Ji Yun's words fell, the live broadcast room fell into an eerie silence. Those few black fans who cursed Ji Yun only felt a cold chill down their spine for a moment. A little creepy. Che, if you have the guts, let us get what's coming to us. That's right. You're making me so scared. Hit me across the net if you can. Chi. They are fearless as professional hacks. Professional keyboard warriors. The internet is their armor. The screen is their bulletproof vest. Ji Yun was too lazy to bother with them, believing that soon, retribution would befall them. Alright, today's live broadcast is over. Goodbye everyone. Ji Yun waved her hand towards the live broadcast and tapped the exit live button. From the live broadcast until now, she had already earned 430,000 in just 3 days. Along with the popularity value rises, the fan changes become more, word of mouth becomes better. She can not only help the live broadcast of fortune telling, but also catch ghosts. She believes that in the future, she can make more money. In that case, the deficit default should be able to be paid back slowly by saving up. Ji Yun found a skincare brand Fong Chunlai from the WeChat contact information. She contacted the other party. I'll pay back your 400,000 defaulted arrears first, and pay the rest back slowly in installments. Can I? These are all debts owed by the original owner. Since the original owner's reputation has collapsed, these brands that have worked with her have been boycotted by black fans, and have therefore proposed to terminate her contract with her and also compensate her for the liquidated damages that have caused a bad impact on the company's reputation. Superintendent Chunlai, Ms. G. No need to return it. Ji Yun ran, Metaphysical masters do not have the habit of telling their own fortunes. People tell other people's fortunes and never tell their own, which is detrimental to their own longevity and cultivation. It was also why Ji Yun wasn't sure why the other party would say that. Director Chunlai, it's like this. You are on fire lately. Whether it's in the short video platform or in the entertainment industry, you see that you are now so much stronger than before. And you have been praised by the police before. You are a warm-hearted citizen. This image has been taller than the original, and also brought some good influence to our brand, so that doesn't have to be compensated. Even, we want to renew the contract. Name your price and we'll see if it's right. In fact, originally they were thinking of renewing the contract when Ji Yun's live fortune-telling was on fire. But taking into account that Ji Yun had offended Mr. Xie, the big man in the entertainment industry, they didn't dare to think about this matter. But recently Mr. Xie's company had a small problem, and his position in the entertainment industry was not so solid anymore. So maybe they themselves were all divided up, and this meant that their own company would have more freedom. There shouldn't be anything wrong with them wanting to continue signing with Ji Yun, right? Ji Yun wrinkled his eyebrows. So now she doesn't have to pay it back and she can still make money? Ji Yun went to ask a few other brands that needed to compensate themselves for the breach of contract, and all of them said that they didn't want to pay back the money, and they could still renew the contract. That means, she is now debt-free? Those brands want to continue to cooperate with the news Ji Yun did not return. She has not thought about it, since he doesn't need to pay back the money. The 400,000 or so from the live broadcast plus the 200,000 from this month's dividends add up to about 700,000, which can go to the down payment of a house to give himself a good living environment. Saying do it, Ji Yun opened the home buying software, and selected the houses one by one, screening from the software. She prefers the ones that are well located and easy to get around. She's a bit lazy. Secondly, the sunshine is better. Sunshine can replenish human yang energy, but also can supplement calcium. Then there's the price. After sifting through a bunch of them, Ji Yunyan found a house that fit her mind and quickly made an appointment with the landlord to get up and go see the house. However, when Ji Yunyi arrived in this new house, she noticed that something was wrong with this. If you look at the location of this house, it's in the middle of the city. Out the door is the shopping center, the big mall. The hospital isn't far from this side either. It's less than a 5-minute walk to the downtown hospital. And of course, there's the subway. The subway is also not far from here. About 10 minutes by bike, the landlady enthusiastically introduced. And then look at the lighting of our home. Sitting north to south, sunrise very much. The sun shines in every day. And it's very comfortable. It's quite nice. Ji Yunyan looked around indifferently. It's just a pity that this house of yours is a inn residence. How is this possible? The landlady quickly frowned. What are you talking about? How did my house become a inn house when it's fine? This house of yours? Someone died. Ji Yunyan looked at a wall in front of him and said, Chapter 66. Do you really know how to tell fortunes? What are you babbling about? How could anyone have died? The landlady looked incredulous. This house of yours has been rented out to quite a few people before, right? Ji Yunyi changed her words and opened her mouth. Exactly. But every time they stayed in this house, strange things happened. And every pair of tenants rented it for less than 2 months before they would back out of the lease in a hurry. Am I right? Ji Yunyan looked at her with a smirk. The landlady looked at her incredulously. How did she know? Before she brought people to buy the house, she said hello to the neighbors, hoping that they would not talk nonsense, so that the house can be sold at a good price. But who knows, that 1,000 defenses still failed to prevent. You, the landlady frowned and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Ji Yunyan. I'm a fortune teller. You don't have to rack your brain to refute me. The landlady frowned for half a second and finally sighed. You really know how to tell fortunes? That's right. My name is Ji Yun. You can look at the cases I've told fortunes before on the internet. I'm not the godly man you think I am, Ji Yunyan said. The landlady opened her cell phone and searched online. She looked at these examples online, and then looked at this face of Ji Yunyan. Is really exactly the same. In other words, one has met a true master. Since Ji Yun had already seen that there was something wrong with the house, it was definitely unlikely that he would ever buy a house again. So he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to see if he could help him resolve it. Master can you help me dissolve the problem of this house? The landlady sighed and said, My son has settled abroad. My husband and I only have this one son, and there is nothing to do at home. So we also moved the whole family abroad to accompany our son. We rented the house to a couple of tenants before we left the country, but they all backed out before they had completed 2 months. And they all said that there were strange noises in the house at night. And then later on someone posted about the house on a forum and no one dared to rent the house. But this house is also the one that my husband and I paid $2 million for in the first place yet. And now it's all gone up in price, to over $5 million, so if we don't rent it out, wouldn't that be a waste? Besides, the location of this house is so good. The surrounding facilities are all big hospitals, all good school district houses. I'm really heartbroken. So I thought I'd hurry up and sell this house, and after selling it we'll go abroad as a family. Saying that, Li Xiaomei's face was filled with haggardness. Since you can see that there is something wrong with this house, Master, can you help me see where the problem lies? How did it turn into a shady house for a good reason? She's only renting to a couple of those tenants. Those tenants were fine. It's not like anyone ever died. Did you rent your house before to a 28-year-old boy named Wang Jiwei? Yes. The house is rented to him. Li Xiaomei bright eyes. She carefully recalled. That Wang Jiwei this child for people honest and simple. People are also very good. Especially hard-working. In an company work, after work is still doing part-time. I last saw him in the neighborhood entrance stall hold a small cart, which sells grilled intestines, grilled squid, grilled gluten, and that beef and mutton kebabs. It is his homemade taste is quite good. The business is also quite good, but the neighborhood is also a good place. Business is also quite good, but the neighborhood property security guards do not let him do this, often drive him away. Speaking here Li Xiaomei paused. In fact, at first I kinda don't understand. He works in that big company. A month's salary of more than 30,000 yuan. How to still get off work tired of selling kebabs. Later I realized that he kept a girlfriend. Yes? Ji Yunyan raised his eyebrows slightly. Have you seen his girlfriend? I've seen it. His girlfriend is still a doctoral student. Li Xiaomei brought up other people's gossip to the interest. He said the head of the road. That girl with big wavy curls, long hair. Figure can be good. Convex front and back. Breasts are breasts. Buttocks are buttocks. The shoulders are still so skinny. The waist is also so thin. That body ratio not to mention men let me an old woman look at all the heart. Sexy body, looks and very beautiful, but also so educated. It is said that her major is Chinese language and literature. As if studying Chinese as a foreign language, it is said to be later graduated abroad to go abroad to teach Chinese language, the specifics of which I do not understand. Anyway, this job is to stop the bright and shiny. Then how are the two of them affectionate? Ji Yunyan opened his mouth. These two people feelings are quite good. Wang Jiwei at every day after selling kebabs tired and sweaty. But to the weekend, Wang Jiwei will not stall. Go to this girl's school to pick up her. Then the girl received to the rental house. I heard the neighbors say that these two people to the night. The noise can be big. That the bedboards are creaking. Li Xiaomei said some shame. I heard the neighbors said those words I am a middle-aged woman are ashamed of not. Also both women. She was really envious of that girl. I don't have that kind of luck myself. Then does that girl need Wang Jiwei to spend money on food and drinks? Ji Yunyan spoke up. Indeed, Li Xiaomei said. At first I did not quite understand why Wang Jiwei worked so hard. After seeing that girl, I realized that it was to support her. Having a girlfriend with such a beautiful figure and good culture, you have to treat her well so that she doesn't run away in the future. Isn't it said that the first sword on shore first cuts the person of interest? Estimated that he was afraid of this girl after graduation to find more qualified high-flying handsome to abandon him. So desperately good to him. Right. To give that girl, but also gave the girl a lot of big brand bags and cosmetics and so on. I guess all the money Wang earned over the years was spent on this woman. Or else could he be so radiant? His skin so translucent, and his whole body covered in big brands? Ji Yanni nodded. And that was indeed the case. I have to say now this kind of good man is not much. Now the male stingy search with that what like. When talking about love to the woman to spend so much money on this girl is out of their hearts and lungs. I listen to the neighbors are scolding this male stupid or saying a what word to come. Called. Oh. I remember called licking dog. The big guys are saying that Wang is this girl's lickspittle. Li Xiaomei said. Others I cannot control. I also gossip every day to get together even if it is my son. I will not allow him to spend so much money for no reason to his girlfriend. In order to a woman's own exhausted desperately trying to make money. This Wang Jiwei although more than 20 years of age tired to do, look like more than 40 years of age, to say if a beautiful girlfriend means to spend so much money, to toss their own people not a ghost, it would be better to find an ordinary looking, but will live, will be thrifty and frugal life is also easier. Then what happened? Did that girl disappear? Ji Yunyan opened his mouth. Chapter 67, What's in the Walls? Who says it's not? This Wang Jiwei to this woman to spend money. That is a meatbag to beat the dog have no return Li Xiaomei feel sorry. You say if the two people properly from love to marriage, and then give Wang Jiwei have a child is also quite complete. These money spent on spending. But the problem is that the woman does not talk to Wang Jiwei I heard the next door neighbor said that the two people often broke out in the subsequent quarrels, until one time the two people argued the sky and earth. Since then that girl is gone. She's not gone. Ji Yunyan looked at this white wall in front of her, pondering, she's staying inside this house in a different way. Instantly, Li Xiaomei's heart thumped. Master, you just said that people have died in this house. You should not mean. Go find a decoration team to come. Ji Yunyan looked at the wall and spoke. Master, you cannot scare me. I am not frightened. Li Xiaomei realized something. She was a little scared out of her wits. If you want to sell this house smoothly, then you'll do as I say. Ji Yan's voice is light yet permeated with a blissful power that makes people can't help but believe him. Li Xiaomei thought about it, but dialed the number of a decorator she knew. When Li Xiaomei hung up the phone, Ji Yanni said, you didn't have this extra wall in this house before, right? That's right. Li Xiaomei's heart was apprehensive. Since I rented out, this house has an extra wall like this. Wang Jiwei told me that before the house renovation when moving the main load-bearing wall, plus this wall will be more stable. And he studied before is not a construction major. This aspect of his is quite professional. I also quite trust him. So see the home more of this wall. I did not stop. After all, it is also people Wang Jiwei who paid out of his own pocket to fill this wall for me. But now it seemed like there was something odd about this wall. Or else why did Ji Yunyan keep staring at it as soon as she entered? Ji Yanni called the police in passing. Soon the renovation team came over while the two were talking, and the police arrived at the same time. Miss Ji, is there something wrong? The police officer in charge treated Ji Yunyan politely. This wall has problems. Ji Yanni looked at the wall and said. She turned to the decoration workers and spoke. You guys smash this wall. Said smash on smash. Li Xiaomei is still a little reluctant. If you smash this wall, destroying the overall load-bearing wall of the house in case the house collapsed, this can be done. I'll compensate you if it collapses, Ji Yanni said, her light voice transmitting a firmness that could not be refused. Not to mention the fact that the house won't collapse, but if we don't smash down this wall, what's inside the wall will keep doing evil. I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. when Li Xiaomei saw Ji Yun's face clear and cold. She was ruthless. Alright then, let's smash this wall. Okay, sledgehammer 80. Small hammer 40. Did you choose the sledgehammer or the small hammer? One of the men spoke up. Just use a sledgehammer. Li Xiaomei sighed. What's all this about? I was trying to sell my house, but I ended up tearing it down. I hope this master in front of me is a real master. I hope she is really reliable. But don't let your money not earn. But also the house is ruined. Soon the remodeling team swung their sledgehammers and clunked and started smashing the walls. A police officer watched the scene from the sidelines. They wanted to see what was so odd about the wall. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers down. The white powder at the wall mixed with the wall structure began to rustle down. However, the leader of the workers in the smash to the 5th hammer. The scene in front of him but stared, his eyes dead wide open. Face suddenly changed. The hands of the hammer clang fell to the ground. OMG. Help! The other man took a few steps back in fear. At this time Li Xiaomei unbelievable. After seeing the wall of things she died and opened her eyes wide. God! Heavenly Bodhisattva! How is this possible? Chapter 68, He's here. At this point the police were watching the scene closely, taking out their cameras and pointing them at the scene and filming it constantly. Only a human head, 2 arms, 2 legs, and the upper torso of a woman were being built into that wall respectively. The head of the hair black messy cover in the face. This head, although horrible, but also can see the beauty of this woman. Features exquisite, but the expression on the face is very close to distorted. Dead eyes wide open, eyes full of blood. Seems to be the eyes to protrude out of the sockets. You can imagine that this woman in the death of the experience of how much fear and pain. The police rushed to the scene and started taking pictures for evidence. At this time, Li Xiaomei has been scared out of her wits. Just now the master said that this house has died. At first she did not believe it. After seeing this scene, master is really God. Isn't this Wang Jiwei's girlfriend Zhong Shuya? Li Xiaomei backed up several steps, her face shocked. I heard before that these two broke up, and then later Zhong Shuya moved out from this house. But I didn't expect her to be here. This is too easy. This is who was offended by being split up and laid in a concrete wall. The other side is hitting too hard. The police hastily made a statement. How long has it been since Zhong Shuya broke up with Wang Jiwei and disappeared this matter? It's been about half a year. Li Xiaomei, still in a state of shock, said. The person has been missing for half a year. It's reasonable that the family should have gone to the police station to report the case. But there are no records of relevant reports within the police station for the past half a year, which in itself makes people suspicious. Another police officer spoke up. Also, their own family members have been missing for so long. They cannot contact, should not go to check it? Surprisingly, with nothing like, if that kind of normal point of the family will be in the discovery of the missing will come to me to ask what is the situation. But my side of the wind and waves. What news have not received? Li Xiaomei frowned and said, perhaps. Her family doesn't realize that she has disappeared. Ji Yunyan said, won't her family contact her? Can't contact, that will definitely be anxious. Also don't know what this family thinks. Li Xiaomei muttered. I'll check Zhong Shuya's family contact information over here. Hold on. One of the police officers dialed a colleague's phone and quickly got the contact information. He dialed over. Hello, this is the Xiqing District Police. Your daughter Zhong Shuya was tragically murdered and passed away. Do you know about this? Where is the liar who cursed my daughter? Damn, my daughter is alive and well. How dare you curse her so viciously and fake the police? Damn liar, why don't you go to hell? I curse your whole family to a horrible death. The other party's voice was shrill as he cursed angrily. No. The cop was sweating a bit. I am indeed from the CID. My job number is 1370. If you don't believe me you can check. Before the police officer could finish, the other party quickly hung up the phone. People are quite scam-proof these days. The policeman rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He dialed another number over. It's really the police on my end. Just check my work number if you don't believe me. If you're sure your daughter is still alive, why don't you give her a video call and see if she answers? My daughter is busy. Now at work, how is it possible to make video calls sometimes? The other party's tone was still unkind. Then make a call over there and see if it's your daughter's voice, the policeman said helplessly. The other party once again cut off the phone. However, after a few minutes the other party's phone dialed. Are you really the police? That's right, the policeman said. I found your daughter's body. If you don't believe me, you can come to the scene and claim it. The location is at. The other party hung up. Next we need to find the suspect, the other cop said. Let's check the victim's living friends first through my cyber cop friends on my end. The police first called Zhong Shuya's best friend's phone. What? Shuya's dead? How is this possible? She was updating her circle of friends a while ago. We were talking the other day. How can we have been dead for 6 months? Police locked down Zhong Shuya's WeChat account and found the ID was in Dongcheng district. Zhong Shuya was dead, but the ID was in constant use. which meant that someone had used Zhong Shuia's WeChat to impersonate her to the point that it made it unclear to those close to her that she had disappeared and died. Perhaps you should focus on asking Zhong Shuia's ex-boyfriend. Wang Jiwei. Ji Yunyan spoke up. Li Xiaomei heart suspicious. When this piece of wall but Wang Jiwei want to repair? That he repaired when? He knew that there is Zhong Shuia's body here. Or do not know. Police called Wang's phone and the call was soon answered. This is the West Side Police. I have some information I need from you. Can you come over? Where is the location? Wang Jiwei was silent for an instant and spoke. At the Happy Public House. Okay, I'll come over. Wang Jiwei spoke. Li Xiaomei pondered Zhong Shuia's death should have nothing to do with Wang Jiwei. After all, Wang Jiwei to really be a suspect, if the face of the police could not be so calm, and could not be obedient to cooperate with the police, it is not possible to have run away. What's more, Wang Jiwei and Zhong Shuia was once so loving, Wang Jiwei so good to her, treat her as a little princess like holding pain. How could it be abusive to kill her? Zhong Shuia's parents soon arrived, and seeing the tragic situation of the divided body in the wall, the old man's eyes went black and almost fainted. If the police had not assisted them, they would have fainted by now. How did my daughter become like this? Now, said Mother Zhong, looking at the scene incredulously. Zhong's father is equally unbelievable. Large tears slipped down. He choked, sobbing. Before is not still good at Shuia every month to send us money. How will it become now so? This, you'll have to ask Wang Jiwei. Ji Yunyi spoke. Right, Jiwei is Shuia's boyfriend. Surely he knows what's going on. As if she had suddenly found her backbone, Mother Zhong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and panicked. She was about to call Wang Jiwei's phone. No need to fight. He's here. Ji Yunyan looked toward the doorway. At this time, Wang Jiwei step by step toward the doorway. He is a little bald, wearing a simple blue plaid flower shirt, black loose pants, feet stomped a pair of flip-flops, skin condition is slightly greasy, the chin at the mustache, eye sockets are sunken, tear-groove decree lines are very obvious, really does not look like more than 20 years old. On the contrary, it looks a little like a 40 or 50 middle-aged men. Chapter 69, The Truth Behind the Murder and the Splitting of Bodies. Ji Wei, you were not staying with our family Shueya before? Good, and how people were tortured like this. Zhong mother hastily pounced in front of Wang Jiwei. Her face was full of mottled tear stains. Is it Shueya offended someone? Ji Wei. Yeah, what's going on here? Father Zhong asked, also teary-eyed. They have only one daughter, Shueya. How can they live without Shueya? Ji Yun's gaze fell on Wang Jiwei. His eyes complex. I did it. Wang Jiwei's face was open, with the determination and calmness of going to his death. What? Not only was Li Xiaomei stunned, Zhong Shuia's mom and dad as well as several people from the police were all stunned. That's right, I killed Zhong Shuia, Wang Jiwei said word for word, his face calm. At the same time, the sky gradually overcast, a gust of wind blew around. The curtains were blown by the gust of wind. The crystal chandelier at the top of the head shook, making sharp and violent collision sounds. Oh my god, what's going on? Li Xiaomei's face changed. She hurriedly leaned on Ji Yunyan's side. Master, what's going on? Ji Yunyi just faintly gazed at the things within the wall. Everyone also followed her line of sight fell on Zhong Shuia's limbs and torso. At this time Zhong Shuia's human head even bizarrely floated up in the air. A pair of blood-red eyes within a piece of grief dead staring at Wang Jiwei. Holy ghosts! Master, ghosts! Li Xiaomei wailed in fear and hid behind Ji Yunyan at once. At this point even the police officers who steadfastly believed in the view of scientific materialism were white with fear and stepped back. Shueya! My Shueya ah! Zhong mother shed tears looking at the head that floated over. She wanted to go forward, but did not dare. By the old companion dead stop. This isn't Shueya, this is a ghost. Father Zhong spoke up, stopping Mother Zhong dead in her tracks. Wake up! The head just calmly looked at Father and Mother Zhong, then quickly floated towards Wang Jiwei. Wang Yiwei, give me back my life. Give me back my life. She cried out miserably and floated closer towards Wang Jiwei, her pitch-black head growing madly, like one sharp wire mesh after another, gradually approaching towards Wang Jiwei. Could it be that our Shueya was really killed by Wang Jiwei? Mother Zhong sobbed. Wang Jiwei, this human-faced beastly fellow. Before, he was so good to Shueya. Our whole family thought that he was the person who could be worthy of letting Shueya commit his life. But who would have thought that this would actually do this kind of pig and dog worse than things are? Zhong's father shouted as he broke down. It was us who looked away. It was us who looked at the wrong person. Mother Zhong hissed with red eyes, tears and snot streaming down her face. My bitter Shueya. Li Xiaomei was too scared to go forward. Just grabbed Ji Young's arm in a death grip and hid behind her. A head emerging from behind her to watch the scene. So it's really Wang Jiwei. Just how come this Wang Jiwei is so calm now? Surprisingly, he admitted it himself. Even when that horrible thing wrapped itself around him, his face was so calm. That's quite a mental strength. Ji Yun, however, blocked in front of Wang Jiwei. She sighed. Now that the police are here as well, let's get things out of the way first. A few police officers who had been scared almost out of their wits now realized their duties and hurriedly prepared to make statements. It was Wang Jiwei who killed me. Zhong Shuya shed tears of blood as she cried out miserably. Wang Jiwei is a cruel, he killed me and split my body. Then why don't you tell me why I killed you? Wang Jiwei's calm countenance finally couldn't be maintained any longer, and his struggling and twisting veins rippled at the corners of his forehead as he stared at Zhong Shuya dead in the face. Do you think I'm afraid of what you've become? No, I'm not. Wang Jiwei gritted his back teeth grooves with a cold smile. I'm not afraid of death. From the moment I killed you, my heart, my person has already died. I have also long anticipated this day. He knew that paper couldn't hold fire, knew that sooner or later this would come out. He had also been ready to die for a long time. Finally, he waited for the police to connect the dots and for his fate to end. Was he afraid? Not really. At this point he just felt relieved. So long the apprehensive torment of waiting for the pain to finally be relieved. Every day before this, every day that he had waited for the verdict of fate, he had lived a life of immense torment, a life worse than death. If time can start over again, I'm still going to kill you once. No, I'm going to kill you 1,000 times. Wang Jiwei stared at her in death, gritting his teeth. What the hell did my daughter do wrong? You want to do this to her? I'll fight you. Mother Zhong rushed up and was about to ruthlessly tear at Wang Jiwei. But the police are pulling away. Take it easy. Listen to what Wang has to say. They have to make a statement. Zhong Shuya and I were college classmates and fell in love during college. Wang said, during that time I lived every day very happy and blissful. And I felt that God let me meet her as a gift and mercy from heaven. I look average. Shuya so beautiful. Like a starlet. I always feel that I cannot match her. Always do everything possible to give her the best. During the university I worked to earn money, playing 3 jobs a day to buy her big brand skincare cosmetics perfume up. Later graduated from college. I gave her to buy big brand clothes, big brand bags. Those things brush card in an instant. But only I know. These things come more than easy. It was the number of all-nighters I stayed up and the number of days and nights I worked so hard to get it. I was so tired that I fainted at work. I was so tired that I had tendinitis, cervical spondylosis, herniated lumbar discs, sciatica, and I was tortured by my illness every day. But it was worth it to get a smile from her. I work hard to earn 40,000 yuan a month, only to buy buns and salted vegetables for themselves to eat, and all the rest for her to spend. I think it does not matter a little bit of bitterness, as long as she is happy. Then I made money to support her through graduate school for her PhD, and I was really happy to watch her get better step by step. I worked more and more, sold hard, but also sick more and more serious. 3 days to the hospital. And then I, in order to save the medical expenses so hard to endure the disease torture, still high pressure work. I'm even preparing the dowry money to marry her later. But I didn't expect to run into her one day getting it on with the school's tutor at our house, rolling around in our bed. That picture is really disgusting. Wang Jiwei sneered. Zhong Shuya's face changed, but she retorted, that's what the professor forced me to do. Only if I do this, will I pass the academic paper? Will I get a better future? Will I be able to go farther? And isn't this for the sake of a future with you? You rolled in bed with an old man in his 50s just for our future? Wang Jiwei laughed coldly. The bottom of his eyes were cold. Then when you had a group P with a rich second generation in the clubhouse, you did it for our future as well? Chapter 70, The Reason for Driving Licking Dogs Crazy. Li Xiaomei didn't realize that she had eaten a big melon. How does this Zhong Shuya play so flowery? With a professor. With a group of rich old men group. It's simply the way of the world. Zhong's father reacted. He was furious. You're talking nonsense. My precious daughter has always been well-behaved and obedient. How could she possibly do such a thing? That's right. You don't spit blood here. Mother Zhong stared at him dead in the face. She pounced on him and gave Wang Jiwei a big mouthful. It's not enough that you killed my precious daughter. You're still slandering her even after she's dead. Wang Jiwei's mouth was slapped and broke the skin. He wiped it carelessly and laughed mockingly. Whether it's a slander or not, you'll know if you ask your daughters. Shuya, is this really true? Father Zhong frowned. Shuya, what Wang Jiwei said isn't true, right? Mother Zhong also spoke with red eyes. Zhong Yuqing, however, averted her eyes, and the eerie and terrifying human head floated in mid-air. That's because they can give me money. You a poor have the nerve to accuse me? If it wasn't for your incompetence, if it wasn't for you not having a few more than money, would I have to curry favor with that group of old men? In the end, you shouldn't blame me. You should reflect on yourself why others have money but you don't. Zhong Shuya was righteous. This, Li Xiaomei can't stand it. She poked her head out from behind Ji Yunyi. You say this is too heartless. Xiao Wang at least a month to earn 4 or 5 million it. You do not open your eyes down to see how many 20-somethings a month even 5 or 6,000 cannot earn. Do not rely on their parents on their own hands to fight. A month to earn the 4 or 5 million is already very cattle. Besides, he in order to make money for you exhausted, tired out of a disease, in order to buy you a bag to save their own money do not dare to go to the doctor. Do people cannot have no conscience ah? Father and Mother Joan looked at each other. So Shuya really did this? Shuya ah, why are you ah? Why did you sell your body for some money? Joan's father frowned, his face sad. If you're short of money, just tell mom and dad, they'll definitely give it to you. How could you do such a thing? You two's half a year's salary combined without eating or drinking is not enough to buy me a bag. So what's the point of me looking for you? Zhong Shuya was unimpressed. If you encountered any major emergency money can also be. This money we too even if we go around looking for people to borrow money. Smash pots and pans of iron will also give you to put together ah. But you sold your body. But even for the sake of buying a bag? Mother Joan looked at her incredulously. Is this the same well-behaved, obedient and understanding daughter she remembered? Is it hard to understand? Since I was a child, I Zhong Shuya used the best things. I wear the town's most beautiful skirt, wearing the town's best and most comfortable shoes, carrying the best-looking school bag. My grades are also the town's first. My appearance and my temperament is also the school's school flower. The whole town cannot pick out that I am also beautiful girls too. I grew up in the praise and envy and jealousy of the eyes. I am also very competitive. I went all the way to the Key High School Key University. My grades have always been the school's top few. I live in other people's envy, enjoying everyone's attention. Zhong Shuya said this. Her face was full of complacency and pride. When a person bathed in flowers and applause bathed in the halo in the life for a long time, cannot accept the reality of the gap. The university when my conditions can be, but when I read the graduate school, read the doctorate, around the contact with the students are all bright and shiny, each carrying a big bag with expensive skincare products, casually a bag cheap 3 or 4 million, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the millions, casually wear a seemingly insignificant skirt are 20,000 or 20,000 yuan, wearing jewelry that is not to mention. I really think this world is unfair to me. Obviously I am better looking than all of them. I have a better body than all of them, but I don't have a good background like them. I don't have all that money. I'm just a small town do-gooder. The end of my life struggles are not as good as their starting point. If it wasn't for my hard work, I wouldn't even have the chance to reach them. But what's so great about them? They're just better than me at reincarnation. Zhong Shuya sneered. The only thing I'm not better than them is that I'm not well reincarnated. I want to get those things. Besides working hard, I have a simpler, easier and faster way. Are you disliking me and your father for being incapable? Mother Joan looked incredulously at her always proud daughter. How can you think like that? There will always be people who are richer than you and have a better material life than you. If you compare them like this, will all those poor people stop living? Father Joan also said incredulously. Their family is not rich, but just such a baby daughter. They say that poor son rich daughter. They also try their best to give their daughter the best material life. But I did not expect that in the end. But raised such a daughter. Isn't the current Zhong Shuya a slave to material things? When I found out that hard work for a long time cannot get the things when I put down the long shirt of Kong E.G., put down my pride, I can live a good life I dreamed of? How will I let go? Zhong Shuya said righteously. Everyone in this world is pursuing money. Where are the noble people? This society laughs at the poor but not at the prostitutes. I just want to live a good life. What's wrong with me living a good life through my own efforts? And you, Wang Jiwei, a poor man but stood on the moral high ground to accuse me, and even brutally murdered me, sealing me in this concrete wall. You are the real crime. Zhong Shuya stared at him dead on, her eyes full of hatred. A person like you deserves to be killed by 1,000 cuts, and deserves not to die a good death. The focus of the conversation shifted back to the matter of Wang Jiwei's murder. Mother Zhong also reacted. She said with red eyes, that's right. Even if my daughter has problems in this area, then it's fine for you to break up with her. Why did you kill her? There's no need to kill someone if you have something to say. Father Zhong also said with red eyes. Ji Yunyan sighed softly. To be able to make a licking dog driven to murder, the other party must have done something that broke him extremely. Of course, I've loved Zhong Shuya deeply for so many years. I've given so much for her. Of course I can't kill her just because of that. I told her that I can make more money. Begged her not to be with those men. What those men can give me to make more money in the future I'm sure I can give too. Zhong Shuya promised me. And because of that, I treated it as if nothing had happened. Continued to be good to her. and handed over every month's salary to her. I only left a little bit of living expenses for myself. And Jong Shueya also promised me that she would live a good life with me, and said that she would marry me in the future, saying that she was just playing around with those men outside, and that she was true to me. And she did settle down during that time and didn't fool around with another man. Chapter 71, the only child in his life. And we both forgot about what happened before to be together properly. Until one time, Shueya Zhong got pregnant. What? Pregnant? Father Zhong was shocked. What about the baby? Was it killed by you? They don't know anything about the baby at all. Wang Jiwei just gave him a mocking look, then continued. I was especially happy during that time. I've never been so happy in my life. Wang Jiwei mentioned this matter with a smile at the corner of his lips and some tears at the bottom of his eyes. Li Xiaomei couldn't help but say, "Can this child be yours?" She muttered in a small voice. We spent every day together during that time, when she didn't have a lot of classes in school and stayed in our rental house, and it just so happened to be during her ovulation period that she got pregnant, so I'm beyond sure that it's my baby. If this child is not mine, I will not be driven crazy to do this kind of thing. Wang Jiwei laughed miserably. During that time we stayed together every day to do it. I worked hard to please her every day. I was humble want as she can conceive our child on it. So for the sake of the child, she will also be with me, will not be with the outside those men fooling around. The moment I found out she was pregnant, God knows how happy and excited I was. I worked harder and harder. I only slept 4 hours a day. I prepared all of her pregnancy meals, and I thought she was turning back this time. That day, I was working in the company when I received an emergency call from the hospital, asking me if I was Zhong Shueya's boyfriend. I said yes, and hurriedly asked what was wrong, and the doctor said that something had happened to her and that she had fallen into a coma. At that time, Shueya was still pregnant. How could something happen? I was so scared that I rushed to the hospital, and when I went to take a look, my legs went weak with fear. Zhong Shueya is being resuscitated in the emergency room, falling into a coma. The doctor told me to be prepared, saying that the fetus in her stomach couldn't be saved, saying that the mother was hemorrhaging. I was scared out of my wits. How could it be so serious for a good reason? I wish all this is a dream. Waking up is still the same as the original. I went to pay the hospitalization fee. After not long, Zhong Shueya was rescued, but the child in her stomach cannot keep induced out. The nurse held that child and gave me a last look. I was in tears. That is a girl. I have always wished I could have a girl. It is said that a daughter is a father's little coat. When she was pregnant I was looking forward to wishing that it was a girl, and I bought a lot of pretty little dresses for little girls, little hats, little shoes, but the reality was really as I wished, but this child died. Originally, if we just hold on for 2 more months, the child would be born, but this child died. Wang Jiwei shouted as he broke down. Father and mother are sorry, but, then you can't take it out on our Shueya. Shueya is the child's mother. Doesn't she want her child to be well? There isn't a mother in this world who wouldn't love her child. You're wrong, Wang Jiwei, however, shouted with scarlet eyes. It's this that killed my child. She was the one who couldn't stand the loneliness with her pregnant belly, and she had a pee-date with an African student and messed around with that alphabet circle thing, and that's how my baby got killed. Li Xiaomei, it's really an eye-opener. You're 8 months pregnant and you're still screwing around. That's irresponsible for yourself, and for your children. If before she slept with other guys for money, this time she's purely. She enjoys the excitement of stealing youth. She's a who can't function without a man. Wang hissed in pain. This. Mother Zhong looked at Zhong Shueya incredulously. Are you really? That's just unheard of and appalling. The police officer taking notes on the sidelines was also shocked. This is too outrageous. There's a time for messing around. And messing around when you're 2 months away from giving birth is already murder. How pressed this is. How not to take the baby in your belly, not to take your body seriously. Zhong Shueya sheepishly averted her eyes. I didn't think it would kill the child. I thought it would be fine. After all, I saw so many people on the internet were fine. Crazy. You are really crazy. Zhong's father roared. I've taught you propriety, righteousness, honesty and shame since you were a child. Has everything you've learned gone into a dog's stomach? How could you do such a thing? I've taught it all into a dog's stomach. Who doesn't seek excitement among young people nowadays? I also just want to challenge something new. I'm just greedy. What's wrong with me? Zhong Shueya said unconvincingly. But your playfulness killed the only child in my life. Wang Jiwei was hysterical. You don't know, do you? All these years I've been making money like a bull or a horse like crazy. My body couldn't take it anymore long ago. I got cancer. Li Xiaomei stared at Wang Jiwei in shock. Which, father and mother Zhong were also shocked. The very day my baby died, I fainted. And when I woke up I found out I had been lab tested for cancer and I didn't have days to live. Not only do I have cancer, I also have tendinitis, lumbar strain, cervical spondylosis. I have a lot of big and small illnesses and there's no point in continuing to live like this. I've decided to die. But before I die, I will never let you have a good time either. I thought meeting you was the beginning of my happiness, but I didn't realize that meeting you would drag me into hell. If I hadn't been exhausted all these years, I wouldn't have built up a disease. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have lost my only child. It's you who ruined my life and my hope of living. Even if I die, I will drag you along with me and drag you down to hell. Wang Jiwei laughed hideously, tears flowing out of his eyes as he laughed. Zhong Shuya, I love you so much. Just die with me. You're already dead. Soon I'll come down to accompany you. Wang Jiwei laughed and laughed and laughed as he coughed violently and coughed out a mouthful of thick blood. At this time, Li Xiaomei also understood why Wang Jiwei will be so calm to say this to the police. It turned out to be that he has long been unable to live. To be precise, the current Wang Jiwei has long since lost the idea of living, has long been a walking corpse. Wang Jiwei you. Mother Zhong didn't know what to say for a moment. Then the Shuya's living expenses we receive every month. It's from me. Zhong Shuya was guilty, yet she was also your only child. And I chose to hide the fact that she was dead and logged into her microsignal to chat with you guys because I didn't want you guys to be sad. After all, I'm also sorry for killing her. Wang Jiwei closed his eyes and said. Father and Mother Zhong had mixed feelings. Little King is actually a pretty good kid. If it weren't for Shay. Chapter 72, The Peace Charm Saves Lives, Zhong Shuya's ending. In the end, Shuya and him were also a sinful relationship. I've already said what I should say. Wang Jiwei smiled miserably as he raised his hands to the police, signaling them to cuff him. You guys arrest me? I won't live long anyway. He had long since lost the idea of living. The police looked at Wang Jiwei sympathetically. They have been practicing for so many years and are used to seeing the murderers of the worst crimes. Only Wang Jiwei, they are the first time to feel sympathy for a murderer. Zhong Shuya, however, was unwillingly hovering in midair, her scarlet eyes glowing with a ferocious light. Wang Jiwei, you owe me a life. It's too cheap for you to die just like that. I will make your life worse than death. With that, she quickly lunged towards Wang Jiwei. Seeing this, Li Xiaomei screamed and hid behind Ji Yunyan. Master, help! Father and Mother Zhong were frightened and also backed up, their faces in a panic. Seeing this, Ji Yunyi to the side blocked in front of Wang Jiwei. Are you still obsessed? Wang Jiwei was also forced by you to come this far. Have you not awakened yet? Ji Yunyan's eyes were clear and cold. His voice line faintly said, a sense of appalling pressure flooding around him. Who are you to tell me to wake up? Who the hell are you to be in charge of my business? Zhong Shuya laughed coldly, her face livid as she opened her bloody mouth and quickly approached towards Ji Yunyan. Ji Yun's eyes grew a little colder, and the moment she leaned over, her red lips lightly opened, and she recited a string of charms in a low voice. In an instant, the surrounding golden light rose up. Zhong Shuya's head was enveloped and surrounded by dazzling golden light, and those characters made up of golden light twisted into a dense net wrapping her to death. Zhong Shuya couldn't move, hissing and screaming, her face pained. Sharp, mournful hisses pierced one's eardrums. She then realized that this was a real guru, never some half-assed godman. Master, spare my life. Master, I won't dare to do it again. Zhong Shuya begged bitterly. The Zhong father and mother on the side looked at each other, and the two of them knelt down in front of Ji Yunyan. Master, please spare her. The son does not teach the father's fault. I can't absolve myself of the blame for her becoming like this today. Zhong father's old tears. It's me who didn't educate my child well, so that her moral character is so corrupted, so that she has come to this point today. In fact, Wang Jiwei to Shuya really good. If Shuya can peacefully live a life, Wang Jiwei will be a good husband, a good father, a good son-in-law. But now Wang Jiwei ended up like this. Yes, master, please spare my daughter. Mother Zhong shouted with tears in her eyes. Ji Yunyan finally loosened her hand. She looked at Zhong Shuya in front of her. I can let you go, but when you were alive, you harmed Wang Jiwei and killed the child in your belly. And after you died, you did evil and caused several tenants to bump into ghosts during their rental. Spirit appears to ask questions. The evil you did will be retributed to your next life. Zhong Shuya sighed in relief. It's better to continue to drift around alone than to reincarnate and start a new chapter of life. Master, how was my daughter's life? Mother Zhong asked uneasily. Karma reincarnates, and in her next life she is reincarnated in the path, will be reincarnated as a cow. Cows? Father Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right, Ji Yunyan said. The cause of the previous life, the fruit of the next. Mother Zhong looked at her daughter with heartache. She has a relative who owns a dairy farm. The cows inside will be artificially inseminated, and the calves born after pregnancy will be identified as male and female. The male calves will be sent to the slaughterhouse. and the female will stay and continue to be a cow. And the cows that have given birth to the calves will continue to give birth to milk, and will be injected with hormones, and will produce milk every day with their eyes open and their eyes closed, and all the time until the body is unable to secrete more milk. Then it will enter into a new round of artificial insemination, and repeat the process of giving birth to a calf. Milk production. Production cannot continue the process of conception, until the body cannot withstand. Uterus, prolapse, no longer give birth to calves, will be sent to the slaughterhouse, an adult cow injected with growth hormone from birth until death, a total of no more than 4 years to live. It's too bad about her daughter. What about my daughter's next life? Mother Zhong asked reluctantly. The next life will be able to reincarnate as an adult, and with a better fate, will lie down and make money. Ji Yunyan said. That's great. It's good to work hard for the rest of your life. Mother Zhong sighed in relief. But in her next life, she will be a chicken. Do not study well to go to school as a little girl. Drop out of school not to go to work. Not willing to put in the hard work is not willing to work hard. Only think of making money by pleasing men. And she got what she wanted. It was only then that Mother Zhong realized what Ji Yunyan meant by lying down and making money. Her face was hard to see. After solving Zhong Shuya, and the police took Wang Jiwei away. After resolving all of this, Ji Yunyan looked to Li Xiaomei at the side. Is the house still for sale? Who else can I sell it to? Li Xiaomei spoke with a bitter face. It's hard to sell this house again after something like this. After all, this kind of thing will also make people's hearts diarrhea. This house, you can sell it to me, Ji Yunyan said. But your original price tag exceeded my budget. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaomei's eyes lit up. I was worried about who to sell it to, but only this master can surrender this shady house. Okay, 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 okay. Li Xiaomei rubbed her hands together. Name a price. Ji Yunyan pondered. 1.5 million. Li Xiaomei hesitated. But now this house around the neighborhood are more than 5 million it. Out of this file I do not have the luxury of more than 5 million to sell you. But 1.5 million I really is too much of a loss. I initially bought more than 2 million it was intended to buy for my son as a wedding home. Also therefore, we have renovated the house has not been living. The renovation at least 300,000 yuan. Not to mention, this house is also quite new. You see 3 million okay? If for $3 million you can find a buyer, then try. Ji Yunyan got up and was about to leave. Hey, don't. You see 2.6 million okay? Li Xiaomei hurriedly followed the past, but the young girl is still walking forward. Not the slightest appearance of turning back. Li Xiaomei ruthless. 2 million it. This 0.2 million are my more than 300,000 yuan of hardware for nothing. Okay, $2 million is a deal. Ji Yunyi curled her lips and smiled. The original bottom price she had in mind was $2 million. Ji Yunyi signed a loan contract with Li Xiaomei. She put a part of the money she earned for the down payment. From today onwards, she is a famous house slave. The house is decorated in a way she doesn't like, and she needs to find a decorating team that will renovate and rebuild the decor to her liking. After doing all this, Ji Yunyi returned to the original rental house, waiting for the house to be renovated to release the formaldehyde. She will then consider moving out. A new day has begun. Ji Yunyi was on time for the live broadcast, and just as soon as he opened the broadcast, the live room was quickly flooded with more than 100,000 online viewers. Master, you're finally online. Ji Yunyi's live broadcast is a source of joy for me every day. An ID called Meiyang Sheep quickly rewarded $3,000 in the live broadcast room as she sent out a pop-up screen. Master G, please accept my worship. Yesterday I grabbed a peace talisman for my husband in your live studio. My husband is a firefighter, and it's dangerous to be in the wind and rain all day. I didn't realize that at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, my husband was sent out on a mission, saying that there was a magnitude 5 earthquake in the plains. I put a peace talisman on him when he was leaving, but after my husband and a group of rescue firefighters entered the earthquake zone, there was an aftershock. My husband's comrades all died. When I saw the news, I thought the sky was falling, but I didn't realize my husband was still alive. He said it was your peace talisman that worked to save his life at the critical moment. When the building was about to fall on him, the talisman emitted a ray of light, and the building fell somewhere else. And my husband took the opportunity to hide under a triangular building, and he was unharmed. The entire rescue team was wiped out and only my husband survived. Master, I'm really grateful to you. I was only buying it to try it out, but I didn't realize that I had saved my husband's life by mistake. Chapter 73, Why is my daughter like this? Little Lemon, OMG. This honored doo-doo fake doo-doo $5,000 to get back a life? Ji Yunyan is my goddess, laughing. Of course it's fake. Can't you see this guy is a fake? Please, you brainwashed fans cannot wake up a little bit of brain Who wouldn't know how to make up a story? This year to be rich now the IQ of the fans is really worrying Directly to the master to the whole laugh. Mayan Jiang originally expressed gratitude to Ji Yun, but did not expect to be brainless black. Her fiery temper all of a sudden came up. Upstairs of the black powder department of your brains are loaded with sausage? Please use your brain when you speak, okay? As long as someone says a few words of truth to praise Master G's accurate calculation, you start jumping out of your feet to stand out and indiscriminately attack us. These road users fans. I think you black people are someone invited to the water army. Indiscriminate, not look at the facts on a black. After posting this pop-up, Mei Yang Sheep continue to output. Everyone look at the link. Who is the black powder? Who is the water army? It is clear at a glance. This has all been on the news and on the hot search. And it's okay for you hacks to spew it out here? Soon melon netizens clicked on the link. The name of the link is to pay tribute to the most adorable people. The content of which is the plains of the earthquake. The fire officials and soldiers all the way without fear of hardship and danger far away from the epicenter of the region to rescue them. They are brave and fearless. In the earthquake, weaving in and out of the earthquake. To save the victims of this one by the collapsed buildings hit, to save casualties. To save a fragmented family, they bravely rushed to the front line. Sleepless, to protect the people. These firefighters even in order to save the people. The collapsed building was smashed. 10 of the fire officials were unfortunately killed. Reporters interviewed the only one of the surviving fire officers and soldiers. He was in tears, crying, red face, choking. We are all born together into the death of good brothers in the storm together for 13 years. I am the youngest of our team and to the line of the most late. My captain has been in the position to do 30 years. From the time I joined this rescue squad, everyone is very take care of me. Every time out of the mission we all rush to the front line to protect me. Let me follow the back said that is to let me motivate the learning experience. Brothers taught me a lot of rescue level survival skills. Originally went to the earthquake support. We intend to the end of the mission on the good get together dinner. Drink some wine, eat some kebabs, but I did not expect that this mission only one of my people came back alive. He had been sobbing for a long time when he said this. Immediately afterward, the screen began to show images of people holding funeral ceremonies for the fallen firefighters and the families of those officers crying their hearts out. Oh my god. I just watched that news. It's true. I would really cry my eyes out. It's so hard for the fire officials. They dare to be the first. They are at the front of everything. And they protect the people with their own flesh and blood. Not only fire officials but also our comrades in the military police. They also rush to the front line to protect the people and the country in the first place. And it is because of them that we can live in peace and happiness. All walks of life will be revitalized. And we can live the good life we have now. And our country will be so prosperous. These black fans are really brainless black. This has been on the news on the hot search, but also said that it is a trust. The black powder jets are poisonous. Without knowing the truth, they are here barking and spitting. I am a pure passerby. Every time I speak in good conscience and praise Ji Yunyan for a few sentences, I will be sprayed by Ji Yunyan's brainless fans. And I have to say that I'm a trustee to say that I'm Ji Yunyan's brainwashed fan, which is quite a downer. Before, Ji Yunyan has been portrayed as not the kind of worldly Ji Yun smoke flower persona. It's always been Ji Yun who bullied her and targeted her at every turn, as if she was against her. But I squatted for a few days in Ji Yun's live room, and found that this is not the case at all. Ji Yun is the undisputed one. Ji Yun has been live broadcasting at ease, not involved in these disputes outside, but the comment area is a piece of smoke. Obviously it is Ji Yun's people in the rhythm. It is Ji Yun has been targeting Ji Yun right. Ji Yunyan really has no pattern. She has everything. Why she still have to do right with Ji Yunyan everywhere? Ji Yunyan and not in the entertainment circle shooting, and will not be in Ji Yunyan grab resources. Ji Yunyan but still step by step, really speechless. I also don't know if Ji Yun was the one who blew the pillow wind when Mr. Xia blocked him all over the net. Speaking of which, Ji Yunyan is really quite helpless. He is seriously live. There are always some black people jumped out. Then again, Ji Yunyan's peace talisman is only $5,000 a piece, yet he can get a life back. It's worth too much, isn't it? Family members, everyone do not rob with me. I also want to grab a peace talisman, but I did not expect a little open live small yellow car. Found nothing. Your hands are too fast, aren't they? Not only is the peace talisman gone, but all the other talismans are gone. Will the host continue to draw talismans for sale? When will the host sell the talisman again? Can you set a reminder for the shelves? I really need a peace talisman urgently. Can you enable a pre-sale function? I can put down a deposit. Ji Yun looked at the live broadcast pop-ups are to snatch the charm. Everyone do not be anxious, after a while I will still continue to draw the charm in the live broadcast to hang the small yellow car for sale. At that time can remind you guys. Then I'm relieved. Looking forward to living hard and following the anchor decisively. Alright, we'll start distributing the lucky bags today. Ji Yunyi curled her lips and smiled. Ji Yunyi's 3 lucky bags were all snatched up in less than 10 seconds after sending them out. One of the IDs was named Happy Life, and she immediately dialed Ji Yun's video link. The Happy Life on the opposite side of the live broadcast room was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Her face was full of fatigue. Anchor, please save my daughter. The thing is, my daughter has suddenly become a little out of sorts since yesterday. How is it not normal? Ji Yunyan opened his mouth. My daughter's mouth has been running with pus and sores since yesterday, and her mental state has become a little strange. She always says something very unpleasant, and always attacks everyone indiscriminately, and moving around and swearing and cursing. It seems to be the sort of point where it has become uncontrollable, and it's having a very serious impact on his life. Yesterday my daughter in the university as a university outstanding student cadres on stage when the award my daughter even to their guide to the principal cursed. All kinds of cursing school, cursing teachers, cursing the principal, the school leadership up and down all cursed all over the. At that time, the school teacher's face is black, directly sent my daughter down. Originally my daughter is a member of the party, is to be prepared to be school graduate school. This next graduate school quota is completely cancelled. The worst part is that my daughter also uttered on the podium that the air in the country is not as good as the quality abroad, saying that the air abroad smells sweet, called the domestic schools are pheasant universities, but also sprawling praise Baga country. This matter was uploaded to the internet. The whole network is scolding my daughter's school is also ready to expel my daughter. The woman had a sad face. How could a good person become like this? Chapter 74, Retribution for Internet Hacks. Oh my god. Is this aunt's daughter named Xingying? It was on the hot search a few days ago making a big fuss, all saying that the female Haiku University student was pro-Japanese. I also watched that news. Xingying originally had millions of fans on both Little Red Book and Shaketone. She has always been a hard-working, diligent and self-disciplined female college student persona. I liked her quite a bit before, and have always taken her as my role model, and I've also collected some of her posts on how to study efficiently, and how to be disciplined and utilize time well. But I didn't think she'd even say that the air in the Baka country smells better than the domestic air. But I didn't think she would actually say that the air in the country smells better than the domestic air. I also watched the hot search. Our country was invaded by the Baga country that is deep into the national blood and bone hatred. But she even in such an important public occasion on the high-profile praise of the Baga country. This is the University of Haikau cultivated college students? This is a university student trained by Haiku University. And she is still a member of the party with such a good ideology and behavior. Haiyuan University even gave her a place in graduate school. I'm really convinced. Does this mean that Haiku University is also a genophile? How does Haiku University deserve to be called a major university in our country? And how does it deserve to be the top of the 985? Although the university dismissed this student overnight and revoked her research qualifications, dismissed her party membership, but this incident on the impact of the university is not small. This year's college entrance examination to fill in volunteers. The university of a good part of the source of it, which is the university of the enrollment of the university of the pressure caused by the not small. As a graduate of Haiku University this year I really will cry. Originally thought to have a degree of Haiku University, can find a good job in the talent employment market to come? Originally thought that this is my plus point, but did not expect in the recruitment market many well-known enterprises even refuse to accept Haiku University students. Do not allow Haiku University graduates to enter into their business units. Obviously this is Xingying a person to make a mistake. Why should all of us graduates be dragged into this? Who says it is not? I really hate Xingying. Xingying a mouse spoiled a pot of porridge. So many of us have studied hard. We have crossed the log bridge with thousands of horses. It was not easy to get into the University of the Sea. We've worked hard to finish our studies, and we've graduated with great difficulty. Is it easy for us to go through all these years? As a result, just because Xingying is in the same school, all of our efforts over the years have gone up in flames. Xingying, what do you owe me to pay back? If it were not for the fact that murder is against the law, I would really like to get Xingying, this person, killed. Why should we all be beaten to death just because of her moral failings? We also have good students in Haiyuan University who are loyal to the party and patriotic to the country. I really gnash my teeth. Want a knife? A person's heart cannot be hidden. Happiness Life did not expect so many scolding their own daughters in the comment area. She read I's face full of apologies. Sorry, really sorry. Between the words, Happy Life stood up in the live broadcast room, bowed deeply, bending into 90 degrees. I did not discipline my daughter? I for my daughter even dragged everyone into this matter. I deeply apologize. I also know that only with an apology cannot solve the problem. My old man opened a factory. If you do not mind, you can come to our family company to serve. But my daughter is usually really well behaved. She treats her teachers and her classmates, and she treats her relatives and friends around her with kindness, courtesy and respect. Normally she is really well liked. Everyone likes her, but she suddenly became like this. Could it be because of some kind of evil? Like being given some kind of subjugation or something? This is indeed a bit strange, but I think it's also possible that she's not possessed. Maybe what she had before was all a disguise, and now she's just suddenly exposed what's really going on deep down inside. Everyone don't believe This aunt said with my dog does not bite people is not the same reason. A mother's perspective on her own daughter. Of course. Is everywhere excellent? Everywhere good? Yeah. It's the one with the pro-mom filter. Who would say their child is bad? The previous screen said right. Xing Yingying is indeed exposed the deepest most real thoughts. Before the netizens human flesh pick out some of the messages she posted on social media in the previous few years. She insulted us Chinese people or Chinamen. And attention to the United States Empire of the Foreign Ministry's official account as well as the Baka country's Foreign Ministry's official account. Which is enough to show that she is pro-Japanese pro-USA. She is a traitorous lackey. I'm speechless. How could the land of China raise such traitorous scum? Such a person should die outside. She doesn't deserve to stay in our country. Actually, the mistakes Xing Yingying made shouldn't be relocated to her mom, who looks quite poor. Poor people must have hateful things. Children don't teach their fathers. Xing Yingying has this kind of mindset. It's not likely that her mom and dad are like this too. Show me a picture of your daughter. Ji Yunyan spoke. Okay master. Take a look, said Happy Life, taking out a picture of his daughter and handing it over to the live broadcast. Ji Yanyi took a look and faintly retracted her eyes. Your daughter is a senior keyboard warrior, also a veteran hacker. She often hacks people mindlessly online. What? How? Happily ever after said in dismay. Keyboard warrior hacker. That's not a nice word. My daughter is always on the internet often banging on the keyboard. Usually at home the keyboard crackles. I thought she was playing games or studying. Now that I think about it. Could she be hacking someone else? A while back, there was a fire in a neighborhood. A young father lost both his wife and twin sons, and he sued the property owners of the neighborhood, sued the developer of the neighborhood, and got a settlement. And your daughter hacked him on the internet, saying that he didn't probably start the fire himself, saying that he burned his wife and kids just to claim the money, just to get rich. And saying that he must have been happy as a clam when he got the $5 million or so, saying that he sued these people just to get money, not really feeling sorry for losing his wife and child. Ji Yanyi said, it's also because your daughter brought up the tempo in the comment section, causing many people on the internet to blacken this young father. So much so that this father couldn't withstand the cyber violence and he stood on the roof of the neighborhood while your daughter kept sending up pop-ups in this young father's live broadcast saying that he was putting on a show, saying that he was speculating and selling out to gain sympathy. Your daughter egged this young father on to jump, said not to jump down is not a real man. If you really love their wives and children to jump down. Otherwise said his behavior is acting. It was also because your daughter added fuel to the fire and fanned it that this young father couldn't bear the cyber violence and took a leap of faith and jumped down from the building, ending his life. Chapter 75, She Deserves to Die. Oh my god. This is too bad. This kind of internet keyboard warrior deserves to die. I also saw that news at that time. That young father is really pitiful. He and his wife love each other very much. The reason why he sued so much, the reason why he claimed for compensation is just to get a justice. Not for money as Xing Yingying said. The poor father in the mouth of the anchor is my cousin. My cousin and cousin's wife are high school classmates, two people childhood sweethearts, have always loved each other. From school uniforms to wedding dresses. After graduation gave birth to twin sons, the couple is very close to each other. And he loves his sons very much. Since the children were just born to work hard. Trying to give the two sons to earn milk powder money, to earn the future to marry a daughter-in-law money. But I did not expect that kind of accident. At that time my cousin people are stupid. So in the event of an accident did not cry out. The reaction expression is a little numb. The result Xing Yingying began to bring the rhythm that really love his wife and children. Should be broken down in pain, crying uncontrollable sobbing, chopped liver. And my cousin's reaction is too calm. A look is not really love the wife and children. Said my cousin is full of thinking about letting them lose money. Full of thinking about their own glory and wealth. Said my cousin heart calculations wife and children are dead to get the compensation money to marry a new wife. Give birth to a new child. From now on all life to lie flat. Those words are really hard to hear. But in reality people are numb. Shocked and unresponsive in front of real pain. By the time the day was over my cousin had long since cried into tears. He just couldn't accept that the original good family would turn out like this. He just couldn't accept the change. But he didn't realize that his reaction would become Xing Yingying's incision to blacken his heart and a sharp weapon to stab at him. If it wasn't for Xing Yingying bringing up the tempo on the internet, how could my cousin have died? You know that my cousin is his parents' only child. Xing Yingying, such keyboard warrior, this kind of internet hacker, this is how many people have been ruined. How many people because of this keyboard warrior, and black people got depressed. They cannot think of their own to go to suicide. Strongly recommended keyboard warrior, black people cyber violence, others should be sentenced. So Xing Yingying, this is black. Others are used to being black and got retribution? I checked Xing Yingying's account and found that this person is our anchor's #1 black powder. A while ago in the anchor's live room appeared a lot of bad comments which scolded the anchor, scolded the most ruthless is this one. That's why it's deserved for Xing Yingying to end up in the situation she's in now. This kind of person deserves to die. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I didn't know my daughter did these things. Happily Ever After was shocked. She was already in tears. I really didn't know. Happy Life can only apologize over and over again on the air. I can't help you with your daughter. Ji Yunyan said. Everything has karma and reincarnation. It's just that his own evil deeds were met with a backlash. Then isn't my daughter hopeless? Master, please help me. I will give you as much money as you want. I only have this one daughter. Happy Life cried out in tears. She planted the cause herself. And after getting such an evil consequence, she should taste it herself. Ji Yunyan said with a clear and cold face. If she stops being a keyboard warrior in the future, stops being a hacker, and stops attacking people from the internet with malicious tirades, perhaps her symptoms will improve a little bit. What her fate will be in the future, and what end she will come to, all depends on her own creation. Really? As long as my daughter changes, she will become better? Happily Ever After's eyes were streaming with hot tears, as if she had seen hope. That also goes to see if she's willing to change. Ji Yunyan opened his mouth and said, Okay, thank you anchor. I will definitely let my daughter clean up her act and start over. After giving Ji Yunyan a reward of 2 yachts, Happy Life exited the live broadcast. Even if Xing Yingying had changed it, the internet was not without memory. The things Xing Yingying said and did would affect her entire life. And no company would be willing to recruit her in the future. Everywhere she went she would be pointed at and poked at and scolded. Unless she had plastic surgery to change to a new identity. Unless she didn't look for a job and stayed at her parents' company to work. Of course this all assumes that she is willing to change. After hanging up this live link, Ji Yunyan received a new live link with the ID name I can do 1 to 5. Ji Yunyan answered the live link. And the other party was an 8 or 9-year-old looking boy. The little boy was wearing a Nike t-shirt and shorts. His feet stepped on a pair of Global 3 limited edition AJ. Sunny and handsome, lively and lovely. Hello sister anchor. The little boy said hello to Ji Yunyan. Hello. Ji Yunyan curled his lips and smiled. What do you want to count, little friend? My game console was hidden by my parents. They say that my sister's fortune telling is very accurate. I want to ask my sister to help me figure out where my game console has been hidden. The little boy wrinkled his bun face and said bitterly. At this point in the game, he had already rewarded a $3,000 carnival. My goodness, are all elementary school students so rich now? I'm a social animal, I can't even come up with $3,000 for a reward. I'm really ashamed. I realized that this little boy's whole body does not add up to 500,000 yuan. And then look at the decoration of his home. It seems to be a rich family's children. Poverty has limited my imagination. Brother, I'm your long-lost real sister. Brother, do you lack a brother? Do you think I'm okay? Little friend, this won't work. Ji Young smiled helplessly, counting where the game console is. This kind of small thing is not worth $3,000. This kind of thing was too easy, and she didn't want to whore herself out to other kids for nothing. But I really want to play games. The child was distressed. But my parents won't let me play games. They just want me to study hard. And they give me a lot of extra homework every day. And I'm tired of doing it. I hate homework. I hate going to school. I just like playing games. Only in the world of games am I relaxed and happy. Studying is not happy at all. Little friend, your parents are doing you a favor by letting you study, Ji Yun said with a sigh. Other families let their children study hard. That's so that the children can get a good job in the future to be able to have a stable income. But the money my parents earn I can't spend in 10 lifetimes. I don't need to change my fate by studying. And our family isn't short of money. So why do you want me to study? It's so annoying. Indeed. It doesn't matter if a rich kid swings for the fences for the rest of his life. This is too Versailles. I won't tell who cries with envy. Little friend, just because your family is rich now doesn't mean they'll be rich in the future, Ji Young said with a sigh. Sister Anchor, what do you mean by that? Chapter 76, Save My Son. I mean, you can't rely on your mom and dad for the rest of your life. What if your mom and dad are in danger? Ji Yunyan looked at the child's face. She counted with her fingers and her face changed slightly. Little friend, I can't count for you where your game console is. Let's count something else for you. Your parents are taking a plane out of the country to prepare for business, right? Ji Yunyan spoke. Aha, Xian nodded. The anchor sister's fortune-telling was really accurate. Just by looking at his face he knew that his mom and dad were going to talk business. Mom and dad are going out for half a month, saying they're going abroad to sign a contract, and if this contract is signed, their family will be even richer, and they won't be able to spend all this money. But mom and dad are still petty and won't let themselves play games. What's wrong with kids playing games? Call them now and tell them to refund their tickets. Don't let them take that flight. Ji Yunyan's face was grave as he said. It can't be that the flight is going to crash, can it? The anchor looks like he's got a grave expression on his face. Usually this is when something is going to happen. Kids, be careful. Anchor before the fortune-telling are very spiritual. Every time the calculation is fulfilled, you'd better hurry to call your parents. The expression on Xianxian's little bun's face became a little more serious as he hurriedly picked up his cell phone and dialed his dad's number. Dad, are you guys riding on the plane now? Not yet. We are in the waiting hall. A gentle and mellow male voice came from the phone. Xian, Mom and Dad will check the ticket on the plane later. You study well at home. Complete the homework assigned by Mom and Dad. If there is anything you can find the nanny and your grandparents. Don't worry. Mom and Dad will be back in a week, to your weekend school vacation to accompany you to play outside. Dad. Suan clutched his phone as he looked to the pop-ups on the live feed. Can you and Mom not board the plane? What kind of silly words are you saying this child? Xianxian's father said helplessly. We know you can't bear to let us go. But Mom and Dad are not going abroad to play, it's to talk business properly. Xianxian's small face wrinkled tightly. Dad, it's not that I can't let you go. It's that I connected with a fortune-telling anchor sister live today, and the anchor sister told you guys to return this flight and not to take it, supposedly because she was worried that you guys were in danger. Xianxian's father did not think. I let you stay at home and do your homework and study well, but as a result, you hold these pandemonium things. What fortune-telling anchor? What live link? Are some things to cheat people's money? You say she cheated you how much money, right? I'm not a liar. This sister is a very good fortune teller, and every time she's done it before, it's come true. Mom and Dad, can you not board the plane? Xianxian was getting more and more anxious as he heard the beeps coming from his dad's side of the phone reminding the passengers to board the plane. Everything on the internet is a lie. Your little kid is too young to have the ability to discern. It's easy to be fooled. Well, Mom and Dad won't talk to you anymore. It's time to take the flight. You be good at home. We will go home after work to stay with you properly. Saying that, Xianxian's father on the other side of the phone was about to hang up the phone. Why won't you listen to me? I'm really convinced. I'm anxious through the screen. Something will happen to Xianxian's parents on this flight. If something happens, Xianxian will be orphaned without his parents. At this time, Ji Yanyi frowned slightly. She whispered to Xianxian at the end of the live broadcast and opened her mouth to say, You tell your father that you have a stomachache to find a way to stall them. Xianxian had an idea. He immediately wrinkled his little face and started crying. Daddy, my stomach hurts. What's going on? What's going on? The voice of Xianxian's father on the other end of the phone became tense. To know Xianxian is their only child, but also their old age. It is difficult to conceive. In order to give birth to this child, Xianxian mom ate a lot of suffering. Couple of people on this child are precious not. I may have eaten a snack at noon and eaten a bad stomach. Xianxian cried anxiously as soon as he saw that there was something going on. Ouch! My stomach hurts. I can't, I'm going to have diarrhea. Then hurry up and have the nanny take you to the hospital for a checkup. Xianxian's father's voice became more and more tense. I don't want a babysitter to go. I want Mom and Dad to go with me. Will you guys come back and stay with me? Xianxian's voice was full of crying, sounding agonized. Ha ha, kids these days are pretty good at acting. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have to believe it. It's a shame you kids don't go to the entertainment industry to become a child star. Xianxian, let's be good, okay? Mom and Dad have to go abroad to finish very important work, which relates to our whole family's future later life. At this time a gentle voice came from the other side of the receiver. This was Xianxian's mom. Xianxian mom gently soothed. Baby, you don't worry, I'll give the nanny and your grandparents call. Let them accompany you to the hospital to have a good check. Mom and Dad really can't spare the time now. We're about to board the plane. And then a little bit later the plane is going to be delayed. I can't. My stomach hurts so really bad. I'm going to die of pain. Xianxian cried. I'm rolling on the floor in pain. I look like I have food poisoning. Mom and Dad, is making money more important than me? Do you guys like money or do you like your son? Whoa. The words poked at Xianxian's mom and dad. Good son. Don't cry. Mom and Dad will come over to accompany you. Xianxian's mom gently soothed, but her voice was permeated with urgency. Well then, you guys hurry back. I'll be waiting for you at home. Oh, I'm in so much pain already. I can't breathe. I'm going to pass out. By this point, the live streaming connection hung up as well. Ji Yun noticed that the merit on her body had increased quite a bit more, and there was a faint aura traveling up and down her body, running inside her internal organs and lungs, and her cultivation was a bit stronger than before. It seems that she is already changing the end of Xianxian's parents and Xianxian's destiny. Okay, today we'll start connecting the last friend who drew the lucky bag, Ji Yun said as she tapped on the last netizen's video link. This netizen's ID name is Stranger in Bloom. After the video connection was answered, it was a haggard-looking woman. Her eyes were red and her hair was a bit messy. Master, my son has been very out of sorts lately. A few days ago I came back from work. He cried at night that a ghost wanted to catch him and demanded his life. All day and all night crying and shouting, disturbing the adults cannot sleep. And now it is even more, the whole person is rapidly withered and thin, as if he has been hit by an evil spirit. From time to time he would make some ghostly noises, especially creepy, haunting our whole family up and down, the chicken and dogs. In the past, my son was very well behaved and understanding, but now my son looks at me with vicious eyes, just like an enemy staring at me. I don't even think my son is like my son now, like he's suddenly changed. This is too scary. Stranger in Bloom. Watch your back. My God. Bullet guard. Bullet guard. Get back. Get back. Get back. Chapter 77, Possessed. Just at the moment when Stranger Blossom opened a live link with Ji Yunyan. At that moment, a little boy was silently holding a large kitchen knife and approaching Stranger Blossom step by step. The little boy was like a ghost, drifting step by step to the stranger not far behind the flowers. In the dim light, his face shrouded in gloom. Like a ghost, up and down the circumference of the body is not half a bit of human vitality. On the contrary, it is eerie. It looks oozing and scary. The large kitchen knife he held in his hand shook one's eyes with a chilling glow from its blade in the dim light. Stranger in Bloom, hurry up and look behind you. Run for your life. Run for your life. Geez, that's scary. This could just be possessed by something. At this moment, Stranger Blossom noticed the comments sent in the pop-up screen. Her scalp tingled and her body stiffened as she slowly turned around. However, the scene in front of her eyes caused her pupils to suddenly shrink, her body hastily backing up. Xiao Bao, what are you doing? At this time, the stranger was scared to the point of cold sweat. This big night is too scary. What are you doing? The little boy's pale, bloodless lips opened and closed to open his mouth, but the voice that came out sounded like it was coming from hell, cool and oozing, so much so that it made one's scalp tingle to hear it. At this time, Xiao Bao's eyes were black, without the slightest focus within his pupils, black, like a soulless puppeteer, surrounded by a senile coldness. No, I didn't do anything. I was just chatting with someone. Stranger Blossom blossomed sheepishly. Xiao Bao, what are you doing with a big kitchen knife for a good reason? It's weirdly scary. Put the knife down quickly. At this moment, Xiao Bao's gaze fell within the live broadcast screen, and he understood all of it when he landed on Ji Yun. It looks like this woman has a lot of Taoist skills, so she was using this woman to get rid of herself. Li Tsuehua, today is the day you die. The little boy grinned at this moment, revealing a few sharp white teeth, and a sharp, creepy and strange cry came out of his throat, and in the instant the words fell. He had already raised his large colorful knife and slashed fiercely towards the stranger's blossom. Li Tsuehua. God help me. Husband save me. Li Tsuehua's pupils suddenly shrunk as she yelled at the top of her lungs. Husband help. Don't shout. He's working outside and won't be able to come back for a while. Xiao Bao let out a creepy, strange laugh from his throat as he raised the large kitchen knife and slashed viciously towards Li Tsuehua's arm. Li Tsuehua shrieked in shock and dodged in a hurry, easily dodging past the large kitchen knife, but Xiao Bao held up the kitchen knife in hot pursuit, and quickly pounced on Li Tsuehua as if she had wheels on the soles of her feet. Days. This is too scary. This child must be possessed by something. How else could he have such a horrible expression? It's not like the expression of a 5 or 6-year-old child, whose 5 or 6-year-old child can lift such a large kitchen knife and cut people like crazy. Master, save my life. As long as you can save my life, how much money I am willing to give. Li Tsuehua shouted as she fled. However, she, an adult in her 30s, could not run as fast as a child, and was soon caught up by Xiao Bao, who raised a large kitchen knife and ruthlessly slashed towards Li Tsuehua's arm. Instantly bright red blood splashed out of the wound and sprayed on Xiao Bao's face. Poe's ghastly, paper-like face was instantly bloodstained, his eyes empty and numb and dark. This image is too oozing. For the faint of heart. Bullet guard, what's wrong with you? Why haven't you moved yet? Do you have to watch people get killed by this evil spirit before you'll make a move? Some netizens in the live broadcast room began to condemn Ji Yun. At this time, Ji Yun was leisurely speaking. This is what she deserved. What? Anchor, listen to what you're saying to yourself. It's really a big departure from the original spectrum. Why is the victim still guilty? Anchor, are you talking out of your ass? Anchor, how can you say such vicious things? Can't you see this little ghost-like thing chasing after this poor woman in pursuit? It's fine if you don't help. But you ended up saying such things. This kind of behavior is really quite underhanded. Ji Yun's gaze was clear and cold as she looked at Lee Tsuehua, who was being frantically hunted down in the live broadcasting room. At this time Lee Tsuehua's arms and thighs had been cut by a large kitchen knife. Bright red blood dripping. The ground has long been a river of blood. And at the wound she had been hacked at, it had long been a bloody mess and had already revealed the white bones of the Mori. Li Tsuehua was chopped by the chaotic knife and fell limply on the ground, without any power to fight. Her blood gurgled out all over her body. Li Tsuehua panicked and propped up her elbow on the ground. In pain and cold sweat, she kept struggling and backing away. Xiaobao, you wake up a little bit. I'm a mother. Pa, I'm your mommy. Are you going to kill me? At this time, Ji Yunyi was the one who spoke. He's not little treasure. If he's not Shobu, then who is he? Then where is my little treasure? Li Tsuehua's face had long been a paste of tears and snot. She broke down and shouted, was he killed by this monster? Who is this monster? Why did he take over my son's body? What kind of grudge does he have against me? Ji Yunyi sighed lightly. Her gaze was cold and morose. Strange Blossom, do you still remember your dead stepson? Do you remember what the boy died of? Hearing this, blood tears actually flowed from the dark, empty eyes of Xiaobao, who was originally carrying a knife. For a while Xiaobao actually whimpered and let out a cry from his throat. Only that cry sounded such a creepy and horrible sound in Li Tsuehua's ears. Mentioning that child, Li Tsuehua's face turned pale, obviously a little weak. I don't know what you're talking about. Chow chow. Then why don't we let you talk about it properly? Ji Yun sighed and spoke. Auntie will do it for you. Ji Yun's words fell, but a cloud of blood-red smoke suddenly floated out from Xiaobao's body. The smoke gradually began to shroud into a human form mane and outlining the outline of a 7 or 8-year-old look with a child. Stunned family, I'm live on air. Seeing ghosts? So just now Shobu acted in such a perverse way that he was possessed by this little ghost? Is this brat's name Chow Chow? And what's his grudge against Li Tsuehua? Chapter 78, Your son was killed. Meanwhile, Li Tsuehua's husband, Hong Jiong, came back, and seeing the mess on the ground, as well as Li Tsuehua, who was paralyzed on the ground and was chopped up and bloodied, his eyes widened. Tsuehua, what's wrong with you? Husband, fortunately you came back. If you came back a little later I would have been chopped to death by this little man. Li Tsuehua whimpered and cried. Hong Jiong hurriedly helped Li Tsuehua up from the ground, and only then did his gaze fall to the side. At this moment, Hong Xiaobao stood in place like a dumbfounded sculpture. His eyes were black and empty, his small face was dry and withered, without a trace of a living person's breath. What makes Hong Jiong even more shocked is that the blood-red mass on the side of Xiaobao, that mass of blood red composed of blood mist, isn't that his own dead son. Chow chow, chow chow. Hong Jiong stared at the blood mist in dismay, startled for a moment. Chow chow has long been dead, and is not the present Chow chow a lonely ghost? It's him. Li Tsuehua was bleeding continuously from wounds all over her body, almost fainting from the pain. She accused, it was him who possessed Xiaobao's body to chop me with a big kitchen knife. Little treasure was possessed by him a while ago. They say it's hard to be a stepmother. I'm his stepmother and I've committed a crime. When he was alive, he tortured me, and when he died, he still wouldn't let me go, and wanted to hack me to death with a kitchen knife. Li Tsuehua lost her voice and cried bitterly. At this time, Hong Jiong was holding Li Tsuehua, who was drenched in blood, and he was furious, looking at Chow Chow angrily. At this time, the anger in his heart had already overshadowed his fear. You thing, what do you want? Although your mom is not her own, she is no worse to you than she is to Xiaobao. You white-eyed wolf. You don't let adults live in peace when you're alive. And you're still making demons when you're dead. You possessed your brother and harmed him like this. Why is your heart so cruel? Lao Zi really regret having given birth to such an inferior thing as you. As soon as you were born in the first place, I should have thrown you into a urinal and suffocated you to death. God, how can this father say such things? Pa is his child, and so is Chow Chow. It really is true that when you have a stepmother, you have a stepfather. And he hasn't even listened to Chow Chow yet. Just by listening to this woman's side of the story, he's treating Chow Chow like this. I'm really convinced. Substituting for Chow Chow, my eyes are peeing. I'm the same as Chow Chow. Our restructured family, our no real mother after the father found a woman to me as a stepmother. My stepmother is a white lotus flower. In front of all the people disguised special gentle disguised special good to me. Others are praised her to me as if to the pro-son, but behind the scenes but has been in the cold eyes of me, favoring their own biological children. I told my father. My father felt that I don't know what to do. Think that my stepmother is so good to me I'm still in the against the she called me a white-eyed wolf. No one understands my hard to understand my not easy, really a handful of bitter tears. The blood mist around Chow Chow became even thicker. His eyes were stained red with blood. A strong wind began to blow around him. The water cups on the coffee table in the bedroom were blown down to the ground with a crash. The curtains were tumbled by the gusty winds, and the crystal chandelier in the living room shook violently and fell to the ground with a crash and smashed to bits. And the shattered crystal fragments stabbed Li Tsuehua and Hong Ji-young on the two of them. Li Tsuehua wailed and screamed, hurriedly hiding behind Hong Ji-young. Husband, help! I see this little brat. This has gone against the grain. At this time, Hong Ji-young was scared stiff. His legs and stomach trembled. You this little? Are you going against the sky? If you have the ability, you kill your old man. When my old man goes to the netherworld, see how my old man can clean you up. That's what he said. But his voice did quiver a little. You might as well ask Chow Chow how he died. The female lead on that side of the screen had a cold face as she spoke word for word. How else could he have died? When it wasn't because he didn't turn off the gas valve in his house when he was stir-frying and cooking, resulting in a gas explosion that not only burned him to death, but also blew up his house. Hong Ji-young was upset at the mention of this matter. He worked on the construction site outside. Li Tsuehua returned home to farm. Two people so busy, so let this child share the pressure of the family. To the two of them to cook. But I did not expect that this little thing is not good. But even cooking the family house blew up. A fire. And even burned himself to death. I did not expect this child as a waste. Even frying and cooking such things are not good. But also took his own life. Simply stupid death. He liked Chow Chow so old when he would have been able to stand up to the sky. A person pulling the younger siblings. To support the whole family. Could there be another reason for Chow Chow's death? This scum father is also too heartless towards his child. From beginning to end, I can't see his love for his son. All I can see is his disgust and impatience. As if this child is a burden to him. At this time, Chow Chow was crying out. His voice aggravated. The scarlet blood mist around him filled the air. The scarlet blood tears under his eyes flowed more and more violently. You don't love me at all. It's the same son. You favor Xiao Bao and don't love me at all. If you didn't love me, why did you give birth to me in the first place? If you didn't love me, you shouldn't have let me come into this world. How dare you blame me? If it wasn't for giving birth to you, could your mom have died in childbirth? Hong Ji-young sneered. Your mom died in childbirth in order to give birth to you. You killed your own mom's life. But you still have the face to say such words. If I had known this, I should have let your mom have an abortion when she was pregnant. Ji Yunyan couldn't stand to watch. Chow Chow is also your own son. Yet you're unwilling to listen to a single word of defense from him. Instead, you keep condemning him. Are you like this? Worthy of being a father? How am I not worthy? Why don't you ask this little is worthy of being my son? Living to do a dish can blow up the family house. Do not take care of his younger brother. Do not share the household chores for the family. Dead and still make trouble to kill our two families. Such a son is worthy of being called a son? I'm really guilty of giving birth to such a thing. Your son wasn't even burned to death by forgetting to turn off the valve while cooking. He was killed. Ji Yunyan couldn't look at it anymore and said, I knew it. It couldn't have been killed by Li Tsuehua, could it? It was only at this time that Hong Ji-young noticed a cell phone being set up on the desk not far away, which was broadcasting live. What are you? What do you know when you're talking nonsense here? Hong Ji-young frowned and said, I was indeed killed by none other than my good stepmother. Li Tsuehua, Chow Chow accused in a cold voice, a hostile aura enveloping his body. Chapter 79, The Boy Who Stole Chicken Claws and Had His Limbs Chopped Off. Honey, don't listen to him. This little slandered me. Li Tsuehua shouted. On the day of August 30th, you were working at the construction site outside, and Xiao Chao was at home with Xiao Bao and the three of you. Li Tsuehua, Ji Yunyan said. On that day, you moved 60 bags of cement at the construction site. During that time you ate a bowl of beef noodles with pickled vegetables from the old world, bought a bottle of Coke with a congratulations when written on the Coke lid, and won another bottle of Coke. Also, you found $100 under a brick at a construction site. Hearing this, Hong Ji-young was shocked. What he ate and drank. This woman was so clear, and even knew that he picked up money. You know, he didn't tell anyone about this, just in case the person who lost the money knew about it and asked for the $100. What's going on here? How do you know? Hong Ji-young's face changed. He walked in to take a look. The ID on it was written as a live fortune-telling. A fortune-telling anchor was often on the hot news during this period of time. The whole network was saying that she was accurate in fortune-telling, and she was also being paid attention by the police. Hong Ji-young opened his cell phone to look at the hot news pushed before, and then looked at the look of the anchor on Li Tsuehua's cell phone page. Isn't this exactly the same as the anchor on the news? That is, this is the anchor Ji Yunyan who was a very accurate fortune-teller. You're Ji Yunyan? Hong Ji-young's eyes widened. Ji Yun ignored him and continued. And on this very day, August 30th, your son Xiao Xiao was discovered by his stepmother because he stole 3 of Xiao Bao's chicken claws, and after becoming infuriated, he took a kitchen knife and chopped off Xiao Xiao's hands and feet. No, I didn't. Li Tsuehua hurriedly denied. Hubby, don't listen to her. It's her who helped that little. The two of them are in cahoots. Originally, Li Tsuehua just wanted Ji Yunyan to help exorcise the evil spirits, but she didn't expect to reveal that she had killed someone. Instantly, a great sense of panic gripped her heart. It's over. It's over. It's all going to be over. My God, is that so? Just stealing a chicken claw from Bao. Why should I get my arms and legs chopped off? How dare you do this to a child? God, this stepmother is too vicious. Xiao Xiao is still a little kid. Why are you being so cruel? She's worse than a dog or a pig. At this time, Xiao Xiao's eyes shed blood tears too. One by one drops on the ground. He cried, shoulders trembling, voice full of grievances. Li Tsuehua, this woman is only in front of everyone's face to my good. Behind the scenes she often abused me. Do not give me food. Punish me to do all the household chores. The family's dog to eat better than mine. There are times when the hunger is urgent, I'm hungry and I'm going to snatch things to eat with the dog. The other day Li Tsuehua wanted me to dry her clothes, and when I used the wrong clothes rack and deformed her clothes, I was punished by not being allowed to eat. But she bought her brother lots of flavorful snacks, and I could only watch from the sidelines as my brother ate pork stores and beef jerky, craving my mouth and my stomach rumbling with hunger. But Li Tsuehua told her brother to be good or he would have to stand around and starve like me. I waited so hard for my brother to finish eating. My brother went to the living room to play a game. I finished mopping the floor tiles, cleaned up and down the house, washed and dried all the dirty clothes, and waited so hard for my brother to go to bed. I was so hungry that I sneaked in the marinated chicken claws that my brother hadn't eaten all the way through. But I didn't expect to be discovered by Li Tsuehua. Li Tsuehua pinched my neck and questioned me why I stole, and slapped me dizzy and slapped me until my eyes could not see anything. She pinched my neck and cursed me fiercely. A no-good little man, calling me a thief, calling me a white-eyed wolf. She was choking me and I could hardly breathe. So I bit her arm hard and I grabbed the chance to make a quick getaway. But I didn't expect Li Tsuehua to get annoyed and chase after her with a kitchen knife. She slashed at my arm with a scowl on her face. It was bleeding so much. I was in so much pain at the time. I cried out for my mom. I was wrong. Oh my God, I can feel the pain through the screen. It's pathetic. This is too pathetic. Heartbreaking for the boy. How did Li Tsuehua get off? Does this kind of person deserve to be a human being? Can't you be a mom and be considerate of your own situation? Treating a small child with such poisonous hands. Isn't this a snake's heart? Don't say it. Don't say it. Li Tsuehua pulled her voice and shouted shrilly. She realized that things were bad, covering the bloody wounds on her body to get up and run. At this time, Hong Jiyan's face changed, and he realized something when he saw Li Tsuehua's action of running again. What are you running for? Tell me clearly what's going on here. Looking at Li Tsuehua, it's not possible that Xiao Xiao was really killed by her, right? You let go of me. I'm injured. I want to go to the hospital. Li Tsuehua struggled to escape. If she stayed any longer, she was worried that things would be exposed and the police would arrest her. She'd have to run for it. I was crying and screaming, I don't dare anymore. I don't dare to steal food anymore. But she still slashed at me again and again. My left hand, my right hand was cut off. I almost fainted from the pain. I could only crawl on the ground with my stomach, with my legs, with my feet. The ground dragged out long trails of blood. I cried out while crawling and shouted at my dad to save me. Xiao Xiao left blood tears under his eyes too. I want to call dad, but my hands are cut off. I have no way to hold a cell phone. Soon Li Tsuehua caught up with me, and she again grimaced and scolded me for being a small bar. I shouldn't be living in this world, and scolded me for going to hell together with my mother who died early, saying that I'm an outsider in this family. Just like that, she chopped off both of my feet again, one by one. I clearly heard the sound of bones being cut and flesh being cut. It really hurt and hurt. Chao cried. At this moment, Hong Ziyang trembled as he clutched Li Tsuehua's shoulders in death. Is it true what Chao Chao said? Was it really you who killed him? Li Tsuehua's eyes, containing hot tears, hastily shook her head. No, no, not you. Run. What run? You're clearly all being a thief, said Hong Ziyang. Dead gritted his teeth and viciously gave Li Tsuehua a slap in the face. He hates Chao Chao though, thinks he can't do anything right, thinks he's in the way, and even takes it out on Chao Chao for the death of Chao Chao's own mom, thinking that if he hadn't had this baby, Chao Chao's mom wouldn't have died. But after all, Chao Chao's mom was the woman he loved the most in his life, and Chao Chao was their only flesh and blood, and he was saddened by the death just like that. He originally thought that Chao Chao's death was an accident, but he didn't realize that he was actually harmed by this person. The moment the words fell, Hong Ziyang fiercely slapped Li Tsuehua. Crisp slaps rang out, and Li Tsuehua wailed and screamed uncontrollably as she was beaten. Chapter 80, Revenge. It's so good. Originally married you home thinking that it was you who was a passable person. I didn't realize that you, a poisonous woman, would kill my son. Hong Ji-young was furious, reaching out and violently choking Lee Tsuehwa's neck. Old husband. Lee Tsuehwa unbelievably widened her eyes. She coughed violently. Husband, you want to strangle me for him? The two were on a blind date to meet. Hong Ji-yang is honest and simple. After marriage has been very good and gentle to themselves, but also the monthly salary are turned over. Each month only left to buy cigarettes and alcohol money. Around the little sisters are very envious of her, think she found a good husband. She also feels lucky that she is happy every day after marrying Hong Ji-young. But I didn't expect him to really want to strangle himself for a little long dead. Cough, cough. Lee Tsuehwa coughed violently. Her eyes reddened from being pinched, and her breathing became unstable. Chow Chow died a long time ago. Even if you resent me and hate me, that can't be helped. People can't come back to life after death. But if you kill me, not only will your child be gone, your wife will be gone as well, and our Lele will have no mom. Can you bear to see our baby lose his mom at such a young age? What a pity for such a young child to be without his own mother. I have to admit, Lee Sui-fei is really a PUA master. That being said, was Chow Chow brutally abused to death for nothing? Shouldn't Lee Tsuehwa be punished for torturing Chow Chow to death? Lee Tsuehwa still has the nerve to say that Xiao Bao is pitiful without his mom. Does it mean that Chow Chow is not pitiful without his mom? He lost his own mom at such a young age, and was abused like this at the hands of his stepmother, and was killed at such a young age that his future would have had unlimited possibilities. What kind of calculator is this? So good at math. Now it's up to Hong Ji-young to see if he'll do justice to Chow Chow. At this moment, all eyes fell on Hong Ji-young. Chow Chow also looked at Hong Ji-young. Just now in the moment when he saw Hong Ji-young helping himself to justice by strangling Lee Tsuehwa's neck, the scarlet blood mist in his blood-red eyes faded a bit, which proved that Dad had himself in his heart. Dad did not completely care about himself, but in the next second, Hong Ji-young let go of Lee Tsuehwa and turned to look at Chow Chow. Chow Chow, ah. You see, you are already dead and can't be resurrected. I want to do justice to you because of the death of Lee Tsuehwa. Then Xiao Bao will not have a mother. Hong Ji-young rubbed his hands and said, you also know how pitiful a child without a mother is. I think you are so kind that you can't bear to see your younger brother, Xiao Bao, become as pitiful as you, right? You must not want to see your brother Xiao Bao become the next you, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Hong Ji-young is a little bit like what Shakespeare. He is shabby. Abacus beads popped in my face. Isn't Hong Ji-young abducting Chow Chow from the moral high ground? Morality is something that as long as you don't have it, you won't be able to be kidnapped by anyone. Don't listen to him, Chow Chow. Don't be a holy father. Revenge. Chow Chow laughed coldly. The blood mist around his body filled up even more. The whole person was wrapped in scarlet blood chi, and there was a gust of gloomy wind around him. Originally, I still held the last shred of affection for you, but now I recognize the truth. Hong Ji-young's heart was a little panicked. Chow Chow, listen to Dad. You deserve to be my dad too? Chow Chow shouted miserably. You're Xiao Bao's father but not my father. Since I was born until now, have you ever minded me for a single day? Have you done your fatherly duty for a single day? Also both are your sons. Why should I suffer? Why should it be Xiao Bao who enjoys the blessings? Chow hissed mournfully, venting his frustration. In a moment, all the lights in the living room crackled and shattered in response, and a crackling sound of shattered lights came from within the house, sounding oozing. For a while, this cacophony of voices mixed together like a magic sound through the ears. Hong Ji-young and Lee Tsuehwa, who was paralyzed on the ground covering her neck and gasping for breath, had their eardrums pierced as if they were pierced by something hard, and it hurt like hell. Ah, my ears hurt. Lee Tsuehwa hurriedly blocked her ears with both hands. Lee Tsuehwa abused me and killed me. Today is the day of her death. Chow Chow sneered, and as he spoke, he had raised his hand. Sharp, slender black nails quickly growing out of his 5 fingers, and with a fierce reach, he strangled Lee Tsuehwa's neck. Ah, help! Hubby, help! Lee Tsuehwa's neck was bruised from the strangulation. The bruises made it difficult to breathe, and even speaking was a struggle. This little turned into a ghost didn't he expect to be so capable. Chow Chow, you calm down. Have something to say. Hong Ji-young saw this and hurriedly stopped it. Look at Dad's face. Before the words were finished, Hong Ji-young's entire body was swiftly tipped over by a ghastly wind. Hong Ji-young was caught off guard, and his entire body hit the large screen television set a meter back hard. His body hit the television heavily, and fell heavily to the ground. Being hit by the shaky TV set fell hard on Hong Ji-young, shattered in pieces. Sharp glass ballast inserted into Hong Ji-young's back. Blood gurgled out. Hiss. Hong Ji-young grimaced in pain. He had too much glass ballast on his body. Some even penetrated the skin and flesh and stuck into the bones. and it hurt so much that he fell on the ground and couldn't get up in pain. Ha 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 ha, hiccups and laughs like a goose. It's so cool, so cool. It's really cool to see Hong Ji-young like this. Rise and shine. Chow chow. Li Tsuehua stared at Chow Chow in horror, her eyes widening, her blood-crawling orbs protruding. I didn't realize that this little is really 6 parents. He can treat his own father so ruthlessly. Then treat himself. Chow Chow, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Can you forgive? Before Li Tsuehua could open her mouth to beg for forgiveness. At this time, Chow Chow's other hand with long black nails had already clutched one of Li Tsuehua's arms in a death grip, accompanied by a pig-killing howl. Chow Chow's dark and sharp 5 fingernails were like sharp steel blades that pierced through Li Tsuehua's arm fiercely. The blood was dripping down. Immediately after that, Chow Chow's fingernails raked and clutched Li Tsuehua's arm with a forceful tug. Li Tsuehua's arm was broken alive just like that and thrown on the ground like garbage. Instantly, Li Tsuehua almost fainted from the pain. Chow Chow wasn't idle either. And soon enough, Li Tsuehua's second arm was yanked off alive in the same manner and thrown to the ground, followed by the left leg, the right leg. Chapter 81, Burning the Real Father to Death. Although this scene looks bloody, it's really cool. Evil should be rewarded with evil. There is being cool. It was a little scary, but I watched it with gusto, and I was relieved to see that close to 200,000 people watched it online with me. I wasn't afraid of it. Before that I always thought ghosts were bad, and I was afraid when I saw them, and this is the first time I've ever been so supportive of ghosts killing people, and all I can say about that is good killing. Li Tsuehua completely fainted, but came back to consciousness accompanied by the agonizing pain as she was torn apart and shredded her limbs, until all of her limbs were broken off. All she had left was a head along with a torso. Everywhere was a bright red bloodstain. The room had long been flowing with blood. The blood mist filled the room, and the air was filled with a fishy smell of blood. Hong Ji-young stared at the scene in a daze, his eyes widening. This scene is too bloody too. What's the difference between that and a horror movie? Seeing Li Tsuehua, who was tortured with only her head and torso left, Hong Ji-young dry-heaved and vomited furiously on the ground. Chow Chow watched this indifferently as he grabbed a lighter in the air and set it on fire. What else do you sinner, you want to do? Hong Ji-young stared at him in horror, his eyes filled with fear. Oh, I forgot to mention, at that time, Li Tsuehua chopped off my limbs. I could actually still breathe. I was still alive. Chow Chow pulled his lips and said, it was Li Tsuehua who was worried that I was alive and that the matter would be exposed. So she simply did nothing and opened the gas tank. She stood in front of me, looked down on me, and condescendingly said, little thing, you should have been dead a long time ago. With those words, she picked up her lighter and threw it toward the gas can, then ran out of the house. That house is a rural earth house. Even if the explosion, they do not lose anything, and even go around to sell the tragedy to say that they are this white-eyed wolf cooking lit the family gas stove. This matter also made the news. The village town gave a compensation. No one remembers the desperation of an 8-year-old child, with his limbs hacked off and bleeding all over, crawling and struggling to get away from a blazing fire. Hong Ji-young looked at Chow Chow guiltily. I'm sorry, Chow Chow. It's Dad who was wrong. Dad shouldn't have said those words. Does Chow Chow's father really know that he's wrong, or is he saying this out of fear, in order to get Chow to leave him alone? Chow Chow's father, you owe Chow Chow so much. If you'd said something like that earlier, maybe Chow Chow would have let you live. Not all regrets are forgiven, and late affection is lighter than grass. What's the use of regretting? We can't be biological fathers. We're all about unforgiveness. Chow Chow looked at Hong Ji-young with cold eyes. He had already given Hong Ji-young a chance just now. It was just a pity that he didn't treasure it. But there's only one chance. Do you think you can erase everything by saying sorry? Can you get me to be okay with a light and fluffy sorry? And then all the grievances I've suffered over the years can go away as if nothing ever happened? No, I didn't think so. Hong Ji-young hastily shook his head, explaining, do you know the pain and despair I felt when I desperately tried to climb out but my limbs were cut off and I could not climb out at all? Do you know the agony of despair when I watched the fire spread to me? When my whole body was burned by the fire, and when I desperately rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on my body, but the fire burned more and more strongly? Do you know the pain I felt when I was scorched by the fire? When it burned my dress clothes? When I was engulfed by the fire? When I watched all my body being burned to ashes, watching my own bone crumbs being burned to nothing? I'm sorry. Hong Ji-young fell to his knees on the ground, his face full of blood and tears. It's me who was wrong. It's Dad who's sorry. Your sorry came too late. Too late, Chow sighed. Your sorry doesn't mean anything anymore. Since you're so oriented towards Li Tsuehua and Xiaobao, then you'll die with them. Mother and son. Chow Chow's face was icy cold as he grimly raised his hand and threw the lighter into the sofa. Instantly, the sofa was scorched by the fire, which gradually spread through the living room. No, you can't do this. Hong Ji-young collapsed and shouted, seeing the fire gradually spread up. Hong Jiyoung also don't care about the sight of Xiao Bao, even rolled and crawled on the quickly to climb out. If you lose your child, you can regenerate, but if you lose your life, it's all over. That's it? You're leaving Shobu? Xiao Bao is actually no different from dead now, hollow and numb, just like a sculpture dummy. People like Hong Jiyoung are really selfish. They don't care about their children. They only care about themselves. Chao Chao watched the scene with cold eyes. At first he thought Hong Jiyoung loved Xiao Bao more than himself. He used to be envious and jealous of Xiao Bao for a long time. But now, he was no longer jealous. Because Hong Jiyoung loves no one. He only loves himself. The fire burned even more furiously and soon enveloped the entire house about to be consumed. At this point, Hong Jiyoung can no longer climb out, because at this time the bedside table in front of him has caught fire. The raging fire blocked his way. Hong Jiyoung whimpered in despair. I'm your father. Damn you for doing this to your father. You coward. You're going to get what's coming to you. Chao Chao pulled the corner of his lips and sneered. I'm already dead. Am I still afraid of retribution? He was reincarnated as Hong Jiyoung's son. That's true retribution. Ji Yunyi frowned and spoke out to persuade. Li Tsuehua killed you. You killed her, that's retribution for retribution. But Hong Jiyoung didn't kill you. He's after all your real father. You'd be adding to the sins by killing him. I don't care. Chao Chao smiled grimly. Kill or be killed. Retribution is retribution. Let me get a good revenge first. Such piggish things should not live in this world. Ji Yunyan was silent for an instant. I respect your choice. Li Tsuehua and Hong Jiyoung are at fault. So what's wrong with Xiao Bao? It's not fair to treat Xiao Bao like this. How can you take a mistake made by an adult and transfer it to a child? It's bad luck for Bao to be in such a family. Little Treasure bullied me too. Chao Chao sneered. Xiao Bao rode me like an animal on his crotch, and once even peed and pooped on my head, forcing me to kneel on the ground and lick his shoes so that he would give me a mouthful of food. Of course I want revenge. Chao Chao is really too pathetic. I hope to be reincarnated properly in my next life, in a good person's home. The flames are sky high and the fire is spreading rapidly. The call on the video side was cut off. Ji Yunyi sighed lowly and answered the live broadcast connection of the I Can Do It All Kid. Chapter 82 Fortune Telling? Holy Mother? In addition to Xian Xian, there was another middle-aged couple in their 40s on the opposite side of the video link, which looked like Xian Xian's mom and dad. Man in a dark gray suit, some beer belly, hair is a standard 3/7, surrounded by a sense of pressure without anger. The body side of the woman is with pearl earrings, pearl necklace, wearing a partial Chinese-style cheongsam. Makeup is delicate and gentle, noble and compelling. The moment they saw Ji Yunyan, the couple's eyes were brimming with tears. You are Master Ji who told my son's fortune, right? Xian Xian's mom's eyes were filled with hot tears. I'm really grateful to you. At first I heard my son say that the matter of fortune-telling I was quite resistant. After all, these days there are quite a lot of charlatans and liars and so on. We were all worried at first that our son had been cheated. As a result, when we heard the news of our son's unbearable stomach pains, the two of us rushed home in a hurry, and found that the boy did not have any time. We understood then that the boy was deliberately lying in order to prevent us from leaving the country. At that time, I was angry with the fire. Even if we have to return to the couple that night, when the flight has long taken off, the thought of this child capricious delayed us so much so that our family less earns so much money. That temperament up. One hand grabs the family broom, the other yanks the boy's arm to take the bashful and whips it hard up the boy's ass. It was hard for us as a couple to get this child in our 40s. And we have both been very focused on the education and development of our child. And we both thought that the child was being naughty and lying without regard to the importance of the situation. And we were both very angry. My husband then held the child down on the sofa and beat him. I was beside him to educate him, when the TV was playing the news. At this time Xian Xian mom spoke. The TV is playing as we took the Shandong flight to Mexico. SC-1008 flight unfortunately encountered a tornado. Is flying during the high crash. The place where it crashed was a cliff. Everyone on the plane was unfortunately killed. When I saw the news, I was so scared that cold sweat came out, and my husband also froze for more than 10 seconds before he reacted. Immediately dropped the duster, and hastened to ask my children about the whole story. And only then did I realize that it was actually the master. You saved the lives of our whole family. I've been watching the Ji Yunyi live broadcast for quite a long time now. Ji Yunyi counts every time especially accurate. Ji Yunyi is really a god. I just saw this news too, and it shook me to my core. A net name called Small Jasmine people sent pop-ups. My cousin is to take this flight to fly abroad. It so happens that I was watching the master's live studio. The master does not allow to take the flight. I rushed to call my cousin. My cousin is quite listen to advice on not to go. So fortunately this survived. At this moment, a netizen with the name Master G is my god quickly rewarded 2 luxury yachts and 2 carnivals. I am Jasmine's cousin. Originally I was going to take this family flight, I have already passed the security check, ready to board the plane. My cousin called me over. Let me never go. I thought I'd rather believe it than not. Upholding the attitude of being cautious, a little more responsible for their own lives. I didn't go, but I did not expect after less than 20 minutes on the news. I really after the rescue. My back is now chilled. Incredibly grateful that I listened to my cousin. Otherwise I would have lost my life by now. Listening to people to eat. Listen to the master is absolutely right. Since Ji Yunyan can calculate that the plane will be in trouble, why not tell the airlines that they are directly grounded? That would have saved more lives and more families. Xianxian's family is fine, but those who died in the workplace plane crash are innocent and pitiful. The people upstairs are hackers, right? Please black people black when can not a little bit with a little bit of brain. Ji Yunyan is not the savior. He is just a fortune teller. You cannot let people do the work of the Virgin Mary. Besides, everyone has their own destiny. If Ji Yunyan has to save everyone, then Ji Yunyan still want to live? The world is so big. How many accidental deaths are there every day? If Ji Yunyan has to save every one of them, even if she has 3 heads and 6 arms, she won't be able to keep herself busy. These black people think of Ji Yunyan as too much of a saint. Ji Yunyan is not the savior, which can manage so wide. Besides, people Xianxian is paid money, so Ji Yunyan will tell yes. The rest of those people Ji Yunyan and do not know. Why is there no reason to help them? These black fans are simply speechless. I'm really grateful to Auntie Anchor. Thank you for saving my mom and dad's lives. Xianxian on the side also opened his mouth and said, after all, if there was no Anchor, Auntie herself would have become an orphan without her mom and dad. Although he was beaten today, but this beating can be exchanged for mom and dad to be peaceful and healthy. Then he is very content and happy. No need to thank you. I received the guajin. Ji Yunyi curved her lips and smiled softly, her gaze gentle. Pretty Anchor Auntie. From now on, I will study hard, and strive to be a person who contributes to society in the future. The child clenched his little fist and said in a milky voice. Xianxian's mom and dad looked at each other with relief. Their family had met a valuable person. Originally this was still quite mischievous and unreadable, but after connecting to this anchor, he understood a lot. The couple rewarded the entire $100,000 again to the live stream. Meanwhile the crash of flight SC-1008 rushed to the hot search, with countless netizens mourning in the comments section. I came along with Ji Yunyan's live broadcast, and I have to say that Ji Yunyan's calculations are really accurate. According to this, then in the future, before I take an airplane, I have to ask Ji Yunyan to tell my fortune, so that I can stay safe. Ji Yunyan's trigrams are not so easy to get. To know that now Ji Yunyan only counts 3 trigrams a day. All need to grab the lucky bag. I have grabbed the whole 3 days, have not grabbed a lucky bag. I do not know if I can have a chance to grab it tomorrow. Now whoever can draw Ji Yunyan's lucky bag, that's who the youp is. What should I do? I've always had bad luck, but I'm taking an airplane in a few days, and I'm quite worried after this. You can quietly squat in the Ji Yundai live room. Ji Yundai is also selling peace blessing. Her blessing is quite accurate, can go to buy. This hot search quickly pushed Ji Yun's hotness to an unprecedented height. Ji Yun's microblogging fans skyrocketed by 5 million, and on the live broadcasting platform her fans have exceeded 10 million, dominating the first live broadcasting professionals list. Meanwhile Ji Yunyan's live broadcast was still going on. Ji Yunyan connected to a netizen named Donut. Hello Sister Anchor, I've heard that you're a very accurate fortune teller. I'd like you to do it for me. What do you want to count? Ji Yunyan opened his mouth. My husband, oh no, my love bean, is the top stream male celebrity in the circle, Song Jianyan. But to the surprise of all of us true love fans, he actually talked about a girlfriend. He even went so far as to give up his career for this woman and quickly fell in love. All of our fans are dying of anxiety. I want to ask the anchor sister to help calculate whether these two can make it or not. Chapter 83, Love Brain Top Stream. For a male EGO to publicize that he's in a relationship, that would certainly be a huge blow to his career. Since Song Jianyan is willing to go public, this proves that Song Jianyan is truly in love with his girlfriend. In fact, I think that the woman in all aspects have some can't match the Song Jianyan. Since the Song Jianyan announced the love affair, Song Jianyan's career have suffered a small impact. Many of his fans are off the powder, so that his business endorsement, there are some resources are a lot less, but accordingly this incident gave the woman a lot of exposure, so that the woman accompanied Song Jianyan into the love affair. Variety attracted a part of the fans, and now has entered the entertainment industry because of the identity of Song Jianyan's girlfriend. The man loses out and the woman gains a lot in this relationship. I kinda hate that woman too. She doesn't look much better. She doesn't deserve our brother at all. I've seen your EGO. Show me a picture of your EGO's girlfriend. Ji Yunyan said. Okay, Anchor sister, wait a moment. Oh. Donut quickly flipped the woman's picture from her cell phone and handed it to Ji Yunyan. Sister, look, it's her. All of our fans feel that this woman doesn't deserve our brother at all. Whether it's the face value or the figure and the origin. If she looked ordinary, it would be a rich family's daughter who was a top plutocrat, and would be considered worthy of our brother. But the problem is that she's just an ordinary girl from the countryside. Nothing has no right to fall in love with a big star. Donut said, more and more angry. Spittle are flying out. In this world looks than her good looking, rich have face of the female of a lot of go. Brother, how can not think to go to find such a plain ordinary girl it? We fans are all anxious. If you say ordinary is ordinary, it's fine for her to love our brother with all her heart and soul. But the point is that she doesn't have pure intentions for our brother either. She caught my brother's resources and started sucking blood. She was originally a vegan. Right. She just relied on our brother's resources step by step to get to where she is now. Our brother is a love brain. Being fooled by such a scheming girlfriend? Our fans are so angry that smoke is coming out of their brains. Donuts a meal output. Indeed. Such a female is indeed unlikable. It's no wonder that so many fans are massively disenchanted and backpedaling. I used to be Song Jianyan's true love fan. I used to like him. From the time he was a vegetarian, has not yet participated in the I Am a Singer stage debut. I have already noticed that he likes him. And then I witnessed his step-by-step career towards glory. So witnessed his good heart to pass 5 passes through the 6 generals to go to today's position. But I did not expect to be pulled down by a mediocre heart female. Really, I'm so angry. So I've decided to defan. I can't tolerate my Egio giving up his good prospects for a woman who is nothing. Me too. If that woman's condition is good looking like a scourge, it's fine. I can still kowtow to their CP, but now I really can't kowtow to it. It's really down. Anchor, take a look to see if our family brother has been scared of the descending head, or has been put under some kind of compulsion, resulting in an uncontrollable love for this woman? Ji Yunyi looked at her girl's face, and she frowned tightly. Donuts have been staying in the live room of the season Cloud Die. Also watched a lot of live broadcasts. Whenever something bad is going to happen, the season Cloud Die will frown Jianzhuang, but also the more the implementation of the conjecture in the heart of the donuts. I told you so. This woman is just restless. Sister Anchor, do you think this woman isn't really in love with our brother? She does have true love for your brother. Ji Yunyi sighed and said, she loves your brother very much. It's just that the price for loving her is a bit high. What does that mean? What I mean is that this girl is loving your brother with her life. Ji Yunyi said softly with a sigh. What's going on? Why can't I understand? What did this woman pay for our brother? It's our brother who pays when the two are together. Donut was anxious. That's it. Anchor, you take a closer look. You open your eyes and look carefully. This woman looks like a scheming woman. This woman must have ulterior motives for our brother. Whether or not this girl has ulterior motives for your brother, I'm not sure. What's certain is that your family's brother's heart towards the girl is not so innocent. Ji Yunyan said. She recalled Song Jianyan's appearance in her mind. The original owner had once worked with Song Jianyan when she was filming a movie before, and she remembered that Song Jianyan was the face of a dying man. Ji Yunyi clicked on Song Jianyan's microblog and looked at Song Jianyan's face in recent photos, but it was completely different from the original. This time the face is the face of great wealth and good fortune. Laughing my ass off. This woman has nothing. What can our brother want with her? Donut only felt speechless and amused. Figure her life. Ji Yun's words blew up in the live broadcast room. What does this mean? Anchor, tell me more about it. Why is there suddenly something wrong? Is Song Jianyan often sick and weak? Ji Yunyan opened his mouth and asked. Yeah, our brother worked so hard before and overworked his body deficit, so he's been sick all the time. But a while ago he finally recuperated and his body is quite healthy. There hasn't been any more problems, which puts us fans at ease quite a bit. He's been jinxed before. Going out dancing resulted in a stage collapse. Going to an event resulted in a super typhoon. Going to a charity in the mountains resulted in a mudslide and a mountain collapse. Ji Yunyan calmly recounted. That's right, it is. As far as we're concerned, who made our brother unlucky? But it's a good thing he's been pretty lucky this whole time. He's not lucky. He's borrowed someone else's luck. Chapter 84, inviting her to join the wilderness survival. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Donut looked angrily at Ji Yunyi. Originally I thought you were quite accurate in your calculations and quite a good person, but now it seems that you are a big liar. You're lying to the public. Donut turned pale. You must be jealous of my brother. Ji Yunyan. What am I jealous of? Donuts angrily disliked. You're jealous that my brother's career is doing so well. While you have no resources in the entertainment industry, you can only earn a little money as a fortune-telling anchor. Ji Yunyan. If you want to think that way, there's not much I can do. Ji Yunyan said helplessly. How come the donuts are still attacking me personally? Ji Yun's previous calculations were all accurate. so this time won't be accurate as well, right? I am purely a passerby. Not a fan of Ji Yun. I'm a fan of my brother's. I would never believe that my brother would do something like that. It must be my brother's luck. What's wrong with luck? Why do you have to speculate about my brother so viciously? I had a good impression of the anchor, and this wave of operation directly gave me a headache. Me too. Decided to take it off. Just then, Ji Yun received a phone call. Hello, is this Ji Yun? That's right, and you please? I have to say, Ji Yun is really polite. It's like this. I'm from Star Moon Entertainment Media. I'd like to invite you to participate in the wilderness survival variety show that our program group is recording. May I ask if you have the time to participate? Hey, wasn't Ji Yun blocked from the entire network? Now how come an entertainment company has taken the initiative to come to Ji Yun to ask for cooperation? I wondered, is it because Ji Yun burst into flames all over the internet, so it's blocked a loneliness? Must be to see Ji Yun now have heat and flow. So wanna catch this wave of flow before inviting Ji Yun. And Star Moon Entertainment Company is Phoenix Media Entertainment Company's biggest competitor. This period of time the Phoenix Media Company invested in a few scripts are all losses. The company signed a few female artists, are out of a lot of gossip, affecting the company's market value, but now Star over Entertainment Company momentum is strong it. The company's market value, but now Star over Entertainment Company momentum is strong it. That's why he dared to blatantly oppose the boss of Phoenix Media Company and invite Ji Yun to participate in the variety show. The donut just said that Ji Yun was jealous of Song Jian's good resources in the entertainment industry. Now Ji Yun also has resources. What is there to be jealous of Song Jian? Not to mention Ji Yun is now so hot. 3 days twice on the hot search. This heat has topped the top stream of female stars in the entertainment circle. Ji Yun remembered that Star Moon Media was Phoenix Entertainment's biggest counterpart, and that a variety show like Wilderness Survival wasn't too difficult for himself. What's the price on your side? The other party heard that he felt that there is a game, and quickly said, why don't I add your WeChat? The specific content of the cooperation. WeChat on WeChat. It's okay. Then I'll send a private message in the background of your live broadcast with my WeChat work number. So please add it when you're not busy. Good. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yun looked up to the live broadcast, and at this time, Donut had already angrily hung up the live broadcast. Ji Yun looked up at the pop-ups within the live broadcast as she sighed softly. Within 3 days, Song Jianyen's girlfriend will die. Song Jianyen's girlfriend looks like a person of great wealth on her face, and will die when all his chi is sucked away by Song Jianyen. And Song Jianyen will also change his destiny, all the way to stardom and a bright future. This way of altering the destiny was somewhat similar to Meng Fei's situation last time, and if he wasn't surprised, both incidents came from a single person. The other party had used such insidious tricks to help people borrow and change their luck, and if they continued to do evil, they didn't know how many people they would have to harm. She had to find out who was behind this before she could do so. After the live broadcast hung up, Ji Yun received a live broadcast connection from another netizen, and the other party's ID name was waiting for a flower to bloom. The video connects and across the room is a rather svelte-faced man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a white shirt. Hello anchor, I'm a high school homeroom teacher. I heard that you're a very accurate fortune teller. I'd like you to help me figure out can I be promoted to head teacher this year? As long as this year's college entrance exams, he can get a scholarship from the city as well as a promotion to head teacher if the class he leads achieves the standard grades. This was something he had been looking forward to for a long time, and the closer he got to the entrance exam the more he scratched his head, desperate for an answer. The fortune telling can still be done this way. It's a new way of thinking. Me too. If I'm lucky enough to grab the anchor sister's lucky bag, I'd like to figure out when I'll get a promotion and a raise. I want to count my fortunes. Ji Yun looked at his face. You won't be able to get promoted to director of instruction this year. What's going on? Is it because I brought the senior class to the high school entrance exam with a poor promotion rate? Mr. Son's brows furrowed tightly. To know their own with the senior class that is the school's elite class, the results have been steady. From a few college entrance exams before the simulation results can be completely completed to the school's assessment of their own requirements, he plans to have about 15 students can be admitted to the 985, 20 students can be admitted to the 211, the rest of the 10 students can be admitted to the university, and the last few can be admitted to the secondary school and specialties. How is it that you can't be the head teacher with this kind of promotion rate? That's not true. Your students' grades have always been excellent, Ji Yun said. Then what the hell is going on here? Mr. Song was really too obsessed with the director of teaching. He stayed in this school since he graduated from college at the age of 22. And has been doing it for a full 20 years. These 20 years he has been dedicated, working hard to teach without giving up his time, whether it's the leadership's appreciation, or his own reputation as well as his own students' grades that he teaches are very good, and he has stayed up for so long that as long as he stayed up for the director of teaching, he would not have any career regret. The problem is that you are catching your students too tightly in their studies. Many of the students in your class have mental pressure on their studies. A month before the college entrance exam, you caught a boy in your class having an early love affair with a girl from the next ordinary class. Ji Yunyi spoke. When you realized that this boy in your class had slipped a bit in his academic performance, you felt that it was related to this girl. In your opinion, this girl's academic performance is not good, and her falling in love with the boy in your class is luring the boy in your class to fall. So you immediately notified the girl's class teacher, harshly criticized her, and reported this matter to the director of teaching, requiring the director of teaching to give the girl disciplinary action. The girl's parents are always outside the work. After learning about the incident, ran to the school, in front of the whole school students. Hard to repay the girl. Her mother has no cultural exports into dirty, public insults to the girl, scolded the girl, scolded the girl. The result of the same day, the girl's mother, the girl's mother, the girl's mother, the girl's mother, the girl's mother. The scolding is very unpleasant. The result of the day, the girl cannot bear to be insulted. From the school 20-story high building jumped down and fell to death. Chapter 85, Ghosts in the School. This matter also quickly hit your local news hot search, and you are considered to have indirectly killed this student. Public opinion all over the internet was fermenting, and there were quite a few negative comments online, causing no small amount of pressure on your work, and the dead girl's parents came to your school every day, inciting public opinion, and in the end, the school had no choice but to suspend you. These words sent chills down Mr. Song's spine, and yes, he did get tough on the students' early love affairs in order to get their academic performance up, but I didn't think it would lead to a death. Thank you, Master. Mr. Song hurriedly thanked him and rewarded him with a $3,000 carnival. It seems that for the sake of his career advancement, he can't be too paranoid about catching early love like this. He turns a blind eye as long as the students' grades are passing. Ji Yunyan saw this teacher's face. Seeing that his face had changed, Ji Yunyan spoke faintly. Your face has changed. The next will be as you expect. Thank you, Anchor. Thank you so much. Mr. Song rewarded another $2,000 in gifts. Just as this teacher was about to hang up the phone, Mr. Song's wife came this way. Husband, are you telling fortunes? That's right. I got it counted by one of the hotter gurus on the internet. And thanks to this guru, it helped me to defuse the situation. Thanks to the guru who helped to wake himself up. So it's Master G. Mr. Song's wife, Luo Yanyan, came forward. Just in time. Master, I also have a matter to ask. The master's rule is to tell your fortune. Pay a hang 3,000 first, Mr. Song said from the sidelines. Oh, good. Luo Yanyan hurriedly tapped the reward button of the live broadcast and rewarded a carnival. How did you pay with my card? Mr. Song was helpless. The two of us, husband and wife, are spending. No one is spending. Your money is my money. Luo Yanyan smiled and turned to the live broadcast. Master, can you do me a favor? Go ahead. Ji Yunyan opened his mouth and said, our school is haunted. Master, can you help me catch the ghosts? Mentioning this matter, Luo Yanyan's face was serious. Tell me exactly what's going on in detail. My husband and I are both teachers, except we don't go to the same school. My school is a little far from home. 6 o'clock in the morning will be on the morning study. The class teacher at 5:30 will be early to arrive at school to keep an eye on the students. And at night, but also on the evening study, has been on to 10 o'clock. The school is too far away from home, but also so I will live in the school arrangements for the staff dormitory. Our school staff dormitory and the women's dormitory is next to each other. It's the equivalent of me living with the girls at school. Originally it was quite good, but recently this period of time a strange thing happened. Every night at 12 o'clock, outside the dormitory of our teaching building, there would be a loud slapping sound like it was being slapped by some wild beast. And once, a female student heard the commotion and went to open the door, only to come back scared out of her wits, and just kept chanting that there were ghosts. At first none of our big guys believed it, until later on when it came to 12 o'clock in the middle of the night I went to the bathroom to use the toilet and saw row after row of bloody handprints on the wall, and the ground was covered with bloody footprints. It was bloody. Don't mention how scary it was. And all the students in our dormitory say they see ghostly faces in the dormitory mirrors in the middle of the night. One of the female students is called Xiao Rou. She went out in the middle of the night and came back like a different person. What came out of her mouth turned out to be a man's kind of voice, as if she was possessed by something, and she kept chanting death. All of them give me death. Speaking here, Luo Yanyan recalled. Her face was full of panic. This thing scared us to death. We all had some trouble sleeping at night. As a result, on the second day during the day, I was in class at that time. but the good little Ro let out a strange scream. She lowered her head. Her hair was spread out on her face. Her eyes were rolled upwards. Her eyeballs were all white. And she didn't even have any black eyeballs. Not to mention how creepy it looked. That look was not to mention how creepy it was, just staring at the big guy like that, with a cackle of strange laughter coming out of her mouth. At that time, all the students in our class were about to be scared out of their wits, and immediately afterward, with all of us watching, Xiao Ro but suddenly reached out and took out a fountain pen from her pencil bag, and just violently plunged it into her right eye. At that time, a lot of blood suddenly spurted out of her right eye socket. The splattered blood sprayed her deskmate all over her face, and his deskmate was so scared that he fell out of his chair and sat down, and many of the students around him were scared and screamed in horror. Immediately after that, Ro pulled out that pen again and stuck it into her left eye, and she stabbed it one by one as if she was unconscious, laughing as she did so. That image looked eerie. Where have I ever seen such a battle? I was paralyzed with fear straight away. After a little while Xiao Ro faced that kind of weird smile, which disappeared. It was as if she felt the pain as if she was in pain. The pain of the horror screaming, dead hands clutching their blood-drenched, bloody eyes, constantly howling, rolling on the ground in pain. And then the school nurse from the school came and rushed her to get checked out, and both of her eyeballs had been poked out with pens, and there was no way to fix them, and there was nothing that surgery could do. That's how Zoe was checked out of school. Luo Yanyan sighed. I guess the Xiao Ro is possessed by something. That's why she's doing this kind of abnormal behavior. My god. This is too scary. Didn't you say that all those PPOs appear at night? Why are they doing evil in the middle of the day? This is too exciting. I was not at the scene. I just listened to me feel terrible. If I were there to see it with my own eyes, how scary it would be. Ji Yunyi listened quietly. At this time Luo Yanyan is still continuing to say. Later our school invited a Taoist priest, thinking that can drive away the evil spirits, but did not expect that the Taoist priest came after this was scared less run. Said what this school has a severe ghost. Said the other side of the Taoist line is very high that he is not a rival. After that Taoist priest left, something happened to our school again. Luo Yanyan sighed. As a result, on the second day, another girl in our class suffered. Chapter 86, The Second Girl in Trouble. The second accident girl called Chi-Chi. When our class is on the physical education class, I have a rare good rest in the office to play a little cell phone, but at this time I heard outside the bustle. The sound is particularly noisy. Our class physical education teacher rushed to find me, face very serious, and I said, Mr. Luo, class accident. Let me hurry to go to the playground. I hurriedly followed the physical education teacher to the playground, but I did not expect, when I arrived but found that Kiki actually in the playground of the open air on the large display platform, actually doing a scene that is unpleasant to the eyes. What do you mean by an unseemly scene? Expand on that. This piques my curiosity now. Me too. Luo Yanyan looked like she was having a hard time speaking. She stumbled and opened her mouth. It was on the podium in the playground. Kiki was lying on the ground. She lifted her skirt and used her hand to herself. My god. This is too much of a shock. The big stage on the school playground is usually the place where some instructors and principals stand when the school conducts awards and military training. It overlooks the whole playground, and no matter from which corner of the playground you can clearly see the picture on the big stage. It's too thunderous for Kiki to be doing this kind of thing on such an occasion. It was indeed quite thunderous, because at that time, not only our class was in the playground for gym class, there were also some students from other classes, but Kiki was doing that kind of thing on the playground as if no one else was there. And the playground also has a 360-degree dead angle loudspeaker speaker, including doing this kind of thing issued by the kind of reverie ambiguous sound, spread to every corner of the playground. The sound is incomparably clear. Let a person want to ignore it is difficult. At that time, all the students and teachers on the playground all saw it, and someone even took a small video and posted it on the school's forum. Although our school side tried its best to delete these videos on the forum, it still couldn't be blocked, and many students have this kind of video in their cell phones. I was all straight up confused at the time. By the time I reacted, I rushed up the steps one step at a time and yanked on Kiki's arm to stop her from doing that. But I didn't realize that Kiki was acting like she was possessed, but she was continuing to do this kind of thing as if no one else was there, like she was ignoring me, like she was treating me like I was air. Whether I was yelling at him or yanking his arm with my hand to try to drag her away, she consistently repeated that action. It was a pretty big deal at the time. The dean of instruction was here, so I had no choice but to slap Kiki, and that's how she came to her senses. But she was already being watched by the whole school. I called her into the office at the time and asked her about it, but he said she didn't know anything about it herself, that she had no memory of it at the time. After something like that happened, the whole school was abuzz with rumors, and I had no choice but to suspend Kiki from school so she could get out of the way at home. The idea on the school's part is to expel Kiki to eliminate these negative influences. I'm also hesitantly torn about doing this. I feel sure that Kiki didn't do it on purpose. She should be manipulated by something. I've been communicating positively with the school side and hopefully they'll give me some time. But I'm not sure what I can do to help Kiki. Yet before I could think of a countermeasure, an even more outrageous video was posted on our school's official forums. And it went viral. What kind of video is that? What video could be as shocking as Kiki doing that in public on the playground? Chapter 87, The Suicidal Male Teacher. The content of the video is Kiki with 5 men together. In the video footage, it was Kiki who held the cell phone, adjusted the angle then filmed the scene. And the uploader of the video, it was also Kiki. In the video Kiki is in a state of madness. Like a stoned person, do you know what I mean? I seem to be getting it. Oh my god. This is crazy. What the hell is Kiki trying to do? It shouldn't be possible that she has a fetish for this herself. I heard that this fetish is also a disease. That's something I've always been a bit skeptical about as well. Luo Yanyan said. I've also been wondering if it's just Kiki's nature that she's like this. But when that video circulated on the internet, Kiki posted a friend circle, which consisted of her being controlled by an evil spirit, doing things that went against her nature, and talking about her painful innocence in her WeChat friend circle. Just when those videos in the school forum spread the buzz when Chi but jumped from the upper floors of their home jumped off the building to commit suicide, and that friend circle was the last and only thing Kiki left to this world. Kiki's parents were grief-stricken. They all said that usually their daughter was very good and obedient, very understanding. It was impossible to do something like that. It must have offended someone and been possessed by something. After these 2 strange events in the school, the students are on edge. Everyone dares not stay in this school. There are a lot of students have chosen to drop out, and therefore the school looked for a Taoist priest to practice, but it is not half useful. So, Master, see if you can go to our school and help us see what's going on. What's haunting this place? I'm worried that if we keep letting it go like this, more innocent girls will be victimized in the school. Luo Yanyan said with a sigh. Okay, I'll go with you. Ji Yanyi agreed. The live feed instantly boiled over. Is the anchor going to catch ghosts online? It's so exciting. It's the first time I've watched a live ghost hunt. Anchor's live broadcasts are getting more and more interesting. Anyway, Luo Yanyan is also the last trigram of the day. Ji Yanyi also has time. She followed the address of the school provided by Luo Yanyan, toward that side to call a hitchhiker. During that time Ji Yunyan was the one who had been starting the live broadcast. Soon Ji Yunying met with Luo Yanyan. Is it convenient to take me to your school now? Ji Yunyan spoke. Convenient. Convenient. I'll take you to the school. Luo Yanyan had a private car at home. She drove Ji Yunyi towards the school side, starting to look forward to it. What kind of ghosts are haunting the school? I'm also kind of curious. What happens next shouldn't be scary, right? Ji Yunyan followed Luo Yanyan to the entrance of their high school. One stop at the entrance, Ji Yunyan felt a heavy pouncing yin qi. This kind of yin qi hovered and lingered, and it looked like the other party had extremely heavy grievances in their lifetime. Has anything happened in your school before? Ji Yunyan asked as she walked towards the inside. It was fine before. Nothing happened, Luo Yanyan said. The 2 of them walked inside one after the other. Today happened to be the weekend. The students and teachers in the school were on vacation. The whole school became empty, and the air was flooded with a few gloomy feelings of death. Ji Yunyan walked to the place where this school's yin qi was the heaviest. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but Ji Yunyan could see that there was an extremely thick cloud of gloomy qi shrouding this place. Has anyone died in your school before? Ji Yunyan asked out loud. That's not true, Luo Yanyan said. Think about it again. There's no rush. Think slowly. Ji Yunyan opened his mouth and said. Luo Yanyan racked her brain and thought carefully. Suddenly her eyes lit up. I remember. Earlier our school sacked a male teacher, who later committed suicide by taking medication. Then what was the reason for dismissing him? Ji Yunyan asked out of the blue. What else can it be because of? It's because that teacher has a problem with his style. He misbehaved. Mentioning this teacher Luo Yanyan was full of contempt. Can you elaborate on what's going on? Ji Yunyan asked. This teacher usually looks like a gentleman. A gentleman's look in the academic performance is also quite good. The quality of teaching is also very good, but also was evaluated as a municipal excellent teacher. He taught out of the class results are the best. The worst students to his hands. Academic performance will soar. And even taught 3 consecutive arts scholar. So he has a very good reputation in the school and in the parents' side. He was once invited by the Education Channel for an interview on TV. But who would have thought that this teacher is a lecherous devil? How dare he prey on poor innocent female students? He went so far as to bully 4 female students on the grounds that he was a teacher. When this matter came to light, our school up and down all shocked. The principal was very angry. Immediately dismissed the teacher. This matter also made a fuss on the internet also, so this teacher was revoked the teacher's license. The whole network is cursing him. And even the parents of the 4 students united to go to the court to prosecute him to sue him. This teacher lost a large sum of money. It is said to lose all their family money. Then his wife divorced him, and his child could not bear the negative publicity and changed schools. Then his child left with his wife. He did not fight for child custody. His wife after a year or so got married again. Married to another man. After the divorce, his whole person is quite downcast. Once I met this teacher in the supermarket. Every time I saw him before, he was dressed very delicate. Hair is meticulously combed. The clothes are also very clean with a soap smell. But this time to see him, I almost didn't recognize him. He wore tattered clothes full of grease stains, a smell of cigarettes and alcohol, scribbling, black circles under the eyes, skin, and the skin is very thick, and the hair is very thick. 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 And the hair is very thick. The hair is very thick. Black eye circles are particularly thick. And the skin is also greasy and glistening. And the stubble on his chin is particularly, how to say it, just the whole person has changed greatly. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Quite a few of our coworkers have said he's just revealing his true nature. And before that he was all about the camouflaged look. Later I heard someone say, his parents are cut off from him. When the parents of 4 students sued him, that house is his premarital property. In order to compensate them for the house are sold, now living in a rented house. There is no work, just all day drinking and smoking, and then drank pesticides and committed suicide. Died in the rented house. The body is rotten and stinking by the rats gnawed on it. And so on. When the landlord came did he realize that the man was dead, although he ended up quite pitiful. Right, but we big guys feel that this is deserved. Who let him do that kind of worse things? One can only say that he got what he deserved. This is really so shameless that I can only say it deserved it. A teacher is a teacher who teaches and nurtures the flowers of the motherland. How dare a gardener do such a thing to a student? He deserves to end up like this. Teachers nowadays are really, the threshold of the profession is too low. Anyone can be a teacher. I hope to raise the threshold of the teacher profession in the future. Just then a sudden gust of cloudy wind blew, and the trees in the school were shaken by the wind, shaking violently, and the leaves fell down one by one as if it had rained. Luo Yanyan only felt a chill all over her body. She hurriedly hid behind Ji Yunyan and tightly grasped Ji Yunyan's shirt. It can't be that thing that's coming, right? That's right. He's here. Unlike Luo Yanyan's flustered face, Ji Yunyi was much calmer. Her voice line was cool and light, without the slightest emotion. Master, you have to protect me. Luo Yanyan hid tightly behind Ji Yunyi. Come out. Ji Yunyan shouted into the air. Oh, my God. I'm gonna see a ghost on the air. Suddenly a little nervous. Pop up bodyguard, pop up bodyguard. Wealth, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice and the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, honesty and friendliness, scared me so much I closed my eyes. Just then, in the darkness, a figure but walked towards this side. Accompanied by him, the surrounding wild winds rose up, the fallen leaves gathered around him, the gusty winds blew. People could not open their eyes, waiting to get closer. Luo Yanyan got a good look at the man. Isn't this the dead male teacher, Fong Ming? At this moment, the other party was covered in blood and gore, and that face had also become a bloody mess. His eyes were a bloody mess, and a thickening qi and blood smell hung around him. Ji Yunyan could tell at a glance that this ghost's Tao was not shallow, and he had now turned into a spiteful ghost. The thicker and heavier a ghost's grievances are before his death, the deeper his Taoism will be. Here comes another Taoist priest. Fong Ming mockingly laughed, his laughter extraordinarily ominous in this bleak night. Are you the evil spirit that haunts the school? With Ji Yunyan, Luo Yanyan also spoke stiffly. She poked her head out from behind Ji Yunyan. You're alive to plague the students of the school, and you're still plaguing the students when you're dead. Do ghosts like you still want to have a face? I've already invited the master. Our master is very powerful. I hope you can turn back from the cliff. Luo Yanyan raised her voice and shouted. She believed that Master Ji would be able to subdue this evil spirit. Ha 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 ha. Fong Ming's resentful aura around him grew thicker and thicker, his blood-colored eyes staring at Ji Yunyan in death. Another one has come to send death. Then I will kill you today. Come one. I'll kill one. Come two. I'll kill a pair. In an instant, this stern ghost Fong Ming's body rose up in the air and swiftly pounced towards the two of them and Ji Yun. Master, come for real. Luo Yanyan clutched Ji Yunyan's cuffs tightly and panicked. Originally, she was thinking of making this severe ghost afraid and thus no longer doing evil. But she didn't expect this severe ghost to be anxious. Chapter 88, The Truth About a Tragic Death. You hide behind me, Ji Yunyan said in a deep voice. Good. Without the need for Ji Yunyan to say anything, Luo Yanyan hid tightly behind her. Somewhat uneasy, she even reached out and tightly circled Ji Yunyan's waist. Ji Yunyan. Master, be careful. The severe ghosts have already pounced. Why doesn't the master make a move? Just as the instant that the stern ghost flew and pounced over, Ji Yunyan pinched 4 yellow paper talismans. Instantly, the yellow talismans glowed bright yellow in this night, respectively in the east, west, south, north and south 4 directions around the stern ghost Fong Ming's surroundings. The air was like an invisible shackle around him. The ghost laughed hideously and reached out to tear these obstructing talismans apart, but the next second, his hands touched the talismans as if they had been scalded fiercely, and a gust of white smoke emitted. He hissed and howled shrilly, his mournful voice shaking the sky. It's scary, for the faint of heart. I have to say that Miss Ji Yun is too A-okay. This scene makes my blood boil. The anchor is too stable, and this is too strong. It was only then that the stern ghost Fong Ming realized that he had underestimated Ji Yunyan. It was me who was gullible. It's just that I didn't think that there was a Shin master as strong as you in this world. Strong? It was only less than 1/10 of her previous life's strength. Ji Yunyan looked at him calmly. Can we talk properly now? You want to talk to me? Fong Ming looked at her incredulously. He thought the girl in front of him was going to make his soul go up in smoke. The moment the words fell, these several yellow talismans instantly disappeared out of thin air, leaving only a few residual shadows in the air. What is it? Ji Yunyan, listen to yourself. What is this? You're going to chat with a ghost that's doing evil things? This male ghost did a lot of evil in his life, and after his death, he didn't stop tossing those innocent girls, causing them to end up in such a miserable state. Ji Yunyan, you don't put him away at once, but you want to chat with him? Ji Yun, wake up. Can you distinguish between good and evil? At this time, Luo Yanyan was a bit shocked. Master, what are you talking about? Aren't we a team? Fong Ming looked at Ji Yunyan hesitantly. What are you up to? Call it quits, Ji Yunyan said. You've already gotten back at them. Call it quits? Fong Ming, however, sneered. But my revenge is far from over. Do you know what I've gone through to make me call it quits? Tell me about your experience. Ji Yunyan sighed. Fong Ming tugged at his scarlet lips as he realized that the girl was opening a live streaming room, and the number of online viewers had already exceeded 200,000. He lived with no place to speak of his grievances and died miserably with a grudge, carrying a tarnished reputation for the rest of his life. And now, he can voice his grievances in front of these 200,000 plus netizens. Since you asked me to say it, then I'll say it. Fong Ming tugged at the corner of his lips. My name is Fong Ming. I was originally a people's teacher. I worked diligently and worked hard to get the students' grades right. The worst students would all have their scores on the college entrance exams raised by at least 100 or 200% when they came into my hands. And the class that I brought out was the best class in the whole school every time. Not only in the school, but in the city. It was one of the classes with the highest promotion rate. But, just because you're capable doesn't mean you're a good person. What's the point of saying that? How can you be a teacher if you're not a good person? Those girls were still so young and you did it to them. Even after death you were not willing to let them go. Using such underhanded means, to be honest, this kind of human behavior is really not to be complimented. Look at all the sick things you've done, and you have the nerve to mention your teaching performance? Fong Ming looked at the words that abused him on the pop-up screen. He smiled coldly as anger rolled around him. What do you know? You don't know the truth. You guys know and you're just talking out of your asses. Scared the hell out of me. That growl scared the hell out of me. Me too. For the first time in my life, I'm linking up with a ghost to a spray. It doesn't matter. The internet is our bulletproof vest. And this ghost doesn't know our address. So he's not going to come to our house through the internet, is he? It's all about cursing and spraying. What's the matter with you? You old pervert? You've done this kind of thing and you're still not letting people talk about it? Don't spray it in a hurry. Big guy. Maybe there's a reversal. I think so. After all, this ghost seems to have a heavenly grievance. You guys don't know anything at all. Fong Ming had a long trail of blood coming from under his eyelids, and he smiled to himself. Everyone only believes what they see, and none of them believe me. The gossip in this world, the stereotypes in this world are like a big mountain, enough to destroy a person, even if the truth is not so. But the mouths of all the people, white everyone can say black. Over time, what is the truth? On the contrary, it is not important. He looks very sad about it. Yes, it can't be true that he's been wrongly accused, can it? What happened before? Can you tell us about it? Fong Ming took a deep breath. Originally I was an excellent people's teacher. I had a stable career. I had a happy and romantic marriage, a gentle and virtuous wife. and a well-behaved and smart son. And yet it was all ruined by those girls. Who are Xiao Rou, Kiki, and the other two girls? Ji Yunyan asked out loud. Joanna, Tian Shuiling. Fang Ming tugged at the corner of his lips and said, the cause of my life towards tragedy was on that day. Fang Ming recalled. I had just finished the school's evening study. It was already 10 o'clock. As a classroom teacher, I cared about the health and safety of my students. After 10 o'clock I didn't leave work and return to my home right away. But every day I would accompany my students together from the classroom to the students' dormitory, in case anything happens. On this day, when I sent the students back to the students' dormitory, I saw that one of the girls from our class, Tian Shuling, was being surrounded by several boys not far from the back of the dormitory building. These boys I recognize. They are poor students from the worst class in our school. They don't study. They smoke and drink all day. They also play cards during the evening study hall. They always call themselves brothers and sisters with marriages outside the school. And they have been disciplined by the school many times for not changing the kind of bad students. The school is also gradually not caring about them. As long as they don't stir up a big basket they will turn a blind eye. One of the boys yanked Tian Shuiling's arm and was about to tear her skirt. When I saw this, I quickly rushed up and kicked the boy out of the way. Chapter 89, The Beginning of Sin. I didn't expect that those boys would try to surround me. There were 6 of them, even though I was alone. I had practiced taekwondo before. I cleaned up 6 of them by myself and knocked them all to the ground, then escorted Tian Shuiling to the girls' dormitory. The next morning, I reported the behavior of the 6 boys to the director of instruction side, and the school suspended all of the students. Later, within a period of time, Tian Shuling has always sent me gifts to appreciate me. Will give me flowers on Teacher's Day. Will give me some imported chocolates, imported snacks when I commute to and from work. These gifts I did not receive. To me, I am their teacher. To protect them should be, and there is no need to receive some gifts. At first Tian Shuiling is not loved to learn math. Then Tian Shuiling began to listen carefully in class, but also after class time to find me to tutor math. For her change, I am quite pleased. I am also very happy to teach her. That period of time during the daytime classes. After class time, I will then individually give Tian Shuiling tutoring. Weekends will go to her home to help her to tutor free of charge for a little bit of math class. Also it was during that time that Tian Shuling's math scores improved by leaps and bounds, and I was so pleased with it that I even told the teachers in our office about it. Teachers in our school use Tian Shuling as a positive teaching material to exhort students who are not academically inclined. But then I realized something was wrong, because later on when Tian Shuling was looking for me for tuition, she always made some intimate gestures intentionally or unintentionally. At first I thought that Tian Shuling was unintentional, but later on Tian Shuling's gestures became more and more bold. And it also made me realize that Tian Shuling's purpose of looking for me for tuition wasn't pure. Until one time when I went to Tian Shuiling's house for tutoring, she actually confessed her love to me when she was drunk. She said she liked me and wanted to be with me. But I'm in my 30s. I'd been married for over a decade. My kids are 6 years old. How could I possibly be with her? What she said only struck me as absurd. And I rejected her harshly, telling her not to be influenced by certain literature as well as movies and TV dramas. Tell her that I love my wife and child very much, and hope that she will never say such things or think such thoughts again, and I will pretend that this has never happened. But I didn't expect that one time in gym class, Tian Shuling called me to the equipment room, saying that we didn't have enough gym equipment for our class. But as a result, when I arrived, Tian Shuling actually locked the door to the room, and even sprayed me with hallucinogenic spray. And Tian Shuling stripped off her clothes, and lunged at me, and told me that she's deeply infatuated with me, and that she doesn't mind being a mistress of the house, as long as she can be with me. After spraying that kind of drug, I got all hot and bothered, and I angrily rebuked Tian Shuling for doing such a thing, pushed her away harshly, criticized her harshly and said some heavy words. Maybe what I said was too heavy for a girl. Tian Shuiling sat paralyzed on the ground in tears of pain. But how could I bring her to her senses without saying something heavy? I quickly left for the infirmary. I'll pretend this never happened. I'm stunned. This has no boundaries, does it? How could you do such a thing? But I didn't expect Tian Shuiling to retaliate against me. That day Tian Shuling brought the rest of the 3 girls together, to my office. When the office of other teachers have gone to class, only I am alone inside. Tian Shuling and those girls said they do not understand the math problem to ask me. The result is close to them but collectively began to undress. I did not think that broad daylight is still in the office. They even did this kind of thing. I quickly stopped them to give them clothes to cover their bodies. But I did not expect the rest of the teachers walked in at this time. What shocked me even more was that Tian Shuling joined the remaining 3 girls in saying that I had violated them. For a while I couldn't defend myself, and the rest of the teachers looked at me with strange eyes and condemned my behavior. and they all called me a human being with a monster's heart. The incident quickly got to the head teacher and the principal, and the school gave me a suspension for inspection. I didn't realize that the parents of those 4 girls wouldn't stop. They came to the school with banners and even posted the incident on the internet. I endured a cyberstorm like no other. My family, my friends, and even my wife. My children. My children's classmates. All the people around me knew about it. Everyone thought I was a faceless asshole. No one listened to my defense. They all thought I was being sophomoric. I can't defend myself with 100 words. I can't even wash myself by jumping into the Yellow River. The parents of these 4 girls came together and took me to court. There was no surveillance at the time. There was no way for me to explain it. And my best friend, who was also my colleague at the time, another teacher in our math group, turned up in court to testify that she had seen with her own eyes how I had assaulted these girls. I don't understand why my best friend would help them commit perjury. This matter developed to the end. I became a rapist and was sentenced to jail. The school side expelled me. The Education Bureau revoked my teaching license. And I am facing a huge amount of compensation. I need to pay these 4 girls for moral damages. And how can I, a teacher who only gets a few $1,000s a month, afford to compensate for such exorbitant costs? I had to sell my house and my car. And while I was in jail, my wife came to see me with my children. And she called me an animal and wanted to divorce me. She cried and accused me of behavior that had a bad effect on my children, who were verbally abused by their schoolmates. She accused me of being unworthy of being a father to my child. For the sake of their mother and child's consideration, I had to sign divorce papers, and the child went to my ex-wife, who not long afterward remarried to someone else with the child. And my parents, my friends and family cut me off when they found out about it. They treated me like a flood. For a time I lost everything. Everyone stood on the moral high ground and condemned me. My innocence, my agonizing aggression went unnoticed. I lost my job as a teacher, and after my story was posted on the internet, no company wanted to hire me, and I had to do the hardest and cheapest manual labor, and had to go to construction sites to carry bricks and cement to make ends meet. And I got drunk every day and used alcohol to numb myself, until one day I couldn't take it anymore and ended my life with a bottle of pesticide. It was these 4 girls who ruined my life, ruined everything for me, and after I died and turned into a harsh ghost, I set out to get revenge on them. Chapter 90, Daddy, I miss you so much. Isn't this the real-life version of The Farmer and the Snake? It doesn't seem like anyone can be saved. So this teacher died unjustly? That's too sad. No wonder something happened to Kiki and Xiaoro. They're not innocent at all. If I were the teacher who died unjustly, I'd go crazy. WTF these students. No one can live. All of you. Luo Yinyan was shocked. So, Xiaoro and Chi-Chi are the people who framed you back then? That's right. After taking revenge on them, it will be Joanna and Tian Shueling's turn next. Those who ruined me. I won't spare a single one of them. At the bottom of Fong Ming's eyes was monstrous hatred as he locked gazes with Ji Yunyan. Are you going to stop me? Ji Yanyu was silent for an instant. She shook her head. There's a head for every grievance. I won't hinder you from taking revenge, but you shouldn't hurt the innocent. When the revenge is over, you'll leave the school. Fong Ming looked at Ji Yanyu with an obscure gaze. Really? Well, when the revenge is over, don't show up in the school anymore. Your presence is affecting the normal life of the other students and teachers within the school. I'm sorry, Fong Ming apologized. I didn't mean to do it, and my own retaliation wasn't against the innocent students. This teacher, I would really cry. I can't believe I'm apologizing after all this. This teacher is actually too kind. In the beginning, if he did not go to save the female students, will not be harmed like this. This is the real version of The Farmer and the Snake. Not just anyone can be saved. Right at this moment, Ji Yanyu received a live link. The name of the target of the link was Wang Zai. Wang Zai sent a pop-up screen. Sister, can you answer my live link? Fong Ming is my father. I want to meet him. Ji Yanyu tapped the answer button. On the other side of the video was a boy. A small round face, soft and cute looking, a pair of black and watery, big bright eyes, looking smart and clever. What a cute little kid. At this time, Wang Zai looked like Fong Ming on the other side of the female host's live video. His dark, watery eyes quickly covered with a layer of tears, pursed his lips, and whimpered and shouted out, Dad! Fong Ming inadvertently looked at the live broadcast, and the moment his gaze landed on Wang Zai, his eyes widened and a thin layer of tears quickly coalesced. He didn't expect to see Wanted again. After he turned into a ghost, do not dare to go to see Wang Zai mother and son too. On the one hand is speechless to face the two of them. If it is not their own, will not cause the Wang Zai lost his real father, lost the original happy and joyful family. On the other hand, he is afraid that now his own is to make hostility is too heavy to frighten them. People and ghosts in contact with more time will be stained with yin gas. There is loss of human yang will be unfavorable to the health of people also. so he never dared to appear in the mother and son of the two side. Wanzai. At this time across the screen, Fong Ming and the video end of the once gaze. Father and son both under the eyes of the tear stains. Daddy, I really miss you. Wang Zai whimpered. His little hand haphazardly wiped a handful of tear stains in both eyes. His big dark watery eyes read, I have dreamed of you so many times. Dreamed of daddy carrying me on his back to sit on your neck and play. Dreamed of daddy carrying me on his big horse. Dreamed of daddy driving me out on a trip and taking me to play. And dreamed about so many things that used to happen to us before. Daddy, I really miss you. Wanted whimpered. Seeing his son cry, Fong Ming's heart broke. Good boy. Don't cry. Dad also misses you. It's all daddy's fault. It's daddy's fault. If it wasn't for daddy, you and mommy wouldn't be. Fong Ming's throat choked. How are you and mom doing now? We didn't have a great life. My stepfather was nice to me at first, but then when my mom got pregnant and gave birth to my younger brother, I pretty much gave it my full attention and affection to my younger brother. And my mom wasn't as nice to me as she was. He stopped working and stayed home every day to take care of my brother. And it's like I'm an extra in this family. Once he had resented his father when he was in trouble, resented his father for doing such an abominable thing, for destroying their home, for destroying their happiness. If it wasn't for mom and dad, they wouldn't have divorced him. They wouldn't have taken themselves off to remarry. They wouldn't have gone to call another man dad. And they wouldn't have been left to fend for themselves. And along with it, this resentment grows with each passing day after dad's death. But then gradually he realized that only his dad loved him the most in this world. Although his dad did something wrong, but his dad has to love him more than his mom. His dad will work hard to earn money and save up to buy himself his favorite Transformers. His dad will run with him every day, play badminton with him. His dad will tutor him to write homework, will help him to improve his grades. He eats picky eaters, but his dad will make delicious meals to cure his picky eaters. But his stepfather couldn't do any of this, and neither could his mom. The only person who loves him the most in this world is his dad, but he doesn't have a dad anymore. After realizing this, every day he misses his dad. Every day he wants to see his dad. Sometimes he secretly hides under the covers and cries. It's so hard to have a dream with his dad. He all wants this dream to continue and doesn't want to wake up. No matter what a dad looks like, he's his dad. But until today, he realized that his father was wrongly accused. His father did not make that kind of measure at all. It was those 4 girls who destroyed his father, destroyed his happy home, and it was also those 4 girls who caused him to lose the person who loved him most in this world. I'm sorry, Papa Wanted is really sorry. Fong Ming lost his voice and cried, God, my eyes are peeing. In this world only one's own biological parents love their children the most. People are selfish, and when they have their own children, they must favor their own children a little more. Those 4 girls were really hateful. Back then that keyboard warrior, those internet spammers owed Fong Ming an apology. At this time, Luo Yanyan looked at this scene. Her eyes were also a little moist. I am sorry, Fong Ming, it is me who misunderstood you. It was this worldly prejudice that killed Fong Ming. Luo Yanyan has been a teacher for so long, not knowing that the female student heart police harbor such evil. If it were not for these 4 female students, now Fong Ming should be living what a happy and joyful life. Ah, Daddy, you haven't wronged me. You don't need to apologize. It's those 4 girls who should really be apologizing. Wanted clenched his small fists and blurted out, a thin choking sound in his voice. At this moment, Wanted's live broadcast, the appearance of a woman with a clear face appeared within the screen. This is Wonky's mom, Su Yu. Chapter 91, Time for Revenge. At this moment, Su Yu looked at Fong Ming across the live streaming camera. Her eyes reddened. Fong Ming, I'm sorry, it's me who misunderstood you. When such a thing happened, she was shocked. She and Fong Ming is a junior high school classmate. The two since the high school graduation together. From love to marriage. From the school uniform to the wedding dress. The two have gone through thick and thin for more than 20 years. Their marriage was originally envied by all. Friends around them praised them for being a match made in heaven. And they all boasted that they were romance novels reflecting into the reality. And she also used to be proud of her own marriage. She was also once proud of her marriage. But all of this was ruined by that incident. When the first exposure out of Fong Ming violated the female students this matter. She is also some unbelievable. After all, they have known so many years. She also think that Fong Ming does not seem to make this kind of thing. People at first she can believe Fong Ming mouth said is being framed. But when things gradually fermentation. When Fong Ming is the people of the mouth. When Fong Ming is facing the disaster of imprisonment. She will not be able to tolerate this. Everything. She couldn't bear the gossip. The strange looks from her neighbors and family and friends. And the comments they made. It doesn't matter if things are true or not. What matters is that Fong Ming's life has been ruined. While his own and his son's lives are still too long to be ruined just like that. That's why when Fong Ming was at his most down and out and desperate, he dragged his son when he went to visit him in prison and forced him to sign the divorce papers. As for the truth of that incident, she didn't want to delve any deeper. He thought that by divorcing Fong Ming and severing the connection with him, he would be able to embrace a brand new life and live a brand new life without having to live in the non-legacy. But halfway couples are not that good. Although she is already married and has a new family, her husband is always on the defensive in this aspect of finances, unwilling to give more pocket money to Wang Zai, and, to use his words, unwilling to help others raise their children, willing to help raise someone else's child. And since the birth of their youngest son, the husband has begun to prepare to save money for their youngest son to buy a house and get married in the future, but has never thought about these things for Wanzai. Even to treat herself, her current husband is also reserved, will not tell her bank card password, will not give him more money. She gave birth to a child after every expense to the current husband to report. This reach out to the man to ask for money is really very bad taste. But with Fong Ming together, every time Fong Ming issued a paycheck is the initiative to hand over. And even his bank card all over the self. Even if he does not, even if you don't go to work and don't make money, Fong Ming is willing to support her. And her current husband will hate her after giving birth to a child body shape deformation. Will hate her all day to stay at home, do not work. Hate her do not go to work to earn money to support the family. Hate her every month to spend money, to spend a lot of money. Obviously she is already so hard to bring up, the child is so tired. But whenever she is busy with the child, it is not easy to coax the child to fall asleep lying on the couch, want to swipe the phone for a while. Her current husband is always to give her a face to look at. In the past, when she married Fong Ming, she never had mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. Fong Ming protects her very well. Whenever her mother-in-law has a little bit of dissatisfaction, Fong Ming will always be the first to come to her defense and tell her mother-in-law that she is not easy. And now her mother-in-law is picking on her all kinds of dissatisfaction, and she also has to be careful to look at her mother-in-law's face to please her mother-in-law. Contrasting all of this, she realized how happy and joyful she had been when she was married to Fong Ming in the past. She realized Fong Ming's love was silent. Other than Fong Ming, who else would love her as much as she did? In this realistic society, there will no longer be a second Fong Ming who loves himself so much. But the person who loved him most in this world is dead. He was indirectly killed by his own indifference and desperation. If at the time when Fong Ming was imprisoned, he chose to stand firmly on Fong Ming's side to defend him, instead of forcing Fong Ming to divorce himself, how could Fong Ming leave this world under the weight of all thoughts? For a long time afterward, one pined for Fong Ming and their sweet once upon a time. It wasn't until this moment, when the truth came out, that she realized what she had really lost. Fong Ming, I'm sorry. So you lost, her voice, and cried bitterly. Her eyes were red. Large tears slid down the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. At first I should have chosen to believe you. I'm sorry. It's all my fault that I shouldn't have forced you to divorce me in the first place. We should have suffered together. They had weathered so many storms together. Their marriage had been so happy and fulfilling, yet they died on the mountain of stigma. In the cyber violence of keyboard warriors. In the glare of public disapproval. If at first they chose to join hands to ride out the storm with him, if at first they chose to do everything they could to investigate the truth, would also give Fong Ming a clean slate, and they wouldn't have to come this far. There's no going back. There's nothing to go back to. Su Yu was in tears. Xiao Yu, don't cry. Fong Ming's heart was like a knife. It's not your fault. It's because I wasn't able to protect you guys, causing you to be implicated because of me. It's all my fault. I'm the one who put you guys in the life you're in now, and if it hadn't been for my accident, our family would have been fine. After I'm gone, you guys have to eat well and sleep well. One is a picky eater, so make him more of that pineapple goo brain meat he loves, and I'll dream up a menu for you as to how to make it. You don't neglect Wonky just because you have a new baby. Wonky is a very sensitive kid. You give him more companionship and love. Take care of yourself. Love your body. Don't stay up late. Don't eat takeout anymore. Fong Ming's eyes were glistening with tears as he choked out. Take care of our children. If there is an afterlife, I want to be your husband again, and a father to Wang Zai. I want to protect you mother and son well, give you good living conditions, and never let you be bullied again. Fong Ming was really a good husband and father. It's a pity that such a good man ended up like this. Those 4 girls are a real pain in the ass. They deserve to die. After chatting for a while, and Fong Ming looked at them and smiled. Well, it's time for me to get my revenge. Chapter 92, What Goes Around Comes Around, edition of Perjured Teacher follow-up. At the same time, the truth behind a middle school teacher's molestation of female students' hot search phrase quickly rushed to the hot search. Everyone owes Mr. Fong an apology. Who says it isn't? No snowflake is innocent until the avalanche, when everyone curses him so much. Internet violence is also a sharp blade that accelerates Mr. Fong's death. It's too late to say anything now. Mr. Fong's life has been ruined. The person is gone. The home is broken. The children and wife are not his own anymore. Those girls are too vicious. Xiao Rou and Chi Chi deserved it. But the worst is Tian Xueling. This kind of girl deserves to die. I'm waiting to see what happens to them. 4 girls, as well as their mom and dad, have been subjected to cyber violence that has seriously affected their normal lives. Back then, Mr. Fong Ming was harmed by these 4 girls to pay a large sum of compensation, but also sold the house. And now, they eat their own. Found Fong Ming's ex-wife and son. Will be those years with interest back to them? In order not to encounter the next Fong Ming's next retaliation. However, Fong Ming was victimized so miserably, how could he let it go? At this time, Ji Yunyi left with Luo Yanyan. Inside the car, Luo Yanyan held the steering wheel inside. I didn't expect it to be like this. It's me who wrongly blamed Mr. Fong. And I even said those words. Now think about the strange regret. Luo Yanyan sighed. Halfway through, Ji Yunyi received a new video link. She had meant to hang up, but with the bumpy ride, her finger touched it by mistake and clicked it into answer. The video footage is in a fairly well-decorated house, where 2 teenage girls are sitting on a couch, both of them looking horrified. Are you, Tian Xueling and Joanna? Ji Yunyan wrinkled his eyebrows and said, That's right, Master Ji. I saw that live broadcast just now. Tian Xueling shivered, her face white. Later, Fong Ming is going to come over to take revenge on the 2 of us. Can you help me? As long as you're willing to help me, I'll pay any amount of money. Please, Master, save my life. Saying that, Tian Xueling quickly rewarded 2 carnivals. Ji Yunyi, however, faintly wrinkled her eyebrows and returned the 2 carnival rewards. I can't help with this favor. Why? Isn't that why you're in this business? To make money? I'll give you money and you save my life. Tian Xueling put her hands together and begged. She's the one who ruined a good teacher. Not only is the teacher hates her, I hate her. The teacher is a key class. How many people want to enter the class plug money to find a relationship cannot enter? In order to get my daughter into the key class. In the extracurricular I spent hundreds of thousands of cramming fees to force my daughter to learn, and only just barely raised her grades up. Originally thought of into the focus of the class my daughter will be able to get a good university, but did not think that Mr. Fong had an incident. The teacher took over. The teacher was not capable of this session of the focus class. Students' college entrance examination rate is not high. And even by the next door to the ordinary class to the back, the teacher who took over was not as capable as Mr. Fong. And the promotion rate of the students in this session of the key class was not high, and was even surpassed by the ordinary class next door. If Mr. Fong hadn't had an accident, my daughter would have gotten into a university. I hate it so much. In the past, Mr. Fong brought a lot of key university students out of his senior class, but it turned out to be my son's turn, and it simply wouldn't have worked with another teacher. And my son didn't do well on the exam, obviously 18 or 19 years old. But this mind is so vicious and disgusting. What's the point of being a good person? You have to rush to be a mistress. People do not want her to destroy the happy family. I am really speechless. This kind of person is not cheap. Why don't you go to death? The sins you have committed yourselves should also be repaid by you. Ji Yunyan's face was clear and cold, his voice without the slightest bit of temperature. Master, you cannot save her, but you have to save me. At this moment, Joanna poofed and fell to her knees. Master, this matter was masterminded by Tian Xueling. If I wasn't instructed by her, I wouldn't have done such a thing. At first I was so young. I had no judgment of right and wrong. Now I regret it. Can you give me a chance? Give you a chance? Then who gave the original teacher Fong a chance? Ji Yunyi sarcastically hooked her lips. Teacher Fong was victimized by you guys. His family was broken and his wife was separated. So who gave him a chance? I didn't know that Mr. Fong's mental capacity would be so bad. I didn't expect it either. Joanna knelt on the ground and couldn't stop kowtowing. She cried bitterly. Please, give me a second chance. I'm still so young. I don't want to die. Ji Yunyan said in a cold voice. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Soon, your retribution will come. The moment Ji Yunyan's words fell, a gust of wind suddenly blew up behind Joanna and Tian Xueling. Immediately afterward, a ghostly figure appeared behind the duo. The two became aware of the shadowy aura that lurched down their spines, and they slowly turned around, only to be met by a ghostly figure of flesh and blood. Eerie, scary, like a hooker from hell. Help Tian Xueling broke down and hissed. When Ji Yunyan turned off the live broadcast and returned home, his cell phone had already begun to push the news headlines. Tian Xueling Chao Anna's tragic situation and the originator of the crime was rewarded with a great deal of satisfaction. On the news, Tian Xueling and Joanna were both controlled by Fong Ming, and the two of them picked up kitchen knives on each other in a life-threatening frenzy. Both of them were chopped and bloodied by each other, in which Tian Xueling's arms were chopped off and chopped into mush. and her thighs were chopped off and chopped off. All that was left of his body was a head, a torso and a left arm. And Joanna was no better on her body. A face disfigured, cut to the neck by Tian Shueling. Blood splattered on the spot. Dead. Tian Shueling is not dead. Was sent to the hospital rescue. People are alive. But the legs were amputated. Missing a right arm. A face of blood and flesh. Completely disfigured into a cripple. When she came to her senses. In the face of the reporters swarming around for interviews. In the face of those crazy cameras. But she laughed out loud. Laughing maniacally. Babbling. Everyone said Tian Shueling was crazy. When she was released from the hospital, her family moved her to a psychiatric hospital. It's easier to die than to live. To die and be done with it. For Tian Shueling, living is more like a torture. She's alive now, and she's as good as dead. Along with the death of Tian Shueling, several people, and the teacher Fu Yaping, who gave perjured testimony to the 4 female students in the first place, became a target. Countless netizens ran to comment under Fu Yaping's online account. Didn't you swear in the beginning that you were the one who witnessed Mr. Fong violating 4 female students? Open your eyes and talk nonsense. Thanks to Mr. Fong, you're still considered your best friend. Do you deserve it? It's disgusting. 82-year-old Long Jing, old green tea. First time I've seen this disgusting male green tea. Yuck. Hanged man beating up a flower arrangement. Shameless. Backstabbed by his best friend. Mr. Fong's life is ruined. And what gives you the peace of mind to live your good life? Someone even pulled out Fu Yaping's social media accounts and found a tweet where he was hugging and kissing his own daughter that read, "What man doesn't want a little lover?" Netizens interpreted the tweet as a pervert who molested his own daughter. And everyone across the internet shouted at him. Public opinion continues to ferment. The reporter interviewed the neighbors, also said that he hugged his daughter all day long to kiss. The home is still from time to time the girl's cries. In everyone's mouth, he became a beast of the molestation of girls. Fu Yaping cried foul online, saying that he only loved his daughter very much before kissing her and shouting little lover. As for the screams, it was his own watching a TV show and a movie. But no one listened to his explanation. If a person is bad in everyone's eyes, he is bad in everything he does. Fu Yaping was cyberstormed. This time he did not dare to open his cell phone. Once opened as a tide of cursing his text phone. In a tide of cyberstorming, he became a pervert. And his daughter, isolated from the kids in kindergarten because of him, also started to hate him. And his wife complained about it and even pondered if he was really a pervert. Such days of netstorming didn't last long before his wife divorced him. Netizens even made a scene under the school's official microblogging account, calling for Fu Yaping's expulsion. The school side could not withstand the public pressure and had to expel him. And the day he was expelled happened to be the day he was going to be selected as a provincial excellent grade teacher. Only one step away from this trophy. However, just after being fired on the front foot, Fu Yaping was arrested by the police. The police re-investigated the case back then and took statements. Fu Yaping disheveledly told all this and said that he had perjured himself because he was jealous of Fong Ming. At that time, he was competing with Fong Ming for the city's outstanding teacher, and as long as Fong Ming was there, he would never have his own day to shine. And with Fong Ming ruined, he himself will be able to judge the award. He didn't regret his decision, and if he could do it all over again in time he would still choose to do that. It's just that he didn't expect that Fong Ming would come to retaliate. In the prison, Fu Yaping stared at Fong Ming in horror. "I'm already in jail. You don't still want my life, do you? I won't take your life." Fong Ming looked at him indifferently. "Now you're just like me. Misunderstood by the public. Losing your wife and child. Being divorced from your family. And sitting in prison. You've experienced everything I've experienced. And now you must be in pain and despair? It was me who was wrong. It was me who was sorry that you committed perjury." In the first place, Fu Yaping knelt in front of Fong Ming and cried bitterly. "But I only committed perjury. I really didn't do that kind of thing to my daughter. Everyone is scolding me. My life has been ruined. It doesn't matter if you did it or not. What matters is whether people believe you did it or not." Fong Ming looked down at the humble Fu Yaping and said, "For the rest of your life, spend it well inside." They used to be best friends. And now it was his torment to pay Yaping to not get him killed and let him wallow in pain and suffering for the rest of his life. Ji Yanyi helped Fong Ming to transcend, and his soul has entered the next life to reincarnate. After learning about Fong Ming's case, the Education Bureau reissued him a teaching certificate as well as a Teacher's Medal of Honor. The school also held a remembrance assembly for Fong Ming, remembering Fong Ming's contribution to the school's education over the years, and the school's principal, as well as all the teachers and students, paid deep tribute to Fong Ming. However, these are no longer of any use. Fong Ming is no longer there. At the memorial service, Fong Ming's wife and son, as well as his mom and dad, sobbed uncontrollably. Netizens, as well as Fong Ming's students, organized to visit Fong Ming's tombstone and offer him flowers as they expressed their deep condolences, wishing him only happiness and well-being in his next life. After resolving Fong Ming's matter, in the early morning of the next day, Ji Yunyan began to live-stream the connection. The first person to grab the lucky bag was Water and Sky. Ji Yunyi answered the video link. Master, it's not good. Something has happened to my daughter. Shui Tian Yicheng said anxiously. Your daughter? Who is it? The pop-up asked. My daughter is the girlfriend of top-rated male celebrity Sun Kanin. Chapter 93, Evil Objects. My daughter's name is Mimi. A while ago, told me that he talked about a boyfriend results to bring people to the home after we found him. This boyfriend looks quite similar to the actor on TV. We also think it is a test. I did not expect him to be that actor himself. Heard that he is also the top flow of male loved ones. Many people on the internet like him. I and his father are quite shocked. Because our family is an ordinary family. Our daughter can find a teacher or civil servant. We have been very satisfied, but did not expect her to find a big star. We were all shocked. After all, that big star and ordinary people like us are not even a class, are not a circle. Everyone thinks that my daughter is not worthy of him. We have a little bit of our own heart. But Song Jiayan said that he is truly love our daughter. Since the two people fall in love with him, he has always been very good to Mireille. Will buy beautiful clothes, beautiful jewelry for Mimi. Random clothes are 5 or 6 figures. To Mimi bought a pair of earrings are more than 300,000 yuan. I and Rice his father too hard work to save a lifetime of money cannot save this number. We also know that Song Jianyan is in the entertainment industry abyss. How much temptation he obviously can find family conditions better and more beautiful. Better body and more excellent girl as a girlfriend. But found our family Rice, which shows that Song Jianyan to the Rice is also true love. And also because of this, we did not stop this romance and let them continue to develop. Two people feelings are also quite sweet. The original showbiz love are not public, especially for this kind of stars. Once public will cause no small impact on their career. We also did not expect two people will be public. Originally thought Song Jiayan can and Mireille so calm and happy to live on. But did not think that Song Jiayan, but will be the matter of the public. However, we didn't expect Song Jiayan to make this matter public. Our whole family is very happy. This is enough to show that Song Jiayan can give up his career for the sake of Mireille. Showing that Mireille is very important to Song Jiayan. But after the two got together, my daughter seems to be getting more and more unlucky, and her health isn't as good as it was. She gets colds and fevers in 3 days, and a while ago she even got pneumonia and stayed in the hospital for 10 days. Until some time ago I accidentally saw the master. Your live broadcast found a live content related to my daughter. It said that Song Jianyan would kill my daughter. I was quite shocked. Our whole family couldn't believe it. After all, the two of them were so close. How could they possibly harm my daughter? Said Water Sky a color bitter smile, but did not expect. Just in these days, my daughter's body dramatically deteriorated. All over the body occurred a variety of diseases. The doctor cannot diagnose these diseases as how to come. But my daughter is no vital signs. Yesterday is to stay in the ICU, stayed in a coma for a whole day. The hospital side invited the most authoritative and professional doctors are also unable to do anything. And now my daughter is already unconscious. And the hospital side has even issued a critical notice. So I'm wondering if it could really be Song Jianyan who is trying to kill my daughter. Like you said, Master? My God. Ji Yunyan really is a prophet. Ji Yunyan even said before that Song Jianyan would get him killed and suck his chi. I didn't expect it to be true. Ji Yun, you must go and save the people. Those of you who are fans of Song Jianyan, have you been slapped in the face now? Send me the location of your daughter's hospital. I'll go take a look. Ji Yunyan's face was grave as he opened his mouth. Okay, I'll send it to you. Soon Ji Yunyan went to that hospital. And during this time Ji Yunyan's live broadcast was always connected. Waiting until after the hospital, Ji Yunyi discovered that this hospital is not right. There is a shroud of extremely strong yin qi around. This hospital is surrounded by people set up formations. Ji Yunyan walked in with a grave expression and went to the door of Mi Grand's hospital room. And Shui Tani pushed open the door of the hospital room. Grandmaster, my daughter is lying inside. Ji Yunyi walked in and saw the person on the hospital bed. At this time the girl on the hospital bed had a withered face. Her face was waxy and gaunt, and her body was so thin that it seemed as if there was only a skeleton left. You're finally here. Mi Grand's father hurriedly stood up after seeing Water Sky. My daughter is still in a coma. The doctor made a trip just now, and surprisingly told me that my daughter is pregnant. What? It's all like this now, but it's still possible to get pregnant? Shui Tian was shocked. Then how about this child? The doctor just said that the boy's vital signs are good, but our daughter is in a bad way. This matter is worried about the father of the rice grain. He touched his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, but also thought that the hospital does not allow smoking, had to put the cigarettes back into the pocket. Then what to do? Shui Tiani Chang looked at Ji Yunyan helplessly. Master, please save my daughter. Our old couple only has such a precious daughter. Ji Yunyi looked at Miru's facing as she spoke in a deep voice. Her chi has all been sucked away by Song Jianyan. If I don't come today, it will be her death. What then? Water Sky cried out in pain. We all thought that Song Jianyan was truly in love with our daughter's class. Who would have thought that Song Jianyan would do such a thing? This hospital has been set up with a formation. First we have to find the eye of the formation to destroy this formation, or else the last strand of chi on the rice grains will be sucked away. Ji Yunyan looked around the ward, and his gaze landed on Miguel's body. Ji Yunyi's finger fell on the golden bell worn around Miguel's neck. This bell is a love token that Song Jianyan gave to my daughter, Mi Grand's father said. But this bell is an evil object. Ji Yunyan reached out and yanked that bell down, and instantly, a wisp of purple and black evil aura emanated from the bell and drifted into the air. Ji Yunyi took out yellow paper talisman from the bag and pasted it on the bell. After reading a talisman, more and more purple and black evil gas drifted in the air. Gradually this bell through the gas turned black, even like it was corroded into nothingness. Ji Yunyi's gaze fell on a vase in the hospital room. She held the vase, raised her hand and slammed it hard. The vase was shattered on the ground and split into pieces. This vase is also a gift from Song Jianyan. Worth more than 3 million is an antique vase, Miguel's father said. The problem lies in this vase. This vase has been tampered with is also an evil object. It's where the eye of the formation is, Ji Yunyi said with an icy voice. What the hell is going on here? Why would Song Jianyan want to harm our daughter? Chapter 94, She's a Liar. Ji Yunyi looked at Miru's face as she pursed her lips and spoke. Because your daughter was born with good fortune. A daughter of Qi. Hasn't your daughter had a streak of good luck since she was born? I remember when my daughter was first born. Rows of magpies hovering at the sky and a very pretty evening sunset. Recalled Water and Sky, also known as Mama Rice. Our family's life has indeed gotten better since she was born. I used to love to buy lottery tickets and scratchers. And I didn't win even once. But the day she was born I won $100,000. Nini's dad also opened his mouth to reminisce. My daughter from the moment she was born until now. Her luck has always been very good and good. From childhood to the smooth flow of water. Although our family is not a big rich family. Ordinary. But my daughter has never suffered. This time with Song Jiayan, we also all thought that it was our daughter's good luck to make the top stream boyfriend. But I did not expect that. Rice Grain father clenched his fist. Angrily said. Song Jianyan was never with Mireille because of any true love. Ji Yunyan sighed. Rather, he saw her physique and used the method of exchanging fortunes to transfer all of Mireille's chi to Song Jianyan's body. If I hadn't come today, at this point, Rice would have been a dry corpse. Nini's mom stumbled. She held onto the corner of the hospital room bed, her face pale. I knew it. Where in the world is this good? We all thought it was luck, but we didn't realize it was a long-planned approach. At this moment, Mimi slowly opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion. Dad. Mom. Good daughter. You finally woke up. Mimi's mom quickly stepped forward and excitedly hugged Mimi, holding her tightly in her arms. Worried to death, Mom. Luckily you woke up. Thanks to the master. You just passed out this time. The doctor let us sign a critical notice. We all thought you almost have to. Your mother no way. Wanta wrote a while ago to see the live broadcast, quickly connected to the master, which only saved back you a life. Rice Grain father said with tears in his eyes. What's wrong with me? Said Rice in confusion. Nini's parents told Mimi all about the chakra. No. This can't be. Rice shook her head heavily. I don't believe it. How could Giant love me so much and do something like this? You guys are just being tricked by this godly man. Good daughter. Come to your senses. Don't you think about it? As a big star. What kind of women can't they get? They must have ulterior motives for being with you. No. No way. Jianyan loves me. Don't listen to her demonic words. Miroe broke down and hissed as she pointed at a few cloud dyes. What kind of bewitching soup did you put into my parents? What did you put into my parents' heads to make them believe in you so much? Jianyan and I will be engaged soon. And you came to destroy our relationship. It's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage, don't you understand? Ji Yunyan. Gotta. Another relationship brain. This person really has no conscience. The anchor came all the way here to save you. And it's not even if you don't appreciate it you even said such wide-eyed words. The anchor shouldn't have gone to her rescue and let her die. Since ancient times love brains don't end well. Rice Grain parents quickly apologized with Ji Yunyi. Sorry, master. My daughter at time cannot accept this reality began to babble. You do not take offense, master. My daughter doesn't understand anything. I apologize to you on her behalf. Originally Ji Yunyi got up and was about to leave. After all, she is not some kind of mother of God. Will not go up to rush the hot face to paste other people's cold ass. But at this time the rice grain parents full of guilt and apologized to their own. She looked at the face of the rice grain parents. Out of the voice. Your daughter's belly pregnant child cannot stay. What? What are you babbling about? Mimi shouted as she broke down at the top of her lungs. The child in her stomach is a ghost baby, Ji Yunyan said. Originally, she was dead at this very moment. But her stomach grew bigger and bigger, rapidly expanding and breaking out of her body. And Song Jianyan raised this ghost baby and made it into a puppet doll to help him change his luck and help his career go through the roof. This child. It's good to abort it this morning, Ji Yunyan said. One more day of delay is one more day of danger. That was all she said. It was up to them to do the rest. Liar. What kind of liar is that? You're not jealous that I can marry Jiayan and you have no one, are you? Nini sneered. My baby is fine. Who are you to say it's a ghost baby? Are you polite? Can you talk? She also became unusually agitated. You get out. You get the hell out of here. You're not welcome here. Cut the crap. This is the master. Nini's mom couldn't wait to rush up and cover her mouth. What kind of bull **** guru is going to force someone to abort their child? Rice sneered. Where did you guys find the oddball? I'm really convinced. Hurry up and get rid of her. Substituting ruthlessly, already angry. Me too. This woman doesn't know any better. If it wasn't for the anchor, she'd be dead by now. Listening to people and having enough to eat. Not knowing what's good for you. Ji Yunyan glanced at Miguel. Obsessive. She got up to leave. Master, don't go. Master, can you tell me how to break it? Miguel's parents were afraid that Ji Yunyan would get angry and hurriedly followed them. Master, please save my daughter. Mimi's mom hurriedly followed. The price is not a problem, as long as my daughter can live. Master, you must not take it to heart. I apologize to you for my daughter. Mi grandfather said in a hurry. I don't have the habit of putting a hot face on a cold ass, Ji Yunyan faintly said. She is obsessed. Others can't save her. Only she herself can save herself. As the words fell, Ji Yunyi got up, stopped a cab, and left. Rice's mom and dad stayed where they were, wide-eyed. Inside the ward. I think mom and dad are really senile. Nini sneered, thinking of the child in her stomach. She touched her belly. Her face was gentle. Baby good. Mom is not angry. Oh, daddy loves mommy so much, and mommy is the happiest woman in the world. Mommy and daddy are looking forward to your birth. Saying that, Nini was about to make a call to Song Jianyan, but at that moment, a sharp pain came from her abdomen. Baby, mommy hurts. Rice covered her belly. She cringed in pain, her face pale. At the same time, she was horrified to realize that her stomach was gradually getting bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally flat belly was now gradually bulging out, growing larger and larger. Chapter 95, She's going to give birth. With trembling hands, Nini hastily went to lift the hem of her dress, only to see that her abdomen was growing larger by inches, and something inside seemed to be screaming to break out. Originally white and smooth belly at this time actually began to burst out a strip of greenish-purple stretch marks, bursting through the flesh, and her stomach, which had been less than 2 weeks pregnant, was by now as big as someone else's pregnancy of 4 or 5 months, and it's still getting bigger at a rate visible to the naked eye. What's going on? My stomach hurts. It hurts. Nini was in so much pain that she almost rolled on the bed. All the hair on her forehead was drenched in cold sweat, her face as white as a ghost as she yelled at the top of her lungs. Doctor! Doctor! At this time the rice grain parents heard her screams rushed over. See the scene, couple scared face white. Legs are trembling. The doctor arrived as well, and saw the scene for a moment of hand-wringing. That's completely outside the realm of medicine. This, your stomach. It seems the master was right. The child in your belly is really a ghost baby. Nini's mom and dad's faces changed abruptly, even if she was no longer willing to believe Ji Yunyan. But at this time, the pain of digging out the heart and grabbing the pole as well as the lingering pain gradually came. The rice grains were in pain and almost fainted. She bit her lip in death. Go and ask the master. Ask the master. Nini's mom hurriedly went to call Ji Yunyi, but this time, the phone couldn't get through. Why don't you answer the phone? It's really urgent. Nini's mom was in a hurry. It's all your fault. If you hadn't spoken out of turn to the master and been so rude to him, the master would have helped you with the contents of your stomach by now. And how would you be in such pain right now? Nini's mom complained about Nini. So what to do? I'm dying from the pain. Rice cried out in pain. You guys give me her contact info. I'm going to call. At this time, Ji Yunyi had already gotten into a cab and arrived at her newly purchased house. She had found a decoration team to decorate it and needed to supervise the work herself for a bit. The reason why she didn't get the call wasn't because she was angry. That little thing wasn't enough to make her angry, it was purely because there was no signal in the elevator. When Ji Yunyi finished supervising the work, he opened his cell phone. which received a live connection from Miguel. Maestro, please save me. On the opposite side of the video, Ni Rue's face was pale. Her hospital gown was soaked with cold sweat, wet and almost transparent and sticky on her body. Her lips were pale with no blood at all, and she looked despairingly at Ji Yunyan on the opposite side of the video. What is this going through? Wasn't it just a moment ago that he was so hardened that he accused the anchor of being a godly man and told the anchor to get out? Now why are you shouting at the master? Just ask you to hit the face? Nini's belly is so big. It's bigger than when I was pregnant with the twins. It was flat when we were live streaming just now. How did it get so big in such a short period of time? If it wasn't for the way Mimi is in pain right now, I'd suspect that she's got a pillow stuffed in her stomach. Master, please save my daughter. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Mimi's mom fell to her knees with a plop and cowed out heavily on the ground. Please be an adult and don't get on her bad side. Rice Grain Father's stupid mouth also can't say any words. Hastily rewarded $100,000 in the live broadcast. Anxiously said, Master, please, Master, I'm wrong. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Mimi gasped sharply, her breathing unable to breathe. I'm dying. There's something moving in my belly. My belly is going to burst. Ji Yunyan wrinkled her eyebrows, her eyes slightly cold. Now, immediately have the doctor arrange for an induced abortion to induce this child. But, Rice bit her pale, dry lips, but won't this, my child live? This is not a child. This is a ghost baby. Ji Yunyan's vocal line intensified, his voice cold. You don't have time for this. If you don't induce labor, this thing will rip through your belly, and when it does, you won't be alive. Now I'll give you a choice, whether to choose you to live or this ghost baby. I don't know. Nini's pale hands clutched the sheet in death as she hissed in pain and almost fainted. You're silly. Of course you're alive. Nini's mom could not wait to raise her hand to give Nini a big bye-doozy as she anxiously shouted to the doctor. Doctor, can you arrange for my daughter to be induced as soon as possible? My daughter is dying. It's the first time they've seen such an evil one after so many years in this business. Even for doctors who have seen life and death, their hands still shake a little when it comes to inducing labor. Nini bit her pale bloodless lips and stifled a grunt as tears continued to slide down her face. Why is she carrying a ghost baby in her belly? She's only had sex with one person. Song Jianyan. Could it be true that Song Jianyan approached him just for the sake of his chi luck? Just like mom and dad said? Could it be that Song Jianyan is with himself? Not out of love? Has he been using himself from the beginning to the end? Ji Yanyi transmitted a piece of talisman paper across the air. When this talisman burns and turns into ash, soak it in water and give it to her to drink. Yes. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Miguel's parents thanked Ji Yunyan profusely. At this moment, accompanied by a miserable scream from Mimi, the child in Nini's stomach was induced. It wasn't really a child anymore, to be exact. The skin all over was pitch black with thick downy hair, the eyes were blood red, and the weirdest thing of all was a mouth with sharp fangs all over it. The doctor who induced the labor was confused. Is this a human or a monkey? This is too scary. Monkeys are cuter than this. Nini is actually quite miserable. If I had been there, I would have been scared to death on the spot. Nini's pupils suddenly shrunk when she saw this scene. The word baby was something she could never open her mouth again. What a thing to have given birth to yourself. Miguel, under the emotion, blacked out in both eyes and fainted. Nini's mom and dad were also scared and almost broke their guts when they saw this. Master, you see how to do this? Ji Yanyi pinched a talisman in the air and teleported it to the hands of Miguel's parents. Stick this talisman paper on his head, at his abdomen, and at his limbs respectively. Good. Ni Gran's dad braced himself and did what Ji Yunyan said. At first the thing was uncooperative, opening its mouth and revealing sharp fangs about to bite down hard. Nini's mom hurriedly put the charm on when she saw it. Chapter 96 Top Stream Follow-up. After that ghost baby let out a heart-rending howl. Miji's mom and dad saw this and hurriedly put all the rest of the talismans on this ghost baby as well. Soon, the ghost baby's body began to gush with blue smoke, and its body was gradually corroded into a puddle of blood by the talisman. Nini's parents breathed a long sigh of relief. Rice's dad called the police. Hello, Mr. Policeman. I want to call the police. Someone is trying to harm my sons and daughters. At the same time, Top Stream Song Jianyan change fade against the sky. Top Stream Song Jianyan the truth behind the relationship Song Jianyan collapsed room. Several phrases quickly rushed to the hot search. The Twitter comments section is completely paralyzed. Now the police have issued a warrant for Song Jianyan's arrest. Song Jianyan has fled from the crime. I never thought that the male Egyo I've been fanning would look like this. I'm a donut here. I apologize to Miss Ji Yunyi. I didn't think I'd spent an entire youth powdering on what turned out to be such a person. Disgusting. After this matter came to light, Song Jianyan's fans in a short period of time quickly lost 10 million. The entire network is the Song Jianyan tirade on Song Jianyan's verbal abuse of Song Jianyan. At first we all thought it was Mimi milking Song Jianyan's value, but we didn't realize Song Jianyan was asking for Mimi's life. In the future, girls must keep their eyes peeled when they fall in love. This time I have been squatting in Ji Young's live broadcast. I already do not believe in love. I am already not married and sterile. I found that a person single is also quite good, because the other side of the talk about love is not either to seek wealth or to harm the life of the other side. It is not as good as single and comfortable. What are the benefits of getting married? If love and marriage is good, why is the marriage rate so low now? It's like having money on the ground. Who wouldn't know how to pick it up? At this time, Song Jianyan quickly fled after learning that the matter had been exposed, and the police have not been able to search for Song Jianyan's whereabouts after the wanted notice was issued. Ji Yun Dai at this time is looking at the house decoration. He gave the decoration workers bought a box of mineral water in the side to watch their construction. Their workmanship is quite heartfelt. The house decoration has progressed to 1/3, and then after a period of time to decorate a good drawing can be moved in. Ji Yunyan had nothing to do and opened the live broadcast. At this moment, a person named Xiao Su connected to Ji Yunyan's live broadcasting room. Hello anchor, I'm police officer Xiao Su. On the opposite side of the video was a uniformed police officer who had rewarded Ji Young's live broadcast with 3,000 Carnival dollars. Right now we're assembling our police force to arrest Song Carnival, but we've discovered that Song Carnival has disappeared as if he's vanished out of thin air, and the surveillance on the road can't trace his whereabouts at all. Anchor, could you please help me figure out Song Carnival's location? He had done his best in this matter of hunting down Song Jianyan, but the scientific method still had no way to find Song Jianyan. Previously, his colleague had connected to Ji Yunyan, and with Ji Yunyan's help, he had found the criminal gang of human scammers, and now he wanted to try and see if he could catch the suspect, Song Jianyan, with Ji Yunyan's help. It's possible. Ji Yunyan pinched her fingers and her voice sank a few points colder. He's in the shallow water bay villa right now. I'll accompany you. If it was just the police going, they wouldn't be able to find Sung Kanin at all. Song Jianyan had the Taoist priest behind him to guide him and set up a misty formation. Okay. Hard work. Please anchor come with us. Ji Yun's business is so extensive. He's already helping the police catch suspects. Support the anchor. Must reward a wave. The popularity value of Ji Yun Dai live room is getting higher and higher. At this time about Song Jianyan's true love powder, brain damaged powder, and black powder all flocked to the Ji Yun Dai live room. The number of people who watched online at once exceeded 500,000, and Ji Yun Dai's fans also quickly grew 10 million. At this time Ji Yun Dai live room's hotness has been the first of the whole platform, and today's Ji Yun Dai live room's bounty has been ahead of the top, and the reward in Ji Yun's live room today has also ranked the first in the whole platform by a long shot. The police received Ji Yunying drove together towards the inside of the Dive Bay Villa. Ji Yunying accurately calculated the door number as well as the location of Song Jianyan's place, and after the group arrived at the Thousand Tree Bay, they realized that it was empty and there was nothing inside. Did the anchor miscalculate? Are you people blindly superstitious about the anchor? Didn't Ji Yunying calculate that Song Jianyan was in here? Why is it empty? There's no one? Ji Yunying also has times when she can't calculate correctly. You people, don't blindly tout her. Please Ji Yunying, can you count a little bit? So many police are following you, which has mobilized how much manpower and resources. You are not a waste of everyone's time? At this moment, Xiao Su also looked at Ji Yunying with some doubts. Master, could something be wrong somewhere? It's the misty blindfold method set up here. Ji Yunying calmly opened her mouth. She took out a yellow paper talisman from her bag and reached out. Instantly that yellow paper talisman quickly drifted in the air. Then Ji Young's crimson thin lips lightly read a string of incantations. Break! The moment the words fell, there seemed to be a layer of light white mist around that was washed away at once, and the scene in front of them all became a little different. And within the originally empty villa, there was actually a butler maid at this time. My god, is this a big trick? This is too god. I really small knife to take the ass to open the eyes. Ji Yuny's live room is also too interesting. Ji Yunying is also too strong. What kind of treasure girl is she? How can she know everything? This policeman looked at each other face to face. The leader of the small Sioux instantly reacted. He made a gesture. Soon, the policeman quickly went up and rushed to the villa house. Not 10 minutes, Song Jianyan was surrounded by several police groups. Blocked in his wrists fell on the handcuffs. Taoist priest save me. Before being dragged away by the police, Song Jianyan panicked and looked aside to the Taoist priest wearing a Taoist uniform with a long, flowery white beard. It was this Taoist who was the one who helped himself to think of the method of exchanging lives, and it was also he who helped himself to choose Mimi, and it was because of this Taoist's guidance that he found Mimi to go out with him and let him be his girlfriend. and he even let him conceive the way of applying a kind of evil magic to make her pregnant with a ghost child. Originally, he thought that with the guidance of this Taoist priest, he would be alright, but he did not expect him to be arrested by the police. You're in league with him? You're his accomplice? Officer Su's gaze landed on the Taoist priest at the side and he frowned tightly. I have nothing to do with him. Taoist Heartless hurriedly cleared his relationship. Taoist priest, you can't do this to me. You're the one who helped me come up with this method. You can't leave me alone. Taoist priest. Song Jianyan shouted anxiously. At this moment where he still had the scenery of the top stream, all that was left was wretched and unbearable. You come with us too. Officer Su picked up the handcuffs and was about to snap them on the Taoist master, but at that moment, the Taoist master pinched a magic spell and even just disappeared into thin air. This is outrageous. What's going on here? What's with the big change? Hurry up and invite the master in. Go to the master. A few police officers saw this and quickly ran downstairs to come to Ji Yun's side. There was also a Taoist priest who helped Song Jianyan. That Taoist priest seems to know some metaphysical calligraphy, and he even disappeared out of thin air like that. Master, what should we do about this? Ji Yunyan was silent. He'll be backfired if he does more than he does. You guys take Song Jianyan to the police station first. Ji Yunyan also followed them to the police station. Facing the police interrogation, Song Jianyan had to tell everything originally in order to get a reduced sentence. All of this is that Taoist priest. Just me doing this. I'm an ordinary person, how do I know all this? It's him who taught me these methods of changing my chi luck. Song Jianyan hurriedly defended himself. Then have you ever wondered why he's helping you? Ji Yunyan laughed. That's because I can give him enough money. While doing this, I've already given him $500,000. Song Jianyan spoke without thinking. According to this Taoist priest's ability, do you think he'll lack this $500,000? Ji Yun spoke faintly. In his last life when he was a metaphysical celestial master, money was dung to himself. Any master of selection is not short of money. There are big officials and dignitaries. The rich and powerful aristocrats rush to hold the money sent to them before they did not care about it. Song Jianyan's face sank. Then what could be the reason? Chapter 97, Where's the girlfriend? The reason why he allowed you to take away the chi by borrowing the body of the rice grain and giving birth to a ghost baby with the body of the rice grain is only because he wanted to use that ghost baby to help him in his work. Ji Yun spoke. He is practicing an evil art that requires the use of a person's extremely strong resentment to give birth to a dead baby, which will have gathered the person's resentment and hostility, and he will use this dead baby to cultivate in order to enhance his cultivation. To be precise, he's using you. When it's done, all this chi from the rice grain sucked out of you will also be taken away by him, and you will be refined into a dry corpse by him. After Ji Yun's words fell, Song Jianyan had long since turned pale. At the same time, Migran's mom and dad and Migran, the three of them also came over this way. The moment they saw Song Jianyan, Migran's dad broke out and cursed. You did this kind of thing. Can you stand up to my daughter? My daughter has pulled out her heart and lungs for you. But what did you do to her? How could you do something so heartless? You cannot love my daughter. You should not hurt her so much. Do you know that my daughter, because of you, almost died today? The husband and wife of Mimi's parents couldn't wait to eat Song Jianyan alive. Song Jianyan lowered his head in shame and didn't say a word. And the rice grain is step by step up. Walked to the front of Song Jianyan. She walked extremely slow. She just had a miscarriage. The Yuan Chi greatly injured face pale body has no meat. Just like a skeleton like. That pair of dark big eyes despair and pain look at Song Jianyan. Song Jianyan, from the beginning to the end of the you are in order to get my chi luck and deliberately close to me. Is not it? Don't you already know everything? Why do you need to ask me again? At this moment, Song Jianyan's mind was filled with thoughts of her own fate. After such an incident, he will definitely be sentenced to jail. His star and his career will all be ruined. Before that he had signed a lot of cooperative endorsements, and he was afraid that he would have to pay a huge amount of liquidated damages if he had such a scandal. Without his chi, and having been in jail, he didn't know how many years he would be sentenced this time, and what he could do after he got out of jail if he could live. Song Jianyan was full of thoughts about his future, didn't even think about what Mimi was saying, and even he felt that what Mimi was saying was very noisy. So that's how. Then, during this process, did you ever develop a single ounce of affection for me? Rice looked at him painfully, her eyes full of despair. No, never. All right, are you satisfied? Song Jianyan raised his head, his blood-red eyes staring intently at Mimi. In these days, for the sake of Mimi's chi, he had spent so much time and energy in pleasing Mimi everywhere and falling in love with her. And as a result, in the end, all of his own efforts were in vain, doing useless work. If he had known this, he would have been better off doing his job and not thinking about these other things, and he would not have incurred these troubles. And this stupid woman in front of him would only remind him of all the nasty things he'd done and would only cause him pain. Looking at Song Jianyan's cold and numb eyes, The hope in the bottom of me Grand's eyes was completely dashed, just like a burning flame that was suddenly dashed by ice-cold water. Her eyes became hollow and dead, with nothing but numbness in them. I have to say that this woman is the top love brain now. People are killing her, and she's still asking if they love him. Adults don't love each other. Adults only see profit. Another love brain. Love brain is really hopeless. Randomly scares a college girl to death, so she won't dare to fall in love in the future. This farce was over, and it was time for Ji Yunyi to leave. Ji Yunyi returned to her rental house and continued the live broadcast. The person who connected to her was a netizen with the ID of Dream Tears. Hello, what are you counting? Hello anchor? I'd like to figure out where the hell my girlfriend is. Dream Tears looked at Ji Yunyan anxiously. Here's the thing. I have an online girlfriend, and we've been online for 3 whole years, but we've only met online in real life, not in person, and whenever I've offered to meet in person she's always turned me down. So I want you to help me figure out where the hell my girlfriend is. I really want to meet her, and I want our relationship to blossom and progress further. No way. No way. People really do have online relationships nowadays? The internet is not to be trusted. Internet dating is risky, and you need to be careful. Then send me her picture for a moment. Ji Yunyi spoke. Okay anchor, please wait a moment. Soon Dream Tear found a picture of his girlfriend and showed it to Ji Yunyan in the live broadcast room. Look, Miss Anchor, this little brother's girlfriend, her beauty filter is on too much, right? It's a bit too much. I have to admit that this girl is really quite good looking, provided if it's not a Photoshop. I'm a girl, and I'm looking at this picture and I'm getting excited. Ji Yunyan glanced at the photo, but frowned. What's wrong with the anchor? At this moment, Dream Tears was a bit anxious. This girlfriend of yours? Ji Yunyan spoke up. She's far away, but close at hand. What do you mean? Close by? Where is it? Dream Tears hurriedly turned around and looked around. Where is his girlfriend around here? You want to know who she is, right? Ji Yunyan spoke. Yeah, are you in your company now? Ji Yunyan asked out loud. Chapter 98. His girlfriend turns out to be. Yeah, I'm in my office. Dream Tears spoke up. Then go downstairs and go to the staff area on the first floor. Ji Yunyan said. Dream Tears? Good. The anchor's comment about Dream Tears' online love interest being far away. This means it can't be that Dream Tears' online love interest is in their company, right? Dream Tears looks like he's in a leadership level office. He's probably a company leader. I'm the sales director of our company. Dream Tears looked at the pop-ups in the live stream and spoke. Then this online romance shouldn't be an office romance, hahaha. Things are gradually moving in the direction of a romance novel. Starting to look forward to it. Soon, Dream Tears walked to the staff area on the first floor. Now, dial the phone number of your online love interest. Ji Yunyan continued to speak. Dream Tears gazed around the office. His girlfriend couldn't be among these people, right? Who could it be? He's not a looker. It doesn't matter if his girlfriend looks ordinary or even a little bit fat. He likes her as a person. Dream Tears dialed the other party's microsignal, and at the same time, a cell phone rang. Dream Tears had a heart instantly in her throat. Turns out his girlfriend is really close. Who the hell is it? Dream Tears' heart raced as she wandered through the staff area with excitement in her heart. Office romance about to begin. A female employee falling in love with her boss is kinda romantic and intense. At this moment, Dream Tears walked to the staff area and stopped. Stunned family members. No way no how? This is too thunderous. At this moment, Dream Tears came behind a man with a fat body of 200 pounds, who was wearing a pink headset and was sitting at his workstation to work. Maybe he was so immersed in his work, or maybe the music in his headphones was so loud that he didn't notice anyone behind him at all. He looked at the WeChat phone that was ringing, and hurriedly hung up, quickly sending a message over. Husband, I'm at work right now. It's not convenient for me to answer the phone. Dream Tears clutched her cell phone in a death grip, and for a moment, it was as disgusting as eating a dead fly. Dream Tears' little brother's girlfriend is not only an employee of his company, and that's even if it's not enough. It's even a guy, or a big fat guy. This tonnage. It looks like it must be close to 200 pounds at least. I just saw the message he sent in the live broadcast room, even shouting Dream Tears' husband. My God, how does a male send out such pretentious words? At this time, the Dream Tears were standing stiffly in place. He stared at the fat man in front of him. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was his girlfriend. Obviously his girlfriend was so sweet and cute, and a sexy little loli. He couldn't connect with this fat man in front of him no matter what. Office people call him fat. His business ability in general. Character is also a little under the head. Often late absenteeism, but off-duty time is more active than anyone else. Often rubbing the company bathroom toilet paper, each time all the bathroom paper all the grips empty, so that others squatting toilet when there is no paper to use. Not only that, he often grips the company's pantry of coffee, beverage juice, and company bucket water. Many colleagues reflect that he privately prepared a larger empty bottle of Farmer's Spring mineral water, and then brought home the company's water fountain in the bucket full of his large bottle, and then off duty to bring home. Many colleagues reflected his private preparation of a larger non-Fusanquin mineral water empty bottles, the company that the drinking fountains in the barrel water are full of his large bottle, and then under the shift to bring home, so that you can save a part of the water bill, as well as the company's colleagues reflected that he was in the company's bathroom to wash the clothes, wash the underpants. In short, this person's degree of oddity beyond human imagination. Everyone up and down the company kinda hated him, and as a leader, he couldn't get enough of the fat guy. He couldn't believe, no matter what, that the obnoxious one was an oddball greasy male fatso who was his girlfriend, which was a complete different person. Undeterred, Dream Tears continued to send a message to Fatty. I have something very important to say to you. Can you go pick up the phone? Soon the fat man pressed a string of text over on his cell phone. Hubby, then you wait for a while. Oh, I'll call you inside the company bathroom. Immediately after the fat man removed the headphones from his ears, he quickly got up and went to the company's bathroom. Dream Tears stiffly looked at Fatty's back as he went to the bathroom, and he dragged his heavy and stiff feet to follow him step by step. At this time, Dream Tears watched outside the bathroom as Fatty picked up his cell phone and dialed a number over. Immediately after that, Fatty's originally rough male voice immediately turned into a soft lowly voice the moment he opened his mouth. Honey, what's so important you want to see me about? The voice was soft and whiny, and if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Dream Tears wouldn't have believed that it was coming from a man's mouth. Oh my god. I'm having embarrassment cancer. I have goosebumps. That means this fat guy can change his voice? He wouldn't have learned it in private, would he? It's really disgusting. Be careful with online dating. Could this fat man have any fetishes? Such as he imagines himself as a woman. There are such examples around me. My neighbor's family has a cousin he always feels that he should be a woman, and usually especially love to wear the small dresses worn by girls, but also love to wear makeup, wear wigs, and even clamor for his family to support him to go to Thailand to do sex reassignment surgery. This cousin of mine is not normal in his sexual orientation. He just likes men. He just likes to pretend himself to be a woman to fall in love with men. So I'm wondering if this fat guy also has this kind of tendency, right? To be honest, if the fat man is a clean-faced, tall, stable little brother, I can still knock up these two men CP, but he is this tonnage I really cannot knock up. I really feel a little nausea, a little under the head. How can you people say such things? What's wrong with being fat? Since when did being fat become an original sin? Can't we fat people fall in love? Don't we deserve sweet love? Even though Dream Tears had forced himself to comfort himself that his girlfriend and Fatty weren't even the same person, looking at the scene in front of him made it impossible for him to continue with his self-deception. A moment of surprised dismay at this moment has all been replaced by anger. He quickly rushed forward. Dead clenched fists ruthlessly gave the fat man a punch. For a moment the fat man was caught off guard by the blow. The flesh on his body trembled heavily as he looked at the Dream Tears in front of him with a face full of shock. Manager you came to use the restroom too? He muttered in his heart. Good reason why manager he hammered himself this punch? He's been doing pretty well in business lately. He's already closed several big orders. I would like to ask you what the hell is going on here? At this moment, Dream Tear was filled with anger, and the rage contained in his eyes laid out the cell phone call page in front of Fatty. Fatty looked at this scene incredulously, while the expression on his face evolved from brief shock to panic. He knows everything? Chapter 99, Wilderness Survival Guest List. Look at the expression on that big fat guy's face, like he knows his boyfriend is the boss. That is to say the two fell in love not because of an accident? Nor is it what the netizens say, but that the fat man knew that this man was his boss, yet he still fell in love with him? Is this premeditated? You better explain to me what's going on here. At this moment, Dream Tears clutched the collar of Fatty's t-shirt as he angrily accused him. Manager I'm wrong. The fat man's voice was weak and trembling. His legs and stomach were a bit trembling. He raised both hands up to make a surrender. I know I'm wrong. That is to say, you know my identity but still intentionally approached me, pretending to be a woman to fall in love with me and have an online relationship with me? Dream Tears had never been so angry as he was right now. He clutched Fatty's collar with a death grip. His eyes would have been about to spit out fury. It's all my fault, Fatty said in tears. Under Dream Tears' pressing, Fatty had no choice but to tell him all this. Originally, the fat man was a real estate sales, and Dream Tears as his superior leader. As a sales director, his salary composition has a part of the source from the name of the band of these sales of the salary commission of the share. In other words, the higher the performance of these sales under Dream Tears' name, and the higher Dream Tears' salary. Fatty for the leader has such a high salary. Dissatisfaction. He felt that his hard-earned sales commission, in turn, Was the leader to earn some? He is even to the leadership of the same working. The heart is a little reluctant, coupled with a dream tear because he was late to leave things criticized him, but also deducted his 3 days of wages. He more and more dissatisfied up, always thinking of what other ways to get the money back. He is always thinking of some other way to get the money back. Finally, he found an opportunity, and he realized that dream tears love to play large handheld games, so he created a small number in the game added to the account of the dream tears. So every day after work to accompany the dream tears with the game, together in the virtual network world chat, but also in that the two people chatting and chatting to cultivate out of feelings. He found that the dream tears really generous, will buy himself game equipment, game skin, immediately after he began to build up. So he said his salary deducted off the rent and utilities are not enough to use. Asked the dream tears cannot give himself to transfer $500. The dream tears were given with alacrity. At first it was 500, 800, 1,000. 2,000. Gradually, the fat man tasted the sweetness, then began to 3 or 4,000, 5 or 6,000 to ask. From time to time, he would sell his misery to dream tears, saying that his family was poor, his parents were farming in their hometown, and that they were seriously ill and needed money, so they borrowed some money from dream tears. And dream tears also gave him the money painfully and never urged him to pay back the money or asked for it from him. Even in 521, Valentine's Day, such as the date of the fat transfer 99999991314 and other amounts, to buy a lot of high-grade skincare cosmetics for the fat man, of course. These things, of course, cannot be used, but also these things are all listed on the second-hand trading platform to earn some money. Of course, these things, of course, fatty is not used, but also all of these things are hung on the second-hand trading platform to earn some money. Before and after, dream tears had transferred more than $300,000 to fatty. This is too shameless. This is fraud. Let's suggest calling the police for this. Online dating requires caution, really. Dream tears this live linking even late. It should be earlier linking to the anchor, but also not to be cheated so much money, but also cheated emotionally. Manager he, the fat man, explained all of this coyly. I know what I did was wrong. I know I shouldn't have cheated your feelings. In fact, at first I just wanted to make some money, but I didn't expect you to be so generous to me, to be so good to me. No one has ever been this good to me before. Your tenderness and thoughtfulness towards me touched me deeply. I realized that my feelings towards you are not just deceitful. I realized that I am moved towards you. Fatty looked at the deep feelings of the dream tears. Manager he, I'm not all deception to you. There is also true heart. I threw up. I threw up my overnight meal. This is too oily. I'm not an Epicurean, but I'm really, for this scene, is Fatty interested in dream tears? It's the wallet of tears of dreams. I'm about to puke from being disgusted by you, dog. Dream tears had a look on his face like he had eaten. He clenched his fists and raised his hand to give him a hard punch. Are you disgusting or not? Originally, when he met Xiao Dai, he thought it was a heavenly blessing, but who would have thought that it was a long-planned deception? It doesn't matter if he cheats a little bit of money, but it's just that this fat bastard cheated him out of his feelings. You know, this is his first love. That's how he got his first love. Wasted feelings, wasted youth. Don't be so desperate to me. Fatty bit his lip and looked at him, a clip sound coming out of his mouth. Husband, ******** you to hell. Dead fat pig. Cheating money and feelings. I've never met such a disgusting person like you. Saying that, Dream Tears clenched her fists and raised her hand to hammer him hard a few times to vent her anger. Soon, Dream Tears called the police, who quickly arrested Fatty. And Fatty also promised that he would return all of the more than $300,000 that he had swindled with interest to Dream Tears. Facing the live broadcast, Dream Tears wanted to cry. Anchor, I'm really grateful to you for letting me recognize the truth. I sincerely suggest that people should be more cautious if they are online dating in the future. There are so many scammers these days. Comforting, cuddling, Dream Tears in good condition. Do not be sad because of this failed relationship. The next object to wipe their eyes. Ji Yunyi said, your next relationship will meet your rightful destiny, and you will grow old and love each other for the rest of your lives. Don't be discouraged. Go find your happiness. Thank you. Anchor. Dream Tears rewarded $2,000 in the live broadcast. I wish Anchor a continued explosion of fire and prosperity. Thanks. The two chatted for a few moments and then hung up. At this time, the Wilderness Survival Variety Show official released the list of guests to participate in the variety show. Ji Yunyan realized that Ji Yunyan was also on this list. On top of that, there was the movie star, Ji Yunyan's best friend, Ji Yunyan's older brother, Ji Chungfeng, and Ji Yunyan's former opposite family, Su Linlin. The comments section exploded. Ji Yun, Ji Yunin. Look at the lineup of guests. We're in for a treat. Chapter 100, Brother Will Protect You. Ruthlessly looking forward to it. At this time, Ji Yunyan looked at these comments under the microblogging hot search. Her eyes were cold. I don't know what is going on with Ji Yun. Good for nothing suddenly like a changed person actually will fortune telling. But also 3 days on the hot search pressure their own hotness. Originally thought of using Xie Chen's hand to block her all over the net, but didn't expect her to be able to use the live broadcast platform to burst into flames all over the net? Ji Yun, this fake instead of herself had enjoyed 19 years in the Ji family. How could she stand by and watch Ji Yun have a good time? This roundup. It's a great opportunity. At this moment, Ji Changfeng knocked on Ji Yunyan's bedroom door. Big brother. Ji Yunyan smiled and got up to open the door. In a few days we'll be participating in the wilderness survival variety recording. So you should take a good rest these days to make sure you have enough stamina to participate in the program. Well, don't worry big brother. I will. Ji Yunyan smiled softly. I didn't expect Ji Yunyan to be on the list of invited guests. Ji Changfeng frowned when he mentioned Ji Yun. Sister, don't worry. I will protect you. We'll never let Ji Yun injure half of your fingers. Thank you brother. Ji Yunyan smiled softly. Ji Yunying what are you going to fight me with? Due to the news that the variety show was going to be recorded was released, Ji Yun's live broadcast room added a lot more fans and heat. Her live room is already a platform-wide hot top 1. Anchor, you're going to be in a variety show. Congratulations. Congratulations to the anchor. I hope the anchor will be very rich and prosperous in the future and have a smooth career. Thank you everyone. Ji Yunyan curled her lips and smiled. Anchor, is it true that you won't be able to see you live after you join the variety show? I squat in the anchor live room every day. Watching the anchor live has become a kind of entertainment in my daily life. The anchor went to participate in the variety show. What should I do? Anchor, I still want to watch you live. When will you continue to live? The comments section wailed. Ji Yunyan laughed lightly. Going on a variety program doesn't delay my live broadcast. Before I go on the variety show, I will be live all the time. And in the rest space at the end of the variety show, I will also be live. At that time it depends on the time. If the variety show is busy, then you can draw 1 trigram a day live. If it's easier, you can still have 3 trigrams a day. Oh my god. The anchor is really a master of time management. Anchor, I love you. Where can I find such a dedicated anchor? The comments section bristled with a flurry of pop-ups as well as a few bounties. Ji Yunyan smiled. Alright, start connecting to the net. The one who drew the lucky bag is Little Strawberry. At this moment, Ji Yunyan connected to Little Strawberry. Across the room was a yellow-faced girl, maybe 10 years old. After answering the connection, Little Strawberry greeted Ji Yunyan. Hello, anchor. Hello. Ji Yunyan curled his lips and smiled. What do you want to count, little friend? I want to count when my mom will die. The Little Strawberry's face was agonized. What's that supposed to mean? What does that say? How easy it was for your mom to bring you up. And you curse her like this? This kid is a white-eyed wolf. This is coming from a child's mouth? I'm a mom, too, and it would break my heart if my daughter said something like that. It would be better to have such a daughter than not to have one at all. Chapter 101. At this moment, a sharp female voice rang out from not far away. I caught you playing with your cell phone again. Playing with your cell phone all day long. Not helping out around the house. What's the point of having a daughter like you? In the camera frame, the woman is wearing an apron and sitting in front of a large basin, which is almost a mountain of pots and pans. And the woman is wearing leather gloves and vigorously scrubbing the pile of dishes in the basin. I can see that this mom is very tired and worn out. Who says not? She washed a mountain of dishes alone. This daughter does not come over to lend a hand, do not know to share a little, even if it even live fortune-telling curse her mother to die early. Really filial piety out of the powerful. It's a sin in this life to have such a daughter. This mom was gnashing her teeth at her daughter and wanted to beat her up, but she could see that she had a lot of work to do and didn't have time to beat her up, so she turned a blind eye. This mom is so pathetic. At this moment, a middle-aged man holding a large pile of unwashed plates and bowls came this way. He placed the bowls in this basin and wiped the sweat on his head. How much did you earn today? The woman spoke as she wiped the sweat from her head with her elbow. $1,000. The man, equally sweaty, found a small bench and sat down in front of the woman to accompany her as she washed the dishes. These two should be running a snack bar or something like that. $1,000 a day to beat the envy of the workers. What's there to envy? Can't you see how hard they work? So many bowls, they don't look like they hired a waiter. Just these two people have been doing it, from morning to night, to be tired to death. The snacks also have off-season, peak season. Off-season time is not enough rent and utilities. This is a hard job. The woman wiped the sweat from her head. My brother called me today. The man hesitated for an instant as he washed the dishes. And then what? Long got into the first middle school. We have to prepare a promotion banquet. We have to prepare a big red packet for our great nephew and a decent gift. Well, You're right. The man continued to wash the dishes. I've got my eye on a game console. Kids love to play it. That thing seems to be called Switch. A while ago Long even told me he wanted this thing. The woman said. Her eyes lit up. Let's give our great-nephew a $10,000 red packet and a game console. He'll love it and be happy. $10,000 is too much, the man said with a scowl. What's more, great-nephew easily passed the exam. We as a sister-in-law uncles must not be ambiguous. Besides, this is also a humane exchange. We cannot lose face. The woman gave the man a cross look. The big deal is that we'll just work a little harder and be a little more tired. It doesn't matter. The man looked at the pile of bowls in front of him. But we, Yang, got into the first middle school last year. And your brother gave 1,000 portions of money. We're all family. What's the point of caring? Besides, what's wrong with me as a sister taking care of my brother more? The woman was not amused. At that moment, little Strawberry hung her cell phone around her neck and took a step closer, accusing with displeasure. If you're going to buy a $2,000 game console for your brother's kid, why don't you buy one for my brother? Don't you know the condition of our family? The woman glared at her fiercely. How much money do your father and I earn in a month by working our asses off to buy your brother a game console to drink the northwest wind? But, why don't you be nice to your own children? My brother's share was 1,000, but she wants 10,000. Isn't this a swollen face? Why are you giving your brother so much money? Do you know that my brother and I don't have enough money to live on every month? Gnawing on steamed buns and eating pickles at school, little Strawberry complained loudly in dissatisfaction, her eyes brimming with tears. These two kids are so pathetic too. You have to be careful. You have to think about your own family. Look at the clothes that Strawberry is wearing. They're all white from washing. You're letting your own kids suffer just for the sake of saving face? What can I say? I'm pissed off through the screen. Not loving your own child, but loving your brother's child. That's your brother's child, not yours. Suddenly understanding little Strawberry's. No matter what, that's Strawberry's mom. Is it right for her to curse her own mom like this? Just then, but a line of people came barging in, their faces grim. When are you going to pay back the money? That's right. It's been dragging on for so long. Is it still being paid back? Everyone is fierce. The last to walk in was a woman with a child. She touched her tears. Please, give us back the money. My husband is still lying in intensive care. Urgent life-saving money. Wait. The woman rubbed her hands together. She folded her hands and looked at them pleasingly. We have already paid back part of it last month. This month we have to pay rent and utilities. And the two children have to pay tuition fees for their schooling. So can we be lenient? Can you give us a break? Grace my ass. The leader kicked over a barrel in the yard, his face grimacing. How many times have you asked us for leniency? Do you have any pussy in your heart? Big brother, have something to say. My child is still there. The man hastened to protect the small Strawberry, praying. Good talk my ass. You guys owe us $500,000. How long will it take to pay us back? The man was fierce. Who doesn't have kids in school? Who doesn't have a family to live with? Can you return it or not? If not, I'll find your brother. What did you do to owe $500,000? It's too hard to be born in such a family. Too choked. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately changed her face. Don't look for my brother. I can pay it back. I can pay it back. Saying that, she hastily snatched away her husband's cell phone and scanned the code for the other party. My husband's cell phone has $1,000 of the money he earned today, as well as the two children's tuition and living expenses, a total of $5,000. You receive it first. At this moment, the little Strawberry went up to try to stop it. Aren't you going to let me study with my brother? But before she could stop her, the woman had quickly transferred the money. You, said the man on the sidelines, dry-eyed, but to no avail. What's $5,000 for? I owe $500,000. The other party's face was not good but still received it. WeChat collection. $5,000. The WeChat collection beep sounded. You gave him back $5,000. And you haven't given it back to us yet. A group of people yelled in dissatisfaction. Payback's payback. The woman murmured, looking to her husband. Husband, let's go sell blood today. Sell blood for $4,000 a person. Two people will be $8,000. Right, plus our strawberries. And then call Yang from school. 4 people selling blood can at least earn more than $10,000 to pay back the loan. How the hell do you owe money? I'm really convinced that I let my 2 children sell their blood as well. And it's really a sin to be born into such a family. Chapter 102, The Miserable Life of Food Devil's Husband and Child. Not good, right? The man had a difficult look on his face. The 2 kids are still so young. They're still growing up. It's just a one-time blood draw. It won't be a big deal. The woman didn't think so. It's important to pay back the money. It's not too late. Let's hurry. The little Strawberry was biting her lips in death, her voice trembling. You don't let me and my brother go to school, and you make me and my brother sell blood. Do you deserve to be a mom like this? Why am I not worthy? I work so hard for this family, no black day and night. In order to support this family I am exhausted. 30-something people tired as if more than 50, but in the end I do not deserve to be your mother. I am so hard, so tired. But not for you, for the sake of this family? The woman complained. Hey, being a parent is indeed not easy. If the family is not in good condition, then the children should be more sympathetic and considerate. Why have a baby when you're poor? If you can't make it on your own, and you give birth to a child, isn't that making the child suffer? If you give birth to a child who is going to inherit your poverty, labor, and pain, then it is a blessing not to have one. It's too unfortunate for little Strawberry and her brother to be born into such a family, too. But at this moment, little Strawberry let out a cold laugh. For the sake of this family? You still have the face to say that? Then you tell me how you got the money you owe. I'm the one who got scammed by the internet. Didn't I tell you guys? But I distinctly heard your brother call you the other day. And this is the money your brother owes. With that, Strawberry played a recording. Sis, you have to save me. A male voice full of sobs came from the phone. What? What's wrong? The woman's voice rang out. I do business with a loss of more than $500,000. My wife knows to divorce me. Sister, you also know that I am now a Moonlight family. To support his wife and children, this money is not enough to spend. You have to help me. If you don't help me, my family will be broken up. The man in the receiver cried bitterly. Brother, don't cry. The woman was heartbroken. Isn't it just over $500,000? Sister gave you back. Don't be sad. Money is gone, can still earn. Wife and child can't be gone. This family can't be broken up. But it's hard for you alone to help me pay back the money. It doesn't matter. Don't we still have your brother-in-law? There are also my in-laws. So many people in our family. United. $1 million is not difficult to pay back. But will my brother-in-law be willing? And my great-aunt? Can my great-aunt's husband be willing? Don't worry. I'll just say that I was cheated out of money. Isn't wire fraud quite popular now? If I say I've been defrauded by telecommunication fraud, people will surely believe me. My husband is very good to me. We both have a good relationship with the couple. He will be willing to help me pay back the money. As for the in-laws, we'll also look at the face of their son to us to pay back the money. Don't worry, brother, there is still sister to support me when the sky falls. Sis, you're so sweet. The recording ends here. This feudy demon is also too scary. I really opened my eyes when the feudy demon was raised to new heights. It's okay for you to suffer yourself to pay back your brother. Why are you still dragging your husband? Who owes you? Married to such a feudy demon. Which life did I create a sin? Substituting himself. He got fiercely angry. Me too. If I married a woman like that, my ancestors' coffin boards would have to be crushed by the anger. The man's face was hard as he stared intently at the little Strawberry's mom. So you don't owe this money at all? It's that brother of yours? The woman coyly, but soon she straightened up. That is my own brother. We are all family. We help each other. How? That's your brother, not my brother. The man angry, chest up and down, gusts of undulation. Just married when the bride price of $200,000. You all gave your brother to buy a house, even if your brother every time you cannot pay the mortgage. You from my payroll card to take money to your brother. Said it is borrowed, but never paid back. That's all right, but you shouldn't have thought about my parents' retirement money. Do you know that my parents knew you owed money and took out $400,000, which is their retirement money, the money that the old man had saved for his whole life. All of it was used to marry me and pay off your debt. It's okay that you owe it, but it's all owed by your brother. The little Strawberry also complained. You buy your brother's children so many beautiful clothes and so many good food and fun on New Year's holidays. But how do you treat your own children? Do my brother and I get any pocket money all year round? Do I get new clothes? Does my brother have a video game? My brother has to borrow someone else's cell phone to play online classes. But you buy your brother's children so expensive game consoles, give so much pocket money, with so many shares. In the end, who is your biological child? You lied to me. You cheated my parents out of their retirement money. And you cheated my 2 children out of their livelihood. Are you still a human being? Did I marry you, or did I marry your brother's entire family? The man's eyes were scarlet with anger and he broke down. I don't care about your family affairs. Anyway, you paid your brother's debt voluntarily, so the money should be on your head. The leader of the debt collectors said, "Get out of here. All of you get out of here." The man shouted angrily, "From now on, I'm going to divorce her. You guys go to her for your debts, and my son and daughter and I will never be the wrongdoers again. And I'm going to sue for all the retirement money you swindled from my parents, and I'm going to make you pay it all back." The moment the words fell, the man held up a broom and started blasting people. "Get out of here, all of you." The big guy saw that things were going badly and rushed off. On his way out, he didn't forget to say, "Remember to pay it back," shooing the men away. The man held up his broom and stared at the woman with hatred. "You get out of here too. I'm going to divorce you. I bought this house before I was married. You have no right to live here." With that, the man raised his broom to get rid of the woman. "Why are you so ungrateful? Do you have a conscience?" The woman wiped her tears. "Aren't we husband and wife? What's wrong with suffering together? Besides, I've been with you since high school. Until now. It's been 30 years. Is this 30-year relationship not more than this amount of money? It's just a little bit of money. Why are you like this now? This woman is so unreasonable." "What do you mean? Just this much money? You know an ordinary person can't earn $1 million in their lifetime." "Who says not? If she owes $1 million, men still also pay. But this is her brother's money. Why let the whole family suffer to follow her to pay the debt? It's really bad luck to marry a wife like that." The man grimaced, unwilling to say another word to her, and blew her away with a broom. Ji Yunyi sighed as she watched the scene. "Instead of hurting your own child, you're hurting someone else's." She thinks of her brother's family as family, but her brother thinks otherwise. Ji Yunyan spoke. One day later, "Your mom will die at the hands of her own brother." Chapter 103, Cannibal Village. Little Strawberry breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Anchor. Well, live well in the days to come," Ji Yunyan said. "This trigram is free today. Every day there's a free fortune, only for those with a destiny." With that, Ji Yun hung up the live broadcast. "I'm quite surprised how this woman died at the hands of her brother." "Me too. My ex-wife is a feudy demon, and my whole family was killed by her. Now I'm upset when I see her. To suffer yourself, don't drag the whole family. To such a woman as a child is really a sin." After this gossip ended, Ji Yunyan answered the new live link. Connected to the netizen's name is called the village chief of Castle Peak Village. After the video connection, is a man wearing a Zhongshan suit, more than 50 years old number of appearance. His face was haggard, and upon seeing Ji Yunyan, his tired, cloudy eyes glowed. "Master, I've finally met you. You must save our village. Tell me what you've encountered." Ji Yun's slender white hand like a work of art picked up the glass cup and sipped the rose tea. "It's like this. Strange things have been happening in our village lately." The mayor of Castle Peak Village spoke. "The villagers in our village started out vomiting and puking up everything they ate. And then every household was hospitalized with gastroenteritis. Originally I thought it was a large-scale flu illness, but nothing happened in the next village. And then later, those villagers who were hospitalized with gastroenteritis actually started eating raw meat. Once I was in the village repairing a water canal, only to see that the Wang Dogzi from our village had actually caught a live chicken from their chicken pen, bit its neck and killed it alive, and then just took the hair and wolfed down that chicken raw. At the time I saw it I was terrified. Anchor, do you know what that feels like? It was like a zombie in a zombie movie. I thought he was suffering from xenophagia and thought of having the village doctor look at him, but I didn't realize that after a few days, the villagers started to eat raw and live meat en masse. The chickens and ducks that were alive in the village, the fish in the pond, and the toads were also eaten alive. Then the pigs, cows, and sheep. Once you just gave birth to a lamb. The placenta has not yet been peeled off. As a result, a few villagers in our village saw this scene red-eyed. The big guys swarmed up, and at once tore that newborn lamb alive and ate it alive. That newborn you wasn't even spared. Everyone lived to gnaw their way through the side of the birth canal where the ewe gave birth to her lambs, and lived to eat the ewe alive as well. That scene was really shocking. I can't forget it for the rest of my life. The village chief looked horrified. I was so scared that I hurriedly took my wife and children back to my house. And that group of sick people were really red-eyed one by one just like zombies, but they become sober after eating it, like normal people. I got a doctor to go and see them, but couldn't see anything. Gradually, more and more people in the village got this disease. People eating live meat and eating raw meat also gradually became cannibalistic. My God, is it that scary? Eating human flesh? Are you sure this isn't a big zombie movie? This can't be some kind of plague. Yes, it's cannibalism, the village chief said with a panicked look on his face. Auntie Lee's daughter-in-law. She was only in her monthly cycle after giving birth to her child, and as a result, that day when my wife and I were carrying eggs to see her, I didn't expect to run into her eating her own child's flesh. The baby, just 2 days old, cried her heart out, but she bit down on the baby's neck like a long hungry wolf, and just bit the baby's neck alive, and emptied the baby's stomach and ate all the guts out of the baby's stomach. When I went there, I saw all the blood on the bed, and she was gnawing on the child's neck with relish, and all the blood was in her mouth, and the child's belly was soft, and it was empty inside, and all the insides were hollowed out. Seeing this scene, Aunt Lee fainted in fear. My wife and I were stunned and didn't react for a long time, and when we did, Aunt Lee's daughter-in-law hugged her broken child and began to bawl in remorse, saying that she didn't mean to do it, and that she didn't know why she ate her own child's flesh, and that she couldn't help it. Then more and more people ate the meat of their own biological children, and even ate the meat of their own parents. Flesh and bone. Our village turned into a large slaughterhouse, like the end of the world. Our village was like infected with a terrible virus. The plague. The county knows about this, has blocked our village. The villagers cannot go out. We cannot contact the outside world. I, as the village chief, but too powerless, cannot do anything, can only watch the village to get sick. More and more people watched the whole village pandemonium. Saying that, the village chief shed tears. Moreover, I realized that today, my son also started to eat raw meat. Before long, he will mutate and evolve into eating his sister's flesh, and eating his parents' flesh. The people in the village who have gotten sick are all like this. I'll go to. Then people who make zombie movies can go to this village to shoot. This village is cursed, isn't it? This is too scary. What the hell is going on here? Unheard of. Ji Yunyan wrinkled her eyebrows. Before anything happens, think about whether you guys have ever eaten anything strange. We didn't eat anything we shouldn't have. The village chief racked his brain to recall. Recall carefully if there was anything unusual about what you ate. Chapter 104. There's human flesh in the bun. There's nothing out of the ordinary, mused the village chief. The wife on the village chief's side thought for a moment and spoke. Our son ate a meat bun a few days ago, and there was hair in the bun, but it didn't look like a man's hair to me, and it didn't look like a woman's hair, which was quite strange. It's not supposed to be falling leg hair, is it? The problem is this bun, Ji Yunyan said. How can this be? The village chief's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly called the old Lu who sold buns. Old Lu, you come to my house. I have something to say to you. Old Lu was one of the very few people in our village who hasn't been infected. The more the village chief thought about it, the more angry he became. It can't be that the problem lies with old Lu. This is too horrible. He's trying to kill our entire village. The village chief's wife's face was filled with rage. Soon, the old Lu came toward this side. He came in too much of a hurry. Waist on the body, still wearing an apron. Hands still have not finished washing the noodle lumps. Old Lu has a Chinese character face and looks a bit naive and honest. Village chief, what are you looking for me for? Old Lu knew that the village was not peaceful recently. The village was blocked off and everyone wanted to escape. All afraid that if they stayed any longer everyone would be infected and mutated as well. Many people were close to the village chief, and some even took out their entire family fortune to bribe the village chief in order to get him to let them out. But none of this is working. The village chief, however, clutched old Lu's collar and angrily said, "Speak, what did you put in the meat buns that everyone ate?" Old Lu didn't expect the village chief, who was always pleasant to the big guys, to be so grumpy, yanking on his collar. He was strangled a bit and couldn't catch his breath. Wrongfully accused. Village chief, I didn't put anything on. I've been selling buns for 30 years and have always done my business honestly. How can you doubt me? Village chief? All the mutated people in the village ate the buns you made. So tell me, did you put something you shouldn't have into the buns? The village chief coldly and angrily rebuked. I didn't. Heaven and earth have a conscience. Old Lu said with a bitter face. I've been doing business in good faith for so long. The village is full of folks. How could I possibly put something in there to harm everyone? Besides, if I put something in there and something happens, how can people still buy my buns? I can't ruin my own business. Old Lu looks like he means what he says. So what the hell is going on here? The village chief hesitated. Then we'll go to your house. Old Lu stays home alone. His wife died in a car accident a few years ago, and his son is away at college. So there's no one in the house to mutate, and there's no security risk. So the village chief went with his wife to old Lu's house. You see, this is where I make my buns, and the filling is made fresh every day. Old Lu grimaced and said, this meat is all the freshest. The mayor checked and there was indeed nothing wrong, until he opened the refrigerator. What kind of meat is this? He looked at a large, neatly cut chunk of frozen meat in the freezer. This meat? Old Lu hesitated for an instant, and for a moment there was a bit of weakness. Say, what the hell is going on here? The village chief immediately captured old Lu's emotions as he questioned in a cold voice. This meat is what I picked up in the food market. Old Lu had to open his mouth. I picked up when it was frozen meat, put it in a foam box. The meat inside was cut neatly and diced. I see that this meat is quite good. Just think that there is a cheap not to take advantage of the white, not to take advantage of the and pick up, said old Lu eagerly. If you don't believe me, smell it. It's fresh. The mayor checked the meat with her wife, and it was indeed not spoiled, and smelled of a pungent coldness. Chapter 105. Human flesh in a bun. Do you know what kind of meat you found and you dare to let the big guys eat it? The village chief glared in anger. What if this meat is poisonous? So many of our villagers have become like this. You dare to say that this is not your responsibility for this meat? That's right. The source doesn't meet the meat and dare to give it to the big guys. How can you do this unethical thing? The village chief's wife also frowned and said, check the pieces of meat underneath. Ji Yunyan said, check the meat underneath. The village chief hurriedly peeled off these surface layers and turned out the meat inside. Hubby, is this piece on this meat hair or sweat? The village head's wife noticed the end and pointed to one of the pieces of meat. This meat is a bit fishy. It smells like a woman's there. The village headman's wife frowned. This shouldn't be. At this time the mayor of the village found another piece of frozen meat, which had a piece of yellowish stuff on it. This is a large intestine. Right. The three men went over to look at it and saw that it was really a large intestine. This meat is clearly human meat. You honestly explain where this meat actually comes from. The village chief's spine chilled with rage, clutching old Lu's collar and pressing. Old Lu then realized the seriousness of the matter. I really don't know. Village head. I swear with my children and grandchildren's descendants, these meat is really what I picked up. I really did not know it was human meat. At this moment, Ji Yunyi spoke. He indeed doesn't know. Then what the hell is going on? The village chief was confused. He looked at Ji Yunyi across the video. Master, please, you help us. Our villagers are innocent. We didn't know that this is human flesh. If we had known, everyone definitely wouldn't have eaten it. Unring the bell. I can bring in the person behind this to have a chat. Ji Yunyi on the opposite side of the video made a seal with both hands and recited a string of charms. Immediately after that, a gust of wind rose up, and the sand and dust in the village was blown by the gust of wind and fogged up, and the whole village was shrouded in a yellowish fog, making it hard to see. Husband, I'm afraid. The village headman's wife hid behind the village headman. Don't be afraid. The village chief copied a large kitchen knife and blocked in front of his wife, taking a defensive stance. I'm here. Old Lu was also stunned and hurriedly hid behind a large water tank on the side, shrinking into a ball. Right in the middle of this gusty wind and gauzy fog, a miserable woman's cry began to ring out. The cries came closer and closer and stretched on, until a faceless zombie-like looking female ghost appeared on the video screen. Seeing ghosts live again. I've seen it all. Female ghost, please tell your story. At first, I was quite afraid of seeing ghosts in the live room. But now, I've seen more and I'm not afraid anymore. Blind guess. Is that the meat on this female ghost was made into meat buns and eaten by the villagers? So she retaliated against the whole village. So much so that all those who ate the meat buns ate raw meat, ate human flesh, and all of them mutated? Tell your story. Ji Yunyan spoke to the female ghost over the video screen. My name is Lin Bingbing. The female ghost shed blood and tears, looking hideous and terrifying on that face. I was killed by my son. Back then I to give birth to him. I tore and lateral incision. That era cannot have painless injection. I was living pain, almost fainted to death before I desperately gave birth to him. Then my husband and I divorced, and I netted a divorce in order to fight for custody of him. All these years I was alone in the wind and rain to pull him up. A single woman with a child, how difficult, I think we can understand. But I did not expect. I worked hard for him to go to school, but he killed me, cut my body into pieces with a cutting machine, thrown into the vegetable market. The result was picked up by old Lu. My meat was eaten by so many people. The female ghost cried miserably. Chapter 106. What kind of scummy son is this? He's too much of a scum. It'd be better not to have such a thing. Even going to adopt an orphan would be better than this. He's a heartless man. How dare you brutally kill your own mother? Do people like that have no conscience? My heart goes out to this aunt. How desperate and painful it must have been to be killed by the closest relative in this world, when the son should be sentenced to her ex-husband. Hard work to pull the child to grow up. Easy this. In the end, but ended up like this. The child was born. This is not equal to the birth of an enemy. This is not as bad as this. This is too bad, because the big guys ate my meat, and I had extremely strong resentment in my lifetime. So everyone became like this, cried Lin Bingbing. All the people in the comment area sympathize with Lin Bingbing, but at this time, Ji Yunyi is coldly open. Is the truth really like this? Does the anchor mean there's a reversal? I've been in the anchor booth for a while now, and since the anchor says there's a reversal, there's bound to be a reversal. Quietly squatting the truth. Of course what I said is true. Lin Bingbing cried. How about I summon your son as well? Ji Yunyi opened her mouth. Her slender white hand gripped a golden bell and shook it in the air. Another burst of extremely thick smoke filled the surroundings. If you ask me, the cow is really the anchor cow, inviting two ghosts at once. I'm only convinced by Ji Yunyan. The moment the smoke filled away, a younger male ghost appeared in full view. Is this Lin Bingbing's son, the white-eyed wolf? How could he kill his own mother if he looks like a dog? I'm not sure if you can't tell the difference between a man and a woman. The moment she saw the male ghost, the hatred in Lin Bingbing's entire body turned into substance, and she opened her sharp, pointed fingernails, hissed shrilly, and lunged towards the male ghost. The male ghost was not willing to give in, and the two ghosts just fought each other on the air. I saw a ghost fight for the first time in my life. Really opens eyes. The village chief's wife, and old Lu hurriedly hid far away for fear of being mistakenly injured by these two ghosts. Ji Yunyan sighed. Have you fought enough? Fight enough and then talk properly. Across the screen, the two ghosts felt that powerful sense of oppression from Ji Yunyan's body, a sense of shock that originated from a strong person in the metaphysics, and both of them were no match. The two ghosts were also tired of fighting. The male ghost's gaze fell on the village chief's cell phone live streaming camera opposite Ji Yunyan. I can see that you are a high-level person, so can you do justice for me? Bull ******* justice. You don't even look at what you've done. You still have the face to say that you do justice after harming your own mother? I really am worse than a sinus. The male ghost hooked his lips in self-deprecation. You all spit on me and hurled abuse at me for killing my own mother, but no one knows what I've been through. The reason I did what I did was all because she forced me to. The male ghost pointed at Lin Bingbing. The likes of you don't deserve to be my mother at all. You've ruined my life. You've ruined everything for me. How have I ruined your life? In order to give birth to you. I paid so much hard work. In order to raise you. A woman to hold up this family. I won the ox as a horse in the end, but in exchange for you brutally abused me. And dismantled me in 8 pieces. I really just hate me when I gave birth to you I should have known that when I was pregnant with you I should have beaten you. There's no need to suffer so much. Did I beg you to have me? I'd rather be born in someone else's belly than be born by you. The male ghost was hysterical. I have been gifted since I was a child. I have excellent academic performance. At the age of 10 I broke the rules to participate in the college entrance examination, and I got into 985. But I was careless with the questions. As long as I am no longer careless I can get into the Qingbei University. I want to repeat, but you do not let me repeat. Let me go to college. And then I got into graduate school. The school can be sent abroad as an international student. The academic content is very high. All tuition fees are waived. But you wouldn't let me study and made me stay at home. Originally quite sympathetic to this female ghost. But hear now this. When Cuxing met the broom star of this. If I were you, I'd be pissed off too. He could have had a better and brighter life. But his mom ruined it. I was forced to listen to your arrangement. Then later, the old family house was demolished. I let you fill in the demolition contract. Do not choose to want to relocate back to the house. Let you want money, but you do not listen to my arrangements. Want to relocate back to the house. You were smugly thinking that you had been allocated a set of 200 or so square feet of large flat, but the house in the 18th line of the small county is not worth much at all. You did not listen to my words to ask for money to buy a set of city houses. And then, the city house prices soared. From a few $1,000s of flat rose to tens of thousands of dollars. The economy is rapidly taking off. And you're living in that 18th tier small county house. And the prices haven't gone up at all. If you had listened to me, your family assets would have multiplied by more than 10 times by now. Would you have waited until I got married to be laughed at by the woman who couldn't afford the wedding house? When Cuxing came down to earth 3 times to save Broomstar. Only 2. All I can say is that their family's ancestors' graves are smoking. And his mom can't even catch it. Life. The scariest thing is not that I can't, but that I could have. What's the use of you saying that? Are you going to brutally kill me just because of this little thing? The female ghost snorted coldly and shouted shrilly. It's because of you. Because you ruined my life. The male ghost was hysterical, a thick black fury rolling around his body. I managed to graduate from graduate school with great difficulty, and was recruited into the top 1 network technology company in China because of the high-tech talent, earning millions of dollars a year. As a result, you killed my future once again. You said that it was too far from home, and then you didn't allow me to go. And you also called the HR department of the company and rejected their offer. Do you know how many people can only dream of this job but can't even beg for it? Just because you selfishly want me to stay by your side. My hard-to-get job opportunity is gone, and I'm forced to stay by your side like a walking corpse, with a salary of only $3,000 a month in a small 18th-tier county. My education is not useful at all. My co-workers, who work with me, only have a college degree. Do you know what I'm ridiculed for? They all say what's the use of my high education? I'm still working in the same place as us. I could have made $1 million a year, but it's because of you that I'm living such a humiliating life. Watching my classmates who are not as good as me one by one doing a decent job in a high-end office building in a first-tier city, driving a limousine, living in a mansion, and me, earning $3,000 a month with no double time off, overtime without overtime pay, doing boring and dull work. Chapter 107, When Quixing Meets Broomstar. Are you sure it's the mom and not the enemy? Originally, My son had better job prospects and a brighter future. But an operation has ruined him. It seems that Wenkuxing really can't beat Broomstar. The smoke rose from their family's ancestral tomb 4 times, all of which were extinguished by Broomstar's mom. Substituting myself, I'm already angry. The reason I'm doing this isn't because I love you too much, Lin Bingbing argued. You are my childhood. I don't want you to leave my side. Besides, that job is good, but only go home a few times a year, so I can't see you. I'm old. In case of a headache, there is no one around me to take me to the hospital to see a doctor. What do you want me to do? It's said that raising children protects against old age. You're in the big city. If I have a shortcoming, who can give me old age? These remarks are too selfish. It's the equivalent of ruining your son's career just to keep him by her side. This is kidnapping in the name of love. What kind of love is that? This is not a mom's boy, is it? His mom told him to do what he did, without his own opinion. Such a lack of opinion of the person. Do not blame others, to blame only their own. I did resist. I want to go to the city to work, but my mother will not let the death of life in front of me, but also to find a TV station to find a reporter to expose my behavior. I was morally abducted. Since then I can only be honest to stay in the small county. I originally have a brighter future but can only be kidnapped by her side to live a mediocre life. Not only that, she forced me to live with her. I had the idea of going out to live. After all, I'm already an adult. I rented a house outside with my friend, but I didn't expect her to come to my friend's place and yell at me. She also went to the place where we rented a house and threw feces at it. So much so that my friend completely cut me off and I lost the only friend I had. The male ghost sneered. Such intimacy is too suffocating. It makes me feel terrible to think about it. I don't want a mom like that. I'm on fire through the screen. If I ruin my life, I'll never let her go. I want to kill her. We'll die together. Even so, you can't kill your mom. She was so cruel. She worked hard to raise you for more than 10 years. Even though your mom was wrong, she didn't deserve to die. If that's all it was, why would I have killed her? Originally I had swung for the fences intending to live out this life in mediocrity. And because I had a small paycheck and no house in the city, a lot of women on the dating market rejected me. It's so hard. It's really hard for me to meet a girl. I like her especially and we're in love. But she's trying to force the two of us apart, treating that girl badly, tripping her up at every turn. Then the girl got pregnant and my mom actually forced her to have an abortion. And when she refused, my mom pushed her down the stairs and ended up with the baby in her belly. And that girl didn't hold my mom accountable for my sake. But I've lost the love of my life and I'll never have the face to stand in front of her again. Lin Bingbing killed my child with her own hands, killed the only child in my life. I didn't mean it at that time, Lin Bingbing retorted. A child can still be regenerated when it's gone. Women are a dime a dozen. And there are plenty of good women. So you treated your mom as an enemy just for the sake of a woman you've been in contact with for a few months. Have you ever been such a son? My God. It's unforgivable. It's really unforgivable. Let's just kill her. My 30-meter machete is already hungry and thirsty. Really pissed off. How can there be such a strange mother in this world? What is this thinking? I see that this Lin Bingbing is already paranoid. Is she suffering from some kind of mental illness? This is already paranoia. Who can stand up to this perverted desire for control? Really down the head. When Xu Xing was born into such a family that's no good. Stupid mothers ruin their children's lives. Not only that, but I found out that Lin Bingbing had perverted feelings for me. The male ghost sneered. The night the child was gone, I was in pain. I drank a lot, but I didn't think that she would take advantage of me being drunk and have something with me that shouldn't have happened. I woke up the next morning dumbfounded. I was confused. This is so shocking. God, that's disgusting. Is this Lin Bingbing still a human being? Then I desperately wanted to run away from her. I wanted to go. I continued to meet people. I continued to be in a relationship, but she wouldn't allow me to be with another woman, and threatened me with what was going on between us. Threatened me to continue to have what shouldn't be happening with her, or else let me lose my name. I had no choice but to do as I was told. Until one day, I finally met a girl who was willing to marry me, and I was going to get married and live my own life no longer under her control. But I didn't expect her to tell the whole village about our relationship. The whole village is pointing fingers at me. They all say that I forced Lin Bingbing and did something worse than that. But only I know that it was clearly Lin Bingbing who forced me to do this. She became a victim instead. The girl I was going to marry also dumped me and called me disgusting. The whole village, the whole county knew about it. I was fired from my job. No job. I lost everything. There's no point in continuing to live. I was ready to kill myself. But Lin Bingbing threatened me again and told me to keep doing that kind of thing. In a fit of rage, I killed her and cut her body into little pieces and put them in the freezer to freeze. It was raining heavily the day I killed her. The whole village was cursing me. People hit me with rotten vegetable leaves with rotten eggs. I just didn't do anything about it and dropped the meat off at the food market early the next morning. I knew that old Lou, who made the buns, loved to take advantage of small gains, and when he saw the meat he really hid it for himself. Later I learned that the meat was mixed with other fillings to make meat buns. Isn't the whole village cursing me? Isn't it accusing me? Ha ha ha. They ate the meat. They don't know they're eating all this human flesh and having a good time. Ha ha ha. The great revenge was avenged, and I resolved myself to end this life of desolation and failure. The male ghost laughed out loud, tears streaming out of his eyes as he laughed. Ji Yunyan fell silent. Old Lou, the village chief, and the village chief's wife all fell silent. Chapter 108, Changes in the Village. Is it appropriate that your grudge against your mother has caused our entire village to become inhuman monsters? The village chief was silent for a moment before coming back to his senses and spoke angrily. Are you all innocent? The male ghost laughed coldly. All of your gossip was the sharpest knife ever, stabbing me viciously. It's also thanks to you guys that I've gotten this far. Don't you all like moral abduction? Don't you like to stand on the moral high ground and condemn others? You all deserve what you get. Didn't you guys have fun eating human flesh back in the day? You, big guy, didn't realize that it was human flesh? The village chief frowned. At this time, the people in the village who hadn't mutated had gathered around, and they had more or less heard what was going on as they hid outside old Lou's house. Please spare us. We said a few things we shouldn't have said in the first place, but it's not a crime punishable by death. Yes, a lot of people have already died in our village. Many newborn children have been eaten alive by mutated adults, even if we said the wrong thing before, but our crime is not to death. Do you still want to make our whole village extinct? Please, spare our lives. The villagers are out there crying their eyes out. Right at this moment, a cry of alarm suddenly burst out from the crowd. It's mutated again. The village chief hurriedly looked towards the outside. At this time a man in the center of the crowd's face blood vessels began to bulge. A vein struggled to bulge from his face. At this time his entire eyes became bloodshot. Fiercely lunged towards a person on his leftmost side. Also in the moment of pouncing over, the one who was pounced on was bitten on the neck, and the cackling sound of the neck being bitten off was particularly noticeable and oozing amidst the crowd's cries of shock. The warm blood splashed out in all directions and sprayed all over the place, and the mutated one savored and nibbled greedily as if he had tasted the delicacies of the world, and as if he were a wolf that had been hungry for a long time. The other man collapsed limply to the ground, out of breath. The surrounding villagers scattered in all directions to escape. The village chief and his wife as well as the old Lou. Three people see the scene as even more frightened, legs and stomach trembling. None of the three of them dared to go out. Inside are two eerie and terrifying ghosts, and outside are mutated monsters, which are in and out of a dilemma. This is like a big zombie movie scene. This story tells us not to point fingers at others in our spare time. Maybe there is a reversal. Maybe the other person is really driven to death and will turn into a severe ghost to come to you to collect your debt. I won't dare to speak out of turn from now on. Karma, the wheel of heaven. Keep your mouth shut. Trouble comes out of the mouth. Master, what can we do? The village chief hurriedly said. Can you come and save our villagers? Instead, the male ghost floated out of the house, watching the scene with satisfaction. Eat more. He'll be relieved when all the people in this village are dead. All die. All go to hell with him. Ji Yunyan sighed as she looked at the male ghost in the live broadcast. Do you have to have everyone die before you'll give up? Right. All of them deserve to die. Why should I be the only one to live such an unpleasant life? It's only fun if everyone goes to hell with me. Ah. The male ghost laughed wildly. For a while, the village was like hell on earth. You wanted to take revenge on Lin Bingbing, and you've done it, Ji Yunyi said. Lin Bingbing is dead, and the village has paid the price. So it's time for these grudges to end. How can it end? I'm not willing. An extremely strong hostile aura rolled around the male ghost. Ji Yunyi sighed. Turning back is the shore. If you continue to retaliate and curse, all of the people in the village will die. All of these sins, all of these karmic obstacles will be retributed to your head. And when you reincarnate in the future, you will not be able to end up in a good way for the rest of your life. But stop there. It's all in time. Don't you fool around here. Will I end up better if I stop? The male ghost sneered. What if I told you that in your next life you were born into a well-off family? That your parents were civil servants in the system and doted on you? That you remained a schoolmaster? That you never had to worry about food or clothing? That you possessed a spiritual world of absolute abundance? That you were a top scorer in science at the college entrance exams? And that you entered the National Bureau of Scientific Research as a scientific research project right after you graduated? And that you had a lifetime of abundance, peace, and a fulfilling life? What? The male ghost said in dismay. You're talking about my next life? That's right. You were born with excellent chi luck, and although your next life is not a great wealth, you will be clothed and fed, and you will not lack money to spend in your life. Ji Yunyan said. In this way, do you still want to take revenge again? In fact, the male ghost also knew that these people did not deserve to die, and were not that guilty, but he just couldn't swallow that breath. And he didn't want to let anyone live even if he died himself. But after listening to these words, the male ghost realized that he actually wanted to avenge all the revenge has been avenged. Want to do things have been done, and then continue to stay here. In fact, not half the meaning. It would be better to go to reincarnation to run to the next life. The male ghost shook his head. That's it. You go to reincarnation, Ji Yunyi said, her thin lips reciting a string of talismans. And immediately after, those golden talismans pierced through the side of the screen, escorting the male ghost all the way, guiding him to float away. The three village elders breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got rid of a ghost. But there's another one. What about me? Lin Bingbing looked at Ji Yunyan on the other side of the screen. What about my next life? You'll spend the rest of your life childless and alone, Ji Yunyan said. Being childless is also a kind of kindness. After all, being reincarnated into her belly and being her son, which no one can top. Not everyone is qualified to be a mom. And sometimes it's kind not to have one. That's right. It's better for people like that not to have children. Let those children go. You should also leave this village and enter reincarnation earlier, Ji Yunyan said. Ha! Ha 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 ha. White-eyed wolf. The child is a white-eyed wolf. Lin Bingbing cried and laughed again. The child that I worked so hard to raise would treat me that way. I might as well not have one. Raising a child spends so much money. Spend it on yourself. I don't know how good it should be. Your problem doesn't lie in whether you give birth to a child or not, but in the fact that you've developed monstrous and undeserved feelings for your son, Ji Yunyan said. At first I thought she had a paranoid disorder. In fact, it was a sonophilia. She fell in love with her son, so she forced her son's girlfriend to have an abortion. So she forced her son to stay in the small county to stay in the village to live with her. So she demanded that her son had to live with her. And that's why she broke down so much and did something so extreme when she learned that her son was going to go out to live with her. This kind of mom is really quite scary. I don't know why I was like that. Lin Bingbing's eyes flashed. Chapter 109, Cutie Demon's Downfall. It's also your fault that you ended up like this, Ji Yunyan said. Lin Bingbing cried and laughed for a while, and eventually, after digesting her own emotions on her own, she figured it out. Since he had become a lonely ghost, there was no point in continuing to float around. So he might as well be reincarnated. When Lin Bingbing also left, the villagers realized that those in their family who ate raw meat and human flesh seemed to have gotten better. And the mutant who had just grabbed people in the crowd and bit and gnawed everywhere also regained his senses. Looking around blankly at the corpses he had gnawed and bitten, he clutched his head incredulously. I killed someone. How could you do such a thing? The mutant's sanity was restored, but when they came to their senses they fell back into deep agony. Because some of these people are still sitting on the moon to gnaw and eat their own son, some are biting the neck of their own daughter, some are eating their own family's cats and dogs, and some are biting their own parents alive, piece by piece, eating the flesh of their body. Even if it had been back to business as usual, there was no way they could go on with their lives. They had killed the people closest to them in this world, and it was a sin, a punishment, to continue to live. Master, I'm really grateful to you. The village chief rewarded Ji Yunyan's live broadcast with a $20,000 gift. No matter what, you've helped us solve a big problem. After this, the village could return to normal, and he would have to report this to the county, hoping that the county side would lift their blockade. If it is not Ji Yunyan, if the whole village has mutated, then the county, the city, and even the city is afraid that they will promulgate and issue documents to suppress their village with heavy weapons. I'm afraid their village will be razed to the ground. This is a blessing in disguise. After Ji Yunyi resolved this matter, she noticed that the merit value around her body had grown quite a bit, and she said to the netizens in the live broadcast room, I'll rest for a while, go live and draw a talisman. With that, Ji Yunyi took out a few yellow paper talismans, picked up a vermilion brush and began to draw. I have to say one more thing. Ji Yunyan's face value is really YYDS. Yes, this face value. I'm a female looking at it, and I don't know what she grew up on. I'm kinda looking forward to the anchor's performance in Wilderness Survival. It's going to be super good. I'd like to ask, Anchor, can I follow you to learn how to draw charms? Is this considered an infringement? Ji Yunyi looked at the pop-up screen. She curved her lips and smiled softly. It's okay, not really an infringement. If you want to learn, just learn. I can teach people to draw charms online, but even if the talisman drawn is exactly the same as the one I drew, it doesn't have the same effect as the talisman I hung on the little yellow car in the live broadcast. After all, this talisman was drawn by me after I condensed my gong power, and without this gong power, it will weaken quite a bit in terms of effect. Then won't our drawings be a waste of paper? I thought I could learn the art for nothing, but I didn't realize that it was also learning to be lonely. It's not useless. More or less it can still play some role, Ji Yunyan said. Then that's a relief to me. I am also embarrassed to whore learning, but I am a student party. Not much money. Cannot reward thousands of tens of thousands of dollars? Just give the anchor to reward $100. Anchor sister, do not mind, the money is too small, oh hee. Quite a few netizens actually wanted to whore themselves out for nothing, but when they thought about what karma they would owe in case they whored themselves out again, they all rewarded them as well. Ji Yunyi concentrated on drawing the talisman, teaching while drawing the talisman, unaware that the value of today's bounty from the netizens in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 400,000. Meanwhile, Little Strawberry's uncle's house. Sis, didn't you say you would come and help me? Little Strawberry's uncle, Sun Dazhuang, spoke at the top of his voice. You said yourself you'd help me pay off my debt. Why are you backtracking again? I'm not backtracking, old brother. Strawberry, her father divorced me? I'm now kicked out and have no place to live. Is it okay for me to live in your house? Don't worry. My sister will still continue to pay off your debt. It just takes a little time. That store is owned by Strawberry's dad. I got nothing from the divorce. I can only go out to work. I'm still at the stage of looking for a job, the woman said. You do not have a place to live, you think of your own way, ah. It's not that your brother won't let you live here. It's mainly because my wife is in charge of our house. Uncle Strawberry wrinkled his eyebrows and said, it's not appropriate for me to let you live here. You know that, right? But I don't have any money on me right now to be able to pay the rent. The woman said awkwardly. I don't live in your bedroom either. I'll stay in your living room I'll stay on the couch in your living room. I go out to work during the day. Just come back at night to live those few hours. The next morning I wake up early to go. Okay, brother? The man frowned with an air of reluctance and finally waved his hand. Fine then. You can stay here. I don't have any extra quilts at my house. It's okay. I'll cover it with thick clothes, the woman said with a compensatory smile. I'm going to bed then. The man yawned and headed toward the bedroom. The woman looked at the house. Obviously this down payment money are their own. But in the end to live here but still have to look at the face of the brother. She could understand her brother. After all, he wasn't in charge and his sister-in-law had a temper that was not to be messed with. Letting herself live in the house is definitely not something her sister-in-law would want to do. She'd have to work hard to pay it back. Preferably the kind where she could work 3 or 4 jobs a day. The woman thought to herself as she overheard a Chanel bag on the couch. This bag must cost at least $40,000. And these heels under the couch, they're YSL and they're tens of thousands of dollars. This brother-in-law is too much of a loser. How can she be so extravagant? It's not easy for my brother to make money. I guess all that money owed went to support my brother-in-law. At the same time, the door to the room was opened. Mina, her sister-in-law who was heavily made up and covered in luxury brands, came this way and the moment she saw the woman her face was displeased. Why are you in my house? I'm divorced and have no place to stay. So I have to stay here. But don't worry. It's temporary. I'll leave when I get paid, the woman said awkwardly. Why are you getting a divorce? Let brother-in-law brother together to pay back the money. One more person more a force. Relying on your own monkey years and months can give us back. May not dissatisfied. You still have the nerve to say, my brother, if not because of you, can owe so much debt? Look at what you eat and drink and wear, which is not the best. In order to support you, my brother suffered so much. Do you have the nerve? The woman couldn't hold back any longer and said in dissatisfaction. Chapter 110, FDD follow-up 2. That's between us as a couple. I can spend the money my husband gives me however I want. What does it have to do with you? Mei Na subconsciously retorted. None of my business? Do you know that I'm dying of exhaustion trying to pay off my brother's debts? I work so many jobs all day long that I don't even have a chance to drink water. In the end it's not to pay off your debt? If you had spent less, would my brother have owed so much money? The woman's dissatisfaction had reached its peak at this point. She could pay off her brother's debts and give herself up for him without complaint. But the thought that her brother was doing it for this woman, the thought that she had worked herself to death to provide for this woman made her furious. It's okay to raise your own brother. Why should you raise this loser girl? This loser girl is not a living person at all. And her brother owes so much money because of her. Your brother is willing to support me and spend money on me. What? You have a problem with that? Mina sneered. Who the hell are you to pair up and point fingers at my conjugal relationship? What do you have to do with us living our lives as a couple? You yourself are willing to pay back your brother. It's you who licked your face and rushed to pay back your brother. It's not us who forced you. Don't complain here like a whiny woman. What? I can't say a few words about the money I spent on you? The woman was furious, her chest heaving in gusts. I'm the one who spent all this money to give it to my brother, and my brother is supporting you. This is equivalent to me spending so much money for you, and you don't have the slightest bit of gratitude. Mena, do you still want to have a face? Do you have a conscience? Your conscience has been eaten by a dog. The woman was furious. Fine. You dare to scold me in my home. Shameless old woman. Get out of my home. Mayna's face turned white with anger, pointing at the doorway. Get the hell out of here. Your home? This is my brother's home. Did you pay a penny for the down payment on the house? Did you pay a penny of the mortgage? How dare you talk about your home? The woman laughed coldly. I have half of the down payment for this house. So logically, this is my home and my brother's home. Who are you to kick me out? You? Shameless. You dare to scold me? Mina sneered in anger. She threw the bag in her hand aside, rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward, raised her hand, paw dash, slapped the woman hard. How dare you hit me? I'm your husband's own sister. I worked hard as a cow to pay off your debts to you in the end you, paw dash. Another hard slap thrown down. What's wrong with beating you? What I'm beating is you shameless old woman. Mayna sneered. Don't pay back money all day and all night. It's you who took these debts upon yourself, and now the one who owes the debt isn't us. It's you. It's not us who are in debt. It's you. Open your mouth and shut your mouth to pay back the money. That's for you to pay back. Don't you dare morally kidnap me here. Mayna sneered. 2 slaps down. The woman's cheeks reddened and swollen. Her ears buzzed. A wave of anger rushed straight up. She was trembling with anger. Good white-eyed wolf thing. Good food and drink to raise you still so white-eyed wolf. You this go to hell. With that, she violently choked Mina. The two made to wrestle. At this moment, the man who stayed in the room playing the game then heard the commotion, which made him take off his headphones and quickly come out. Honey, this is going to kill me. Help me. Mina was choked and reddened as she struggled to breathe. Brother, who are you helping? The woman looked behind her, but at the same time, the man held the fruit knife and stabbed the woman in the back. Chapter 111, My mom's dead. How dare you harm me for him? The woman covered her stabbed backside. At this time a steady stream of blood raged out from her backside. The intense pain hurt so much that her body staggered. Her face was so pale that she was almost unsteady on her feet. Mayna but ruthlessly kicked her. A moment will be the woman ruthlessly kicked down to the ground. You this hateful my husband does not help me. Is it going to help you? But we are the family I grew up watching you grow up. You are a handful of me to bring up. Mom and dad did not have time to take care of you. Every day down to the ground to work. It is a handful of me, a handful of in urine. That ate you grow up to feed you milk powder. To feed you complimentary food to eat. Elder sister for mother. Equivalent to I am also half of your mother. How dare you do this to me for an outsider? The woman's eyes blurred with tears and she looked at her brother incredulously. What are you talking about outsiders? This is my wife. The woman's brother sneered as he looked at the woman viciously. I'm willing to take you in and let you live in our house and forget it. Not only are you ungrateful, you're also laying hands on my daughter-in-law? With that he quickly went up to Mina's side and checked up and down. Are you okay, wife? She didn't hurt you, did she? Luckily you came, otherwise I really would have been strangled by him. I didn't expect this woman to be so vicious. Mayna beamed in dissatisfaction. Let's hurry up and blow her out. The more she said, the less she relieved herself and said she kicked the woman hard. The woman curled up on the floor with a wail of pain from her kick, her face white, while the blood from her backside grew. Don't you have the slightest regard for our old relationship? In your eyes, you and her are family, and I'm not family, is that it? The woman widened her scarlet eyes and stared at her brother in death. She couldn't imagine that her brother, who she had pulled up by the handful of, would in the end turn towards an outsider and would actually kill herself. You take into account old feelings. You hurt my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law is my life. You broke into my house and harmed my daughter-in-law. Do you still have a face? What's the matter? If I don't show up in time you'll strangle my daughter-in-law to death. You want my child to be left without a mother, don't you? The woman's eyes were filled with tears as she whimpered in despair, not realizing that her brother, whom she had treated with all her heart and soul, would be so heartless and cold to her. For her brother, she took the initiative to take the millions of dollars of debt to their own body to pay off the debt to their brother. For her brother, she treats her own children harshly. Their own children do not play with toys. She instead of her brother's children to buy 2,000 yuan of game consoles, to her brother's children with the more than 10,000 yuan of the share. She has what is good to tightly with the younger brother's children. Their own family tight, living that kind of a hard life, to pay off the debt to their brother. Her 2 children cannot eat or drink. She also pulled the whole family to sell blood to her brother. Debt repayment. Her 2 children cannot eat or drink. She also pulled the whole family to sell blood to her brother to pay off the debt. She is even unconscionable. Conscience from the in-laws were the money to subsidize the brother's home family. Obviously her husband is so good to himself, but for the sake of her brother, her husband divorced her. The child did not recognize her as a mother. He lost everything. Lost his family, carrying so much debt. What did she get in return? In return, he was ruthlessly and mercilessly hurt. Surprisingly, I got a knife in return. Ha 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 ha, that's so funny. The woman broke off laughing a little maniacally, blood oozing from her mouth. She thought she and her brother were family, but in reality her brother didn't think that at all. In his brother's eyes he was a butt-white brick, and he was the tool he used to pay back the money. And only now did she see it, but she had already lost too much, and she was the one who was too stupid to be obsessed. Man, this woman is crazy. Hurry up and get her out of here. Maina pouted in her husband's arms with a disgusted expression. Scared to death. This is too bad luck. Get out of here before my son gets home from tutoring. The woman's brother said and kicked the woman hard again. The pain spasmed through the woman's body, and she stifled a grunt as more blood coughed out of her mouth, and she raised her tear-blurred eyes to look at her brother, but all she saw was the relentless mockery and impatience and coldness in the bottom of his eyes. It was himself who was wrong. He was very wrong. The woman crawled from the ground covered in blood, dragging a long bloody trail from the ground, leaving a large, hideous, snaking red trail of blood on the ground. With that the women crawled out of their neighborhood, and then the door to the room closed hard and mercilessly on them. She hadn't even eaten tonight. She was too tired and hungry. She wanted to go to the debtors and tell them that all these debts would have nothing to do with her in the future, so that they could all go to her brother and ask for them. She wanted to find her husband, apologize and admit fault, tell him he was wrong. He should not have been fooled by the lard, and his brother a heart should not be minded to help his brother to pay off the debt. She now understands. Married and living only their own husbands and children can be relied on, even if it was once the closest siblings, and that also have their own families. To them they are just an outsider. Only your husband and children are the closest people to you in this world. He also wanted to apologize to his own pair of children. He had too many words to say to them. Wanted to tell them that mom was wrong. Mom should not love other people's children, and neglect you, let you suffer so much. He wanted to tell them that in the future their hard-earned money to their own children to spend every month to give them a few hundred living expenses, for the son to buy a game machine, for the daughter to buy the most beautiful clothes, the most beautiful little dress, no longer with the brother's family to come together, the most beautiful little dress, no longer with the brother's family to interact. She also wanted to go to see their parents-in-law, apologize to them, said he was wrong. She wanted to go through the legal channels, to give her brother to pay back all of those money back. She woke up, but woke up is too late. Gradually, the woman's eyelids more and more heavy. She had two eyes black, the whole person's consciousness gradually into chaos. Over here, Ji Yunyi received a video link from Little Strawberry after being busy for a while. Little Strawberry's eyes reddened, her tightly pursed lips, the moment she looked at Ji Yunyen. Her eyes contained tears. Sister Anchor, your calculations are very accurate. Does this mean that Little Strawberry's mom has been killed by her own brother? Your mom is dead, isn't she? Ji Yunyan said with a calm face. Yes, Little Strawberry said, biting her lip. She was looking forward to her mom dying. After all, when it comes to her mom, she never has any happy emotions or feels any motherly love. All she thinks about is pain, suffering, humiliation. She expects her mom to die, but when she does, why is she so sad? Chapter 112, The Bus Scare. Add the fateful endings of the foodie demon couple. Not long ago my dad got a phone call and took me there in a hurry and found her cold, bleeding so much and broken. My dad told me she was dead. We carried her body to the house and my dad is preparing her afterlife now. Little Strawberry said. I'm quite confused now. Although I look forward to her death, I look forward to I don't have this mom, but when this really happened, I'm very confused again. I don't know what to do in the future. I don't know what kind of life I should live in the future. It's so hard to hug this child, who is only a teenager and has gone through so much pain. When she dies, Little Strawberry and her brother will be relieved. It's good. How many families have been ruined by the foodie demon? I hope there will be no foodie demon in the future. Confusion is temporary, Ji Yunyi said. Little Strawberry, you are blessed with good fortune. Your future days will get smoother and smoother. You will study step by step. Get into a university that you can't. Get into the civil service within the system. Have a stable job, a good income, and in the future, you will also have a loving boyfriend, a husband, and a good in-laws. Forget about all of this, and have a good life. Then will my dad find a new wife later? This sentence is not good for Little Strawberry to ask her father. She thinks it is more reliable to ask the anchor. You don't have another mom by the looks of your face, Ji Yunyan said. Your father won't remarry for life for the sake of you and your brother. This father is also obsessed. How come honest people don't get good karma? It's bad luck to meet the foodie demon. Having such a good husband and children who don't know how to cherish them is really brain dead. Little Strawberry sighed in relief. She didn't need her mom anymore, having been given a whole phobia by the word mom. She and her brother can get along just fine without their mom. It's just a pain in the ass for dad. Everything that passes is a prologue. Ji Yun's eyes were gentle. Little Strawberry, go run to a better life. Thank you, Sister Anchor. Little Strawberry nodded, tears filling her eyes. She didn't have much money, but she still rewarded Ji Yun with a $10 gift. See you later, sister. I'm going to help my dad with the funeral. Okay, bye. Ji Yun hung up the live chat with Little Strawberry. At this time, the Little Strawberry sighed. After Little Strawberry's father found her mother's body, although he hated this woman to the bone, he still reported it to the police for the sake of husband and wife. The police came quickly and locked up the targeted suspects, the deceased's own brother as well as his sister-in-law. Take them away quickly. Husband, how to do ah? If both of us are sentenced, the child, how to do ah? You are already a murderer. She has your fingerprints. You cannot run away. Rather than both of us go to jail, it would be better to sacrifice one, so that the other one out to take care of the child. What do you think? Honey, you're right. With that, the couple united their confessions, both saying that Mina's husband was the mastermind and Mina was innocent. With that, Mina was released. At this time the creditors have long been forced to go to the door to collect the debt. Mayna cannot care about the child. After the guardhouse, hurriedly bought a ticket to the field, far away. A few days later, when Mayna's husband had the opportunity to be visited in prison, but found that his wife left the child to run away, the child was handed over to the maternal grandparents' side of the care. He was furious. It turned out that this has been lying to himself. If it wasn't for her in the first place, could he have gotten into so much debt? For her sake, he even killed his own sister who loved him so much. Color crazy mom. For a moment he was seething with anger and rage, determined to take revenge and make that woman pay dearly. All those years of hard work in prison to rehabilitate for a reduced sentence also finally gave him his chance. He was released early. The first thing he does after being released from prison is seek revenge on Mina. After a few turns through 1,000 hardships, he finally found this, but did not expect to open the door, but saw this with a wild man fooling around. It turned out that this quickly found a wild man to support her long after leaving herself, and continued to provide her with a luxurious life, even carrying his child in her stomach. He was so furious that he killed them both in a fit of rage. A love murder case shocks the internet. Facing a reporter's interview, the murderer faced the camera woodenly in a prison uniform. Mina ruined my life. I have to kill her. The most sorry thing in my life is my sister. She is so good to me, but I killed her with my own hands for this. It's all my karma. He was executed by firing squad. Of course, all of this is a few years down the road. Babies, the new house I bought is decorated. Let's show you my new house. Ji Yun said. The anchor is buying a new house so soon. It seems to earn no less than the entertainment industry. After all, the anchor is also the platform's head anchor. So many bounties every day. Surely will not earn less. Anchor, I see that you already have more than 30 million fans on your live account. You have to work hard for a long career. Thank you all. Ji Yun took her cell phone, which was on live all the way, and got up and went out to the bus stop. The anchors can afford a house, and they still take the bus. Doesn't the anchor buy a car? Didn't buy a car. Buy after a while to take a driving license and then buy a car. Ji Yun said. Ha ha ha, the anchor is also too honest. Why don't you take a cab? The starting price is just a few bucks and it's not that expensive. Don't take a taxi. Low carbon traveling it. Ji Yun said. Save some money too. Now that the economy is in a bad place, there is a real need to be frugal. I like low carbon travel as much as the anchor. Take a taxi once $20 or $30 can buy a lot of fruit. I would rather sweep the shared bike ride more than 30 minutes. I do not want to take a taxi. Now the money is not good. It is too difficult to hit the workers. So do I. I spend every penny I have. Soon the bus came. Ji Yun picked up his cell phone, got up and got into the car, and put in a $2 coin. As soon as she entered the car, she sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in this car. This car, there's something weird, Ji Yun said to the live broadcast. There shouldn't be a ghost. Should there? I've seen so much of the anchor's booth that I'm pretty calm about anything more outrageous or strange. Ghosts shouldn't appear in broad daylight, right? The bus was full of people, men and women, young and old, and the driver in the front row drove with intense concentration. I don't see anything wrong with it. Are all these people possessed? The anchor is not the only living person in the car, right? There are no ghosts, Ji Yun said. Scared to death. I thought ghosts appeared in broad daylight. But, before long, many people in this car will become dead souls. Ji Yun sighed. This was heard by an older woman in the seat next to her. She frowned and said, "What are you talking about? A little girl's nonsense? To put it in a small way, you are spreading anxiety. To put it in a larger way, you are disturbing the social order. What I said is true." Ji Yun spoke out. I see you look pretty, but you're as silly. From the older woman with the curly brown hair. You didn't come out of some mental hospital, did you? Ji Yunyen. You may not believe in metaphysics, but you can't not believe in Sister G. I, Sister G, am the most cowhide. Sister G Yyds. What disturbing the public peace Sister G is saving your lives. She didn't bother to say anything to the other woman. Her gaze fell around until it landed on a migrant worker-looking man holding a black backpack not far away. He tightly covered the black cloth bag in front of his chest and looked around vigilantly. Sensing Ji Yunyan's gaze falling on him, he became more and more alert, covering the bag with a deadly grip. His tanned fingertips began to tremble, swallowing nervously. The anchor keeps staring at this uncle. It's not possible that there's something wrong with this uncle. Is it? Ji Yunyan nodded. That's right, there's a bomb in his bag. The people around him were shocked at these words. How is this possible? How can you talk nonsense in broad daylight? This little girl probably thinks she's in that spy movie here. I just said that this woman looks like she walked out of a mental hospital. Now it seems that I was right. This woman is mentally ill. This person is mentally abnormal. Everyone stay calm All don't believe, don't listen. If she does something to hurt our big guy, this will call the police. The curly-haired big mom who just spoke pulled her voice and said, I believe that the police comrades will protect. Before the words were finished, the man at that moment violently pulled open his backpack and pulled out something pitch black. Die for all of you. Holy, it's really a bomb. There are thugs. Help. Everyone was originally unimpressed, but when they saw what was in this uncle's hand, they instantly scattered in all directions as birds and beasts, and in the nick of time, Ji Yunyan was the one who quickly rushed over and held down the uncle's hands the moment he was holding the bomb. At this point in the bus, everyone was running around in terror. Get off. I want to get off. A number of people slapped on the doors of their cars and ran for their lives trying to get the driver to stop. Chapter 113, The Murder of a Year Ago. I can't stop now Now is a congested road I stopped behind the car all rear end. Everyone calm Bus driver holding the steering wheel handsome trembling, his palms sweaty, shouting. He had seen what had just happened in the rearview mirror, and he hadn't realized that there were such extreme terrorists in this peaceful age. He was human and knew fear, and thought of escape more than anyone else. But reason told him he couldn't, that he was responsible for the whole car, for the hundreds of cars and thousands of people on the entire transportation hub. He could only hope for the little girl who had stopped the thugs. Calm down? How do you expect us to be calm? This bomb is about to blow up. Our whole bus is going to die. The curly-haired aunt was the one who shouted the loudest, yelling at the top of her lungs. But then I can't do anything about it. At least this bomb hasn't blown up yet. If I stop a dozen buses behind me, we'll have to tailgate. Thousands of people. What do you want me to do? The bus driver yelled. I don't care about the others. I just care about us. You hurry up and stop the car. Let us get off and run. I have little grandchildren and grandchildren to hold in my house. The curly-haired aunt yelled. The rest of the people have also begun to have yelled. Everyone cried and kept slapping the door, praying to escape, and even more, have begun to take the survival hammer inside the car, holding the hammer in the hard impact on the bus door. This scene is too much like a major disaster movie. These people are totally disregarding others and only thinking about themselves. Now people do not think of helping the anchor together to subdue the criminals, instead only think of their own escape, and do not care about the safety of the thousands of people behind if they tailgate. This group of people is really selfish. At this juncture, everyone is selfish. After all, when life and death are at stake, the ugliness of human nature will be magnified countless times. Wasn't this curly-haired older woman spamming the anchor just now? And now she's the loudest one shouting in this group of people, crying and yelling to get out? Shut up! Shut up! All of you! Uncle tugged Ji Young's hand to death, trying hard to pull the bomb wire. But he didn't expect this little girl who looked so young to be stronger than him. A person who had been working on the construction site for 30 years, and he couldn't break free at all. The uncle sold a standoff with Ji Young. He was too hard, a dark face became red. If you guys dare to beep one more word, all of you will blow up here for me. At those words, there was instant silence around them. Everyone looked at the uncle in horror, wanting to say something, but not daring to speak up when they thought of his words, daring to be angry. You calm down some. Ji Yunyan's gaze swept across the carriage and landed on the uncle's body. If you want us to die, you have to let us die to understand, right? That's because everyone in this compartment deserves to die. All of them deserve to die. The older man hissed at the top of his lungs, his voice hoarse from too much effort. What did we do wrong that you're going to blow us up for good reason? This is too outrageous. One of them bravely spoke up. Yes, we don't know you. We have no grudge against you. Do you have to do this to us? What a grudge. This guy couldn't have had a loser's life and gotten back at society. Uncle but a cold snort. his eyes fierce and vicious. I never wrong a good person. You people who take the 44 bus all deserve to die. Those people you're talking about shouldn't include me. Ji Yunya looked at him compassionately. I was not on this bus before it happened. Does the anchor know something? What did the person in this car do to make uncle so angry? This uncle is going to die with the whole car. If extreme pain hadn't occurred, this uncle wouldn't have taken such extreme measures. You. The uncle narrowed his eyes and stared at Ji Yunyan, murmuring, it seems like there is no you. What no Xia? What in the world is going on? You say it clearly. The curly-haired ant thought that Ji Yunyan was going to run away from the battlefield, and hurriedly said, we're all in the same car. No one can run away when something happens. No one can run away. I don't even know you If you want to harm then harm others. Don't woe me here Someone in the car cried out in birth. That's right. No offense. What are you doing? I've invited you to mess with you. I'm too innocent. Innocent? Innocent? The veins at the corners of the uncle's forehead continue to bulge. I'm telling you, none of you here are innocent. You people in this car killed my daughter. What's going on? I knew this uncle couldn't have done such a thing for no reason. There must be some cause and effect. What the hell is going on? Tell me, what are you babbling about? We are all law-abiding good citizens. How could we possibly harm your daughter? We don't even know who your daughter is. That's right. Are you suffering from persecution paranoia? If you have a brain disease then go and cure it. I'm speechless. A nice bus ride and a pot falls from the sky. Ha! The older man sneered with scarlet eyes. Have you forgotten that a year ago? It was on this very same bus, number 44, that this happened. When these words came out, everyone's face changed. Even the bus driver's hands began to shake as he drove and his face turned pale. A year ago, my daughter was riding in this car. The driver at the time was the same person who was driving the car now. He had a heart attack, and the car was about to hit the guardrail and flip over. And as long as it flipped over, everyone in the car would have followed the car into the lake thousands of meters below the guardrail, and none of them would have survived. It was my daughter. It was my daughter Jade who stepped forward. At that time she was still a college student, just got her driver's license. In order to protect all the people in the car, she rushed up as fast as she could and helped the driver hold the steering wheel of the car. That's how the car swerved and didn't crash, which saved the lives of everyone in the car. Saying that, the uncle's eyes were red, his voice became agitated, the veins on his neck kept bulging and bulging, hideously interlaced. She saved you guys, and you guys are returning the favor. She gave the driver pulled out the quick-acting heart pills. The driver is fine, continue to drive. After a while, the car came a group of punks. This group of unscrupulous dog things even to our Xiaoyu, said the uncle, whimpered and cried out in pain. We Xiaoyu, she is only 18 years old. Still so young. She begged for help with you guys, but you guys go too indifferent. Watching her being that group of, you guys are envious. You are not people. The green tea peer scolded my text writing garbage. Poor data. Even a reward are not. All day with me to show off how many people to a reward how much money. Scolded me is garbage. Scolded me is a poor woman. Let me not write the text. By the green tea angry yards word handshaking. If the reward exceeds a certain amount, I'll explode my liver to code and explode more. Thank you all. Bow. Chapter 114 Tron Death for All. What kind of heartless thing is this? He saved them all and they just watched as he was spoiled. You can imagine how agonized and desperate Jade was. Is this still a human being? He doesn't know how to repay kindness. Why is he so cold and indifferent? This group of cold-blooded shouldn't live in this world. They should die. Bomb them to death. Was it because Jade was violated by so many people that she couldn't take it and committed suicide? At this time, everyone on the bus was looking at each other with a somewhat unsightly expression. My poor Xiaoyu is still so young, but she has suffered so much pain. That's why she can't think of anything else. Like life, she jumped from this lake. Uncle emotionally pointed at the turquoise lake. When my wife died in childbirth when she gave birth to her, I only have such a precious daughter, but she was killed by those assholes by your group of things. My only relatives are dead. So I want to make you group of pigs and dogs worse than things to accompany the funeral. His chest heaved in a gust. I later watched the surveillance in the car and clearly noted down everyone's face. Then based on my observation, I realized that this group of people always left for work at 7 o'clock time every day. Gradually I figured out the pattern, and finally found the opportunity. Now is the time of your death. Saying that, he turned to look at Ji Yunyan. You look familiar. You weren't in this car in the first place, so don't stop me. I'm just going to die with all of them today. I don't want to hurt you, an innocent person. Get off the bus and go about your day. Just pretend nothing happened. These people really deserve it. Bombing them would be a way to get rid of the scourge. This uncle is also strange good Lu. After experiencing these things still have good thoughts in their hearts, but also know not to hurt the innocent. Let the anchor go first. Yeah, if it were me, I'd kill the whole world. I'd kill the whole world. I'd kill everyone. I thank you. Ji Yunyan pursed her lips and said, but don't be impulsive. If you die with them, your daughter will be very sad if she knows in the spring. At the mention of his daughter, the older man blurred with tears and tears came to his eyes. Jade, my little Jade, ah. The people around him saw this and hastily opened their mouths. This uncle, I beg you, spare me. I was in the car at that time. No doubt, but I was asleep. I didn't know about it at all. One of them was bitter. Hands folded together and begged for mercy. Uncle, can you let me go? Ah, I have an old man and a small child. I really beg you. You fart. How could you possibly sleep with all that commotion? Uncle yelled out at the top of his voice. Don't you dare shirk your responsibility here. I was wearing headphones. Ah, that headphone of mine is noise cancelling. The other party hurriedly explained. You may not understand. Noise cancelling headphones just can't hear what's being said outside at all. So I was really unaware of it. Uncle is a cold laugh. At that time, I saw all the surveillance clearly. All the people in the car are looking towards our family your side. There is not a single person who does not know. There was a woman beside you at that time, and now it is not there. Is a breakup? The other party choked and didn't dare to say anything for a while. I just hate that that woman is not with you right now. Otherwise I could pull another one along to die. One more person to kill. My little Jade will be one more point happier. The older man's brows tightly furrowed as he turned to look at Ji Yunyan. Little girl, don't stop me. Let me blow up. Many of the people around them knelt down towards the older man. Uncle, please let me go. I know I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Can I kowtow to you? Many people had knelt down, hands folded, praying continuously, desperately kneeling down to kowtow to uncle in order to survive. And for a while, the sound of kowtowing echoed continuously in the carriage, one after another. Only Ji Yun stalemated with the older man, as well as the driver in the front row who continued to drive. The driver's voice is also crying, holding the steering wheel of the hand constantly trembling. I'm sorry, this big brother. I'm sorry, when I ate the quick-acting heart pills, slowed down for a while and then continued to drive. I did not expect that the car up a few punks. Moreover, I didn't expect that group of punks to do so unconscionable things too, but I was driving a car. If I stopped the back is expected to tailgate. I see those punks with knives. I'm this bare hands I'm afraid. I'm really sorry for your daughter. That young girl saved her own life, but she herself, because of cowardice, because of fear, in her most desperate and most helpless time not to go out to save her, but instead watched that girl by that group of people to drive your own car and act like nothing happened. It wasn't until she saw the end of the girl's assault, and when the punks had eaten and drank their fill and left, the girl staggered to her feet, and at the drop-off station, got up and took a long, deep leap into the cold lake water. After seeing that scene, he was haunted by nightmares from time to time. He always had nightmares in his midnight dreams. He would always dream about that bloody girl. He had insomnia for a long time, and his conscience was uneasy. He had a vague feeling that he was going to get his comeuppance, and now comes retribution. The emotion he felt more after the fear was a sense of groundedness. It's like knowing that you had a knife hanging over your head before, and now that knife has finally fallen. I apologize to you. I'm sorry for you, sorry for your daughter. I don't deserve to die, but can I ask you for one thing? The driver's eyes were filled with hot tears. Wait until this car stops in front of a slightly more remote old town before you blow it up, so that it's better not to hurt the innocent. The older man was silent, seemingly in thought, until his eyes caught a glimpse of someone dialing a phone and lowered his voice to a whisper. 110? I've got a terrorist here. Come save us. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're stalling for time. The uncle let out a violent rage. I'm going to wait for the police to come before I blow up all of you people. All of you together. No one wants to live, said the uncle, urging Ji Yunyan. You let go. If you don't let go, I'll blow you up too. I don't intend to live today anyway. You don't want to live. What about your daughter? Want you to die? Unlike the carload of panicked and fearful people, Ji Young's excessively delicate and bright face did not have the slightest rise or fall of emotions as she faintly said, My daughter. Soon I will go down to see her. The uncle's face wore the calmness of a man who sees death as his own, and he gritted his teeth in death, and said, There's no need for you to go down there so I can let you see your daughter. Ji Yunyan said. The older man was stunned. What do you mean by that? Chapter 115, Time for Revenge. I'm a fortune-telling anchor who can tell fortunes. Feng Shui, and yin and yang, Ji Yunyan calmly said. I have the ability to let you see your daughter. Are you lying to me? The older man stared tightly at Ji Yunyan. You have this ability? It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this method before, but they had all failed. That group of people are all charlatans or God, on the surface to disguise themselves as a master. looks quite mysterious and powerful. In fact, are cheating money. Poor him. He worked hard on the construction site and fought for half a year, and all the money was cheated by those people. I also blame myself for being stupid enough to believe in this kind of stuff instead of science. So the woman in front of me must be a liar too. The uncle stared indignantly at Ji Yunyan. None of you godly men are good. You'll never try to cheat me out of a penny. I didn't try to cheat you out of your money, Ji Yunyan said helplessly. But I can let you see your daughter. This matter is real. The premise is that you don't detonate this bomb device and calm down. Who knows if you're stalling for time. Anyway, someone is already calling the police. The police are on their way here soon. Later the police will definitely arrest me. Before I die I must avenge my daughter. Before I die, I must avenge my daughter's death. This is the only way I can deserve to die. The uncle covered the bomb's threads with death and spoke with indignation. Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Uncle, don't get excited. Don't beat a boatload of people to death with a single rod. I just checked, this girl is indeed a fortune-telling anchor. I found her social account. Don't believe me? Shun held up the other man's cell phone for the older man to look at. Uncle saw it. On the home page of the phone was the avatar of a live fortune-telling anchor. The avatar was a picture of a person. He clicked on that picture and looked at it, and compared it to Ji Yunyan's face. It did look exactly like Ji Yunyan, which means that this account is indeed the account of Ji Yunyan himself. So what if you're a fortune-telling anchor? Is your fortune-telling always accurate? Will you be able to let me see my daughter? Uncle is obviously by those magicians deceived, afraid, so he cannot believe that his price is too heavy. He is afraid that once he relaxes, Ji Yunyan will seize the bomb device. Their hard work layout. All this will be completely ruined. To know that in the country want to get these explosives is not easy. Their own from the chemical plant only to get the raw materials out of their own from the internet to study some of the process of making bombs. Day and night research failed countless times. It is only then to make bombs. And then the bomb is not easy to make. But to make bombs, the process. Day and night research failed countless times, which only got out of this thing. In case of any failure, he not only failed to avenge his own death, but also to go to jail. He is not afraid of going to jail. The main thing is to go in for a few decades. According to his age, I'm afraid that he will die of old age in prison. Then how to avenge his own precious daughter? Then his daughter is not just a wasted death? This is also too wrong. Even if he died, but also have no face in the ground to face his daughter. Uncle, you don't believe it, this is some hot search I found from the internet. You take a look at this, anchor counting can be accurate. Every trigram is very accurate. The other man boldly held up his cell phone to the older man. The uncle guarded the bomb in his hand vigilantly, afraid that the other party would touch the bomb and snatch the explosive packet. You stay away from me, just show me the cell phone, the uncle said him coldly, while tightly guarding the bomb. While looking at these hot searches on the internet again, it looks like Ji Yunyan did have some skills. There was a similar case before. Master was an uncle's daughter was killed. This master let the other party see his daughter. Surely he can do the same now. The other party eagerly voiced out. He was really trying to stall until the police came to the rescue so that all of them would be alive. You can really do it? The older man stared at Ji Yunyan warily. I can, Ji Yunyan said. If you want to see your daughter, then don't detonate this bomb. Ji Yunyan said this not to save the people in the car but to save himself. He shouldn't have let his life fall here. Okay then, do as you say. Uncle never let his guard down. I'll use one of your hairs, Ji Yunyan said. After getting the uncle's consent, Ji Yunyan reached out and took a white hair from the uncle's head. He read a string of incantations. Accompanied by Ji Yunyan's thin lips rising lightly, a string of golden runes rose densely from the mid-air, and then drifted brainlessly to the lake outside the car window. Is this golden light? This master couldn't be the living Buddha who is ferrying all living beings. Could he? My first time meeting a living guru. Looks like we're saved. The big guys looked at Ji Yunyan adoringly, looking at Ji Yunyan as if they were looking at a savior. Those golden runes were glowing in the air, densely intertwined into a circle, and when that golden circle of light fell into the pool of water, finally a light white figure slowly floated out of the pool of water until it floated towards this entire carriage. Xiao Yu, my Xiao Yu ah. The moment he saw his daughter, the uncle's tears instantly came out of his eyes as if they were breaking the bank. Dad! Xiao Yu also had tears in her eyes. She stepped forward to hug her dad, but her own body penetrated his, and father and daughter could only look at each other from a distance. Jade, are you doing well underground? Did any other ghosts bully you? The uncle's tears kept sliding down his face, as he clutched the explosive bag tightly with one hand and wiped the tears on his face carelessly with the other, squeezing out a smile that was even worse than crying. Nope, the ghosts down there are all very united. Everyone sympathizes with me, pities me and treats me well. I'm fine down there. You don't have to worry, Xiao Yu said with a cry and a smile. Daddy burns paper money for you every day. Is that enough money in the ground to spend? Enough. I can't spend it all on one ghost, Jade said, tears streaming down her face. That's good. Daddy also brought you a lot of clothes. All year round, spring, summer, fall and winter all have. Don't you like Lolita's little dress? Daddy bought you a lot of them and burned them. There are also plush dolls that you like to play with. Dad has sent them all to you. What you lack in the ground, just tell Dad. Uncle thought of something. Xiao Yu just Daddy can never burn for you again. Daddy is going to give you revenge. To blow up the whole car of this group of things. Daddy will soon be able to come to stay with you. In addition to Ji Yunyan, all the people in the car looked horrified. Afraid that the uncle would detonate the explosives with one force. They could only look at Ji Yunyan for help, hoping that Ji Yunyan could save them. Dad, how could you do such a stupid thing? Jade cried. I don't need you to sacrifice yourself to avenge me. I can avenge myself. Dad, I hope you live well and healthy for a lifetime of smoothness and peace. Xiaoyu cried and laughed again as she said, when I have avenged my death, you will retire to a nursing home when you are old. I will take care of you even though I have become a ghost. My little Jade The older man was in tears. Now, it's my turn for revenge. Xiaoyu's gaze instantly became gloomy, her sharp eyes looking around at everyone in the carriage. Chapter 116, begging her to help. The entire car looked at the female ghost in front of them in horror, everyone cowering into a ball, many of them begging for mercy towards Ji Yanyi. Master, save me, as long as you're willing to save me, how much money I'm willing to give. Master, please save me, I don't want to die, I still have a wife and child. Many people even knelt down for Ji Yunyan. Ji Yunyan, however, looked at them with indifferent eyes and shook her head. It's karma that you've ended up in this situation today. I'm not going to interfere with other people's karma. As for stopping Uncle from victimizing the whole bus, that was her feeling sorry for him. Uncle shouldn't have died with them for revenge. Now that Jade has come to take revenge, Uncle can still stay alive. All of you, die for me. Jade cried out miserably as she stormed over, her sharp, deep black fingernails piercing the other's neck with force. The opponent's eyes were dead wide open. Not even a single scream came out of his throat. Blood splattered on the spot, and his body collapsed in a soft limp. For a while, everyone in the bus was fleeing in terror, struggling and screaming. Everyone was frantically trying to run and rush close to the glass, and some people were frantically banging on the glass of the bus with small hammers of escape in an attempt to break the glass and escape from the side of the broken glass. Whoa! Finally, the glass broke. One of them, as if seeing the hope, quickly jumped from the window. At this time the car is still moving rapidly. Jumped down the moment the other person was broken legs, lying on the ground constantly wailing. And at this time, a large truck immediately behind the bus madly honked the horn. Rapid braking, sharp braking accompanied by tires rubbing the ground to send out a piercing sound resounded. At this time that person is already broken legs. Even if you want to run, that cannot run. Can only be difficult to crawl on the ground to move, but the distance is really too small. Already too late. Bang! The man was hit by the big truck at once, and his body bounced down heavily, drawing a parabola in midair before falling heavily into the lake beyond the guardrail with a huge splash. The scene was even more frightening as the people in the car screamed in terror. Originally the second person who was ready to jump out of the car to escape saw the scene immediately, soft legs, shivering calves and stomach, and did not dare to jump down again. People were pushing and shoving inside the bus, and some even rushed up to threaten the driver to stop the bus quickly. Xiaoyu didn't give everyone a chance. Her pitch-black hair quickly stretched out like a sharp steel wire, densely intertwined into a large net. This black net trapped and locked everyone in the car all together. Some of them stabbed into everyone's eyeballs, instantly bursting them in a puddle of blood in their sockets. Some of them stabbed into a person's neck, and the person's neck was instantly pierced, and his head was just cut off, mixed with blood and rolled around and fell to the ground. Some were stabbed in the abdomen and opened up with blood. This is too scary. This is a large purgatory. I was scared out of my mind through the screen. This is so disgusting, I'm going to throw up. So exciting woo woo woo. Ji Yunyan calmly watched the scene that was like an inferno on earth. In less than 5 minutes, all the people in this car were dead. By this time, a line of police cars with constant sirens had quickly arrived and stopped the bus. Stop the car. You're surrounded. The door of one of the police cars opened, and uniformed police officers, holding guns, pointed them at the bus. But by this time no driver had responded to him. The car also stopped naturally, because the driver, who was driving the car, just broke off. The driver slammed on the brakes before he was about to give out. Several gun-toting police officers chortled in a cold voice, "Get out of the car. And anyone in the car, get out of the car quickly." The only ones who could get out of the car were Ji Yunyan and the uncle holding the bomb. "Your daughter has been avenged, and I don't think you need to detonate the device," Ji Yunyan said. Uncle's revenge was avenged, and his tear-stained face was relieved and happy. Confronted by the police, he surrendered the bomb kit in his arms. One of the policemen stepped forward and checked. There isn't a living soul in this car. Take them away for statements, the gun-toting cop said in a deep voice. Ji Yanyu went to the police station to make a statement. The facts of today's events were so appalling that the interrogating police officers all had complicated faces when they heard them. If they hadn't seen the surveillance inside the bus with their own eyes, they would have wondered if this was a dream. One of the policemen walked over quickly and whispered a few words to the interrogating policeman. This is a very spiritual master. The director even went to the door to thank her before and gave her a bonus with a small banner. The interrogating police officer stood up at once and stood in awe of Ji Yanyu. Master, I'm troubling you today. Next, is there anything else? Ji Yunyan said. It's okay, I'll see you out. Ji Yanyu, who was originally still treated as a terrorist partner, was politely invited out. Even the police drove and sent Ji Yunyan to her destination. Bye. Ji Yanyu waved her hand and watched the police car leave. It's really wonderful what happens day in and day out for the anchor. Who says it isn't? It's like watching a TV show all day long. Uncle didn't take part in the murder. He's not guilty of much. Get a better lawyer and he'll probably be out in a year. The group of people in the car were supposed to die. Ji Yunyan changed the fate of the uncle, got a point of merit value, and his whole body had a few more points of spiritual power. Continuing from last time, I'll show you the house that my family has renovated. Ji Yanyu moved her cell phone camera and pointed it at the scene in front of her. Chapter 118, First day of the Wilderness Survival Variety Show taping. Wow, houses here aren't cheap. It's about $4 or $5 million for one now. The anchor seems to be really rich. When I was a star, I couldn't buy a house, but now I'm a fortune-telling anchor and I've already bought a house in a few days. The house is a small house with a 2-staircase, 4-family design inside and 6 floors. Surrounded by hospitals, large supermarkets, subway, man-made lakes, parks, school district housing. Upon entering, the neighborhood is also nicely landscaped with ginkgo trees planted all around. It's fall now, and the leaves of the ginkgo trees are all fiery red, looking like a sea of brilliant fire as far as the eye can see. It's beautiful. The lawn in here, it's like it has its own filter. It looks like it's on the Swiss side. It's worthy of being an upscale neighborhood. Now the price of this neighborhood can buy the top villas on our side. Really envy the anchor. The anchor is relying on strength to make money. I hope the anchor is getting better and better. Quill. Ji Yanyu entered the small area and showed everyone his decoration. The decoration style is more cream-in style. Not luxury but very simple and clean. Very lifelike. Very literary style. It looks like it puts people in a soothing mood. I also like the anchor's decorating style too. Too bad I don't have any money. That said, I bought the anchor's good luck fortune a few days ago. I got our quarterly bonus. It's not much, just $20,000, but $20,000 is still money. The anchor's talisman is really good. Me too. After I bought the good luck charm, our business is much better this month. The money is coming in, ha. If there's still room, I'd like to buy it again. When will the host continue to sell talismans? Can I pay a deposit to set it up first? For crying out loud, I'll put down a deposit. 2. Deduct 1 if you want to buy a charm. Ji Yunyan said. Soon, people were constantly swiping and frantically deducting 1 in the live broadcast. The screen was full of snap ones, and Ji Yunyan was dazzled by it. There are quite a few people who want to buy it. It takes her quite a while to draw everyone's charms. I'm giving 100 spots now. Everyone can order and pay the link. You can pay a deposit first. I'm hanging inside the little yellow car, Ji Yanyu said. After grabbing these 100, I'll tell everyone next time I sell charms. Ji Yun hung onto the little yellow car, yet it only took 3 seconds for the contents to be snatched up. Anchor, I've discovered something. A scalper is selling your talisman on salty fish. What's a yellow cow? Ji Yunyan frowned. It is the second-hand dealer. Your talisman, $5,000 apiece, was snatched by the scalper, and then hung on the salted fish to sell 50,000 yuan. I just didn't snatch the talisman, but I didn't expect to get it as soon as I swiped the salted fish. Ji Yunyan, so, someone used my talisman to resell it to others to make money? Yes, it is, and I've seen people actually buying it. Instead of going to rob the anchor's live room, he goes to buy scalpers at a high price. Isn't this a big grudge seed? This scalper is too ruthless, netting $45,000 at once. The anchor didn't even sell it for that much. In fact, cannot be blamed for them as the grudge seed, mainly as the anchor of the charm is quite difficult to snatch, and so spiritual, so everyone coaxed. Many people would have been rich, and do not care about the tens of thousands of dollars. Even if no money people snatched the anchor's charm, can get something better than tens of thousands of dollars so it's still a solid profit. Are you just going to stand by and watch the scalpers run wild? Ji Yun, baby scalper, you took my stuff and went to seek the difference in price. This will depreciate your chi. Oh, at this moment, a certain scalper was looking at Ji Yun's live broadcast, and his fingers twitched. I'm a pro at scalping, so I shouldn't be, right? After all, it's $45,000, who'd mess with money? The scalper was unimpressed and exited the broadcast. At this time, Ji Yun received a phone call. Is it Ji Yun? We're from the Wilderness Survival Program. Hello guys, I am. It's like this. We're getting ready to start having to film and record today. May I ask if it's convenient for you? Our first phase of the variety show needs to go to each guest's home to shoot a pilot film. After shooting some travel material, then we will go to the program's set location for the 7 days and 6 nights of the variety show recording. Do you think it's convenient for you now? Convenient. Come on, Ji Yun said. Okay, please leave an address. We'll go now. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yun checked the house decoration to make sure there is no problem. To the decoration team to settle the final payment of the decoration. Ready to buy some furniture. At this time, Meng Fei was also watching Ji Yun's live broadcast. Sister Season, do you need furniture? My dad gave me a furniture company. Business is good lately. Do you need to pick up furniture from me? Sister Ji, see if there's any furniture you like. If there is, I'll give it to you. Saying that, Meng Fei privately messaged Ji Yun's small program in the background. There are many styles of furniture inside the small program. European and American style, in style, light luxury style, retro style. Ji Yun really did pick her favorite furniture. She selected a few pieces and added them to her cart. Meng Fei, the furniture you chose for this set is all Netflix models are great. I'll have the workers transport it to you now. Ji Yun, thank you. What's the price? I'll transfer it to you. Meng Fei, no need to turn. Since you helped me last time, my luck has come back. I am now very lucky every day. The supermarket opened several branches. Business is getting bigger and bigger. My father gave me several companies for me to operate it. Each company is thriving. I'm living like a god now. It's all thanks to you. I now feel like you were charging really small fees in the first place, woohoo. Sister G, I'm your #1 loyal fan. If you don't mind, you can also treat me as a friend. Anyway, these furniture are for you. As a thank you, I'll be angry if you give money. Ji Yun curled her lips and smiled. Well then, thank you. The rest of the fans saw envy. What's it like to have a rich girl's best friend who gives you furniture? Who cried with envy I won't tell. Lemon fruit on a lemon tree under a lemon tree just me. When am I going to have a rich girl best friend? Memphis was quick and efficient. And 10 minutes or so later a party of men carrying furniture wrapped around the edges in plush leather was headed this way. Everyone unpacked the furniture according to Ji Yun's arrangement and arranged the furniture neatly. When the program team came, what they saw was a scene of Ji Yun directing everyone to move the furniture. Programs? The other guests are either showing their luxurious life and happiness in the live broadcast, or they are showing their love and how much their husbands are doting on her, or how they are showing their talents, singing and dancing. But it turns out that Ji Yun is messing with the furniture here? Is this the official start of the taping? Ji Yun gazed blandly at the program's cameraman little brother. Yes, the big guy carried the camera and was a little rushed for a while. Sit down then, it's just that the new home has just been renovated. There's no fruit to entertain you without moving in, so let me pour you some water, Ji Yun said and walked towards the water dispenser. This is just delivered over the water dispenser. Thoughtful workers also sent a disposable paper cups, with a large bucket of non-fusanquin mineral water. Program crowd. At this time, the netizens who were entering the wilderness survival of Ji Yun's solo live broadcast room saw this scene and sent pop-ups. Yeah, I came to see how downtrodden Ji Yun has been. I didn't realize she got a new house. This one looks pretty good. Tyranny, who says it isn't? It looks pretty expensive. Looks like she's making a lot of money as an anchor. Cat, I always thought Ji Yun was arrogant and rude, but today I saw and realized that she was polite and respectful, pouring water for everyone. There's also the fact that her face value is too topsy-turvy, isn't it? Ji Yun gave everyone a cup of water. I'm in the middle of a live broadcast right now, so you guys just shoot yours and I'll continue live. There's one more netizen now. Ji Yun answered the netizen's live connection. The other party looked anxiously at Ji Yun. Master, our company has been a little off lately. Can you please give our company a look offline? Chapter 118 asking her to read the feng shui. What happened to your company? Ji Yun asked. I suspect the feng shui is not very good. Recently the company has invested in several S-rated projects that have all lost money and suffered heavy losses. But in the past our company used to have high market returns on even B, C-rated projects. My company this period of time is particularly unlucky. Do what loss? Just very evil loss. And the company's female artists also won after another bad luck up. Originally our company forced to hold the flow of the small flower quite high, but either was burst out of the breakup scandal, or was burst out of tax evasion, or is the brand method to withdraw endorsement. Not only my company's artists, there is also my sister Shan Shan, the original career development of the great, but recently has been chanting that he saw a ghost. Mental state there has been a problem. There has been no way to live a normal life, just quite evil. So I suspect that the company's feng shui has problems. Thinking you cannot come to the company to look at the crack a little? The speaker was a male boss of a movie and television company. In the past, a curiosity like Ji Yunyi couldn't even get a turn to work with their company, but it was different now. Now they were all asking Ji Yunyan to do things. Ji Yunyi's cell phone live broadcast room. I remember their company is Orange Entertainment, right? Orange Entertainment used to be considered a top tier in the movie and TV companies, but it's been going downhill for a while now. In the past, Ji Yunyi's curiosity could not qualify to cooperate with Orange Entertainment, but now Orange Entertainment has been losing money, and I'm afraid that if they continue to lose money, they will be reduced to a small company of 5 or 6 lines. Besides, they've been losing money, and the capital doesn't dare to continue investing in their dramas, and now the company's capital chain is sort of broken and struggling. He used to despise the anchor, but now he's here to beg for it, ha ha ha. At this time, the Wilderness Survival Synthesizer season Young's live studio camera. Donut, a company boss is going to be so polite to Ji Yunyi? What on earth is she capable of? Oni-chan, Ji Yunyi has quite a lot of skills. I suggest checking out the replays of her previous live broadcasts that netizens have posted on the internet. Blueberry pudding, I don't believe Ji Yunyan can still change feng shui for people. Ji Yunyan looked at the Orange Entertainment boss and sat down on the sofa. You point the camera at the company. I'll look at the feng shui layout. The owner of Orange Entertainment hastily adjusted the camera. Master, look. Ji Yunyi looked at him for a few seconds, and the eyes that landed on the Orange Entertainment boss's face became a bit icy. Your company's feng shui is quite good, so what's going on here? The company has been particularly unlucky. Boss Orange frowned. Perhaps, you should reflect on what you have done, Ji Yunyan said. Orange boss. What did I do? Ji Yun's eyes were frosty. What did you do to Hu Yuling? Have you forgotten? Hu Yuling, my favorite female love interest, bar none, only to commit suicide from depression. Yes, Hu Yuling had a bright future, at the peak of her career, but she couldn't think of anything else to do and committed suicide. It's a shame. It's not as simple as that, is it? The orange boss's eyes dodged. Anchor, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the company. Your company forced Hu Yuling to die, Ji Yunyan sighed and said. And now, it's just karma. 3 years ago, originally Hu Yuling is a small girl group trainee. Every day are within the volume of hard work singing and dancing. It is not easy to become a group debut. Thought I can finally get up. Can endorsement, filming, shooting ads, but I did not expect to be a resource cannot be received. All the resources in the company were given to the flow of small flowers, while a small trainee like her little transparent no one asked, and she could only stay in the company every day to do cleaning work. She's meant to be a star, not a janitor. Even if she studied hard to polish her acting skills, no one would notice her. That is, until her agent finds her and tells her that connections are important in this business, and that without them she has nothing, imploring her to go and drink with the big boys. She finally compromised in order to get some resources. After accompanying alcohol again, she did get the opportunity to shoot for a female N number inside a TV series, and she worked hard to grasp this opportunity and solidly polished her acting skills, and she also made a small appearance with her role. Gradually, more roles began to find her. From female N to female 1, her acting career has been smooth sailing. Originally, she thought that she was just accompanying alcohol, just accompanying the big boys to eat, enduring the salty hands of the big boys to touch around her body, as long as she held the bottom line, not to step over the thunder pool. When she became famous, she could get out of it, but she did not expect that in the days when she was playing the female number 1 to burst into flames. The company continued to let her go to accompany the alcohol. She thought that, as usual, she was comfortable handling this kind of drinking. She knows how to maneuver around a bunch of old colorful people to save herself. Whenever she drank before, she would take the opportunity to go to the bathroom, hyperventilate, and spit the alcohol out of her throat. But this time, even after she vomited, her head was still dizzy, her whole body had little strength, her body was limp, and her walking became shaky. Chapter 119, Why is the female top stream like that? I don't remember anything about the rest of it myself. When he woke up again, his body was a mess, filled with disgusting marks left by men. It was only then that Hu Yuling realized that the drinks last night had been drugged by the agent. Before, She was able to save herself because she was just a little transparent and worthless back then. And now, she's on fire and worth a lot of money. And the company sold her for a good price. The agent persuaded. Things have already happened. You should stop thinking about this. Now that you have gotten a step of hot S-rank goo-goo puppet female number 1. This is an opportunity that how many people would like to beg for but can't get it. It's given to you. Then you have to cherish it. Hu Yuling's face was full of tears, shaking her head. You guys told me it was escorting. But you didn't say you were going to do this. I quit. I want to terminate my contract. But the agent flung out the contract. The termination fee is $100 million. Take it or leave it. It was only then that Hu Yuling realized that there were several lines buried in the original contract at that time. I didn't know any of this myself when I signed the contract. Where is she going to make this $100 million? She couldn't solve it at all. Since then, Hu Yuling sells her acting all day and night without stopping. Originally wanted to earn enough for $100 million ransom, but she found that the company gave her fewer and fewer resources. Instead of holding up the rest of the female stars, and all those roles that the company gave her were bad, poorly received by the audience, not at all likable roles, and the dramas she acted in were all bad dramas, from the producers to the directors to the stars. All of them were the worst of the worst, and the company was consuming her by consuming the traffic that was on her. But out of contract, she was forced to accept it and watch her reputation deteriorate. She's forced to sleep with the big boys if she wants good resources. She didn't want to take this step, but she didn't realize that the company would use the contract to force her to have to sleep with them. Just like that, she forced herself to endure the humiliation of being forced to do this kind of thing, and went from a first-tier top-stream female love being to a showbiz bus. Sometimes you can serve over 100 people a day, even if it's their own biological period, they won't let it go. Instead, what she traded her body for was not her own resources, but the movie and television resources of the company owner's own sister. Song Shanshan. Song Shanshan stepped on her own bones to climb up the ladder step by step, while she could only be forced to sleep with her every day. In the process, she unfortunately became pregnant, inexplicably broken, no idea whose child it is. She didn't have time for an abortion. She spent her days either attending this reception or going to that hotel. Her career seemed to have changed from being a star to being a free whore that she could if she didn't pay. At first it was one person after another, but then it became a group of people together. In the process, she got pregnant 7 times and had 7 miscarriages. By the time she had her last miscarriage, the doctor told her she was in such bad shape that she wouldn't be able to have her own child if she kept fighting. She watched as Song Shanshan replaced her as the new Flo Flower, while she had just had an abortion but had to continue to suffer in the hotel from tortures that were worse than death. Then later, the company went so far as to take her to body modification without her consent, giving her body a series of surgeries to please men, even removed her vile uterus, the womb. There is a total lack of respect for human rights. The day her organs were removed, her father died, and she wanted to go back home to pay her respects, but she was still arranged to be picked up by the company, verbally abused and forced to. She felt like a dog. That's how she ended her life. Nonsense you. She's the one who can't think straight. What's it got to do with me? Boss Orange retorted. Right at this moment, an ID with the name Hu Yuling's mom appeared in Ji Yun's live room. Hu Yuling's mom, what the anchor said is true. My daughter was forced to die. Before dying, my daughter sent me a message saying she was unfilial, saying she was sorry for us and had no words to face us. Later I got my daughter's cell phone and saw the diary written in her cell phone app, and realized what she had been through, and I regretted it. My daughter's dream since she was a child was to be a star, but she didn't expect it to be walked into the abyss of the devil. Later, I gave these things to the media, hoping that the media can help my daughter and give my daughter justice, but I never thought that all these things would be blocked, and not a single piece of news could be transmitted on the internet. As soon as I sent it, it would be reported and deleted in seconds, and those things in the app in my daughter's cell phone are gone. I heard someone say that this was deleted by hackers. I then realized that they only have a hand in the entertainment industry, and ordinary people like us can only endure this heavenly injustice. It wasn't until I saw Ji Yun's live broadcast that I was able to tell the truth within her live broadcast. Orange Entertainment, you deserve retribution. You deserve to die. Ji Yun's live broadcast room exploded. Chapter 120, The Wall Falls Down. For a moment, the Orange Entertainment boss was in a panic. He wanted to hang up this live broadcast in a hurry, but right now, he was begging for help. Only Ji Yunyan could help him solve the problem. Master, I admit that our company does have problems with management, and I will fire the staff involved together. Can you see if you can help me resolve this? If this continues, the company will lose money sooner or later. There's a head for the grievances and a head for the debts. I can't help you in this matter, Ji Yunyan said in a cold voice. Money is not a problem, as long as you're willing to help me. Anchor, I can give as much as I want. The other party eagerly said. Your company has harmed too many stars. Such an unscrupulous company should be punished, Ji Young said in a cold voice. Looking at the bounty that the boss of Orange Entertainment had shuffled to herself, she returned it as is and closed the live broadcast. For a while, 10 sins of the unscrupulous company Orange Entertainment were exposed. A series of phrases Orange Entertainment persecuted actress Hu Yuling's entire process quickly rushed to the hot search. Hu Yuling is also too pitiful. This group of people in the company are totally not treating the artists as human beings. How dare you forcefully remove a person's uterus without regard to his or her will? Doesn't this kind of person have a mother and sister? Is this the end of humanity or the end of morality? Yuling's sister has always been lively and optimistic image of the little son, and then the mental state is very poor. I think it is not what happened. I did not expect to experience these. The damn company. Die. All rise. All die for me. More and more people shifted their fire to Song Shanshan. What's with the shamelessness? Stepping on other people's bones to get to the top. Relationships are great. You take these resources to get very happy. Have not considered what others for these lost? I used to like her, but now it seems really disgusting. I'm going to throw up. It's only right that you become insane now. You've got what's coming to you. Song Shanshan was subjected to an unprecedented amount of cyber violence. And that night, Song Shanshan's mom and dad cried all over the internet saying that they begged everyone to spare their daughter. They were in tears and said that Song Shanshan had already tried to commit suicide by jumping off a building. Immediately afterward, the news of Song Shanshan's suicide by jumping off a building completely exploded the news hot search. Song Shanshan's body had been dropped in a bloody mess. Song Shanshan's parents cried and blamed the netizens. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you guys eating human blood buns, my daughter wouldn't be able to think of jumping off a building and committing suicide. It's all because of your net violence that my daughter became like this. You must pay the price. We will do everything in our power to get the best and strongest lawyers to fight the case. I'm going to make all of you who cyber violate people pay the price of the law. They also looked for the strongest lawyers. However, the lawyers told them that they could not sue because Song Shanshan originally had mental problems and self-injurious behaviors before this, and it was very difficult to sue the netizens under these circumstances. And on the side of public opinion, they don't have the light of day. Song Shanshan's mom and dad were at a loss for words for a while and could only eat this dumb loss. And Song Shanshan's brother, the owner of Orange Entertainment, was in no better position. Walls are falling down and more victims are exposing the inner workings of Orange Entertainment. A second-tier flower came out to voice, Orange Entertainment signed many trainees in the early years. Many trainees do not have the resources or any opportunity. Has been in the company consumed. If you want to get ahead there are only two ways. One is to sleep with the sister like the moonling, and the second is to pay the astronomical breach of contract fee to terminate the contract. I'm a bit luckier than you Ling. My parents dumped all their money to pay for my termination. And now, I'm happy with myself. After seeing what happened to Sister Yuling, I feel very lucky after the robbery. I thank my parents for being able to spend money to help me out of my misery. But I also know clearly that not every girl is as lucky as I am. A third-tier EGO also stood up and spoke out. I had been afraid to say these things before, and now that I've retired, I dare to say it. I signed up with Orange Entertainment before, and the company would not only let female stars go to sleep with them, but even the boys were not spared. I was only 19 years old. The same as Yu Ling's sister cannot get any resources. The company let me go to eat with some rich women. Those women are 40 or 50 years old, fat body on the age of. I went for the sake of business, but I did not expect the rich woman even violated me. Later, the rich woman from time to time, take care of the rich woman often take care of me, but also brought her sisters. That night, a total of 6 rich women, said to give me 6 endorsements. To give me to eat the meal added strong drugs. They 6 people tossed me all night. The same night I was sent to the rescue room. It was on the news at the time, and everyone thought I was being carried to the emergency room because I was working too hard. Which I was, wasn't I? I was working too hard for this job and my life was almost gone. At least I was resuscitated. And now I'm still alive. But since then I've gotten dysfunction X, and I can't act like a normal man anymore. He showed his case. His fans came out in mass and retweeted comments like crazy. My God, my brother went through such inhumane torture. Orange Entertainment boss, are you still a human being? Everyone give me some credit. I'll rush up with a kitchen knife and shark him. The whole network is bashing Orange Entertainment, and Orange Entertainment's shares continue to fall, hitting rock bottom. Many projects have not even begun to be released by the netizens have already been boycotted. Some of the movies that have not yet been released collectively were boycotted, and the losses are heavy. Hu Yuling's manager was splashed with paint and black dog blood by Hu Yuling's true fans. And the boss of Orange Entertainment was stabbed by an enraged black fan, hospitalized with injuries and in a coma. And the doctor's examination said that the stabbing had hit a vital part. Meanwhile, Ji Yunyan was showing love to Xia Chen in the live broadcast room. Sam, taste if the lychee is sweet. She stood on her tiptoes, her scallion white fingers handing the peeled lychee to Xia Chen's lips. Xia Chen circled her waist and took this lychee into his mouth. She knew that this sugar-splattered scene would surely attract many true fans to praise how sweet it was. After all, Xia Chen Hegemony's identity is here. Hegemony is in a relationship with an actress, and both of them have good face values, so she must be the number one in the heat of the live broadcast. Those female guests are reduced to their own company. Ji Yunyan, on the other hand, would know what it meant to be crushed. However, at this moment, the agent's voice came from the headset. Yunyan, right now Ji Yunyan's live room has the highest traffic of all the guests. What's going on here? The smile at the corner of Ji Yunyan's lips was almost impossible to maintain. Xia Chen could see that she was distracted. What's wrong? Nope, I'm going to the bathroom. She let out a chirpy laugh and ran quickly towards the bathroom. Chapter 121, The Last Trigram. What the hell is going on here? Inside the bathroom, Ji Yunyan messaged her manager. The show is fully protective of the privacy of the guests, so there are no cameras in the bathroom taking pictures. It's Ji Yun fortune-telling, involving some orange entertainment. Check out the hot search yourself if you're free. Ji Yunyan opened the hot search, and her face became a few points more somber with each word she read. Damn for claptrap. She could only be complacent for a little while. You know, this wilderness survival variety show has a lot of danger in it. It would be easy to do something about it. Even letting Ji Yunyi this die in it is easy. This time, she was going to make sure that Ji Yunyan had no return in there. After gathering her emotions, Ji Yunyan raised a little smile on her face and walked out step by step. The program's people left after installing the camera gear, and Ji Yunyan continued with the live broadcast. There's one last fortune left today. Grab the lucky bag of Ishige Cure. Ji Yunyi answered the other party's live connection. Hello, anchor. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 30s, combing his back hair and wearing a striped suit, sitting in a lavishly decorated office with a deep, three-dimensional and somewhat handsome face. Wow, looks like a bully. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome one since I've been watching the host's live broadcast. Isn't this the hero from a romance novel? Mom, I'm in love. Hello, what do you want to count? Ji Yunyan drank some water and spoke. I've recently been pestered by a girl. He sighed and said. Many people around me say that this girl is scheming for my money. I want the anchor to count how much this girl is sincere to me. I knew there was no way such a handsome man wouldn't have a woman around him. I was just in love and now I'm out of love. According to the anchor's previous math, 80% of it is not genuine, right? Now the girls see a rich to jump on, is nothing more than gold. Many girls have said, only seek glory and wealth and nobility, do not seek a trace of true love. A lot of women are very realistic. No money at all, ignore you. Ji Yunyan. Show me a picture of her. Okay, the picture is sent to you in the background. Haiku sent the photo. Ji Yunyan looked at her for a few seconds before saying, this girl, her feelings for you are not ordinary. Haiku got it, I knew it. Nowadays, girls are so young that they want to rely on men and don't want to work hard. I've seen a lot of such people. She's not true to you, I'm true to you. Look at me, woo-woo. Do you need a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Do you need a boyfriend? Don't be too stuck on gender. I can be male or female, 1 or 0. Haikao shook his head. In that case, I'd better decline. Ji Yunyan. Before you, did you have an ex-wife? That's right, I was very much in love with my ex-wife. It's just a shame she got terminal cancer and passed away. Haiku was a little gloomy. She was the woman I loved most in my life. What about this girl? Have you ever been attracted to her? Ever? Ji Yunyan continued. She's young and beautiful, and it's hard for a guy not to be attracted to a girl like that. Haiku said, I can't forget my ex-wife. She will always be the white moonlight in my heart. There is no one else in this world who will love me more than her. As for this girl, originally there is a difference of more than 10 years with me. Not to mention the fact that what she is looking at is my money. So it's better to forget about it. Haigao Tiankong smiled to himself. People are right. He does see a lot of these women. What if I tell you that she really loves you? Ji Yunyan spoke out. Haiku was staggered. This girl is the reincarnation of your ex-wife? Chapter 122, Still Remembering to Love You After Reincarnation. Reincarnation? Haiku froze. Exactly. What's going on? Reincarnated and came back to Haikokuten again? This suddenly has the feel of a Korean drama. This damn sense of destiny. Your wife loves you, Ji Yunyan said. That's right. Haikao's eyes moistened. I didn't have everything I have now when I met my wife. In order to support me in starting my own business, my wife took all of her dowry and gave it to me. But I failed in my first business and lost a lot of money. Then later when I started my second business, my wife sold the house her parents left her to support me and lent me a lot of money. When everyone said she was a love brain, that she had been cheated out of her money, and told her to hurry up and divorce me. But no, she accompanied me in my second business venture, lived with me in a dark and damp basement, and when we ran out of money in the poorest time of our business venture, my wife accompanied me to the construction site to move bricks, and continued to take the money earned to keep the business venture running, until I had what I have now. Few people make it this far anymore. Yeah, I can see your wife really loves you. My wife, who values money more than her life, couldn't possibly give me points to support me. Don't mention it. I did a small supermarket loss. As a result, my wife scolded me all day like a grandson. I can't even raise my head in this family, let alone give me money to continue to support me. Not to mention suffering with me. After failing to start a business, the wife and children have become someone else's. Bitter smile. Love is really mutual. Your wife also met a good man. If you meet the scum, then it will be the same as the anchor before the live broadcast of the Love Brain Girls. Was cheated. Not only no money, life is not allowed to be able to keep it. The love brain is actually quite dangerous. But fortunately, her love brain is used on the right person. That's right. Another thing that particularly touched me was that the two of us once went on an expedition together to the western no man's land, during which we encountered danger and were cut off from water and food. And my wife went so far as to cut off her own fingertips and feed me with blood in order to keep me alive. Then we both survived. We made it out of no man's land and waited for help. The man said, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. I want to thank my wife. Without her I wouldn't be where I am today. As for Yo-Yo, Haikal frowned. Anchor, is she really the reincarnation of my ex-wife? That's right, Ji Yunyan said. Your wife had a powerful obsession after her death. And because she had done good deeds and virtues throughout her life, she had a lot of blessings and was able to reincarnate as a human being as a result. Although she lost her memory, she always remembered the matter of loving you. Loving you is an instinct. God, it's so sweet to still have the instinct to love him after reincarnation. So touched. When will this sweet love be my turn? But their personalities are really different. While my wife is as gentle as water, Yo-Yo has a lively personality and is somewhat arrogant, like a rose with thorns. Hai Gao Tiankong said. At that time, after seeing me, Yu started to pursue me, always pestering me by my side, overbearingly swearing sovereignty, forbidding other women to approach me, took me as her possession. My wife, on the other hand, I chased her back then. After people are reincarnated, their personalities differ due to different family environments with different educations. The Yo-Yo who is pursuing you now, although she doesn't have such a good financial condition like this, she grew up in a honeypot of love from her family. The character will be much more cheerful. Haiku's eyes were moist. I know. Thank you, Anchor. At the same time, there was a knock on the door of Haikau's office room. Chapter 123, Rebel Girl. Enter. Haiku wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and spoke out. Soon, the door to the office room was pushed open, and a girl wearing a light pink plaid skirt with a butt head walked in, and she cried out delicately, Uncle, do you have time to watch a movie with me tonight? She took a step to the man's desk. Uncle and Lolita. This CP feeling comes at once. This girl is so cute. Her face value goes well with Haikau. It's a perfect match. What are you still hesitating for? It's your destiny to be together. I'm really envious of such divine love. Oh, yes. The man looked at her with a smile. Uncle, are you watching the live broadcast? Yo-Yo cocked her head and looked down. Isn't this Anchor's sister the fortune-telling anchor that's been on the hot search for 3 days? Yeah. Then what did you just find this sister to count? The girl's pair of black and round almond eyes brightly looked at him. She bit her lip and smiled shyly. It wouldn't be counting our marriage, would it? Right. The anchor said that the two of us, we are destined for each other. 2 lifetimes of love. The man wrapped his large hand around the girl's tiny hand and pulled her onto his lap. Afterwards, the man's big hands wrapped around her slender waist. Those slightly deep eyes gazed deeply at her. Too many emotions intertwined within those deep sea-like eyes. And in the girl's shy gaze, the man kissed her lips. The video link was cut. Don't hang up. I'm not that bad at paying for the internet. Hanging up at the most critical time. Can't you let us have one more look at it? Woo-woo. The two of them seem like romance novels shining into reality. I love it. It's just a shame it's gone by this point. Before seeing the live broadcast of The Anchor, I have seen so much human greed and ugliness that I don't believe in love and have become a non-marriage and infertility advocate. But now, seeing the love of the sea and the sky, I believe in love again. And I want to fall in love so badly. So am I. Where there is darkness, there must also be sunshine. There is a lot of beauty in this world, even though it is light and strange. You can't stop believing in good things just because you've heard about these dark things. One must not choke on it. Yes, I always believe that life is good. Bless Haikao Tiankong to have a sweet love. Ji Yunyi curled her lips and smiled. And I also wish that everyone on the opposite side of the screen can harvest their own happiness. Thank you, Anchor woohoo. Is the anchor going off the air? So sad. I haven't seen enough. I still want to see it. Anchor don't go. Anchor how can I live without you? Bawling ooh. Ji Yun smiled. It will continue to be on tomorrow. That's it for today's fortune telling. I hope everyone is happy every day. I hope everyone is healthy and loved. The anchor is so warm. I hate to see you. I don't do anything after work every day. I'm already satisfied and happy just watching the anchor's live broadcast. Yeah, the excitement in the anchor's live room is comparable to a TV series. I love the anchor so much. I hope the anchor can go on broadcasting for a while. The anchor is my source of happiness every day. Just when Ji Yun was about to say goodbye to everyone, a name called. I'm a scalper, I was wrong. The ID was sending out pop-ups within Ji Yun's live broadcast. I'm a scalper, I was wrong. Master. I was wrong. Master. Help me. Crowd of netizens. Is this the scalper who grabbed the anchor's talisman a while ago and sold it for 50,000 for 5,000? Blind guess that's him. I'm a scalper, I was wrong. Launched a live link with Ji Yunyan. Ji Yunyan answered. Master. I was wrong. The opposite side is a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing a tight black t-shirt, a beer belly, jeans, and beanies. As soon as he opened the anchor, he immediately folded his hands and knelt in front of Ji Yunyan. Master, please save me. What's going on here? Retribution? The anchor's wool isn't so good for gripping. Now it's silly. The anchor had said to tell the scalper to return the charms, but he wouldn't listen. And this look is retribution. I've hated scalpers for a long time. And there's not much we fans can do about the fact that concert tickets for celebrities are speculated by scalpers. Ji Yunyan, tell me what's wrong with you? I'm a scalper, I'm wrong. His face grayed out. I'm wrong. A while ago I used several cell phones to grab the master's talisman and hang it on salted fish to sell it. It was earning a little bit of money, and I'm complacent, but I didn't expect to be retributed in the blink of an eye. The money I earned was put in my PayPal, but I didn't realize that the money had disappeared. How can I not find? There is no record of any consumption. I was thinking that it would not be my son to play with my cell phone to my Alipay money spent, and deleted the purchase record. So this side of nothing. I was so angry that I beat up my son, but my son cried and said he didn't do it, saying he was wronged. I thought my son was lying and hit him harder, breaking the broom, but my son kept insisting he wasn't playing. Then I checked the home security camera and realized that my son had been doing his homework and that I had wronged him. I called the PayPal officials again and the bill provided to me there didn't have the money in it. I thought the official got it wrong and in a fit of anger I complained them again. I never thought anything of it until I went to the bank to withdraw cash and the money in my hand turned into white paper. As soon as the cash comes to my hand, it turns into white paper. And as soon as the money is transferred to my card it is also instantly zeroed out. I now PayPal, Weibo, bank card is not a penny. I also dare not touch the money. A touch, the money will evaporate and disappear. Master, I know I'm wrong, please save me. I have an old man and a young man, and my wife has just given birth to my second child, all of whom I need to support. Serves you right. Who made you a scalper in the first place? It's so cool. The scalpers should spit out all the money they make. Ji Yanyu was silent for an instant, then spoke. I can help you resolve this, but only if you return the money you received so that the fans in my live broadcast can buy the talisman at the original price. And in the future, you are not allowed to do such a thing again. Fine. I will definitely do it. Yellow Ox kowtowed heavily. At this time an ID called, I am the wife of the yellow cow rewarded a carnival in the live broadcast room. Anchor, I'm a scalper's wife. My husband can't get a reward on his card. Use mine. Anchor, hard work. I'll teach him a good lesson with him this time. And make sure he doesn't commit any more offenses. Ji Yanyu looked at the scalper. Use your wife's account to get a refund. And when the refund is successful, the curse will be cancelled. Okay, thank you master. After thanking him profusely, Yellow Ox left the live broadcast room. The anchor is so powerful. This incident also shows that no one can offend a master of metaphysics. The anchor is still too soft-hearted. If it were me, I wouldn't have helped him. Anchor strength spoils the fans. It's too happy to be an anchor's fan. Ji Yunyan said to the live broadcast. Those who didn't grab the talisman before can now start grabbing it. Excited. I've been single for 30 years and I'm going to grab it. Damn it. How did you guys get here so fast? Can't grab it. Can't grab it at all. A bunch of devils oohoo. When enough can it be my turn to grab damn In less than 3 seconds, the talismans were all snatched up. Happy. I grabbed it. Thank you, Anchor. Me too. Thanks to the anchor's benefits for the fans. The 50,000 talisman is back up to 5,000. Will the price of anchors go up later? There will be no price increase. Everyone rest assured. Ji Yun smiled. Those who didn't grab one shouldn't be discouraged. There's still a chance next time. Everyone can draw one themselves according to the method I taught last time. Although it's not as effective, but those who learn well still have an effect. That's it for today's broadcast. I'm ready to go off the air. Before he finished speaking, Ji Yunyan saw a pop-up screen from an ID called Beautiful Home. Master, please save my daughter. My daughter wants to sell her first night. Chapter 124, Crazy Stargazer. What's going on? How old is the child? Is it a rebellious period to fool around? Ji Yunyan answered her video link. The woman across the street wore a hat and mask, blocking a face, just a brow with deep Sichuan lines, looking sad. My child is 19 years old. She is also considered a rebellious period. Beautiful Home eyes are full of blood. The thing is like this. My daughter is a star chaser. Usually buy a little card to buy a little support peripheral and so on, even if this time she wants to buy a concert ticket, but online cannot be purchased. By the group of Death of the Scalper to monopolize a ticket was even speculated to $1 million. We are just an ordinary family living in a small 18th tier county. $1 million is really an astronomical sum for our family. After all, the house we live in as a family is only $300,000. Her dad and I sternly rejected her about the concerts and gave her no more permission to continue her stargazing. We originally thought that there is no money. She will have no way to go to the concert, no way to follow the star. But I did not expect. That day I saw a news. Said the male star's crazy fans in order to go to his concert sold their first night. I also think it is quite outrageous. Who will be so child will not self-respect and self-love. I also share this link with relatives. But I did not expect. And so I clicked on the after that but found that this social account that sold his first night is the picture of my daughter. In the picture, the girl is wearing a black lace dress with cat ears and a little bell around her neck. And even though only half of her face is showing, I recognize her. That's my daughter Ting Ting. Tears continued to slide down her face as Wonderful Homes cried. Her shoulders were shaking and she was flanked by the man who accompanied her, handing her toilet paper towels. Wonderful Homes looked haggard, and her husband was in no better shape, also with a sad face and a lot of gray hair at his temples. This is too outrageous. If a family member is seriously ill and sold his first night to cure his family can be understood. But for a virtual male star is so cheap. I really convinced. It really is a small knife pulling an ass open to the eye. It's the first time I've seen such an outrageous groupie. Luckily, this is not my daughter. If this were my daughter, I would slap her to death. Having a child like this, my old ancestors' coffin boards were lifted up in anger. Sympathize with the couple. They look so much more haggard and changed. Master, we have heard that you are very good at fortune telling, and we also know your rule that you only tell 3 trigrams a day. But now that the fire is burning, can you help us and help my lost daughter? With that, she rewarded 3 carnivals towards the live stream. Ji Yani counted on her fingers. Your daughter has been sold. What? Hearing this, her eyes blackened and her body lurched, about to faint. Wife, are you okay, wife? The man quickly caught the woman in his arms as large tears fell. Right now she's on her way to a room with the seller. You guys can still stop it by going now. It's not too late. Ji Yunyan's face was grave. The location is at the Taijin Hotel. Well. The man nodded his head in a hurry. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. He quickly picked up the woman. Wife, wake up. Let's go save our daughter. Yes, save your daughter. The woman opened her eyes with difficulty, braced herself and stood up, muttering in disbelief. Let's go. You guys drive. From the Garden Road, drive with a 60 miles per hour speed. You can avoid all the traffic lights and can best arrive. Ji Yunyan said. This is also too good. The anchor can still count to the traffic road. Anchor, you are my god. I declare that I'm now a true fan of the anchor. The couple thanked him profusely and hurriedly followed the route Ji Young said and quickly drove off. The anchor is really a god. There's no traffic at all on the route, she said. It's like she's on a roll. Yes, the road is clear all the way. It used to be at least 20 minutes of traffic at this hour. The couple soon arrived at the hotel. The room number is 1102. Ji Yunyan pinched his fingers and said, you guys go quickly. The couple quickly took the elevator and pressed the door to the 11th floor. Both of us have long known that she chased the star, but we did not know that she was so crazy. If we had known, we should have stopped her, and we would not have made today's big mistake. The woman said in tears. This is not just moral degradation, not just self-indulgence anymore. On the legal level, this is also against the law. If the police don't know, it's okay, the man also said in a deep voice. Ji Yanyi looked to the live broadcast. Let's help this couple today. Anyone's child has disobedient times. I hope everyone keeps their mouths shut about today's events. To protect the girl's privacy, I'm going to close the live feed. At this moment, over at the live broadcast, the couple came to the door of the room, and they heavily tapped on the door. Tina, Come out. You come out. After the two of them had been filming for a while, the hotel room door opened and Lu Tingting's face was ugly as she walked out from inside the hotel. Upon seeing the visitors, she was a little bit weak, but it quickly turned to dissatisfaction. Why are you guys here? Chapter 125, She is the light of the righteous path. If we don't come, are we going to stand by and watch you degrade yourself here? Wonderful home ached. How did you become what you are now? Who is this? At this time, inside the hotel came out a man with a big waist, all in LV, with a Gucci belt on his waist, almost as old as Lu Tingting's dad. Lu Tingting was a little embarrassed, her eyes dodging. We are her parents, the man said angrily. He looked at Lu Tingting. Her hair wasn't messed up, her clothes were properly on, and this man next to her was fully dressed. He sighed in relief and pulled Lu Tingting's wrist. Go, come with me now. What's going on? Playing at being a fairy. I've paid the money. The man with the big waist glared and stopped, tugging on Lu Tingting's other wrist. Yes, Dad. People have paid. I'm not leaving. Lu Tingting had a stern face and said. Then you hurry to return the money to the people. Wonderful Holmes stomped her feet anxiously. She looked apologetically at the man on the side. I'm sorry, my daughter is young and doesn't know any better. She did this kind of wrong thing in a moment of impulsiveness. We'll let her return the money to you now. Saying that, Wonderful Holmes shoved Lu Tingting. Hurry up. I'm not paying it back. I've already sold it, and I won't go back on it. You guys don't have the money to buy me tickets, and you won't let me earn money to buy them in my own way? Why are you guys so selfish? Lu Tingting angrily said. Pa Lu Tingting's her father slapped her in the face. Do you know what you're saying and doing? Do you mouth your own way to sell your body? The man snarled. Lu Tingting covered her face, which was numb from the beating, and bit her lips tightly. Her eyes were full of tears, but she stubbornly said, What's wrong with this? I'm just making money based on my ability. Besides, don't women have to sleep with men sooner or later? Other people just go to bed. I can still grasp the opportunity to make some money to buy my favorite things by doing this. Even if others want to sell, they don't have my conditions and can't sell at my price. The male celebrity you like is your father or your mother. Worth doing such a thing? Wonderful Homeland's lips trembled with anger. You treat yourself like a piece of cargo to be fiddled with for the sake of a concert. The culture you learned and the education you learned it in the stomach of a dog? How could I have given birth to such an ungrateful and unashamed daughter like you? Wonderful Homestead stomped her feet in anger. That's my favorite love child. That's my light. Lu Tingting glared at them stubbornly. Youth only comes around once. What's wrong with me defying the odds once for my favorite thing? I'm going to get what I want. I've made up my mind, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the concert. If you guys aren't capable of giving me what I want, don't stop me from going to the future I want. Lu Tingting's eyes glowed fiercely. If you guys stop me today, if you cause me to not be able to go to my brother's concert, I'll jump off the roof and die in front of you. This comment made Wonderful Holmes almost faint from the blackness in both eyes. She really had no choice and hurriedly called Ji Yun over. Master, what should we do? My daughter just said that if I stop her, she will die in front of us. Of course, she didn't get in her daughter's face to protect her privacy. At this time, although Ji Yun is closed in the live platform fortune-telling live room, but there is still wilderness survival variety show and the guest bit of the live room is open. What kind of strange daughter is this? She's going to kill us all. If I had a daughter like that, I'd lock her up in a juvenile detention center and teach her a good lesson. If I had a daughter like that, I'd lock her up in a juvenile detention center and teach her a good lesson. Me too. Let her die. She's just scaring the out of people. My daughter has always been very stubborn. What she recognizes can't be pulled back by 10 oxen. Wonderful Holmes said anxiously. She threatened to commit suicide when she was little before, and she really did. At that time, she broke a tea bowl and cut her wrist with the porcelain of the broken tea bowl, bleeding a lot. I'm really afraid to take any chances this time, Wonderful Home whispered. At this time, the atmosphere had already reached a stalemate. Lu Tingting was about to walk towards the hotel with that man, but Ji Yun opened his mouth. Lu Tingting, if I tell you that your favorite male love bean fan Bin Bin takes drugs, powder and gathers white chaos, will you still like him? Hearing this, Lu Tingting turned around incredulously. Seeing that the voice was coming from Wonderful Home's cell phone, she pointedly argued. What kind of person are you while you're talking nonsense here? My brother's reputation is something you can slander? I've seen black fans, never seen you so black. Your heart and liver are black, right? I'll sue you for defamation. Believe it or not, Ji Yun is also too capable of talking nonsense. She's just opening her mouth. My love beans or love propaganda ambassador it is positive energy, but also on CCTV. What right she so slander? I'm so angry. Me too. Ji Yun's face is too disgusting. Most of the live broadcast room of Variety is some wild passersby who haven't seen Ji Yun's live broadcast, and there are quite a few of them, who are still Ji Yun's black powder. Hearing this, everyone rallied against Ji Yun, and there was a lot of cursing in the comment area. And some fans of Ji Yunying's fortune-telling livestream entered through the livestream of the Wilderness Survival Variety after she shut down the fortune-telling livestream. The big guy sprays gently, and there's a time for you to punch him in the face. You may not believe in your favorite beans, but you must believe in me. Sister G. There's no time when Sister G's fortune-telling is wrong. Sister G, the light of the righteous path. In the face of Lu Tingting's skepticism, Ji Yunyin faintly said, "Don't believe it?" Fan Binbin 21 purchased a packet of ice candy from the Chaoyang district, which actually contained DU products, and that location, too, is a #1 den for trading. Quite a few addicts are trading there. Aren't there a lot of people watching on the live feed? Everyone just go check it out. As for fans, he went to Nanjing on the 22nd and took a room at the Imperial Jade Hotel, and there's a girl inside who's his real fan. His agent told fans they could meet him, and fans thought it was a perk for them, not realizing it was the agent scouting for girls for his beauty pageant harem. When the target is selected, he asks the fan to come out to meet him for dinner and then a movie. And logically, he sleeps with the girl. He PUA'd girls saying he only liked her, when in fact quite a few of the young, beautiful and well-built ones in the fanbase had been victimized by him. The funny thing is that all those girls still think they're the most special one and are at his beck and call. Chapter 126, A House Collapses. The live stream exploded at that comment. A number of paparazzi have brought to light the information they have found out. One of Fan Binbin's fans, Linda, the president of the Fan Support Association, came forward to speak out. "I've been fanning him for 5 years, since I was 18, and I thought I was his girlfriend, but I didn't think he'd do something like this." Linda exposed the chat logs with Fan Binbin, and fans found out that whenever Fan Binbin went to a hotel he would call her there. Netflix is shocked. Isn't this treating this young lady like a free chicken? I can see that Mrs. Appearance is much more beautiful than many popular stars. This scumbag is obviously whoring for nothing. My god, this is so gross. I'm all you. Such a scummy guy is even bursting all over the internet with his deep love mannequin. I'm going to puke. And at this point, more and more fans of Van Buren are coming forward to speak out. If this sister hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have known he was such a person. I found out that he invited me to a hotel room on the 16th after he went to a hotel room with you on the 15th. This guy is just seamless. He's a master of time management. At this time, Fan Binbin's other Global Fan Support Association's president, Xiao Pineapple, also came forward to break the news. Fan Binbin is also too not a thing, right? He opened a room with me on the 17th. My god, one day a person really take our group of fans as a member of his harem group? These fans are their room records as well as the schedule, as well as in Fan Binbin's chat records broke the news. Gradually more and more people began to break the news of Fan Binbin's black information. In these black materials inside Fan Binbin at the same time, and more than a dozen girls chat dating, and respectively according to their own work arrangements, and these more than a dozen girls to go to different hotel rooms, but also the spirit of Pua these girls. At this time Fan Binbin's pair of clips have been investigated. Fan Binbin's black material completely burst out. The original Fan Binbin organized a group of not into the male stars, as well as the circle of male models opened a villa party, and will be some of the young and beautiful girls about the villa, some of which are even underage. Fan Binbin is really a master of time management. He, as a top streaming male star, has such a full schedule that he not only has to go on variety recording programs, but also shoot TV dramas and movies, but also roadshows all over the country, but also concerts, but also shoot endorsements, but also record albums and do MVs. And surprisingly, he still has time to room with a dozen or so girls and chat with a dozen or so girls. I did the math and looked at his schedule and realized that he only sleeps 4 hours a day. A contemporary time management teacher. No doubt. These girls are also too easy to fool. They are young and simple. They can easily trust the men in the society. In fact, you can't blame these girls for being so stupid. After all, when a favorite for a long time, handsome and rich, suddenly throws an olive branch to you, suddenly very gentle to you, for a girl, it's really hard to resist this kind of temptation. In the end, it is the packaging of the entertainment industry that gives them a layer of filters on these stars, and they themselves in our real life and the vegetarians are not very different. Only in the makeup and wear some effort on just remove the makeup, and vegetarians really almost the same. There is a netizen sunshine Fan Binbin no refinement no beauty face road life picture to come. This picture on Fan Binbin face full of pimples, acne, skin oily, large pores, eyelids under the thick black circles, eye sockets, a little sunken cheeks and decree lines. It's really scary to see this picture. Those star-crossed girls, open your eyes and see, is this your favorite brother? To put it mildly, I think I'm even better looking than he is. At this time Fan Binbin's Right Home also came out. Fan Binbin did not enter the entertainment industry before the debut of the photo of Fan Binbin in fat and black, swollen eye bubbles, garlic nose, thick lips, and even some mouth protrusion. This is too ugly. Is this sure it's a person? Isn't this just a head swap? While these young and beautiful girls are packaged out of his persona to deceive they like his Fan Binbin played the role, not Fan Binbin real person. Seeing Fan Binbin's current demeanor, do you guys still like him? Gradually Fan Binbin more and more black material was exploded. A time when the wall fell down, Fan Binbin collapsed room. The whole network are trolling him. Even Fan will face jail time. How is this possible? How is this possible? Lu Tingting was shocked as she clutched her cell phone tightly, looking at the black information about Fan Binbin that was all over the internet. She couldn't believe that the Oba she had been fanning for so many years was such a person. This is a legal curiosity. Is it through plastic surgery to become handsome? And then through the entertainment company packaged out of the persona. He likes the company carefully packaged personnel, rather than Fan Binbin his own. He simply do not understand Fan Binbin is how the person, and their own stupidity for millions of a chapter of the concert, naturally sell their first night. Not only have you spoiled your body, but this is something that is against the law, and if you don't get it right, you'll almost be indulging your beautiful youth and future. What makes a person's family worth doing this to themselves? Chapter 127, Survival in the Forest. Lu Tingting's eyes were red, her eyes were filled with hot tears, and large teardrops rolled down. Whether you want to believe it or not, this is always the truth. Ji Yunyan sighed softly. You're only 19. You're still young. You still have a very bright future. No one deserves you to do such impulsive things. I used to hate Ji Yunyan. I thought she was pretentious like a clown. But today I realized that Ji Yunyan has a positive outlook. Ji Yunyi is considered to have redeemed this girl. If not Ji Yunyi, this girl would have sold her first night for a lesser thing. Ji Yunyi is also considered to have saved a family. I'm entering Ji Yunyi's live room for the first time. I used to be Ji Yunyi's black fan. I'm now turning from pink to black. I want to say out loud to Ji Yunyi, I'm sorry. I will never hack you again. I literally got teary-eyed. A girl really needs to love herself. Loving herself is the beginning of a lifelong romance. No one and nothing is worth consuming yourself with. Lu Tingting saw this scene. She dropped her tears and turned her head to look at the impatient gold owner. This big brother. I regret it. I should not have done this kind of thing on the spur of the moment. I will return the money to you. Now. With that she hurriedly took out her cell phone and returned the money. The other party knows that the girl's mother is live. If he did the thing was circulated, go out to be his wife knows, then this family will be scattered. He will also have no face. He cannot pursue too much, can only eat this dumb loss. Since the girl returned the money to their own, then take it as it has not happened. Alright then, this matter is confidential. You guys don't reveal my information. After explaining these words, the Golden Lord's big brother blocked his face with his hands and left in a hurry. Wonderful Home was relieved to see this scene. Luckily, their daughter has lost her way, and they only have this one precious daughter. Otherwise how can they live in the future? Mom and Dad, I know I'm wrong. I'll never be so willful again. Lu Tingting cried out in pain as she flung herself into the arms of her wonderful home, sobbing. I blame myself for being too impulsive and rebellious to do something like this to upset Mom and Dad. We won't say anything else. Just promise you won't do anything like that again. Wonderful Home said with a sigh. A lost cause is a good boy. Tingting it's really not easy for Mom and Dad to raise you. In the future you can't be so impulsive anymore. If something happens to you, how will you let me and your mom live? Lu Tingting's father reddened his eyes and sighed. At this time Lu Tingting flopped down. She knelt down opposite the couple. A young hand fiercely hit himself a slap. The sound of a crisp slap sounded. I promise you that I will never do this kind of thing again. From now on I'll live a good life, love myself well, and read the university well, and I'll also take the exams to give you a good name. In the future, I will never chase stars again. This matter ended with Lu Tingting's repentance. And Wonderful Home brushed a dozen more carnivals within Ji Yun's live broadcast in order to be grateful. Along with Fan Binbin's collapsed room, Ji Yunyan live broadcast room influx of millions of fans. Ji Yunyan's microblogging account and the platform live account on the account of a time to absorb countless powder. Ji Yunyan's microblogging account has broken through the 60 million fans, and Ji Yunyan's live broadcasting platform account has also broken through the 30 million. Early the next morning, the Wilderness Survival crew informed the guests of the show that they were to arrive at the international airport at 7 a.m. and fly to the designated Yusero Forest according to the tickets they were given by the program. The first installment of Wilderness Survival takes place within this forest, a pristine forest that has not been explored by humans. My God, this is the Asuro Forest. I saw the news on the internet before is that there is a young couple in love in order to pursue the excitement they like outdoor adventure. They went to a forest. The result is that there is no return. In the end, the family only found their dead body. They fell into the wetland, was eaten by wolves without. I've heard that it's particularly primitive, and there are some ferocious beasts in there, like wolves, brown bears, lions and tigers, and I've heard that there are even crocodiles in the rivers and lakes in the Acero Forest Basin, which is really something to come back to. This program is too ruthless, right? Can you guarantee the personal safety of the guests by letting them go to such a dangerous place? At this point the show officially released a top tweet. In fact, before participating in our variety show, the guests will be told about the risks of the program and the unexpected situations they will encounter. And our guests have read and signed the agreement. Otherwise this variety show couldn't be called Wilderness Survival. At the same time, if the guests really have any emergencies, you can press the call for help device. Our program team will carry out rescue operations. So looking forward to Ji Yunyan's performance in it. I enjoyed watching these guests pull headbangers more than I did watching the Wilderness Survival. At this time, Ji Yunyan's brother, Ji Changfeng, released a microblog that read, "No matter where you are, your brother will protect you." The tweet was posted and quickly set off a hot search. This is too warm and happy. Who wouldn't want to have a warm-hearted brother like this? I want to experience the joy of being pampered by my brother in the spirit of Ji Yunyan. Ji Yunyan is really a life winner. Not only has so doting hegemonic president boyfriend, and love her male star brother, the whole family also treats her as the palm of the treasure like love. She is a happy little princess by the whole family spoiled. Which girl does not want to live as Ji Yunyan's like it? Ji Yun is more like a control group for Ji Yun. The whole family hates Ji Yun so much. I'm quite looking forward to Ji Yun and Ji Yunyan's performance on the show set. I love to see the stars tearing each other apart. Ji Yunyan didn't pay any attention to the remarks on the hot search. At this time, he had already arrived at the designated location on the plane arranged by the program team. Chapter 128, First Day of Variety Show. Ji Yunyan and Ji Changfeng were the first to arrive. Ji Yunyan was wearing a pure white bohemian vacation-style dress, stepping on a pair of slender YSL high heels, carrying a Chanel bag, wearing sunglasses on her exquisitely made-up face, accompanied by her walking, her clothes and skirts flipping, in a look of the stillness of the years. Ji Changfeng, on the other hand, was dressed in a casual denim wind jacket, pulling the two men's suitcases with his left and right hands, accompanying Ji Yunyan. Seeing them, the broadcast room boiled over. My goddess is so beautiful, my goddess is a beautiful picture wherever she goes. Ji Changfeng spoils his sister so much, taking the initiative to help her carry her suitcase. Having a brother like this is too enviable. Soon the rest of the guests began to arrive. The second to arrive is the entertainment industry's newest movie star Chang Zhou. He is a 3-gold movie star, small child star debut, solid acting skills, can be seen. In the entertainment reputation is very good, but just to whom the attitude is cold and indifferent. The live stream exploded with his appearance. Movie star brother is so handsome. Yes, this time the program group has invited all the big names, and they've put in a lot of money. The movie star's temperament is so cool. It looks like he's unapproachable. He's cold to everyone, like the flower of the high ridge. Why would a movie star come to a variety show like this? Kneel down and beg brother movie emperor to make more movies when he has time. I've swiped your masterpieces many times, and it's totally not enough. Presumably, I've gotten all kinds of honors in the circle, and I'm already at the top, so I don't think it's much fun anymore. So I'm coming to this show to challenge myself. The third person to appear is Ji Yunyan's best friend, Gu Jiajia, who is also Ji Yunyan's counterpart and a popular Flo Youngflower. The fourth singer is a popular new generation singer who is loved for his popular raps. And the last one to arrive was Ji Yunyan. With the camera cutting in, Ji Yun's upper body was wearing a simple white t-shirt. The short waistless design emphasized her slender less than palm-sized waist, as well as delicate curves, and her lower body was wearing a pair of simple denim pants, as well as a pair of white sneakers, which was obviously the simplest but the most simple to wear. But it appeared that she was sharp and clean, with a sexy figure, and pure in lust. This body is really great. In contrast, the rest of the female guests seem to be pushing a little too hard. There is a sense of relaxation and laziness in Ji Yun. So beautiful and beautiful. Ji Yun, this scheming, is doing this on purpose. It must be because she knows that the rest of the female guests will be well dressed, so she purposely dresses like this to appear to be different. This is too scheming. Upstairs, don't be a brainless hacker, right? How would Ji Yunyan know what everyone is going to wear? Is it that hard to admit that someone has a good figure and good temperament? Unlike other female guests carefully designed bright and beautiful makeup, Ji Yun's palm-sized face is dry and clean, without half a bit of makeup, but the skin is glistening white and translucent, as if it comes with a cold white skin filter peel effect. The skin cannot be seen half a bit of flaws. The cheeks show a healthy white and red light pink color, which is better than the rest of the female guests. To apply blush looks more effective and more stunning. Her ink black long hair simply with a black feather grass clip disc in the back of the head. Temperament cold lazy. She stood there, as if in the luminous. People cannot move their eyes. Ji Yun is really heartfelt. How much money did you pay for a makeup artist to do a nude makeup? I don't know how ugly it is after removing the makeup. Chapter 129. I have to admit that Ji Yun's makeup is really awesome. When she came, she gaudily overpowered all the actresses. Ji Yun didn't wear any makeup, right? I've been watching her live stream the other day, and it's always been the same as it is now. Yeah, is it so hard to admit that someone else is pretty? Laughing to death. A group of water army started to bring the rhythm of the family. So exquisite makeup and still have the nerve to say that it is no makeup? Who would believe that? If Ji Yun doesn't have makeup on, I'll go upside down and eat live. People are arguing a lot in the wilderness survival variety livestream. Ji Yunyan glanced at Ji Yoon Dai with her afterglow, her lowered eyelashes hiding the jealousy in the bottom of her eyes. But she took a step forward and smiled at Ji Yoon Dai. Sister, it's been a long time. My goddess is gentle and kind. She's been hogging the goddess's life for so many years, and my goddess is still so polite and gentle with her. If it were up to me, I'd want to go up and tear her apart. Of course, we Smokey are the kindest-hearted girls. Ji Yun just lightly glanced at her and didn't say anything, instead pulling the suitcase and finding a seat. Sitting down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of attitude is this from Ji Yunyan? Playing a big game? Laughing to death. Everyone here, which curiosity is not bigger than her where it is her turn to play big names. Ji Yun has gone too far. She doesn't know how to behave at all. My goddess is talking to her because she thinks highly of her, but she's so cold to my goddess. Ji Yun has no manners and no qualities at all. She is not clear about what she has gotten since she was a little girl, who originally belonged to her, and after taking such a big advantage, she even treats our Smoke like this. For a while, Ji Yunyan playing the big brand. Ji Yunyan doesn't know what's good and bad. Ji Yunyan has no quality rushed to the first of the hot search list. Originally Ji Yunyan also did not intend to. Ji Yunyan can give himself a good face look, as she wished. Ji Yunyan is not to give himself a good face look. The more they have a bad attitude towards themselves, and the more they will be the fans by the passerby sympathy. Ji Yunyan also be scolded the more miserable. It's been like this every time before. Originally, he had thought that Ji Yun had gotten smarter, but now it seemed to be the same old story. Ji Yunyan sneered in the bottom of her heart, but on her face, she looked hurt. On the side, Ji Changfeng couldn't stand it anymore. He stood in front of Ji Yunyan and looked angrily at Ji Yun. Didn't you hear Smoke talking to you? Ji Yun, where are your manners? What are you barking at? Ji Yunyan took off the headphones in her ears, a pair of glazed, cold and clear eyes calmly looking at him. Ji Yunyan. Ji Changfeng stared at her angrily. Do you have any quality left? Have all your qualities been eaten by dogs? You dare to speak to us like this? Why wouldn't I dare? Ji Yunyan stared at him in disbelief. On the contrary, it's you guys, jumping up and running to me to show your presence. She knows I'm not on good terms with her but still falsely greets me. Don't you think it's disgusting? Ji Yunyan's true fans were annoyed. What do you mean by false greetings? Our goddess is really treating her good intentions like a donkey's liver and lungs. She's so gentle and kind. But Ji Yunyan is interpreting her maliciously like this. This behavior is really quite underhanded. Yeah, what kind of person you are? What kind of world you see? Ji Yun Dai is petty, maliciously interpreting my goddess. Her heart is black, so naturally she thinks others are unkind. Laughing to death. Our goddess doesn't have to condescend to herself. Heartbroken that my goddess has a hot face on a cold ass. Hug the goddess. Smokey, don't bother with her from now on. Talking with this kind of person is lowering our curiosity. A passerby in the live feed couldn't stand to watch. In fact, Ji Yun said right. Originally two people relationship is very stiff kind. A while ago Ji Yun was blocked by the whole network of that burst was also Ji Yun's fans netstorm. That time Ji Yun cannot ask her good. I think it is also. Ji Yunyan if really like she showed out so good, that when Ji Yun Dai was Ji Yunyan's boyfriend Phoenix Entertainment's boss blocked, that Ji Yunyan how not to say a few good words to prevent her from being blocked it? If she was genuinely so friendly to Ji Yunyan, why didn't she stop her own fans when Ji Yunyan was being trolled by her fans? Instead, now, she's acting so friendly to Ji Yun with her on the show's set. This behavior is really quite hypocritical. I used to think Ji Yunyan was pretty good, but now it just seems I also think that this behavior is quite under the head. The previous view of the season Cloud Smoke is quite good. At this time, Ji Yunyan still does not know. He has always operated a very good reputation. At this time there is a trend to start collapsing. Ji Yunyan looked at Ji Changfeng with cold eyes. And you, barking here with your mouth full of. You're noisy. Is this the way you talk to me? Don't forget that I'm your brother. Ji Changfeng's face was cold as he clenched his fists. Before, Ji Yun had always pleased their entire family. When had she ever treated herself so badly? And don't forget, we severed our relationship a long time ago. Now I have half a relationship with your Ji family, Ji Yun faintly said, her clear and cold eyes calmly looking at him. Also, it was you who said under your own breath that you only have Ji Yun as a younger sister. For a moment, Ji Changfeng was disliked. He was silent for an instant. Then don't forget that our Ji family is your benefactor. If it wasn't for us adopting you in the orphanage in the first place, would you be able to grow up until now? It's not likely that you would have starved to death or died of disease by this time. Ji Yun, you owe our Ji family. You have to be a little self-aware. Rounding it up equals that you also owe smoke. So you'd better be nicer to smoke. Don't be ungrateful. First, it wasn't me who begged you guys to adopt me. Ji Yunyan tugged her lips lightly. Isn't the reason why you adopted me because you lost your real family members and are looking for a substitute? Don't talk about how much light I've dipped into your family. All these years I've been living as a substitute in your family. I do whatever you guys tell me to do. You control my food, clothing, housing and transportation. You even control my personality, forcing me to do what you say, manipulating my consciousness. I am not myself, but a puppet on strings that you have manipulated. Oh my god, is Ji Yun so pitiful? Before, the internet was saying that she was hogging the life of the real millennial, Ji Yunyan, and I thought she was enjoying herself more. It turns out that she is just a substitute for the Ji family. If the Ji family treats her like this, what's the difference between raising a kitten or a puppy? She has absolutely no independent thoughts of her own. I can understand Ji Yunyan and empathize with her. It's not even if she was treated as a substitute by Ji's family, but she was also treated as a substitute by Xia Chen, which is something no one can stand when it comes to anyone. I can understand why she was so mad on the internet before. Ji Yun continued. Also, don't say how much money I spent in your house and how much I paid for you. When I left, I didn't bring a single piece of clothing or piece of jewelry with me. And even the money I've earned in the entertainment industry over the years was all given to you guys. And you guys didn't spend much money on me. When I left the Ji family, I only had $100 left on me besides the money for renting the house. And I was poor. I don't owe you guys anything. So don't stand on the moral high ground and condemn me with this stance. So heartbroken for Ji Yunyan. How she said this calmly breaks my heart. What face does Ji Changfeng have to condemn Ji Yunyan? Evil or not? You, Ji Changfeng gasped, drumming about to say something. A sight of Ji Yunyan good understanding of his arm. Warm and gentle said, well, brother, I'll let's say a few words. After Ji Changfeng took a few heavy breaths, he simply stopped paying attention to Ji Yunyan. She doesn't deserve a ride like that. Ji Yunyan turned around to talk and laugh with Gu Jejia and Chu Haiyuan and the others, but Ji Yunyan was the one who sat in her seat in a clear and cold manner, appearing a bit out of place. Also somewhat out of place was the Shadow Emperor Chang Zhou, who sat not far from Ji Yunyan. His deep eyes fell on Ji Yunyan, pondering, but only for a moment. Then he averted his gaze, took out the game console from his bag, and began to play the game. Soon, Wilderness Survival's director, Yang Lin, came this way. Hello guests, I'm the director of the program, Yang Lin, and I'll be in charge of your program arrangements within this first issue of the variety show. Yang Lin smiled and greeted everyone. Chapter 130, Survival in the Dense Forest. Everyone smiled and greeted him as well, and there was a lot of laughter. Only Ji Yun and Chang Zhou were sitting in their seats, one listening to songs and the other playing games. Our program is not allowed to bring our own stuff, so everyone will first turn in our communication devices into this little basket. Our program will distribute specific cell phones to you that can make emergency calls in case of accidents. The director took out a basket from the camera boy and gestured for everyone to hand in their cell phones, and everyone dutifully cooperated by turning it all in. Next, we need to turn in everyone's backpacks. I hope everyone will cooperate. The director continued. The big guys had to turn in all their stuff. When it was Ji Yunyan's turn, she voiced out, Brother Yang, I have some skincare products and cosmetics in my suitcase. Can I not turn them in? Yang Lin had a smile on his face, but he refused dryly. No, the main focus of our program is a wilderness survival. We want to see the stars in the wilderness in the most realistic situation. I hope you understand. The joke is that you have to take off the makeup to get the gimmick and the buzz and the heat. The show isn't about female celebrities going to beauty pageants. They're about the wilderness challenges. Brother Yang. Ji Changfeng opened his mouth for Ji Yunyan. No, please ask the guests to obediently cooperate and turn it in. Yang Lin's voice was permeated with a sense of majesty that could not be refused. He is different from those directors out there who are held hostage by capital. Although he has invested in this issue of the variety show, the ratio of the investor's investment to his own investment is equal. and he cannot listen to the investor's side of the advice. And doing the show he had a mind of his own. If capital told him to do what he did he wouldn't be where he is now. Ji Yunyan also knows Yang Lin's temperament. He has always been doing the program very much his own ideas to say one thing. There is no way, but also had to turn in their own things. Everyone turned in their things according to the director's request, and Yang Lin was satisfied. Okay, what's next? We're going to do wilderness survival, but before we do that, we need to use some survival food, weapons, tents, and other supplies. Director, are these for us? Gu Jiajia smiled and spoke. No, these need to be earned by yourselves, Yang Lin said. The program will not prepare funds for you to buy supplies. It will bring you to a small village. In a limited time of 3 hours, you use your own ingenuity to earn money from the villagers, and the money you earn will then be used to buy supplies. But people need to make money in different ways. For example, if one guest chooses to help the villagers exchange their labor for money, then the rest of the guests can't choose that way. 3 hours for you, and when the countdown is over, I'll take you to a nearby supermarket to pick up supplies. Only when this is ready will you actually make your way toward the dense forest for survival. Yellen talked to everyone about the rules of the program. After the rest of the guests said they were fine with it, the show's people signaled for everyone to head towards the bus, where everyone would be transporting the guests within a small village nearby. The bus rattled along. Ji Changfeng whispered to Ji Yinyan, "Smoke, you're famous. Later you'll take a picture with those villagers and give them autographs. This is a simple and quick method to earn money quickly without suffering." Elected to take pictures, autographs. Other guests can only make money through other ways. Worried that they thought of this method, he had to talk to Ji Yunyan in advance, so that she grabbed the first to use this simple method. Well, I know. Ji Yunyan nodded. Ji Yun ignored the siblings' muttering as she sat quietly in her seat looking out the window. At this time, Changzhou sat across from Ji Yunyan, and he looked at Ji Yunyan not far away with interest. This girl, on the other hand, is quite interesting. It's quiet as hell. He was a bit more attracted to quiet people than the noisy Ji Yunyan. Soon the car arrived at the small Sicilian village nearby. The houses here are designed in the Thai style, with shorter houses and a very architectural aesthetic. Now, 3 hours to get ready to start dash. As the director's words fell, the guests got out of the car one by one and went in search of the villagers. Ji Yunyan met a man walking with a stretcher face to face. She revealed a warm smile and walked over step by step. "Hello, I'm Ji Yunyan. Do you need a photo and autograph?" The other man stared at the face for a few seconds. $2,000 for a group photo and $1,000 for an autograph. The other man stared at her incredulously, spoke in tongues and picked his stretcher and left. "What does that mean? Can any of you translate it?" "I know what this means. What this guy just said was, what's wrong with you?" I suddenly want to laugh so much. Ji Yunyan is quite confident. It's just a pity that her popularity and national influence isn't that great. Chapter 131, Mountain Pigs Cannot Eat Fine Bran. For a while, Ji Yunyan was embarrassed. Ha, laugh me to death. Ji Yunyan know what she is saying. People, this villagers do not know her at all. Okay? Who is this person inside this big brother's heart? Sick. Is Ji Yunyan too confident? I don't want to see where this is. In a small village, who would spend so much money to take a picture with her and the whole autograph? This is not in the right circle. And just now that big brother looks to be alive. Even if you know that she is a star, will not be out of so much money. What does this man mean? He was ignoring himself. Did he even know what a shining star he was? It's his loss if he doesn't take a picture with himself. There's no such thing as eye candy. Ji Yunyan forced a smile. She again put up the spirit to find the rest of the villagers. The results after looking around. After saying the price, found that everyone shook their heads and left quickly. Has been the past 2.5 hours, while they still did not find a villager for a photo as well as autographs. There are half an hour to the end. Ji Yunyan also from the beginning of the confident become a little anxious. In the process, with her photo price from the photo 2,000 yuan into 200 yuan. Looking for the target consumer groups also began to become some young male groups, but still did not find with her photo people. Ji Yunyan's heart became more and more irritated, until a blushing 18 or 19-year-old boy walked up to her. "Hello, you are Sister Ji Yunyan, right?" "Yeah, I am." Ji Yunyan had a gentle smile on her face. "I've seen your work before, and I especially liked your role as AI in Love Has a Purpose. I love your work so much," the boy exclaimed. Ji Yunyan pursed her lips and smiled. "Then thank you very much for liking me. Oh, finally, someone who knows what they're doing. Do you need to take a picture with me as well as an autograph?" Ji Yunyan smiled. $200 for a photo and $100 for an autograph. "I can sign it on your white t-shirt, but I don't have $200. My living expenses are only $100. The boy was embarrassed. Ji Yunyan, damn, poor roll. Grass. She maintained the gentle smile on her face. At this time they have not a customer it. If this $100 also cannot earn will not appear to her to pull crotch, to lose face? Ji Yunyan took a deep breath. Okay seeing as you're my fan, it's okay Am I the only one who thinks that Ji Yunyan's appearance just now looked like she was holding back her dislike? The fake smile on Ji Yunyan's face is almost clam. Fake smiling girl JPG. Everyone don't hack my goddess. What rules of this program? Isn't this endangering my goddess? Heartbroken to cry of Ji Changfeng chose to help the villagers go to the picking gardens to pick the fruits in exchange for payment for his labor, and he pushed the cart around the gardens, getting covered in peach fuzz and sweating from exhaustion. Tough brother. We bees are really going to cry when we watch it. The man who works is so handsome. I like my brother even more. If only I were in this village. I could give my brother money so that my brother wouldn't have to work so hard. Gu Jia Jia, on the other hand, is dancing at the head of the village to make money, dancing for more than an hour. Tired of all the makeup off, eyeliner eyeshadow paste into a mess, and did not earn a few dollars. Flow singer Chu Haiyuan chose to sing. Of course, at the head of the village sang deeply. He is so beautiful and moving melody to these people in the village to listen to all tainted their own songs. If it wasn't for the program, where would this group of villagers have had the opportunity to hear themselves sing? It's kind of cheap for these rednecks to hear their fabulous singers without tens of thousands of dollars in concert tickets. Originally he thought to hear his so moving song. This group of villagers will be excited screaming. Here the excitement will be tears. Will cry. Will clap his thighs shouting too great. Too 6. But in fact attracted are some 60, 70, 80 years old women. Everyone tucked his hand to sit on a small bench. Some dangling cigarettes. Some kowtowing to listen to his singing. Boy, can you sing about the good old days? One of the old ladies high on melon spit out the rind. I love that one. What good day? Chu Haiyuan was baffled. That's the one. Today is a good day What the heart wants comes true. The old lady hummed. Are you a professional singer? You don't even know what a good day is? Chu Haiyuan. This old lady whispered to an old lady beside her. See, this person is not professional at all. It's a half-assed person. I heard they even came to the village to record a program. TSK. Chu Haiyuan's bite muscles bulged and his face was hideous. These guys are really mountain hogs who can't eat fine chaff. But in order to make money, he has to cater to this low class. So what do you guys love to listen to? Besides this good day, Chu Haiyuan compromised. One of the oldest masters spoke up. Young man, can you sing that song called Little Sister Send My Lang Sent to the front door hey? Another oldest mom opens her mouth and sings. Boy you give me a whole verse I'm looking up. Over the moon. Chu Haiyuan. He had a little bit of regret for coming to the show. What is this whole thing about? So, a pop rap singer started singing earthy old songs with deep emotion. Laugh me to death this. I hear goosebumps all over my body. This crew is pretty good at fixing jobs. Help! This song is so corny. I won't be able to look at Chu Haiyuan straight from now on. The movie star Chang Zhou is different from all of them. Hanging a small sign on the side of the road, tutor teacher, 200 per hour. There are a lot of young children in the village and as a result, a lot of people come in to inquire about tutoring. Chang Zhou was originally a doctoral student. Whether it is English or arts and sciences are no problem. A fluent pronunciation of pure London-style English to many village people worship. In 3 hours' time, you've already made $600. My movie star big brother is the best. Who else in the entertainment industry can pronounce this pure English? Our movie star has been a student since he was a kid. The rest of the few learn from it. What is Ji Yunny doing? I'm quite curious. I went to Ji Yunny's side of the live room. She's telling fortunes. At this moment, many netizens ran into Ji Yunny's live broadcast room. Ji Yunny found a poplar tree, sat in the shade under the poplar tree, hung a live fortune telling. A fortune 1,000-inch small sign. Compared to 3,000 per trigram, 1,000 is already very conscientious. $1,000 is also a lot for the village people. Right. The rest of the stars in addition to the movie star Big Brother is very difficult to earn money. Not to mention Ji Yundai. So expensive. Which wrongdoer is willing to get on this kind of pawn? Chapter 132, The Evil Dogs. Chapter 132. At this point, a number of villagers were passing by. Live broadcasting fortune telling. 1 trigram 1,006. This is too expensive. Isn't this a money grab? It's too expensive. Isn't this just a pit? People that kind of real fortune-telling masters are 50 or 60 years old, are still blind. This little girl eyes so big and so god, at a glance is not blind, but also so young, how can it be fortune-telling? Scattered it. Passing villagers saw the scene and pointed, then got up and left. Ji Yunyan sat under the shady tree. 2 whole hours passed, people came and went, but there was not a single fortune-telling customer. She was in no hurry. sitting quietly under the tree and waiting. I'll just say it. Ji undying it definitely won't work. People don't listen. Scatter scatter scatter. As of now, the rest of the guests have earned money. Only Ji Yunyi has no pennies in his pocket. No supplies. How to survive? So much heartache for the guru. Maestro, lower the price a bit. Surely someone will be willing to spend the money. Go master. Until there was only half an hour left in the program's countdown, there was still no one to come to Ji Yunyan to have their fortune told. Until a man came to the sign in front of Ji Yunyan. 1,000 per trigram? That's too expensive. A penny for a penny. $1,000 can solve your current predicament, Ji Yunyi said as she took a look at the man's face. Is your math accurate? The man was a bit skeptical. This $1,000 is too much. In case you get ripped off, it's more than worth it. Your name is Wang Dajiang and you are 39 years old. There's a 10-year-old son, right? Ji Yunyan faintly said. Yes, but, did you ask about who I am from the village and that's why you opened your mouth? Wang Dazhuan kept his guard up as he stared at Ji Yunyan and said, please, our masters are really good at telling fortunes. You may not believe in the light, but you can't not believe in us masters. Ji Yunyan continued to speak. Just a month ago, your family ran into big trouble. Wang Dajiang's brows tightened, signaling her to continue. Your son was fine and dandy, but just a month ago he suddenly loved eating leftovers, and would even run to the outhouse to dig up fresh feces to shove in his mouth and eat. The world is a big place. Could his son be mentally ill like Rio who was bullied before? Yes. I suspect that my son has suffered something and has some problems with his mental state. Wang Dazhuang frowned, and as soon as he mentioned his son, he looked much more ugly. Not only that, your son also learns to bark, likes to sleep in dog kennels, and even urinates anywhere, likes to urinate on the poles on the road, the corners of houses, and the corners of various places, Ji Yunyan said. Am I right? At this time, Wang Dajiang has long had an ugly face. Right. How did this little girl in front of me know so much? Our whole family because of this thing are very worried. Worried me and my wife gray hair or a lot more. We really do not know what to do. Do you have a way to save my son? Wang Dazhuang said with a crying face. I have a way, Ji Yunyan faintly said. What solution? The other party's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure if this little girl was really capable, but there was nothing he could do about it now. So he could only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Guajin 1000, Ji Yunyan calmly said. Wang Dazhuan's lips trembled. $1,000 is indeed very expensive for rural families. In case there is no effect, in case this money is cheated, if I don't count correctly, this $1,000 will be returned to you, Ji Yunyan said. Compared to your son, who is more important? $1,000? Wang Dajiang was ruthless and gritted his teeth. That's fine. I'll let my wife come over with the money. You wait for me. 10 minutes later, Wang Dajiang's wife came not only with the money but also with their son. The chubby little boy in front of him was gray and dirty all over, with a pair of dark eyes shining brightly as he looked around, and he opened his mouth and spat out his tongue, making a hachi 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 sound. Forgive me for being unkind, but this little boy really looks quite like a dog now. I don't mean to scold, honestly. I also think that it gives the impression that the kid is not very bright. I gave you the money. You give my child to see what the hell is wrong with him. The woman took her own child's arm and cried. She has only one precious son. How can they both live if something happens? Just then, Wang Xiaowei, however, suddenly began to take off his pants and began to urinate against the large tree not far away next to Ji Yunyan. Live streaming crowd. Stunned. This. My jaw dropped. It's just kind of confusing. I've never seen this kind of operation before. Honestly, I think this child is not only mentally ill, I think his whole person looks like a dog. And this behavior of him urinating and defecating anywhere is very much like our puppy dog, peeing on the floor to mark his scent. Seeing this scene, Wang Dajiang and his daughter-in-law exchanged glances and hurriedly blocked in front of the little boy. What have I done to deserve this? For God's sake, if you have anything to do, just come at me. Don't take it out on my child. I only have one child. What a mess this has become. The woman slapped her thigh and cried out in pain. Don't cry. Don't cry. Maybe this girl can really have some way to save our children. Wang Dazhuan was also worried, and hurriedly comforted at the side. Would you look at my son to see if he's been possessed? Wang Dazhuan looked at Ji Yanyi helpfully. Ji Yanyi nodded. Indeed, he was possessed. Did your son make a trip to town a month ago? And something happened in town? Ji Yanyi spoke. Yes, indeed. At that time my son went to town to play, when he passed by a Baozi store. But he was bitten by that vicious dog. As a result, my son's thighs were bitten bloody. My wife and I rushed my son to the hospital to give him rabies vaccine. A full 13 shots. Don't mention how bad luck is. Wang Dazhuang sighed. It's all because of that vicious dog. which caused my son to suffer so much. Do you think my son becoming like this has something to do with that evil dog? Wang Dajun thought of something. It can't be that the evil dog has been doing evil things, right? Chapter 133, The Truth About Dog Possession. It's the dead dog's departed spirit that possessed your child, Ji Yunyan said. What? Wang Dajun said angrily. No wonder my son looks crazy. So it's that dog that's doing it. Goddamn thing. The woman also opened her mouth to curse. She shook her son's shoulder. Scarlet eyes. You get out. You think get out of my son's body At this time, Wang Xiaowei opened his mouth wide, puffing and puffing, gasping for breath, drool flowing down from the corners of his mouth. He suddenly opened his bloody mouth, violently about to tear towards the couple. Help! Help! Wang Dajun was the first to react and hid behind Ji Yunyan. However, the woman was a little slow to react, so much so that she was bitten to death by Wang Xiaowei, and she wailed in pain, begging for help, until Ji Yunyan stretched out his slender index finger and lightly tapped Wang Xiaowei's forehead. For a moment, Wang Xiaowei was unable to move as if he was being held in place, his mouth forced open. The woman drew back as a result, covering her bloody bitten arm. If it wasn't for this little girl's timely rescue, this piece of his own flesh would have been bitten off. It seems like this little girl really has something big going for her. The couple looked at each other. Master, hurry up and save us. Hurry up and drive this thing out of my son's body Wang Dajun hurriedly shouted out, staring vigilantly at Wang Xiaowei on the opposite side. They finally believe that the guru is the true guru. It's the first time I've seen a star who knows metaphysics. It seems that Ji Yunying really has some skills in him. I've only ever seen ghosts possessed before. This is the first time I've seen a dog possessed. It's a little scary but kinda fun. This dog has possessed this child because the child died, presumably of a wrongful death. What are you talking about upstairs? If a dog bites someone, it deserves to die. The death is not wrong at all. On the contrary, it is this dog, when alive, biting people, after death still continue to make a demon, is an evil dog. Ji Yunyan should hurry up and get rid of this dog. Ji Yanyi fell silent, her eyes slightly cold. Your son becoming like this now is not unjust. What is Ji Yanyi talking about? Is this viewpoint twisted? What does she mean by that? Is that she's standing this dog up? In the past few years, have there been fewer accidents involving dogs in the city? I hate big dogs, and I'm scared when I see them, just in case they come up and bite me. The biting mouth should be shot, and the dog owner should be jailed. The owner should be made to pay money and go to jail to lose his family's money, and see if he still dares to continue to own a dog. What do you mean by that? My son has become like this. So pitiful. And you're still saying this? Wang Dajun wrinkled his brow fiercely and stared hard at Ji Yunyan. At this moment, Wang Xiaowei had tears in his eyes, woofing and looking eagerly at Ji Yunyan. Ji Yunyi sighed. At that time, your son Wang Xiaowei passed by that bakery, and the dog in the accident was originally lying down in front of his own house in a good way to watch over the house. But at that moment, Wang Xiaowei squatted in front of the dog and he stroked its fur. My son loves animals. He's so kind. What's wrong with just touching them? But that vicious dog didn't know how to behave and bit my child. I suspect it's a mad dog. Having this kind of crazy dog in town is a threat to everyone. Yeah, the dog wasn't even wronged. At this moment, Wang Xiaowei violently woofed a few times, protesting, his eyes filled with tears of indignation. Ji Yanyi gently touched Wang Xiaowei's head and gave him a soothing look. Soon, Wang Xiaowei gradually calmed down, became quiet and stopped screaming. Seeing this, Ji Yunyan opened his mouth and continued. In itself, the dog is a more vigilant and sensitive creature. Wang Xiaowei is a stranger, with the dog is not familiar with, suddenly close to him, but also squatting in front of the dog. For the dog, this itself is a threat. The dog itself is already very vigilant, but Wang Xiaowei pulled the dog's ears, pulled out a handful of dog hair, and even pulled out a carrot knife from his school bag to stab the dog. This, Wang Dajiang and the woman couple looked at each other. What? Is this a reversal? It turns out that it is not the dog actively biting people, but this bare child himself to tease the dog, provoking the dog to do so. The dog was lying at the door watching over the house and guarding the yard well. You have to be to provoke him to do what? I am really speechless. It's not like it's your own dog. You're pawing the out of it. You deserve to be bitten. Ji Yanyi continued. As for the dog biting, it was just in a kind of self-protection. The dog just bit back and didn't bite to the vitals. It's just a matter of getting a few shots of rabies vaccine. But you have a huge claim against the dog's owner for killing the dog. The owner has had this dog for 10 years. There's no way she's going to kill her beloved dog just because you guys say so, and she's willing to pay for it. Originally, there wouldn't have been anything to follow up on when things got to this point, but you guys went behind your backs and found dog dealers, and in conjunction with the dog dealers, you shot the dogs with a tranquilizer gun. and then dragged the anesthetized dogs away. You skinned this dog alive and ate the flesh of this dog. And so, the dog was tortured alive to death. With resentment and great pain, he left this world. This is too cruel. Skinning alive. Through the screen I can feel how much pain and desperation of that dog has ruthlessly substituted into it. This dog is also too miserable. He obviously did nothing wrong. Obviously just quietly lying in front of his own home to watch over the house. Suffered these. Too poor. The dog owner is pretty pathetic too. She's still looking for her dog and doesn't realize it's long dead. At this time, a netizen with the name Motto Mother ID appeared in the wilderness survival variety show belonging to G Union's live broadcast. Chapter 134, Moral Abduction. I've been searching for my furry child and have not been able to find it. Going also not realizing that my child has been skinned alive and eaten by them. Motto's mom cried out in pain on the air. Motto was I raised from childhood. When I picked him up in the garbage, a small one, very poor, surrounded by all the flies, starving to death. I bought a goat's milk softened and fed him. Every day carefully take care of him, to care for him to grow up. In his half a month old, got the dog plague, treatment before and after spending more than 6,000 at least is to save his life. At that time I was a college student. In order to give him a cure, I played 2 jobs a day. Save money can only eat steamed bread and pickles. Finally he saved over. He was in a car accident when he was a year old and was paralyzed in the lower half of his body. The doctors advised me to give up, but I didn't. I bounced around with him in hospitals, rehabbed him, operated on him, installed steel nails in his broken bones, and then it took a long time, but finally he was able to stand up. I put a lot of time and energy into him. He's not just a dog to me. He's my family. I've already paid you money and this should already be over. But you stole my dog and brutally murdered him. You murdered my child. By this time, Mom Motto had already cried her heart out. At this time, the body of Wang Xiaowei also gradually dispersed a white smoke, which gradually formed the appearance of a lovely pure white Labrador. This is a Labrador. What a cute little dog. Many Labradors are guide dogs. They have a gentle character, no aggression towards people, and are good friends of humans. If it is not a bare child's hand is cheap to have to go to toss this dog. The dog will not do this kind of thing. What's wrong with this dog? It's really unmitigated. Too bad. At this moment, Motto was floating on Ji Yunyan's side, circling around her side. He opened his mouth wide and woofed twice. Ji Yunyi nodded as she said, Motto's mama, you're also in my live broadcast right now, aren't you? Mama Maud, I'm in. I am. Just now, Motto spoke to me. Ji Yunyi spoke out, her voice gentle. He said, Mom, I'm sorry, I'm the one who made you sad. He also said, Mom, don't be sad, I'll always love you. At this point the Motto's mom on the other side of the screen had already burst into tears. Her furry children. It's my own fault for failing to protect my fur kids. If I had installed my own surveillance in my house, I would have known that Maud was wrongly accused. But she actually thought that Motto had bitten someone, and she was mean to Motto, starving him all day to teach him a lesson. If you can keep Motto in the house yourself, if you can take Motto with you wherever you go, you can protect him from being taken away. How painful and uncomfortable it must have been for Maud to be skinned alive. It's all my own fault. Ji Yanyi touched Motto's virtual shadow. Motto, go reincarnate. Next thing you know, your mom will get you justice. Wolf Motto's head rubbed against the palm of Yanyi's hand as he looked at something across the sky. Then his body gradually drifted away. Mom Motto, don't worry. Motto will be happy after reincarnation. Ji Yanyi gently spoke out. Motto mama, thank you. I really thank you. She found Ji Yanyi's live account and gave her $3,000 in the transfer page. Only at this time, Ji Yanyi did not look at her cell phone, which had been put away by the program team, and therefore did not see the transfer. Wang Xiaowei gradually regained his sanity after the fur beans left his body. The family hugged and cried. The next thing that will face them will be the prosecution of the owner of the mauve, and the punishment of the law. This kid has the nerve to cry. I'm speechless. Mom Motto, hurry up and sue them to make them pay. They are now illegally stealing personal finances, which, by law, would result in a conviction depending on the size of the finances. The fur child is so poor. I hope that in his next life he will have a good and happy future. And I hope that he will meet a good owner to take care of him. The 3 hours are over. Yellen announced everyone's results. Ji Yunyan 100. Ji Changfeng 200. Cheng Zhou 1000. Ji Yunyan 1000. Chu Haiyuan 100. And Gu Jiajia 200. After announcing the results of the reception, Ji Yunyan was unconvinced. What makes Ji Yunyan earn $1,000? Why did you work so hard for only 100? Ji Changfeng was also stunned, worried that his sister was sad. He quickly comforted. Smoke. Don't worry, brother, this $100 for you to spend. Jai Yunyan, aren't you ashamed? Even if you give me all of it, What can you buy with this $200? It's speechless. It's all because Ji Changfeng gave himself a bad idea, and all the people in this village don't know what they're talking about. Ji Changfeng himself is not capable, only to earn only 100. Alright, next we're going to a department store supermarket to buy the supplies we need to survive this expedition, Yang Lin said. The group then boarded the show's bus and got up to go to a department store supermarket not far away. Upon arriving at the location, the group realized that the supplies here were way too expensive. What? A tent costs $300. We don't have enough money at all, Gu Jiajia complained. That's right. Such a poor little place. How come the prices of goods are more expensive than even the prices of our capital city? Chu Haiyuan was also not happy. Brother Yang, you're purposely messing with us. Yang Lin piled up a smile on his face. We're surviving in the wilderness. If the conditions aren't tough, can it be called surviving? Don't you think so? Our main focus is in experience. It's a script he's crafted, and fans love it. Sure enough, at this time, the popularity value of the variety broadcast room was climbing, and already the heat was top one in the same type of variety show. For this, Yellen was satisfied. How about this? Let's group all the money together and buy the supplies that everyone needs, so we'll have enough money. At this moment, Ji Yunyan spoke up. It's still my sister who is smart. Unity is strength. We should all unite. Ji Changfeng praised. Yeah, I think it's good too. Shu Haiyuan agreed. Gu Jiajia also hastened to help out. Let's decide on this. Who did you guys decide with? Ji Yunyan was the one who spoke in a cold voice, a clear coldness within her glazed eyes. Did I agree? A minority follows the majority. All of us agree but you yourself. Gu Jiajia snorted coldly. Ji Yun, you're too selfish. Ji Yun is more or less selfish. Pooling all the money together and buying the supplies we all need to unite is good. She's thinking about her 1 acre of land. So I'm speechless. Selfish? Are you my father or my mother, needing me to give in to you? Ji Yun pulled his lips. Shut the hell up. Less moral abduction here. This is a moral kidnapping. They have less money and Ji Yunyan has more. So why should Ji Yunyan be aggrieved and take her own money to help them? Moreover, Ji Yunyan's relationship with them isn't that good. Is it? Yeah. Even if they are on good terms, then you can't morally kidnap people like that. This abacus bead is popping in my face. Laugh out loud. Senior Chang. At this moment, Ji Yunyan smiled gently and spoke. Are you willing to combine your money with ours? We all came together to participate in the program. We help each other, support each other, and unite so that we can continue to go on. Ji Yunyan smiles gently. Do you think so? Chang Zhou rambled. As you wish. He doesn't care much about that sort of thing. Gu Jiajia smiled triumphantly. Ji Yunyan, did you see that? The other movie star seniors have agreed. This is the pattern. Who is like you? So selfish and self-interested. No collective spirit at all. You stop blathering here. But shut up. Ji Yunyan sneered. It's his own business if he's willing to dedicate. You guys are you guys. I'm me. Less barking here. You dare to call me a dog. You. Gu Jiajia was so angry that she couldn't wait to ruthlessly slap Ji Yun. Don't you? Ji Yunyan but curled her lips and smiled. Don't you love role-playing and being a little moodog for your gold master father? When this was said, the live stream pop-ups exploded. Chapter 135, the gold master behind her is exposed. What does this mean? Gu Jiajia has a gold master behind her and is playing cosplay with the gold master's father. The rumor is that a paparazzo caught Gu Jiajia on a night date with an old man. But Gu Jiajia said it was her dad. Is this dad not her dad? No way. Gu Jiajia, this is going to collapse the room? What are you babbling about? Gu Jiajia's face turned pale for an instant. Your heart is black seeing things. I'm telling you, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll sue you for slander and defamation, isn't it? Ji Yunyi cocked her head and hooked her lips in a smile. Who were the people at 12:08 at the Shun Tian Hotel the night before last, and 11:03 at the Red Star Hotel the night before last? Gu Jiajia's face instantly turned pale. How did this ING woman know? Did she get a paparazzo to follow her? Obviously she had put on a black mask and a black hat when she did this, covering herself so tightly that no one should have noticed. What the hell is going on here? Oh, and 4 days ago, at the Golden Sea Hotel, Ji Yunyan still continued. Enough! You shut up! Gu Jiajia rushed up and reached out to block Ji Yunyan's mouth. Ji Yunyan, however, as if he had predicted it in advance, did not move to the side to avoid it, so that Gu Jiajia pounced on it and fell to the ground. Gu Jiajia was in pain all over her body. Her knees under her skirt were bruised, and even her elbows cut into it, becoming bruised and reddish, even bleeding. It's cool. I've been cool. Gu Jiajia, what are you messing with her for? Everyone look. Now Gu Jiajia's material has been exposed on Weibo. At this time, Gu Jia still didn't know that along with Ji Yun's utterance of those words, someone had begun to break the news on Weibo. An ID called I Don't Eat Sugar said on Weibo, I went to the hotel with my boyfriend that day, and I saw an individual who felt very much like Gu Jia, and I also secretly photographed, and now it seems to be very much like it. The other party sent a photo. The photo with the old man to go to the room of the woman dressed in black, wearing a black duck tongue hat, black mask, only to reveal a pair of eyes too. But we see clearly, this eye is clearly Gu Jia himself eyes. And the man she was holding hands with, wasn't this the man who had exposed the scandal with Gu Jia, the man Gu Jia called her father? It seems that this is not Gu Jia's real father, but a godfather. I can't stop laughing. Gu Jia still has the nerve to say that everyone is making up rumors, saying that it's her own father. Who would go to a room with her own father? It's disgusting. Really treating everyone like cuties. LOL. No wonder Gu Jia has survived from an 18-line persona in a short period of time. So it's because she's found the Gold Master Big Brother. And along with those clues that Ji Yunyan uttered, netizens went along to pick up and found that what Ji Yunyan said, word for word, matched perfectly. Ji Yun is truly divine. How did she know? Ji Yun knows how to tell fortunes. It must be a fortune teller. Ji Yun is a real cow. I won't even hold up the wall. But I'm convinced by her. Currently Ji Yun Dai counted the circle of a top stream of male stars because of sucking girlfriend Chiluk. Intentional homicide into the orange. There is a fan named Male Stars. Drug use, gathering a crowd of Y chaotic. And now has been arrested by the police. And now counted Gu Jia. Not I say ah. This Gu Jia idol nothing to mess with her why ah. Ji Yun is really a showbiz disciplinarian. I'm starting to fan her. At this time, Gu Jia did not know that she had been solidly hammered and had already had her word of mouth crumble. She crawled with difficulty from the ground and was about to stand up. Jia, are you alright? Seeing this, Ji Yunyan hurriedly went over to help Gu Jia up as she looked at Ji Yun Dai with dissatisfaction. You've gone too far. We're all on the same program team. Why are you hurting people? Jia's knees and arms are all bumped. Ji Yunyan only felt amused. Do you have no eyes? Can't you see that she was the one who wanted to hit me? And I was merely defending myself. You? Gu Jia's eyes almost glared out in anger. Alright, let's all talk less. Cheng Zhou came out to be a peacemaker. He wasn't nosy, but seeing a few girls tearing up here, the noise made him a little upset. Since Ji Yunyan doesn't want to, then let her be. People have no choice. Ji Changfeng coldly glared at Ji Yunyan. She's only concerned about the little bit of profit she has in front of her. And it's stupid to go against everyone for a little bit of profit and offend everyone by herself when she's only just started taping the show. Not the least bit humane. It's just the beginning of the variety show taping. Let's see what she'll do next. Ji Changfeng averted his eyes and stopped looking at her. At this time, Yang Lin came out and advised. Alright, everyone, don't be angry. Since everyone has decided, go buy supplies according to your choices. We have to continue recording the program next. Gu Jia glared fiercely at Ji Yun and swallowed the bad breath. The variety show had only just begun, and with all of them in a group, Ji Yun stood against everyone on her own. So what good could come of it? She's definitely going to regret it next. Everyone started to buy supplies, and with this money from Shadow Emperor Cheng Zhou, everyone was able to purchase a lot more. Ji Yunyan's group bought 2 tents, one for men and one for women, bought more compressed cookies, small self-heating hot pots, mineral water, bread, ham sausage, canned meat. Seeing that they were all picking out food, Yang Lin lightly coughed out a reminder. There will be ferocious beasts in the forest, so everyone can buy some self-defense tools and such. But there wasn't much money left, not enough for them to buy some more food, so they had to buy the rest of the money into club-type weapons and tools again. They had already finished shopping, while Ji Yunyan had only bought a backpack and a few ropes. Compared to everyone's rich and specialized supplies, the ones chosen by Ji Yunyan were more or less inadequate. Ji Yun, you can buy more. We're not in a hurry. Yang Lin spoke out. I've finished shopping. Ji Yunyan faintly voiced out. You had $1,000 in your hand, and instead of buying food and self-defense tools, you bought a big backpack with rope? Really? Gu Jia couldn't hold back her voice. A rope is worth carrying in a backpack? Ji Yunyan was too lazy to bother with her. The rest of the guests also found it strange. Ji Changfeng snorted, unable to comprehend. Ji Yunyan, you couldn't have seen us buying all these supplies and not buying anything yourself. Wanting to dilly-dally with us, right? Yeah, you're going overboard here. Not a penny when you should be contributing, but as a result, when you see us buying supplies, you want to dip into our favor. Where under the heavens is there such a good thing? Chu Haiyuan sneered. I'm telling you, these supplies and food we have aren't enough for us to eat by ourselves. Don't even think about eating ours. That is, you don't want to live in our tent. Gu Jiajia sneered. Not giving a penny and still wanting to get the light. Your character is really disgraceful. Ji Yunyan also looked at Ji Yanyi with a complicated face. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You are too selfish. Cheng Zhou wrinkled his eyebrows and looked at Ji Yanyi, not knowing what he was pondering. Chapter 136 Ji Yunyi wants to commit suicide? At this moment, Ji Yanyi stood on one side, while the rest of the people stood on the other side, clearly separated into two factions of their own. Seeing that everyone was treating Ji Yunyan badly, seeing that Ji Yunyan was isolated by everyone, Ji Yunyan's heart felt free. Look, everyone's starting to hate her. Without looking at the live broadcast, she could already imagine the wonderful picture of Ji Yanyi being hacked all over the internet. Ji Yunyan frowned, her voice clear and cold. Who told you that I'm going to live in your tent and eat your food? Then where are you going to live? Ji Changfeng couldn't help but say, it's a tropical dense forest inside. It's still no man's land, and there will be ferocious animals. So if you don't live in a tent, do you want to sleep on the ground in the open air, using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mat? What's it to you if I live wherever I like? Mind your own business. Ji Yanyi pulled her lips impatiently. Even if you live on the ground, then you don't have any food. We all have food in our big guys. When you get hungry, are you going to morally kidnap us to make us give you food? Gu Jiajia snorted. When we don't give you food, it'll look like we're being cruel and saving the day. Ji Yanyi, you think the big guys are stupid and can't see that? Ji Yunyan, I won't live in your tents or eat your food. A promise is a promise. So can you shut up now? She really didn't want to talk to a retard. Good. This is what you said yourself. You have money of your own that you don't give out to us. And you don't spare any money to buy supplies for yourself. So don't expect us to give you a place to live and give you food. Chu Haiyuan knows that Ji Yanyi has always had a bad relationship with his goddess. Ji Yanyi, as Ji Yanyi's suitor, loyal licking dog, he won't give up this opportunity to suppress Ji Yanyi to curry favor with Ji Yanyi. Ji Yunyan was too lazy to bother with a bunch of them. She looked at the director. Can we go now? It's fine, but are you sure you don't want to buy something? Yang Lin looked at Ji Yunyan with a complicated expression. He knew Ji Yanyi's financial constraints, so it couldn't be that Ji Yanyi didn't want to spend money and wanted to keep the rest of the money to continue to take it when the variety show was over, right? For a while, he somewhat sympathized with pitying Ji Yanyi. I guess Ji Yunyan's financial situation will be better when he gets the money for the program. No need. It's enough, Ji Yunyan faintly said. I'm quite curious as to why Ji Yunyan bought a backpack. It's obviously just 2 ropes. Yeah, 2 ropes don't even make a backpack. No food. No self-defense equipment. Ji Yunyan, how to survive in the wilderness? Does it rely on metaphysics? Ji Yanyi shouldn't be relying on metaphysics. A big trick to change food, right? Along with the recording of the variety show, more and more people came to see the live broadcasting room, and the heat and popularity value of the program was also soaring. Yang Lin realized that his show was already the hottest of all the variety shows, and it's only just begun recording and it's already on several hot topics. It seems that inviting Ji Yunying to the show was right. Soon, the guests of the program were pulled by the program's team by plane to the vicinity of the dense forest where the survival was taking place, while the director Yang Lin went to the program's director's office. Through the glass window, Ji Yunyan looked at a dense forest of smoke below. Brother, it's so beautiful. This place is like a paradise on earth. It's true. It's the natural scenery that brings more shock as well as feelings. Ji Changfeng, yes, it is quite beautiful. Yang Lin, who was sitting in the director's room at the moment, wore a bit of a smile on his face when he heard their conversation while wearing an earpiece. I'm sure soon they won't have that kind of leisure. On the airplane, everyone was looking towards the outside of the airport, and Ji Yanyi was the only one who was resting her eyes with her eyes closed. She was sitting peacefully in place as if she was meditating. Ji Yanyi looked so calm. Yeah, she doesn't fit in with all this around her. Ji Yanyi looks like an exiled immortal, the kind where the mundane world has nothing to do with me. I'm quite looking forward to Ji Yanyi's performance. I'd like to see what's in the big backpack she bought. Soon the plane arrived. The big guys had parachutes on them, and one by one they landed at the dense forest in their parachutes, following the instructions of the instructors arranged by the program. I'm so scared. Gu Jiajia's legs and stomach were shivering when she was about to parachute. She was dead on her feet and pulling on the coach's waist. Coach, I don't dare to go down. Hurry up. Time is short and the task is heavy. The coach pushed Gu Jiajia down with one hand. The rest of the few people were also quite scared. But still, one by one, they jumped in like dumplings in water. Soon, it was Ji Yunyan's turn. Without waiting for the coach to command her, Ji Yunyan walked to the cabin, her face calm, and just jumped straight down. This one is good. The coach complimented and brought a smile to his face. Looks as professional as a professional coach like us. But soon, he realized something. Oh, No. At this point the coach exclaimed. Your jump gear isn't on. Stunned, Ji Yanni jumped straight down without turning on the equipment? This is too reckless. This. Such a high height. Below is also all the grove. Ji Yunyan, this is. Seeking death himself? Seek your own death? Don't. Master. I'm counting on your live broadcasts every day. I can't live without you. Is Ji Yanni depressed? That's why she bought a bag and a rope herself when everyone was buying survival supplies. Is she planning to hang herself with a rope? I'm crying. At this time, Ji Yunyan does not open the parachute equipment from the high-altitude jump. Ji Yunyan suspected suicide. Calmly to death, several words and phrases quickly rushed to the hot search. By the whole network hot discussion. Ji Yunyan blinked incredulously. This is suicide? Ji Yanni died. Although she was unhurried. But this death was too fast. At this moment, Yang Lin in the director's room of the program group looked at this scene and hurriedly pushed down the glasses on the bridge of his nose and opened his eyes wide to look closely. No way. Is Ji Yunyan trying to commit suicide? At this time, everyone was looking at Ji Yunyan. At this time, Ji Yunyan's face did not change color. Her body fell straight down. Just when it was about to touch the ground, she bent her knees and easily stood on the ground. Looks like she's got some of her powers back. It's going to be so much better than when I first came through the book. In this regard, Ji Yunyan was satisfied. Asterisk. What did I see? Ji Yunyan is unharmed? Is this the long-lost Kung Fu of China? My jaw dropped in shock. Ji Yunyan really is a master of the world. She's a true master. It's my fault for looking down on her. I bow to the master and apologize. Chapter 137, She's possessed by a ghost, isn't she? When Ji Changfeng saw Ji Yunyan, who landed steadily not far away, he stumbled over his words. Are you okay? You're hoping very much that something will happen to me? Ji Yanni glanced at him faintly and got up to leave with her backpack. Ji Changfeng. Ji Yunyan also blinked, suspecting that what she had just seen was like her own hallucination. This is too outrageous. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, if she hadn't pinched her thigh hard, she would have suspected that what she was seeing was fake. Ji Yanni could not have been possessed by some ghostly thing, or else how could she be able to tell fortunes and jump from an airplane without dying? Ji Yunyan silently moved away from her as she pulled on Ji Changfeng's sleeve. Alright, brother, since people don't need our concern, it's better if we don't put a hot face on a cold ass. Ji Changfeng nodded, a coldness on his face. It wasn't that he cared about Ji Yanni. He was just quite curious that he hadn't been reduced to mush after falling from such a high place. The big guy marched forward towards the inside. There are more fierce beasts in this generation, and they will appear at night. We have to find a suitable spot to set up our tents and light up torches so that the fierce beasts won't come close. Chang Zhou spoke. It's still a movie star. It's just well thought out. Xia Zhou is right. He is like the backbone in this group, guiding everyone. He's a bit cold as a person, but he's still reliable in what he does. I'm waving the flag for the movie star. Everyone nodded their heads and said yes, then followed Chang Zhou as he set off upwards towards the mountainside. Ji Yunyan wore high heels in order to look good. After walking for a few steps, her feet hurt, her heels were worn through the skin. She frowned. Brother, I can't walk anymore. Knowing full well that this is wilderness survival, she's still wearing high heels. She should have thought of that. Who says it isn't? It's a classic case of being pretty for the sake of being pretty without thinking about the consequences. This is an adventure variety show, not a beauty pageant variety show. Thank you. Gu Jiajia isn't much better. And now it seems like it's still Ji Yunyan who has it the easiest. At this time Gu Jiajia body wearing $30,000 a skirt has been cut by the branches of the tree to scratch. Completely unable to see the logoof, the skirt looks like a broken sack like hanging on the body. Looks woefully unprepared. On the contrary, Ji Yun was calmly weaving in and out of the forest. His footsteps were light and quick, without any trace of fatigue, and his every move was a sense of cool elegance. Gu Jiajia almost bit her back teeth grooves in hatred. Tired brother carries you on his back. Ji Changfeng walked over to Ji Yunyan's side and came, slowly squatting down and signaling her to climb onto his back. Brother, will this be too hard and tiring? Ji Yunyan bit her lip, with a look of consideration for Ji Changfeng. Ji Changfeng hooked the corner of his lips. No, I'm a big man with strength all over my body. It's easy to carry you. Then it's hard work, brother. Ji Yunyan flopped onto Ji Changfeng's back, her arms circling his neck. Envious, Gu Jiajia said. I don't have that life anymore. Yes, Yunyan is also too happy. Chu Haiyuan on the side in admiration. If I had a delicate sister like Yunyan, I would also want to dote on and pamper her. It's just a pity that I don't have that fate. I'm envious of Ji Yunyan. Her brother dotes on her so much, and the whole family dotes on her, treating her like a pearl in the palm of their hand. Who says it isn't? She's the pampered little princess of fiction. so envious of Ji Yunyan. Oh. However, this younger sister is not the same as a younger sister. Nor is anyone who is a younger sister worthy of being loved. As he spoke, Chu Haiyuan intentionally or unintentionally glanced towards Ji Yunyan's side. Ji Yunyan? Connotation of who? She didn't bother with them little caramels and set off in the opposite direction of them. Look at Ji Yunyan's disgusted expression, not even bothering to say a word to them anymore. Ji Yun is a bit out of place, but haven't you heard the saying? Only cows and sheep flock together, while tigers and leopards walk alone. Ji Yunyan is the one with the ability on her. She doesn't need to fit in, right? Ji Yunyan. Chang Zhou couldn't help but speak. Where are you going? It has nothing to do with you. Ji Yanni didn't return his head, continuing to walk forward with his backpack. Chang Zhou's eyes were complicated. You don't have any food in your backpack. You don't have a tent. And the place you're going to isn't close to a water source. There's no lake. You'll easily run into danger like this. It's better to come with us. Ji Yanni paused in her steps to glance back at Chang Zhou. Unlike the rest of the guests on the program, Chang Zhou was the only one who exuded kindness to himself. Thanks. Ji Yunyan glanced at him and said, your parents are traveling in Thailand, right? Chang Zhou was stunned, then nodded. That's right. What's wrong? Why are you talking about his mom and dad? Also, how did she know her parents were traveling in Thailand? He never told anyone. Is it a fortune teller? Tell them to hurry up and leave that tour group. Ji Yunyan said. Hurry up and leave. If you don't, it'll be too late. She didn't like to be indebted to others. And seeing as Chang Zhou had shown this bit of kindness to herself, then she would return the favor. Ignoring Chang Zhou's expression, Ji Yunyan carried her backpack and set off in the opposite direction. Chang Zhou was a little lost in thought as he looked at the cool figure of the young girl leaving. What is she babbling about? Chu Haiyuan snorted. Nonsense. I don't know what it is. It is estimated that she was called by that online master to lose herself. Ji Yunyan sighed. People are actually like that. After lying to themselves for a long time, they probably really believe it. Her implication was that everyone else was calling Ji Yunyan a master, and Ji Yunyan had lost herself, thinking that she really was a master. Ji Changfeng nodded. In the past when she stayed in the Ji family, how could I not know her? Just a straw man. As for Jia Jia's matter, it's probably because she dug up a bit of material wine nonsense from wherever the reporters were. Chang Zhou frowned. If Ji Yunyan didn't know anything about this, how did she jump down from a height of 10,000 feet and still be intact? There was more or less definitely some metaphysical knowledge in her. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Chang Zhou took out the cell phone prepared by the program team and was about to call the director, but was stopped by Gu Jiajia. Senior Chang, you don't really believe what Ji Yunyi said, do you? From the very beginning, she's been working against all of us. She's hostile to all of us guys. It's not likely that she's harboring some bad thoughts in her heart. Gu Jiajia said, I've been in contact with her for a long time. Of course I know what kind of person she is. You're only falling into her trap if you believe her. Chapter 138 Human-Monkey Battle. Ji Yunyan also spoke up. Elder Chang, I think Jiajia's words make sense. Ji Yunyan has obviously been at odds with us. In case she has stored other thoughts. Chang Zhou thought about it and still decided to make the call. I think, Ji Yunyi she doesn't seem like that kind of person. Although his personality was a bit withdrawn and eccentric, Ji Yun's eyes were clear and clean. It was like there was a babbling brook clean and clear in there. He'd better believe Ji Yunyan. Saying that, Chang Zhou used the cell phone provided by the program team to dial Director Yang Lin's number. Director, please use my cell phone to call my parents and say that they should leave that tour group. And if my parents don't believe you, show them the live broadcast of Wilderness Survival. Yellen, okay, I'll make the call. After hanging up the phone, Ji Changfeng couldn't help but say, Brother Chang, you really believe her. Let's go. Chang Zhou didn't want to continue this topic and continued to walk forward. I'd like to see how she can still be arrogant without food, water, or a tent. I guess it won't be long before she can't hold out and runs to our side to beg us. Gu Jiajia snorted coldly. Ji Yunyan had originally wanted to design a way to get Ji Yunyan killed in this variety show, but now it seems like she's asking for it, and she doesn't even need to do it herself. The big guy headed forward. At first, Ji Changfeng was still able to carry Ji Yunyan on his back, but gradually, along with the walking time getting longer and longer, he felt a burst of strength. His forehead began to sweat continuously, his arms were trembling, his legs were a bit soft, and he couldn't lift much strength. He clenched his teeth and held on with difficulty. Brother Chang, how much longer? We'll get there by walking up that hill in front of us, Chang Zhou said. That mountain ahead is ages away. Ji Changfeng could only hold on strongly, and his walking speed became slower and slower. Brother, isn't it very tiring? Ji Yunyan had a heartbroken look on her face. Don't worry, Your brother isn't tired. Ji Changfeng braced himself and forced a smile. The group continued to climb upwards. Only Ji Changfeng's speed was getting slower and slower. Why don't we stop and rest for a while? I see that brother is very tired. Ji Yunyan spoke up. Cheng Zhou looked at the sky. It was already getting dark. If he delayed for a long time, he was worried that he would encounter danger. We have to arrive before dark. Otherwise, in case wild animals appear, Cheng Zhou said. Ji Yunyan on the surface is for the good of the brother. In fact, if really for the good of the brother that will wear sneakers if she had worn sneakers earlier, her brother wouldn't have had to carry her on his back like this. Ji Yunyan at least 100 pounds. An adult back brother 100 pounds upward climb also walk the mountain road. Ji Changfeng is also quite not easy. This is probably called pain and pleasure. Who let Ji Changfeng favor his sister? If Ji Yunyan is really doing it for her brother's good, then go barefoot. It's not good to be barefooted, right? In this kind of place, there are many mosquitoes and ants, and there may also be leeches. No one can survive with bare feet. Then keep walking in high heels. If you have to wear high heels yourself, then you have to keep walking in them even if your feet are worn out. Ji Changfeng gritted his teeth in death and just carried Ji Yunyan upwards. But after walking and stopping for a while, everyone slowed down a bit because of their speed, and by the time they arrived it was already completely dark. The group hustled around and started putting up the tent, finding a pile of firewood and lighting it with a lighter. The big guys sat tiredly in their tents. It was a little chilly on the mountain, and the group gathered in a circle, ready to eat the food they had purchased. The food we have now is only enough for us to eat for 2 days. Cheng Zhou counted the food and said, if he hadn't shared his $1,000 with them, it would have been enough for himself to get through the 4 days of begging. Whereas now, with his own money averaged out with the collective, it would only be enough for 2 days if they all ate together. Then let's go to the depths of the forest to look for new food after our big group finishes eating this food. Ji Yunyan smiled sweetly. We are all united enough to overcome the hardships and dangers. Cheng Zhou, hopefully. I also don't know how Ji Yunyan will solve his dinner without food and water. The big guys took the food and shared it together. But at that moment, there was a sudden rustling in the woods not far away. Did you guys see that? There's a bunch of green lights over there. Gu Jiajia suddenly looked somewhere, her face alarmed. The big guy looked towards a short distance away. And at that moment, in the darkness, a pair of green eyes were glowing and staring tightly at this side. Oh my god, it's a monkey! Where did a bunch of wild monkeys come from? Chu Haiyuan shouted in alarm. At that moment, a group of long-tailed monkeys were rapidly swinging from a tree not far away. Rapidly swinging this way. Ah! Gu Jiajiao screamed in terror. Ji Changfeng dragged his exhausted body and tightly blocked Ji Yunyan behind him. At this moment, the group had been surrounded by this group of monkeys. We have no grievances with you. Don't mess around. Ji Changfeng stared at the group of monkeys vigilantly and spoke out. The monkey at the head of the group, however, quickly lifted his paw and made a great comparison to his face. Ji Changfeng was slapped with a claw that formed a large avenue of scratches on his face. He covered his face in pain and took a few steps back. The group of monkeys quickly moved forward, scratching and clawing at the group, while the rest of the monkeys seized the opportunity to quickly grab the food off the ground. And one of the larger monkeys even directly grabbed the bag of the backpack, slung it across his body, and quickly ran away with it on his back. They took our food. We haven't even started eating yet. The big guys reacted and rushed to start grabbing with these monkeys. Man Monkey Wars ha 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 laughed my ass off. Game of Thrones, Episode 1. Food Fight. Are these monkeys trained? How do they move like that? They're so skillful. What a wretched monkey. Is this from Ame Mountain? Why are they so nasty? He's not a good fighter. The big guys tried their best to fight with these monkeys, but they were outnumbered. And these monkeys didn't fight. They stole the food and ran away. Each one of them was so athletic that in a blink of an eye, they ran and jumped to the trees on the opposite side of the street, and quickly disappeared in the darkness. Only a remnant of a shadow remained. Everyone stood still like defeated roosters, panting. Our food is all gone. Ji Yunyan cried. What are we going to eat tonight? At the same time, Ji Yunyan was in the live broadcast room. She found 2 trees and slung the rope upwards. 2 ropes were secured to the ends of the tree. Ji Yunyan leapt forward, her entire body elegantly lying flat on the rope. This is how the original rope was used. This scene reminds me of Little Dragon Lady from the Divine Eagles. So these 2 ropes serve as a hammock? Then what do you eat and drink? Chapter 139, She's so hateful. Ji Yunyan is too good. Can she make a hammock with just 2 ropes? And, does she know how to do lightweight kung fu? Crooked people looked dumbfounded. Is this the lost Chinese kung fu? Ji Yunyan's popularity value in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. The problem of living is solved. What about eating? What does Ji Yunyan eat and drink? Ji Yunyan shouldn't really be a fairy who doesn't need to eat and only needs to drink right? Ji Yun cozily lay flat on the hammock as she squinted her eyes and whistled, accompanied by the whistling sound falling. The sky not far away actually flew a long-beaked bird that kept flapping its wings to come. The bird had gaudy feathers that shimmered in the night, a long beak that was curved and pointed, and a pair of bird's eyes that took on a turquoise color. No way! Ji Yunyan can summon birds? Ji Yun shouldn't be able to speak bird language, right? Ji Yunyan reached out, touched the gorgeous feathers on the bird, and smiled warmly. I want to eat fish. A bird. Can it understand you? Ji Yun, you don't expect a bird to catch fish for you, right? No way. No way? The moment Ji Yun's words fell, the bird flapped its wings and quickly flew away. Laughs to death. Ji Yun is also too blindly confident. She even let a bird catch fish for her. This is too outrageous. Bird, see if I care about you. Ji Yun shouldn't really think he can summon birds, right? But soon the bird that had just gone and returned was actually dangling from its beak a fat, tenacious, tail-slapping fish flapping its wings merrily in this direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of metaphysical plot is this? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Ji Yun couldn't really be a fairy, could she? Otherwise, how could this bird listen to her? Slapped in the face family. I realized that the fish was a clear river fish, the kind that has only one big spiny bone all over its body, and no spines anywhere else. Is this bird professionally trained? Or else how could it carry the fish from the Qingjiang River? Is this an effect of the program? The bird was airdropped in and professionally trained, and the fish was arranged by the program. How else should I explain all this? The program team's face is really disgusting. If they're so hard on Ji Yun, is it possible that my goddess and their backpacks were stolen because of the program script? Is it possible that the crew directed those trained monkeys to steal everyone's food? That must be it. Grass. The crew is disgusting. It's the first time I've seen a program team that operates in the dark like this. How much did Ji Yun give you guys for doing this? For the sake of promoting Ji Yun alone, you sent a bunch of monkeys to steal everyone's supplies. Is this appropriate? The trashy program is too much of a joke, isn't it? Doesn't it hurt your conscience to do something like this? A group of people ran to the bottom of the Wilderness Survival Program's official Twitter account to voice their opinions. Yang Lin, who was sitting in the director's room at this time, had just taken a sip of tea and sprayed a mouthful on the screen. This is complete nonsense. Where does our program have this ability to control birds and fish and monkeys at the same time? Yang Lin was furious. You little black fans. Wait for me. Soon after, Wilderness Survival Variety released a microblog statement. First, we don't have any backroom operations. Our program group guarantees to be fair and impartial. Secondly, our program group also does not have the ability to tame birds to feed fish to Ji Yunyan, not to mention sending a bunch of monkeys to steal everyone's food. In addition, this bird and this group of monkeys are all third-grade protected animals in the country. Is our program team not wanting to be a part of the world? Walking on the verge of breaking the law by taming protected animals? Please bring some brains when you are hacking. Thank you. The Baidu encyclopedia of the bird as well as the group of monkeys was posted underneath this tweet. This tweeted statement is starting to snap. I realized that this group of vocal critics are all black fans of Ji Yunyan. This group of people is really brainless black. Who has the ability to domesticate state-protected animals? The reason why these animals are released in this forest by the state is to protect the ecosystem and would not consider intervention. But domestication is impossible. The program group does not have the ability to do this, and will not break the law to do this kind of thing. The black fans are really brainless when they black up. Is the program group sick of doing this kind of thing? Besides, even if they wanted to do it, then there's no need to offend the whole group for Ji Yunyan's sake alone. Ji Yun is a true master. A person who jumps from an airplane and doesn't even open the parachute, at first glance, is a true master. It's not unusual to be able to make animals work for me. I'm wondering if Ji Yun could have instructed those monkeys to steal everyone's food. No wonder Ji Yunyan didn't buy anything. So it's her who has such bad intentions. Damn it, I've got my teeth gnawing on this. If that group of monkeys give food to Ji Yunyan next, then we'll bloodily wash Ji Yunyan's microblog, and we'll report her live broadcast later. Hateful. It's not just a matter of checking out her live broadcast. For a time, words related to Ji Yun rushed onto the hot search once again. Everyone came inside Ji Yun's live broadcast. At this moment, the bird handed that big fat fish to Ji Yun to come, her eyes full of pleasing. Ji Yun stroked the bird's head. I still want to eat crabs. This is wilderness survival. Come on, that's a lot of wanting. Bird, I'm at least a state-protected animal. You're treating me like a slave. In the next second, the bird heaved this fish onto a rock not far away, and instantly, the fish was dazed by the fall, and its tail bucked a few times before it stopped moving and turned into a dead fish. The bird flapped its wings and flew away again. Ji Yunyan whistled again. The next second, a lanky monkey ran out of the jungle with a backpack on his back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sure enough, it was Ji Yunya who did it. She commanded the monkeys to steal everyone's food for themselves. Ji Yunya's so hateful. My teeth are about to be gnawed. Chapter 140, She knows animal language. Where did you get the food? Ji Yunyan looked at the monkey with the backpack. The monkey jabbered a bunch. Stealing is shameful. Ji Yunyan disapproved. Return everyone's things. The monkey was a little anxious, and gesticulated a great deal. What is this they say? Does Ji Yunyi understand the language of beasts? This is too godly. Ji Yunyi, do you have any other skills that we don't know about? Ji Yunyan frowned. That's all that's left. These monkeys ate all of everyone's food, and the backpacks carried the few that were left untouched by the monkeys. You tell your men to return these, Ji Yunyan said. You stay and make me grilled fish. So this monkey is the Monkey King? No wonder it's so big. Ji Yunyi actually asked the monkey to make her grilled fish? This is really daring to think. So it wasn't even Ji Yunyan who sent the monkeys to steal everyone's food, but instead Ji Yunyan had the monkeys return the food to everyone? I knew Master would never be that kind of person. It's everyone who's wrong about Master. All of us owe Ji Yunyan an apology. Ji Yunyi is a master after all. There's nothing wrong with a master being proficient in the beast language, right? These black fans are really small-minded. How could the Grandmaster look at that food? How dare they say that the master sent monkeys to steal their food? Laughing to death. The Monkey King nodded. Then he stretched his neck and wailed twice. Instantly, two monkeys jumped out from the woods. One monkey caught the backpack thrown out by the Monkey King, while the other accompanied the Monkey King. The two monkeys stood next to Ji Yunyan's fish on the left and right. One monkey grabbed a ceramic tile-like object, while the other monkey grabbed the fish that had just been dropped. And just like that, the two monkeys cooperated and began to scrape the fish's scales. What is this unsolved human mystery? Monkeys can scrape fish scales? I've had an eye-opening experience. I used to see people keeping monkeys on foreign websites, and the monkeys could also help the owners take care of the little pet cats in the house, as well as take care of the little babies of the main owners. Monkeys' IQ is actually equivalent to that of a small child, and they can still do some simple things well. Ji Yunyan squinted comfortably. I don't like the smell of fish. You guys handle it well. It's hard work. The words fell out of her mouth, and she cozied up to the ropes and squinted. The rest of the guests are starving, tired, and hungry, and Ji Yunyan cozily lies down to sleep, commanding the monkeys to do the hard work for her. Ha 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 ha. Is this Ji Yunyi coming to survive? This seems to be here to enjoy life. I don't know what kind of monkey words the Monkey King tilted his head and said, and deep in the forest, the remaining few monkeys ran out. At this time, the Monkey King and his wife had already scaled that fish, and also pulled out everything in the belly of the fish. Monkeys running out of the depths of the forest at this time were grabbing handfuls of mountain peppercorns, while some were grabbing a few wild lemons. Monkey King broke open the lemon, up and down, inside and outside the fish to the rub after the fish belly and stuffed with wild peppercorns and a cinnamon. Do a good job of these. With a clean stick skewer fish. The monkeys are quite sophisticated. Is this a wilderness survival variety show? This is clearly a food variety show. This monkey is too good. It's more sophisticated than me. Is Ji Yunyi God's favorite? Why are all the monkeys serving her? The rest of the monkeys drilled wood for fire in place, and soon the fire was up. A couple of monkeys sat in place and started grilling fish. Meanwhile, the bird flew this way with a huge crab in its beak. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a king crab. What a big king crab. This species would cost at least $10,000 a piece if you buy it. No wonder the bird went out for so long. So it was to catch a large one for Ji Yunyan. The crab looks like it's going to be heavier than the bird. This bird is trying so hard. Oh, it's desperately trying to fulfill Ji Yunyan's mission. Uhu. Suddenly touched by a bird. Ohu. The grilled fish was pretty much done by now. A few monkeys looked at the grilled fish salivating, their mouths watering. No one dared to go up and take the initiative to touch it. Everyone looked at the grilled fish with bated breath. Give the kids a bite. They're craving it. I can see everyone is craving it. Who said this monkey is a shrewd monkey? These are clearly well-behaved and cute monkeys. This group of monkeys is also too double standard. Right. Facing the big guy so ferocious. Rogue to steal everyone's food. But facing Ji Yunyan. But if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have suspected it was scripted. The leader of the monkeys raised the grilled fish to come in front of Ji Yunyan. Ji Yunyi reached out and took the roasted fish, tearing off half of it and handing it to him. Tough on you guys. The Monkey King happily took the grilled fish and jumped all the way around to share the piece with the rest of the monkeys. After eating them in 3 or 2 bites, the guys proceeded to grill the crabs. Grilling crabs is much easier. No seasoning is needed and soon a tantalizing aroma hits your nose. I can feel the aroma through the screen. The bubbly in my mouth suddenly doesn't smell good anymore. This is a food program. Right. I'm envious of Ji Yunyan. This king crab was about the size of a man's head. Ji Yunyan separated the crab legs and distributed them to these working monkeys separately, while keeping the rest for himself. She opened the crab's shell, and inside the charred yellow crab was golden crab paste, soft and tantalizing. I'm so hungry, I've lived less than a monkey. Me too, I can't wait to work for Ji Yunyan instead of the monkey. No wonder Ji Yunyan didn't buy any food. It turns out that there are monkeys working for her. Meanwhile, on Ji Yunyan's side, everyone was already starving. These monkeys are also too hateful to steal our food. Ji Changfeng was indignant. We don't have any food now. How are we going to make it through tonight? Gu Jiajia also said with a bitter face. Let's go look for some food. We don't have the stamina to do what's next without eating. Ji Yunyan said. Now that it's dark, there might be other creatures out there besides this group of monkeys. So I'm afraid we'll be in danger if we go rashly. Cheng Zhou pursed his lips and analyzed. Then what to do? Are we going to sit and wait for death? Chu Haiyuan said anxiously. Just then, a monkey with a backpack ran this way. Shrewd monkeys, you've already taken away our food, what else do you want? Chu Haiyuan stared at the group of monkeys closely, itching to whip them and eat monkey meat. Chapter 141, Survival from Death. At this moment, Gu Jiajia thought of the same thing as Chu Haiyuan. There shouldn't be anything wrong with eating the monkey, right? This is a state-protected animal. Try eating one. Gu Jiajia is so ignorant. I guess it's dark and windy at night, so I can't tell if it's a protected animal or not. The monkey made a face at them after baring his teeth in a strange way and quickly ran away. This ran away? Ji Changfeng watched the monkey run away. Then he went forward and picked up the bag. He opened it and saw that the bag was still left with. There were 2 boxes of canned meat, 2 ham sausages, and a few slices of bread left in the bag. This monkey is sending us back the leftover food they ate, said Ji Changfeng with a complicated face. Although I don't know why they sent food back. It's good enough to send it back to us, Cheng Zhou said. Originally, everyone was already starving, and when they saw all this food, their stomachs rumbled in unison, and their mouths were already starting to secrete saliva. Let's share this food and eat it. Chu Haiyuan gulped and said. Anyway, it's important to fill our stomachs first. The big guys divided up the food. Everyone was holding the same food in their hands, and their backpacks were quickly emptying. Everyone sat around the bamboo hat fire, and the warm orange firelight reflected the haggard and distressed faces of the group. The stars, who have always been in the entertainment industry, had a rough time on the first day of the wilderness survival program. Originally everyone was quite bright and shiny, but now one by one they become gray. It seems like it's still Ji Yunyan who enjoys the blessings. Everyone looks like they're here to survive, and Ji Yunyan is the only one who looks like she's on a vacation trip. After eating the slices of bread, Cheng Zhou paused. I don't know how Ji Yunyan is now. It's good enough that we can manage ourselves. How do we have time to manage others? Ji Changfeng finished eating this bread slice in his hand and pulled the corner of his lips and said, after tossing and turning all day, he was now tired and hungry, and a slice of bread wouldn't even fill him up. Still hungry now, but there was nothing to be done about it, and it was likely to be dangerous to go looking for food this late in the day. Yeah, we're all muddy-headed ourselves. Gu Jiajia followed suit and spoke. We're out of food now. How we're going to eat tomorrow is a problem. Yes. It's better for us to get our strength up now and prepare to go hunting for food early the next morning. Chu Haiyuan followed suit. Not only do we have no food, the water source is also a challenge that needs to be solved. The test we face next won't be small. Yeah, it's been a tiring day, so everyone should just take a good rest. Ji Yunyan also spoke up. Cheng Zhou could only nod when he saw that everyone had said so. The guys went back to their tents, ready to end the rest of the day. Meanwhile, Thailand, receiving a call from the program team. The Cheng family's first reaction when they heard it was, "You're scammers, right? Now this telecom fraud is also too rampant." That's right, liars shall not die. They hung up quickly. The show's side is in tears. Having no choice, they dialed back in. Are you liars finished? You know how to cheat people all day long without doing anything serious, right? We are really from the program. Your son is called Cheng Zhou, and he is now participating in the Wilderness Survival Variety Show, right? If you don't believe me, you can open the live broadcast of the variety show and watch it from the internet, and you'll believe what we say. The old couple saw the other side speak out about their son speaking out about the variety show, and will be convinced to search from the internet. Sure enough, on the hot seat, the elderly couple saw their son on a variety show where a female celebrity told them to leave the tour. This girl is so young, can she count accurately? Cheng's father pondered. I also think. Cheng mother frowned, but this girl looks as if she has no reason to lie to us. Fooling us won't do her any good. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. Let's leave this troop. Cheng's father frowned and said, okay. The old couple decided to come down. Chang's mother, let's leave this tour first and ask them to refund the money later. Father Chang, okay. At this point, the tour is going to take the passengers on a bus. The old couple excused themselves as having a stomachache to go to the restroom and ran towards the restroom. The people from the tour group were waiting for them outside, and one of the tour guide-looking people was even guarding the door. I see the way they're watching us closely, as if they're afraid we'll run away. Yeah, looking at this shouldn't really be a problem. The older two were in the bathroom messaging on their cell phones. Whatever, we have to escape, Chang's father said. Then he began to shout at the top of his voice. Gu, young man, I forgot to bring paper. Can you buy me a pack of tissues? Gotta lure this guide away before they can run. I have paper on me. With that, the guide was about to go over and hand over the paper towels. I can't, you've got a regular one, and I've got hemorrhoids on my butt, and I need baby-grade cotton wipes for that. Young man, go buy them for me and I'll pay you back, Chang's father said. Guided tours. What's wrong? How am I going to wipe my ass if you don't go buy it for me? Chang's father urged with a glare. The other party gritted his teeth and had no choice but to leave. Seeing that he was gone, Chang's father immediately sent a message to Chang's mother. Now that the person has left, let's run. The old couple rushed out of the men's and women's restrooms, respectively, and ran toward the crowded highway. When the two of them escaped, they hurriedly booked a ticket back to their home country and returned in style. On the way, Chang's mother weighed in to an older sister she met on the road. Are you okay? Are you having fun now? But there was no reply on the other end of the tweet. At this time, Chang's mother saw a post on the internet. My son went on a trip to Thailand, but after he went there, he couldn't be contacted anymore. My daughter too. What should I do? All of the people leaving comments below this post are the families of the people who went missing on this tour. The old couple saw the situation. Heart palpitating. It's really thanks to that girl, if she did not tell our son, we are now also missing. Yeah, I heard it was the kind of fraud group over in Thailand that would make people into beggars to beg, and would also gargle people's waists out and not even give them anesthesia. We came back from the dead thanks to that girl. We should let our son thank her properly. Chang Zhou, who was preparing to fall asleep at this time, did not know this. The next morning, the guys were up and ready to start foraging. Those of them with 10 fingers suddenly started looking for food and found it too difficult. Chapter 142, The movie star is stunned. Chu Haiyuan climbed to the tree and wasted a lot of effort to pick only a few wild fruits, waiting to come down from the tree with a rip. The crotch was torn. Ah, how so funny, oh. With all due respect, I'm somewhat unable to look at Chu Haiyuan directly. It's indecent. Chu Haiyuan green face. There is no needle and thread here. He had to hastily find a larger green leaf to block the crotch. Gu Jejia their party was originally thinking of catching some fish by the stream, but as a result, after half a day's work, a fish couldn't be fished up. Instead, everyone got their clothes soaked through, sticky on the body, and with the cold wind blowing, everyone shivered and sneezed continuously. Achoo dash. Achoo dash. I picked up some mushrooms. At this moment, Ji Yunyan walked over holding a bunch of mushrooms, and she happily said, we can eat grilled mushroom skewers. I still have some wild fruits over here. Having something to eat is better than nothing. Chu Haiyuan also walked over. There's no way for us to judge the toxicity of these mountain mushrooms. Chang Zhou pursed his lips and spoke. In case we accidentally eat the poisonous ones, it's not good. We'd better go look for some more food. There's no such thing as a million things. Ji Changfeng pursed his lips and said, I don't see any problem with this fungus. All of us are quite tired after working for so long, and none of us have much energy left to look for other food. Why don't we just eat these? Yeah, hurry up and roast it. The big guys opened up and were even already building a fire for roasting the mushrooms. Don't eat it. I just checked. This fungus is all poisonous. A bit of common sense do not understand. Red umbrella white pole. Eat together to lie board. Don't eat it. You can't go wrong if you listen to the movie star. Chang Zhou pursed his lips disapprovingly. You guys eat. I'll go around again. I don't know how Ji Yun is now, and I don't know if she had any food last night or this morning. Chang Zhou walked and weaved through the dense forest, tired and hungry, and finally, he saw a familiar figure around a corner. Ji Yun? Chang Zhou said in dismay. At this time Ji Yun was sitting on a tree eating roasted meat, her long slender legs gently hanging down and swinging. The most outrageous thing was that there were 2 monkeys that were roasting meat under the tree Ji Yun was sitting on. Wasn't this the same monkey that stole their food last night and then sent back the backpack? Well, what a coincidence. Ji Yun took a bite of the roasted meat and said, this barbecue meat. Chang Zhou swallowed his saliva. This monkey. Ha, the movie star is stunned. The 2 little monkeys are quite good, Ji Yunyan said. At this moment, a little monkey had newly grilled a skewer of meat and curtly called out to hand it to Ji Yun. Ji Yunyan did not take it and smiled. Have you had breakfast? Chang Zhou, didn't. Since it's not, how about a taste? Ji Yun smiled and spoke. Fresh mountain chicken meat. The meat is not bad. Chang Zhou saw some fresh blood at the monkey's feet as well as a field of chicken feathers, and fell into a deep thought. Where did this mountain chicken come from? The monkeys caught it. This group of monkeys listen to you? Chang Zhou added. Aha, they're more cordial when they see me, Ji Yunyan said. Yesterday your things were stolen. I educated them. They returned the things to you, right? Returned it. Chang Zhou looked complicated. Thanks for last night. If it wasn't for Ji Yunyan, they wouldn't even have this dinner. That's good. Ji Yunyan curled his lips and smiled. At this moment, the monkey curtly handed the roasted meat to Chang Zhou. Chang Zhou took it with a complicated face. Thank you. You're welcome, Ji Yunyan said. Chang Zhou, did you catch this mountain chicken? The monkey cuties caught it for me, Ji Yunyan said. Chang Zhou took a bite of the roasted meat with a complicated face and his eyes lit up. The flavor is going to be better than the barbecue you get out at a 5-star hotel. One look at the movie star's expression and I knew it smelled good. I want some too woo. Greedy. This is a food program, right? Chang Zhou hadn't eaten enough last night, and as a result, he ate a little faster, and in 3 or 2 strokes, that roasted chicken was finished. Of course, he left a bit of chicken but to hand to the monkey in front of him. You worked hard, monkey. The man is much more stingy than their boss. But meat is also meat. With a slight hint of disgust, the monkey picked up this chicken but and took a few bites into his belly. Ji Yanyi jumped off the rope and landed on the ground with a steady jump. She got up and was about to leave. Where are you going? Chang Zhou uttered. Get something to drink. Ji Yunyan looked back at Chang Zhou. Do you want to drink milk? For a moment, Chang Zhou suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. What? Milk, Ji Yunyan said. Add some protein. Oh, and a little water. Chang Zhou, we're surviving in this wilderness. Can we have milk? Is it hard? Ji Yunyan cocked her head. Follow me if you want to drink. I don't want to question my sister Ji. Sister Ji can make monkeys grill fish and chickens. Isn't it easy for her to drink milk? It's much better to follow Sister Ji around for food and drink than to follow that group of people. Chang Zhou hesitated, but still instinctively followed. Soon, Ji Yunyan passed through a lush, dense forest and came to a small hill. Not far away, at the bottom of the hill, was a wild goat with brown fur. This wild goat was standing leisurely grazing on the lawn at the moment. Ji Yunyan walked over towards this side, while Chang Zhou followed behind her. The moment that little goat saw Ji Yunyi, its pupils suddenly shrunk and its body tensed up. As if it had seen something terrifying, it quickly backed up and turned its eyes to run. How ill-behaved. Ji Yunyan scared. I just wanted to take a bit of your goat's milk, and now that you've run away, I'm going to want you dead. The moment the words fell, the goat that had originally run away stiffened up, and had to turn around a little bit, stiffly facing Ji Yanyi, and dawdling over to the side. Feel the powerful oppression on Sister Ji. I can see that Sister Ji is really a master, and this group of critters are all dominated by her. The moment the female goat walked over, Ji Yun had already picked 2 palm leaves. The leaves are broad and plump, still clean with early morning dew. Ji Yun handed one to Chang Zhou, took the other leaf and rolled it out in a bit of an arc, and walked over to the baby goat. She half squatted down and stretched out her hand towards the female goat's waist and underneath her body. This sheep is so well behaved. Surprisingly, it can let Ji Yunyan squeeze and squeeze and squeeze just like that. What kind of operation is this? Run under the belly of the goat to milk the goat. Laughing not live. I've seen cow milkers. First time I've seen goat milkers, ha 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 ha. Everyone pay attention to Chang Zhou's expression. At this time Chang Zhou is my face replacement. Chapter 143, Others come to survive on a deserted island. But she comes on vacation. Soon, Ji Yunyi had milked a leaf of goat's milk. She passed it to her lips and took a sip, her cozy eyes curving slightly. Well, it's quite nice and fresh, pure and unprocessed. It's still better when nature gives back. Seeing Chang Zhou on the side who still seemed to be in a dazed state, Ji Yunyan cocked her head. Don't you want to taste it? It's not fishy at all. It's quite fresh. Chang Zhou then came back to his senses. Oh, good. He endured his sense of shame and followed Ji Yunyi's maneuver just now, also putting his hand under the female goat's belly, receiving a leaf full of goat's milk. Chang Zhou drank it all in one go. It does taste good. Many of some milks sold in the market have added additives, Ji Yunyan said. Even some unscrupulous merchants will add some chemical ingredients that are harmful to the human body, and the real milk content is very little, and the best things are often the most original and unpretentious. You're right. After seeing Ji Yunyan's ability, Chang Zhou felt that he had made the completely right decision to partner with Ji Yunyan. Next, can I follow you? Chang Zhou spoke out. Can I follow you around for food and drink? If you want to, you can. Ji Yunyan smiled. The show was nothing difficult for her. Just think of it as coming on vacation. Ji Yunyan traveled through the dense forest with Cheng Zhou, during which an ungrateful snake attacked Ji Yunyan. She pinched the snake 7 inches with her bare hands, and after getting that snake killed, she stewed snake soup. She and Chang Zhou also went over to the beach and picked a lot of coconuts, and after drinking a few of them, they kept the shells to make water bottles. The two of them sat comfortably at the beach to cool off. Meanwhile, another group was not so lucky. The big guys ate those mushrooms, which hadn't filled their stomachs much, and continued to go in search of food. But in the process, Gu Jiajia snorted and let out a stinky fart. It's too humiliating. Gu Jiajia's shameful asshole clenched. There are still fans watching the live feed right now. Seeing her daze, her goddess persona collapsed. What is this odor? So stinky. Chu Haiyuan disliked. He pinched his nose and moved away from Gu Jiajia. Smoked me to death. However, in the next second, Chu Haiyuan followed suit with 2 puffs. Chu Haiyuan. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. This is a flavorful broadcast. I can't look straight at Chu Haiyuan and Gu Jiajia anymore. Me too. Ji Changfeng and Ji Yunyan also moved a little further away from them. However, strange noises kept ringing out, one louder than the other. Seasonal Changfeng. Ji Yunyan. Live crowd. Originally letting out a stinky fart and feeling quite ashamed of herself, Gu Jiajia saw that the big guys were letting out stinky farts, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. She laughed down. So it's not just me, ha. And yet the next second, no, I might have diarrhea. Gu Jiajia covered her belly. You guys go find food first. I have to rush to the. Before Gu Jiajia could run, another poofing sound came from behind her. Gu Jiajia covered her stomach with a face of flesh pain. Geez, she pulled it into her pants. The rest of the group didn't fare much better, and all of the guys felt a vicious twinge of pain at their abdomens that hurt like hell. Everyone rushed towards the bottom of the tree. Everyone grabbing for a place with thicker trees and more weeds to cover themselves before their ugliness was seen by the fans on the air. The big guys crouched down. If you ask me, wouldn't it have been better if you had listened to Mr. Chang in the first place? Why did you do it? The movie star is right. There are mushrooms that are poisonous, and as a result of this, you have diarrhea. Collective diarrhea. Looking at them now, wouldn't they have to keep pooping and pooping until they get dehydrated? Luckily, the ones they ate weren't life-threatening. If they had eaten red umbrellas and white poles, the big guys would have had to go lie down on the board together. In fact, if they hadn't ostracized Ji Yunyan and gotten on good terms with him in the first place, they could be eating roasted chicken, drinking fresh goat's milk, and drinking coconut juice right now. For a while, the phrase Gu Jiajia, Ji Yunyan, Ji Changfeng, Chu Haiyuan's collective diarrhea, farting loudly quickly rushed to the hot search. Prior to this, the hot searches were monkey made roasted fish for Ji Yunyan and Ji Yunyan drank fresh, hot goat's milk. These kinds of phrases. At this time, the director sitting in the director's room did not expect his wilderness survival variety show to catch fire before broadcast. This has attracted so many fans just by being live. He was all smiles. A few people in Ji Yunyan pulled almost dehydrated. Brother, did you bring paper? Ji Yunyan lowered her voice and whispered. Originally they had toilet paper in their supplies, but these darn monkeys stole the backpacks and sent them back with only food. Where was the paper? Pissed off. A bunch of shrewd monkeys. I still have a little left. Ji Changfeng broke the piece of paper in his pants in half and shared a piece with Ji Yunyan. Just make do with what you've got. What else can you do? A few people emerged weakly from the woods, the guys looking haggard and hungry. This is a direct way to get all the 3 days worth of stuff out of your gut. They're still hungry. I don't know how the Shadow Emperor is doing. Ji Yunyan weakly spoke. I don't know if he has found food. Why don't we go find the Shadow Emperor and rendezvous with him? Ji Changfeng also spoke up. The remaining 2 agreed. Each of them had a small bracelet on their hands, a locator for the show, which glowed brighter and brighter as they approached. Everyone according to the bracelet weekly went towards the side of the movie star Cheng Zhou. If they could find Cheng Zhou, they would probably have food to eat. The big guys wasted 2 hours of effort and finally found Cheng Zhou. At this moment, Cheng Zhou was accompanying Ji Yunyan had built a simple hut with a few pieces of wood as well as some palm fronds on a flat piece of land. And, of course, the cabin was made possible by the monkey friends working together. Seeing this small wooden house, Ji Yunyan was stunned. Didn't no one come to this island before? How come there's a cabin? Oh, we built it, Cheng Zhou said faintly. Others come to survive. Ji Yunyan comes on vacation, ha ha ha. The house is all set up. It would be pretty cool to live here all the time actually. At this point, the guys noticed a number of large, full-sized, green coconuts piled up outside the cabin, as well as a couple of large durians, and a large expanse of tropical bananas. The tantalizing aroma stung the big guy's mouth. It's still Chung who is strong, able to build the cabin in a short period of time and find so much food. Ji Yunyan smiled and spoke. It just so happens that we've been hungry for a long time. Chapter 144, The Appearance of Brown Bears. This is all Yundai's doing. While I'm just following her to pick up things. Chang Zhou opened his mouth. Ji Yunyan didn't expect Chang Zhou to be so familiar with Ji Yunyan. You've gotten so familiar that you call her Yunyan? Ji Yun is really good at seducing men. We are starving to death. It just so happens that you have so much food. Why don't you share some of it with us? Chu Haiyuan was on the side covering his small abdomen that had dried up due to the scurrying thinning. His eyes were looking straight at the food. And as he spoke, he had already moved his hand and was ready to go get it. Chang Zhou wrinkled his eyebrows and blocked in front of Chu Haiyuan. This is Yundai's food. Do you want to first ask Yundai's opinion? Chu Haiyuan. He turned to look at Ji Yunyan on the side. Ji Yunyan. That, I don't agree. Ji Yunyan's voice interrupted coldly, without the slightest bit of leeway. Ji Changfeng wrinkled his eyebrows fiercely. No way? Ji Yunyan. Why are you so heartless? Can't you see that all of us are starving? Do you have any sympathy left? Yeah, we're all on the same program. What's wrong with you giving us some? Gu Jiajia followed in a cold voice. Ji Yunyan, we've been starving for a long time. You wouldn't be so heartless to see us starve, would you? This group of people, can this really understand moral abduction? Is this group of people annoying? I used to like them. I'm kinda indifferent now. The behavior of these people is too downwardly mobile. You guys have hands and feet. You won't go find food yourselves. You have to take other people's things? Ji Yunyan laughed. It's your waste that you guys are starving. What does it matter to me? Ah, that's a great dislike. It's hilarious that they can't find food for themselves and they're still here to morally kidnap others. This group of people are really too double standard. When they had food they were afraid that Sister Ji would eat theirs. And now that there is no food, they are running over to morally kidnap them. This? Why be a beggar when you have arms and legs? The big guys in the live feed scoffed. So, you're just going to watch us starve to death? Ji Changfeng was furious. Why are you so vicious? You shut up. It's your business to starve to death. Don't come here to morally kidnap. Chang Zhou said in a cold voice. You starving to death is your incompetence. What's it got to do with Yundai? It's good that the movie star dislikes it. Am I the only one who thinks that the movie Emperor and Ji Yunyan are very CP-like? Ha ha ha. Revealing an anti-smile. Me too. I've never seen a movie star defend anyone like this before. Ji Chongfeng's face was flushed with dislike. You guys are too much. Ji Yunyan's eyes reddened as she looked at them accusingly. We were all poisoned by eating those mushrooms this morning. You guys have so much food but you're not willing to share a tiny bit of it with us. You guys? With that, she turned away in aggravation and ran away. Chagrined. I suddenly feel like Ji Yunyan is a white lotus flower. Yeah, it's not like whoever is weak is justified now. It's their own business to get poisoned by eating mushrooms. Ji Yunyan and the movie star didn't force them to eat them. They had to eat them themselves. Chang Zhou said in a cold voice, Did I force you to eat it? In the beginning, obviously the movie star told everyone that this mushroom may be poisonous, but the result is that they do not listen to have to eat. Eat out of the disease instead of here to sell the misery. Laugh to death. The faces of the people were as if they were vegetables. We will not give you any of this food at all. If you want to eat it, then you can find it on your own by your ability. Chang Zhou snorted coldly. Seeing this, everyone looked resentful. I don't want to see you guys. Get out of here. Ji Yanyi picked up a durian, peeled the shell open and took out the pulp inside. A piece of it was distributed to Chang Zhou, and a piece was taken for herself. The soft, plump flesh is full and golden, and a pungent aroma lingers all around. The big guy gulped with gluttony. Chu Haiyuan was thinking, what was he doing messing with Ji Yunyan? If he had started out like a movie star, wouldn't he have been able to leisurely live in a cabin, eat sweet and savory durian pulp, and drink coconut juice as well? Chu Haiyuan began to regret a bit that he had been on the wrong side at the beginning. The big guy watched the two eat with bated breath, so he had to turn around and keep looking for food. They'd been walking for so long that their heels were getting blisters from their shoes. And finally, under a big tree, they found a bee's nest. Look, there's honey here. Chu Haiyuan's eyes lit up. Honey is high in calories. It'll sustain our energy for the day. Ji Yunyan broke into a smile. Wait, I'll go pick honey for you right now, Ji Changfeng said, looking for a branch and swung it hard towards the honey nest. Soon the honeycomb fell to the ground. However, before they could be happy, soon enough, a swarm of buzzing and screeching honeys poured out of this honey nest and surrounded the few people and started attacking them indiscriminately. Ah, get lost. Gu Jiajiao flailed in a hurry. Ji Yunyan also screamed and began to run at a fast pace. At this time she was already unable to care about her high heels. Barefoot began to run wildly on the road. There were quite a few ants and bugs on this pavement, crawling onto her feet in a brainstorm, stinging her feet painfully. but with the bees buzzing behind her, she could only grit her teeth and run. But a few people were still stung by the bees hard. Stung all over the body are all big bags. Even the face is all red and swollen bags. Painful and itchy. This is too bad, ha ha ha. It looks miserable, but it's really funny. Forgive me for laughing unkindly. Doesn't Ji Changfeng know to poke the honeycomb with fire? At the very least, those bees are afraid of fire. Ji Yunyan gasped for air and sat down on her, but in a sorry state. Her body was painful and itchy. It was unbearable. It's all my fault, apologized Ji Changfeng. I didn't do a good job. Several people gasped. Why is it so hard to get a bite to eat? Just then, there was a shaking sound at the ground where several people were sitting. It was like the earth trembled. Oh, my God. Look behind you. There's a black bear. It's the first time I've seen a bear this big. Is this an earthquake? Gu Jiajia turned to look back. The scene in front of her frightened her pupils suddenly locked. Bear. Bear. She got up from the ground in a hurry and ran wildly. The rest of them also noticed the abnormality and stood up in a hurry. Good guy. Chu Haiyuan was shocked. We're too unlucky here. Don't talk about these useless things. It's important to run for your life. Ji Changfeng pulled his leg and ran, not forgetting to pull on Ji Yunyan the moment he ran. Everyone spread out in all directions and run in the 4 directions of east, west, south, north and south, Chu Haiyuan said. Ji Changfeng pulled Ji Yunyan and stumbled down the road while the big brown bear chased towards the two of them step by step. They're too unlucky. Who says it isn't? Having just been stung by a bee and then chased by a brown bear. This is outrageous. Ji Yunyan gasped sharply. And in the process of passing through the dense forest, she was not careful and her feet stepped hard on the thorny-rooted plants on the ground. Ah! She flopped to the ground in a moment of woe. Yunyan! Ji Changfeng rushed back and helped Ji Yunyan up from the ground. Are you alright? Ji Yunyan's eyes contained tears as she shook her head. But at this moment, the brown bear was already approaching at a fast pace. Ji Yunyan stared at the brown bear closely, her body in a cold sweat. How could she have known the show was so exciting? It's life-threatening. Ji Yunyan knew that it was too late to call the program for help. Can you still walk now? Ji Changfeng didn't notice the brown bear. His whole body's attention was on Ji Yunyan as he said with concern. And at that moment, the brown bear had raised its thick claws and lunged at the two men. Chapter 145, Being Hacked on the Internet. Almost out of the instinct to survive. Ji Yunyan's heart jumped and she subconsciously pushed Ji Changfeng over ruthlessly. How could Ji Yunyan do such a thing? Is this still a human being? In the beginning she wore high heels. Ji Changfeng in order to her back her all the way. Originally Ji Changfeng ran faster. In order to her and turned back. Full of heart, full of eyes her. Has been in the care of her. But she was so selfish that she pushed Ji Changfeng to the brown bear. This is also too selfish. Seasonal Cloud Smoke's true fans come over to see if this is the goddess you're so fond of? Laughing. The true love fans of Seasonal Cloud Smoke expressed disbelief. How can my goddess be such a person? This is also too outrageous. The filter on Ji Yunyan shattered. Ji Changfeng is all for her good. But what about her? For a while, Ji Changfeng's fans stood out and sprayed Ji Yunyan. This is a crime. This is too much. This is too much of a white wolf. Your brother has suffered so much for you. And when disaster strikes, you push your brother to the brown bear and run away yourself? She then rolled and got up from the ground, limping all the way. Ji Changfeng stared unbelievably at Ji Yunyan's hastily departing back. He stayed in place in dismay, losing his ability to think for a moment. And at that moment, the brown bear had already grabbed Ji Changfeng, snatched the honey from his hands, and flung him viciously outside. A heavenly rotation. Ji Changfeng's entire body was ruthlessly thrown out. His body ruthlessly hit the ground with a dull sound. His head ruthlessly hit the stone. His eyes went black and he fainted. At the last second of impending unconsciousness, Ji Changfeng's eyes were filled with unbelief. Why? Why did Yunyan do this to him? I would literally cry that the brown bear didn't actually want to attack the humans, but just wanted to take away this honey nest. In the end, isn't it because of Ji Yunyan? If it wasn't for her, Ji Changfeng wouldn't have become like this. Ji Yunyan is a pest. After Ji Yunyan escaped, she hurriedly dialed a satellite phone to the program site for help. I want to quit the program. I want to leave. Who would have thought coming here would almost cost me my life? Due to personal safety issues on the program, the crew could only suspend filming and take the injured Ji Changfeng away for medical treatment. The show's helicopter hovered over and arrived to take several of the remaining guests away. Ji Yunyan. Is this the end? She hadn't even enjoying the trip yet. When everyone went back, Ji Yunyan realized that she had been scolded. The whole internet is spewing her at this point. I didn't mean to do it. I was trying to pull my brother away, but I didn't think I would be careless. Ji Yunyan was in tears. However, the netizens are not buying it. Don't pretend. The eyes of the masses are sharp. We all see it. You call that carelessness? You were running faster than anyone. At this time, netizens screenshot out the video of Ji Yunyan pushing people at that time and played it at 0.5 times the speed. Ji Yunyan's face was almost swollen, and there was no way to argue anymore. Ji Changfeng treated you so well, and yet you're such an ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Ji Changfeng really loved this sister for nothing. At this time, Ji Changfeng is still lying in the hospital for resuscitation, and Ji's father and mother are in a hurry outside. My son. I didn't expect Ji Yunyan to do such a thing. This is her own brother. Who says it isn't? I'm so disappointed in this kid. Seasonal father and mother frowned. At this time, Ji Yunin's reputation has completely collapsed. Microblogging fans are dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the whole network is full of words to scold her. Many endorsements have been cancelled because of word-of-mouth issues and facing huge liquidated damages from brands. Even the films she made for TV shows and movies have been boycotted by netizens. Ji Yunyan had to go to Xiechen and cry. They're all bullying me. I really didn't mean to. You are indeed in the program. Xiechen frowned, but saw her crying pearly appearance, but also had to let go. This matter, I will see if I can spend money to withdraw the hot search. The main thing is still to be able to get forgiveness from Ji Changfeng. If he says in front of the public that you didn't do it on purpose, it will be cleared. Ji Yunyan nodded. Okay, then I'll go find him. At this time, Chang Zhou returned home and learned of his parents' encounter. His heart palpitated. Thanks to Ji Yunyan. Gotta thank her for that. Chang Zhou sent out a Weibo post thanking Ji Yanyi. Thank you. A lot of CP fans wailed and kowtowed to their CP more and more. Ji Yanyi responded. No need to thank me. If you have something to do, you can come to my live room to look for me. She's always had a grudge. As for Ji Yunyan, in her previous life, she was also the one who caused the original owner to suffer a lot. And now, she also has to do something for the original owner. Inside the hospital, Ji Yunyan arrived outside of Ji Changfeng's hospital room. What else are you doing here? If it weren't for you, would your brother be lying here? Upon seeing her appear, the Ji family's parents glared at her, their faces unkind. I was worried about my brother and came to take a look. I really didn't mean it. Ji Yunyan cried. But at that moment, Father Ji heard a familiar voice ring out. When will Ji Changfeng wake up? If he hadn't been lying here, I wouldn't have been hacked all over the net. This is Ji Yunyan's voice? But she just didn't say anything. Could this be her heart? Chapter 146 Truth. Who knew that Ji Changfeng was so fragile, just being thrown around a bit, and ended up lying in the intensive care unit? So annoying. Hearing this voice, Father Ji realized that he wasn't hallucinating. He heard Ji Yunyan's voice. At this moment, Ji Yunyan was worried, completely at odds with this mean voice in her heart. Not only Ji father, Ji mother also heard the voice. For a moment he suspected that he was hallucinating. Why would the always well-behaved, obedient and understanding Ji Yunyan make such a sound? Begging Ji Changfeng to wake up quickly. Only if he forgives me and speaks for me on Weibo can I reverse my reputation. Ji mother ruthlessly pinched the palm of her hand. At this moment the pain in her palm reminded her that this was all real. This was not an illusion. She really heard Ji Yunin's heart. Did not expect Ji Yunin to look so well-behaved on the surface. So worried about Ji Changfeng heart indeed think so. It was also that Ji Yunyan was a selfish person. If she wasn't selfish, would she have pushed Ji Changfeng away at the moment of crisis? Even if Ji Changfeng is lying in the middle of the custody room, her main concern is her own reputation. How did she give birth to such a daughter? Just then, the ICU door pushed open and the doctor stepped out of it. Ji Yunyan was the first to rush up, and she eagerly asked, "How is my brother? Is he alright?" The patient is now awake and ready to be checked in and transferred to another ward. A coalition of families opened up to move wards and check in for hospitalization. Ji Yunyan ran to Ji Changfeng's hospital bed and held his hand tightly. "Brother, you finally woke up. Do you know I was worried to death? Luckily nothing happened to this loser, or else she would really be eating her words. And the way my parents looked at me today was really wrong. Mom and dad are actually patriarchal. On the surface they treat me and Ji Changfeng the same, but when they see Ji Changfeng get hurt, they look at me with some icy eyes." The old couple who hurt his heart at that moment were seething with anger. What do you mean by patriarchy? Obviously she did something wrong herself. If not for him, Ji Changfeng-san can lie in the hospital bed? At this moment, Ji Changfeng looked around and originally thought that he was having an illusion, but the pain in his body reminded him that it was not an illusion, but that he had really heard Ji Yunyan's heart. Ji Yunyan said on the surface that she was worried about herself, but in reality, it was a different face. "You were worried about me, why did you push me down and escape yourself?" Ji Changfeng looked at her with cold eyes. "I treated you so well. Are you doing this to me?" "No, I was really too scared. I instinctively did it. That kind of behavior and so on after I did it. I already regretted it. Ji Yunyan cried. Her eyes contained tears. Others misunderstand me even if, but we are a brother and sister. Ah, could it be that you also want to misunderstand me so much? This loser is just too pretentious. He doesn't have much strength in his body. He's panting after carrying her only a few steps. It can't be a kidney deficiency, right? If it wasn't for this punk doing a bad job, as how did he get attacked by a brown bear? Now he has become like this. It's not his own fault. Hearing Ji Yunyan's heartfelt words, Ji Changfeng's face was a mixture of bruises and purples. How could he not expect his sister, whom he loved with all his heart and soul, to be such a misrepresentation? I don't want to see you right now. Go away, Ji Changfeng said in a cold voice. Ji Yunyan was as if she had suffered a great aggression, and looked at the old couple pitifully. Mom and Dad, I was really worried about my brother. But I didn't think that my brother. It's also because I shouldn't have come. It's because I did something wrong that I caused my brother to be disgusted. If they hadn't heard her heart, at this point, the old couple would have to believe in Ji Yunyan's acting skills, and even begin to feel sorry for him. Until this moment, they had never realized the true nature of this daughter, who was an unabashed white lotus. Since your brother doesn't want to see you, then you can leave. Father Ji's voice was a little cold. Ji Yunyan looked at Ji mother helpfully. Mom, it's useless for you to look at me. You staying here will only make your brother unhappy and aggravate his condition. Go away. Mother Ji didn't have a good face anymore either. This couple is really patriarchal. To him Ji Changfeng so good treatment. I'm so mean. After the death of the parents should not be Ji Changfeng, right? Though I am favored in this holiday season, how much of it will be shared with me? I'm going to have to find a way to get a little more out of the family. Hearing this, the old couple was even more furious, not realizing that she had started hitting on the family fortune. It's almost like a wolf's heart. How come they hadn't realized before that Ji Yunyan actually had such a mouth? You get out. You hurry up and get out. Ji's father pointed at the door and cursed. Ji Yunyan's eyes flushed red as she bit her lip in aggravation and ran away. Ji Yunyan went to find Xia Chen. Xia Chen's company. Ji Yunyan flung in Xia Chen's arms aggrieved, crying. I did not expect Mom and Dad to be so patriarchal. I didn't do anything unforgivable, but they even did this to me. It seems that there is no longer a place for me in that home. Can you help me take down the hotspot? Xia Chen also very much want to help Ji Yunyan knock. He is already more than enough. This period of time since the company's successive losses, he gave Ji Yunyan invested in a number of plays, the results of all the losses, and now the company funds are very tight. The shareholders' side was already very unhappy about this, and if he took money to remove the hot search for her, he was afraid that he would anger a group of shareholders. The company is now on the rocks, and the slightest mistake could bankrupt it. I'm sorry, I've been distracted lately as well. Xia Chen looked at her apologetically. What? Doesn't he mean he doesn't want to help me take down the hotspot by saying that? I'm speechless. At this time Xia Chen but heard the voice of Ji Yunyan, but just now Ji Yunyan did not open his mouth. Could it be that what he heard was Ji Yunyan's heart? Xia Chen stared intently at Ji Yunyan, suspecting that he was hallucinating. Isn't Xia Chen going to get engaged to me? Why doesn't he even spare me a little money for withdrawing the human lawsuit? Isn't that a scummy guy? He doesn't want to spend money on me even though he knows I'm his savior. So if he knows that I've impersonated Ji Yunying as his savior, won't he be settling scores with me? Hearing this, Xia Chen trembled. What did he just hear? Was it you who saved me back then? Xia Chen stared intently at Ji Yunyan, his voice icy cold. What are you talking about? Of course it's me. Ji Yunyan squeezed out a smile. Why did you bring this up all of a sudden? He didn't hear any rumors, did he? Or did Ji Yunyan tell him the truth about saving him back then? Chapter 147, the grand finale. The person who saved me back then was Ji Yunying, not you, Xia Chen said word for word, his voice firm, his sharp eyes staring at her. Ji Yunyan looked at him in panic and helplessness. How did he know? Did Ji Yunyan that? Ji Yunyan, are you happy that you've tricked me for so long and played me for a fool? The man stared at her closely, word by word, his voice cold. What the hell is wrong with me? How do you? Ji Yunyan still wants to argue. Damn it, why is Xia Chen doing this to her too? If Xia Chen doesn't help her anymore, what should she do? She's still counting on using Xia Chen's resources to continue in the entertainment industry, knowing that Xia Chen is her number one lickspittle. Dog licking? So for so many years, Ji Yunyan had been using him? Do you have any real feelings for me? The man looked at him incredulously. What are you talking about? How could I not love you? Don't you know how I feel about you? Ji Yunyan looked at him with tearful eyes, and said in an aggrieved manner, only seek glory and wealth, not a hint of true love. I'm not a love brain. The man for me is just a tool to help me, if not to look at him with resources, or a luxurious family. How can I accompany him to act? What I prefer is still a young fresh meat little puppy brother. His cold poker face gets more and more annoying the more I look at him. Brother Sam. Ji Yunyan looked at him pitifully and was about to lean into his arms, but at that moment the man pushed her away hard. Enough! From now on, I have nothing to do with you. As the words fell, the man gave her a hard look, then got up and left. He's really crazy. He had been kept in the dark by Ji Yunyan all these years. Only now do I realize she's such a phenom. After the regret, there was more of a debt to Ji Yunyan. It turned out that Ji Yunyan was the one who saved her back then, but he held the fake rescuer in the palm of his hand and the real rescuer. Xia Chen's heart was in a state of unspeakable remorse. He had to find Ji Yunyan, to apologize to her and ask for her forgiveness. What Ji Yunyan did continued to fester on the internet, and the entire internet was crusading against her. Ji's parents as well as Ji Changfeng were completely disappointed in her and didn't defend her half-heartedly online. Xia Chen also no longer escorted Ji Yuni. Ji Yuni faced a large-scale depollution, as well as all kinds of brand-side endorsement side of the pursuit, as well as a huge amount of liquidated damages. At this time, Ji Yuni looked at the news hot search, her eyes pale. She had merely cast a spell that would allow those around Ji Yunyan to hear her heart, but she had not expected Ji Yunyan to be so unbearable and collapse so easily. Not only is Ji Yunyan, the entire Ji family's chi is falling, and the Ji family is not far from bankruptcy. Ji Yunyan was playing with his cell phone when he heard a knock on the door. She walked over to the doorway of the room and met a disoriented Xia Chen. Back then it was you who saved me, right? Xia Chen's eyes reddened. I always thought that it was Ji Yunyan. I thought that she was my savior. And later on, I even took you as her double. But now I realize that Ji Yunyan should be your double. And the one that I've always wanted to repay my kindness is you. I'm sorry for all the things I did to hurt you before. I'm sorry, not all apologies can be forgiven. Ji Yunyan spoke faintly. It was the original owner he was sorry for, and the original owner was dead. Will you give me a chance? We start over. We can't. Ji Yunyan interrupted in a cold voice. We ended it a long time ago. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Inside Sechen's chest was lancing pain. He didn't expect things to go this way. Ji Yunin was blocked by the whole network. In order to get out, she did not hesitate to sell her body to please the old man in exchange for resources, but also cannot set off any splash. But instead was the old man's real wife caught adultery, was violently beaten in the street, hilarious on the hot search, and Ji Yun Dai live fortune-telling burst into the whole network. Along with her accumulation of good deeds and virtues, the value of the chi is also increasing. More and more aura around the body, but also gradually return to the original cultivation. The Ji family is bankrupt, and his father and mother have spent their entire fortune just to see Ji Yunyan, begging her to help the family break the feng shui. But how could Ji Yunyan help them? Good has its reward and evil its retribution. Everything in this world is cause and effect. Full story.